Chapter 1. The Turkic Invasion. In the year 626 AD, within the eastern military camp of Yuzhou, a region adjacent to the vast grasslands, the climate was frigid, with howling winds and delicate snowflakes drifting from the sky. Within the camp on the prairie, sentinels stood in formation, while infantry and cavalry assembled in ranks, enduring the icy conditions without a hint of complaint. Inside the command tent of the military leader, a young man clad in armor sat upright on a wooden stool, his hands resting upon his knees as he closed his eyes, entering a state of serene contemplation. "Your Highness, the weather is exceedingly cold, and we were ill-prepared upon our arrival. I have kindled a fire with some discarded garments," Bai Qi announced as he hastily entered the tent, placing a warm brazier upon the ground. However, as soon as it was set down, the young man, still with his eyes shut, seized a cup of water and extinguished the flames. This Bai Qi paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet considering Li Yu's temperament and the principle of sharing hardships with the soldiers, he ultimately chose to remain silent. After a brief silence, Bai Qi exhaled warmth into his hands and inquired, "Your Highness, do you ever long for the warmth and prosperity of Chang'an during these bitterly cold days?" "In Yuzhou? Chang'an?" The young man pondered the name briefly before responding. "I've been in Yuzhou for a decade now. I was merely 6 when I arrived. How could I possibly recall what Chang'an was like?" With that, he began to reflect upon his past. His name was Li Yu. He was not originally from this world, but had traversed into the Tang dynasty, becoming one of the sons of Li Shimin. However, like many of Li Shimin's other sons, he was embroiled in a web of internal strife. Even among blood brothers, there existed fierce rivalry, with their respective maternal clans engaging in intricate political machinations within the palace. Nevertheless, despite the intense infighting among Li Shimin's sons, they converged on a singular consensus regarding one crucial matter: to eliminate the 6-year-old Li Yu. Lacked the support of a maternal aristocracy, thus rendering him the first to be ousted, reducing the number of adversaries by 1. Consequently, Li Shimin's sons allied with their maternal clans, offering various counsel and advice within the court, while simultaneously orchestrating schemes to tarnish Li Yu's reputation. As a result, Li Yu's name grew increasingly infamous, leading to his eventual exile to Yuzhou, where he remained for a decade. Yuzhou, located on the frontier and part of the 16 prefectures of Yenzhou, was not only barren and frigid, but also frequently threatened by incursions from foreign tribes, rendering it a perilous region. The officials of Yuzhou, wary of offending the aristocracy of Chang'an, ostracized him, denying him residence within the city and relegating him to the eastern military camp, where he faced the constant danger of Turkic invasions. Yet, Li Yu managed to survive these 10 years, relying on the Dingdong system he had bound himself to. As noon struck, a voice resonated within Li Yu's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have checked in for the 3,650 days. This year, fortune smiles upon you, granting the following rewards: Imperial Guard Iron Cavalry X100, Blood of Xingtian X1. Upon hearing this voice within his mind, Li Yu finally opened his eyes and murmured, "Another 100 Imperial Guard Iron Cavalry after 10 years. I have finally amassed a 1,000. Each year, the system rewards a singular entity, encompassing not only weapons and strength, but also the formidable General Bai Qi and various troop rewards. The Imperial Guard Iron Cavalry represents an exceptionally powerful troop type, clad in infantry armor and mounted on equally armored steeds, wielding glaives and bone blades, designed to pierce armor, exuding a fearsome presence. Each member of this Iron Cavalry is equivalent to the legendary 18 Riders of Yanyun, boasting an extraordinarily terrifying combat prowess. Yet, beyond the Iron Cavalry, what Li Yu particularly values is the blood of Xingtian. The blood of Xingtian, derived from the ancient war god Xingtian, can bestow upon its host unparalleled strength, inexhaustible stamina, and a body capable of rapid healing. Shall the host utilize the blood of Xingtian? "I shall apply the blood of Xingtian immediately," Li Yu commanded. Received it. In the next moment, the blood of Xingtian coursed through Li Yu's veins, instilling within him an overwhelming force and an insatiable desire for battle. The host's current information is as follows: Strength, 200. Speed, 200. Agility, 200. Note: the typical values for an ordinary human are below 50. Rewards held: Imperial Guard Iron Cavalry X 1000, Divine Weapon Thunder Dragon Tooth X1, Divine Steed, Blazing Stallion X1, Artillery Blueprint X1, Ming Ing Tianfu City Design X1, Mechanized Transport Vehicle Blueprint X1, Backway Army X10,000, Glaive Squad X5000, Divine Mechanized Camp X5000, Han Crossbowman X5000, 18 Riders of Yin Yin X18, Golden, Fire Cavalry X3000, Guanning Iron Cavalry X2000, Ming Dynasty Air Artisan X10,000. The system has issued a new mission. Eliminate 100,000 enemies. Upon completion, the host will unlock an advanced version of the system, whereby the host shall receive one reward each week. Whom shall I target to amass this 100,000? Liu pondered. The current state of Tang is far from stable that on one hand, Li Shimin can no longer endure the tension, having murdered his brothers at the Xuanwu Gate to compel his father to abdicate, thus ascending to the throne. On the other hand, the Turkic steppes have amassed considerable strength, and with winter approaching, they are sharpening their blades in preparation for a full-scale invasion of. The Tang dynasty, Liu possesses a profound understanding of this historical period. To facilitate the invasion, Kagin Shelley commanded the cavalry of the Ba Yigu and Tong Luo tribes to besiege Wu City, restraining the main forces of the Tang army led by Cheng Jijia, Su Shiji, Chai Xiao, and Chu Tutong. Simultaneously, Kagin Shelley, alongside his brother Tuli Kagin and the leader of the Tiela, Chibi Helu, mobilized an army of 200,000 southward, their sights set squarely on the city of Chang'an. As they advanced, they captured cities and breached defenses, overpowering the Yuzhou line and various fortresses, ultimately reaching the Wei River. In the end, Li Shimin would employ the Wei River Treaty to compel the Turkic forces to retreat. This is but a brief passage in historical texts, yet behind it lies the devastation of countless cities, the slaughter and humiliation of innumerable souls, and the plunder of vast wealth. This represents a tragedy and a humiliation. Presently, Liu finds himself in Yuzhou. Although he has been relegated to this position, he is still, in name, a prince, and thus bears the obligation to protect Yuzhou. Liu would never allow the Turkic invaders to rampage through Yuzhou unchecked. However, these Turkic individuals are exceedingly cunning, and historical records merely gloss over their invasions, failing to specify the precise direction from which they entered Yuzhou, nor do they elaborate on the dates and times. Consequently, locating them proves to be somewhat troublesome. As he pondered this, a scout burst into the tent, kneeling on one knee and clasping his hands in salute as he reported, "Your Highness, according to the intelligence gathered by our scouts, Khan Xieli and Khan Tuli lead an army of 200,000, advancing from the western part of Yuzhou. Among them, 100,000 vanguards have already made their way toward Yuzhou City. Your Highness, these despicable Turkic marauders truly disgust me that I suspect they are aware of our training in the east, and thus they have deliberately chosen to approach from the west, intending to leverage their nearly all-cavalry force to seize Yuzhou City at remarkable speed." Bai Qi rose, visibly indignant that to capture Yuzhou will not be so simple. Liu replied, turning his gaze toward Bai Qi, and commanded, "Order the entire army to cease training and immediately march toward Yuzhou City." Understood. Bai Qi responded with a salute before promptly departing. Chapter 2. The Siege at Yuzhou City. The formidable Turco army of 100,000 has arrived at the city's gates. While simultaneously allowing their slaves to establish camp, they dispatched the leader of the Tiela tribe, Chipi Helu, to rally his kin for the impending assault on Yuzhou City. The Turks are not merely nomadic. They possess a rich culture and fortified cities, along with skilled artisans. Hence, the siege engines such as catapults and ladders, utilized during the civil strife in the Central Plains, are not in short supply. Once the siege apparatus is assembled, the slaves begin to maneuver them forward. Meanwhile, the Turkic forces commence their advance. A resonant horn echoes across the sky as 50,000 Tiela warriors march toward Yuzhou City. They stomp deliberately upon the ground, chanting the word "kill," causing the earth to tremble beneath their feet, rendering the city walls of Yuzhou seemingly insignificant against this vast army. On the battlements, soldiers stand guard, while chaos reigns within the city walls. A multitude of civilians scurry about, not in flight, but preparing to partake in the defense of their home. However, a siege requires leadership and command, and with the Turks at their doorstep, the citizens have searched in vain for anyone beyond the city's junior officer. Alas, it appears there is no one left. They must have fled. The officer, pale as death, stands atop the high platform of Yuzhou City, calling out to the others. What shall we do? It is over, truly over. How could even Lord Chun of Yuzhou have deserted us? Is he not the one who claimed to stand with us in life and death? Oh heavens, what are we to do now? Panic ensues among the populace. Esteemed citizens, we alone must defend Yuzhou City, the officer proclaims, suppressing his own fear as he asserts. We must unite to resist our foes. Yuzhou City is our home. We cannot allow the Turkic invaders to slaughter our brethren, dishonor our women, and seize our children into bondage. At this declaration, the citizens of Yuzhou are filled with righteous indignation, their fists clenched, ready to defend their city in the absence of generals and officials. We women can brew medicinal concoctions and gather stones. A robust woman cries out, all our men shall ascend the walls to defend. An elderly man, who had once fought in the campaign against Goryeo, declares, I too can take up arms against these marauders. The men raise their voices in fervent agreement. Witnessing the surge of fighting spirit among the populace, the officer bows respectfully to the crowd and exclaims, I am Lu Qingyu, the junior officer of Yuzhou. I dare to lead you now in our desperate bid to defend our home. Even if the court deems my actions as treasonous post-battle, I fear not, as I seek only to stand with you in life and death. Lu, you are righteous. The citizens cheer in unison. Thus, all, both soldiers and civilians, of Yuzhou City commit themselves to the defense. Yet, even with such fervent dedication, they remain vastly outmatched by the might of the Turkic army. The Turkic army relentlessly bombarded the city walls with their catapults, inflicting substantial casualties, while the soldiers clad in leather armor advanced alongside their siege engines. Women, having prepared cauldrons of molten gold, delivered them to the walls, where soldiers would then pour the scalding substance down upon the enemy below. With this onslaught, a group of Turkic soldiers cried out in agony. Yet another cohort emerged to ascend the ladders. Though the defensive position favored the defenders, the sheer number of Turkic soldiers proved overwhelming. Moments later, one Turkic soldier clambered up the wall, bearing the weight of a fallen comrade, only to be swiftly dispatched. Yet, a second and third soldier soon followed, until the battlements were increasingly populated by the enemy. However, the walls were not the primary target of the Turkic forces. Rather, they served as a diversion to capture the attention of the Tang soldiers. A larger contingent of Turkic soldiers advanced with a battering ram towards the city gate, seizing the opportunity while the defenders were embroiled in hand-to-hand combat. Bang! The massive gates of Yuzhou City reverberated with a thunderous sound, sending a cloud of dust cascading down. The women who had been boiling the molten gold immediately recognized the imminent threat of the enemy breaching their defenses. The city gates were crucial. Once breached, the defense of the city would be irrevocably lost. Abandoning their tasks, the women, alongside the elderly who struggled to move, armed themselves with rudimentary weapons such as hoes and machetes, forming a human barricade at the entrance. If the Turkic soldiers were to storm in, they would not be able to directly wreak havoc within the city. The makeshift wall of women and elders would serve as the first line of resistance. Let me be the first to face death. A voice rang out, prompting those at the gate to turn and see Lieutenant Lu Qingyu pushing to the forefront of the human barrier. Bare-chested, with a white cloth tied around his head, he secured his arms and weapons to prevent them from falling. Lu, you are a lieutenant. You should be commanding others, shouted a robust woman. True, I am a lieutenant, but I am also a citizen of Yuzhou. Lu Qingyu replied resolutely. You all watched me grow. Now, in this moment of life and death, treat me as an ordinary man and allow me to face death alongside you. With that, he fixed his gaze upon the city gate. Bang! Bang! The battering ram struck the gate with relentless force, and soon splinters of wood began to fall, accompanied by the ominous crackling of impending destruction. Everyone held their breath, some trembling with fear. After 3 more strikes, the gate was shattered, crashing to the ground, revealing the fierce and frenzied faces of the Turkic soldiers. Yet, no one retreated, for they understood that a step back would mean total surrender of the city. Behind them were children, and thus, they could not afford to yield. Kill them, commanded the Turkic leader, and his soldiers surged into the breach like a pack of wolves, lunging at Lu Qingyu and his comrades. Just as Lu Qingyu and the human wall were about to collide with the Turkic soldiers, a horn sounded from an unknown source, followed by the resounding beat of war drums. The sound of horns and war drums is a tradition exclusive to the Central Plains Army. Just as the gates of the city opened, the Turkic soldiers swiftly retreated, leaving Lu Qingyu and his companions in a state of bewilderment. "Lieutenant Lu, it is the reinforcements." A shout echoed from the city wall, prompting Lu Qingyu to hasten to the battlements for a better view. There, behind the Turkic forces, a multitude of figures emerged on the horizon, densely packed along a single line. Amidst the thunderous sound of war drums, a battalion of over 10,000 fully armed infantry advanced, accompanied by ranged units and cavalry. As they approached within 1,000 meters of the Turkic army, the entire force came to a halt. The infantry at the front struck their shields with their blades, while the soldiers behind them roared in unison, "Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy!" This battle cry reverberated through the mountains and forests, instilling fear in the hearts of the Turkic soldiers, who, despite their formidable number of 100,000, found themselves daunted in the presence of this force of fewer than 50,000. "It is His Highness. It is the garrison of the Eastern Army of Yuzhou." Lu Qingyu discerned the identity of the approaching troops and shouted to relay the news to all present. Chapter 3. 50,000 vanished snowflakes danced in the air as the cold winds howled mercilessly. The Turks gazed at the immovable army standing resolutely against the biting chill, all realizing they were faced with an exceptionally formidable ironclad force. "Khan, what shall we do?" Chibi Helu inquired as he approached the Xiongnu king. At that moment, Khan Sheli had also set his eyes upon the Tang army. He and his brother, Tuli Khan, were seated upon an opulent dais, borne aloft by hundreds of slaves. Elevated above the throng, they surveyed the battlefield with keen insight. "Brother, issue your command. My kin are eager to fight for you," Tuli Khan declared, his hand resting upon his chest. "Kill." Sheli Khan pronounced this single word with an air of calm authority. "Rest assured, Khan, I shall have the heads of those Tang dogs." Chibi Helu bowed deeply, then turned to prepare for battle. The 100,000-strong Turkic army had fully withdrawn from the city of Yuzhou, now assembled to confront the Tang forces. It was not solely the Tujua tribesmen, but also various other clans, all standing at the ready. Though Chibi Helu brimmed with confidence in his ability to command such a vast host, he remained prudent and sought to ascertain the capabilities of the Tang army. Meanwhile, on the Tang side, "Your Highness, what are our next steps?" Bai Qi inquired as he approached for counsel. "Initiate a proactive assault. Let the divine machine camp and crossbowmen advance first," Li Yu commanded with composure. "Understood," Bai Qi replied respectfully before turning to execute the orders. In a brief moment, the divine machine camp and the Han crossbowmen were mobilized, stepping forth from the ranks to take position before the Beiwei army, preparing to unleash a barrage. The crossbowmen readied their strings, while the divine machine camp loaded their weapons, standing amidst the frigid winds and swirling snow. The marksmen of the divine machine camp had already warmed their gunpowder-filled bamboo tubes, which they now poured directly into their weapon chambers before inserting the fuses. Once prepared, the commanders of the divine machine camp and the Han crossbowmen turned their gazes towards Bai Qi. "Fire!" he commanded, and in unison, the ranks of the divine machine camp raised their firearms, shooting alongside the crossbowmen under the direction of their leader. Arrows soared skyward, raining down upon the opposing Turkic forces. As the gunfire erupted, a thick cloud of acrid smoke enveloped the battlefield, leaving the Turks bewildered. Suddenly, they found themselves decimated as if reaped like wheat. "What kind of weapon is this?" Chibi Helu exclaimed in shock, and fearing another barrage from the Tang's ranged units, he promptly ordered the Turkic infantry to advance. The 30,000-strong Turkic infantry marched forward. "Beiwei army, advance," Li Yu commanded. 1,000 Beiwei infantrymen beat their shields, roaring battle cries as they surged ahead. The two forces soon clashed. The Turkic infantry was astonished to discover that their weapons could not pierce the iron armor of the Beiwei troops, and in their moment of confusion, they fell victim to the Beiwei's blades. Armed with superior equipment, the 1,000 Beiwei soldiers easily withstood the onslaught of the 30,000 Turkic infantry. The Turkish infantry, being the elite among the elite, were nurtured by Khan Sheli specifically to confront the infantry of the Tang dynasty. However, their efforts proved futile. On the battlefield, infantry clashes merely serve to maintain and advance lines, lacking a decisive influence, as it is the cavalry that truly plays a pivotal role. Imperial Guard Iron Cavalry. "Charge with me." Li Yu grasped his spear firmly and was the first to gallop forward. Following closely behind were 1,000 Imperial Guard cavalry. Maneuvering around the infantry engaged in combat ahead, surging towards the seemingly endless Turkish army. Huh, are they seeking death? Qi Baihili chuckled, gesturing for his 20,000 cavalry to advance from behind. These 20,000 horsemen were the elite of his Tiela tribe. While they may not compare to the personal guard of the Turkish court, they were nonetheless a formidable force. In Qi Baihili's eyes, there was no enemy his 20,000 cavalry could not overcome. With this confidence, he chose to lead the charge himself, directing his cavalry straight towards Liu. The speed of the cavalry was remarkable, and the distance between the two forces closed rapidly. As they approached, Qi Baihili suddenly sensed something amiss with the opposing cavalry. The 1,000 Imperial Guard cavalry were clad in armor, with only their eyes visible through the armor. And though they were but 1,000 strong, their movements were enough to shake the very earth. Yet, glancing back at his 20,000 cavalry, Qi Baihili pressed forward without hesitation. In the next moment, the two cavalry forces clashed. The Imperial Guard cavalry, akin to a sharp dagger piercing through tofu, sent the advancing Turkish horsemen tumbling, forming a formidable formation akin to tanks, rampaging through the 5,000 cavalry from front to back. This single charge not only shattered the formation of the Turkish cavalry, but also resulted in the deaths of at least several thousand men. Seizing the opportunity presented by the enemy's disarray, Liu urged his fiery steed towards Qi Baihili, tightly gripping his spear. Seeking death, Qi Baihili, infuriated by the sight of his 20,000 cavalry being disrupted, charged forward to confront Liu. Several dozen cavalrymen had also noticed Liu and surged towards him. Unfazed by the 50 horsemen, Liu raised his long spear and rushed forth. As he charged, the spear crackled with lightning, effortlessly piercing through the 50 cavalrymen, who were unable to impede his advance. Exhilarating, Liu was immensely pleased with his spear. This weapon, a reward from the system, was called the Thunder Dragon Tooth. Reputedly crafted from the tooth of a dragon that commands thunder, and its sharpness was unparalleled, nothing could withstand the thrust of the Thunder Dragon Tooth. After dispatching the 50 cavalrymen, Liu found himself face to face with Qi Baihili, thrusting forward with tremendous force. Realizing the impending danger, Qi Baihili attempted to block with his curved saber. In the next instant, the Thunder Dragon Tooth pierced through both the saber and the man. The enemy commander has been slain. Liu lifted Qi Baihili's lifeless body above his head like a banner. For the vengeance of our leader. The remaining Turkic cavalry, witnessing this scene, were filled with rage and recklessly besieged Liu. Liu cast aside the lifeless body of Qi Baihili, wielding his spear with deft agility, carving a bloody path through the ranks of the Turkic horsemen. After breaking free from the encirclement, he repeatedly charged back and forth. The Imperial Guard, comprising 1,001 valiant men, matched this fervor, managing to hold their ground against the 20,000 Turkic cavalry. After a fierce clash, only a mere 3,000 of the enemy remained. Unable to withstand the onslaught, they hastily retreated. Liu chose not to pursue, instead leading the Imperial Guard back to the formation. At this juncture, the Divine Machine Camp and the Han crossbowmen advanced, mercilessly dispatching the fleeing cavalry. Meanwhile, the Baiwai army had also secured victory. However, to maintain their formation, they refrained from pursuing the enemy, preparing instead for the next wave of assault. 50,000. Just like that, they were gone. Khan Xieli rose from the high platform, incredulously gazing upon the aftermath. The once formidable force that could annihilate several tribes and lay waste to numerous cities had perished so easily, their potential utterly squandered. Chapter 4. Above the Wheels. The snow fell heavier, blanketing the ground in a vast expanse of white, where numerous corpses lay strewn about, entirely those of Turkic cavalry and infantry. Their blood mingled with the snow, forming a small stream that flowed toward the Turkic forces. This scene resembled a hellish tableau. Lu Qingyu, stationed atop the city wall, exhaled in relief. Initially, he had feared that Liu would muster fewer than 50,000 troops, and that they might fall to the Turkic forces instead. Yet, this contingent of fewer than 50,000 had already decimated the Turkic 50,000, showcasing a terrifying combat prowess. We have survived. Truly, it is the heavens that have favored us. His Highness, instead of harboring resentment, has come to our aid. What a grand act of grace and benevolence. Upon hearing this, those around him nodded in agreement. When Liu was 6 years old, he had been driven out of Yuzhou and sent to the eastern military camp. Now, as he returned to rescue Yuzhou, many felt a sense of guilt. The decision to deny His Highness entry into Yuzhou was made by officials and noble families. What relation did that have to you? The citizens of Yuzhou have consistently transported provisions to the eastern military camp. Has there been a single day in the past decade when this has ceased? Lu Qingyu proclaimed loudly. His reasoning resonated with the crowd, who erupted in approval. It was precisely due to the citizens' unwavering support that Li Yu had come to their rescue. While discussions continued atop the city wall, the battle raged on. "Brother, allow me to lead the troops personally," declared Tuli Khan, rising to volunteer. The two Turkic Khans, one a strategist, the other a warrior, worked in remarkable harmony. "Very well, go forth." Sheli Khan nodded in acquiescence. Tuli Khan then led the remaining Turkic forces into battle. The Turkic army, numbering over 100,000, included women and children who could ride and shoot, rendering them all soldiers in their own right. With 50,000 already vanquished, Tuli Khan did not commit the remaining 50,000, but instead took the most elite 3,000 warriors, excluding women and children. These 3,000 were all armored cavalry, belonging to the personal guard of tribal leaders, far superior to the ordinary cavalry before. "Charge!" Tuli Khan bellowed, positioning himself at the forefront as he surged toward the U.S. Army. However, as they approached, the 3,000 split into three factions. One charged directly at the Beiwai army, while the other two divided to assault the Divine Mechanism Battalion and the Han crossbowmen from flanking positions. "Trivial skills," Bai Qi scoffed, stepping forward to address Li Yu. "Your Highness, allow this humble soldier to take the field." "Very well, you shall lead the Golden Fire Cavalry to strike from the right flank," Li Yu commanded. Subsequently, the two moved in unison, each leading their cavalry from the left and right flanks. The Imperial Guard charged towards the oncoming wave of Turkic cavalry on the left flank. However, midway through, Li Yu broke away from the ranks, propelling himself towards Tuli Khan. "The enemy commander approaches. Eliminate him with all your might." Tuli Khan's attention was immediately captured, redirecting his cavalry's assault from the Beiwai army to Li Yu. Against the backdrop of the vast, snowy expanse, Li Yu, astride his fiery red steed, stood out remarkably, a solitary figure charging towards the 30,000 Turkic cavalry ahead. Though he was but one man, a formidable aura surrounded him, embodying the spirit of defiance against overwhelming odds. What is His Highness intending to do? Even if he is formidable, such recklessness is unwise. The observers atop the walls of Yuzhou felt their hearts clench. As a prince, Li Yu was gallantly charging forth alone against the enemy. Should misfortune befall him, or should he be captured, all would be lost. Li Yu soon collided with Tuli Khan's cavalry. With a fierce neigh, the fiery steed surged forward, its powerful muscles propelling it to knock several Turkic riders and their mounts aside. Li Yu wielded his spear with dexterity, thrusting and spinning it, carving a bloody path through the ranks of Turkic horsemen. Tuli Khan, having positioned himself at the forefront, was unable to prevent Li Yu's approach, leading to an inevitable confrontation. Li Yu executed a signature thrust with his spear, but Tuli Khan had anticipated this move and deftly evaded. As the spear grazed Tuli Khan's shoulder, a jolt of electricity coursed through him, momentarily paralyzing his body. In an instant, Li Yu transitioned from thrusting to sweeping, the sharp point of his spear encircling Tuli Khan's neck. With a startled gasp, Tuli Khan galloped a few paces, only to find his head severed from his body. "Annihilate the enemy," Li Yu bellowed, lifting Tuli Khan's head upon his spear's tip. "Kill." The entire army surged forth, the divine archers and crossbowmen unleashing a relentless barrage upon the foes. The Beiwai forces brandished their long blades, engaging in fierce melee with the cavalry. Tuli Khan's death shattered the morale of the Turkic forces. Many fled in terror, while those who remained were slaughtered. The tide of battle turned decisively. Khan Sheli cast a glance at his brother's lifeless form, his teeth clenched in hatred, yet he had no choice but to retreat. Ultimately, the battle concluded with the surrender of the Turkic cavalry, alongside 4,000 women and children from the Tiela tribe. The remaining 60,000 met their demise before the walls of Yuzhou. In addition to the captives, a significant number of slaves were discovered within the Turkic encampment, totaling 50,000, unaccounted for in the earlier estimate of 100,000. They were originally captives from the Central Plains, abducted by the Turks. "Let us settle them in Yuzhou," Li Yu commanded. "Yes," Bai Qi replied, then inquired, "Your Highness, what shall be done with the Turkic captives?" "First, Let these captives cleanse the battlefield and gather the severed heads of the Turkic soldiers. Once they are weary and fatigued, execute those who stand taller than the wheel. Forging the capital monument to subdue the barbarian tribes, commanded Liu coldly. Understood, replied Bai Qi, bowing in acknowledgement before turning to fulfill the orders. The heads of the 60,000 fallen Turkic soldiers were all severed by the captives and piled together, forming a grim monument. Just as the captives, believing their fates could not worsen beyond servitude, were engrossed in their labor, several carts were brought forth, accompanied by the infantry of the Beiwai army encircling them. What is the meaning of this? Are you going to kill us? The captives immediately grew anxious. Nonsense, Bai Qi interjected, stepping forward. Grabbing a man's hair, he dragged him to the wheel. Upon assessing his height, he swiftly drew his blade. Place his head upon the monument, Bai Qi ordered the next in line. Terror-stricken, the man complied, but after placing the previous victim's head atop the monument, he too was seized by Bai Qi and executed. Subsequently, dozens of infantry from the Beiwai army emerged, following Bai Qi's method to dispatch the captives. Although the captives yearned for survival, the realization of the overwhelming disparity as they surveyed the surrounding Beiwai soldiers led them to simply sit upon the ground, awaiting their grim fate. Chapter 5. The wrath of Khagan Xieli. As the reckoning against the Turks unfolded, the entire populace of Yuzhou emerged from the city. The guard captain, Lu Qingyu, approached His Highness, expressing his contrition for failing to send reinforcements during the fierce battle against the Turks, a transgression deserving of death. Kneeling in the snow, he bowed his head to Liu, lamenting that he had refrained from dispatching aid due to the overwhelming casualties in siege warfare, fearing further loss of life. Thank you for your life-saving grace, Your Highness. We, the people of Yuzhou, find ourselves unable to repay you, and can only wish to serve you in our next lives as loyal subjects. The military and civilians of Yuzhou all knelt upon the frigid ground, pressing their foreheads into the icy snow. The cold was indeed agonizing, yet it paled in comparison to the despair they had faced against the Turks. Rise, Liu commanded gently. You bear no blame. It is fortunate you did not send your men to fight, had the Turks turned upon you. I could not have come to your aid. As he spoke, he gestured for Lu Qingyu to stand. Thank you, Your Highness, Lu Qingyu replied, rising and bowing in gratitude. All of you, please stand as well. It was not you who sought to exclude me. You have tirelessly delivered supplies to the barracks, and even provided warm clothing in winter. I remember your kindness, and it is only right that I come to your rescue. Liu proclaimed to the citizens and soldiers. Thank you, Your Highness. Among the crowd, some wept uncontrollably, but their tears bore the joy of survival. Nothing is more joyous than the relief after a calamity. Simultaneously, the gratitude for Liu's rescue of Yuzhou was etched in the hearts of the people, contrasting sharply with the fleeing aristocrats and officials, establishing him as a true leader in the eyes of the city's inhabitants. Subsequently, all gazes turned towards the Turks. Just moments prior, they had been an arrogant force, relentlessly assaulting Yuzhou, yet now they knelt in submission, begging for mercy, only to be dragged to their demise like dogs. Those who were too short to reach the wheel were bound together with iron chains. The once mighty Iron Lu tribe of the Turkic royal court had fallen to such a fate, invoking both satisfaction and a tinge of sorrow. Your Highness, it is reported that 200,000 Turkic troops have entered the territory of Yuzhou. Now, with 100,000 lost, we still face another 100,000. Will this not provoke the Turks? Lu Qingyu inquired. My intention is precisely to incite their wrath, otherwise, this band of Turks would retreat to the plains without engaging me in battle, Liu replied with a smile. Taken aback, Lu Qingyu fell silent. After all captives were meticulously sorted by the wheel's standards, the vanguard of the Turks was effectively annihilated. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. This system has evolved. Henceforth, starting from this week, the host will receive a reward each week. Congratulations, host, on receiving the first week's reward, the top strategist Zhuge Liang. A timely boon indeed, Liu remarked with satisfaction as he nodded approvingly. For the past decade guarding Yuzhou, he has assembled a formidable iron army from various legions. In the face of absolute strength, any stratagem becomes a mere paper tiger. Thus, he finds no necessity for military advisors in the art of warfare. Consequently, the significance of Zhuge Liang as a reward becomes profoundly apparent. Zhuge Liang is a polymath, a master of both warfare and governance. His ability to develop the mountainous terrain of Shu and muster vast armies and resources for numerous campaigns speaks volumes of his capabilities. With Yuzhou recently ravaged by the Turks, the region is in dire need of revitalization, and it is precisely this kind of governance talent that Li Yu seeks. I am Zhuge Liang, paying my respects to your highness. Clad in white robes, with a feather fan and silk cap, Zhuge Liang approached Li Yu and bowed deeply. Henceforth, you shall be the governor of Yuzhou, responsible for overseeing the welfare of the people and the allocation of resources, Li Yu commanded. Rest assured, your highness, I shall transform Yuzhou into a premier military stronghold, Zhuge Liang pledged. Upon hearing this, Li Yu nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, all soldiers settled into Yuzhou city, preparing to rest for the night before embarking on the mission to expel the remaining 100,000 Turks the following day. In the dead of night, a cavalry unit arrived near Yuzhou city, gazing upon the scene below. With a collective gasp, the riders were struck with horror. Beneath the city lay a mound of severed heads, forming a grotesque monument, while alongside it lay a heap of corpses. The chilling sight, reminiscent of small hills, was dusted with a fine layer of snow, yet it remained evident that the heads were unbound, signifying they belonged to the people of the steppes. By the heavens! The cavalry leader felt a wave of dizziness and fell from his horse. Leader, we must return swiftly to report to the Khan. The others hurriedly assisted him, making their escape before the garrison of Yuzhou became aware of their presence. Our kin have been piled into a monument of heads, all slaughtered, Khan Xieli uttered in disbelief as he sat in his tent. The returning cavalry had relayed the grim tidings, yet he struggled to comprehend the enormity of the tragedy. A full 100,000 people, including the women and children of the Tiela tribe, and the Tang army had shown no interest in leveraging these captives for negotiations. They had simply executed them. Such an act was utterly devoid of martial virtue. Trust me, Khan, all that I speak of is what I witnessed. It was akin to hell. The cavalry leader cried, tears streaming down his face. What of my brother, Khan Tili? Did you find his body? Khan Xieli inquired. We could not locate his remains. At that moment, Khan Tuli was beheaded by the enemy commander, and his body was likely trampled in the chaos of battle. The cavalry leader sorrowfully replied. Unable to find. Khan Xieli's features were contorted with grief as he spoke in a choked voice. Tuli and I grew up together. Though not by blood, we are as close as brothers. We were both taken hostage by the Tatar clan, surviving together in a wretched den. We endured countless hardships. So how could he have perished so suddenly? May the Khagan find solace. The cavalry commander offered a word of comfort. In the next moment, Khan Xieli unsheathed his blade and plunged it into the commander's throat. Gazing at the commander's incredulous expression, he coldly declared, It is not your brother who has died, so you may grieve, but Tuli was my dearest companion, and I shall avenge him. With a swift motion, he withdrew the knife, casting a frigid glance at the lifeless body on the ground. He commanded, Darda, summon the nearby tribes to bolster our forces. I have no desire to travel to Chang'an. I intend to lay waste to Yuzhou and convert the Tang people into sustenance for us all. Yes, a general step forward. Expressing confidence at the prospect of engaging the enemy who had decimated the vanguard during daylight. Khagan, with our 10,000 royal guards, alongside reinforcements from neighboring tribes, we can effortlessly conquer Yuzhou. That would be most desirable. Khan Xieli nodded in agreement. Chapter 6. Ambush in the snow the following day. Li Yu awoke to an alarming revelation. Khan Xieli could no longer endure the fury of his brother's death and had rallied a formidable coalition of tribes from the outskirts of Yuzhou, amassing an army of a staggering 150,000 warriors, marching relentlessly towards the city. Upon receiving this news, Li Yu promptly summoned Bai Qi, Zhuge Liang, and Lu Qingyu to his chamber to deliberate on the matter. The mobilization capacity of the Turkic forces is indeed formidable, noted Bai Qi, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The nearby tribes of Yuzhou are relatively small, yet in the span of a single night, they managed to gather over 50,000 men. Khan Xieli has truly exerted tremendous effort. This is to be expected, Zhuge Liang interjected. The Turks have long harbored ambitions towards the Central Plains, having accumulated wealth and resources over centuries in pursuit of more prosperous territories. Thus, we must not underestimate them. The crux of the matter now lies in how to dismantle this vast army of 150,000. Li Yu redirected the conversation toward strategy. his gaze fixed intently on the map. Do you intend to disperse their forces or annihilate them entirely? Zhuge Liang inquired. Without hesitation, Li Yu replied, annihilation is the goal. This marks the first year of war between the Tang and the Turks. We are in the midst of total warfare, and it is imperative that we decisively obliterate the living forces of the Turks. I propose we set an ambush here, Zhuge Liang suggested, pointing to a mountainous region on the map. Yuzhou is characterized by its flat terrain, with a vast plain intersected by a narrow mountain range known as Zaihukou, which presents an ideal opportunity for an ambush. However, Zaihukou lies directly north of Yuzhou. How can we lure the Khan's forces there? Bai Qi queried. It is simple. Zhuge Liang replied with a knowing smile. The Khan, having lost 100,000 men from his vanguard, remains undeterred and has rallied even more troops in his rage. Indicating his current state of fury, we can provoke him further. Excellent. The strategy is set. Let us proceed, Li Yu declared with a firm slap on the table, issuing orders without delay. He was a man of decisive action, and that very morning, after the army had completed their meal, they departed Yuzhou, making their way towards Zaihukou. As the army progressed halfway, Bai Qi received the order to provoke the enemy and led the Golden Fire cavalry into action. Accompanying him were the Turkic soldiers spared from execution due to their short stature and the recently discovered corpse of Khan Tuli, pivotal elements in the success of their provocation strategy. Afternoon arrived, and the advancing Turkic army encountered Bai Qi. Khan Xieli, instead of observing from an elevated platform as before, rode forth on horseback, clad in armor, and immediately positioned himself at the front of his ranks upon sighting the enemy. He observed that the Tang forces had not launched an attack. Rather, they had dismounted and were leading a large group of chained captives from the rear. Those captives were all Turks. Kill them, Bai Qi commanded coldly. Subsequently, all members of the Golden Fire cavalry positioned their blades against the necks of the captives, and with a unified force, they executed the prisoners in cold blood. Infuriating. Damn those Tang people. If you have the courage, confront us directly. I shall bring about your demise. The Turkic army erupted into a chorus of furious roars. As the leader of the Turkic forces, Khagan Qieli gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress his anger. Yet, he could not contain himself any longer. Within the gaze of the Turkic warriors, Bai Qi hoisted a corpse, displaying it for all to see. To their horror, it was the body of Khagan Tuli. Bai Qi cast the corpse to the ground, trampling over it alongside the Golden Fire cavalry, all the while laughing heartily. I shall illuminate the heavens with their flames. Khagan Qieli roared, his chest heaving with rage. Following his command, the Turkic army immediately sprang into action, charging forth on horseback towards Bai Qi and his men. Realizing the provocation had taken effect, Bai Qi no longer lingered and promptly led his cavalry away. Thus, the two sides engaged in a relentless chase, gradually arriving at the narrow pass of Zaihu. Bai Qi guided his soldiers into the pass, racing along the mountain path. My Khan, we cannot pursue any further. The terrain ahead is conducive to ambush. Darda immediately cautioned Khagan Qieli. Not a fool, Khagan Qieli prudently ordered the entire army to halt, meticulously examining the terrain surrounding Zaihu, inquiring, in the frigid land of Yuzhou, with heavy snow falling, there is not a soul to be seen on either side of the mountains. Could they be lying in wait amidst the snow? Darda was at a loss for words. The current temperature was at least several degrees below zero, while it was feasible to engage in battle under such conditions. Hiding in the snow was utterly impossible. Even if there were indeed ambushers, they would surely succumb to the cold. I shall lead the way inside, Darda declared, advancing with his troops. Although Khagan Qieli doubted the presence of enemies along the mountain path, he, being cautious, chose to remain with his personal guards at the rear of the army, slowly entering the mountain path of Zaihu. At this moment, the snow continued to fall, swiftly covering the footprints left by Bai Qi. Amidst the howling cold wind, Darda led his men forward, exhaling warmth into his hands while keeping a watchful eye on the mountains flanking them. In this sheltered mountain path, the wind was relatively mild, but the mountains above faced the biting cold directly. A person standing there too long would undoubtedly be frozen stiff. If anyone were to hide in the snow, they would be unable to endure for even 10 minutes before succumbing to the elements. Thus, Darda deemed it improbable that any ambush lay in wait, unless the Tang army were composed entirely of iron men. The mountain path of Zaihu was narrow and winding, with the entirety of the 100,000 troops entering yet failing to fill the passage. as the foremost member of the troop. Darda was nearing the exit of the mountain path when, around a bend, he spotted an individual. This person, mounted on a magnificent red steed and wielding a long spear, stood defiantly alone. It was none other than Li Yu. The fiery steed snorted, its sharp gaze sweeping over the enemy, causing the Turkic warhorses to retreat in the face of the imminent danger it exuded. Li Yu gently stroked the mane of the fiery steed, calming its restless battle spirit, and then raised his head, coldly declaring, "Kneel and surrender. Allow yourselves a dignified death." Surrender? Have you lost your mind? Darda surveyed the surroundings, noting that Li Yu stood alone, yet still dared to utter such audacious words, devoid of any persuasive power. "Rise," Li Yu commanded, pointing his spear toward the heavens. Immediately, from the vast expanse of white snow flanking the mountain path, numerous figures began to emerge. The soldiers of the Beiwei army, the divine mechanism camp, and the Han crossbowmen were covered in snow, yet they seemed impervious to the cold, resembling vengeful spirits amid the snow, ferociously glaring down at the Turkic forces below. "No, this cannot be. How could you hide in the frigid snow and not succumb to the cold?" Darda panicked. As a Turkic man, he was intimately familiar with the harsh, barren steppes. The winds and sands of the northwest could not claim lives, but the snow on the steppes could easily freeze a multitude of men and beasts. Yet here, the Tang army lay concealed in the snow, poised for ambush. It had been over half an hour since he arrived at the tiger's den, and these soldiers hidden in the snow were still capable of launching a surprise attack? "What others cannot achieve, my army can accomplish," Li Yu replied with a smile. Over the past decade, the system had bestowed upon him a variety of legions, each distinct, yet united by the common trait that their soldiers, having undergone enhancement, possessed qualities far exceeding those of ordinary men, rendering them impervious to the freezing conditions of the snowy terrain. Chapter 7. 100,000 lay down their arms and surrender. The biting wind sliced through the air, leaving the hearts of every Turkic soldier chilled to the bone. The mood of Khagan Sheli and his foremost general, Dada, was as frigid as the atmosphere. "I am the Khagan's general, we are the royal guards. How could we possibly surrender?" Dada cast a glance back at Khagan Sheli, prepared to pledge his loyalty unto death. "Very well. Brace yourself to perish in a most disgraceful manner," Li Yu remarked coolly. No sooner had his words faded than the elite cavalry of the Imperial Guard thundered down the mountain path, standing resolutely behind Li Yu. Khagan Sheli contemplated an escape from the rear, but was obstructed by Bai Qi, who commanded the Golden Fire Cavalry. The Turkic army now found itself ensnared. Much like fish in a barrel, easily captured at will. "Fire upon the enemy below," commanded Li Yu. On either side of the mountain path, the Divine Machine Battalion and the Han crossbowmen took their positions, commencing their assault at the behest of their respective commanders. The Divine Machine Battalion prepared their firearms, loading gunpowder, projectiles, and fuses, then igniting the fuses with a slow-burning match. A cacophony of explosions erupted as a torrent of bullets propelled forth, decimating the Turkic forces below. Dada, of course, could not remain passive. He sought to command his soldiers to carve a bloody path through the enemy, only to discover that his troop steeds had grown unruly and unresponsive. Another series of deafening blasts rang out. As the Turkic soldiers fell in droves, the gunfire startled the horses. Dada, an exceptionally skilled equestrian, managed to regain control of his mount, yet others lacked such prowess. The horses whinnied in distress, throwing their riders to the ground as they bolted through the ranks, causing chaos among the Turkic forces. The Divine Machine Battalion, renowned for their firearms and instrumental in the fight against the Mongols, inadvertently instilled fear in the cavalry, an unexpected advantage. In contrast, during the earlier battle beneath Yuzhou, the cavalry had remained undisturbed due to the distance. Not to be outdone, the Han crossbowmen unleashed a barrage of bolts upon the Turkic soldiers, raining down projectiles from above and leaving them with nowhere to hide, further exacerbating their disarray. "Cease fire." Observing that the moment was ripe, Li Yu raised his hand, halting the long-range assault, and urged his horse forward, charging at the enemy ahead. 1,000 elite cavalrymen of the Imperial Guard formed a disciplined line, initially walking at a measured pace, then transitioning into a slow gallop, before finally erupting into a full-speed charge. As these armored cavalrymen thundered forth, the clattering of their iron plates resonated, shaking the very ground beneath them. Witnessing such a formidable cavalry charge, Dada felt a paralyzing fear seep into his bones. Enveloped by despair, here was the first general of the illustrious Turkic court, who had undoubtedly slaughtered countless tribes and vanquished numerous Tang soldiers, now rendered motionless, awaiting death in grim silence upon his steed. In the next moment, Dada collided head-on with Li Yu. The fiery steed, muscles taut, surged forward with tremendous force, directly shattering Dada's warhorse, leaving it in a mangled heap upon the ground. Dada himself was engulfed by the ironclad guards, and after a relentless stampede of hooves, it became impossible to distinguish any remnants of his form amidst the snow. The charge continued unabated. Li Yu wielded his long spear, carving a bloody path ahead, while those enemies fortunate enough to escape his lethal strike would later be trampled under the onslaught of the elite cavalry. This 1,001 men advanced like a bulldozer, leaving no living soul intact in their wake along the mountain path. The cavalry was upon them. Do not wait for death, move. There is a cart. The Turkic soldiers, seizing the moment, hastily positioned several supply carts across the road, attempting to obstruct Li Yu and the cavalry's charge sequentially. A mere parlor trick, Li Yu declared, thrusting his thunder dragon spear before him, which instantly crackled with electric energy, transforming the spear tip into a hue reminiscent of lightning. When the spear met the cart, it split as effortlessly as tofu, failing to impede the charge as the despairing Turkic soldiers were mercilessly crushed beneath the advancing force. Ultimately, it was Li Yu who commanded the elite cavalry to halt. Soon, infantry from the Beiwai army descended from the flanking peaks, engaging in the slaughter of the Turkic soldiers. At the rear, Bai Qi began to lead the Golden Fire cavalry into battle. Although not armored cavalry, they were formidable fighters, capable of inflicting devastating losses upon the Turkic ranks. In a certain sense, the Turkic soldiers had already lost. The only question remained was when they would be entirely annihilated. Khan, this way. A commander approached Sheli Khan, guiding him through the chaos. Together, they advanced amidst the tumultuous ranks, arriving at a rugged cliff face adorned with various protrusions. What do you mean? Sheli Khan inquired, puzzled. You can escape from here, the commander replied, producing a rope fashioned from a whip and bowstring. Without further ado, Sheli Khan grasped the rope and threw it toward a tree on the cliff, ensnaring its trunk. Meanwhile, the Beiwai soldiers had engaged in battle on the mountain path, and the Han crossbowmen had gathered to unleash their volleys, leaving the heights unguarded. After casting a final glance at his loyal guards, Sheli Khan swiftly began to ascend the cliff using the rope. Once the Khan was dispatched, the commanders wore calm expressions, choosing not to draw attention from the Tang army by refraining from climbing after him. Instead, they formed a group and approached the Tang forces, discarding their weapons and shouting, "Do not kill us, we surrender." Witnessing their leader's capitulation, the soldiers hesitated, discarding their arms in fear. Even as the Tang forces continued their slaughter, the Turkic soldiers refrained from retaliating. "Your Highness, what shall we do?" Bai Qi rushed to Li Yu, inquiring earnestly. "Accept their surrender and account for the numbers," commanded Li Yu. "Understood," Bai Qi promptly replied, and proceeded to carry out the task. Ultimately, after a thorough enumeration, it was revealed that the Turkic army, originally comprising 150,000, had suffered a loss of 50,000 in battle, leaving them with a mere 100,000. This outcome was not unexpected for Li Yu. After all, even if one were to slaughter a herd of 150,000 pigs, it would take considerable time. How much more so with human beings? However, this did not imply that Li Yu would show mercy to the captives. "Bai Qi, do what you do best," Li Yu instructed. "Very well," Bai Qi responded, a smile briefly gracing his face. Yet, as he turned to face the Turkic prisoners, his expression swiftly transformed into one of icy resolve. "All of you get to digging pits. Any defiance will be met with merciless execution." Under the watchful eyes of the infantry of the Beiwai army, the Turkic captives immediately began to excavate the frozen ground outside the tiger's den. It was the heart of winter, the snow-covered earth hard as rock, and without shovels or tools. The Turkic captives were left to scrape at the hardened soil with their fingernails. Nevertheless, they were undeterred, with their numbers standing at 100,000. They believed the Tang army would hesitate to execute them, thus deeming it acceptable to assist the Tang forces. Chapter 8. On the strategy for the Turkic wars. After several hours of relentless digging, the Turkic soldiers had managed to excavate a vast pit, large enough to contain them all. "Esteemed elders, we have toiled. Might you grant us a morsel of sustenance?" One of the Turkic leaders implored, kneeling before them. With a disdainful smile, Liu raised his hand. Instantly, the infantry of the Beihai army advanced, encircling the Turkic captives. Down! Get down! Following this encirclement, the Beihai soldiers began to drive the captives towards the pit. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, the captives understood that their situation was dire. Yet what could they do? The Beihai soldiers were clad in armor, with only their eyes visible, rendering them impervious to the Turkic warriors' weapons, especially now that their arms had been discarded. Thus, the Turkic captives were reluctantly herded into the pit. "Your Highness, shall we commence?" Bai Qi inquired as he rode up to Liu. "Begin," Liu nodded. Bai Qi promptly commanded the soldiers to bury the captives. The earth that had just been dug up was now pushed back down upon them. "What are you doing?" "Kinfolk, they intend to kill us. We cannot resign ourselves to this fate. For our lives, charge." The Turkic captives, now frantic, began to resist. However, they were unarmed, starved, and utterly exhausted from their ordeal. The Beihai infantry easily pushed them into the pit and continued to cover them with earth. As time slipped away, afternoon turned to evening. The Imperial Guard and the Golden Fire Cavalry trampled over the freshly turned soil until it bore no resemblance to the surrounding landscape. "Let us return to Yuzhou City," Liu commanded, and the entire army turned back. Later that night, within the grandest residence of Yuzhou City, once the abode of a prominent Qin family, now seized by Liu, it was late, and despite a day of battle that left him unwearied, Liu reclined on the bed, succumbing to sleep. "Knock. Your Highness. Have you rested?" Came Zhuge Liang's voice from outside the door. "No, please enter, sir." Liu donned his clothing and opened the door, inviting Zhuge Liang to sit at the table. "Your Highness, my evening visit bears no urgent matters. Rather, I seek to inquire about certain issues," Zhuge Liang stated respectfully. "Please, ask away," Liu responded with a nod. Currently, the Turkic royal court is burgeoning with power, having amassed strength for over a century. The realm teeters on the brink of peril. Your Highness possesses a formidable army and far-reaching ambitions. You ought to be the monumental figure to turn the tide and stabilize the nation. Zhuge Liang commenced with a compliment. However, Liu was no fool. He understood that Zhuge Liang's words were not mere flattery, but conveyed a crucial message. The realm was on the brink of peril, and possessing a formidable army could enable him to inherit the imperial throne. The notion of turning the tide to stabilize the state encapsulated this very sentiment. "What, in your esteemed opinion, should I do?" Liu inquired. "Remain in Yuzhou," Zhuge Liang replied calmly, uttering those 4 words. Upon hearing this, Liu's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had initially assumed that Zhuge Liang intended for him to hastily return to Chang'an with his troops, emulating the actions of Emperor Li's brother, who had once resorted to fratricide to ascend to the throne. "I too wish to remain in Yuzhou. Although my army is immensely powerful, its numbers are insufficient, and I would find myself stretched too thin. Moreover, the numerous aristocratic families in Chang'an would inevitably seek to manipulate me, making it wiser to stay in Yuzhou," Liu remarked. "Your Highness displays remarkable wisdom." Zhuge Liang breathed a sigh of relief, having anticipated the need to persuade Liu. It appeared that this young man possessed greater composure than himself. After all, having guarded Yuzhou for a decade, having arrived at the tender age of 6, he would not have survived had he lacked steadiness and intelligence. Furthermore, the Turkic tribes were not a monolithic entity. In 582, they had splintered into Eastern and Western Turkic factions. Additionally, the Mo, Goguryeo, and Khitan peoples had also amassed strength, sharing borders with the Turks and embroiled in numerous conflicts. Zhuge Liang slowly articulated the current state of affairs. Liu was taken aback. How could Zhuge Liang, freshly extracted from the system, possess such extensive knowledge? "What do you imply, esteemed sir?" he asked. "In my humble view, your Highness could unite with Goguryeo, Mo, Khitan, and even Western Turkic forces under the banner of the imperial princes, and together launch an assault on Eastern Turkic. In doing so, Khagan Sheli would be compelled to fight on 2 fronts, rendering him unable to disturb Yuzhou." Zhuge Liang proposed his strategy. The plan sounded plausible. Yet Liu's expression suddenly turned frigid upon hearing it. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Are you suggesting that I collaborate with the barbarian tribes?" "That is not the only approach. An alternative would be for your Highness to rely on your overwhelming military might to sweep through the Turks and their neighboring tribes. However, this path is fraught with hardship, and I wonder if your Highness can endure it," Zhuge Liang presented a second option. I have resided in Yuzhou for a decade. I am more than capable of enduring, Liu declared resolutely, opting for the latter path. In his view, his system had recently evolved, shifting from annual rewards to weekly ones. With such a system, would he truly need to compromise with the barbarian tribes and seek their assistance? That would be a disgrace to any traveler from another realm. Since your highness has chosen the second path, we must devise a war strategy specifically targeting the Turks. Operating in alignment with this overarching principle, Zhuge Liang suggested. The strategy was straightforward, encapsulated in 8 characters. Fortify the walls and clear the fields. Plow the courtyard and sweep the den. Liu stated without hesitation. He had long devised a strategy for dealing with the Turks. The Turks, being a nomadic people of the steppes, relied on the central plains for imports of various commodities such as tea, grains, minerals, and ironware. When they could not procure these goods, they resorted to plunder. Thus, it was imperative to prevent them from seizing any resources. Furthermore, the strategy of plowing the fields and sweeping the burrows was essential. Unlike the centralized power of the Central Plains, the nomadic tribes formed a confederation by annihilating individual tribes. A significant blow could be dealt to the Turks. It was crucial to comprehensively eradicate these tribes, akin to tilling the land. Zhuge Liang, astute and perceptive, grasped the meaning of these 8 characters without further explanation and excitedly struck the table. From tomorrow onward, take the craftsmen to expand Yuzhou City and construct fortifications in front of the vast fields. We must ensure that the Turks seize nothing. With you stationed at the rear, I can confidently proceed with the task of plowing the fields and sweeping the burrows, commanded Liu. Rest assured, Your Highness, Zhuge Liang replied with a respectful bow. However, given that Yuzhou had recently suffered a raid, the supply of provisions was strained, and it would be prudent to see if assistance could be garnered from Chang'an. With this thought, Liu gazed into the distance, murmuring, at this juncture, the news of our victory over the Turkish forces should have reached back by now. Shuntiet? Chapter 9, Good News. In the Grand Hall of Chang'an, Emperor Li Shimin sat solemnly upon his throne, his gaze sweeping across the assembly of ministers. The atmosphere was grave, and no one dared to speak. All were rendered mute by the weight of the moment. I ask you, how shall we contend with the 200,000 troops of the Turks? You are to devise a strategy and lead the forces. Can you drive them back? Li Shimin's voice thundered through the hall. As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the room, with officials exchanging uncertain glances, each seemingly at an impasse. Only a figure of significant stature could provide an answer to such a dilemma. Your Majesty, we face the formidable Turkish army of 200,000. Currently, the cavalry of the Poigu and Tongluo tribes besiege Wuqing, restraining General Cheng and his forces. Should we choose to confront them directly, it could lead to disastrous consequences, Longsun Wuji, the most senior minister, boldly asserted. 200,000 troops. Li Shimin pressed his forehead, visibly troubled. Such a force could easily breach the defenses of Yuzhou, penetrate Wugong City, and threaten Chang'an itself. At that juncture, we would either have to relocate the capital or sue for peace. The notion of vanquishing the Turks seemed a mere fantasy. To seek peace would require a humble approach, accompanied by gifts and tributes, a course of action Li Shimin was reluctant to consider unless absolutely necessary. The tension in the air reached a breaking point. Suddenly, an elderly eunuch burst into the hall, clutching a piece of paper, exclaiming in a flurry, Your Majesty, a letter from the front. What is the meaning of this commotion? Do you not see I am in the midst of important discussions? Li Shimin rebuked sharply, his irritation palpable. The eunuch, trembling with fear, quickly bowed and presented the letter with both hands. Li Shimin glanced at it, and at that moment, the hearts of all present hung in suspense. With the Turkish army advancing southward, the contents of the letter were likely to bear grim tidings, perhaps news of a massacre in Yuzhou or the fall of Wugong City. Yet, amidst the anxious gazes of the ministers, Li Shimin's expression abruptly shifted from shock to elation. Ha! He laughed heartily, folding the letter neatly and tucking it into his sleeve. When the Turkish army besieged Yuzhou, Yu led the troops to break the encirclement, annihilating 100,000 of their forces. Furthermore, they executed a cunning ambush at the Tiger's Mouth, eliminating the personal guards of the Turkish royal court and additional tribal reinforcements totaling another 150,000. As his proclamation reverberated through the hall, an astonished silence fell over the assembly. The ministers stood in stunned disbelief for a moment before a flurry of discussions erupted. Is this truly the case? Our soldiers are not numerous. How could they possibly have defeated the Turkish army? This is astonishing. Skepticism prevailed among the officials. What are you all thinking? If the Turkish army had truly breached the defenses of Yuzhou, they would have already advanced to the Wei River. Instead of allowing us to deliberate here, the voice of Qin Xiong cut through the murmurs. His assertion rang true. The information must indeed be credible. Li Shimin nodded in agreement. Upon hearing these words, the ministers ceased to harbor any doubts, each one extolling praises in unison. The crown prince, a prodigious talent, had remarkably led a handful of soldiers to triumph over the formidable Turkic army, which truly evoked admiration. It was indeed a blessing from the heavens for His Majesty to have such an offspring. The old minister had discerned the crown prince's extraordinary potential since his youth, and now it was evident that he was anything but ordinary. The young prince was indeed a paragon of brilliance. The flattery echoed throughout the hall, yet unbeknownst to them. The expression on Changsun Wuji's face, standing at the forefront, had darkened considerably. Although Li Shimin appeared pleased, a disquietude lingered in his heart. Li Yu, his eldest son, was merely a son of a concubine, subsequently relegated to Yuzhou, where he had remained for a decade. The very fate of Chang'an now depended on this crown prince, leaving one at a loss for words. However, this was not a moment for idle thoughts. Immediate action was required to aid Li Yu. With this in mind, Li Shimin commanded, "Enough of the idle chatter. Yu is in dire need of funds, troops, and provisions. Duke Su, you shall lead the troops and supplies to support Yu." Yes, Qin Xiong stepped forward and accepted the command. He had long wished to leave Chang'an, and the opportunity to engage in battle was most welcome. "Your Majesty, I have a suggestion," Changsun Wuji interjected boldly. "Currently, the Turkic marauders are pillaging Yuzhou, and it is likely that disaster has befallen the region. We require someone to settle the victims and distribute grain, and this person must go in your Majesty's name." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin pondered seriously and deemed it a sound idea, asking, "Who do you propose for this task?" "Naturally, it should be Chengqian," Changsun Wuji replied without hesitation, naming Li Chengqian. "Very well," Li Shimin concurred without a moment's pause. The ministers raised no objections, for Li Chengqian, as the crown prince, was presented with an excellent opportunity to hone his skills and earn merit in Yuzhou. Changsun Wuji had already devised a plan to assist his nephew. However, he could not anticipate that his scheming would be interrupted by Li Chengqian. "Father, Yuzhou is bleak and frigid. I have been feeling rather weak lately, and even standing outside in the wind makes me dizzy," Li Chengqian declared loudly, genuinely reluctant to go to Yuzhou. "Then do not go. Let Kura take your place," Li Shimin replied. "Thank you, Father," Li Chengqian exclaimed with exuberance, bowing deeply while casting a sly glance at Li Ku behind him, relishing the misfortune that awaited his sibling in Yuzhou. Sighing heavily, Changsun Wuji cast a glance at Li Chengqian and muttered inaudibly, "The incapable one." Later that night, within Chang'an, an army of 100,000 was mobilized, with numerous noble families contributing substantial amounts of provisions and funds. Although the noble families held a disdain for Li Yu, the illegitimate prince, they understood that if he failed to fend off the Turks, the city of Chang'an would face imminent doom. Thus, acquiring additional resources and provisions was hardly a matter of contention. With soldiers and supplies now fully prepared, Qin Xiong rode forth to the forefront of the army, ready to commence the march. "Where's the third prince? I did not see his carriage on my way here," Qin Xiong inquired of his deputy. In response to the general, "The third prince prefers not to travel by carriage. He wishes to ride alongside us on horseback and is currently positioned in the middle of the ranks," the deputy replied. "The third prince truly differs from his royal siblings. He is a promising candidate for military endeavors," Qin Xiong remarked with a smile. "It must be noted that the third prince's plight is rather unfortunate. He has been overlooked throughout his life. Nevertheless, he is far more fortunate than the eldest prince, who was exiled to Yuzhou at the tender age of 6. As the deputy quietly reflected on the dynamics among the princes. "Silence. We are still in Chang'an. Do you wish to lose your head?" Qin Xiong admonished sharply, before spurring his horse forward, leading the 100,000 troops along with ample provisions towards Yuzhou. Chapter 10. The misfortunate little tribes beyond the northern borders of Yuzhou lies the territory of the eastern Turkic grasslands. This region, the closest to Yuzhou, is home to dozens of tribes, both large and small, each comprising hundreds of clans, although such divisions hold little significance for them. These small tribes coexist, supporting one another through thick and thin, facing adversities as a united front. Recently, in a bid to wage war against Yuzhou, Khan Qieli forcibly conscripted 50,000 men from these tribes. The outcome of this military endeavor saw Khan Qieli return alone, with none of the others surviving. The 50,000 souls were claimed by the Turkic army's relentless advance. Yet, for these small tribes, the loss of 50,000 warriors was not the most dire of their tribulations. Far graver misfortunes awaited them. As winter descended, they were compelled to remit substantial taxes to the Turkic royal court. Amidst the bitter cold and snow, tribespeople foraging for wild vegetables heard the thunderous sound of hooves and looked up to behold a cavalry of 1,000 swiftly approaching their encampment. These horsemen bore a distinctive emblem, a wolf's banner, and were fully armed. They were the royal court's personal guards. Flee quickly. The tribespeople abandoned their freshly unearthed vegetables and took flight. As the cavalry, hastening towards them, unleashed a torrent of swords and axes, many lives were tragically extinguished. In a brutal display, some riders dismounted to abduct beautiful women. After a brief, marauding spree, the leaders of the various tribes, led by an elder, emerged from the encampment. Spare them, I implore you, General Tadar. Please, valiant warriors. Do not slay my kin. The old man cried, rushing forward, kneeling beside the horse in a desperate plea for mercy. Enough. We have come to collect taxes, not to kill, commanded Tadar, and with a single order, those on the brink of death were granted reprieve to flee back to safety. This reflects the internal strife within the Turkic realm. Tribes lacking the protection of a Khan became prey for others, forced to kneel and submit to the whims of both rival tribes and the royal court. Thank you, General Tadar. The elder and the assembled tribes people bowed deeply in gratitude. There is no need for thanks. I merely require your taxes, Tadar replied, dismounting his horse and kicking aside a tribesman who obstructed his path as he entered the encampment. Surveying the surroundings, he noted several small sheep and over 100 women and children. The royal court's method of taxation diverged from the norm. They sought not grains, but livestock and populace. Traditionally, these small tribes could offer hundreds of sheep, yet this year, they had only managed a mere handful, evidently insufficient. By the gods, how am I to present this paltry offering to the Khan? Tadar glared at the assembled crowd in dissatisfaction, his hand resting ominously upon the hilt of his sword. General, please spare us. We are left with no alternatives. Previously, the Khan summoned 50,000 men and numerous livestock from us to wage war against Yuzhou. Now, we find ourselves in dire straits, unable to produce such a hefty tax. The elderly men and chieftains prostrated themselves, lamenting their plight. If we cannot provide it, so be it. I shall simply take more women and children back with me, Terdal declared, gesturing dismissively. The cavalry surged into the tribe's encampment, dismounting to invade the tents of the tribespeople, seizing their women and children. Observing this, the men from the smaller tribes were incensed and yearned to slay these royal cavalrymen. Yet, considering their utter lack of iron weapons, they ultimately gritted their teeth and bore it. Just as the royal cavalry began their pillaging before the onlookers, a messenger rider abruptly appeared before Terdal, reporting loudly, General, a contingent of Tang cavalry has entered within 500 meters of our encampment. What? Upon hearing of the Tang cavalry's approach, Terdal was immediately taken aback, abandoning any further talk of tax collection. He shouted fervently, all cavalry, mount up and prepare for battle. Terdal, though wishing to flee, realized the enemy was already within 500 meters. There was no time to escape, and thus he resolved to fight. Not only did he rally his 1,000 cavalrymen, but he also compelled all the tribespeople to join the fray. Moments later, Terdal, leading his cavalry and accompanied by the tribespeople, had assembled a formation of 50,000 at the encampment. Before them stood Liu, intent on wreaking havoc, flanked by 1,000 elite guards and by Qi. I expected a greater force. It seems there are merely 1,000 or so. Terdal scoffed from his mount, confident that his 1,000 royal cavalrymen, combined with the tribespeople, could easily overcome the Tang forces. However, Liu offered no response. He was disinterested in Terdal, focusing instead on the 50,000 tribespeople. Among them were men, women, children, and the elderly, all of whom were discontented with the royal cavalry compelling them forward, yet they felt powerless to resist due to the looming threat of violence. There existed a significant rift between the royal authority and the smaller tribes. From what he observed, Liu deduced a crucial insight. This might be a point of leverage. Your Highness, it is peculiar that these tribespeople, while harboring animosity towards the royal cavalry behind them, do not resist, Bai Qi inquired, puzzled. What do you expect? These Turkic tribespeople lack even iron weapons. Do you truly believe they can confront these elite cavalrymen? They would be slaughtered in droves, Liu responded. In ancient warfare, cavalry held a decisive advantage over infantry. However, this advantage could be mitigated by equipment. The Beihai army, clad in armor and wielding long blades, could overpower Turkic cavalry. But the tribespeople, devoid of any iron weaponry, stood no chance of doing so. Your Highness, let us commence the battle. Regardless of whether they are tribesmen or cavalry, let us strike them all down. Bai Qi implored. Commence the battle. With a commanding voice, Liu led the charge, instinctively rushing forth into the fray. Behind him, 1,000 elite guards on iron steeds surged forward, their momentum formidable. The tribesmen, who had seldom encountered warfare, were struck by fear as they witnessed the armored cavalry advancing, prompting them to scatter in terror. This dread eclipsed even their fear of the Turkic royal cavalry, leading them to flee in all directions. Damn beasts, return to me. Tettle furiously swung his weapon at the fleeing tribesmen, yet his efforts could not compel them to face the onslaught of the elite cavalry. Soon, the elite guards clashed with the royal cavalry, and in a mere charge, the pride of Khan Xieli's royal cavalry was utterly decimated. Tettle met his end at the point of Liu's spear, while the few surviving royal cavalrymen fell to the blades of Bai Qi and his comrades. Please spare us. We surrender. The tribesmen, aware of their inevitable fate, hastily knelt and beseeched for mercy. We have come to plow your lands and root out your homes. Today, none shall be spared. Bai Qi declared, drawing his long sword, poised to strike down the tribesmen. However, just as he took a step forward, Liu intervened. Wait, I have an idea. We can make use of these tribesmen, Liu remarked with a smile. Chapter 11. Be my slave. The fleeing tribesmen observed that the Tang cavalry refrained from indiscriminate slaughter, which compelled them to abandon their panic and muster the courage to return. They congregated, standing resolutely behind their respective chieftains, before whom stood a venerable elder of their tribe. Liu discerned that this elder was likely a shaman. O great heavenly warriors, guided by the celestial sovereign to deliver us, what can we offer in return? The elder approached, kneeling upon the ground and invoking a semblance of mysticism. Upon hearing these words, the elite cavalrymen accompanying Liu erupted into laughter, their mirth evident through the slits of their iron masks, their eyes crescent-shaped with amusement. Clearly, they held little regard for such lofty invocations. Begone, Liu commanded as he urged his steed forward. As the fiery stallion passed the elder, it suddenly lunged, forcefully colliding with him and sending him sprawling to the ground. Rolling twice before coming to a halt, the stallion let out a snort, seemingly mocking the elder's plight. Truth be told, I have come here with the intent to slay you, but I have altered my course. Should you obey my commands, I shall spare your lives. Liu declared with a frigid tone. He then raised 3 fingers, proclaiming 3 edicts. First, irrespective of your tribal origins, you shall henceforth be collectively known as war slaves. Second, you will consolidate into one entity, standing at the forefront of the battle line whenever we march, serving as shields for my soldiers. Third, you are to provide me with a map of the Turkic steppes, and I require the most knowledgeable among you to serve as my attendant. Upon the announcement of these commands, Liu's icy gaze swept across the assemblage of tribesmen. They appeared largely unfazed, recognizing that they were merely exchanging one master for another. The Turkic court and other tribes had oppressed them severely, and serving the Tang could offer them a chance for retribution against their former oppressors. However, the chieftains were another matter entirely. They believed themselves to possess noble bloodlines, their ancestors having once sworn fealty to the first Ashina Wolf King. Thus, surrendering to the Tang was inconceivable. Moreover, they were unwilling to relinquish their rights. We refuse. Tang General, though we are but the humble folk and leaders of smaller tribes, we are also subjects of the Turkic court, and you cannot compel our submission. One chieftain proclaimed loudly. Following him, another chieftain echoed his sentiments, and then a third. These leaders unanimously believed that relinquishing their rights would be tantamount to death. This was precisely why they endured the Turkic court as humiliation, yet dutifully paid their taxes. After all, despite the dire conditions faced by the tribesmen, the chieftains themselves lived in relative comfort. It was not solely the chieftains who were discontent. Many of the high-ranking individuals closely allied with them, as well as their guards and attendants, also expressed profound dissatisfaction. One by one, these individuals drew their swords, their cold gazes fixed upon Liu, scheming on how to eliminate this Tang military leader. This commander must hold significant power and influence. Should they succeed in slaying him and presenting his lifeless form to the royal court, they would undoubtedly attain wealth and glory as their rightful reward. The spark of treachery was ignited by the presence of Liu's cavalry, which stood before the tribesmen. Encircling these horsemen would prove effortless. For as long as they could restrain their movement, they would become mere targets for slaughter. If you seek a fight, then let it come, Liu declared. Dismounting his steed, followed closely by his 1,000 ironclad guards, and by Qi. Do you truly court death? Our fear of the Turkic court stems from its proximity. Even if we were to eliminate their cavalry, more would surely come. Yet you, Tang army, are located in Yuzhou city. If we strike you down now, by the time your forces arrive, we shall have long since fled. The elderly man, previously toppled by the fiery steed, rose with newfound vigor. No longer exhibiting the weakness he had shown before, he too grasped a blade. Let us see if dismounting renders us incapable of besting you. With a serene smile, Liu vanished from sight, appearing before the elder in the blink of an eye. The elder, no mere commoner, had once been a valiant warrior. He quickly raised his sword in defense. Yet, as Liu approached, he did not strike. Instead, he leapt high, the thunder dragon fang crackling with electricity, piercing through the elder's crown. Eliminate them. Do not allow these Tang soldiers to escape. If we slay the Tang, the Khan will surely reward us, and we shall rise swiftly. Rather than retreating in fear, the other leaders surged forward. They believed that although their equipment was lacking, their numbers would compensate. A single spit from each could drown the Tang cavalry. However, the response from the tribesmen was tepid. Most stood in a daze, numbly observing the unfolding chaos. Yet, with several leaders from smaller tribes, nearly 10,000 followers surged toward Liu with fierce determination. Faced with this multitude, Liu felt no trepidation. Rather, an idea emerged in his mind. Tribesmen, this is your chance to demonstrate bravery and loyalty. Slay your leaders, and I shall lead you in avenging the grievances against the other tribes and the Turkic court. Revenge? A tribesman abruptly lifted his head, followed by others. Liu's words awakened the dormant fury and hatred within them. These tribesmen had suffered long under the oppression of the larger tribes and the royal court. To meet their tax obligations, they had sacrificed their wives and children. Even the fortunate among them were forced to slaughter their cattle and sheep when the larger tribes or the royal forces approached, watching their women or daughters enter the enemy camps. After enduring such tribulations for an extended period, every ordinary tribesman was filled with unbridled rage and resentment, though they had kept it hidden, awaiting the right moment to unleash it. I pledge my loyalty to the Tang army. Are they not all reduced to the status of slaves or mere dogs? What difference does it make? I yearn to exact vengeance upon the Iron Tribe and the royal court. The majority of the tribespeople, consumed by rage, surged forward, attacking with nothing but their teeth and nails in the absence of iron weaponry. You lunatics! The leaders, witnessing their people incited to revolt by a mere utterance, realized there was no retreat left and thus joined the fray. Once dismounted, the cavalry of the Iron Guard, clad in their formidable armor and wielding their razor-sharp sabers, slaughtered their foes with ease, as if cleaving through vegetables. The enemy's blades were rendered utterly ineffective against the ironclad soldiers. Not only the warriors, but even the armored warhorses participated in the battle, displaying an almost sentient understanding as they charged and kicked at their adversaries. These steeds, also adorned in iron armor, were impervious to weaponry as well. It was only then that the leaders comprehended why these Tang soldiers, though merely 1,000 strong, dared to advance, and what sort of terrifying adversary their 40,000 tribesmen faced on the battlefield while following the Khan. Yet, it was too late for realization. In less than half an hour, the conflict concluded, with the tribal leaders and their loyal followers all slain. Chapter 12. Mercy does not command armies after the battle concluded. Only Liu and the tribal people remained. Eliminate 200 of the tribesmen, Liu commanded by Qi, who stood beside him. Bai Qi was taken aback. He had assumed that the tribesmen had demonstrated their loyalty through the fierce combat, and would be recognized by Li Yu. Yet, the order was to kill 200 of them. Nevertheless, it was Li Yu's command, and he ultimately advanced, drawing his sword. "General," one of the tribesmen stepped forward, summoning his courage to speak loudly. "We fought valiantly against our own leaders, proving our loyalty. We wish to pledge our allegiance to you. Why must we still be killed?" The speaker was the first tribesman to engage in battle against the leaders. Li Yu recognized him and did not hold his boldness against him. Instead, he calmly explained, "Not all of you joined the fight promptly. Some only engaged once the outcome was clear. It is these individuals I intend to execute." Upon hearing this, the tribesmen pondered and realized the truth in Li Yu's words. At the battle's climax, a group of hesitant individuals had only joined the fray at the last moment. "I offer you a chance. Reveal those who hesitated, and I shall only execute them," Li Yu commanded in a loud voice. Soon, the tribesmen brought forth those who had joined the fight late. However, they did not limit their disclosures to just over 200. They even included those who had entered the battle midway. "You scoundrels! Why did you not respond immediately?" Another tribesman stepped forward, angrily chastising them. After this, he picked up a fallen weapon, intent on exacting revenge from the first person he encountered. In the next moment, a spear flew through the air, piercing his arm. "I was loyal. Why attack me?" The tribesman stared in bewilderment at the spear embedded in his arm, confusion etched on his face. "Merely being loyal is insufficient. I also require obedience. Without my command, you are not permitted to act," Li Yu said as he approached slowly, withdrawing the spear while adding, "Now step back. One of my cavalry possesses medical skills and will tend to your injury." "Thank you." The tribesman clutched his bleeding arm, and instead of displaying anger, he knelt and bowed deeply before hastily retreating. "Your Highness, what a remarkable strategy," Bai Qi remarked as he leaned closer to Li Yu, giving him an approving thumbs up. Li Yu chuckled in response. This was indeed his strategy. During the battle, these slaves had expressed their intentions, showcasing their bravery and loyalty, signifying their complete allegiance to Li Yu. Following the battle, he began to hold accountable those who had not engaged promptly, inflicting punishment on one who acted without his orders. This action imparted a crucial lesson. Obedience is paramount. Li Yu sought not undisciplined miscreants to serve as mere cannon fodder. Afterward, Li Yu instructed the injured to seek medical treatment. This was the carrot following the stick. The outcome of this maneuver proved to be remarkably effective. "Eliminate those who did not engage in battle at the first opportunity, then return with me," Li Yu commanded. "Yes." The tribesmen then stepped forward, wielding their knives to dispatch those who had hesitated. "Gather the weapons from the ground, and bring forth all the cattle, horses, and sheep from your tribe," Li Yu ordered. "Yes." The tribesmen immediately set to work. Following this consolidation operation, Li Yu acquired 30,000 men, 20,000 women and children, along with 1,000 head of cattle, sheep, and horses. While the resources were rather meager, the increase in soldiers was a considerable advantage. Once the inventory was complete, Li Yu announced 2 directives. First, the men were to be incorporated into the army of war slaves, while the women and children would be assigned to the logistics unit, responsible for tending to the horses. Second, everyone was to be organized into groups, akin to the Tang army, with each group consisting of 20 individuals. Any group that allowed a member to flee would face decimation. These orders were stringent but essential. In these times, even Tang soldiers faced execution for fleeing, albeit without collective punishment. As the saying goes, mercy does not command an army. Having declared these orders, Li Yu turned to the tribesmen, or rather, the war slave soldiers, and inquired, "Do you have any objections?" At this, the soldiers fell silent. Naturally, there were none. After all, the bodies of the dissenting leaders still lay scattered on the ground. "This is my command. If I ask for your opinions, you shall provide them," Li Yu barked. "Truly, we have no objections. I merely wish to inquire when we may seek vengeance," one of the war slave soldiers asked. "You lot, lacking iron weapons and leather armor, dare to speak of vengeance?" Li Yu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance over the war slave soldiers. He paused, then continued, "I have dispatched someone to deliver the message. Shortly, supplies of iron and leather armor will arrive." Upon hearing this, the war slave soldiers erupted into cheers. "At last, we shall possess iron. What is iron truly like? Is it as formidable as they say? I have only seen the guards of the leaders wield it. It is undoubtedly sharp. With these, we can vanquish the warriors of the great tribes." As the war-slave soldiers rejoiced, a tall and robust figure, clad in the attire of a Turkic herdsman, stepped forward, placing his hand upon his chest in salute. "General, the nearest tribe is the Iron Lu tribe. I know the way there. They possess many cattle, sheep, and wealth." "The Iron Lu tribe? I have already slain 100,000 of their kin at the foot of Yuzhou city. They have essentially been annihilated, no?" Liu replied disdainfully. "My esteemed general, the Turkic peoples have been accumulating strength over the years. The large tribes have amassed a significant population and soldiers through the plundering of smaller tribes. And the Iron Lu tribe is no exception. The death of 100,000 is of little consequence to them," the soldier explained. "Then let us proceed to the Iron Lu tribe." Liu readily agreed. In the afternoon, at the Tiela tribe, the newly appointed leader, Li, sat upon his throne, cradling his forehead in discomfort. Before him stood the shaman, acting as an envoy of the royal court. "The Khan requests that you provide more cattle, sheep, and jewels. He intends to assemble a mighty army to retaliate against the Tang dogs and avenge your father," the shaman said with great respect. "Enough of that. My Tiela tribe is currently in a weakened state, with many women and children, but only a scant number of warriors," Li lamented. His expression shifted from one of despair to one of steely resolve as he continued. "However, despite our dire circumstances, if we mobilize fully, we could muster nearly 100,000 troops. I hope the Khan does not forget the Tiela tribe and does not allow us to be trampled by other tribes." "You need not worry. The Khan remembers your father's contributions," the shaman promptly assured him. "That is reassuring. We shall discuss the matter of jewels and livestock at a later time," Li declared as he rose and exited the tent, mounting his steed to gallop around and release some of his pent-up frustration. Yet, as he reached the entrance of the tribe, he halted in astonishment. Before him, on the snowy ground, 1,000 armored cavalrymen advanced slowly. In front of the cavalry marched over 30,000 tribesmen, their eyes aflame and their faces twisted in ferocity. Chapter 13. The dog that eats wolf meat. The Tang army has arrived. An enemy attack. As the Tang forces appeared in the distance, it was not just the leader Li who noticed the cavalry, but many others who also beheld the tribesmen before them. The Tiela tribe was no ordinary clan. Their stronghold resembled a miniature fortress, equipped with a comprehensive alert system for enemy encounters. The resonant sound of horns and drums reverberated, mobilizing all capable fighters within the Tiela tribe. They armed themselves and mounted their steeds, forming a line to confront the approaching threat. "Leader, shall I fetch your weapons and steed?" a servant hastened to inquire of Li. "No, simply bring me my bow and arrows. This time, I shall not engage in battle," Li commanded. "Understood." The servant promptly turned and retrieved the bow and arrows for Li. Subsequently, he ascended the wooden walls of the stronghold to survey the unfolding scene below. At that moment, the Tang forces had advanced to within 500 meters of the tribe and halted their advance upon Liu's command. Indeed, the Tiela tribe is akin to a lean camel that surpasses a horse in size, Liu remarked, gazing at the neatly arranged cavalry before him. There were no fewer than 90,000 horsemen. The Tiela tribe resembled a small nation. Even after suffering the loss of 100,000, they could still muster 90,000, underscoring the years of preparation they had undertaken to launch an assault on the Tang Empire. "I believe this year is not an opportune time for the emperor to ascend the throne. This has afforded the Turkic marauders the chance to attack us. Were it not for your highness's bravery, the lands of Yuzhou would surely be in ruins." Bai Qi expressed his dissatisfaction. If the emperor cares not for my life, how could he possibly concern himself with the people of Yuzhou?" Liu laughed, having personally traversed time to perceive the true nature of Li as a heartless individual. This man had ascended the throne only a month after the Xuanwu Gate incident, and one would expect the title of prince to have been conferred upon him by now, yet there had been no word, indicating that Li had disregarded his eldest son entirely. According to historical accounts, the Tiela tribe Chibi Helu would serve as a general for the Tang dynasty in 632, yet Li showed no concern for his previous incursions into Yuzhou. However, Chibi Helu would never have that opportunity, for Liu had already eliminated him. "Your Highness, let us take the initiative to strike," Bai Qi proposed. "Indeed, it is imperative. My army is an iron force, invincible in battle. The sooner we attack, the quicker our victory." Liu's expression was resolute. However, he refrained from issuing a direct order to advance, instead casting his gaze toward the soldiers of the slave army. These warriors had previously endured humiliation at the hands of the Tiela tribe, their eyes now aflame with a thirst for vengeance. "Tell me, what do you, the slave soldiers, face?" Liu rode forth, raising his voice in inquiry. "It is the enemy." The slave soldiers responded in unison. "No, it is not the enemy," Liu categorically denied, then aimed his spear at the opposing Tiela tribe, proclaiming loudly, "Before you stand your adversaries, the cattle, sheep, horses, women, and wealth. You soldiers of the war slaves are but my hounds, while the Tiela people are the wolves. Yet, I offer you a chance for vengeance. Become the dogs that feast upon the flesh of wolves." With these words, the soldiers of the war slave army were thoroughly incited, their blood surging with fervor. They recognized and accepted the truth of their servitude under Liu. Yet this master was willing to grant them the extraordinary opportunity to devour the flesh of wolves. A delightful surprise beyond their expectations. Liu's words implied further. Feasting upon wolf meat would mean that they, too, could acquire spoils of war after the battle. Feast upon wolf meat. Feast upon wolf meat. The soldiers of the war slave army cheered exuberantly. "Advance," Liu commanded. The war slave army, upon receiving the order, immediately surged forward. Though only numbering 30,000 and comprised solely of infantry, their fervor was palpable, and they appeared formidable indeed. "Imperial cavalry, charge with me." Liu grasped his spear firmly, lightly patting the neck of his steed, the flame steed, and surged ahead like a gust of wind. "Kill!" Bai Qi unsheathed his long sword with a swift motion, roaring as he charged alongside the imperial cavalry. As 1,000 cavalrymen approached, the defenders atop the high walls displayed little fear. With calmness, they commanded their servants, "Let my cavalry charge." "Yes," the servant promptly relayed the command. Moments later, 90,000 cavalrymen surged forth, advancing towards the 1,000 imperial cavalry led by Liu. This vast cavalry resembled a colossal elephant, while Liu's 1,000 imperial cavalry appeared as mere ants. The distance between the two forces rapidly diminished, and within 10 seconds, they were engaged in battle. It soon became evident to the Turkic cavalry that Liu's 1,000 imperial cavalry were no mere ants, nor were they themselves colossal elephants. Under Liu's leadership, the 1,000 imperial cavalry acted like a sharp blade, ruthlessly piercing through the Turkic ranks. The Turkic cavalry, akin to a massive block of tofu, was cleaved in two by the sharp blade. "Wah! I do not wish to die. Help!" The Turkic cavalry cried out in despair as Liu's forces mercilessly cut down many of their number, colliding fiercely with the imperial cavalry. The Turkic warhorses, unarmored, found themselves shattered upon collision with the armored steeds of the imperial cavalry, their riders tumbling to the ground, trampled beneath the advancing iron steeds. In the face of such a relentless assault, over 10,000 of the 90,000 Turkic cavalry fell in the initial clash, with the remaining forces being effectively divided. "Scatter!" Liu raised his spear high, issuing the command. Subsequently, the 1,000 imperial cavalry broke formation and spread out to pursue the fleeing Turkic cavalry. A few brave souls among the Turkic cavalry charged forward, brandishing their blades against the iron cavalry, only to find their weapons shattered, the enemy unscathed. The remaining soldiers were further deterred from engaging, opting instead to flee in every direction. It is particularly awkward that the Turkic warhorses are inferior to the iron cavalry's steeds. They neither run swiftly nor can they engage effectively in battle, which is quite distressing. Thus, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. A mere 1,000 elite iron cavalrymen created chaos among the 90,000 Turkic horsemen, who, preoccupied with their retreat, found themselves relentlessly pursued and struck. At this juncture, the battle slaves' forces had also surged forward, splitting into groups of 4 or 5 to sever the legs of the horses, waiting for the riders to fall before they descended upon them with a flurry of blades. The soldiers of the battle slave army, being tribesmen, possessed an innate understanding of how to deal with war horses, demonstrating considerable experience. Even more formidable was Liu, who rode the fiery steed, resembling a blazing inferno racing across the battlefield, leaving a trail of slain foes in his wake. During the fray, the lightning coursing through the spear, Thunder Dragon Fong, intensified. "Go!" Liu reined in his warhorse and hurled the Thunder Dragon Fong with tremendous force. In the next instant, a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens as the spear spun through the air, slaying enemies while unleashing bolts of lightning that turned thousands to charred remains. Ultimately, Thunder Dragon Fong impaled a Turkic soldier to the ground. Return. Liu extended his right hand, summoning the spear back into his grasp. I now comprehend how my father met his demise. He trembled, clutching the weapon. Chapter 14 completed the battle exhibited a decidedly one-sided trend. On one hand, the elite cavalry led by Liu Yu relentlessly pursued the cavalry of the Tiela tribe, while on the other hand, the desperate vassal soldiers fought valiantly. Initially, the Tiela warriors regarded these vassals as utterly ineffectual, perceiving them merely as a horde of tribesmen coerced into service by the Tang army. These tribesmen, having long been subjected to humiliation, seemed devoid of any spirit or will to fight. However, the reality was that these tribesmen displayed an unparalleled ferocity and madness. Die! A vassal soldier clung to the neck of a Tiela warrior's steed, toppling the horse to the ground, then lunged forward to tear into the warrior's throat with his teeth. Such scenes proliferated across the battlefield. Some used their nails, others their teeth. And there were even those who positioned themselves in front of galloping steeds, sacrificing their bodies to block the cavalry. Prior to the battle, Liu had not neglected to distribute weapons, yet for these individuals, it had been years since they had encountered iron tools, leading them to instinctively rely on their nails and teeth. This savage mode of combat not only failed to place them at a disadvantage, but, rather, instilled terror in the Tiela cavalry due to its brutality. Where were these wretches' ferocity when the royal court sent tax collectors? Zhili furrowed his brow and inquired, "Chief, what shall we do next?" A soldier ventured, noting the countless casualties from 2 previous skirmishes. "These cavalrymen are all the men left in our tribe. We cannot afford to expend them foolishly." As the battle continued to spiral into misfortune, another soldier mustered his courage to approach. "Simple enough. Withdraw all cavalry at once and close the gates of our encampment immediately. The Tiela tribe has high walls, without siege equipment. Let us see how they intend to breach our defenses," Zhili commanded with remarkable composure. At this moment, the situation was dire, yet Zhili remained unflustered. This was partly due to his indifference towards the lives of his subordinates, but more so because he was genuinely confident in his strategy. "With a chief at our helm, we are bound to prevail." A soldier placed his hand over his heart, bowed, and proceeded to relay the orders. Consequently, the cavalry outside retreated to the safety of the encampment. Although Liu's elite cavalry was formidable, their numbers were limited, preventing them from obstructing the enemy's retreat. They could only stand by as the Tiela warriors returned to their stronghold. "Your Highness, they have entered the encampment." "What now?" Bai Qi asked, gazing anxiously at the towering walls. "Just as I wished," Liu replied with a slight smile. Turning to command the cavalry behind him, "Form a line and charge the city gates." "Understood." The cavalry responded in unison, then arranged themselves into a slender line, advancing towards the city gates. Upon their arrival, not only the Turks within the encampment, but also Bai Qi outside were taken aback, curiously observing the elite cavalry, pondering how they intended to breach the gates. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, the elite guard cavalry surged forward. Reaching a distance of 100 meters from the city gate, they then accelerated, charging towards the gate with remarkable speed. The short span of 100 meters was quickly traversed, and upon reaching the gate, the cavalry turned their horses sideways, colliding with the gate's structure. A resounding crash echoed as the gate yielded, forming a significant dent, while the cavalry steadied their mounts and fell back into formation. Following suit, the subsequent cavalry members repeated the maneuver, each crashing against the gate with fervor. Is there truly such a tactic? Bai Qi was taken aback. Having spent a decade alongside Liu, he had never witnessed the guard cavalry employed in such a manner. However, upon reflection, it seemed logical. Both horse and rider were clad in iron armor, and with their robust steeds, it was indeed feasible to ram the gate. The elite cavalry lined up in succession, taking turns to assault the gate, splintering wood and exacerbating the dent. "This is dire. Hasten, we must shoot arrows to prevent them from breaching the gate," commanded Zhili, his composure faltering. Consequently, the Turkic cavalry dismounted, retrieving their bows and ascending the high walls to unleash a volley of arrows upon the charging elite cavalry below. The Turkic archers, renowned for their skill, released a flurry of arrows that filled the air, raining down upon the gate. Undoubtedly, the lengthy line of elite cavalry was struck by numerous arrows. However, the Turkic arrows bore a significant flaw. Lacking advanced metallurgy, their arrowheads were predominantly fashioned from bone. These bone-tipped arrows, upon striking the iron armor of the elite cavalry, possessed negligible impact. While it was possible to use iron-tipped arrows, it would require the abduction of artisans from the Central Plains, a painstaking endeavor. Procure iron arrows. Zhili issued another command. Chief, iron arrows are the lifeblood of our tribe. We've only managed to craft a few boxes after seizing so many Tang artisans. The messenger hesitated, facing a dilemma. For a tribe, iron arrows were of greater significance than war horses. With iron arrows, they could roam the vast Turkic steppes unchallenged. Those clad in leather armor or lacking armor entirely would be as fragile as eggs before the iron arrows. A single strike would spell their doom. This is why iron arrows were deemed the very essence of the Tai Lu tribe. Enough with the excuses. We are on the brink of being slaughtered by the Tang army and those rabid hounds. When else would we employ the iron arrows? Zhili exclaimed, forcefully kicking the messenger to the ground and commanding, bring forth the iron arrows. Upon receiving the chief's orders, the others swiftly made their way to the Tai Lu tribe's storerooms, retrieving box after box of iron arrows to distribute among those stationed on the walls. Prepare. Zhili raised his right hand, issuing the command with authority. At that moment, he regained his earlier composure, believing that once his iron arrows were unleashed, the elite cavalry would be decimated. Those on the high walls knocked their arrows, poised to strike. Fire. As the grip of resolve was relinquished, a moment later, a multitude of arrows rained down from the towering walls, soaring towards the city gates. The iron arrows, true to their name, struck the stones with such force that they shattered upon impact. Even the formidable gates were deeply penetrated by these lethal projectiles. The heart of Zhili and his kin yearned to witness the demise of the elite iron cavalry. Yet, fate had other plans. The clanging of arrows striking the armored warriors echoed like a symphony of discord. The arrows merely left marks on the armor before being deflected. Amidst the relentless downpour of arrows, the cavalry continued their fierce assault on the gates. As the indentation in the gates grew ever deeper, the spirits of Zhili and his kin sank further into despair. It was not only the elite cavalry that battered the gates. The throng of war slaves and soldiers had also reassembled, gathering at the walls like rabid dogs, drooling as they gazed hungrily at the encampment of the Tai Lu tribe. It was over, Zhili lamented. Chapter 15. The fall of the Tiela tribe. After a period of relentless battering, the gates of the Tiela stronghold were shattered, collapsing with a resounding crash. Once the gates were breached, the Imperial Guard cavalry refrained from launching an immediate assault, instead forming a dense wall of horsemen. Inside the stronghold, the Turkic soldiers congregated at the gates, paralyzed by the formidable presence of the Imperial Guard, daring not to initiate an attack, merely exchanging anxious glances. War slaves, Liu bellowed, galloping forth to the gates, pointing toward the interior of the stronghold and issuing a commanding order. Charge in. Kill. The soldiers of the war slave army surged toward the gates, their equipment undoubtedly inferior to that of the Imperial Guard, yet their numbers were overwhelming. Tens of thousands charged forth like an unstoppable tide, prepared to defend. As the enemy rushed forward with reckless abandon, Zhili immediately commanded his troops to hold their ground. The Turkic soldiers raised their shields and long spears, bracing for the impending onslaught. Moments later, the war slave army collided with the Turkic defenders. The defenders wielding long spears and shields gained the upper hand in close combat. Having adopted the tactics of the Tang army by using their shields to absorb blows while thrusting their spears, this straightforward method of assault proved to be remarkably effective. Although the war slave soldiers bore iron weaponry, they could not breach the enemy's line and instead fell one by one, their lives sacrificed in vain. Die for me, Aki. I shall avenge you. Despite suffering heavy casualties, the war slave soldiers continued their ferocious assault. When one fell, another would unhesitatingly take their place. Their motivations transcended mere greed for the Tiela tribe's wealth. Deep-seated enmity fueled their desire to extract a piece of flesh from the enemy, even at the cost of their own lives. Yet, the war slave army lacked formation and discipline, relying solely on their bravery to batter against the enemy's defenses, which was clearly inadequate. A pack of fools, Bai Qi spat, turning to Li Yu and inquiring, Your Highness, shall we join the fray? I had the same thought. Li Yu replied, donning his helmet. He understood that merely sending the war slave soldiers to assault the enemy line would yield no results even after a day. Thus, a proactive approach was necessary. Under Li Yu's leadership, Bai Qi and the Imperial Guard cavalry charged forth. Clear the way. A war slave soldier spotted Li Yu and shouted for others to move aside. Almost all the war slave soldiers complied, yet some, lacking awareness, remained in place. For those who failed to retreat, Li Yu could not halt the charge. He simply trampled over them. The Turkic soldiers, upon seeing Li Yu's advance, summoned all their strength to brace their shields. Those wielding long spears tore strips from their garments, binding their hands to their weapons. Fellow tribesmen, for our families and our wealth, we shall not retreat. The Turkic commander roared. Never retreat. The soldiers echoed in unison. The iron cavalry thundered forth, the sound of clashing armor resonating like a symphony of war, while the heavy iron hooves of the steeds left profound imprints upon the ground. The cavalrymen, clad in armor save for their eyes, bore expressions of chilling resolve. Before such formidable warriors, any individual would succumb to fear, perceiving them as divine emissaries sent from the heavens. Yet, as the Turkic commander bellowed, for the sake of our kin and riches, we shall not retreat. The Turkic soldiers gazed steadfastly at the iron cavalry. In the next moment, the clash began. A dozen Turkic soldiers thrust their long spears forward, aiming to pierce the foremost warrior, Li Yu. However, with a swift motion of his thunder dragon spear, Li Yu shattered all their spears into fragments. Realizing their failure to strike, several soldiers brandishing shields gritted their teeth, bracing to defend against Li Yu's advance. With a fierce neigh, the flame steed charged, its robust neck and back colliding with the shield bearers. The sound of impact echoed as the shields splintered, and those soldiers were sent sprawling, their hands crushed by the steed's immense force. Li Yu, having breached their lines, wielded his spear with ferocity, surging through the ranks of Turkic soldiers like a blazing inferno. The previously roaring Turkic commander, witnessing Li Yu's approach, turned and fled without hesitation. Yet, his legs could not outrun the warhorse. In mere moments, Li Yu closed the gap and pierced the commander's chest with a single thrust. Bai Qi and the other iron cavalry soon followed, forming an impenetrable wall that obliterated the Turkic soldiers' formation. Just as the unwavering cries had foretold, the soldiers did not falter. They were overwhelmed, crushed beneath the iron cavalry's advance, unable to retreat. Kill. With the lines breached, the battle-slave army surged forward, unable to contain their ferocity against the foe. Meanwhile, the conflict at the city gates had reached its conclusion, the defeat of the Tiela tribe now unmistakable. On this vast grassland, the fate of the vanquished tribe was grim. They were not even afforded the chance to linger like smaller tribes. Instead, they faced division, plunder, and enslavement. What shall we do, chief? Inquired a messenger towards Zhili. No, I am not your chief, Zhili responded, shaking his head vigorously. Drawing his blade, he swiftly dispatched the messenger closest to him and seized the moment to escape, while others remained oblivious to his flight. The Tiela tribe's camp fell into disarray, leaderless amidst the chaotic tumult. In the face of the ferocious and bloodthirsty battle-slave army and the Imperial Guard cavalry, those capable of fighting could only mount sporadic resistance. But to no avail. Women and children trembled, hiding within their tents, praying to the deities that they would remain undetected. Yet, after utterly quashing any resistance, the battle-slave army refrained from looting and instead gathered together. Why do we not pillage? Li Yu inquired as he galloped forth, puzzled. Your Highness, you did not command us to pillage, answered a bloodied and brawny soldier from the battle-slave army. Very well. Li Yu nodded in satisfaction, directing his spear towards the blood-soaked soldier, inquiring, I observed you dispatching dozens of foes just moments ago. What is your name? The soldier hesitated briefly before responding. I possess no name, for I am but your Highness's loyal hound. Upon hearing this, Li Yu was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter alongside Bai Qi and the others. This soldier was evidently a clever individual, and such intelligence is essential for a leader. Since you are a hound, you shall be bestowed with a name. Let it be derived from your military designation, and I shall grant you the name Zhan Nu Yong, which signifies war slave of valor, Li Yu proclaimed. Thank you, your Highness, for the name. The soldier knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Henceforth, you shall be the commander of the war slave army. I now permit you to raid the Tiela tribe. Go forth. Li Yu commanded. Thank you, your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. The soldiers of the war slave army all knelt, bowing in unison. They displayed utmost loyalty and deference before Li Yu, yet when they rose to confront the Tiela tribesmen, their faces transformed into those of fearsome warriors. Chapter 16. Bad news. The plunder of the Tiela tribe persisted well into the night. Although the slave warriors were engaged in looting, under the vigilant eyes of their commander, they refrained from hoarding the valuable spoils for themselves, instead gathering them in a vast open space within the Tiela encampment. Truly, the Tiela tribe lived up to its reputation as a major clan, boasting considerable wealth. Li Yu gazed at the piles before him, filled with a sense of awe. This expansive area was densely packed with treasures of gold and silver, alongside carts brimming with provisions. Aside from a portion of grains pillaged from the central plains, the remaining supplies consisted of dried beef and mutton, as well as dairy products. Previously besieged by the Turks, although Li Yu had successfully repelled them, the marauding Turks had ravaged the land, leaving it nearly devastated. With the wealth and sustenance now before him, Yuzhou would soon flourish. Your Highness, we have also captured a significant number of prisoners, Bai Qi remarked, gesturing to a group not far away. Li Yu followed his gaze and observed a large throng of Tiela tribespeople being herded like cattle by the slave warriors. Among them were men, women, and children, and a rough estimate suggested there were around 80,000 in total. Summon the commander of the slave warriors and instruct him to eliminate all Tiela tribesmen above the height of a cartwheel, Li Yu commanded. Yes. Upon receiving the order, a member of the elite cavalry swiftly mounted his horse to find the commander. Your Highness, our slave army numbers merely 30,000. Why not conscript some of the Tiela men to fight for us? Bai Qi inquired. Absolutely not. The loyalty of these slave warriors stems from their oppression by other tribes, which has fostered a profound hatred for the Turks. In stark contrast, the Tiela tribesmen are accustomed to luxury. How can I trust them to serve as loyal soldiers? Li Yu replied. That is indeed a valid point, Bai Qi acknowledged with a nod. The two continued to wait. It was not until after 3 in the morning that the commander had executed the order to eliminate all Tiela males above the designated height, and the plundering of the tribe had come to an end. Li Yu, Bai Qi, the elite cavalry, and the slave army gathered before the mountains of treasures and the women. Commander, come forth, Li Yu beckoned, pointing to a spot beside him. Yes, the commander, not daring to delay, hurried to Li Yu and knelt before him in reverence. You did well to command the soldiers against hoarding any spoils. I am quite pleased. Li Yu commended. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. It is my duty, the commander replied respectfully. In recognition of your exemplary performance in the conquest of the Tiela tribe, I permit you to form a line, allowing each of you to seize a handful of gold, silver, and jewels, as well as select a woman, Li Yu stated, his expression impassive. At this declaration, the commander raised his head in astonishment, sharing the same look of disbelief with the other slave soldiers. Long before the war commenced, Li Yu had motivated his soldiers with promises of wealth and women. Initially, the soldiers of the slave army regarded these assurances as mere empty promises. However, Li Yu astonishingly fulfilled those promises now. Your Highness, fighting to the death is our duty as the slave army. We cannot accept your rewards. The soldier, Zhan Nuyong, fearing that Li Yu was testing their loyalty, hastily bowed and declined. I command you to accept. Li Yu's gaze fixed on Zhan Nuyong, his voice suddenly turning frigid. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhan Nuyong dared not refuse further and quickly organized his clansmen to line up to receive their rewards. Your Highness, isn't it too much of a loss to give these women of the Tiela tribe to the slave army for free? Bai Qi furrowed his brow. Not at all. With such lowly creatures, no one would want them even as slaves. Li Yu shook his head. While Li Yu, as a Tang person, deemed the women of the Tiela tribe unattractive, the soldiers of the Turkic slave army held a different view. They were overjoyed and, after receiving their rewards, bowed to Li Yu in gratitude. Zhan Nuyong spoke rightly. He was my hound, and so were the soldiers of the slave army. Since they are like dogs, they must occasionally be given bones to gnaw on. Otherwise, they will lack the strength to bite when needed. Li Yu stated calmly. A carrot and a stick, Your Highness. What a clever tactic. Bai Qi admired with a clasped hand. Merely a small stratagem. What lies ahead is a large-scale military campaign against the Turks. And it would be a true accomplishment to reduce their lands to desolation, Li Yu declared fiercely. I am willing to serve you, Your Highness. Bai Qi bowed respectfully. Subsequently, Liu led everyone back to Yuzhou City, bringing all the spoils of war. The news of their great victory had already spread within the city, and all the citizens poured out to welcome them with open arms. The food supplies within Yuzhou were nearly depleted, and everyone worried about impending famine. Yet, upon seeing the bounty of food and treasures Liu had returned with, their fears dissipated. "Your Highness, at last, you have returned." Zhuge Liang rode ahead to urgently seek Liu's counsel. "What is the matter that has you so anxious?" Liu replied, "I have returned with a substantial amount of food that can fill everyone's bellies and sustain a large-scale war. The Turks are undoubtedly doomed," Liu stated calmly. "My urgency is not due to the food, but rather because I have received news that General Qin Xiong of the Left Martial Guard, bearing supplies and reinforcements, is attempting to reach Yuzhou but has been blocked by the Turks at Wugong City, unable to advance or retreat." Zhuge Liang urgently relayed the news he had just received. "What? Did not Khan Shili flee? How could there be an army attacking Wugong City?" Bai Qi, beside Liu, asked in astonishment. "The Turks differ from us. The defeat of Khagan Shili did not compel the tribes to withdraw. Instead, the significant loss of soldiers in the Khagan's court illuminated to other tribes the potential to establish their prestige by seizing the throne, leading them to become even more fervent in their attacks." Liu frowned and speculated. "Your Highness is entirely correct. It is not only the Baya Gu tribe engaged in warfare, but also Shui Yintao, Tongluo, and Tuoboa. Aware of their inability to overcome our forces, they have chosen to circumvent Yuzhou and directly assault Wugong City from Wuqing," Zhuge Liang remarked. "This poses a considerable problem," Liu said, his brow furrowing. "Wugong City lies to the rear of Yuzhou and is not far from Chang'an. Should the Turks capture Wugong City, Yuzhou would become isolated, severing all ties with the Tang dynasty. However, with General Qin Xiong guarding Wuqing, there is little cause for excessive concern." "Your Highness, what is your decision?" Zhuge Liang inquired. "It is straightforward. We shall continue our campaign, launching a large-scale war utilizing our abundant resources, directly targeting the Turkic royal court." Liu articulated the strategy. "Shall we then disregard Wugong City?" Bai Qi asked. "General Qin is no ordinary figure. I have faith that he will not be defeated by the Turks," Liu asserted resolutely. Chapter 17. The Relentless Assault of the Baya Ancient Tribe. Wugong City. This place was originally merely a military town situated in the rear of Yuzhou, typically shielded by Yuzhou and Wuqing at the forefront. Consequently, the inhabitants had led a tranquil existence for the majority of their lives, only now beginning to sense the encroaching peril. Within Wugong City, the common folk busily transported provisions and weaponry, while soldiers patrolled the streets or stood watch atop the city walls. Outside these walls, thousands of Turkic cavalrymen gazed intently at the happenings within the city. These horsemen were merely tasked with reconnaissance, while the main Turkic forces were converging from all directions, placing Qin Xiong in a dire predicament. Wugong City was in a state of utmost urgency. Not only were the citizens and soldiers resisting the enemy, but local aristocrats had also surrendered their residences for Qin Xiong and the other generals to deliberate military strategy. "We find ourselves ensnared, unable to deliver supplies to Yuzhou. I fear the prince's situation will become increasingly dire." Qin Xiong furrowed his brow as he surveyed the map before him, his voice heavy with concern. "General, we ought to consider our own safety first. Duke Cheng suffered a setback at Wuqing, and the Turkic forces are utilizing the vital transport routes to reinforce their numbers against Wugong City. They intend to seize us in one fell swoop. Indeed, General, we are akin to clay figurines crossing a river, unable to secure our own safety. The prince faces challenges and must first resolve his own matters," the generals echoed. Qin Xiong's frown deepened, an expression of displeasure crossing his face as he rebuked them. "What do you understand? The prince, having grown up in Yuzhou, lacks support from Chang'an. Now, as he rallies the military and civilians of Yuzhou against the foreign threat, finding himself in a precarious situation, how can we remain indifferent?" Upon hearing these words, the generals exchanged glances, falling silent. They understood that Qin Xiong was unequivocally committed to supporting Liu. However, even Qin Xiong recognized that words were one thing, while actions were another. With the Turkic forces encircling them within Wugong City, their priority must be to break through the siege. "Very well, let us wait for Huayu and see if he brings any news," Qin Xiong said, stepping towards the door and gazing outside. From the moment they arrived in Wuqing, he had dispatched his son, Qin Huayu, to lead a contingent of elite cavalry to gather intelligence, and he should be returning soon. This squad of elite cavalry was not like the infantry. The Turkic forces would certainly not be able to thwart them, so there was no cause for concern regarding Qin Huaiyu's safety. As Qin Xiong pondered, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance. He looked up to see a youthful figure, resplendent in attire and spirited on horseback, charging into the estate before dismounting with agility. "My son, do you have news of the prince?" Qin Xiong inquired immediately about Li Yu. "Father, I have inquired," Qin Huaiyu exclaimed, nodding emphatically. He then ushered his father into the main hall of the estate, where he illustrated a circle on the map. This circle did not encompass Yuzhou City, but rather indicated the location of the Turkic steppe and the Tiela tribe. What does this signify? A sense of foreboding surged within Qin Xiong as he hastily questioned. Has the prince been defeated and captured by the Tiela tribe? Quite the opposite. Qin Huaiyu vigorously shook his head, pointing towards the Tiela tribe, and exclaimed, "Your Highness has led 1,000 iron cavalry in a night raid against the Tiela tribe, successfully capturing their stronghold. The male members of the Tiela clan have been nearly annihilated, and we have seized an abundant supply of provisions and wealth, along with a multitude of livestock, including cattle, sheep, and horses." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiong and the assembled generals were momentarily taken aback. They had assumed that Li Yu would be entrenched in Yuzhou, preparing for defense. Yet he had opted for an aggressive assault on the Tiela tribe. The Tiela tribe, being the largest among the Turks, held significant power. It was said that even a starving camel is larger than a horse, and the Tiela tribe could still rival other major clans. The audacity of Li Yu to lead merely 1,000 cavalry in such a bold strike, and to have succeeded, seemed almost incredulous. "Is this news credible?" Qin Xiong inquired. "Indeed, not only is the raid on the Tiela tribe true, but the beheading of Chibi Heli and Tuli Khan at the city gates, as well as the complete annihilation of the Turkish army in an ambush, are also factual. My son led light cavalry to Yuzhou and witnessed the corpses of the court officials and the Turkish savages piled high." Qin Huaiyu elaborated. "Excellent news. Your Highness has indeed risen to the occasion in Yuzhou, proving himself far removed from the pampered sons of wealthy families in Chang'an." Qin Xiong replied with a smile and a nod. "Your Highness displays remarkable martial prowess. Thanks to his efforts in Yuzhou against the Turks, we would have likely succumbed to their forces by now." The generals echoed their praises. However, after discussing Li Yu's triumphs, Qin Huaiyu's expression suddenly grew grave as he spoke. "Father, I must report another matter. The Baega tribe has amassed a significant force, preparing to confront us." Upon hearing this, the previously elated Qin Xiong and the generals felt as though cold water had been poured over them. "Gentlemen, while His Highness is well stocked with provisions and weapons, we now face a grave threat. We must unite our efforts and stand against the Turks," Qin Xiong declared, bowing respectfully to the assembled leaders. "Engaging in battle is our duty. There is no need for excessive concern, General. Although the Baegu tribe is formidable, we are not without our strengths. Your soldiers are seasoned warriors, battle-hardened under your command. Can we truly fear them?" They responded in unison. "Indeed, let us engage in battle," the generals affirmed, returning the salute. Hearing these words, a smile of reassurance spread across Qin Xiong's face as he nodded, opting for silence thereafter. In the western expanse of the Turkish steppes, the Baega tribe, the second largest among the Turks, was not necessarily weaker than the Tiela tribe. Rather, they were divided into the Baegu and Tiyu tribes. Had their ancestors not partitioned their lineage, they would not only be the most powerful tribe on the steppes, but could also stand toe-to-toe with the Turkish royal court. Within the most opulent tent of the Baegu tribe, the leader Tubalai sat upon a throne of wolf fur, casting a disdainful glance at the envoy from the royal court before him. "You say that Chili Khan does not wish for us to assault Wugong City, but instead has dispatched troops under his command, preparing to take revenge in Yuzhou?" Tubalai inquired. "My esteemed leader, this is indeed the will of the Khan," the envoy replied. The envoy bowed respectfully. "I inquired, which holds greater power, the Emperor of the Tang or the Khagan of the Turks?" Suddenly, Tubili shifted the topic. "Undoubtedly, the Emperor of the Tang wields greater authority. His word is absolute, and those who defy his commands may face execution." "My esteemed leader, what do you infer from this?" The envoy examined Tubi Li with curiosity, perplexed by his question. "The Tang even has the notion that generals stationed abroad may disregard imperial commands," Should not a Turk like myself possess a semblance of autonomy? Tubi Li replied with a smile. The envoy hesitated, wanting to respond, yet acknowledging the validity of Tubi Li's statement left him momentarily speechless. Very well. Have this wretched dog butchered and fed to the hounds. Inform the Khagan that his envoy never graced my tribe. Tubi Li commanded the soldiers nearby. Upon receiving orders, the soldiers surged forward and seized the envoy, dragging him away. Chief, this is the Khagan's intent. Chief, the envoy shouted in desperation. Tubi Li, you wretched creature. If the Khagan learns of this, he will surely have your head. Yet, Tubi Li feigned ignorance and turned to the messenger within the tent, instructing, relay to the advancing troops to march swiftly towards Wugong City, coordinating with the other forces to capture the stronghold. Yes, the messenger replied, bowing in acknowledgement. Chapter 18. Crucial news. Days later, at night, in Yuzhou City, the armored Liu walked alongside Zhuge Liang, engaged in a profound discussion about the impending situation. Your Highness, Zhuge Liang began, the Tuyuhan's Beigu tribe poses a significant threat. If we wish to maintain our military endeavors against the Tuyuhan, we must address the Beigu tribe. Otherwise, they could exploit our military engagements to launch a surprise attack. Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan as he articulated his thoughts. The Beigu tribe, along with the other clans, must be dealt with. We merely lack the opportunity to do so. Allow me to devise a strategy to strike them. Liu concurred with Zhuge Liang's assessment and began to contemplate how he might confront the Beigu tribe. As they spoke, they arrived at the prison within Yuzhou City. Your Highness, upon Liu's arrival, all the soldiers in the prison stood at attention and saluted. Bring forth the leader of the Tiela tribe, Liu commanded. Yes, Your Highness, the soldier promptly replied and proceeded to the lowest level of the prison, retrieving a fair-skinned man, the leader of the Tiela tribe, Zhi Li. When Liu had previously led an assault against the Tiela tribe, Zhi Li had slain the messenger and made a hasty escape while others were distracted. However, the vast grasslands offered little cover, and Zhi Li was ultimately recaptured by cavalry. This incident proved to be an unexpected gain. You audacious Tang dog! How dare you lead those insignificant tribes to attack me and plunder all the resources of my tribe? Zhi Li raged upon seeing Liu, launching into a tirade of invectives that seemed unending. Liu remained unfazed, his gaze fixed upon Zhi Li, his expression inscrutable. After a moment, perhaps sensing Liu's lack of response, Zhi Li fell silent. Why do you believe I would hesitate to attack your tribe? Liu suddenly inquired. Zhi Li was momentarily taken aback by the question. I assure you, not only will I assault your tribe and seize your resources, but I will also slay your men and take your women and children as slaves, Liu declared. This statement ignited Zhi Li's fury, and he sprang to his feet, intent on lunging at Liu to strangle him. Yet, before the nearby soldiers could react, Liu had already brandished his spear, the sharp tip pressing against Zhi Li's throat, prompting an immediate calm. Behold, your true nature is one of cowardice, just as you abandoned your kin to flee. Does a tribe led by such a worthless chief not deserve to be plundered and annihilated? Liu stated, his face devoid of emotion. At these words, Zhi Li's pupils dilated, and he fell into a stupor. The spear physically threatened Zhi Li, extinguishing his will to fight, while Liu's words delivered a psychological blow that shattered his spirit. Instantly, Zhi Li sank into despair, weeping like a defeated wretch. Useless, Liu remarked. Liu retracted the thunder dragon tooth and spoke coldly. I have some inquiries to make. If you answer truthfully, I shall spare your life and grant you a substantial sum to start anew in the Tang dynasty. Is that truly the case? Zhi Li raised his head and asked. Indeed, it is true, as long as you respond to my questions. Let us begin with the first. What are the Ba Yi tribe currently engaged in? Liu inquired. Upon hearing this question, Zhi Li hesitated rather than responding immediately. Though timid, he was not foolish. He understood that Liu's inquiry was aimed at countering the Ba Yi tribe, and with Liu's formidable military strength, the Ba Yi would undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow. The Ba Yi tribe was allied with the Tai Lu tribe. It was the first leader of the Tai Lu, Chi Bai Ku Sai, who had been saved from starvation by the Ba Yi tribe. This was a debt of gratitude that could not be forsaken. Betraying the benefactors of one's ancestors was a transgression that would condemn one to eternal separation from the celestial realm. Yet, Zhi Li soon recognized his precarious situation. He was already a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, unable to concern himself with others' fates. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately resolved to speak the truth. The Ba-Yigu tribe has recently formed a coalition with other tribes to bypass Wu City and directly assault Wugong City. To expedite their conquest, they have dispatched many elite troops. As their elite forces commenced their advance, Tu Baili sent envoys to request additional manpower for their assault. However, the Taila tribe had just sustained significant losses, and I did not acquiesce. Zhi Li candidly divulged intelligence regarding the Ba-Yigu tribe. Your Highness, this intelligence is of paramount importance. Zhuge Liang exclaimed urgently. Indeed, Liu nodded in agreement. They both simultaneously conceived a strategy to strike while the Ba-Yigu tribe was deploying their elite forces to Wugong City, thereby crippling them. Without their elite troops, the Ba-Yigu tribe would inevitably suffer a devastating blow, significantly diminishing their strength. This is an opportune moment. Immediately prepare provisions and supplies. We shall mobilize our forces without delay. Liu commanded. I shall take care of the arrangements. Zhuge Liang replied with a bow before turning to depart. At this moment, only Liu and Zhi Li remained in the prison. Zhi Li had answered the questions, and now it was time for Liu to fulfill his promise. Hang this treacherous chieftain from the ramparts of Yuzhou City. Liu coldly glanced at Zhi Li, issuing the command before turning to leave. The soldiers in the prison surged forward, restraining Zhi Li. You treacherous dog of the Tang. You lack integrity and do not honor your word. Zhi Li attempted to continue his tirade when a nearby soldier struck him across the face. You despicable barbarian, where was your integrity when you invaded Yuzhou? The soldier rebuked. Without allowing Zhi Li a chance to respond, the soldiers promptly dragged him to the ramparts and secured him there. Meanwhile, Zhuge Liang swiftly completed his tasks, extracting a portion of the substantial provisions and livestock previously seized. Not only did Zhuge Liang ensure the provision of supplies, but he also took into account the welfare of his soldiers by dispatching 5,000 Beihai troops, along with the Imperial Guard and the war slaves, to march together. In a bid to engage the elite forces of the Ba-Yigu tribe swiftly, all soldiers of the war slaves and Beihai troops mounted their steeds. In addition to the soldiers, Liu habitually brought along Bai Qi. With everything prepared, a lingering issue remained. They knew that the elite of the Ba-Yigu tribe was advancing towards Wugong City. Yet their precise location and the ideal site for an ambush remained unknown. To address this dilemma, the courageous war slave sought the counsel of a soldier well acquainted with the Ba-Yigu tribe's movements. Your Highness, the frail soldier beside the war slave bowed and knelt, then spoke. My former tribe was annihilated by the Ba-Yigu tribe, and I possess extensive knowledge of them. There exists but one route for their march from the Ba-Yigu tribe to Wuqing and then to Wugong City. Upon hearing this, Liu nodded in satisfaction and gestured forward. Let us depart. Chapter 19. A new reward in the region where Wuqing, Wugong City, and the western part of Yuzhou converge, lies a vast expanse of plain. This plain, though nameless, has become a battleground due to its strategic significance. The army led by Liu arrived at this plain and promptly began to set up camp, preparing to engage in combat with the elite troops of the Ba-Yigu tribe. Originally, there was a mountainous gorge on the side of Wuqing, but Liu received word too late to seize that opportunity, leaving him to confront the Ba-Yigu's elite forces on the plain instead. Your Highness, scouts have confirmed that an enemy force is indeed approaching our location. Bai Qi reported after galloping to find Liu and bowing respectfully. How many? Liu inquired. The scouts indicated that the Ba-Yigu's forces were divided into vanguard and main troops, while the exact number of the main forces remained unascertained. The vanguard alone comprised more than 100,000 men. Bai Qi's expression grew grave as he shared this intelligence. Upon hearing this, Liu's demeanor likewise turned somber. The Ba-Yigu's elite troops, with a vanguard of such magnitude, undoubtedly meant that the main force would be even larger. If they could utterly annihilate both the vanguard and the main troops, it would effectively cripple the Ba-Yigu tribe. However, this posed a critical question: how to defeat such formidable adversaries? Liu had only brought with him the slave army, the Beihai troops, and the Imperial Guard cavalry, totaling a mere 36,000 men. The servant army, lacking in both equipment and soldier proficiency, could scarcely be compared to the Ba-Yigu's elite forces and would serve merely as cannon fodder. With 6,000 elite troops alongside a contingent of expendables, and fighting on the plain, this battle would undoubtedly be exceedingly arduous. Your Highness, how shall we proceed? Bai Qi asked with concern. Give me a moment to think. Li Yu replied, not providing an immediate answer as he turned to return to the tent within the camp. Seeing that the typically decisive Li Yu required time to contemplate, Bai Qi became increasingly aware of the gravity of the situation, finding himself obliged to await orders as a commander. As time passed, the dawn of the next day arrived. A prompt from the system roused Li Yu from his slumber. The week has elapsed. The host may now sign in. Sign in immediately, Li Yu commanded, initiating the process as he had done for the past decade. Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards. Dragon City Iron Guards X10, 000. Cannons X200. Blossom Shells X50, 000. The system has issued a new task. Defeat the vanguard of the Baega tribe on the plain. As the voice reverberated in his mind, Li Yu's expression shifted from calm to elation. As in the previous 10 years, the system had once again bestowed upon him the most suitable rewards at the most opportune moment. This time was no different. The Dragon City Iron Guards, a specialized defensive unit clad in impenetrable armor and wielding large shields and long spears, stood over 2 meters tall on average, exuding immense strength. The second reward comprised cannons and blossom shells. The lethality of the artillery itself is a matter set aside for now. Merely the resounding roar upon its firing is sufficient to cause considerable disorder among the enemy cavalry. Armed with these two formidable assets, Li Yu is resolutely confident in his ability to decisively vanquish the Baegu tribe upon the plain. After extracting the iron army of Longqing and the artillery, Li Yu promptly commenced the arrangement of his troops, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to the vanguard of the Baegu forces. In the afternoon, a formidable army advanced across the plain. This well-equipped force consisted of soldiers clad in armor forged from toughened leather and iron, each bearing the characteristic curved sabers of the Turks at their sides, with their steeds similarly armored. In the resource-scarce grasslands, forging such a troop is no small feat. It necessitates a substantial supply of iron. The Baega tribe, being a prominent seller of iron and warhorses on the Turkic steppe, is notably lacking in nothing but iron and horses. Leading this elite vanguard is the son of Tubi Li, Wu Yetu. General, we have detected a situation ahead. A scout galloped forth to Wu Yetu's side, bowing to report. Form the ranks. The remaining commanders shall accompany me to ascertain who possesses the audacity to obstruct our advance. Upon issuing his command, Wu Yetu spurred his horse forward, accompanied by a cadre of officers, to the forefront to survey the distance. At a distance of 700 meters, a Tang army stood poised for battle. This Tang force was exceptionally well equipped, arrayed in a square formation. At the periphery stood burly infantry clad in heavy armor, wielding large shields and long spears. Behind them were additional infantry, though not as robust, yet equally well armed. At the core of this formation were 1,000 neatly arranged cavalrymen, accompanied by peculiar black cylindrical objects. Additionally, there was a contingent of tribal subjects serving as auxiliary forces. Datu, come and behold. Are those not the cavalry of the evil spirits? Wu Yetu summoned a commander to his side, gesturing towards the center of the enemy formation. The commander, Datu, gazed ahead and beheld the cavalry within the formation. These riders, robust in stature and mounted on formidable steeds, were clad in heavy iron armor that left only their eyes visible, exuding an air of lethal menace at first glance. Esteemed General, these riders are indeed the cavalry of the evil spirits. The royal cavalry of the Khan has been easily defeated by them, and wherever these evil spirit cavalry tread, one can expect the corpses of many of our Turkic kin, Datu respectfully stated. The cavalry of the evil spirits? I perceive this merely as an excuse for that group of wastrels to rationalize their failures. Today, I shall shatter these so-called evil spirit cavalry. Wu Yetu retorted, glaring at the elite ironclad troops with disdain. I am willing to fight for the general. Data placed his hand on his chest and bowed in request. Very well. Wu Yetu embraced Datu, granting his consent. However, just as Datu prepared to lead his troops into battle, the opposing Tang army made the first move. A resounding horn echoed through the heavens, followed by the thunderous beat of war drums. On the battlefield of the Tang army, the Dragon City Iron Guards and the Beiwai troops created an opening, as Li Yu, leading the Imperial Guard cavalry, gradually emerged, arranging into an elongated horizontal formation at the front line. Your Highness, allow me to command the cavalry, Bai Qi volunteered earnestly. No, I shall personally lead the cavalry to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. You will command the infantry to maintain a solid defense, Li Yu replied calmly. Understood. Bai Qi, in agreement, returned to the ranks and ordered the formation to close. Li Yu's figure, leading 1,000 iron cavalry, caught the eye of Wu Yetu, who smirked coldly and commanded, Dong, lead 50,000 cavalry and form a dense wall. Ensure that we shatter the enemy in a single charge. Yes. Datawa advanced with his cavalry. As he moved forward, a vast multitude of cavalry from the Turkic vanguard, numbering 100,000, surged forth, making the comparison between the 50,000 cavalry and the 1,000 imperial guards resemble that of an elephant to an ant. Chapter 20. The terrifying power warriors of the Baega tribe. Behold the pitiful number of your foes. Do you truly believe they are the cavalry of demons? Datawa galloped before his army, vociferously proclaiming his disbelief. A resounding cry echoed from 50,000 Turkic cavalry, their disdainful gazes fixed upon the opposing forces, followed by a chorus of laughter. Merely 1,000 men. What could these riders possibly accomplish, regardless of their prowess? With a vanguard of 100,000 cavalry, all elite warriors, even a single spit could drown the enemy. With such confidence, Doa turned to face Li Yu and his comrades, exclaiming, Annihilate them, seize Wugong City. Annihilate them. Ag. I shall carve them up. The 50,000 cavalry roared like wild beasts, charging chaotically towards Li Yu and the imperial guards. The Baegu tribe boasted an elite cavalry unit, and with the demise of the Tiela tribe, they now stood as the paramount force of the steppe. Observing the deluge of enemies surging forth, Li Yu remained unperturbed, gradually raising his spear to point directly at the oncoming horde. With a steady exhale, Li Yu's expression morphed into one of fierce determination, bellowing, Follow me into battle. Slay the enemy. The imperial guards echoed his rallying cry, surging forward amidst the thunderous drumbeats, charging alongside Li Yu. Though their numbers were starkly inferior, the 1,000 imperial guards matched the 50,000 enemy cavalry in spirit. The steeds and their riders gallantly charged ahead, unyielding in their advance. From a measured trot, they escalated to a full gallop, the sound of iron armor clanking resonating like a death knell. The Turkic cavalry could clearly perceive the ferocious, bloodthirsty eyes of the imperial guards glaring from the two ominous openings of their helmets. Li Yu, leading the charge, accelerated, brandishing his spear, urging his fiery steed onward, a blazing inferno sweeping across the plain. Ah, what fine soldiers and commanders! Yutu exclaimed, clapping his hands in admiration as he observed Li Yu's charge. He then turned to his fellow commanders, commanding, No one is to harm this young general. I intend to recruit him. Your command is the will of the eternal sky, my esteemed general, the commanders dutifully replied, bowing in respect. In the midst of their exchange, the distance between the two cavalry forces had dwindled significantly. Li Yu's 1,000 imperial guards were now less than 30 meters from the 50,000 Baegu cavalry. In this proximity, Li Yu and his men appeared even more diminutive. To the warriors of the Baegu tribe, Li Yu seemed like a small vessel colliding with a mighty flood, destined for swift destruction. Yet, the reality was quite the contrary. Kill. Ag. In the blink of an eye, the 30-meter gap vanished, and both cavalry units entered the fray. The wall of imperial guards, led by Li Yu, collided fiercely with the enemy's cavalry. The fiery steed let out a fierce neigh, turning its robust neck as if a bulldozer, toppling the Turkic cavalry's warhorses. The other elite cavalry followed suit. Though the steeds of the iron cavalry were not as impressively muscular as the fiery steed, they were encased in iron armor, making their collisions immensely powerful. Meanwhile, the mounted warriors seized the opportunity, wielding their sabers to strike down enemies. At the forefront, Li Yu fought with unparalleled ferocity. The thunder dragon spear in his grasp crackled with electric energy, extending its reach, effortlessly cleaving through groups of foes and their weapons. In the heat of battle, Li Yu's eyes glowed crimson, feeling an inexhaustible force and a surge of rage within him. This was the effect of the god of war's blood. Kill. Li Yu rode the fiery steed, charging through the fray, his spear whirling in a dazzling display, weaving through the 50,000 cavalrymen as if in an unoccupied realm. With a single sweep of his spear sending dozens of Turkic riders tumbling to the ground. After a relentless onslaught, the Thunder Dragon spear had harvested enough lives. The soul of the spear was awakened, and a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. The moment had arrived. Li Yu sensed this. Dismounting from his steed and leaping 10 meters into the air, descending towards the mass of cavalry below. In the next instant, boom! A thunderous roar erupted as Li Yu landed, a bolt of lightning striking down from the sky, reducing everything within a radius of several dozen meters to ashes. Amidst the blackened scars, Li Yu gradually stood upright, surveying his surroundings. The Turkic cavalry, trembling with fear, dared only to encircle him, hesitant to advance. The Thunder Dragon Spear is indeed a remarkable weapon. Li Yu marveled at the spear in his hands. This Thunder Dragon Spear was a divine-grade weapon, bestowed upon him by the system 1 year, with no other rewards given thereafter. A slight regret since no other divine-grade weapons had followed. Is this a human? Panic flickered across Wu Yetu's previously calm visage as he stared at Li Yu, pondering the source of such terrifying power. On the side of the Tang army. Long live your highness. Bai Qi unsheathed his sword and shouted, "Long live." All the soldiers echoed in unison. Meanwhile, all members of the battle slave army knelt, repeatedly bowing towards Li Yu. This is the power of a deity. The battle slave Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Not only did Li Yu fight valiantly, but the elite cavalry was formidable as well. Before them, the 50,000 Turkic cavalry resembled soft tofu rather than mighty elephants. The elite cavalry led by Li Yu acted like a sharp blade, piercing through the massive block of Turkic cavalry with ease. Damn it! These cavalrymen are indeed difficult to deal with. Wu Yetu angrily pounded his saddle. "General, what shall we do?" An officer beside him urgently inquired. "It's simple. Even the mightiest of foes cannot possess cavalry that requires no respite. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy's iron steeds rest, we shall launch our assault upon their ranks." Wu Yetu, possessing remarkable wisdom, issued this command, which was indeed astute. Li Yu, endowed with the spirit of a war deity, harbored inexhaustible stamina. Yet the Imperial Guard's cavalry remains within the realm of humanity. As mortals, they too must find rest. Li Yu, devoid of a desire for prolonged combat, raised his hand to his lips and whistled. With a resounding call, the fiery steed, upon hearing its master's signal, broke through the formidable encirclement formed by the Turkic cavalry. Galloping swiftly to Li Yu's side, Li Yu mounted his horse with agility and shouted, "Return to formation." The gallant Imperial Guard cavalry, engaged in their charge, promptly turned their steeds and followed Li Yu, carving a bloody path back to their own ranks. This back-and-forth clash resulted in staggering losses exceeding 10,000 for the cavalry of the Baega tribe. Remarkably, Li Yu emerged unscathed, leading his Imperial Guard cavalry back to the safety of their formation without a single injury. Chapter 21. The Iron Guards of Dragon City. General, I have failed. Dadawa lamented as he approached Wu Yetu on horseback, his demeanor despondent. It matters not. The enemy is formidable. Your return is what counts. I still require you to lead the troops in our assault against the foe. Wu Yetu gently patted Dadawa's shoulder in a gesture of consolation before issuing a command. Upon receiving the order, Dadawa raised his head, his gaze resolute as he nodded in acknowledgement. With Li Yu's elite guards having retreated to rest, it was unlikely they would re-emerge to confront the enemy. Seizing this opportunity, perhaps they could annihilate both the cavalry and the adversary. General, this time I wish to employ archery, Dadawa requested earnestly. That is entirely feasible, Wu Yetu replied with a nod. Dadawa then led the 50,000 cavalry who had not participated in the earlier skirmish directly towards the formation where Li Yu had taken refuge. This fresh contingent of cavalry was invigorated, each soldier brimming with energy. Moreover, they were all mounted archers, tasked not with engaging the enemy in close combat like their predecessors, but rather to maneuver around the periphery of the battlefield, utilizing their bows to harry the enemy from a distance. This cavalry archery tactic proved to be formidable. Unarmored infantry were akin to targets for their arrows. Notably, the Bai ancient tribe was well supplied with iron, ensuring their archers were equipped with quivers brimming with iron-tipped arrows. Your Highness, it seems our adversaries are intent on employing some tricks, Bai Qi remarked, a knowing smile gracing his face as he observed the approaching archers. Cavalry archery may suffice against unarmored soldiers of the plains, but it is utterly ineffective against those of us clad in full armor, Li Yu stated confidently. And what of those slave soldiers? Bai Qi gestured toward another group within their ranks. These individuals were the subjugated army brought under Li Yu's command, and due to his lingering mistrust, They had not been outfitted with superior gear. Should the enemy's archers unleash their arrows upon their formation, the lightly armored slave soldiers would find themselves in dire straits. This moment would serve as a test of whether he could place complete trust in them. Liu mused solemnly. As their conversation unfolded, the 50,000 archers of the by-ancient tribe had already surged to the forefront of the battlefield. Rather than directly assaulting the formation, they knocked their arrows and began to rain down volleys upon the inner ranks. A deluge of arrows descended, striking the iron guards of Dragon City and the Beiwei army, leaving only superficial scars as they ricocheted to the ground. Bai Qi, wielding a longsword, displayed his skill as he deftly severed the arrows aimed at himself and Li Yu. However, the slave soldiers fared far worse. The sharp sound of metal piercing flesh echoed repeatedly, and in the blink of an eye, casualties among the slave soldiers reached into the hundreds. The Ba Yigu tribe possesses an abundance of iron arrows, yet the proficiency in crafting these projectiles leaves much to be desired. Consequently, those struck by the arrows do not succumb immediately. Rather, they writhe on the ground, emitting anguished cries of despair. Upon hearing these lamentations, a commotion arose among the soldiers of the slave army. They yearned to evade the arrows, but upon glancing at Li Yu, they hesitated. Accustomed to following Li Yu's commands, they found themselves not scattering in panic, but instead remaining rooted in place, awaiting further orders. As more arrows rained down upon the formation, a growing number of slave army soldiers were wounded. Yet, despite their harrowing screams and palpable fear, they did not falter or flee. These individuals had been thoroughly tamed. Li Yu observed the afflicted soldiers with a detached demeanor and remarked, "These people still hold value. Should we allow the Beiwei army to shield them?" "No," Bai Qi replied. "While the slave army possesses utility, they are merely fodder. I have no desire for mere cannon fodder. Thus, I must allow the enemy to cleanse them." "Understood." Bai Qi nodded, refraining from further comment. The slave army soldiers were indeed suffering tremendous losses, yet not all of them were resigned to wailing. Some began to seize their weapons, severing the arrows that fell upon them. Such individuals were the warriors Li Yu sought, not mere expendables. What wretched material is their armor made from? De Tuo, riding high upon his steed, gazed at the battlefield, his voice tinged with ire. Many iron arrows had been expended, yet aside from vanquishing a handful of Turkish traders, no significant gains had been made. A shift in battle strategy was imperative. De Tuo turned and bellowed, "Cease firing. Charge the enemy formation." At the sound of his command, the circling archers halted their volleys and regrouped, forming a cohesive line as they surged toward the enemy's ranks. These cavalrymen, the elite of the Ba Yigu tribe, intuitively divided themselves into multiple assault teams, sweeping in from all directions. The objective was to disrupt the enemy's defensive focus, weakening the outermost ranks and gradually exhausting them until they could be breached. However, they encountered the Dragon City Iron Guards. "The enemy cavalry is charging. All units, prepare for defense." A commanding voice resonated within the ranks. Upon receiving the order, the Dragon City Iron Guards planted their large shields firmly into the ground and positioned their long spears atop the shields. These towering figures, clad in heavy armor, braced themselves, ready to withstand the impending onslaught. The cavalry charged with remarkable speed, colliding with the outermost ranks of the Dragon City Iron Guards in an instant. Their steeds crashed against the shields, as if intent on forging a path. Yet, the shields of the Dragon City Iron Guards were crafted from metal and stood at half a man's height, proving incredibly resilient. The enemy's horses repeatedly slammed into the shields, suffering shattered necks, while the shields remained steadfast and unyielding. Not merely formidable shields, the Iron Guards of Dragon City wield exceptionally long spears, thrusting forward with ferocity to pierce through lines of enemy cavalry, instilling terror with their might. The anguished cries of the Ba Yigu cavalry echoed, pleading for mercy, as those who dared to charge into the fray were swiftly decimated. The initial assault by the Ba Yigu cavalry resulted in the loss of no fewer than several thousand men. In stark contrast, the defenders, the Iron Guards of Dragon City, suffered not a single casualty. These towering men, each exceeding 2 meters in height, stood bloodied yet defiant, glaring at the bowmen with a ferocity reminiscent of malevolent spirits. With such a decisive advantage, even De Tuo felt too ashamed to return to face Yi Tuesday. However, these Iron Guards were not the ultimate weapon in Liu Yu's arsenal. "Bring forth the cannons," Liu commanded. Seizing the opportunity presented by the failed retreat of the Bao cavalry, the Tang army opened a breach in their formation, allowing 200 cannons to be pushed forward by the Beiwei troops, aimed squarely at the enemy. Chapter 22. The Power of Artillery. What is this? The commander Wu Yetu, observing the enemy's formation, was perplexed by the row of black iron tubes that had been deployed. It is not entirely surprising that Wu Yetu was unfamiliar with such weaponry, although Liu had previously received designs for cannons as a reward. The lack of manpower and resources had prevented their construction, leaving no one to witness the might of artillery. Now, Wu Yetu would be the first to behold a cannon, and he would soon come to understand its terrifying capabilities. "Load the cannon," shouted the lieutenant of the Beiwei army. The soldiers promptly poured gunpowder into the barrel, followed by the insertion of explosive shells, securing them with fuses, and preparing fire sticks to ignite them at a moment's notice. "Your Highness, shall we fire?" the lieutenant inquired. "Fire," Liu commanded with a wave of his hand. The lieutenant turned and approached the cannon, bellowing, "Fire." The soldiers then lit the fuses with their fire sticks. Flames raced along the fuses and ignited the gunpowder within the cannon. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of 200 thunderous roars erupted, shaking the earth itself. The battle horses, startled by the cannon fire, neighed in panic and lost control. Had it not been for the exceptional horsemanship of the elite archers of the Beiga tribe, the mere sound of cannon fire would have thrown them all into disarray. 200 cannons discharged simultaneously, launching 200 explosive shells into the sky, raining down upon the cavalry of the Beiga tribe. The impact zone extended beyond the archers led by Dada, reaching even the central position of the Beiga cavalry, where Wu Yetu and several high-ranking generals were stationed. What on earth? Wu Yetu gazed in bewilderment at the black spheres descending from the heavens. As one of these spheres landed within 20 meters of him, a deafening explosion ensued, with searing flames leaping high and engulfing everything within a 10-meter radius. Wu Yetu, standing 20 meters away, was not spared. The explosion's shockwave sent him and his horse hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground after a flight of 5 or 6 meters. Cough, cough. Wu Yetu struggled to rise, his ears ringing and his vision blurred. After a minute, he gradually regained clarity and began to hear the anguished cries around him. "Ah, help! My leg! Help! I don't want to die!" The heart-wrenching screams echoed from the center of the formation. Wu Yetu stumbled to his feet, surveying the carnage around him. Soldiers with only their lower halves remaining, others bleeding and writhing on the ground, alongside dismembered horses. "Am I dead?" Wu Yetu found himself questioning whether he had perished, believing he must be in hell to witness such horrific scenes. The devastation in the central formation was shocking enough, let alone the plight of the archers. The cavalry was ravaged by artillery fire, leaving behind a vast expanse of blackened craters upon the plain, littered with shattered armor, weapons, and the remains of horses and men. "General, are you unscathed?" Datu rushed over, shaking Yetu by the shoulders. Yetu, dazed from the explosion, surveyed his surroundings with vacant eyes. In a moment of desperation, Datu delivered a sharp slap to Yetu, rousing him from his stupor. "We must retaliate. We must counterattack." Yetu, now alert, seized Datu by the collar and shouted fervently. "I heed your command, General," Datu replied with a bow of respect. Without further ado, Yetu mounted a warhorse and galloped towards his troops, bellowing, "Everyone, if you wish to survive, charge forth and obliterate those black tubes. If you desire death, remain where you are and await your fate. Those devices will reduce you to nothingness, and you shall never ascend to paradise." With a furious roar, Yetu led the charge. As the son of the commander and the leader of the troops, his audacious advance had an effect akin to that of Liu leading his forces, instantly bolstering morale. "Kill!" The cavalrymen of the Beigu tribe brandished their whips, striking their steeds as they raced towards the artillery. Though fear gripped them, they understood that they must destroy those black cylinders or face certain death. This powerful will to survive transformed into courage, and under Yetu's leadership, the cavalry surged towards the cannons. They swiftly traversed several hundred meters. The artillery, cumbersome and positioned outside the formation, was ill-prepared to defend itself. The only force nearest to the cannons was the slave soldiers. "Slave General, I command you to position your men in front of the artillery," Liu ordered sternly. "Yes," the slave general responded, drawing his sword and leading his soldiers to the forefront of the cannons. These slave soldiers lacked the formidable armor of the Dragon City Iron Guard. Nor did they possess the towering stature of their adversaries, and they were devoid of weapons capable of countering cavalry. Their armor was limited to leather vests covering their upper bodies, and they wielded only curved blades. Yet, undeterred, they stood resolutely before the artillery, forming a dense wall despite knowing their curved blades could not counter the cavalry's charge. The cavalry soon bore down upon them, their steeds crashing into the slave soldiers. Those clad in leather were met with brutal impact. The front ranks had their chests caved in and succumbed immediately. The soldiers behind fared no better, as the horses, having breached the front line, lost momentum, yet the riders swung their weapons down upon them, inflicting even greater casualties upon the slave ranks. "Prove your courage and loyalty to His Highness," the slave general cried out. "We shall not retreat." The slave soldiers, eyes ablaze with determination, began to retaliate with the weapons they held, having already sustained significant losses in their effort to impede the cavalry's advance. As the slave warriors delayed the enemy, the soldiers of the Beihui army maneuvered the artillery back into formation, while the iron guards of Longcheng closed ranks. Observing the rear lines completely sealed off, the slave warrior felt a perplexing suspicion that Li Yu might have betrayed his servile troops. However, in the next moment, he heard the unmistakable sound of the Imperial Guard's cavalry charging forth. 1,000 elite cavalry divided into two flanks, advancing from either side towards the cavalry of the Tiela tribe. Li Yu led the left flank, swiftly penetrating the enemy lines and making a beeline for Wu Yetu's day. "Protect me." As Li Yu approached, Wu Yetu cried out for aid. The surrounding soldiers quickly rushed to his defense, but they were no match for the Imperial Guard's cavalry. Li Yu, directing his forces, pierced through the cavalry of the Beiyu tribe, advancing relentlessly until he stood before Wu Yetu's day, attempting to draw his weapon for defense. Wu Yetu found himself impaled by Li Yu's Thunder Dragon Fong, which pierced through him and his weapon alike. "The general is dead," a voice rang out, and the cavalry of the Beiyu tribe suddenly realized their dire predicament, seeking to flee. Yet, in their moment of distraction, they tragically discovered that they were ensnared. Surrounded by the iron guards of Longcheng and the Beihui army, it was all over. The faces of the Beiyu cavalry turned ashen with despair. Chapter 23. The Divine Weapon. The sun-shooting bow. The cavalry of the Beiyu tribe found themselves encircled, utterly deprived of mobility, reduced to mere living targets. They had lost the ferocity and courage they exhibited against the slave army moments ago, now being mercilessly slaughtered by the iron guards of Dragon City and the Beihai army. The battle had long since concluded. What remained was merely a grim process of extermination. The slave army, having suffered grievously from the cavalry's charge, seized the opportunity for revenge and inflicted the most casualties. "Are you not Turks? Why do you assist the Tang dogs in slaying us?" they shouted, filled with wrath. "Indeed, you traitors shall descend into hell upon your demise." The Beiyu cavalry cursed loudly as they faced their impending doom. "You are the true Turks. Your entire family belongs to the Turks. We are the valiant warriors of His Highness's slave army, and you are of no concern to us." A commander from the slave army rebuked, rallying his troops to strike with renewed fervor. The soldiers of the slave army, being the marginalized denizens of the Turkic steppes, had long been subjected to the tyranny of the royal court and large tribes, harboring no sense of allegiance to their Turkic identity. Thus, they no longer regarded themselves as Turks, striking down their former kin without hesitation. The one-sided massacre persisted for half the day, during which numerous Beiyu cavalry sought to surrender. But Li Yu dismissed their pleas, allowing his soldiers to annihilate the enemy entirely. In the end, the once mighty elite cavalry of the Beiyu tribe, along with their commander Wu Yetu, was completely obliterated. Not a single soul remained to return with news. Once the battle concluded, Li Yu accomplished the system's task. "Congratulations, host, for annihilating the vanguard of the Beiyu tribe. Reward: Divine Weapon, Sun-Shooting Bow X1. A new task has been issued. Please eliminate the main force of the Beiyu tribe." As the system's voice faded, a bow appeared behind Li Yu. A divine weapon? Li Yu picked up the bow and examined it, noting its entire golden body, with the bowstring resembling the sinews of some creature, also shimmering gold. "System, where are the arrows?" Li Yu inquired. In response to the host, the sun-shooting bow is a divine weapon and does not come with accompanying arrows. Once you draw the bowstring, arrows will materialize. "How remarkable!" Li Yu exclaimed with delight as he exerted force to draw the bowstring, just as the system had indicated. As the bowstring was gradually pulled back, a golden arrow began to take shape. To test its power, Li Yu released the bowstring. The golden arrow shot forth instantly, piercing through a herd of cattle and sheep before finally coming to rest after vanquishing over 100 beasts. What a splendid bow! Li Yu exclaimed, thrilled as he patted the weapon. The sun-shooting bow possessed immense power, yet it required tremendous strength to wield. Li Yu estimated that the draw weight of this bow was at least 1,000 pounds. No one else in the world could possibly handle such a weapon besides him. Your Highness, where did this divine bow come from, with such staggering power? Bai Qi galloped over, astonished and inquiring. I found it, Li Yu replied nonchalantly, then paused and asked, what brings you to me? Your Highness, we have seized a considerable amount of spoils this time. Bai Qi approached Li Yu, holding a piece of parchment, and handed it to him. Upon receiving it, Li Yu glanced at the document, which detailed the spoils acquired from the recent conflict. 100,000 elite cavalry require sustenance. Thus we have also captured a significant number of cattle and sheep. In total, there are 200,000 head of livestock, 30,000 pounds of dried meat, 50,000 war horses, and countless pieces of armor and weaponry. Alas, had we not employed artillery, we might have captured many more horses. Li Yu casually discarded the parchment. Without the artillery, it is uncertain whether we could have completely annihilated the enemy. They recklessly charged toward the cannons, allowing our Dragon City Iron Guards and the Beihai army to encircle them, certainly with the commendable efforts of the slave army contributing to our success. Bai Qi stated solemnly. Hearing this, Li Yu raised an eyebrow, pondering Bai Qi's long-standing disdain for the Turks and his previous contempt for the slave army. Yet, he had just acknowledged their contributions. Sensing Li Yu's confusion, Bai Qi chuckled and clarified, I admire those who possess courage and valor. The slave army bravely shielded us from the enemy cavalry's charge, hence I regard them with newfound respect. They are indeed loyal and valiant. Li Yu nodded, contemplating the enhancement of the slave army's equipment and weaponry. While the majority of the slave army soldiers may lack military skills, they originate from Turkic steppe tribes, excelling in horseback riding and archery. Thus, the most suitable combat style for them remains mounted archery. Having made his decision, Li Yu turned to Zhang Nuyong and commanded loudly, gather all your soldiers to line up for weapons, armor, war horses, and bows. At this proclamation, the slave army was taken aback. Bai Qi, who was about to speak, hesitated, recalling the scene where the slave army formed a human wall to block the cavalry's advance and ultimately remained silent. Your Highness, we are merely a band of servant soldiers. The mere fact that you would reward us is already beyond our expectations. How could we dare to accept those war horses and equipment? Zhang Nuyong knelt on the ground, his forehead touching the earth, respectfully declining. You are indeed servant soldiers, yet you have demonstrated your courage and loyalty to me. You are entirely deserving of donning this equipment and fighting like any regular soldier, Li Yu declared. Zhang Nuyong wished to say more, but considering Li Yu's resolute nature, he refrained from further objection and stepped forward to claim the gear. As the leader of the servant soldiers, Zhang Nuyong had previously worn only a light leather armor, but now he could don the hardened leather armor of the elite cavalry from the Baya ancient tribe. This armor, reinforced with iron, covers a significant portion of the body and offers far superior protection compared to leather. Zhang Nuyong donned the hardened leather armor, took up a curved sword, a bow, and a quiver of iron arrows. Finally, he approached the war horses and selected the strongest one. Upon acquiring these items, Zhang Nuyong trembled with excitement. His face flushed with exhilaration. Weapons, leather armor, bows, arrows, and horses. These possessions are as vital to the nomads of the grasslands as life itself. Previously, the impoverished tribe to which Zhang Nuyong belonged could barely sustain horses, let alone dream of iron weaponry or bows and arrows. He never imagined that a Tang person would bestow such gifts upon him. Your Highness, I am willing to die for you, Zhang Nuyong declared, slinging the bow across his back and kneeling in reverence. I trust in your loyalty, Li Yu replied with a smile and a nod. Subsequently, all soldiers of Zhang Nuyong's unit lined up to receive their gear. This contingent, which had once appeared akin to beggars, was now transformed into a cavalry force, equipped for mounted archery. After the spoils were distributed, Bai Qi inquired, Your Highness, where shall we proceed next? Is there any need to ask? Naturally. We shall continue to fight, striving to annihilate the main force of the Baega tribe, Li Yu replied calmly. Understood, Bai Qi acknowledged, proceeding to command the march. With the vanguard of the Baegu tribe already vanquished and the main force advancing slowly behind, Li Yu was poised to proactively engage the enemy rather than await them on the plains. The initiative in the war had now returned to Li Yu's hands. Chapter 24. His Highness actually triumphed? As Li Yu led his troops into fierce combat against the vanguard of the Baega tribe, news of the conflict swiftly reached within the walls of Wugong City, courtesy of Qin Huaiyu's reconnaissance. Why would His Highness act in such a manner? Qin Xiong furrowed his brow, seated in a chair, supporting his forehead in evident distress. I never anticipated that His Highness would be so reckless. Confronting the 100,000 elite cavalry of the Baega tribe with fewer than 50,000 men on the plains, Qin Huaiyu remarked solemnly. What transpired afterward? Qin Xiong pressed for more information. I took a small contingent to gather intelligence as well, returning under the cover of night. Unfortunately, I could not ascertain further details. Qin Huaiyu lamented. Currently, Wugong City is entirely encircled by the enemy, who are exceedingly cautious, not advancing upon the city, but rather severing its supply lines and waiting. Fortunately, a mountain path lies not far from the southern gate of Wugong City, allowing Qin Huaiyu to circumvent the encirclement to gather information. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to Li Yu's engagement with the enemy on the plains. This has become quite troublesome. Qin Xiong rose, his gaze fixed upon the sand table, remaining silent for an extended period. After a moment, he turned to his son and commanded, His Highness must be in dire straits now. You should lead 10,000 cavalry down the mountain path and provide support. Upon hearing this command, Qin Huaiyu and the other generals present were taken aback. Soon, some reacted quickly, urging caution. This is unwise, General. That mountain path has yet to be explored by the Turks. Should we face defeat in the future, it will serve as our route back to Chang'an. However, if the young general departs with 10,000 cavalry through that route, the commotion will be considerable. The Turks cannot possibly overlook it, and they will inevitably discover the path, leaving us with no retreat. Indeed, General, do not act as recklessly as His Highness. We implore you to think carefully. Listening to the general's objections, Qin Xiong's expression remained icy as he surveyed the room. His Highness is undoubtedly in a precarious situation. While he may have underestimated the enemy, it also signifies his unwavering courage in the face of danger. Though we are encircled by foes, our substantial provisions could sustain us for years, whereas Yuzhou is entirely cut off and His Highness faces a more dire predicament. After a stern reprimand, Qin Xiong fixed his gaze upon the generals. They fell silent, and Qin Huaiyu stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. I am willing to lead 10,000 cavalry forth. Please take care, Father. You need not worry for me. I have fought battles my entire life, and those barbaric Turks shall not best me. Qin Xiong replied dismissively. Subsequently, Qin Huaiyu turned and departed, leading 10,000 cavalry out of the city, directly towards the mountain path to circumvent the enemy's encirclement. Heading toward the confluence of Wugong City, Wuqing, and Yuzhou, the commotion generated by 10,000 cavalry was indeed substantial, and Qin Huaiyu was soon detected by the Turkic forces. Yet, they, knowing they could not catch up, could only seal the mountain path to ensure no further passage through it. The following morning, after a night of relentless pursuit, Qin Huaiyu was finally nearing the tri-junction of the three territories. General, there may be a battle ahead. Should we send someone to scout the situation? The deputy asked as he approached Qin Huaiyu. What further intelligence do we need? The prince has likely not been annihilated by the enemy, but he is undoubtedly trapped in a formidable encirclement. Our direct advance will provide him with the timely rescue he requires, Qin Huaiyu replied, hastening the speed of his steed to its maximum. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, there were no sounds of battle in the distance, nor any signs of military confrontation on the vast plain. A sense of foreboding began to rise within Qin Huaiyu. The stillness of the plain suggested that the combat had concluded. As for who emerged victorious, it was evident that it would not be Li Yu, who, in his hubris, dared to confront an enemy of 100,000 elite cavalry with a mere contingent of fewer than 50,000. Sighing deeply, Qin Huaiyu cracked his whip. His mind singularly focused on one objective, to locate Li Yu's remains for a proper burial. Moments later, the cavalry surged forward at a swift pace, soon spotting a mass of corpses in the distance, strewn haphazardly across the ground. Onward to the battlefield. We must continue until we find the prince. Qin Huaiyu commanded loudly. The cavalry pressed on at full speed until they reached the grim scene. Upon closer inspection, they realized that none of the bodies bore the traditional top knots, indicating that the fallen were certainly not Tang soldiers. If they were not Tang, then they must belong to the elite cavalry of the Baega tribe. How could this be? Qin Huaiyu looked in disbelief at the hellish sight before him. The bodies of the Baegu elite lay scattered, some intact, while others were mere remnants. At the heart of the battlefield, however, lay a multitude of Turkic cavalry corpses, seemingly overwhelmed and slaughtered, piled high like a mountain. The entire scene was utterly astonishing. Search the area for any survivors or bound hair, Qin Huaiyu commanded, his heart racing with trepidation. Yes, the cavalry responded, dispersing to conduct a search. The search yielded results swiftly. General, we have scoured the vicinity and found not a single bound hair. The deputy reported with a bow. I understand, Qin Huaiyu nodded. The battlefield was littered with corpses, none of which belonged to the Tang. This could only signify one thing. Li Yu, in his overconfidence, had led fewer than 50,000 men into battle against the 10,000 elite cavalry of the Baegu and emerged victorious. It was almost unbelievable. Could the prince truly have won? The deputy exclaimed in astonishment. The truth lies before us, compelling belief. Qin Huaiyu remarked while surveying the battlefield strewn with corpses, adding, His Highness has left not a single captive, which illustrates how the harsh winds and snow of Yuzhou have forged him into a formidable force over the past decade. Upon hearing this, the commander nodded solemnly and replied, Those in Chang'an would never dream that the bitter environment of Yuzhou and the ferocity of the barbarians have not vanquished His Highness. Instead, they have transformed him into a decisive and powerful sovereign. Indeed, Qin Huaiyu acknowledged the deputy's assertion, and he began to contemplate whether to persuade his father to support Li Yu, the crown prince. Though Li Yu is of illegitimate birth on his mother's side, he undeniably holds the title of firstborn, and now, with such strength, he possesses the qualifications to vie for the pinnacle of power in the realm. Should the Qin family align themselves with Li Yu, they could become loyal vassals. With this thought, Qin Huaiyu abruptly shook his head, banishing the terrifying notion from his mind. Major General, what shall we do next? The deputy inquired. Quite simply, we shall follow His Highness into battle against the brigands, Qin Huaiyu replied. The deputy contemplated this decision for a moment and raised no objections. After all, the martial roads have already been discovered and sealed by the Turks. If they do not accompany Li Yu into battle, what else can they possibly do? Chapter 25, The Court's Decision. A few days later, in the city of Chang'an, long live the emperor. The officials of both civil and military ranks bowed deeply in reverence, chanting their praises. Li Shimin stepped forward under the gaze of the assembled dignitaries, sweeping his eyes over the crowd before gesturing for them to rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials responded as they straightened their postures. In ordinary circumstances, after this ceremonial greeting, Li Shimin would offer words of encouragement to his ministers. However, he appeared unusually anxious today, with no inclination to engage in idle chatter. Your Majesty, are you troubled by the military situation ahead? Changsun Wuji stepped forward, bowing in inquiry. Is that not obvious? Recently, we received word that the Turkic Baegu tribe has formed an alliance with other tribes to directly assault Wugong City. They have dispatched hundreds of thousands of elite cavalry. Wugong City lies just beyond, and how can I not be alarmed? Li Shimin replied, his impatience evident. The forces at Wuqing remain constrained by the enemy and cannot provide support to Wugong City. Just days ago, Duke Qing suffered a defeat. Yet there is not entirely bleak news, Changsun Wuji responded calmly. What good news? Pray tell, Li Shimin inquired eagerly from his dragon throne. According to the latest intelligence I have received, His Highness has engaged the vanguard of the Baegu tribe on the plains and has annihilated all 10,000 of their elite cavalry, Changsun Wuji revealed. Speaking of Li Yu's achievements, upon hearing this, all present, including Li Shimin, were momentarily taken aback before murmuring amongst themselves. Is it true that you has displayed such prowess, managing to decimate the vanguard of the Baegu tribe on the plains? Li Shimin, a seasoned warrior himself, understood the peril of confronting Turkic forces on open ground. Given that Li Yu's troops were already outnumbered and predominantly infantry, how could they possibly prevail? Not only Li Shimin, but others were eager to ascertain the truth of the matter. Indeed, it is absolutely certain. I have informants in the Turkic camp. After the vanguard went missing, the Bayagu tribe sent scouts, who reported a battlefield strewn with corpses, a sight reminiscent of hell itself. Yet not a single head was adorned with hair. This indicates that His Highness not only triumphed, but secured a resounding victory. Changsun Wuji articulated slowly. Excellent. Truly remarkable. His Highness is indeed a prodigy. Achieving victory against overwhelming odds. He seems to be a natural commander. The officials exclaimed in a chorus of praise. Their accolades were sincere. As the recent setbacks faced by the Tang forces had left morale waning, and Li Yu's triumph served as a beacon of hope. Ha ha ha, reminiscent of my own glory days. Li Shimin chuckled heartily, stroking his beard, though the smile soon faded. The emperor furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. According to the original plan, the Tang dynasty was to seek peace with the Turks. It was an unavoidable circumstance, for the Tang had only just emerged from internal strife and had scarcely enjoyed a period of stability. Their armaments and supplies were insufficient for a protracted war against the Turks. Li Yu has completely annihilated the vanguard of the Bayaga tribe, which has instilled deep enmity not only towards him, but also against the entire Turkic people. The prospects for peace seem increasingly bleak. While Emperor Li Shimin contemplated these matters, his courtiers discerned his thoughts as well, promptly suppressing their smiles and refraining from further praise for Li Yu. My lords, he said gravely, upon reflection, regardless of your martial prowess, our primary strategy regarding the Turks should still be one of seeking peace. Once a staunch advocate for war, he had been displeased with his father and elder brother's concessions to the Turks, yet he had now become a proponent of peace. Your Majesty, I have a word to say. Wei Zheng stepped forward, raising his voice. Did not your Highness deliver a decisive blow to the barbarians at the gates of Yuzhou, slaying their chieftain, and subsequently achieve a great victory at Zaihukou, causing the chieftain of the Xieli to flee in disarray? You have also eradicated the entire Tiela clan and decimated the vanguard of the Bayaga tribe on the plains. Are these glorious victories not sufficient to embolden your resolve? His voice rang out, resonating through the hall. However, upon hearing this, neither Li Shimin nor the other officials reacted. A profound silence enveloped the court for an extended period. Finally, Li Shimin straightened his posture and declared, I shall return and issue an imperial decree for you to return, so we may negotiate peace with the Turks. With that, he rose abruptly, denying Wei Zheng and himself the opportunity for further discourse. My lords, we cannot seek peace. Wei Zheng cried out to the assembly. Have you not perceived that General Qin was dispatched to support His Highness only to be thwarted at Wugong City? Victory is but ephemeral in the grand scheme. We cannot possibly contend with the Turks. Changsun Wuji countered Wei Zheng's assertions, casting him a disdainful glance before departing the court. As night fell, the Lantern Festival filled Chang'an with vibrant festivities, as both citizens and officials reveled in the lantern displays. Empress Changsun and Li Chengxian sat within an elaborately adorned palanquin, traversing the Zhuke Avenue while admiring the lanterns. Suddenly, the bearers halted and set the palanquin down. Curious, Empress Changsun lifted the curtain to ascertain the situation, only to lock eyes with her elder brother, Changsun Wuji. Upon sighting her brother, she adopted a stern expression, attempting to draw the curtain back. But Changsun Wuji seized her hand. Why do you not invite me to join you? He asked as he released her hand and took a seat in the palanquin. My brother, burdened with state affairs, how could I, a mere woman, dare to waste your time? Empress Changsun retorted, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Oh, have you heard the news from the court? Changsun Wuji inquired directly. I have heard that Li Yu has been victorious on the front lines. Empress Changsun affirmed with a nod, though her brow furrowed as she added, yet the Turks are invading our Great Tang. The pressing matter remains to repel the foreign threat. Do not undermine Li Yu from behind. Oh, who was it that once sought my assistance to send Li Yu to Yuzhou? Changsun Wuji asked with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Empress Changsun hesitated, stammering her defense. The state and domestic affairs are, not the same. How are they different? There are matters I have not disclosed to the emperor. According to the intelligence I have gathered from my informants in the Turkic region, Li Yu commands an extraordinarily powerful army, defeating the Turkic people as easily as one would a child. What shall we do if he seeks retribution against us? Changsun Wuji's voice turned icy as he inquired. For this question, Empress Changsun found herself at a loss for words. The siblings fell into a moment of silence. Well, Let us seek an opportunity to ease our relationship with Li Yu, to attempt to win him over. After all, he is of illegitimate birth, lacking support. He cannot pose a threat to Chengqian's future, suggested Empress Changsun. Such naive thinking. Changsun Wujin rebuked sharply, then adopted a commanding tone as he continued, from this moment forth, let Chengqian accompany his majesty closely, allowing the emperor to witness Chengqian's potential. As for Li Yu, I shall devise a plan, you need not worry. Upon hearing this, Empress Changsun felt powerless and could only bite her lip in acquiescence. When it came to her brother, she was only capable of sulking. She would never dare to confront him directly. Mother, father constantly scolds me. I do not wish to go to his side. Li Chengqian immediately clung to his mother's arm, his face streaked with tears as he implored. Do not speak of such matters with your mother. Discuss them with your uncle. Empress Changsun gestured towards Changsun Wujin. Then I shall go, Li Chengqian conceded, abandoning his struggle. Chapter 26. A new strategy 1 week later. On the fringes of the Turkic grasslands, the cold wind howled as snowflakes danced through the air. A vast army, its banners of black and red emblazoned with the character for Yu, was encamped upon the white expanse of snow. This was the army of Li Yu, collectively known as the Yuzhou army. At the center of their encampment, a multitude of flickering campfires illuminated the scene, around which the soldiers gathered, roasting meat to stave off the chill. As a commanding leader, Li Yu chose not to indulge in preferential treatment. Instead, he sat among his men by the fire, sharing their meager meal in the biting wind. My lord, it has been a week since our arrival. Yet the elite forces of the Boyega tribe are still nowhere to be seen. Have they retreated? Bai Qi inquired with a hint of confusion. Previously, after annihilating the vanguard of the Boyegu forces, the Yuzhou army had advanced swiftly, unimpeded, to this very edge of the Turkic grasslands. According to their initial calculations, they anticipated encountering the enemy's main forces within 5 days. Yet, on this 6th day, they remained elusive. It seems that upon witnessing the complete destruction of the vanguard, the leader of the Boyegu, Tubalai, has ordered a retreat. What a coward, Li Yu scoffed. Despite his derision, Li Yu held a measure of respect for Tubalai. The commander of the 10,000 elite vanguard troops, Waitu, was none other than Tubalai's son. The fact that Tubalai had maintained his composure rather than recklessly sending his main forces into battle after the loss of his son spoke volumes. It demonstrated his prudence over the rashness exhibited by others. For this reason, Li Yu considered Tubalai far more suitable to lead as Khan than Xieli. My lord, what should we do? We cannot simply withdraw, Bai Qi pressed. Let me ponder this, Li Yu replied, closing his eyes in contemplation. According to their original strategy, they were to annihilate the Boyegu's vanguard before turning their attention to the main forces. However, with the vanguard eliminated and the main forces absent, it became evident that a retreat had occurred, rendering their original plans obsolete. Nevertheless, it remained imperative to inflict significant damage upon the Boyega tribe. Yet, annihilating their elite forces was not the only option. Capturing the Boyega tribe outright was also a possibility. With this realization, a spark ignited in Li Yu's mind. I have conceived of a plan. Instead of targeting the elite forces of the Boyega tribe, we should seize the tribe itself. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi shook his head. Eliminating the elite forces was merely a secondary strategy. Given our limited numbers, how could we possibly capture the Boyega tribe? That can be accomplished. Li Yu replied with a smile before elaborating on his strategy. Li Yu's plan was elegantly straightforward. The Yuzhou army had recently achieved several decisive victories and had decimated the Tiela tribe, thus garnering a considerable amount of enmity. Even the dullest of minds on the grasslands recognized the Yuzhou army as a formidable threat. Faced with such a menace, the only recourse for the various tribes would be to unite their forces in an effort to eradicate the Yuzhou army. At that time, the troops of Yuzhou could engage in battle with the enemy's coalition, diverting their attention while dispatching a cavalry unit to swiftly strike at the Boyegu tribe and other nomadic settlements. Seizing the opportunity presented by their vulnerable rear forces, they could decisively conquer them. This is indeed a brilliant stratagem. Bai Qi gazed at Li Yu with excitement, marveling at how this prince could conceive such an exceptional plan. If this feint succeeds, not only the Boyegu tribe, but other tribes would also be left utterly devastated. Subsequently, the outer regions of the Turkic steppe would be devoid of any combatants, allowing the Yuzhou army to gallop freely across the vast plains. However, Executing this plan requires more than just our small contingent. We must return to Yuzhou City immediately and organize a formidable army, Liu commanded. Understood. Bai Qi clasped his hands in salute, acknowledging the order. Moments later, the Yuzhou army was swiftly mobilized, marching towards Yuzhou City. Meanwhile, at the Ba Yegu tribe, the assembly hall was particularly lively that day, filled with leaders and shamans from various tribes, seated as they enjoyed the performances of exotic dancers from the western regions. In front of each leader and shaman lay an array of exquisite delicacies, including rare fruits from the Central Plains, a true rarity during the winter months on the Turkic steppe. In such an atmosphere, the leaders and shamans were in high spirits, engaging in loud laughter and hearty feasting. However, Tu Billy, seated upon the chief's throne, felt utterly out of place amidst the revelry. An hour later, having indulged in their feast, the gathering was left to idle chatter. Tu Billy rose, gesturing for the dancers to depart. As the music ceased and the dancers exited, the once boisterous assembly hall fell eerily silent. Sighing heavily, Tu Billy lamented, Is the chief sighing due to the affairs of the Yuzhou army? One of the leaders inquired. What else could it be? My son, Wu Yetu, was slain by that Yuzhou army. Previously, I did not regard them as a threat, but now it is evident that they pose a significant danger. Tu Billy replied with a heavy heart. Upon hearing his words, the leaders and shamans began to murmur amongst themselves. A few minutes later, Ba Tuo, the chief of the Tu Yegu tribe, stood up and declared loudly, Everyone, stop your idle chatter. Do you think discussing the Yuzhou army will lead to their demise? Hearing this, the assembly exchanged glances, ceasing their discussions. Tu Billy has summoned us today merely to deliberate on how to confront the Yuzhou army. I trust he already possesses his own thoughts on the matter, Ba Tuo remarked, turning to Tu Billy with impatience. Please, share your ideas without further delay. Very well, Tu Billy nodded, slowly rising to his feet. Let us unite and form a coalition to eradicate the Yuzhou army. This proposal was straightforward, and it was precisely such simplicity that garnered the acceptance of the various tribes. A coalition is a good idea. I am in favor. I too support the formation of a coalition. The Yuzhou army must be dealt with. The assembly expressed their agreement in unison. Upon witnessing the scene, Tu Billy nodded in satisfaction and turned to Ba Tuo, inquiring, What are your thoughts? Chief of the Tu tribe? I, too, support the formation of a coalition. However, did we not previously dispatch a coalition? Why not redirect that coalition to annihilate the Yuzhou army? Ba Tuo questioned. The coalition he referenced was the one that maneuvered around Wuqing, directly targeting Wugong City. This coalition comprised only the regular forces of various tribes, lacking any elite troops. We must continue our offensive in the Central Plains. Hence the previously dispatched coalition must persist in besieging Wugong City. Subsequently, elite troops from each tribe will form a new coalition to exterminate the Yuzhou army. Tu Billy elucidated. Upon hearing this, the assembly did not rush to respond. The tribes had already deployed nearly all their regular forces to assault Wugong City, and now, to dispatch elite troops for a new coalition seemed tantamount to depleting their resources. Esteemed leaders, there is no room for hesitation. Previously, I sent elite troops to Wugong City to expedite the capture of that stronghold. Alas, before they could arrive, the vanguard was utterly annihilated. Tu Billy had anticipated the reluctance of the assembly and was prepared with his retort. Do you not perceive that the Yuzhou army is a thorn in our flesh? If we do not uproot them, our plans to advance into the Central Plains will be hindered. Observe the Tiela tribe. The Yuzhou army completely obliterated them. Once a formidable and glorious lineage, they have now crumbled to dust. Do you desire to share their fate? A series of compelling statements flowed from Tu Billy's lips, resonating with those present. I shall ask again, who consents to the formation of a new elite coalition? Tu Billy queried. I agree. Ba Tuo was the first to raise his hand. I concur. We all concur. This time, every leader present raised their hands in agreement. Excellent. Let us commence preparations immediately. Tu Billy commanded. Each tribe promptly mobilized their elite forces, culminating in a coalition of 500,000 troops, which surged forth towards Yuzhou City with formidable resolve. Chapter 27. 100,000 men and 100,000 soldiers. After several days of arduous marching, Liu arrived at Yuzhou City. At this moment, the city was ablaze with lights, and along the main thoroughfare, the citizens and soldiers stood in perfect alignment, holding torches in solemnity. Your Highness, General Bai, you have returned. Zhuge Liang hastened forward to greet them. Why does the atmosphere feel so unsettling? What has transpired? Li Yu inquired. A day ago, our scouts received intelligence that the various tribes of the Turkic steppe, led by the Baega tribe, have mobilized all their elite forces to form a new coalition, totaling 500,000 troops, which will soon arrive at Yuzhou City. Zhuge Liang calmly relayed the newly acquired information. Upon hearing this news, Li Yu and Bai Qi exchanged astonished glances, their expressions turning grave. The Turks had indeed dispatched a coalition of 500,000 elite soldiers. Although Li Yu anticipated such a development and even hoped for their coalition, he was nonetheless taken aback by the sheer scale of 500,000. What shall we do, Your Highness? Bai Qi asked, tension evident in his voice. Do not fret. We shall adhere to our previous strategy, divert the enemy's attention and dispatch cavalry to strike at their rear with swift surprise, Li Yu replied with composure. That is an excellent plan, Zhuge Liang nodded in approval. Without the need for extensive elaboration from Li Yu, he could infer the overarching strategy from his succinct words. Yet, if the Turks are indeed advancing, what are these citizens and soldiers doing gathered here? Li Yu questioned, casting his gaze toward the populace. The soldiers are preparing to defend the city, and the citizens are aware of the Turks' march toward Yuzhou. They have collectively decided to join the army to assist in the city's defense, Zhuge Liang explained. I see. Li Yu nodded, observing the citizens. They were all men, a mix of elders and youths, their spirits invigorated and their gazes resolute as they looked toward Li Yu. After a moment of mutual regard, a newly initiated youth stepped forward and declared loudly, Your Highness, please allow us to aid in the defense of the city. The barbarians are numerous, and we cannot stand idly by. As his words fell, another man rose and proclaimed, Yuzhou has 11,000 households, with 100,000 able-bodied men. We shall don armor and serve as your soldiers, Your Highness. Very well, splendid. Truly, you are the sons of Yuzhou. Li Yu clapped his hands in praise. Yuzhou, being situated near the border, was a harsh and barren land. The people who survived here were fierce and accustomed to battling beasts and invaders. However, due to the inhospitable environment and the periodic incursions by the Turks, Yuzhou now boasted only 11,000 households, with merely 100,000 men. Yet, that was sufficient. Arm all the men and distribute weapons and armor to them, Li Yu commanded Zhuge Liang. Then, recalling something, he asked, Are there enough armors and weapons? Certainly. There are ample supplies. I have been diligently preparing the armaments during this time, Zhuge Liang replied, gesturing toward the soldiers behind him. Subsequently, a group of soldiers began to unload boxes filled with armor and weapons. Among these armaments were shields and great swords. When Li Yu's gaze fell upon the stacks of armor, he was astonished to discover they were akin to the cotton armor worn by the frontier troops of the Ming dynasty in later times. This cotton armor was not merely fabric. It consisted of a cotton exterior enveloping a core of hardened iron, with the soldiers' arms shielded by protective gear reminiscent of lobster shells. Such iron armor provided both defense against slashing and piercing attacks, as well as warmth. It dawned on Li Yu who was responsible for crafting these armaments. He suddenly recalled an event from the past decade when the system had rewarded the Ming Army Workshop, renowned for its proficiency in manufacturing weapons and armor. Given sufficient bronze, they could even forge artillery. Without a doubt, this cotton iron armor was a masterpiece of the workshop. However, the production of armor required raw materials. And with Yuzhou City being barren, it fell upon Zhuge Liang to resolve this matter, thus earning him considerable acclaim. Well done, Kong Ming, Li Yu remarked, patting Zhuge Liang on the shoulder. I am at your highness's service, Zhuge Liang replied respectfully. All able-bodied men, line up to receive your weapons and equipment, Li Yu commanded loudly. The men of Yuzhou City promptly formed a long queue to collect swords, shields, and armor. Additionally, having previously acquired 200 artillery pieces, Li Yu positioned them atop the city walls. With preparations complete, he realized that with the impending assault of the Turkic elite, a commander skilled in defense was imperative. Bai Qi excelled in offense, but was not suited for fortification. Zhuge Liang, adept in management and strategy, found little tactical nuance in a siege, rendering him less suitable as well. As Li Yu pondered whom to assign for the city's defense, he was suddenly reminded by the system's voice. A week has elapsed. The host may now sign in. What perfect timing. Li Yu, filled with anticipation, hurriedly proceeded to sign in. Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in rewards, General Wang Li X1, artillery X300, explosive shells X20,000, rolling logs and boulders X10000, Dragon City Iron Guards X5000, and a Yuzhou City upgrade card. Such an abundance? Liu was taken aback. The system seemed to recognize the urgency of the moment, thus bestowing an impressive array of rewards. He eagerly began to examine the details. The Yuzhou City upgrade card could transform Yuzhou into a fortified city, raising the walls to a height of 30 meters while adding numerous crossbows and catapults to its defenses. This upgrade card was indeed valuable. But Liu believed that the most significant reward was General Wang Li. Although the name Wang Li may not initially evoke grandeur, it conceals a remarkable legacy. During the Song dynasty, there existed a city known as Jiayu City. The Mongolian forces besieged Jiayu City, where the Khan, monk, met his demise at the hands of the city's defenders, plunging the Mongol Empire into a period of internal strife. Thus, Jiayu City became known as the place where the heavens broke the whip, and the commander of Jiayu City was none other than Wang Li. It can be said that Wang Li is a born expert in city defense warfare, a legendary general in the annals of siege history. I, General Wang Li, humbly pay my respects to your highness. A commander rides forth from a distance, bowing respectfully to Liu. Very well, from this moment onward, I appoint you as the commander of Yuzhou City. All military personnel, resources, provisions, and equipment within the city shall be under your command. Liu proclaimed. Understood. Wang Li respectfully accepted the command. At this moment, Wang Li would not be hindered by the foolish emperor and court of the Zhao Song dynasty. This general, favored by the heavens, would undoubtedly play a significant role. Liu was now completely untroubled regarding the city's defense. Your Highness, who shall lead the troops to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's tribe? Zhuge Liang inquired. Let Bai Qi accompany me, Liu replied calmly. If your Highness leads the troops, we are certain to achieve victory in this battle, Zhuge Liang confidently asserted. Chapter 28. The staunch defense of Yuzhou at 3 o'clock in the early morning, the hour when the night is at its most daunting for weary souls. Snowflakes gently descended from the heavens, blanketing the throngs of cavalry below. The recently roused horsemen congregated in the central square of Yuzhou, comprising the Imperial Guard, the slave warriors, the 18 riders of Yanyun, and the Golden Fire Cavalry. These valiant forces had been amassed by Liu over a decade, and now they stood ready to embark upon the ambitious scheme he had devised. Everyone must carry provisions for 5 days. We will take the shortcut to the Baega tribe, which requires but 5 days, Liu commanded with fervor. Beside him, Zhuge Liang, Bai Qi, and Wang Li bore solemn expressions, fully cognizant of the grim reality. With only 5 days' worth of sustenance, they must either conquer the Baegu tribe to procure food or perish amidst the desolate, frigid plains. This was indeed a point of no return, a desperate gamble. Warriors and citizens alike, Liu turned to address another assembly of people gathered in the square. Among them were men, women, the elderly, and children. The men donned armor and brandished weapons, while women and the elderly displayed resolute expressions, refusing to cower indoors. I have resided in Yuzhou for 10 years. Despite the ostracism from the aristocracy and officials, you have consistently supplied provisions to my camp during this time, for which I am deeply grateful. He bowed respectfully to the assembly. Your Highness speaks too highly of us. Supplying provisions is our duty. There is no need for such formalities, the citizens replied, bowing in return. Esteemed comrades, the aristocracy and officials of Yuzhou have fled. Now it is solely upon us to unite and resist the foreign foe, Liu proclaimed, rallying the spirits of all present. Soldiers and civilians alike held their breath, gazing up at Liu with rapt attention. He then raised his spear high and declared, the court belongs to the emperor, yet Yuzhou is ours. Even if the court offers us no support, we shall resolutely defend our homeland, vowing to share the fate of Yuzhou. At these words, the crowd erupted in fervent unison, shouting, we vow to share the fate of Yuzhou. The court belongs to the emperor, yet Yuzhou is ours. The sentiment conveyed was clear. No matter the court's decisions, the people of Yuzhou would steadfastly protect their home. Liu's proclamation served as a precautionary measure, well versed in history. He understood that Li Shimin was likely contemplating peace rather than war. Such peace would necessitate concessions to the Turks, perhaps cities, women, or wealth. Regardless of the nature of these concessions, it was imperative that Yuzhou, the region closest to the Turks, bore the burden of sacrifice. having invigorated the morale of his followers. Li Yu turned to Zhuge Liang and Wang Li, instructing, "The defense of the city shall be entrusted to you. Wang Li will oversee the garrison, while Kong Ming will provide support. Ensure you collaborate with utmost sincerity. Your Highness can rest assured. I shall exert every effort." Kong Ming was naturally assured. Wang Li made a promise alongside Zhuge Liang, which brought Li Yu a sense of complete reassurance. Satisfied, Li Yu nodded and mounted his fiery steed. Suddenly recalling something, he fished out the upgrade card for Yuzhou City from his pocket and silently invoked its use. In the next moment, Yuzhou City expanded to twice its previous size. Its walls significantly heightened, and new facilities for smelting iron and weapon manufacturing emerged, enhancing the city far beyond its former glory. After upgrading Yuzhou City, Li Yu pointed his spear forward, proclaiming, "Target, the Ba Yigu tribe. Let us embark." A throng of cavalrymen promptly formed a line behind him as they exited through the city gates. At the gate, provisions neatly piled up in bundles included jerky, fruits, and fat, sufficient for 5 days of sustenance. Each cavalryman grabbed a bundle to carry on their backs as they passed. Once the cavalrymen were out of sight, the heavy gates of Yuzhou City closed behind them. The following day at noon, since Li Yu's departure from Yuzhou City, Wang Li devoted himself to fortifying the city's defenses, establishing his own method of safeguarding the stronghold. He organized 5-man squads, each comprising a commanding officer, a Dragon City Iron Guard soldier, a Beiwai military soldier, a Divine Mechanism Camp soldier, and 2 recently enlisted men from Yuzhou. This configuration ensured a balance between those capable of holding the line and sharpshooters skilled in range combat. Each team was tasked with guarding a specific battlement along the city walls. As for the city gates, craftsmen from the construction division erected caltrops, traps, and various fortifications to blockade the entrance, deploying a multitude of soldiers for defense. With all preparations complete, the enemy soon arrived. Leading the charge was the Ba Yigu tribe, supported by the Tu Yigu tribe, along with a coalition of various other tribes. These allied forces were not solely cavalry. Every soldier donned hardened leather armor and wielded sharp iron weaponry. They appeared vigorous, their gazes fierce and predatory, reminiscent of wolves hungry for blood. Anyone within Yuzhou City could discern that these individuals were all elite warriors, forming a formidable vanguard of the Turkic forces. "Transmit my orders. The entire army shall encamp 700 meters from the city walls," commanded Tu Bai Li, surveying Yuzhou City before issuing his directive. As the leader with the largest contingent among the allied forces, his words carried significant weight, and all other leaders complied. The coalition of 500,000 troops began to establish their encampment. "There are far too many," Wang Li remarked, standing atop the city walls, gazing at the enemy below. Indeed, Zhuge Liang nodded in agreement. Their eyes took in the sight of the Turkic tents stretching from 700 meters in front of the city to the horizon, creating an immense sense of pressure that instilled fear among the ordinary soldiers of Yuzhou upon the walls. The soldiers of Yuzhou, distinct from the troops of the Beihai Army and the Iron Guard of Longcheng, have always been stationed within the walls of Yuzhou City, having not endured numerous bloody battles. Their trepidation is entirely understandable. However, fear does not equate to cowardice. These soldiers, fighting upon their homeland, are imbued with a resolute determination to face death. In essence, they are afraid yet willing to engage in battle. "By heaven, if I must perish, I shall take a few of the enemy with me." A soldier from Yuzhou clenched his weapon and shouted, "Slay the bandits. Defend Yuzhou to the last." The others echoed his cries, and the morale atop the city walls soared to its zenith. "General Wang, they are likely to commence their assault shortly. What is your assessment of our chances in this battle?" Zhuge Liang inquired. Upon hearing this, Wang Li did not respond immediately, instead gazing down at the Turks below, bustling about like ants in their encampment. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "I can only assure you that I will secure time for His Highness to launch a surprise attack on the Bayagu tribe." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang's expression grew solemn. The implication of Wang Li's words was clear. He could guarantee that Li Yu would have time for the ambush. But whether Yuzhou City would endure after the attack remained uncertain. Chapter 29. The opening of the city. Let us do our utmost. Zhuge Liang gently shook his feather fan and turned to Wang Li, clasping his hands in greeting. "General Wang, your insights on city defense are commendable. It is an honor to make your acquaintance." "You flatter me, sir. The honor is mine," Wang Li replied with a respectful gesture. I shall attend to the logistics. With that, Zhuge Liang descended the city wall, contemplating the arrangements for lunch. In this defensive battle, Wang Li was tasked with commanding the troops, while Zhuge Liang naturally took charge of the logistics. The defense of the city demanded considerable stamina from the soldiers, making their sustenance paramount to the safety of Yuzhou City. Meanwhile, the Allied forces had erected their encampment, all soldiers mobilized and gathered, ready to lay siege. The leaders of the various tribes sat upon their steeds, gazing toward Yuzhou City. We are on the brink of battle. If anyone has thoughts to share, please speak freely, declared Tubalai. What more is there to consider? It is merely a matter of assaulting the city. Let the soldiers charge forth. We boast an army of 500,000, all elite warriors. If we cannot capture a mere Yuzhou City, what a disgrace that would be, scoffed Chief Tuigu. His words elicited immediate agreement and approval from the other commanders. Indeed, what more deliberation is necessary? Let us commence the battle at once. 500,000 cannot conquer Yuzhou City. These are our finest warriors. Victory is assured. Listening to the leaders, Tubalai furrowed his brow and cast them a disapproving glance. He mused to himself. It is precisely because you leaders disregard tactics and strategy that the nomads descend southward year after year, achieving little more than petty plunder. It is also due to this negligence of cunning that they missed the opportunity presented by the civil strife of the Central Plains during the Sui and Tang dynasties. Humph. A pack of fools. Tubalai turned his gaze away, speaking with composure. An assault by 500,000 cannot be executed haphazardly. We shall first dispatch 100,000 to advance, utilizing slaves to carry the siege equipment as living shields, targeting the city gate. Upon receiving the order, the other leaders appeared indifferent, offering no objections. The command was relayed. At the forefront of the Turkic army, over 100 shamans, each wielding horns, emerged, brandishing implements crafted from human bones, chanting incantations. Simultaneously, a throng of slaves was driven to the front lines, forcibly brought to the siege engines to push the catapults and battering rams. Once their incantations concluded, the shamans raised their horns, inhaled deeply, and blew with great force. The resonant sound of hundreds of horns filled the air, a cacophony that reverberated painfully in the ears. Following the blast, 100,000 soldiers marched in orderly ranks, trailing behind the slaves. These slaves, Wang Li gazed intently at them. They were men and women, the elderly and children, all scantily clad, their bare feet trudging through the snow. Moreover, these slaves bore scars and tear-streaked faces, a testament to the inhumane treatment they had endured. Most importantly, these captives hailed from the Central Plains, specifically from Yuzhou. That was my younger brother. He had ventured outside the city to cultivate the land, and after the Turks attacked, he never returned. Curse those barbaric dogs. Uncle, do not advance. Do not heed the Turks. Stay back. A chorus of shouts erupted from the city walls. The soldiers of the Beiwai army and the Iron Guards of Longsheng were all units rewarded by the system, possessing self-awareness, yet they were all orphans without kin. However, the ordinary soldiers of Yuzhou were different. Those slaves were relatives or family members of these soldiers, abducted during the incursions led by Khagan Chieli and Khagan Tuli. Witnessing the plight of their kin, the soldiers were consumed with rage, yet found themselves unable to turn their weapons against their own family. The slaves were acutely aware that their loved ones were within the city, and they too were reluctant to advance. Yet the Turks, merciless and brutal, seized women and children, compelling the others to move forward. General, what should we do? A messenger approached Wang Li, seeking guidance. Wang Li was deep in thought. The Turks' tactic posed a formidable challenge. If the soldiers were ordered to harm the slaves, morale would plummet. But if they refrained from action, would they simply stand by and watch as their city fell to the enemy? Yet, a solution was not beyond reach. If they could incite chaos among the guards of the slaves. Fire the cannons. After careful consideration, Wang Li issued the command to the messenger. General, those people are our kin. Are we to bombard them with cannons? The messenger asked incredulously. Direct the gunners to fire behind the slaves. Wang Li instructed. Upon hearing this, the messenger understood and hurried to relay the command. The soldiers of the Divine Mechanism Battalion swiftly sprang into action, loading gunpowder and shells, fuses in hand. Ultimately, at the command of the battalion leader, the cannons at the city gate discharged in unison. After a series of thunderous booms, deep craters erupted behind the slaves, impacting several Turkish soldiers. Remarkably, due to the exceptional skill of the divine mechanism soldiers in handling the cannons, not a single slave was harmed. Following this, a second volley was fired. Amidst the deafening roar, brilliant flashes illuminated the Turkish ranks, with shattered bodies and blood raining down upon their comrades. The soldiers were thrown into disarray, and the Turkish guards overseeing the slaves scrambled in terror. In their tumult, the slaves seized their chance. Counterattack! Someone shouted, and the slaves abandoned the siege equipment, rushing to assault the Turkish guards and reclaim their women and children. Without a moment's thought for the biting cold, these scantily clad captives rolled and sprinted through the snow towards the city walls. Open the city gates. Cover them with the divine mechanism corps and crossbowmen. Wang Li commanded once more. The gates of Yuzhou city swung open, and the slaves, sensing hope, raced in with fervor. Seize the moment. Enter the city swiftly. The frontline commanders of the coalition ordered in a fit of rage. Soon, a multitude of soldiers were organized, recklessly charging towards the gates. However, a hail of arrows immediately rained down from the battlements, as firearms and powerful crossbows inflicted casualties upon the Turkic soldiers, effectively halting their advance. The commanders could only watch helplessly as the gates gradually closed. Within Yuzhou city, Wang Li personally organized a team to oversee the entrance of the fleeing slaves. There was no need for the soldiers to discern the identities of these individuals. A mere glance at their hair sufficed. The people of the Central Plains had a tradition of binding their hair, and although the slaves before them had long since let their hair down, the remnants of that custom still left traces upon their locks. After a thorough inspection confirmed there were no undercover Turkic agents among the slaves, Wang Li ordered the distribution of clothing and provisions. Chapter 30. Avenger from Hell. General Wang has issued an order. All citizens returning to the city shall line up to receive food and clothing. During this process, chaos must not ensue. Approach in an orderly manner. At the sound of the command, the captives instinctively formed a line, creating several lengthy queues at the city gates. The comportment exhibited by these individuals was even more commendable than that of the citizens within the city, leaving Wang Li greatly astonished. What could they have endured to maintain such discipline? However, now was not the time for contemplation. The Turkic forces were still besieging the city, and he needed to return to command the battle. Wang Li instructed a nearby guard and prepared to return to the city walls. Once these individuals had received their clothing and provisions, they should be allowed to return home and rest. The physical and psychological toll of being captured by the Turks was unimaginable. Since they had the fortune of surviving and returning, they deserved to be properly settled. After all, they were citizens of the Great Tang dynasty. Just as Wang Li turned to leave, the nearest captive obstructed his path. No, General Wang, I do not wish to return home. I want to take up arms against the enemy. I want to eliminate these beasts. I implore you, General Wang, grant my wish. The speaker was an elderly man, past his 50s. The stubborn and vengeful gaze in his eyes sent a shiver through Wang Li's heart. Yet, Wang Li shook his head and gestured for the man to step aside. War is no trivial matter. The battlefield claims lives. You have only just escaped from the clutches of savages. Now is the time for rest and recuperation, not to drag your weary body into battle. A group of tormented souls, still bearing the scars of their ordeal, joining the fray? Was this not madness? Wang Li could not acquiesce to such a ludicrous request. Even with the desire in their hearts, they must first recuperate. However, he had underestimated their resolve. Upon hearing his words, not only did the man not retreat, but more people also gathered around him. They even neglected to collect food, abandoning the queue to kneel before Wang Li, fervently beseeching to join the battlefield. Wang Li raised his brow, unable to suppress a reprimand. Nonsense. Just as he was about to command his subordinates to disperse the crowd, a disheveled young girl approached and slowly knelt before him. General Wang, you may not fully comprehend the depths of depravity these beasts possess. They have driven us like cattle, enslaving us for their amusement. They have even, as she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion, tears streaming down her face, making it difficult for her to articulate her thoughts. The tears that traced her cheeks revealed the pallor of her skin, and coupled with her delicate features, she must have been quite beautiful. Yet, such beauty was a burden upon her in this moment. Listening to the girl's poignant confession inevitably conjured images of her suffering, a testament to the profound anguish she must have endured. Wang Li's lips moved, as if he wished to utter words of consolation, yet he found himself utterly speechless. At this moment, any words of comfort would merely serve to rub salt into the wounds of the young girl. She took a deep breath, managing to quell her tumultuous emotions. When she spoke again, her voice had transformed into one of resolute coldness. The reason we endure humiliation and continue to exist is not for the sake of mere survival. Rather, we harbor the hope that one day we shall exact 100-fold, 1,000-fold vengeance for the indignities we have suffered. We, the remnants of shattered bodies, live solely for revenge. This enmity is irreconcilable. I beseech you, General Wang, to show compassion for us and fulfill our determination for retribution. As her words fell, numerous captives bowed their heads in fervent supplication. Please, General Wang, grant us this. Observing the eyes of these individuals, filled with the wrath of wronged spirits, Wang Li was moved. He sensed the unwavering resolve of the avengers. With a blink, he turned to the leading girl and inquired, "What is your name?" The girl replied with venomous intensity, "I am Yang Hen. I am called Yang Hen, General." Yang Hen. This was evidently not her true name, but that was of little consequence now. "Very well, Yang Hen. Since you desire vengeance, I shall grant it. Once you have received your provisions, lead your companions to procure weapons and armor. I permit you to join the fray." "Thank you, General Wang, for your generosity. No need for gratitude to me. You should express your thanks to His Highness. Were it not for Liu Yu's insistence on treating the populace with kindness, I would not have rescued these individuals." Upon hearing this, the captives prostrated themselves, their fervent voices drowning out the roar of artillery, resonating through the skies of Yuzhou. "We thank His Highness, the Yin Wang, for his grace. Long live the Yin Wang." Yin Wang? Wang Li was taken aback. That title had not yet been conferred upon His Highness. However, after a moment's reflection, he dismissed his concern, choosing not to correct the Avenger's address. After all, His Highness's fief lay in Yuzhou, and once the official title was bestowed, would he not indeed become the Yin Wang? Let this misunderstanding be. For it may not be a misfortune after all. Wang Li nodded to the crowd and proceeded towards the city wall. Upon the ramparts, Zhuge Liang was orchestrating the battle. The thunderous booms of cannons echoed and boulders rolled. Under the concerted efforts of the soldiers, the Turkic forces struggled to even approach the walls. They were met with cannon fire and tumbling stones before they could reach the ramparts, suffering devastating losses. The vanguard of the Ba Yi Gu tribe, numbering 100,000, had dwindled to less than half in the span of a single hour. Upon seeing Wang Li's arrival, Zhuge Liang folded his feather fan and allowed the tension in his brow to ease. "General Wang, your arrival is fortuitous. Though I pride myself on military strategy, the pressure of personally commanding the defense has weighed heavily upon me. With your return, I can finally relinquish this burden." Zhuge Liang let out a long sigh, appearing genuinely fatigued. However, the fact that he still possessed the spirit for jest suggested that the pressure could not be overwhelming. Wang Li shook his head with a light chuckle, replying, "Sir, you jest. It is indeed your adept command that has allowed me to withdraw from the front lines without causing chaos in our defenses. I should be the one expressing gratitude to you. There is no need for us to exchange compliments." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhuge Liang's expression turned serious as he stated, "General Wang, please observe, there has been a slight miscalculation in the battle. This is not mere modesty on my part. Rather, it is a matter I am truly unable to rectify alone, and I must rely on your direct intervention." "Oh, what seems to be the problem?" Wang Li inquired, a hint of confusion creeping into his voice. He furrowed his brow as he gazed down at the battlefield below, where the enemy was being routed in disarray, and saw no apparent issue. Yet, almost instantly, the expression on Wang Li's face shifted to one of grave concern. At first glance, everything seemed in order. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the situation was far more dire than anticipated. Zhuge Liang was indeed correct. An immediate adjustment to our lines was imperative. Chapter 31. Are you on the 5th level? Perhaps. This cannot continue. Behind, the leader of the Tiegu tribe, Tubalai, furrowed his brow in deep concern. Observing the shattered remnants of the vanguard forces before him, Tubalai felt an immense weight of pressure. The firepower from Yuzhou City was exceedingly fierce. Before the vanguard could even reach the city's gates, they were torn apart by the barrage of cannonballs, rolling boulders, and heavy logs raining down upon them. To complicate matters, The arrows raining from the city walls were equally relentless. The long-range offensive of Yuzhou City was far more ferocious than Tubalai had anticipated. We must withdraw our troops. If we continue this way, the remaining 40,000 soldiers will perish here as well. Our coalition of Turkic tribes totals only 500,000. We cannot afford such losses. After a moment of hesitation, Tubalai immediately conferred with the leaders of the surrounding tribes, intending to retreat their forces and reconsider the siege strategy. However, as soon as his order was issued, it met with vehement opposition from the Tiegu tribe's leader, Batu. No, we have already sacrificed so many lives. The cost of retreating now is too great, one we cannot bear. Batu shouted. Let our soldiers continue the assault. The resources of the Tang are limited. Such ferocious firepower cannot be sustained for long. If we persist, we will inevitably breach Yuzhou City. He could not believe that these destructive cannons could fire endlessly. Due to Batu's strong opposition, Tubalai's orders could not be carried out. Batu was the second strongest tribal leader among the coalition, next only to Tiegu. Even Tubalai had to consider Batu's opinion seriously. Thus, the command center of the Turkic coalition found itself in a stalemate. This cannot continue. Meanwhile, Wang Li atop Yuzhou City was equally troubled. Observing the battle unfolding below, he murmured to himself, "The orders I received are not merely to defend Yuzhou City. I must also keep the main forces of the Turkic coalition occupied at its gates. The power of their artillery far exceeds my expectations. If we continue this way, it may instill a sense of despair in the Turkic forces, convincing them that they cannot capture Yuzhou City. We must provide them with a glimmer of hope that they can seize the city. Otherwise, they may abandon Yuzhou and redirect their efforts elsewhere. This would put His Highness in jeopardy." With this thought, Wang Li immediately issued his commands. The Divine Machine Camp. Heed my orders. Extinguish half of the artillery fire immediately. The quantity of boulders and logs deployed by the defending forces shall be halved. Execute this at once. Yes. The herald responded loudly, promptly relaying Wang Li's orders to the various legions. Upon hearing of Wang Li's drastic reduction of defensive resources, Zhuge Liang could not help but feel a deep sense of concern. Is such a drastic measure too hasty? Would it not be wiser to gradually decrease our inputs and observe the effects first? Zhuge Liang deemed this course of action exceedingly perilous. To withdraw so decisively could invite the Turks to scale the walls, leading to a steep increase in our losses. However, Wang Li steadfastly shook his head, asserting, no need. Even if we reduce our defensive supplies by half, the Turkish army will still not breach our defenses. I have safeguarded this city for many years. I possess the discernment required. Very well, you are the commander of the defense. If you believe you can manage, then I shall defer to your judgment. Zhuge Liang, despite his exceptional strategic insight, lacked sufficient tactical command experience in the heat of battle. Since Wang Li was confident in his capabilities, there should be no cause for concern. However, while Zhuge Liang may have passed this test, the murmurs of doubt among the rank-and-file soldiers were unavoidable. General Wang, we are puzzled. Why do we not utilize the ample resources at our disposal, instead putting ourselves at risk? Wang Li was not Li Yu himself. Had it been Li Yu issuing the command, the subordinates would have executed it without hesitation. Yet, as a newly appointed commander, he had yet to earn the full trust of his troops, making their skepticism quite understandable. In response to the inquiries of his subordinates, Wang Li calmly replied, "War cannot be resolved in a fleeting moment. One must learn to think long-term and allocate resources in the most efficient manner. This is the correct strategy for a prolonged defense." Upon hearing this, the soldiers suddenly comprehended, expressing their admiration. The general is indeed wise. It turns out he had already planned for this and prepared for a long-term struggle. Indeed, if we were to continue our current firepower, our supplies would be depleted in less than half a month. The general has thought this through thoroughly. No wonder His Highness entrusted him with the crucial role of commander of the defense. We are convinced of General Wang's foresight. Listening to the flattery surrounding him, Zhuge Liang could not help but scoff. What foresight? It was merely a fear of diminishing the enemy's morale and a concern that the Turks might retreat prematurely. Nevertheless, despite finding it amusing, Zhuge Liang had to concede that Wang Li's response was indeed astute. With just a few words, he quelled the doubts of his subordinates, proving himself to be a distinguished defender deserving of the commander's position. With Wang Li's orders, the firepower on the battlefield was abruptly halved. The sound of artillery transformed from a relentless downpour to sporadic bursts. See, I told you so, leader of the Turks. The Tang cannot sustain that level of firepower. In mere moments, their inherent weakness was laid bare. The self-proclaimed sage stood tall, reveling in his perceived triumph. Not only had the artillery diminished, but even the rolling stones were no longer as frequent as before. The defending troops were clearly a FA-odd of strength, attempting to deter us with concentrated fire. Had you been in command, perhaps their objectives would have been achieved. Alas, among the Turkish coalition stands I, an experienced general. Such trivial tactics cannot escape my keen observation. As the situation unfolded, it became evident that it mirrored his own judgments, and Batu's demeanor swelled to an extreme. It was only a matter of time before he openly declared that Tublalai's insights were lacking. Upon hearing Batu's reasonable assertions, the leaders of the various Turkic factions showered him with flattery, further inflating his arrogance and deepening his disdain for Tublalai. Were it not for the overwhelming power of the Banigu clan, Batu would have eagerly usurped the commander's position. Tublalai's expression darkened. He longed to thrust a dagger into the back of this opportunistic wretch. However, recognizing that the firepower from Yuzhou city had indeed diminished, he refrained from clashing with Batu at that moment. Ignoring the self-satisfied figure, Tublalai stepped forward, raising his voice to rally the troops. The enemy's supplies were dwindling. Brothers, charge forth and seize Yuzhou city. With Tublalai's rallying cry, the morale of the Turkic army surged. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, Wang Li wore an expression of innocence, observing the mountains of assorted supplies piled below, and he simply shrugged, perhaps contemplating the situation. Chapter 32. My lord, times have changed. In the vast grasslands, snowflakes danced gracefully through the air as the sound of hooves resonated across the earth. The once vanished cavalry emerged silently upon the endless expanse of the prairie. The cavalry galloped through the snow in formation. At that moment, an independent rider surged from the distance, merging into the forefront of the throng. Your Highness, we have located a Turkic tribe. Please give your orders. The 18 riders of Yenyun, assigned to the task, successfully completed their mission and returned to the ranks. Without hesitation, Liu issued a command. Lead the way. The cavalry responded affirmatively, guiding the advance ahead. Gripping the reins, the previously aimless cavalry finally found their objective. The army carved a splendid arc across the prairie, charging forth into the distance. Before long, under the guidance of the 18 riders, they discovered a small Turkic encampment. Without waiting for Liu's orders, the cavalry instinctively adjusted their formation and surged toward the rows of tents. Clop, clop, clop. The thunderous sound of 6,000 horsemen marching was formidable. Before the cavalry could draw near, the livestock in the pasture began to emit anxious cries. The Turkic inhabitants, sensing something amiss, hurriedly emerged from their tents. Upon witnessing the uniformed cavalry clad in armor charging toward them, a chilling alarm echoed throughout the camp. Enemy attack. Two-legged sheep are coming. Two-legged sheep? Liu licked his lips. Such a term was deeply insulting. He felt his blood pressure rising as he grasped his weapon, the thunder dragon tooth, and roared with fury. Brothers, charge with me. Slay these barbarians without mercy. Leave none alive. Two-legged sheep. What age do they think this is, still believing the Han people are a weak and slaughtered nation? They won't shed tears until they see their coffins. If we don't teach these savages a lesson, they will never understand the might of the Tang dynasty. Kill. Amidst the cries for blood, the army surged into the encampment. The path they traversed was drenched in blood. At that moment, the cavalry brigade transformed into a relentless machine of slaughter. They harbored no emotions. Their sole purpose was to annihilate every visible enemy. Yet, in every absolute, there are exceptions. For instance, a young knight, mounted on his steed, hesitated as he faced a barbaric woman before him. Little did he know, behind this young woman lay a sharp dagger, poised to strike as soon as he revealed a weakness. The young man faltered, his heart reluctant to take the life before him. He tightened his grip on the reins, intending to ride away. But at that very moment, the woman lunged forward. I will kill you. How dare the prey retaliate against its master? I will slay you. Her ferocious visage resembled a wild beast, her eyes gleaming with a malevolent green light. The young cavalryman stood in astonishment, gazing at the approaching blade with an instinctive motion to raise his hand in defense. Yet in the next moment, a chilling glint flashed past him, and a gaping wound appeared on the woman's forehead. The youth was momentarily stunned, uncertain of what had transpired. At that instant, He heard Liyu's indifferent voice behind him. To show mercy to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. Do not harbor pity for such beings. Liyu patted his shoulder and brushed past him. Consider this. What fate would befall the people of our Tang dynasty should they fall into their hands? Having dared to wield the slaughtering knife, they have already prepared themselves for the slaughter. There is no need to extend our precious kindness towards these creatures beneath contempt, for they are unworthy. As he spoke, Liu turned back and playfully winked at the young knight. Of course, if you deem this approach too brutal, a violation of a warrior's dignity, I shall not persuade you otherwise. However, always remember, you too wield a slaughtering knife. When this horde of beasts retaliates, do not harbor resentment. With that, Liu urged his horse forward and departed. It was only then that the young knight realized, staring blankly at his unscathed hands, have I been saved by His Highness? He muttered to himself, casting a glance at the repugnant woman before him. A true man does not engage in battle with a woman. Emotionless. He raised his spear and delivered another blow to the corpse's chest. To enter the battlefield with such naive notions is indeed laughable. Having completed this act, he joined the ranks tasked with clearing the battlefield, searching among the tents for any living creature. This time, he would not entertain any naive thoughts. For since the moment of enmity, the relationship had been one of life and death. Liu was right. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty to oneself. The slaughter of one tribe concluded, the army swiftly advanced towards another target. In merely 3 days, under Liu's command, numerous tribes were annihilated. After clearing yet another tribe, Li Ji gazed up at the starry sky, whispering softly, "It feels sufficient. We have cleansed all tribes within hundreds of miles, which should effectively sever the Turkic coalition's reinforcements. Tomorrow, we shall strike once more, just to secure our position before we return." While Liu was lost in thought, he noticed Bai Qi approaching with a slip of paper in hand. "Your Highness, this is the bounty of these past days, all the resources pillaged from various tribes. I have documented everything on this sheet." Liu took the paper and began to peruse its contents. With 30,000 horses, 100,000 sheep, 60,000 goats, 8,000 yellow cattle, and 5,000 fine bows. After surveying all the spoils, Liu casually tossed the note aside. "Let us not concern ourselves with these items for the moment. We lack sufficient manpower to transport them back. Our current mission is to sweep through the enemy's rear, inflicting sufficient destruction and chaos. As for these strategic supplies," Liu pondered for a moment and instructed, "Remember the locations of these resources. Once the war concludes, I shall dispatch individuals to retrieve them gradually." Having said that, Liu tilted his head to gaze at Bai Qi, who glanced at the note on the ground before bending down to pick it up. He brushed off the snowflakes from the paper, grinning as he replied, "Understood, Your Highness. I shall remember." With that, Bai Qi meticulously tucked the note into his bosom. Liu watched his actions with a hint of exasperation. "Without a backup, you could have simply spoken it aloud, as though I were deliberately putting you in a difficult position." The more Liu contemplated, the angrier he became. Unable to restrain himself from delivering a playful punch to Bai Qi's back, chiding, "Get lost. Do not put on airs in my presence." Chapter 33. Within range, truth abounds. 5 days have elapsed, and the battle beneath Yuzhou City rages with fervor. The air is filled with the thunderous roar of cannon fire, intertwined with the cries of soldiers locked in combat. Throughout these 5 days, Yuzhou City has teetered on the brink of collapse on several occasions. Just as it seemed the walls would yield, a barrage of artillery would rain down, decimating the Turkic forces beneath its ramparts. Li felt an overwhelming fatigue settle upon him, prompting doubts about whether he had fallen victim to the stratagems of the defenders. Yet, each time he contemplated retreat, Ba Tuo would step forward to bolster the resolve of the tribal leaders in their siege efforts. At this juncture, the Turkic coalition had suffered grievous losses, with nearly half of their number perishing in the assault. Out of 500,000, fewer than 230,000 remained. The majority of their warriors had met their end at the foot of Yuzhou City. Now, they found themselves ensnared in a dilemma, caught between advancing and retreating, akin to a rider unable to dismount from their steed. Li sensed the moment had come to resolve upon a decision capable of altering the tide of battle. Just as he intended to broach the subject and confer with the tribal leaders regarding their next course of action, a panicked personal guard of the Turkic leader rushed towards him, whispering urgently in his ear. Upon hearing the guard's words, Tubi Li's countenance shifted dramatically. What? The Baega tribe has been breached? When did this occur? The tribal leaders, under Batuo's guidance, were deliberating military strategy when Tubi Li's exclamation drew their attention. What has transpired? Batuo inquired, his voice laced with uncertainty. What do you mean the Baega tribe has fallen? Speak clearly, Tubi Li. The loss of a rear base is a grave matter. There are more tribes on the grasslands than just the Baegu. Should the Baega tribe fall, it would signify that neighboring tribes have also been swept away. The Tiega tribe is among those surrounding the Baegu. Hearing of the Baegu's downfall, how could Batuo not feel an acute sense of alarm? Upon being questioned, Tubi Li inhaled deeply, his expression grave as he replied. We have been deceived by that scoundrel, Li Yu. He is not even within Yuzhou City. That rogue has swept across the entire grassland with a significant cavalry force. Our tribes have all succumbed. He has slaughtered our kin in the rear. At this revelation, the tribal leaders erupted in astonishment. What? The entire grassland has fallen? How can this be? Damn it. How dare he? With an army of 500,000, he abandons Yuzhou City to launch a surprise attack on our tribes? I had wondered why Li Yu was nowhere to be seen these past days. Even if cavalry were ineffective in the city defense, as the commander of Yuzhou, he should have made an appearance. It turns out that rogue was never even in Yuzhou City. Infuriating. The tribal leaders felt not only the sting of being played for fools, but also the stark reality that their stronghold had been obliterated. In other words, their homeland was lost. With this realization, Batuo bellowed in fury, launch a full-scale assault. We must seize Yuzhou City. I shall lay waste to the city. And unless every two-legged sheep in Yuzhou is eradicated, my heart's resentment shall remain unquenched. The massacre must commence. Another leader, his eyes ablaze with fury, roared in unison. Men and the elderly must be exterminated. Devour them. Women are mere vessels for reproduction and playthings. Though his words stumbled forth, their meaning resonated clearly with all present. Tajibuli, striking the table with fervor, seized the moment. Indeed, once we conquer Yuzhou and seize their women, our tribe shall endure. The women of Yuzhou, though somewhat frail, possess unparalleled beauty, offering both pleasure and thrill, and they too can bear our offspring. Once we capture Yuzhou, it shall become our new tribe. Hatred and the wealth that arises from deep-seated desires surged through the minds of the Turkic chieftains, flooding them with a surge of hormones. Within the command tent of the Turkic forces, the atmosphere was charged with a sense of desperation, a resolve to fight to the bitter end. They yearned to unleash their full military might upon the city at any moment. Unbeknownst to them, within the walls of Yuzhou, Bai Qi had stealthily entered through another gate at some point. He swiftly sought out the commander Wang Li, conveying Li Yu's orders with great urgency. Do not fear the depletion of resources. Strive to annihilate the Turkic forces combatants. His Highness is currently leading 6,000 cavalrymen, concealed at Wangxiang Slope to the west of the city. Once you shatter the main force of the Turks, His Highness will charge forth with the cavalry. At that moment, none of these Turkic marauders shall escape. Upon receiving the news of Li Yu's return, Wang Li was overwhelmed with joy. Understanding the gravity of Li Yu's orders, he promptly adjusted the strategy and issued military commands. Soldiers of the army, heed my words. We shall expend no resources in our pursuit to vanquish the barbarians, especially the divine mechanism camp. Direct all artillery towards the enemy encampment and unleash a fierce bombardment. During the time of defending the city, Wang Li had refrained from directing the cannons at the enemy's camp, ensuring that they remained unaware of the artillery's range, fostering the illusion that the cannons could not reach their tents. Now, the time had come to abandon this secret. His Highness had sounded the horn for a full assault. The paramount objective was to inflict as much damage upon the enemy as possible, as the orders were disseminated across the ranks. The sounds of cannon fire within Yuzhou intensified dramatically, more than doubling in frequency. A deluge of cannonballs rained down upon the most densely packed areas of the enemy. The explosive shells first struck with unparalleled force, claiming 1 or 2 lives. Subsequently, the gunpowder within ignited. With a thunderous roar, a vast area was engulfed in devastation. Shards of metal erupted forth, effortlessly piercing through human flesh and claiming countless lives. Chaos reigned within the encampment. Even the troops besieging the city, upon witnessing the horrific scene behind them, were rendered speechless. It dawned on them that artillery could indeed reach the heart of their camp. They had assumed the cannon's range was limited to the vicinity of the city walls. Fortuitously, the gunners within the city had restrained themselves, refraining from firing even a single shell towards the encampment over these many days. No time for bewilderment. Continue the assault, the Turkish commander barked, rousing his dazed soldiers. A vast force gathered at the base of the walls. To him, this was a magnificent opportunity. The artillery had finally diverted its aim from the city below, presenting a significant gap. If they could scale the walls now, surely the city would fall into their hands. Little did he know, an even greater surprise awaited him atop the battlements. Chapter 34. I am not dead yet. Wang Li, undeterred, dared to direct the cannon towards the distant tents, unafraid of the Turkic forces capitalizing on the opportunity to approach the city walls. Above, a plethora of boulders and logs were meticulously prepared, all transported to the ramparts during the past 5 days, while the pressure on the city's defenses remained manageable. Beneath Yuzhou City, at least 50,000 Turkic soldiers had amassed, presenting a significant strain on the city's fortifications. However, once the accumulated defensive materials were unleashed, it mattered not if the attackers numbered 50,000 or even 150,000. They would be utterly overwhelmed by the barrage of boulders and logs. The Turkic forces, brimming with confidence as they approached the city, were met with an onslaught reminiscent of a tempest. Countless logs cascaded down from the walls, gaining momentum as they tumbled down the sloped ground, capable of crushing a man instantly. Simultaneously, hundreds of these deadly projectiles rained down upon them, particularly from one corner of the wall, where logs were hurled down with reckless abandon. Upon closer inspection of the assailants, one would discern that they were predominantly comprised of the elderly, the frail, and women and children, with only a scant few being able-bodied men. These individuals were the avengers from the Turkic realm, harboring an unparalleled hatred for their foes. Emerging from the depths of hell, they sought retribution. Kill. Spare not a single soul. Annihilate them all. The pace of the log's descent was deemed intolerably slow. Had they not eaten? They needed to hasten. Damn it! What kind of wretched bow was this, that it could not strike a target? I can no longer endure. Continue to hurl them. Do not mind me. I shall descend and slay a few enemies myself. The vengeful avengers, blinded by their rage, disregarded their own lives, leaping from the 5-meter-high walls solely to take down an enemy with their own hands. Unfortunately, the majority would end up with broken legs from their reckless jumps, while those fortunate enough to land would often meet their demise beneath the very logs cast by their comrades. Yet, even this did not quell the fury burning within their hearts. Everyone, for heaven's sake, exercise restraint. Do not throw your lives away. Is it not better to take down one more enemy? What use is a brain if not to think? Yang Hen shouted vehemently, wishing she could strike the fools who leapt from the walls with a blunt instrument. Yet she understood the hatred that consumed her comrades. Truthfully, she too felt the impulse to jump, but her calm disposition allowed her to discern how best to temper the flames of anger within. Seizing the sleeve of an impulsive youth, she yanked him back from the edge. Throwing him to the ground, she pressed her forehead against his. Her expression contorted with rage as she admonished, "Endure. You must learn to endure, do you understand? Only those avengers who master restraint become the most fearsome of demons." Demons? Yes, we are demons. The boy seemed to grasp his purpose, biting his lip until it bled, and licking the crimson fluid. A radiant smile blossomed upon his face, reminiscent of the enchanting flowers from a distant shore. I understand, Yang Henjia. I shall learn to endure. I will. I comprehend what hell truly is, and I shall make them experience it as well. We are all individuals who have crawled out from the depths of a living hell. Who among us is inferior? To endure for a moment is but a fleeting sacrifice. When the time for vengeance arrives, they shall plunge into the abyss. However, by then, they will no longer be the innocent souls tormented, but rather the most fearsome demons in this world. I shall be known as Azura, the avenging Azura. On the slopes behind the Turkic army, a multitude of cavalry began to emerge. Liu sat astride his fiery steed, observing the chaos that had engulfed the barbarian forces below. The barbarian encampment was bombarded relentlessly, unable to raise their heads, while Tubi Li and his comrades had retreated to another location, remotely commanding the battlefield. Yet, due to the simultaneous attacks from all sides, Tubi Li's commands could not be conveyed. How infuriating! How could there still be so many cannons within the city of Yuzhou? Was it not said that supplies were nearly exhausted? What is the meaning of this? Li cursed vehemently in frustration. At that moment, however, he heard Ba Tuo laughing foolishly. Ha ha ha. Look at that fool on the hillside. He is utterly ridiculous. Pulling the bow without arrows. What a simpleton. Before Ba Tuo could finish his sentence, a flash of golden light struck, blinding Li. When his vision returned, he was horrified to see a gaping wound the size of a bowl in Ba Tuo's chest, as if something had pierced through him, taking his flesh and blood. Ba Tuo opened his mouth to utter a word, only to collapse suddenly. Meanwhile, on the distant hillside, Liu sneered and declared, "Who says one cannot kill without arrows? Such ignorance." With that, Liu took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs, "The enemy general has been defeated by me. All troops, charge." The resounding voice echoed throughout the battlefield, reaching every corner. The already panicked Turkic army was left in utter bewilderment, standing frozen in place, surveying their surroundings. The long-closed gates of Yuzhou city now opened quietly. The soldiers of the Beiwei army, Mo Dao team, and launching Iron Guard streamed out, forming their ranks outside the city. Witnessing this scene, the morale of the barbarian forces utterly collapsed. The leader is dead? The leader is dead. Brothers, retreat quickly. No, do not kill me. I do not wish to die. I am still young. I cannot die. Run. Survival is more important than anything. With the leader's death, this battle cannot continue. The demise of their commander dealt a tremendous blow to the morale of the Turkic army. The troops scattered in panic, like headless flies, desperately fleeing. Li, with a ferocious expression, howled in madness, "I am still alive. Come back, you fools." Despite Tubler's fervent cries, the battlefield had descended into utter chaos, rendering his voice inaudible beyond a short distance. At this juncture, words were futile. The fate of the battle was sealed. The only forces Tubler could command were the fewer than 50,000 troops at his side. What troubled him further was that these men were nearly all demoralized, a legion battered by the ravages of artillery fire. This left Tubler feeling a mix of shame, frustration, and bewilderment. He had initially emerged with great ambition, even having devised plans to carve up the Tang dynasty. Yet, upon arrival, he found his forces shattered before his very eyes. How had it come to this? As Tubler was lost in his thoughts, a sudden flash of bright yellow light flickered before him. He turned, dazed, only to witness a tribal leader collapsing, clutching the gaping wound in his chest. Chapter 35. The Great Power of the Sun-Shooting Bow. The enemy army disperses. What on earth is this? Li was utterly astonished. He simply could not fathom what kind of force could pierce through a chest from such a distance with a single arrow. Was it the work of deities, or the incantations of shamans? The battlefield was already unfavorable for his side, and now an incomprehensible force was relentlessly eliminating the leaders of various factions. How could they continue to fight? Glancing at the utterly collapsed battlefield, Li took a deep breath and shouted frantically, "Consolidate the troops. We must break through. Prepare to retreat from the battlefield. We can no longer fight." Although their army still numbered over 100,000, they could not coalesce effectively, rendering them incapable of forming a viable fighting force. Regardless of whether they intended to regroup or retreat, they must first withdraw from the enemy's range of attack. Yet, would Liu acquiesce to Li's wishes? Certainly not. Long before the Turkic forces fell into disarray, Liu had already led his cavalry into a charge. "Do not fear the strain on our steeds. We must shatter their formation in one decisive blow. Once we scatter the enemy's final line, they are doomed." As Liu bellowed this rallying cry, he drew his bow once more. A brilliant yellow light began to coalesce along the bowstring. In the instant he released the string, a beam of yellow light shot forth, piercing the sky like a laser, aimed directly at the chest of a leader. In the blink of an eye, the light penetrated the man's body, leaving a gaping wound in his chest. War God. He is not human. He is a monster. We cannot stand against him. The Turkic soldiers cried in terror, their faces etched with unending fear as panic spread uncontrollably. At that moment, several shells landed among the crowd, erupting with a deafening roar. The shrapnel from the explosions felled a significant number of barbarian soldiers, further terrifying the already skittish main army. The remnants of their forces, which had only just begun to gather, scattered like ants disturbed from their nest in the wake of the blast. Thus, the troops led by Li fell into utter chaos. "It's over. It's all over." A tribal leader turned pale. his eyes wide with horror as he beheld the army now engulfed in chaos. It's lost, completely lost. We cannot pacify them. Retreat, quickly retreat. Tubi Li's eyes widened, as if they might burst from their sockets, filled with ruptured blood vessels. Retreat? Without these soldiers, where can we go? Our home is destroyed, and the main force we brought is in disarray. Even if we manage to escape, where can we flee to? Initially, Tubi Li had aspired to replace the Tiela tribe and become the new ruler of the steppe. Now, having lost everything, how could he possibly accept such a fate? Regardless of the outcome, he must at least ensure the survival of his personal guards on the battlefield. If there were still a few thousand troops remaining, returning to the grasslands would at least allow for the plundering of other tribes to start anew. However, if there were no forces left at all, it would spell utter doom. Tubalai's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed a menacing gaze on the remaining tribal leaders. Previously, you were beguiled by Batogo's deceitful words, leading to the depletion of our forces. I shall not delve into past responsibilities. That is not my concern. But now, you must heed my commands. Tubalai commanded imperiously while offering an explanation. Without these troops, we shall amount to nothing. Consider carefully what we ought to do now. Having spoken, Tubalai strode towards his troops, issuing orders in a loud voice to make a final stand, hoping to rally the panic-stricken soldiers from their terror. Yet it was all too late. The cavalry led by Li Yu had already reached the fringes of the Turkic center. Kill. Annihilate them all. Leave not a single one alive. The 6,000 ironclad horsemen surged forth like a torrential flood, embodying an unstoppable momentum as they crashed into the ranks. The inherent force of the galloping steeds bestowed unparalleled lethality upon the otherwise ordinary lances. The sharp, long spears pierced the barbarian warriors, effortlessly penetrating their breastplates and impaling them. Furthermore, the inertia from the pierced barbarians propelled them backward, allowing the lances to strike down yet another foe. A single lance could potentially pierce through 4 or 5 men before the momentum was entirely spent. The might of the heavy cavalry was fully unleashed at this moment, enacting a merciless slaughter upon the infantry. The main force easily traversed the disarrayed Turkic center, carving a bloody path through to the rear. At this juncture, before Li Yu stood Tubalai himself. Li Yu wiped the blood splattered on his face with his hand, revealing a set of pearly white teeth as he smiled at the bewildered Tubalai. You are the leader of the Baega tribe? Were you not quite boastful earlier? Why are you silent now? With that, Li Yu gestured to the commander beside him. Continue to eliminate these rabble. They have completely lost their morale. Yes. The cavalry commander received the order, leading the heavy cavalry as they prepared for another charge. The entire army stood ready. Adjust formations. Charge. With the formations set, the main force surged forth once more, launching another assault. The ground trembled, and one could only imagine what awaited the Turkic army below. Li Yu did not glance back. He was indifferent to the battle behind him. At this point, the scales of war had irrevocably tilted in their favor, leaving no room for unforeseen changes. Li Yu, mounted upon his steed, slowly approached Tubalai. Do not the beasts of your grasslands revel in duels? Come, I offer you a chance. If you can defeat me, I shall allow your safe passage. Tubalai's expression shifted dramatically, increasingly revealing a look of arrogance. A duel? You are truly a conceited fool. Do you comprehend that if I were to slay you, the city of Yuzhou would still remain mine? The grand scheme was already in place, and the Tubi Li had succumbed to despair, yet this imbecile dares to present himself with an opportunity for a comeback? Tubi Li could hardly contain his laughter. He was indeed exceedingly fortunate. This was even more exhilarating than a pie falling from the heavens. As for the possibility of defeat, that thought never crossed his mind. The people of the steppes are born to ride. How could they possibly be vanquished by a man from the Central Plains? Moreover, the youth before him appeared so feeble that he would wager his very hand could crush him. Tubi Li mounted his steed and drew forth his beloved curved blade. Come, allow me to demonstrate what a true warrior embodies. Humph. Li Yu let out a cold chuckle and gently nudged the belly of his horse. The fiery steed seemed to sense his intent. With a powerful stomp of its hooves, it surged forward in an instant. The crimson figure transformed into a streak of lightning, passing by Tubi Li. As Tubi Li's form re-emerged, a deep gash now marred his forehead. Chapter 36. The Inheritance of the Chu Overlord's Martial Soul, Another Divine Reward. You are given the opportunity merely to comprehend the depths of your own superficiality. Do you wish to slay me? You are not worthy. Liu remarked with a cold smile, then shifted his gaze towards the astonished Turkic leaders. In the next moment, his figure transformed into a bolt of crimson lightning, plunging into the throng. At this juncture, the bewildered Tu Billy seemed to finally grasp the grim reality of his demise. His body toppled backward, falling from his steed and landing heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, his warhorse appeared oblivious to its master's fate, restlessly trampling the earth as if still preparing for a charge. As time passed, the forces emerging from Yuzhou City joined the fray. The Turkic warriors, utterly bereft of morale, lacked even the capacity for resistance. The mixed troops rampaged across the battlefield, efficiently dispatching the remaining foes. Underneath the walls of Yuzhou, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. Scenes of bloodshed were omnipresent. Particularly striking were the vengeful Avengers, a group of souls once tormented by the barbarous. They now radiated a brilliant light, as if they had fathomed the true essence of killing. Their reckless approach to combat elevated their lethality to an unparalleled zenith. Wherever the vengeful Avengers tread, the din of battle grew most intense, not due to their expertise, but because their presence was invariably accompanied by the most heartrending screams. These wretched fiends had bartered their souls to the underworld, existing solely for the sake of vengeance. Even the professional regiments under Liu's command could not help but regard these specters with newfound respect. Half an hour elapsed, and all the barbarian foes were eradicated. The citizens, wandering around the city walls, erupted into jubilant cheers, overwhelmed with joy. What they had initially anticipated to be a grueling siege turned out to be a near bloodless annihilation of all barbaric foes. This resounding victory greatly bolstered the morale of the populace of Yuzhou City. Long live King Yan! Long live Yuzhou City! The invincible King Yan! The Yuzhou army is unstoppable! The citizens cheered spontaneously. Joyful expressions adorned every face as they celebrated this rare and significant triumph. Yet amidst the celebrations, the vengeful Avengers wept. At long last, our profound vengeance has been fulfilled. Those wretched beasts have finally received their comeuppance, and it was we who delivered them death. One could only wish for another chance. Though satisfying, it still feels insufficient. Nonetheless, in the end, we have avenged ourselves, have we not? We ought to feel joyous. As the Azuras sought solace in one another, Yang Hen, donning the mask of a malevolent spirit, rose to his feet. No, this is still insufficient. Far from enough. Let us not forget our true nature. We are demons. Demons have no right to bask in tranquility. The beasts of this world have yet to be eradicated, and until they are vanquished, our souls shall never find repose. Rise. This is merely the beginning. Our vengeance is far from complete. A voice laden with boundless hatred reverberated, silencing the surrounding sobs. Yang Hen's words stirred the tearful crowd, evoking memories of their past. Recollections of scenes akin to a hell on earth ignited a surge of resentment. Faces once drenched in tears gradually turned cold. The demons reclaimed their rightful animosity. A palpable aura of lethal intent emanated from them, unknowingly enveloping the skies above Yuzhou City. Emerging from the sanguine thicket, Liu, bloodied and battered, slowly made his way toward Yuzhou City. At that moment, a notification resonated in his ears. Congratulations, host, for annihilating the majority of the Baega tribe, earning a divine reward, the inheritance of the Wu soul of the Overlord of Chu. A new task has been issued. Please proceed to the Martial Plains and eliminate 30,000 barbarian cavalry. The inheritance of the Wu soul of the Overlord of Chu? Liu's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. What a treasure! Previously, he possessed the strength of Xingtian, but lacked the finesse to fully harness such power. If he could merge with the inheritance of the Overlord of Chu, would he not become invincible? With this thought, Liu eagerly spoke. System, immediately integrate the inheritance of the Overlord of Chu's Wu soul. System acknowledged. As the system's response echoed in his ears, Liu felt his soul swelling with might. A towering figure materialized in his mind, wielding weapons and repeatedly unleashing breathtaking martial techniques. The inheritance of the Wu soul of the Overlord of Chu is merging. Host has successfully integrated the Wu soul of the Overlord of Chu. The host's new data is as follows. Strength, 450. Speed, 450. Agility, 450. Note: the values for an average human are below 50. Rewards held, are as follows. Cavalry. Imperial Guard Iron Cavalry X 1000. Golden Fire Cavalry X 3000. Guanning Iron Cavalry X 2000. Yin Yun 18 Riders X 18. Infantry. Beihai Army X 10,000. Mo Dao Squad X 5000. Divine Machine Camp X 5000. Han Crossbowmen X 5000. Launching Iron Guard X 15,000. Special Forces. Vengeful Azuras X 7347. Craftsman Team. Hereditary Craftsmen of the Ming Dynasty X 10,000. Materials. Cannons X 432. Explosive Shells X 15170. Rolling Logs X 37548. Special Materials. Cannon Blueprints X1. Ming Yingtian City Design Blueprints X1. Mechanized Transport Vehicle Blueprints X1. Weaponry. Legendary Weapon. Thunder Dragon Tooth X1. Legendary War Steed. Blazing Stallion X1. Legendary Weapon. Sun Shooting Bow X1. Martial Spirit Bloodline. Xingtian Bloodline. Legacy of the Overlord of Chu. Liu cast a swift glance at the system's displayed panel and was immediately taken aback. Had the mere fusion with the Overlord of Chu's martial spirit truly resulted in such an extraordinary increase in his combat prowess? His attributes had more than doubled, a remarkable augmentation attributed to skill. The transformation brought about by a divine physique coupled with supreme techniques could only be described as earth-shattering. Indeed, combat strength must be complemented by appropriate skills. Contemplating this, Liu suddenly sensed something amiss with his system panel. Yet, upon initial inspection, he could not discern the specific issue. Given that he had yet to clear the battlefield, he decided to close the system panel. For now, it would be prudent to focus on tidying up the battlefield. Numerous resources remained uncollected. It was essential to account for all the military supplies before addressing other matters. The conclusion of war does not signify an end. The scattered weapons, armor, steeds, and bows are all recoverable assets. Chapter 37. A Bountiful Harvest. Gratitude for the generous supplies from the Turks. After clearing the battlefield, Bai Qi approached to report on the spoils of war. Your Highness, this can truly be considered a remarkable bounty. Just look at the resources we have recovered. With these provisions, we shall be free from concerns of sustenance for a considerable time. Casting a glance at the elated Bai Qi, Liu accepted the document and began to peruse its contents. 110,000 warhorses, 300,000 sheep, 160,000 goats, 3,000 yellow cattle, 250,000 fine bows, 300,000 sets of leather armor, 50,000 sets of iron armor, 370,000 sabers, 1,320,000 arrows, 1,300 jin of gold, and various jewels and utensils. Gasp! These fellows are extraordinarily wealthy. Upon reviewing the entire inventory, Liu could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. This was not merely a bountiful harvest. It was akin to receiving a grand supply package. The sheer abundance of warhorses and food, these strategic resources, was astonishing. Moreover, while the weapons and armor were somewhat worn, they could be reforged into entirely new armaments. With such an influx of resources, Yuzhou City could finally embark on a path of development. Furthermore, Liu recalled that there were still numerous resources on the grasslands yet to be reclaimed. He promptly instructed Bai Qi, "Do not forget the supplies we previously gathered from the grasslands. Expedite your efforts to lead the troops and retrieve those goods. We cannot afford to let those ruffians on the grasslands benefit." Receiving the command, Bai Qi responded eagerly, "Understood. I shall depart immediately to recover the resources." Filled with joy, Bai Qi set off, exhilarated by the bounty they had secured. Once Bai Qi had left, Liu finally had the opportunity to contemplate the future plans. With such a wealth of resources at hand, the primary focus could shift towards the development of Yuzhou City. The barbarian threat would not be eradicated overnight. Thus, it was imperative to allocate efforts wisely. Additionally, Liu opened the system panel, directing his gaze towards the Special Resources section. Special Resources, Cannon Blueprint X1. Minjing Tianfu City Design Blueprint X1, Mechanized Transport Vehicle Design Blueprint X1. While he possessed the blueprints for cannons, the means to fabricate them were still lacking. However, with an ample supply of iron, resmelting it should not pose a significant challenge. The mechanized transport vehicle was equally vital. Up to this point, I had been confined to a passive defense, primarily focused on repelling the barbarian invasions. Yet, such a strategy was excessively defensive. The barbarians were not foolish enough to persist in their assault on Yuzhou City. Once they recognized their inability to conquer it, they would surely circumvent the city. Consequently, the surrounding populace would suffer. I cannot afford to concentrate solely on Yuzhou City. The barbarians must be eradicated. At that juncture, the logistics of resource transportation would indeed become a pressing issue. However, if there were a mechanized transport vehicle, these issues could be adeptly resolved. Furthermore, the city itself ought to undergo some development. With this thought in mind, Liu retrieved the design blueprint for the Ming-ing Tianfu city from the system space, furrowing his brow as he examined it. This system reward is flawed. The Tianfu is actually Jiangning Prefecture, situated by the banks of the Yangtze River. Meanwhile, the location of Yuzhou City is in Jixian. If a reward is to be granted, it should indeed be the blueprint for the Shuntian Prefecture city. What on earth is the system thinking? Just as Liu was inwardly lamenting, the system's prompt sounded. System has detected an error in reward distribution, correcting. Correction complete. As an apology, the system will issue the blueprint for Shuntian Prefecture city. Please check your inventory. Upon hearing the notification, Liu could no longer contain his amusement. Has it encountered a bug? Is this even possible? Shaking his head in bemusement, he put away the Tianfu city blueprint and took hold of the newly issued reward. Observing the city constructed around Tai Pool on the blueprint, Liu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. He has acquired a design for Tianfu. When he eventually obtains Jiangning City, this will prove useful. The city blueprints are meticulously designed according to the unique topography of each city. The Tianfu blueprint is utterly impractical for the Shuntian region. Not to mention, where in Yuzhou City could one find the Zijing Mountain or Xuanwu Lake? Lacking these natural defenses, forcibly constructing using the Tianfu design would result in numerous vulnerabilities in the city's fortifications. To think even the system could make such an error. Liu considered this a new revelation. Contemplating future plans, he raised his gaze to the sky. Noticing that evening had descended, he dismissed the rough ideas swirling in his mind and returned to his residence, intending to rest well for the night. After so many exhausting days, it was time for some well-deserved recuperation. The following day, as soon as Liu opened his eyes, the delightful sound of the system prompt echoed in his mind. A week has passed. The host may now check in. Oh, just yesterday, he completed a task and received a wave of rewards, and today he could check in again. What a delightful turn of events. Without a second thought, Liu exclaimed, "Check in." As his words fell, the system prompt reappeared in his mind. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving check-in rewards. Plate Armor Blueprint X1, White Horse Cavalry X5000, and the acquisition of Master Craftsman Zhang Yajiu. Wow, this round of rewards is quite bountiful, although it may not rival the previous occasion. Considering that was a special circumstance, it can be overlooked. This time's rewards are evidently standard. Given the richness of these usual rewards, it is likely due to the complete annihilation of the Turkic army. With clarity on the reason, Liu nodded in satisfaction. It is indeed fortuitous that just as I was contemplating an expansion into the city, a master craftsman has been bestowed upon me, showcasing the system's remarkable thoughtfulness. Furthermore, the design blueprints for plate armor are truly invaluable. This remarkable item boasts a brief production process and minimal manufacturing difficulty. Yet its defensive capabilities are unparalleled on the battlefield of cold weapons. The system has been exceedingly generous, presenting such a divine artifact as a reward. It is simply exhilarating. As for the 5,000 cavalrymen, they are likely intended for the forthcoming mission, I presume? System task: please proceed to the martial arts plane and eliminate 30,000 barbarian cavalry. Wugong City is not particularly close to Yuzhou City. Moreover, the Turkic forces predominantly consist of cavalry units. Venturing forth with a substantial number of infantry would render them easy targets. In other words, this expedition must consist solely of cavalry. The initial cavalry contingent was 6,000, which pales in comparison to the Turkic army. However, with the addition of these 5,000 cavalrymen, the total cavalry force will swell to 11,000. This constitutes a formidable fighting force that cannot be underestimated. Chapter 38. Establishing strategic guidelines at the break of dawn, Liu convened a meeting with the gathered assembly. Wang Li Zhuge and the newly joined Zhang Yajiu arrived successively at the council hall. Once all were present, Liu commenced the proceedings. The invading Turks had been largely dealt with, and Yuzhou City was poised to enjoy a period of tranquility. I have resolved to focus our primary efforts on the development of Yuzhou City. Fortunately, The resources acquired from this conflict are sufficient to sustain our growth for some time. Thus, I propose a comprehensive transformation to expand Yuzhou City in accordance with this design blueprint. As he spoke, Liu produced the design of Shuntian Prefecture. Tossing it onto the table, Zhuge Liang took it up for a brief glance. Perhaps he found the illustrations perplexing, for he swiftly returned the blueprint to Wang Li. After scrutinizing it for a few moments, Wang Li raised his head and remarked, "Given the current situation, the expansion of Yuzhou City is indeed feasible. The challenge lies in our lack of experience in this domain, making the execution of such a task quite daunting." Both he and Zhuge Liang had merely engaged with defensive structures. When it comes to construction, it is a field requiring specialized expertise, and Wang Li felt a twinge of concern. At this juncture, Zhang Yajiu extended his hand and said, "General Wang, allow me a moment to examine the design." Wang Li cast a questioning glance at Li Yu, who nodded in assent, prompting Wang Li to hand the blueprint to Zhang Yajiu. After a lengthy study, Zhang Yajiu spoke, "While I am not primarily a builder, I believe comprehending this design should not pose a significant challenge. Should your highness wish to transform Yuzhou City according to this blueprint, I could endeavor to lead the craftsmen from the construction bureau in this undertaking." Zhang Yajiu, a master blacksmith renowned throughout history, had achieved a status comparable to that of legendary figures such as O Yezi and Gan Jiang. His expertise in weapon forging was undoubtedly unparalleled in the field. Nonetheless, the question lingered. Was it truly reliable to assign him the task of construction? Without hesitation, Li Yu acquiesced to Zhang Yajiu's proposal. "Then allow me to trouble Master Zhang. Many craftsmen in the construction bureau possess architectural expertise, so you need not worry about their proficiency. As long as there is a capable leader to guide them, we can proceed. It is prudent to entrust specialized tasks to professionals, and in order to expand Yuzhou City, we merely require a competent leader to oversee the efforts." Entrusting this endeavor to Zhang Yajiu would undoubtedly yield positive results. With that, Li Yu handed over the blueprints for the artillery and the newly acquired design for the plate armor, presenting them to Zhang Yajiu. The artillery and plate armor fall squarely within Master Zhang's realm of expertise. Thus, while you expand the city, please also take the opportunity to establish these two factories. Especially the plate armor forge. Once completed, it must commence production. This equipment is akin to a divine artifact for us. If utilized correctly, it could yield tremendous benefits. Hearing this, Zhang Yajiu solemnly tucked the design blueprint into his bosom and replied, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall exert every effort to fulfill your command." Li Yu nodded and then turned to Zhuge Liang, handing him the design for the transport mechanism. "As for you, Master Kongming, I trust you possess some expertise in this area. The construction of the transport mechanism shall be entrusted to you." Zhuge Liang accepted the blueprint with both hands, pledging on the spot, "I will not disappoint Your Highness." "Excellent. I appreciate your assistance," Li Yu said, waving his hand at the two of them. Understanding the unspoken agreement, Zhuge Liang and Zhang Yajiu departed from the council chamber. At this juncture, only Li Yu and General Wang Li remained in the tent. "General Wang, I entrust you with the defense of Yuzhou," Li Yu said, patting Wang Li on the shoulder with a smile. "You have performed admirably thus far, and I can rest easy knowing that you will guard Yuzhou." During Li Yu's absence from Yuzhou, Wang Li had not only steadfastly defended the city, but had also ingeniously ensured that the barbarian forces remained at its gates, granting Li Yu a considerable reprieve. Li Yu had observed all this. When he said he felt secure, he spoke sincerely, not merely offering empty praise. "Your Highness is overly gracious." Wang Li humbly clasped his hands together in respect. Then, sensing the deeper implication of Li Yu's words, inquired, "Does Your Highness intend to depart from Yuzhou?" "Indeed." Li Yu confirmed with a nod, casting a wistful glance toward the southwest. The eastern Turkic forces, comprising Shui Yintao, Tuabu Hua, and the Song Luo, have circumvented Yuzhou and advanced southward. Now, the vicinity of Wugong City is suffering greatly at the hands of the barbarians. As the Lord of Yuzhou, how can I stand idly by while the people of the Tang dynasty are oppressed by foreign invaders? These ruffians must be driven away. Your Highness's concern for the country and its people is commendable," Wang Li expressed, embracing his fists in admiration. Yet, he soon voiced his apprehension. "However, considering the strength of those ruffians, it may be unwise for Your Highness to lead foot soldiers into battle. Bringing only 11,000 cavalry seems rather insufficient." especially since I have heard that the combined forces of the Shui Yinta are over 300,000, while Yuzhou boasts the formidable artillery that makes its defense manageable. Li Yu's situation was different. He would be engaging in open-field combat without a secure base, making logistics a pressing concern. Wang Li did not believe that supporting the mainland at this juncture would be prudent. However, Li Yu had already made up his mind and was unlikely to heed his counsel. Do not worry. What are 300,000 ruffians? I have withstood the combined might of 500,000 from the Baegu coalition. What can 30,000 amount to? Li Yu spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet this did little to alleviate Wang Li's concerns, for the two situations were not comparable at all. In Yuzhou, Li Yu had the protection of sturdy fortifications, the advantage of artillery, and countless rolling stones and wooden beams, along with 40,000 infantry. Yet, once he stepped beyond this region, what would he have? Merely 11,000 cavalry. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Wang Li found it incomprehensible why His Highness was so insistent. However, seeing that Li Yu had made his decision, he could no longer persuade him otherwise and could only extend a blessing. May your journey be filled with martial success and continuous victories. I shall take your kind words to heart, Li Yu replied with a smile. As he prepared to rise and attend to his pre-departure tasks, he suddenly remembered there was something he had yet to inquire about. By the way, do you know what the revenge of the Azura is? Despite not having received any relevant rewards, the system had recognized this battalion as his direct subordinates, which left Li Yu feeling somewhat perplexed. Upon hearing this, Wang Li was momentarily taken aback before recounting the circumstances regarding Yang Hen and the others to Li Yu. After listening, Li Yu pondered, intrigued that this battalion had somehow gained the system's acknowledgement through its own prowess. Quite impressive indeed. Chapter 39, A Challenge. Beneath the walls of Wugong, the army stands tall. From the ramparts, one can behold, less than 2 miles away, a throng of Turks, densely packed. The sheer number of them instills a sense of dread. Moreover, the glint of malice occasionally flickering in their eyes sends a chill down the spine of any onlooker. Gazing upon the distant Turkish forces, Qin Huayu furrows his brow, his heart heavy with unshakable concern. Father, the barbarian army is at our doorstep, their numbers overwhelming. What shall we do? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiong offers a response that brings him a modicum of reassurance. Fear not. With their scant forces, it is nearly impossible for them to breach Wugong City. Your father is no fool, and should they dare approach the walls, I shall ensure they leave empty-handed. Although the barbarian army appears formidable, they possess a critical weakness, their ineptitude in siege warfare. With the fortifications of Wugong City, Qin Xiong is confident in his ability to defend this stronghold. As a renowned general of the Tang dynasty, his prowess is not to be underestimated. He is nearly certain that the barbarian horde has come merely to flaunt their might, for they would not dare to assault the city. Just as Qin Xiong ponders how to withstand the barbarian threat, a startled voice breaks through his thoughts. Father, look, someone is approaching. Huh. Qin Xiong snaps back to reality, squinting down toward the gates. He observes 3 figures clad in animal pelts, riding steadily toward the city. The archers atop the walls immediately draw their bows, taking aim at the advancing intruders. Qin Xiong raises a hand, signaling for them to lower their weapons. The soldiers cast puzzled glances in his direction, and he explains, "Hold your fire. Let us first discern their intentions." Before long, the trio reaches the base of the walls. These barbarians appear entirely unfazed, as if on a leisurely outing. The one in the lead, with audacity, glances upward and bellows. I have heard that the great warrior of the Tang, Qin Xiong, resides atop these walls. How unfortunate for you. I am the foremost warrior of the plains, the chieftain of the Shui Yinta, Yimin Khan. I have come today to gauge your worth. I wonder, does the first warrior of the Central Plains dare to descend and face me in combat? His arrogant proclamation echoes up to the ramparts. Qin Xiong's brow tightens slightly upon hearing it. After a moment's hesitation, he shouts back, "Is this a challenge you present? A challenge? What a jest." Yimin Khan erupts into laughter, as if he has heard the most ludicrous of jokes. "I offer you an opportunity to understand what a true warrior is. A challenge? Do you even presume to be worthy?" Simultaneously, his companion, the chieftain of the Tonglu, Jizhan, joins in the raucous laughter. How absurd. Can a man from the Central Plains even dare to speak of challenges? This is as ludicrous as a pampered woman attempting to arm wrestle with me. The leader of the Tuo Buhua tribe, Buriguda, followed suit with mockery. The barbarian approaches to demonstrate the absurdity of your title as the mightiest warrior of the Central Plains. If you perceive this as a challenge, you are sorely mistaken. At this juncture, Buri Guda extended his pinky finger. You must understand, with just one finger, I could press you into the ground. To engage in combat with the barbarian is your honor. You ought to. How does that saying go? Ah yes, you should be grateful. You should express your gratitude. The soldiers atop the city walls felt their ire igniting, clamoring for orders. Commander, please give the command. Let us shoot arrows and slay this beast. They urged. Please, Commander, at your command, we shall ensure they return not only the defenders of the city, but also Qin Huaiyu implored. Father Commander, there is no need to dignify such arrogance. It suffices to shoot them down with arrows. Please, give the order to eliminate them. Yet Qin Xiong remained ensnared in silence. After a moment, he raised his hand. No, I shall descend to meet him. Should I succeed in vanquishing him, it would deal a significant blow to the enemy's morale. Opportunities like this are rare and must not be squandered. Upon hearing Qin Xiong's intent to confront the foe outside the city, Qin Huaiyu grew anxious, but slaying them with arrows would yield the same result. Qin Xiong shook his head, dismissing the counsel. That is not a secure option. The distance is too great. The position of the barbarian lies just at the edge of the archer's range. To escape, all it takes is a mere turn. Qin Xiong had calculated the distance, which prompted his decision for this duel. Otherwise, shooting them from atop the walls until they resembled hedgehogs would not be a poor choice either. Upon realizing Qin Xiong's mind was made up, Qin Huaiyu continued to persuade. Father Commander, you are not young anymore. What if something were to happen? Before he could finish, Qin Xiong interrupted. Enough? Just a mere barbarian. Your father commander can handle this. The title of the mightiest general of the Tang dynasty is no idle boast. Even in my old age, he cannot be a match for me. With that, Qin Xiong donned his helmet and wielded his gilded twin bronze maces as he descended from the city walls. Before long, the city gate creaked open. Qin Xiong mounted his steed, emerging into the sight of all. Humph, you do possess some courage. The barbarian scoffed, glancing at his companions. Zhizhan and Buri Guda understood his intent, retreating several dozen meters to afford the barbarian ample space to engage in battle. Though these savages often resembled beasts, in matters of duel, they exhibited an inexplicable fervor akin to that of a pilgrimage. There was no need to fret over their treachery. Qin Xiong, brandishing his twin maces, halted 30 meters from the barbarian. He cast a few scrutinizing glances at Inan, noting the man's colossal muscles, reminiscent of boulders. His eyes narrowed slightly. This fellow appears rather formidable. From a distance, he seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was as robust as a bear. The towering figure astride a lofty warhorse resembled a brawny man seated upon a diminutive donkey, a sight both comical and alarming. Just how tall is this man? Even the mighty steed of the vast grasslands appeared to be a miniature version of a small donkey in comparison. Inan seemed to perceive the trepidation within Qin Xiong's heart and erupted into a boisterous laugh. Are you frightened, coward? If you are afraid, I shall grant you the opportunity to retreat home and drink milk. Humph. Qin Xiong retorted with a cold snort, tightening his grip on the twin bronze maces, and defiantly exclaimed, You, a mere child yet to sprout fully, speak with such bravado. Today, I shall make you comprehend the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Chapter 40. The first warrior of the prairie. The Turks are devoid of cultural depth. When it comes to verbal prowess, how can they possibly compare to General Qin? The barbarian boasted with an arrogance that knew no bounds. Yet, upon being ridiculed by Qin Xiong, he erupted in fury. Without further ado, let the horses charge. The barbarian's visage twisted in rage as he raised his wolf-toothed club and charged at Qin Xiong. With a gentle nudge to his steed's belly, Qin Xiong's horse, attuned to his intent, surged forward. In an instant, the two steeds met in a fierce collision. The wolf-toothed club descended with ferocity. Qin Xiong raised his left hand to block while his right hand coiled with potential energy, poised for a counterattack. However, as the club met his bronze hammer, Qin Xiong was astonished to find himself unable to withstand the brute strength of his opponent. The bronze hammer slipped from his left hand, and in a frantic motion, he raised his right hand to defend. The club struck heavily against the bronze hammer, the tremendous force propelling Qin Xiong backward, leaving a dent in his breastplate as he was thrown several meters away. The aged warrior crashed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth in a fresh torrent. Meanwhile, the barbarian brandished his club triumphantly. Ha ha ha. The mightiest warrior of the Central Plains? Is this all you are? You couldn't even withstand a single blow, and yet you dare to boast. Prepare to meet your end. With that, the barbarian yanked on the reins, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Qin Xiong. Fortunately, the defenders atop the city wall were well prepared. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Huaiyu swiftly commanded, "Fire the arrows." A volley of arrows soared past Qin Xiong, raining down upon the barbarian. Remarkably, the brute dismounted, using his steed as a shield against the arrows. Once the storm of arrows subsided, the horse he had ridden was left riddled with shafts. Yet, the barbarian retreated with a hearty laugh. Useless fools, a pitiful lot, even when given a chance. You prove inept, mere two-legged sheep, utterly worthless. Observing the barbarian's triumphant stance, Qin Xiong pounded the ground in frustration. How infuriating. If only I were a tad younger. Even by 5 years, I would surely have brought him down. Such vexation, truly vexation. Struggling to rise from the ground, Qin Xiong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, a concerned voice echoed from the city wall. "Father Commander, are you all right? Please, return to the city swiftly. The ground below is no place to linger." A contingent of soldiers emerged from the city gates, assisting the severely injured Qin Xiong back within the walls. Meanwhile, the barbarian, having just acquired a bow, saw Qin Xiong retreating unscathed and, in a fit of rage, hurled the longbow to the ground. Consider yourself fortunate. Just as Qin Xiong sought the barbarian's life, the barbarian longed for his. The decapitation of a commanding officer would deliver a catastrophic blow to morale. If he could eliminate Qin Xiong, he was confident of seizing Wugong City. The barbarian's face twisted in frustration. The more he thought, the angrier he became, as he charged once more toward the base of the wall, spewing invectives. Coward. Useless. The old curmudgeon, who only dares to hide within the city. Why not come out and engage in a fight to the death? Is this how all of you from the Central Plains behave? When defeated, you simply retreat, a bunch of spineless wretches. Qin Huaiyu, listening to the clamorous shouts from below the city, felt his face flush with indignation. He seized the four-edged golden mace from the parapet, ready to descend and confront the barbarian Yinan. At that moment, Qin Xiong was helped back to the city wall by soldiers. Noticing his son's intentions, he hastily intervened despite his injuries. "Do not go. You are no match for him. We may lose, but we cannot die." As his father, Qin Xiong understood his son better than anyone. This Yinan was certainly not the self-proclaimed bravest warrior of the steppes. If even Qin Xiong had fallen before him, then Qin Huaiyu stood no chance. Yet, Qin Huaiyu was unwilling to concede. With bloodshot eyes, he shouted, "Shall we simply allow him to flaunt his power unchallenged?" Just as Qin Xiong was about to respond, he could not suppress another bout of blood. Upon seeing this, Qin Huaiyu dared not continue his protests and quickly assisted his father to a chair on the city tower. "Father, please do not be anxious. I will not go. You must catch your breath first." Qin Xiong weakly waved his hand at him. "I am fine. But you cannot go down. We may lose a battle, but we cannot afford to lose lives. The former may merely dampen the troops' morale, but the latter would lead to an immediate collapse of spirit. Once morale falters, the city of Wugong will be lost. Not only the soldiers within the walls, but even the common folk would be reduced to slavery." Qin Xiong was also unwilling to accept defeat so readily, yet for the sake of the people, he must endure. Meanwhile, the cacophony of insults continued below. Qin Huaiyu, youthful and impetuous, could not simply let it pass. He dashed to the edge of the wall, shouting outward, "If you have the gall, come and attack the city." Barking like wild dogs, what kind of skill is that? The three men led by Yinan, exhausted from their earlier tirades, perked up at these words. "You little tyke. Do you despise me? If you hate me, come out. I grant you the chance for revenge. If you dare not emerge, then cease your barking." Indeed, hiding within the city and howling is akin to a pup trapped in a cage. It is utterly laughable. Qin Huaiyu was furious, yet he remained unfazed, continuing to taunt, "If you have the ability, come in." Hearing this, Yinan's temper flared as well. "You have the ability to come out. You come in. You come out." After several rounds of insults, this verbal skirmish had devolved into childish banter. Indeed, even on the solemn battlefield, humanity could not escape the folly of repetition. The two exchanged barbs until they were parched and breathless. It was only then that Yinan realized his own foolishness. He gestured to his companions. Let us go. This foolish lad is not taking the bait. Continuing this quarrel is futile. Let us return and devise a strategy for storming the city. Zhenguan and Buraj were eager to leave, and upon hearing this, they immediately followed suit. The leader Gizan suggested, following Yinan, you have already subdued this pack of Tang dogs. Perhaps we should launch a strong assault, as their morale is low, and we should be able to penetrate their defenses. Without a moment's hesitation, Yinan refuted, use your brain. A direct assault is certainly unwise. We must employ cunning. Do you understand? Cunning? How do we achieve that? Buraj shook his head in confusion, unable to grasp such complexities. Surely, a straightforward approach of overwhelming them with sheer numbers would suffice, wouldn't it? However, upon hearing Yinan's frustrated rebuke, I have told you to think. How can you discern the impossibility of clever tactics without engaging your intellect? Buraj thought to himself, I possess strength. Why should I bother with intellect? Were it not for your superior skills, I would have already shoved your head where the sun does not shine. Yinan seemed to comprehend the caliber of his two companions. Without any intention of withholding information, he revealed the harsh truth with a cruel smile. The two-legged sheep possess a weak character. We need to procure some slaves and send them to breach the city walls. Chapter 41. The Expedition. Outside the city of Yuzhou, the cavalry has gathered in full strength. 1,000 Imperial Guard Iron Cavalry, 3,000 Golden Fire Cavalry, 2,000 Guanning Iron Cavalry, and 5,000 White Horse Volunteers, altogether. 11,000 horsemen constitute the main force for this expedition. Additionally, the Yanyun 18 riders will accompany the main army, tasked with intelligence gathering and assassination missions, providing crucial support to the primary forces. Though the Yanyun 18 riders number only 18, their impact should not be underestimated. At times, the advantage gained through intelligence can yield unexpectedly significant effects on the battlefield. Liu sat upon his steed, surveying his troops from the front lines. Noticing that all had assembled, he raised his hand and issued the command, march forth. In response to his order, the cavalry surged forward in an orderly manner, forming a column as they advanced towards the southwest. Liu shook the reins in his hands, preparing to set off. Just then, a gaunt figure adorned with a peculiar mask sprinted from a distance, kneeling on one knee before his horse. Your Highness, I am Yang Hen, the Avenging Shura, requesting permission to join the expedition. Avenging Shura? Yang Hen. Liu furrowed his brow in contemplation, quickly recalling the name. Oh, she is the one who escaped from the clutches of the Turks and has since organized her own forces. However, judging by her voice, she seems quite young. Is she so eager to engage in battle with such a rabble? After a moment's thought, Liu inquired, are you aware of our destination? Indeed. The area of our expedition is near Wugong City, a considerable distance from Yuzhou. Liu nodded. Correct. Over 500 miles. This is not a journey one can traverse on foot. The Avenging Shura fears no peril. As long as we can slay our enemies, we would not hesitate to traverse even 2,000 miles. Yang Hen's tone was resolute, her voice imbued with unwavering determination. Through the grotesque mask, Liu could not discern her expression, yet he could envision that her demeanor must be strikingly fierce. After reflecting for a moment, he reiterated, beyond the distance. Speed will also pose a challenge. Furthermore, during the expedition, you will receive no supplies. Even so, are you truly willing to accompany us? Even if it means perishing along the way, even if we are merely cannon fodder, we are more than willing. At this point, Liu deemed further persuasion unnecessary. People often claim they are unbothered by the prospect of being expendable. What more could he say? In that case, return to procure provisions for 15 days. Seek them from the strategist and mention it is by my decree. Additionally, should you require any other supplies, you may approach Zhuge Liang. As long as your requests are reasonable, he will accommodate you. Does this mean you grant us permission? Yang Hen exclaimed joyfully, her voice trembling with excitement. Liu did not directly address the question, but rather stated, the cavalry cannot wait for you. If you venture out, it will be every man for himself. Should fortune allow you to catch up, I shall permit you to join the ranks of battle. With those words from His Highness, we shall certainly keep pace with the expedition. Yang, filled with gratitude, expressed his thanks for the prince's grace and swiftly vanished from his sight, just as he had arrived. Liu chuckled and shook his head. There seemed to be nothing remarkable about this troop. How could they possibly gain the system's recognition? With that thought, he mounted his steed and joined the already departing main force, disappearing into the distance. In the wilderness, disheveled and ragged citizens were being herded like a pack of wild dogs by a group of ruthless Turkic cavalry towards Wugong City. The expressions of these people were numb, their bodies marked with the scars of lashes, revealing the bruises that spoke of previous torment at the hands of these brutes. Yet, even in such despair, piercing screams echoed through the plains, accompanied by the raucous laughter of the marauders. "Hurry up! You are nothing but livestock now. Livestock, do you understand, sheep?" One ruffian cracked his whip down upon a citizen with a resounding crack, inflicting another wound, which was met with a sharp cry of agony. The ruffian, devoid of any empathy, wore a twisted grin of delight. "Scream. Keep screaming. I relish the sound of two-legged sheep. It reminds me of life on the prairie. The sheep there bleat just like you, and once they have cried out, they obediently continue on their way. You must behave like sheep, do you understand?" Such occurrences were rampant. Amidst the overgrown grass, cries of pain and curses filled the air. In the dim light, this place resembled a hell on earth. Yet, within this inferno, the leaders of the ruffians reveled in the scene. A diminutive chief approached the commander of this army and whispered jovially, "General Crabado, we must have nearly 3,000 two-legged sheep by now. Once this batch is transported, will that suffice?" The leader of the blood wolves, Crabado, took a swig from his water pouch and, wiping his mouth, replied, "No, far from it. The command from the barbarian chief is for us 5 nightly orders to gather a total of 50,000 two-legged sheep. I refuse to be outdone by the green wolf Sith. We need 12,000, no, 15,000 two-legged sheep. We have barely 3,000 so far. There is still a long way to go." The small chief, puzzled, inquired, "What does the barbarian chief need so many two-legged sheep for?" "To trample over their corpses and pave the way to Wugong City," Klabado proclaimed with great pride. "Do you comprehend the essence of strategy? It is a cunning art, one that only we, the generals, truly grasp." Upon hearing this, the young captain enthusiastically urged his steed onward, exclaiming, "General Klabado, your might is unparalleled. So this is what you call strategy. For those of us less enlightened, even were you to elucidate, we would struggle to comprehend such elevated discourse." In truth, Klabado himself was no more enlightened by the words of the young man, yet this did not deter him from boasting. Strategy, indeed, was akin to driving a herd of horses to assault the encampments of the nomads. Does not a single ram break through the fortified walls in much the same way? Perhaps the heads of the sheep are simply more resilient, capable of shattering those sturdy barriers. This encapsulates Klabado's understanding of strategy. Regardless of comprehension, what truly matters is the successful completion of the mission. Above all else, Klabado was more preoccupied with who could capture the most game. The 5 cavalry regiments of the Allied forces were far from amicable in their relations. He aspired to claim the top position in this fierce competition. For this, he required more rams. Chapter 42, The Endless Fury. "Hurry, move faster," the chief roared. "The number of these two-legged sheep is far from sufficient. We need to find more. Anyone who dares to hinder us will find their life forfeit." The Turkmen lieutenant threatened, his visage twisted with malice as he lashed the air with a whip. The cries of the oppressed populace filled the air, and now and then, someone would collapse, forever lost in this desolate wilderness. Beside him, a fellow Turkman whispered in caution, "General, the commander still needs these sheep. Slaying too many could prove troublesome." The lieutenant glared, retorting vehemently, "What of it if I kill a few sheep? Is there a problem? These two-legged sheep are useless except for their rapid reproduction. What does it matter if I slay a few? Just don't obstruct me." With that, he resumed his cruel lashing. The suffering of the populace was palpable, and some, overwhelmed by humiliation, contemplated a desperate end alongside him. Yet, they were too weak, outnumbered by the surrounding Turkmen cavalry. The moment they attempted to act, they were mercilessly slain, never given a chance to resist. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and in the end, the people moved like lifeless husks, resigned to their fate. Suddenly, a distant rumbling reverberated through the ground. The seasoned Turkmen soldiers recognized the sound of galloping cavalry. The lieutenant, puzzled, glanced toward the source of the noise but could not discern the scene beyond the obstructing hills. He turned to his aide, asking, "Whose men are those over there? Why are they galloping about? Are they here to seize our two-legged sheep?" His aide, equally perplexed, pondered for a moment before replying, I shall inquire with the commander to determine how best to address this. The lieutenant waved his whip in dismissal, urging, go on. Return swiftly. The 5 cavalry regiments dispatched by the E tribe each had their designated collection areas. Logically, their own men should not have approached this region, leaving him in deep confusion. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hill, Liu led the main body of cavalry to the summit. As he sat upon his steed, witnessing the horrific scene unfolding on the plains below, his expression twisted in rage. How dare these wretches? The sight of the populace, dehumanized and driven like cattle by the savages, ignited an inferno of fury within him. He scarcely had time to devise a strategy. He commanded at once, charge. Annihilate these scoundrels, eradicate them, rescue the people from their clutches. Having just received word from the 18 riders of Yuyuan, Liu hastened his forces to this location, determined to liberate the plundered populace without delay. Yet, what he did not anticipate was the sheer extent of torment this group of beasts could inflict upon the common people of the Tang dynasty. Nearly all had lost their vitality. What kind of devastation must they have endured to become such a shadow of themselves? Kill. Liu's eyes widened in fury as he was the first to descend from the high slope. Behind him surged a fierce cavalry brigade. 6,000 heavy cavalry and 5,000 light cavalry simultaneously charged forth, having already arranged their formation to collide with the foes below. The barbarian Bloodwolf cavalry clearly did not foresee encountering such a vast cavalry force in this location. The leader of the Bloodwolf cavalry, Kribit, issued commands the moment he spotted Liu's army. All troops adjusted their formations, preparing for the impending impact. They hastily formed a makeshift defense with their horses, adopting a posture to withstand the onslaught. As the orders were given, the elite barbarians reacted swiftly. However, they were caught off guard when a young boy suddenly burst forth amidst the cavalry's formation, clutching the leg of a horse in desperation. This frail youth, with all his might, wrapped his limbs around the horse's leg, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Do not mind us. Slay these beasts. Annihilate them all." The chaos instigated by the boy was abruptly quelled by a careless thrust from another barbarian. Yet, he had ignited the flames of vengeance within the hearts of the populace. It seemed as though the common people had come to an understanding. They began to emulate his actions, employing various methods to disrupt the Bloodwolf cavalry's formation. They fervently cried out, "Exterminate the barbarians. General, avenge us." As Liu charged forward, witnessing the rekindled spirit of life among the people, his eyes blazed crimson with rage. What in the world is Li Shimin doing? Why must the people of the interior endure such humiliation? Why? He had already held back the majority of the barbarians in Yuzhou, allowing only a small fraction to breach the borders of the Tang dynasty. Yet, the capital was unable to manage even this meager threat, igniting a fire of indignation within Liu. Useless. What a so-called sage ruler. Merely a worthless fool. How dare you claim the mantle of emperor? Go eat dirt. And these wretched dogs. Kill. Annihilate them all. Liu raised the thunder dragon tooth high above him. It seemed to sense his fury, crackling with bolts of lightning. Kill, kill, kill. Eradicate them all. Not a single one shall remain. After a brief charge, Liu was the first to breach the enemy ranks. At the moment he collided with the foe, the lightning accumulated within the thunder dragon tooth erupted instantaneously. Blinding arcs of electricity formed a chain reaction, inflicting widespread devastation. What is this? The already panicked rabble stood in shock, utterly astonished by the unfolding events. Yet, before they could comprehend the situation, the cavalry had already plunged into the heart of the barbarian formation. The barbarian, clinging desperately to the legs of the horse, found himself utterly incapable of even the most basic manipulation of his steed, plunging into a state of complete chaos. The war had devolved into a one-sided massacre. Yet, all of this was achieved through the self-sacrificial assaults of the common people, rendering it far from a notion of glory. This was a harrowing battle, and the hearts of all cavalrymen were weighed down with profound sorrow. The Grand Army, which ought to have protected the citizens, was now marching towards victory with the aid of those it was meant to defend. If given the choice, they would gladly renounce such a victory. However, it was a bitter reality that the army could do nothing but fiercely combat this rabble. They were rendered impotent to take any other action. The common people were too close to the barbarians, leaving no opportunity for strategic maneuvering. The only recourse to rescue these unfortunate souls lay in the brutal clash of arms. Liu, with eyes aflame, relentlessly wielded his weapon. The enemies before him fell one by one, their lives claimed by his hand. In that moment, he resembled a frenzied god of war, emanating a crimson aura of bloodlust. Chapter 43. The true face of the fiends. At last, we have arrived. The vengeful Shura legion ascended the hill, witnessing the fierce battle unfolding in the distance, with scarcely a moment to pause before charging downward. Brothers and sisters, our compatriots are suffering. Our foes are tormenting our kin. Come forth, fiends, it is our time to take the stage. Let us annihilate this rabble and embrace our brethren. Let us exact revenge upon this world. Yang Hen surged forth like a wild stallion, her limbs propelling her toward the clashing armies. As she raced forward, her piercing voice reverberated through the air. No one could discern the source of her inhuman strength. In that moment, the vengeful Shura appeared as malevolent spirits traversing the mortal realm, advancing toward the battlefield in an astonishing manner. What manner of creature is this? Why do we see such demons among Tango's forces? Each vengeful Shura exhibited extraordinary agility and leaping prowess akin to that of ravenous predators. With each ferocious pounce, they would drag the scoundrels mounted on horseback down to the ground. Once their victims were sprawled upon the earth, these vengeful Shura would draw forth short blades, akin to hidden darts, from their sleeves to pierce throats with deadly precision. In terms of lethality, the vengeful Shura surpassed even the Golden Fire cavalry. Faced with such an unreasonable army, the barbarians were gripped by primal terror. Whenever these masked fiends approached, the beasts among them often lacked the courage to resist, retreating in haste. This reckless combat style rendered the vengeful Shura invincible. Moreover, with their intervention, the beleaguered populace, previously on the verge of annihilation, found a fleeting respite. The cavalry's momentum had been nearly exhausted, yet they had failed to breach the enemy's defenses, plunging them into a fierce struggle. Liu found himself ensnared within the enemy's encirclement, grappling with the tumultuous circumstances. He observed the citizens still striving to incite chaos, his heart convulsing. Though he yearned to liberate these souls from their torment, the battlefield was wrought with confusion. To rescue each individual was not merely a dream, it was a delusion. In warfare, casualties are inevitable. Even in dreams, there are sacrifices. Liu wished to avoid loss, yet this was the stark reality. What should he do now? Continue the fierce combat or retreat to regroup for another charge? The initial assault had claimed nearly 5,000 cavalry. Should they charge once more, they could surely eliminate the remaining scoundrels. Yet, such an action would expose the surrounded civilians to enemy slaughter. Conversely, if they persevered in battle, the toll on the innocent would be equally devastating, a dilemma of profound consequence. In that moment, he suddenly noticed a multitude of slender figures adorned with peculiar masks emerging around him. As these individuals entered the fray, the entire battlefield's dynamics shifted instantaneously. Those legions, resembling demons from the abyss, fought with a ferocity that Liu had never before witnessed. They evoked memories of leopards, tigers, and the ravenous creatures from horror films. The vengeful Azuras? Liu's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "Could it be that this is the reason the system acknowledges this legion?" He realized he had underestimated this army. The vengeful Azuras were not the weak, desperate troops that Wang Li had described. In fact, these warriors were, in some respects, even more formidable than cavalry. The vengeful Azuras relentlessly penetrated the enemy's defenses, spreading the flames of war deeper into the heart of the battlefield. The barbaric foes they encountered often had no chance to resist, falling like cattle to the slaughter. Recognizing the strength of this group, Liu no longer hesitated and issued a new military order. All forces were to support the vengeful Azura's advance, with them in the lead and the cavalry in a supportive role. The cavalry would mainly focus on rescue operations, while the vengeful Azuras would be responsible for inflicting casualties. At Liu's command, two synchronized battle cries resonated across the battlefield. "Charge!" shouted the cavalry, while hatred echoed from the new combat formation. Both were elite units, equally disciplined. These individuals were not a mere rabble. The two distinct formations continuously sought new modes of cooperation on the battlefield. Although their joint tactics were initially clumsy, their efficiency in slaughter improved with the passage of time. An increasing number of civilians were rescued by the cavalry and taken to the rear for brief respite. Meanwhile, the barbaric army was swiftly hunted down. In less than half an hour, the battle drew to a close. As the last traces of the beasts vanished from sight, Li Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Engaging in combat involving civilians was excruciating. Those wretched creatures truly deserved their fate. Li Yu cursed under his breath, preparing to order the troops to secure the battlefield. At that moment, Yang Hen, appearing like a vengeful spirit, glided before him. Your Highness, the vengeful Azuras request permission to scour the battlefield for any possible survivors. When she uttered the word survivors, her voice resonated like a ghostly wail from the netherworld. Sharp and chilling, Li Yu narrowed his eyes, locking gazes with her, and after 2 seconds, nodded gently. Granted. Receiving permission, Yang Hen, shrouded in her tattered cloak, knelt and respectfully bowed her head. Thank you for your grace, Your Highness. She did not rise, but continued with a tremor in her voice. We have sacrificed so much to become these vengeful spirits. There is no turning back. If we cannot fulfill our desire for revenge, we shall never find peace. I hope Your Highness can understand our plight. We are eternally grateful. Li Yu fell silent for 2 seconds before inquiring, what transpired after leaving the city of Yuzhou? Yang Hen's body trembled slightly, and with a voice tinged with a hint of tears, replied, exhausted, I stumbled. Huh. Li Yu took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. I comprehend. With that, he gestured to Yang Hen. Go now, you shall attain what you seek. This is my promise to you. The distance from Yuzhou to this place is a full day and night, calculated at the marching speed of cavalry. They hastened here in a bid to rescue the populace at the earliest opportunity. In other words, the cavalry had not rested for even a moment since departing Yuzhou. Thus, a question arises. How did the vengeful Shura, traveling on foot, manage to arrive at the battlefield simultaneously? Perhaps the answer shall remain forever unknown. Chapter 44. The Burial Ground. The piercing cries echoed relentlessly across the desolate plains. Yet, neither the cavalry of Yuzhou nor the beleaguered citizens who had just escaped the abyss of despair showed the slightest sign of empathy. As if these sounds were but figments of imagination, Li Yu sat before the tent, turning to Bai Qi and inquired, how fares the gathered provisions? Are there any supplies? Bai Qi slowly shook his head. We have scavenged enough jerky and dry rations to last 3 days, along with some well-preserved goat milk. In addition, we have acquired a fair amount of gold and silver. Li Yu nodded, commanding, distribute all that we possess to the surviving populace. Allow them to return home. Bai Qi said nothing further and rose to carry out the order. However, within 2 minutes, a ragged group of citizens approached, kneeling within 10 paces of Li Yu. Your Highness, we seek no pity. We only wish to take up arms against the enemy. We implore you to grant us this wish. The elder among them pleaded, followed by the fervent cries of the others. Grant us this wish. This scene seemed to recreate the moment that had transpired beneath the walls of Yuzhou. Although Li Yu had not witnessed it firsthand, he had heard tales from Wang Li. Upon hearing their words, Li Yu's expression shifted, and without a moment's thought, he rejected them. No, you may live in Yuzhou or return to your homeland, but you cannot join my army. I shall never permit it. Yet, the citizens who had clawed their way from hell were resolute. If your Highness does not permit us, we would rather die here. Why must it be this way? Li Yu found it incomprehensible, gazing incredulously at the elder. The elder, however, spoke with unwavering determination. The moment we fell into the hands of the barbarians, we ceased to live. There is no returning to our former lives. Since we are already dead, why cling to mere existence? With our spirits extinguished, how can we continue to live? It is better to use our remaining bodies to seek vengeance. Even if we only wound one beast, it would be worth it. Observing the dimness in their eyes, Li Yu felt a profound sorrow. They possessed the potential for a prosperous life, the right to live honorably in this world. Yet, due to myriad circumstances, they had fallen to such depths. This was a failure of governance. None of this should have transpired. How infuriating! Li Yu clenched his fists tightly, the strain causing them to turn pale, the veins on his hands protruding. Let them stay. The demons require more of their kind, came Yang Hen's cold voice. Li Yu looked up to see a flicker of green light, akin to phosphorescence, shimmering from within the depths of her mask, casting a shadowy glow through the hollow spaces. Simultaneously, her cloak was stained with crimson liquid, which had yet to dry. He gazed at Yang Hen and inquired, are you truly willing to accept them? What I mean is, will they genuinely wish to join you? This was an exceedingly intricate question, one that entailed a mutual choice. The first inquiry he posed to Yang Hen was, could you bear to see others transformed into your likeness? The second question sought to ascertain whether anyone would indeed desire to become like you. Upon hearing these words, Yang Hen fell silent. After several seconds of contemplation, she responded with a frigid tone, "Those who wish to become malevolent spirits will naturally transform into such. Those unwilling to join us will inevitably be cast aside. When that time comes, I shall ensure the proper arrangement for those who are discarded. They will receive what they desire." Very well. There could be no better answer than this. Liu found no grounds for rebuttal as he glanced at Yang Hen and then at the despondent refugees. Letting out a deep sigh, "Well, this is your choice. I hope you shall not regret it in the future." However, the response came, "We await your highness's grace." Liu weakly waved his hand to everyone, issuing orders. The entire army shall rest for the night. 6 members of the Yuyan 18 riders will be dispatched to locate the enemy's whereabouts. The Revenge Azura and the White Horse Brigade shall each send 100 men to take turns on watch. Upon receiving the command, the 6 named members of the Yuyan 18 riders immediately galloped away. Simultaneously, Yang Hen clasped her fist towards Liu and remarked, "There is no need for shifts on watch. In the future, the duty of guarding the night will fall to the Revenge Azura." Liu said nothing further, acknowledging her with, "Thank you for your hard work. Let it be thus." In a narrow canyon, the unarmed populace moved like the living dead, advancing in a singular direction. Behind them lurked the ravenous Turkic cavalry. This group must consist of 5,000 souls. If we gather another batch, we could amass 15,000 two-legged sheep and secure the top position in this contest. The leader of the Qinglang riders, Yait, addressed the people ahead as if he were transferring a shipment. From his words, it seemed he had already delivered 5,000 individuals. One could only speculate the humiliation these people would endure upon reaching the barbarian encampment. Given the cruel treatment displayed by this horde towards the populace, it was unlikely the situation would improve. The subordinate beside Yait grinned widely, continuously flattering him. "Our Qinglang riders will undoubtedly secure first place, with leader Yait at the helm. We cannot possibly lose. That fellow Kribitu is merely a brute. He cannot compare to leader Yait's courage and strategy. The commander of the Wulong riders should rightly be leader Yait." It was fortunate that these two-legged sheep could breed, otherwise, the orders from the barbarian chief would be quite challenging to fulfill. Of course, this smooth execution was also due to leader Yait's sagacity. As the conversation continued, the populace had already exited the canyon. Their vision expanded into a vast, boundless plain. Yet, at that moment, no one possessed the heart to admire the scenery. For they were, in fact, ensnared in the very depths of hell. The cavalry driving from behind, upon witnessing the common folk come to a halt, revealed their ferocious countenances. "Move. Continue onward. What are you stopping for? Who commanded you to halt?" As soon as the words escaped their lips, the populace, as if guided by instinct, resumed their monotonous and repetitive motions. Yet, even so, they were met with the brutal and inhumane treatment by this group of brutes. A long whip, laden with thorns, descended upon them, leaving a trail of flesh and blood. A wretched citizen succumbed to his injuries on the spot. These fiends, more ruthless than the bloodthirsty wolf riders, resorted to such vile instruments to drive away the displaced. It became evident that their so-called strategy was merely a competition of savagery. Truly, they were a pack of malevolent beasts. The people were herded out of the canyon, and soon these brutes would emerge from this constricted terrain as well. However, just as they were on the verge of exiting this area, a rope suddenly sprang up from the ground, ensnaring the foremost wolf rider. Chapter 45. The Iron Cavalry of Shiliang. What on earth? Beware. A thick, elongated rope suddenly burst forth from the ground, spanning across the mouth of the canyon. The 2 ends of the rope were pulled taut by an unknown force, quivering violently like a drawn bowstring. The unexpected rope ensnared the legs of a horse, causing the foremost Turkic knight's steed to stumble and fall. In an instant, chaos erupted at the canyon's exit, and the situation descended into utter disarray. Which scoundrel is responsible for this? The leader of the Qing Wolf Riders erupted in fury, cursing vehemently. "Grab a knife and cut that rope. Find the wretch who pulled it, and let me see them dismembered." Just as he uttered these words, Yait suddenly noticed a pitch-black shadow enveloping him. Instinctively, he looked up. Then boom! A massive boulder plummeted down, instantly covering the spot where Yait had been standing. Beneath the stone, a deluge of blood and flesh seeped forth. "Kill! The descending boulder seemed to signal the onset of carnage. In the next moment, a torrent of boulders and logs cascaded down from the cliffs on either side. The sudden onslaught of stones fell among the crowd, claiming the lives of countless scoundrels in an instant. The thundering of heavy objects striking the earth, the anguished cries of the barbaric foes, and the restless whinnies of the warhorses blended together, forming a symphony of chaos. Outside the canyon, the townsfolk who managed to escape listened to the horrific screams echoing from within, feeling a mix of unease and a flicker of joy at the prospect of revenge. Could it be that the court has sent someone to rescue us? The people uttered in disbelief, their eyes wide as they beheld the brutal scene unfolding in the canyon. It felt as though missing this spectacle would mean losing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Primarily, witnessing these brutes receiving their comeuppance was immensely gratifying. Deep within, they had envisioned this very moment countless times. Now that it had finally materialized, how could the oppressed populace not feel exhilarated? They deserved their fate. Truly, it was a great relief for the heart. Annihilate them all. These beasts have no right to exist in this world. They belong in the deepest pits of hell. As the citizens observed the turmoil within the canyon, they cursed with fervor. They longed to return and slay those who had once tormented them. At that moment, a fortunate soul emerged from the canyon. A young man, seizing a stone from the ground, hurled it with all his might at this escaping wretch. Thud, thud, thud. After a series of dull thuds, the Turkic scoundrel who had escaped was reduced to a grotesque pulp. Seeing the youth's actions, others quickly followed suit, picking up stones from the ground and encircling the canyon's entrance. While they could not engage in battle like an army, they could at least assist in eliminating the remaining vermin, even if it were merely to slay a mere one or two individuals. These suffering commoners would find a semblance of satisfaction. Retreat. Fall back. The entrance to the ravine had been obstructed, rendering escape impossible. Following the initial chaos, the barbarian cavalry gradually regained their composure. Under the command of their minor leaders, they withdrew deeper into the gorge, braving the rain of boulders that fell from above. Yang Hen, perched atop the cliff, observed the turmoil below with a cold sneer. Did you truly believe you could escape from here? Do not harbor such delusions. The trap devised by His Highness offers you not even the slightest glimmer of hope. Just as Yang Hen had predicted, when the Turkic cavalry retreated less than 100 meters, they beheld a formidable army standing before them. Liu raised the thunder dragon tooth in his hand and pointed it forward, a chilling command escaping his lips. Kill. No elaboration was necessary. A single word sufficed to convey the entirety of his intent. The Imperial Guard cavalry surrounding Liu understood implicitly and surged forth. Simultaneously, numerous ropes descended from the cliffs. As the avenging Azura entered the fray in an unprecedented manner, having lost their leader, the cavalry faced another devastating blow. With the net of doom closing in around them, this band of ruffians utterly crumbled. Some begged for mercy, while others attempted to turn and break through the gorge's exit. Yet, all their efforts were futile. Those seeking to escape only contributed to the chaos of an already tumultuous situation, thanks to the disarray created by their individualistic instincts. The cavalry corps and the avenging Azura easily annihilated the panicked throng. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the annihilation of the 30,000 cavalry of the Shui Yintua coalition. You have received a reward of 10,000 Shiliang troops. A new mission has been issued. Eliminate the leader of the Turkic Tuwa Bihua tribe, Birajit. Upon hearing the pleasant notification in his ear, Liu's lips curled into a slight smile. However, before he could revel in his victory, the system's prompt sounded once more. Ding! Special resources detected. Warhorses X10,000, plate armor X10,000. Conditions for troop upgrade met. Would the host like to upgrade 10,000 Shiliang troops to 10,000 Shiliang iron cavalry? Such delightful news. Liu paused for a moment before his heart swelled with joy. An upgrade. Why not proceed with the upgrade? The Shiliang troops would directly transform into Shiliang iron cavalry. As the words left his mouth, the system notification appeared again. Ding! The system has upgraded 10,000 Shiliang troops to 10,000 Shiliang iron cavalry. Please check, host. Without needing the system's reminder, Liu had already spotted the Shiliang iron cavalry emerging from the rear of the gorge. These cavalrymen were uniformly clad in full plate armor. The full coverage of plate armor extended even to the steeds beneath, with the heads and forequarters of the horses enveloped in resilient iron plates. A mere glance revealed the extraordinary combat prowess of this heavy cavalry. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry could indeed be deemed the ultimate force of the cold weapon era. At least within the domain of heavy cavalry, Liu found no other army more compelling than this one. Truly, the existence of plate armor is utterly unreasonable. This innovation represents the pinnacle of technology in the age of cold weapons. Whoever masters it possesses the most formidable troops in the world. As Liu beheld the Shiliang Iron Cavalry before him, he could hardly contain his admiration. He could vividly imagine their unstoppable charge on the battlefield. That spectacle would undoubtedly be awe-inspiring. It would be a breathtaking display, making these brutes realize that there exist cavalry far more terrifying than themselves. Liu eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day, and he believed it would not be long in coming, for Wugong City lay just ahead, not far away. Chapter 46. The Suffering of the People and the Demise of the People. What? 3 cavalry regiments have vanished without a trace? What are you all doing? Why was the complete annihilation of the cavalry regiments only discovered now? Useless. Truly a bunch of useless fools. The leader of the Yimin tribe, Shui Yintuo, erupted in a tirade, unleashing a torrent of invective upon a hapless scout. Spittle flew, splattering the unfortunate soul's face. This poor wretch dared not utter a word, silently enduring the wrath of the Yimin. 3 entire cavalry regiments, amounting to 30,000 troops, had disappeared without a sound. Any commander would be driven to madness by such incompetence. Inside the tent, the roar of Yimin echoed incessantly, accompanied by the clatter of overturned furniture, a testament to the Khan's fury. It was utterly foolish. Only after the complete destruction of the 3 cavalry regiments did the news arrive. What a pack of imbeciles! Gasping for breath, Yimin waved his hand forcefully at the unfortunate scout. Begone! The scout, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to flee the tent. However, at that moment, the leader of the Tongluo tribe, Zhenguan, interjected, "Do not leave just yet. First, enlighten us as to why you discovered the cavalry's disappearance only now." The scout trembled as he replied, "This place seems to be haunted. Our scattered scout brothers have not returned. We only received the news after the main camp noted that the Blood Wolf, Green Wolf, and Mad Wolf cavalry had not returned for 2 days, prompting a large contingent to verify the information, confirming the annihilation of the 3 regiments." Haunted? Nonsense. Yimin dismissed the notion outright, believing the scouts were merely concocting excuses for their failures. Yet, the scout insisted, "It truly is haunted. Otherwise, you may visit our scout camp, where we have already lost half our brothers." Upon hearing this, Yimin and Zhenguan exchanged incredulous glances. Could it be truly haunted? Just then, Yimin shook his head vigorously. "No, that cannot be. Surely, someone is obstructing our intelligence network. The Tang dogs must be advancing." The scout merely stated that the dispatched scouts had not returned, which cannot be taken as evidence of hauntings. The more plausible explanation for the scouts' absence is that they were slain by enemies who had cut off our information. With this realization, Yimin dismissed the scout before commanding, "Burajid, take your 2 Ahua brothers and seek out the whereabouts of the Tang dog army. Regardless of the circumstances, we must locate the enemy and ascertain their troop composition. That is the duty of a commander." Yimin was not only the bravest warrior of the grasslands, but also possessed military acumen that set him apart from other leaders. Otherwise, he would not have risen to become the chief of the 3 allied tribes. Upon hearing this, Burajid said nothing, grasping the spiked meteor hammer as he prepared to exit. At that moment, Zhenguan added, "Once you locate the enemy, remember to act wisely. If their numbers are overwhelming, do not engage them directly. Return with the news, and we shall provide support." He continued, "It's merely a pack of Tang dogs. Find them and eliminate them. How complicated could that be?" Burajid dismissed the comment with a hint of impatience. He despised the tendency to complicate what should be simple. Although he could not rival Nan, he was nonetheless a renowned warrior of the steppe. Tuahua was infamous for his combat prowess. It was inconceivable that he would falter against mere Tang dogs. With an exasperated wave of his hand, Burajid exited the tent. "Spare me your chatter. Just await my good news." Zhenguan shrugged, "Suit yourself." Within Wugong City, Qin Huaiyu observed a substantial concentration of barbarian forces outside the military camp and promptly reported to Qin Xiong, "Commander, the Turks are mobilizing. It appears they have gathered approximately 80,000 troops. and seemed poised to leave their main camp. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiong, despite his grievous injuries, dragged himself to the edge of the city wall for a closer look. After observing for a while, he noted that the Turks were indeed marching northward, and his eyes narrowed slightly. 80,000 troops. What could compel them to mobilize such a force? If it were merely to plunder the populace, they need not deploy so many cavalry. Could it be that there is movement in the north? He muttered to himself, casting his gaze towards the northeast. Could it be that the crown prince has successfully lifted the siege of Yuzhou and is coming to our aid? The Turks outside Wugong City were blocking information, leaving Qin Xiong in the dark about the precise situation. He could only speculate on the reasons behind the sudden stirrings of the barbarian forces based on limited information. Hearing Qin Xiong's conjecture, Qin Huayu felt a surge of excitement. So, does this mean we might be relieved from our predicament? That would be splendid. Qin Xiong raised a hand, cautioning, "Do not celebrate just yet, it is not certain." "Why do you say that, Commander?" Qin Huayu asked in confusion. Aside from the crown prince, what other power in the north could cause the Turks to be so alarmed? Qin Xiong analyzed. The crown prince commands only a limited force. It is remarkable enough that he can hold Yuzhou. To suggest he has the capacity to assist Wugong City seems implausible. It was not that Qin Xiong sought to diminish others' aspirations to elevate his own stature. Rather, the realities of war were exceedingly dire. Furthermore, Yuzhou was notoriously impoverished, a desolate and uninhabited wasteland. While it was feasible to defend the city behind its walls, the likelihood of Li Yu having the resources to aid other locations was exceedingly slim. Qin Xiong would rather believe this was a scheme by Yinan than place excessive hope in Li Yu, for such optimism was unrealistic. Gradually, Qin Huayu also calmed down as he absorbed Qin Xiong's analysis. Indeed, to expect support from the crown prince is excessively naive. It would be more prudent to hope for reinforcements from Chang'an to swiftly eradicate these marauding beasts. Alas, I sincerely wish the court could devise a strategy post-haste. If this situation continues to linger, the common folk outside may truly find themselves bereft of hope. Qin Huayu sighed deeply, recalling those unfortunate souls herded into the barbarian encampments. He wondered how they were faring now. Witnessing the suffering of the populace was an unbearable torment for a soldier. Qin Xiong also let out a heavy sigh. There is little that can be done. The Tang dynasty has enjoyed stability for far too long, and the officials are disinclined to engage in warfare. The cost of deploying troops is astronomical. Naturally, a peaceful resolution would be the most desirable outcome. It is a pity for these commoners, who must suffer due to the court's hesitance in making timely decisions. Such is the unfortunate reality. Chapter 47. Quality over quantity. 20 miles ahead, a formidable army of barbarians was discovered, estimated to number around 90,000. Upon investigation, it was determined that this force was led by the chieftain of the Tuo Bihua tribe, Burajid. The Yinyan 18 riders reported the military situation aloud. Upon hearing this, Li Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired about the terrain ahead. If our forces advance further, will we engage the enemy on advantageous or disadvantageous ground? The special cavalry who had come to report pondered for a moment before responding. The point of contact appears to be a vast plain, with little difference in terrain advantage. At this, the corners of Li Yu's mouth lifted slightly. Go forth. Continue to seal off information. If possible, sever the connection between this army and the Turkic main force. I wish to see if we can consume them. The Yinyan 18 riders' pupils constricted, and they swallowed hard. They hesitated, opening their mouths to speak, but ultimately said nothing, receiving their orders and departing. As you command. At that moment, Bai Qi's voice echoed, Your Highness, do you truly wish to devour these 90,000 cavalry? Isn't that somewhat unrealistic? Even with the additional 10,000 heavy cavalry that have recently joined us, our total force amounts to merely 26,000. To think that 26,000 cavalry could overpower 90,000 is quite a stretch. Li Yu chuckled lightly and asked, Do you find this difficult? Isn't it difficult? Bai Qi retorted. Li Yu replied, Your perception of difficulty stems from your ignorance of the difference between heavily armored cavalry and ordinary heavy cavalry. Do you see that fully armored contingent of 10,000 heavy cavalry? Each one of them is worth 5 ordinary heavy cavalry, not to mention the light cavalry of the Turkic forces. Engaging a group of barbarians who have yet to grasp tactics with the finest troops of the cold weapon era is hardly a daunting task. Do not be misled by the fact that Turkic cavalry like the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, wear armor. There exists a distinction between types of armor. The Turkic cavalry primarily don chainmail, which offers some defense against slashing blows from swords and spears wielded by infantry. However, when confronted with a cavalry charge, it proves insufficient. In the face of an already engaged cavalry, whether one wears chainmail or not makes little difference. It merely alters the outcome from being pierced through to being outright slain. After all, death is inevitable. Should one truly concern themselves with the minutiae of whether their body will be pierced? Yet, if chainmail were replaced with plate armor, the scenario would be entirely different. A unified plate armor can shatter a spear, unless wielding a divine weapon. Penetrating the defenses of plate armor with cold weapons is a near impossibility. Such armor can withstand any weapon other than blunt instruments. In the cold weapon era, heavily armored cavalry are akin to tanks. Imagine asking a group of soldiers to dismantle a tank. It is simply unrealistic. In summary, just wait and see. Despite our numerical disadvantage, as long as we do not face a setback in terrain, we shall devour the disarrayed troops of Tuo Buhua, Liu proclaimed confidently, brimming with faith in his strategy. Although Bai Qi struggled to grasp the full essence of his explanation, the peculiar gleam in Liu's eyes somehow instilled a sense of belief in him. His subordinates awaited the unfolding events with bated breath. Rest assured, victory is assured in the upcoming battle. A distance of 20 li, for cavalry that are approaching each other, is but a mere half-hour journey. On the vast, unending plain, the two armies encountered each other head-on. Upon sighting the enemy cavalry, Liu issued his command without hesitation. Charge! The Shiliang Iron Cavalry led the charge, with the Golden Fire Cavalry and the Imperial Guard securing the flanks. The Guaning Cavalry followed closely behind the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, poised for action. The White Horse Yizhong and the vengeful Azura were free to maneuver as they pleased. With a flurry of commands, the cavalry, already prepared, sprang into motion. In contrast, Tuo Buhua's forces, lacking the reinforcements noted in their reports, remained oblivious to the imminent clash. At this moment, under the command of Buraijda, the Tuo Buhua cavalry hastily adjusted their formation. By the time they had arranged themselves for the charge, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry had already breached the enemy lines. Kill! Encased in iron armor, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry struck the chest of the Turkic forces like a heavy hammer. From a bird's-eye view, it resembled a sharp sword piercing through flesh. The devastation spread outward, tearing a larger wound into the enemy ranks. In their chaos, the barbaric soldiers attempted to thwart the onslaught with curved sabers and long spears. Yet, no matter how fiercely they swung their blades or thrust their spears, they could inflict not even a scratch upon the Shiliang Iron Cavalry. The sabers merely left shallow scars upon the thick iron plates, often snapping upon impact. As for the spears, they were even less effective than the sabers. The sharp tips found no purchase. Upon making contact with the smooth surface of the armor, they simply glided off, causing the wielder to lose balance and lurch forward. It is crucial to note that at this moment, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry was at the peak of their momentum. They required no overt action. The sheer force of their steeds was sufficient to send off-balance enemies flying. Not to mention, they wielded iron-forged lances. When the lances struck the bodies of the enemy, they instantaneously pierced through the chests of the barbarian soldiers, creating gaping wounds. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous impacts echoed wildly at the heart of the battlefield. Each sound signified another person being hurled by the heavy cavalry. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry was both formidable and robust. They relied not on skill, but on the primal force of their charge to shatter the barbarian ranks. The Western Liang Iron Cavalry burst through with tremendous force, creating a vast breach. Other cavalry swiftly followed, plunging into the heart of the battlefield. The beasts of Tuo Buhua were utterly petrified by this merciless breed of soldiers. They gazed upon the Western Liang Iron Cavalry, which loomed like colossal beasts, emitting terrified cries. What on earth are these creatures? Are they even human? The weapons in our hands cannot pierce their defenses at all. How can we possibly fight? What manner of armor do they wear? For we have never encountered its like before. We are utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon them. Their armor is grotesquely formidable. The morale of Tuo Buhua plummeted uncontrollably. Even the subsequent forces from Yuzhou instilled in them a sense of overwhelming invincibility. Despite the fact that the Turkic forces outnumbered the Yuzhou army by more than threefold, they found themselves in a position of passive subjugation. One could observe these beasts swaying perilously in the tempest, as if they were on the brink of collapse at any moment. Chapter 48. A single shot to determine the fate. Charge through. Everyone, except for the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, push forward. I command you to penetrate their lines and halt their advance twice thereafter. As Li Yu fought valiantly against the enemy, he did not neglect his role as a commander. Once cavalry lost their momentum, they would quickly become ensnared in a protracted struggle. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry possessed unparalleled defensive capabilities, enabling them to rampage through the heart of the battlefield. However, other heavy cavalry units were not afforded such luxury. They needed to breach the enemy's defenses, create distance, and regroup for another charge. Bai Qi directed his cavalry regiment to penetrate the center of Tua Bihua's forces. After covering nearly a mile, they turned their steeds to strategize for the next wave of assault. At this moment, the battlefield, centered around the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, exhibited a trend of internal to external offensives. The vengeful Azuras wove through the gaps of the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, each ambush yielding fruitful results. Meanwhile, the Shiliang troops wielded their lances, thrusting repeatedly, drawing back, and thrusting once more. By this stage, the advantage of their charge had nearly dissipated, yet this was inconsequential. What mattered was their impenetrable defense against the enemy. As long as the Shiliang Iron Cavalry maintained their current line, the rest of the duties could be entrusted to other units. 5,000 White Horse volunteers continually circled the periphery, seeking the vulnerabilities within the Turkic forces. While they loosed arrows at the enemy, they also searched for opportunities to orchestrate a simple charge. The tactical value of light cavalry lay in their ability to sow chaos, leaving the enemy in a state of indecision and disarray, while simultaneously pressuring Tua Bihua's troops from within. At that moment, heavy cavalry, having successfully breached once before, re-emerged with a relentless momentum, crashing into the densest part of the enemy formation. The already crumbling morale of Tua Bihua's army began to falter fundamentally. How could there be enemies everywhere? Just how many were there? There were archers outside, crawling demons on the ground, and within the inner circle, a cluster of immovable iron behemoths alongside a heavy cavalry unit rampaging through. Could we truly prevail against them? Who will command the battle? I don't even know which direction to face. Enemies are present in every direction. How can we fight? The voices of panic spread, further eroding the already fragile morale. At this critical juncture, the harsh commands of Burajid thrust Tua Bihua into an even more daunting predicament. Kill. Just kill. Every enemy is a target. Let us not forget we are proud children of the steppe. Eradicate these two-legged sheep. Upon hearing Burajid's anguished cries, even in such a grave scenario, Li Yu could not suppress a laugh. It must be said, this was the most distinctive command he had ever encountered. The disoriented army of Tupo Hua finds itself in dire need of a clear direction, a definitive command. Even the mere words "break through to the east" could temporarily alleviate the predicament of being besieged on all sides. Yet, this fool is utterly foolish. What does he mean by merely killing? I cannot fathom from whence such audacity springs, daring to invade the heart of the Central Plains. As this thought crossed Li Yu's mind, a subtle idea flickered in his consciousness. Despite his foolishness, has he not reigned over this territory for some time? No sooner had this notion arisen than Li Yu dismissed it. Now is not the time to diminish his own prestige. The priority is to eliminate this rabble first. With focused determination, Li Yu sought out Burajda, who was still bellowing in the distance. Clenching the thunder dragon tooth in his hand, he surged toward the densest cluster of the enemy forces. If he could dispatch this imbecile, the morale of these brutes would shatter entirely. At that moment, they would become mere prey on a chopping block. Swiftly, Li Yu wielded his weapon, carving a bloody path through the throng. In no time, he stood before Burajda. The sudden shift in the battlefield drew the attention of the barbarian horde. As they beheld Li Yu charging madly toward Burajda, a cacophony of alarm erupted among them. Burajda, leader, someone is rushing toward you. Be careful. Quickly, block that man and create an opportunity for the leader. That is Li Yu from Yuzhou, the prince of the Tang dogs. Slaying him will secure our victory in this war. The shrill cries caught Burajda's attention. This almost corpulent brute, upon hearing that Li Yu was the leader of the Yuzhou army, became instantly exhilarated. His massive hands tightened around the meteor hammer, beginning to spin it slowly. Birajda's gaze locked onto Li Yu, a vicious grin spreading across his face as he licked his lips in anticipation. So, you are the leader of these bipedal sheep? Li Yu paid him no heed. At this moment, he was within a mere 3 meters of his foe, and the next instant would be a matter of life and death. Birajda swung the meteor hammer with all his might. In the blink of an eye, blood erupted. A torrent of crimson gushed forth. The surrounding Tupohua brutes had already prepared to cheer. However, as they perceived the outcome of the clash, their jubilant gestures were abruptly stifled, akin to a duck with its throat seized. Li Yu's thunder dragon tooth had pierced through the meteor hammer, the spear tip colliding forcefully with Birajda's face, adorned with a spiked iron hammer. Birajda's head exploded like a watermelon, leaving a grotesque visage in its wake. The blood that had splattered moments ago was from the remnants of his shattered skull. How is this possible? Birajda, the leader. Was he not the strongest warrior aside from Yaman Khan? One blow, merely one blow, and he is dead? Is this man a god of war? The cavalry of Tuabua could scarcely believe their eyes. Yet, the grim reality had already been established. Birajid was undeniably dead, his head almost severed beyond recognition, leaving no possibility for survival. Their leader had fallen, struck down by this canine prince with a single shot. I cannot fathom how our leader could be vanquished by a mere biped. A Turkic knight stammered in disbelief, but before he could finish his thought, the thunder dragon spear pierced through his brow. A bipedal sheep? Such an unimaginative remark. Li Yu exclaimed as he withdrew the thunder dragon spear, shaking off the blood that clung to its tip, which scattered upon the ground. However, my blood pressure has indeed risen. Being insulted by you wretched fools is utterly infuriating. With that, Li Yu swung the thunder dragon spear in a wide arc, unleashing a torrent of lightning. When the brilliance of the thunder subsided, all the Turkic warriors surrounding Li Yu lay lifeless. Chapter 49. Retreat. Do not concern yourselves with those fleeing. Focus on eliminating those nearby. Annihilate the remaining forces of these beasts. Slay as many as possible without fixating on their total annihilation. Li Yu's forehead throbbed with veins as he bellowed with all his might, striving to ensure his orders reached every corner of the battlefield. With the death of Birajid, the morale of the Tuobohua troops plummeted. The surviving barbarian cavalry scattered in all directions, fleeing from the battlefield. Li Yu's contingent was, after all, far too small to completely eradicate all the barbarians. He could only endeavor to slay as many as possible to diminish their remaining strength. All cavalrymen executed their tasks with utmost efficiency, adhering to the principle of proximity in their slaughter. In a short span, the battlefield was awash with blood, the air filled with anguished cries. Now was the time to cleanse the battlefield. Yet, just as they were poised for this harvest, Bai Qi arrived to report. The latest intelligence from the 18 cavalry of Yinyun indicated that the Shui Yintoa alliance army was marching this way, and they would encounter us in approximately 15 minutes. Your Highness, we beseech you to decide how we ought to respond. Is there any need for deliberation? Li Yu furrowed his brow, then shouted loudly, Everyone, heed my command. Now, drop everything in your hands. Retreat to the canyon. Damn it. According to previous intelligence, the main force of Shui Yintoa numbered a total of 300,000 troops. After these recent battles, he had already eliminated around 80,000, leaving a remaining force of 220,000. At present, the enemy was full of vigor, while his own side had just emerged from a fierce battle, utterly exhausted. With such a tenfold disparity in forces, did they still wish to engage in a direct confrontation? He could not fathom what Bai Qi was thinking. At such a moment, there was no need for contemplation. Retreat was the only sensible course of action. Seeing the incredulous expression on Li Yu's face, Bai Qi felt equally perplexed. Previously, he had believed their side could not possibly withstand the onslaught of Tuobohua's 80,000 cavalry. Yet Li Yu had turned the tables and wrought a miracle before his eyes. Now, a similar situation had arisen. Who could know whether this prince desired to fight or to retreat? Bai Qi had merely approached to inquire out of caution. Had he known, he would have ordered an immediate withdrawal. As Li Yu's orders were issued, the cavalry began to assemble in an orderly manner, swiftly preparing for retreat. However, just as Li Yu was about to command the march, he spotted a group of dark figures weaving through the remnants of the battlefield. Young Hen, Li Yu cried out, his voice laced with fury. His words reverberated across the chaotic battlefield. Amidst the shadows, a frail figure swiftly emerged from the wreckage, appearing before Li Yu. Your Highness, I am at your service. What are your commands? Upon hearing Yang Hen's voice, Li Yu's blood pressure surged, and his forehead twitched rapidly. Do you not comprehend my words? Now, immediately, order your men to withdraw. However, Yang Hen turned her gaze toward the battlefield, where numerous fallen barbarian warriors were struggling in their final throes. The count was at least 5,000. She felt an insatiable desire to eliminate them all. Yet, she was abruptly interrupted by Li Yu's stern voice. There is no but. The soldier's duty is to obey orders. As long as you still consider yourself a soldier, you must immediately cease this foolish behavior. The enemy's cavalry is approaching. If we are encircled, even the fiercest avenger would meet total annihilation. Will you sacrifice your life for a few terrified beasts? Li Yu could not fathom the reasoning behind Yang Hen's thought process. Listen, I present you with a choice. Either comply and retreat, or act as you wish. But you must then sever ties with me. The decision is yours. Time was of the essence, and Li Yu had no leisure to debate. He laid bare the gravity of the situation before Yang Hen. The woman hesitated for several seconds, and just as Li Yu was about to lose his patience, she bowed her head. I am a soldier. I am willing to obey orders. Very well. Li Yu sighed in relief and commanded, order your men to withdraw. We must leave this place. This time, Yang Hen did not hesitate. She lifted her chin and gazed skyward. Then, a piercing scream echoed across the battlefield. Those figures darting amongst the chaos paused for 2 seconds, then swiftly regrouped with the cavalry. At this moment, Li Yu gestured to Bai Qi. Let us depart. The army moved in unison, gradually retreating toward the distant canyon. As they set forth, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed from behind. Had they delayed even another 2 minutes in assembling, they might have been intercepted by these beasts. With a ratio of 10 to 1 in troop strength, even the famed Shiliang cavalry would likely face utter destruction. The advantages of troop types must rest on a foundation of reasonably comparable forces. Should the enemy exceed a certain number, even the strongest of units could be overwhelmed. After all, the Shiliang cavalry were human too, and they too could tire. Their unparalleled defense was a result of burdens borne far beyond conventional troop strength. The Shiliang cavalry was formidable, but not invincible. They possessed their own vulnerabilities. Li Yu rode at the rear of the army, with Yang Hen ever at his side. Perhaps realizing the absurdity of her actions that day, Yang Hen nervously remarked, I am not well versed in military matters, so I may not comprehend many things. Your Highness, you will not hold this against us, will you? We shall certainly heed military orders in the future. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. They are not mere words. Obeying commands is the solemn duty of every soldier. And this must always be remembered, Li Yu replied sternly, though he showed no intent to chastise her for her mistakes. After all, they were a hapless assembly forged by circumstance, inadvertently becoming a formidable force. Their lack of military knowledge was, in many respects, forgivable. In the future, remember that whenever a command is issued, it must be executed immediately, regardless of any reluctance you may feel within. You are required to obey the command. Should you have any doubts about the command, you may voice your concerns, and that is entirely acceptable. However, at that moment, obedience to the command is paramount. Do you understand? While I do not intend to pursue this matter further, it is essential to clarify what needs to be said. The discipline of the military allows for no room for negotiation. This is a matter of principle. Yang Hen seemed to grasp this partially, but upon seeing that Li Yu exhibited no signs of anger, she felt a sense of relief. Just as she was about to say something further, she noticed Li Yu draw a bow and begin to gesture towards the rear without knocking an arrow. Yang Hen was about to offer a warning when she saw a yellow light flickering in the bowstring. In the next moment, a brilliant beam of light shot forth into the distance. Chapter 50. The Sandbox. What is this? The eyes of the pursuing man widened in shock. Without a moment to think, he instinctively leaped off his horse and rolled to the ground. At the very instant he dismounted, a brilliant yellow beam pierced through the air from the horse's back, landing amidst the crowd and inciting a wave of panic. Divine arrow. Can Tango wield shamanistic magic? How could such a thing exist? General Arkansas lay dead, his chest punctured by some unknown force, a gaping hole in his abdomen. Many of his comrades behind him had also perished. The E-man scrambled to his feet, following the trajectory of the beam with his gaze. It was as if the army had been drilled through. The area where the beam passed was in utter disarray, with dozens of bodies sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Some bore gaping wounds, while others were missing limbs, the scene horrifying to behold. They all shared a grim fate. Those struck by the beam were unequivocally dead. What on earth is happening? The E-man clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the retreating Yuzhou army. Chase. Keep chasing. Forget about that damned thing. Annihilate these Tang dogs. With the E-man remounting, the morale of the united forces was restored. Li Yu's arrow had not achieved its intended purpose. It had merely felled a wolf cavalry leader. The army set forth once more. 200,000 horsemen galloping resolutely in pursuit of the Yuzhou forces. What a pity, Li Yu lamented. That arrow nearly struck down the leader of the Turkic coalition. But alas, the E-man's reflexes were too swift, and it fell just short. Contemplating for a moment, he drew the sun-scorching bow once more. The yellow glow coalesced, and in the next instant, it was unleashed. This time, before the beam could reach its target, the E-man had already demonstrated his exceptional horsemanship to evade it. Although this arrow did cause some disorder among the Turkic forces, it was ultimately a mere drop in the bucket. Li Yu shook his head and gestured to Yang Hen to retreat, stowing away the bow and focusing on their withdrawal. What is that thing? Yang Hen inquired, astonished. The sun-scorching bow, a treasured heirloom passed down through generations, Li Yu replied dismissively, unwilling to delve further into the topic. Yet, Yang Hen seemed intrigued by the bow, eagerly suggesting, might I try it? If I could find a concealed spot to launch a surprise attack, it might yield unexpected results. You cannot, Li Yu chuckled helplessly. This bow recognizes its master. Only I can wield it. If it could be lent out, I would have trained an archer long ago, rather than waiting until now. Oh. Very well, Yang Hen conceded with an awkward smile, refraining from pressing the matter further. Before long, the Yuzhou army withdrew into the canyon in an orderly fashion, having received intelligence in advance, allowing for a calm retreat. In contrast, the E-man's barbarian forces hastily rushed to support upon witnessing the fleeing Tuo Buhua tribe. As the armies of Yuzhou fully entered the gorge, they found themselves still 2 miles away. Infuriating. Yinan slammed his thigh with frustration, his face a portrait of discontent. Yet, gritting his teeth, he issued the command, cease pursuit. As the order spread, the seemingly endless coalition of barbarians gradually came to a halt. Zhizhan rode up on horseback beside Yinan, gazing longingly at the distant gorge, filled with resentment. Damn it! How could such a place exist? Should we not press on? The Tang dogs are fleeing in haste. There should be no time to set traps. The terrain of the gorge. Anyone with even a modicum of military knowledge would feel a chill at the sight of such a confined space. It was a one-way road. Once entered, escape was unlikely. Nonetheless, Zhizhan believed that the Yuzhou army could not have prepared adequately, and, with a hint of hope, suggested they attempt to pursue. However, Yinan decisively refuted him. Do not place your fate in the folly of the enemy. These Central Plains people are exceedingly cunning. We cannot venture in. Are we to simply watch them escape? Zhizhan, unwilling to concede, retorted, that fool Burajid is dead, slain by the Tang dogs. Though he was foolish, he was our brother. I know. Yinan bellowed angrily at Zhizhan. Do you think I do not wish to pursue? But look at that place. For every brother who enters, many will perish. Is it so easy to chase them in? After his tirade, Yinan fiercely commanded a subordinate nearby, withdraw. Return to camp. We must deliberate on our next steps. Yes, Yinan. Under his command, the army turned back. Zhizhan, filled with resentment, cast a final glance at the distant gorge, cursing under his breath as he followed suit in retreat. Yinan was right. Once they pursued into that place, escape would indeed be impossible. Meanwhile, Li Yu stood deep within the gorge, witnessing the Turks' retreat, and he couldn't help but pout with regret. TSK, if only they had rushed in. It would have been splendid. Alas, they seemed not as foolish as one might have imagined, and now the war must be re-strategized. He casually ordered the troops to set up camp and rest, then sought a quiet spot to assess his gains. Previously on the battlefield, he had no time to contemplate the rewards of his mission. Now that everything had concluded, he was finally able to reflect on what he had earned. What might this mission's reward be? With anticipation, Li Yu opened the system panel. Thereupon, he saw the notification from the system in his message log. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the leader of Tuabua, Burajid. Reward obtained, portable virtual sand table. A new mission has been issued. Please eliminate the coalition of Ziyanshuo, Songluo, and Tuabua. defeating 60% of their forces to complete the task. A portable virtual sand table? What could this possibly be? Liu, puzzled, scratched his head and retrieved a palm-sized disk from the system space. He noticed a button in the center of the disk and, after scanning for any other features, pressed the button. At the moment he did so, intricate light patterns emerged upon the surface of the disk. Hastily, he placed the disk on the ground, and to his astonishment, the light patterns unfolded before him, transforming into a three-dimensional representation the size of a cubic meter. Upon closer inspection of this figure, he was astonished to discover that it was a three-dimensional model of a 10-mile radius. Realizing this, Liu quickly searched within the image. Soon, he spotted the retreating coalition forces of Shui Yintu in one corner of the plain. The level of detail and the number of figures displayed were remarkably exquisite. It turned out that this device was designed to showcase real-time battlefield visuals within a specified area. At this revelation, Liu's eyes lit up, and he gained a profound appreciation for this remarkable tool. A dynamic battlefield, three-dimensional representation? This contraption was truly impressive. Chapter 51. Information Blockade in the Age of Cold Weapons. There are four crucial factors that determine the outcome of the battle: intelligence, morale, terrain, and weather, commonly referred to as the opportune moment, advantageous location, and human elements. With the advent of the portable virtual sand table, it effectively delivers every element, save for morale, directly to Liu. Within a 10-mile radius, all intelligence is encapsulated within the virtual sand table, readily accessible for Liu's perusal at any moment. Simultaneously, the depiction of the terrain is rendered with exquisite detail. Although the virtual imagery cannot be minimized to divulge more intelligence, it can be manipulated for magnification through touch. Liu can even observe himself manipulating the sand table, albeit with a slight distortion due to its semi-transparent nature, as if a camera were capturing this moment in real time. In essence, Liu can sit here, at any time and place, to seek out the most advantageous battle terrain nearby. The sand table also allows him to command the war, utilizing an aerial view to identify and exploit the enemy's weak formations. For any general, this is akin to wielding a divine artifact that grants mastery over the battlefield. Having commanded troops for an extensive period, Liu is acutely aware of the value of this sand table. After a period of manipulation, he closed the sand table and mused, "What a remarkable tool. With this at my disposal, future battles will rest entirely within my grasp." The portable sand table possesses unparalleled advantages in terms of intelligence and the precise articulation of military orders. In the future, commands can be elucidated through the sand table, enabling a series of meticulously coordinated maneuvers. This transformation is wholly attributable to the virtual sand table. After contemplating its significance, Liu began to devise a strategy to leverage this tool for his utmost advantage. After some reflection, he formulated a reasonably clear plan. By the following day, Liu led his army out of the canyon, advancing toward Wugong City. Report to Khan Yinan. Intelligence from the northeast remains blocked. None of the scouts we dispatched have returned. Our scouting camp is at a loss regarding what to do. The leader of the scouting camp entered the tent, drenched in sweat, to report the predicament they currently faced. Yinan clenched his fists and struck the table with a resounding blow, exclaiming in fury, "Let us go. I will accompany you scouts personally. I wish to see which scoundrel is responsible for slaying your men." Once the army is deprived of intelligence, it is akin to being blind. The enemy is perpetually aware of your movements, while you remain utterly in the dark, oblivious to their numbers or the direction from which they may attack. Comparing the disparities between the two sides reveals the paramount importance of intelligence on the battlefield. The Turkic army has been toyed with by Liu for so long precisely due to their lack of information. Yinan has resolved to personally seek out those responsible for the assassination of the scouts and to breach the intelligence blockade to the north. Leading a dozen riders, he departed the military camp and swiftly arrived in the wilderness. By a curious twist of fate, when Yinan arrived, he beheld a masked knight in the act of assassinating a scout. Unable to tolerate such an affront, he immediately spurred his steed towards the scene. "You scoundrels! Is it you who are causing chaos here?" The masked knights, 3 in total, had already detected the presence of this small detachment. Upon seeing Yinan, one among them hissed urgently, "Retreat. It is Yinan himself. We are no match for him." With that, the remaining members of the Yan Yun 18 riders swiftly mounted their horses and fled without further ado. Lightly armored, The Yun 18 riders possessed a mobility that the fully equipped Turkic cavalry could not hope to match. In the blink of an eye, the three knights vanished without a trace. Enan, drawing his bow and firing arrows in a fit of rage, shouted, "You vile creatures! Slippery rats! I shall eventually capture you and flay your skins." However, in the eyes of the Yun 18 riders, this was merely an expression of impotent fury. The leader sneered and remarked, "If we could be caught by you, we would not deserve to be called the Yun 18 riders." Hearing this, Enan clenched his fists, his arms trembling with fury. Indeed, it was Li Yu from Yuzhou. I should have known. The Yun 18 riders returned to Li Yu and reported their encounter in full. After listening attentively, Li Yu replied with a smile, "Proceed. Establish a blockade. If you encounter an enemy you cannot defeat, retreat. When faced with a large force, avoid their might, and target the isolated scouts. As long as we can seal off their intelligence, this rabble will find themselves at a standstill." Understood. The Yun 18 riders obeyed their orders and vanished one by one into the wilderness. Subsequently, Li Yu opened a virtual sand table, delving into analysis. Observe how well the Shui Yintuo forces have chosen their encampment site. They have established their tents on this hillside, seizing the advantage of high ground, making it difficult for others to ascend. After a night of recuperation, while the Western Liang cavalry have regained their stamina, engaging in combat on such terrain against forces that outnumber us significantly would be tantamount to courting death. Therefore, we must prepare for a prolonged engagement, employing strategy rather than confronting them head-on as we usually do. Surrounding Li Yu were Bai Qi, Yang Hen, and the leaders of various cavalry units. They analyzed the virtual sand table in accordance with Li Yu's guidance. Listening to his explanations, they occasionally nodded in understanding. At this juncture, Li Yu pointed to a river, the Bai Shui, the main river running through Wugong City. This river divides the area outside the city in two. The Turkic forces have camped on the northern bank. Thus, we must devise a way to cross the river and establish our camp on the southern bank. The river spans approximately 10 meters. We face each other across its expanse, and neither side dares to cross easily. Moreover, there is a high slope on the opposite bank, an equally advantageous site for encampment. Even if we succeed in crossing, they would not dare to charge up. Thus, a standoff has been established, granting us a strategic foothold from which to engage in a contest from across the river. Subsequently, we shall adjust our tactics according to the evolving situation, devising every possible means to gradually dismantle this troublesome faction. Li Yu articulated the initial phase of his plan with utmost clarity. The surrounding audience nodded in agreement, signifying their comprehension. Thereafter, Li Yu magnified the sand table, indicating the location for crossing the river to the assembly. At this juncture, the river narrows to a mere 4 meters. With the felling of a few trees, we can construct a rudimentary bridge to facilitate our crossing. Our task is to prepare this bridge in advance. Once darkness descends and the light dims, we shall promptly cross the river and covertly establish our camp. Chapter 52. A grim outlook as night descended. Li Yu seized the cover of darkness and led his troops successfully across the Bai River. Upon reaching the designated location, they commenced the task of setting up camp. The tents were pre-assembled, rendering on-site construction unnecessary. For defensive measures, a few wooden stakes sufficed, and nothing more was deemed essential. Thus, the night passed. When dawn broke once more, the encampment of the Yuzhou army loomed on the opposite bank of the river, their banners fluttering proudly in the morning breeze. Damn it! When did these fellows manage to reach the other side? Enan was roused early by his guards, and upon witnessing the tents across the river, he was taken aback. Zhenguan, disheveled and rubbing his eyes in disbelief, could scarcely accept the reality before him. To establish a camp right under our noses, what audacity! How on earth did they accomplish this? The straight-line distance between the two camps was less than 3 miles. Under full cavalry charge, it would take no more than 5 minutes to traverse that distance. Yet, an entire army had erected a camp overnight at such proximity? Who would believe it? The two exchanged glances, and Zhenguan, with a fierce expression, proposed. They must be exhausted after camping all night. We should launch a surprise attack while they are still groggy from the dawn. Enan raised a hand to dismiss the idea. No, that river is at least 1 meter deep. If we are intercepted mid-crossing, we would become sitting ducks. Moreover, the terrain over there is equally unfavorable for us. We cannot afford to rush this battle. We must deliberate further. Though Yinan lacked a deep understanding of the tactical nuances of warfare, he recognized the vital role rivers play on the battlefield. Attempting to cross the river during a confrontation would be tantamount to digging one's own grave. This was especially true given that both armies consisted predominantly of cavalry. The speed of cavalry was formidable. If the enemy reacted swiftly, disaster would surely follow. What if we use archers for cover? Surely that would work? Zhenguan proposed, still reluctant to concede defeat. The audacity of the Yuzhou army to camp so close was not merely a provocation. It was an outright insult, a mockery suggesting they were blind. How could Zhenguan, who considered himself superior to the Central Plains people, tolerate such indignity? However, observing Yinan's hesitation, he ultimately rejected the foolish plan. He pointed toward the Yuzhou camp and the surrounding terrain. Look, beyond the river lies a steep slope. Such a gradient makes it exceedingly difficult for our men to charge. Furthermore, given their position, it would be far too simple for them to target our crossing troops. Even with archers providing cover, we would find it impossible to establish a foothold on the opposite bank. The terrain on either side resembles the peaks of a camel's back, with the river serving as the low valley, each side occupying a respective high ground. There exists a well-known military adage: to strike high against low is to render one foolishly vulnerable. Once ensnared in an unfavorable position, it becomes all too easy for the tides of battle to turn overwhelmingly against one. The comparative strength of the two armies remains unclear, and the consequences of rash actions are burdens too heavy for Yinan to bear. Upon hearing Yinan's explanation, the already restless Zhenguan grew increasingly agitated. What now? Shall we allow them to flaunt their might unchallenged? Yinan pondered in silence for a moment before responding gravely. There is no alternative. We must first seek to gather intelligence on their forces. Once we ascertain their troop composition, we can devise a plan to eliminate them. Meanwhile, as the high command of the Turkic army deliberated strategies, General Qin Xiong atop Wugong City also perceived an anomaly. The sight of the black and red U flag fluttering in the distance brought tears to his eyes. He had not anticipated that the crown prince would indeed come to their aid. The U flag could only signify Yuzhou. Liu had not yet received an official title, thus his only banner was that of the U forces. It was needless to say that the large army appearing outside the city was undoubtedly the Yuzhou troops. In Qin Xiong's eyes, Liu ought to be the one valiantly holding the line amidst turmoil, awaiting support from the court. Yet, not only had Liu extricated himself from peril, but he also had the capacity to march southward to provide assistance. This realization moved Qin Xiong, who had intended to aid Liu, to feelings of profound shame. The court had nearly abandoned Yuzhou, yet His Highness was willing to overlook past grievances and extend his support to them. As a commander, the old general felt deeply ashamed. Qin Huaiyu offered words of consolation. Father, you have exerted every effort to provide support. We have done all we can. There is no need for self-reproach. Others joined in to assuage his worries, which provided Qin Xiong with a modicum of comfort. Nonetheless, the scene beyond the city walls continued to weigh heavily on his heart. Although the crown prince had dispatched aid, the forces appeared scant, numbering no more than 50,000. In contrast, the Turkic camp boasted at least 200,000 soldiers. How could they possibly contend with such odds? The topography of Wugong City was the highest in the vicinity, allowing him to clearly observe the disparity in troop strength from the battlements. While he felt a sense of gratitude for the crown prince's support, the current situation still filled Qin Xiong with trepidation. The forces of Yuzhou were far too few to match the Turkic coalition. Moreover, the garrison within Wugong City was merely sufficient for self-defense, and any attempt to venture forth to assist would encounter insurmountable challenges. Even if the Yuzhou army successfully established camp, the battlefield conditions remained bleak. Upon voicing these concerns, a heavy silence enveloped the others. 50,000 against over 200,000, such a disparity in strength yielded little hope for victory. The crown prince seemed less a harbinger of support and more a participant in a perilous gambit, as the situation continued to deteriorate. A cloud of despair hung over Wugong City, as all anticipated the war with the most pessimistic outlook. At the same time, within the confines of the Yuzhou camp, a markedly different scene unfolded. Liu convened the leaders of various legions in the main tent. Unlike Qin Xiong atop Wugong City, they harbored unwavering confidence regarding the impending conflict. The initial phase of their strategy had been successfully executed. Now, they sought to implement the subsequent steps. Li Yu unveiled a virtual sand table, encouraging all present to gather around. As they observed the terrain depicted on the sand table, he articulated the forthcoming plan. He gestured towards the encampment of the Turkic forces and posed a question to those surrounding him. Do you notice how impeccably situated their camp is? Yet, it possesses a critical flaw. I wonder if you can discern it. Yang Hen appeared utterly bewildered, akin to a primary school student thrust into a high school classroom, utterly oblivious to the complexities before him. In stark contrast, the other commanders exhibited remarkable acumen. A previously unrecognized warrior stepped forward, incisively identifying the flaw, a lack of water sources on the hillside. Chapter 53. Emphasizing strengths and avoiding weaknesses indeed. It is the water source. Li Yu was exceedingly pleased with the response from his subordinate general. He then elaborated in detail, not only on the hillside, but within a 10-mile radius. The enemy cannot find any other source of water apart from the clear stream. If they wish to procure water, they must rely solely on this stream, with no alternative. And therein lies our opportunity. As long as one exists in this world, water is indispensable. Whether for cooking or merely for hydration, water is a fundamental necessity for survival. As previously mentioned, the topography surrounding the stream is quite intriguing, and Li Yu intends to exploit this river to his advantage. Bai Qi observed the scene depicted on the sand table, narrowing his eyes as he remarked, "This river serves as a formidable obstacle for those beasts, and likewise for our army. I wonder how your highness plans to proceed. The terrain on both sides is rather similar. What is detrimental to the enemy is equally disadvantageous to us, and that is the crux of the matter. If Li Yu intends to leverage the clear stream, it is evident that crossing the river is imperative. Simply shooting arrows from the opposite bank would not pose a significant threat to the enemy in their quest for water. However, the question arises, how shall we traverse this 10-meter-wide river? Furthermore, how do we contend with the onslaught of Turkic archers once we have crossed? These are substantial concerns. Not as simple as Li Yu has suggested. Yet, observing Li Yu's calm demeanor, it seems he has already anticipated all of this. The solution to the crossing is rather straightforward. A floating bridge will suffice. As for how to withstand the arrows, that is even simpler. We need not concern ourselves with such matters. The armor of the Shiliang cavalry can effortlessly defend against arrows. As long as we dispatch the Shiliang cavalry to disrupt them and prevent them from obtaining water, we shall have achieved our objective." Upon hearing this, Bai Qi nodded thoughtfully. "Are you suggesting that your aim is to compel the enemy to relocate their camp?" Li Yu nodded vigorously. "Yes. What I desire is for them to move their encampment." After saying this, noticing that Bai Qi still seemed somewhat perplexed, Li Yu elucidated. Their current position holds an overwhelming advantage in terms of terrain, effectively nullifying the impact of our cavalry's charge. Furthermore, in terms of ranged attacks, the same holds true. The enemy occupies the high ground and can effortlessly turn us into pincushions without expending much effort. Conversely, the cost for us to inflict harm upon them is several-fold greater. To consume this large fish, we must drive them from their current position. Our goal in severing their water supply is to force them to relocate their camp. Timing, terrain, and morale. If we gain absolute superiority in any one of these aspects, we can sway the outcome of the battlefield. At this moment, the position occupied by the Turkic army possesses a definitive advantage in terms of terrain. To obliterate such an advantage is, in essence, an insurmountable task. Unless Li Yu commands a greater force than his adversary, any direct assault would culminate in self-destruction. Hence, the pertinent question arises, how many troops does Li Yu currently possess? After meticulous calculation, the total amounts to approximately 28,000, which constitutes roughly 1/10 of the enemy's total strength. In the face of such a stark numerical disadvantage, achieving victory necessitates an absolute advantage in terrain. There are two primary strategies to secure this advantage. The first involves enticing the enemy to launch an attack, thereby rendering them disoriented and allowing one to seize control of the battle's outcome. The second approach requires displacing the enemy from their advantageous position, compelling them to relinquish their current stronghold. Li Yu has already scrutinized the surrounding terrain. Apart from the hillside currently occupied by the Turkic forces, there are no superior sites for encampment. By merely forcing the Turks to abandon their existing camp, the second phase of the plan would be accomplished. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi inquired, what comes next after achieving the second phase? A comprehensive military strategy should exhibit continuity, akin to constructing a building with blocks. where the foundation is shaped to support a taller structure above. Until now, Liu has yet to reveal the crucial outcome, how to ultimately defeat the enemy. Bai Qi is eager to discern Liu's ultimate objective, for understanding the overarching strategy will enable him to execute the mission more effectively. However, to Bai Qi's surprise, Liu shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "Not at the moment. There is no further plan. We shall proceed step by step." The essence of Liu's overall strategic approach lies in the gradual erosion of the enemy's advantage while simultaneously bolstering one's own. Though the general strategy is established, he still struggles to conceive a method to vanquish this barbarian horde. This is not a reflection of Liu's confusion or a lack of understanding of how to defeat the foe. Rather, every plan necessitates cooperation from the enemy. For instance, dividing and conquering, prompting the enemy to split their forces for easier dismantling, would undoubtedly be an excellent strategy, yet the adversary is not inept. They are unlikely to fall for such a ruse. Furthermore, once everything is in place, enticing the enemy to advance is also a commendable idea, but again, the adversary may not take the bait. Given that the barbarian forces have demonstrated sufficient military acumen, one cannot treat them as fools. Underestimating them could ultimately lead to one's own downfall. Thus, Liu refrains from reckless actions. He must adapt to the circumstances, seizing opportunities as they arise, engaging in a rapid-paced contest of wits. The objective is to compel the barbarians to respond, thereby disrupting their rhythm and forcing them into error. This represents a highly advanced military philosophy. In light of the vast disparity in troop numbers, Liu can only employ sophisticated tactics. Any rigid application of tactics is likely to be discerned by the adversary, thereby becoming a potential vulnerability for oneself. In such circumstances, the ability to adapt during the heat of battle becomes the quintessential tactical approach. Bai Qi, though somewhat perplexed, ultimately chose to place his trust in the unwavering confidence exuded by Liu. He declared, "Your Highness, please issue your commands. I shall obey and act accordingly." Liu patted Bai Qi on the shoulder and replied with a smile, "The latest plan has been articulated quite clearly. I entrust this matter to you. Lead the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry and the Avenging Shura to collaboratively execute this mission." "Yes, Your Highness." Bai Qi accepted his orders and promptly led Yang Hen and a select few officers from the tent, ready to venture forth. He was about to dance upon the edge of a blade, engaging in a thrilling psychological duel with the riffraff on the opposite shore. Chapter 54. Severing the water supply. 3,000 fully armed cavalry, under the command of Bai Qi, emerged from their encampment. The heavy thud of iron hooves trampled upon the grass, causing the ground to tremble faintly. On the opposite bank, the Turkic forces, engaged in drawing water, were momentarily thrown into disarray upon witnessing the cavalry's emergence. On the riverbank, a vigilant barbarian leader closely observed the descending Shiliang cavalry, issuing loud commands. "Do not panic. They possess no bows. Continue to gather your water. There is no need to concern yourselves with them." Among the crowd, a barbarian inquired, "Should we retaliate with arrows?" The small leader observed the armor adorning the Shiliang cavalry for a moment and waved his hand dismissively. "Unnecessary. Their arrows cannot penetrate these iron clumps. It is a waste of effort." From the scattered remnants of the Tuo Buhua tribe, they had long heard tales of the Shiliang cavalry's formidable reputation. They were acutely aware of the exaggerated nature of the Shiliang cavalry's defenses. Therefore, the small leader was unwilling to squander time and energy on a farcical encounter. Rather, it would be more prudent to transport several buckets of water to satiate their hunger. Thus, an unspoken understanding appeared to be reached between the two forces. The armies stood on opposite banks, neither disturbing the other. At that moment, standing atop the city walls, Qin Xiong gazed at the troops on both sides of the Bai River, feeling perplexed. What was transpiring? Had they reached some form of agreement? Why was there no interaction between them? Just as he pondered in confusion, he noticed several wooden boats being abruptly launched from the ranks of the Shiliang cavalry, hurled towards the riverbank. The wooden vessels, propelled by the Shiliang cavalry, directly connected to the opposite shore. It was then that Qin Xiong realized this was, in fact, a floating bridge. A question arose. What purpose did the Yuzhou army have in constructing a floating bridge? Were they planning to launch an assault across the river? In the next moment, Qin Xiong's pupils constricted sharply. He observed the Shiliang cavalry actually stepping onto the floating bridge, charging towards the opposite bank. This Is this not excessively reckless? On the opposite bank, the Turkic forces immediately recognized the anomaly upon the appearance of the floating bridge. The small leader promptly issued a military order, shouting, "Retreat! Everyone withdraw from the riverbank and flee towards the camp." This group of Tang dogs has truly lost their senses. Daring to approach. With his command, over 1,000 Turkic soldiers abandoned their water-gathering efforts, frantically fleeing up the slope. By the time the Shiliang cavalry reached the riverbank, all the Turks had already retreated to safety. News had reached above, prompting the arrangement of defensive fortifications. Simultaneously, a multitude of Turkic archers emerged, drawing their bows and aiming at the riverbank below. Yet, the Shiliang cavalry exhibited no intent to pursue. Instead, they established a shield wall on the spot. All the horses took refuge behind the shield wall, while the cavalry stood with hands on hips, gazing upwards. Behold those densely packed ironclad figures, how audacious they appeared, showing utter disregard for the archers stationed above. Enraged, Zhenguan immediately commanded, "Fire! Shoot! Kill these Tang dogs!" With his words, 1,000 arrows were released in unison. The dense rain of arrows shot forth, enveloping the entire sky and casting shadows upon the earth. Yet, the cavalry of Shiliang on the opposite riverbank displayed no intention of evasion, standing resolutely beneath the deluge of arrows. In an instant, the arrows reached both banks of the river, and the relentless barrage descended. For a moment, the air was filled with the clattering sounds of arrows striking against plate armor, reverberating through the battlefield. The storm of arrows arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Mere seconds later, the initial onslaught dissipated entirely. As tranquility returned, one could observe the situation below. Remarkably, not a single rider of the Shiliang cavalry had sustained injuries. However, to say this was entirely accurate would be misleading. A few of the horsemen had lowered their heads, beginning to rub their necks, for watching the spectacle from the mountaintop was indeed a strain on the neck. Nevertheless, the majority of the Shiliang cavalry remained, hands on hips, gazing skyward with their heads held high, as if mocking the Turkic archers, deeming them a mere assembly of ineptitude. Seeing this brazen display, Zhenguan was instantly incensed, commanding the archers to prepare for the next wave of assault. At that moment, Yinan arrived. Observing the scene below, he raised an arm, instructing, "Do not waste arrows. Let them patrol beneath. I wish to see what these Tang curs intend to do." The power of the plate armor piqued his envy. Yet Yinan was not foolish. He would not hastily dispatch troops to encircle the heavily armored cavalry below. The mere mention of the remnants of Tua Buhua's forces was enough to convey their formidable nature. Sending a scant number of men would be akin to offering a feast to the enemy. However, to mobilize a vast army for merely 3,000 cavalry? That would be a futile exertion. If he could destroy the floating bridge and sever the Shiliang army's retreat, he would certainly endeavor to seize those armors. But as the bridge remained intact, allowing the soldiers to retreat at any moment, there was no need to squander time. Upon uttering these words, all archers lowered their weapons. At the foot of the mountain, Bai Qi observed this scene with a hint of regret, shaking his head. What a pity! How splendid it would be to unleash a few more volleys. With so many arrows, if only we could have 2 more rounds. We might very well see the conclusion of this battle. Although the Turkic archers seemed to shoot with reckless abandon, as if arrows were of no consequence, the truth was that each arrow was a precious asset of war. In the army led by Li Yu from Yuzhou, only the Bai Ma Yizong were equipped with bows and arrows. Each soldier possessed a maximum of 30 arrows. If those above could unleash 2 more volleys, he would be utterly delighted. Everyone set about retrieving arrows, hoping to find those that could still be utilized. Beyond that, there was nothing more to be done. They simply needed to rest here. Should anyone approach, they would drive them away. If the enemy mobilized a large force, they would retreat. For the time being, this would suffice. They would engage in this game for a couple of days and see what transpires. On the city walls, Qin Xiong remained anxiously watching the unfolding events. At this juncture, the tension was palpable. Upon witnessing that not a single member of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry had sustained any injuries, Qin Xiong could not help but draw in a sharp breath. What manner of cavalry is this? How is it possible that, despite a deluge of arrows, they remain unscathed? The armor they bear exhibits an astonishing level of protection. With such a formidable force at their disposal, it is no wonder the Grand Prince can subdue the barbaric creatures of Yuzhou. The immense defensive capabilities of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry astounded him. Qin Xiong could scarcely fathom the structural design of the armor worn by these horsemen. The notion of being entirely impervious to arrows seemed nothing short of fantastical, leaving him profoundly astonished. Moreover, an even more astonishing development unfolded before him. The Western Liang Iron Cavalry appeared as though they intended to establish a permanent presence, showing no inclination to depart even as twilight approached. The barbaric forces stood frozen, none daring to confront the formidable might of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry. At this moment, Qin Xiong finally grasped the true intention behind Li Yu's actions. Chapter 55. The direct clash. Did the Crown Prince intend to seize control of the water source? Qin Xiong stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance with a furrowed brow. He mused to himself, but how can merely 3,000 troops possibly exert control? The Crown Prince has indeed overreached. Even with a well-laid plan, one must not act recklessly. As a seasoned general, Qin Xiong discerned Li Yu's intentions based on the battlefield situation. Yet, he remained convinced that this strategy was fraught with peril, rendering such risks unnecessary. Perhaps the Turks had also discerned Li Yu's objectives. While Qin Xiong pondered whether there were flaws in his reasoning, he suddenly observed a multitude of cavalry emerging from the main Turkish camp. They surged forth from their tents and began to array themselves across the expansive hills, seemingly poised to charge the Shiliang army. Witnessing this, Qin Xiong's heart skipped a beat. Could that be nearly 10,000 cavalry? Could the 3,000 iron riders of the Yuzhou army withstand the onslaught of such a formidable force? Simultaneously, Bai Qi also noted the enemy's movements. He refrained from immediate action, instead turning his gaze towards his own camp. Spotting 2 green flags crossing in the watchtower, Bai Qi issued a resounding command. Everyone mount up and prepare to resist the charge. Before we feast, we must first savor this appetizer, and fear shall not be entertained. His words, a blend of command and jest, elicited a ripple of laughter among the troops. As the Shiliang Iron Cavalry readied themselves, some even jested with Bai Qi. General, your defenses are far inferior to ours. Don't cry out for us to lend you a new pair of trousers when the time comes. We are bold enough, so fret not. Who dares to speak such nonsense? Bai Qi retorted with a laugh. You dare to jest with the general? Such audacity. You underestimate us, don't you? Just watch and see how we perform. After the light-hearted banter, the army was fully prepared. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry huddled closely together, collectively raising their large shields to form an impenetrable wall. This barrier was impressively 3 layers thick. If they could withstand the initial assault from the enemy, these barbarian horsemen would fall before the shield wall, thus obstructing their own cavalry's charge and significantly mitigating the threat posed by the lances of the charging cavalry. Ordinary cavalry would never dare to engage in such a manner against the Shiliang Iron Cavalry. The impact of a cavalry charge is no trifling matter. Confronting a galloping cavalry head-on is akin to courting death. Yet, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, clad in plate armor, was different. They possessed the means to stand firm against the oncoming cavalry assault. Before long, the Turkish cavalry thundered down the hillside. The steep incline amplified the already formidable momentum of these fearsome horsemen, creating a visual spectacle of hooves pounding the earth, a sight to behold. However, facing the cavalry of Shiliang felt akin to confronting the playful antics of children, evoking not a trace of fear. Only the slight tremor of their shields revealed that these ironclad warriors were not as at ease as they appeared. Their muscles were taut, hidden beneath layers of iron armor, rendering their tension invisible. Even the ultimate soldiers of the cold weapon era, when confronted with a cavalry charge, would inevitably bear tremendous pressure. In the past, we were the ones charging at others. Today, the tables have turned, and the anxiety in my heart is palpable. Less chatter, grip your shield firmly. Do not misalign it, or I shall bear the brunt of the misfortune. Damn it, you underestimate my professional prowess. A few grumbles won't hinder my performance. I'm merely a bit rattled. What is wrong with voicing a few words? Enough already. They are upon us. Focus. Boom. Before I could finish my thoughts, the Turkic cavalry slammed into the shield wall. The first wave of the shield wall crumbled in less than half a second, breached by the heavy Turkic cavalry. The heavily armored Shiliang cavalry were instantly hurled back. They were catapulted from their mounts, soaring 3 meters before crashing down heavily. Meanwhile, the foremost of the Turkic heavy cavalry were grotesquely mangled by the impact against the shields. Their broken bodies, along with their steeds, collided into the second wave of the shield wall. Crash! Another thunderous sound echoed as the powerful force drove the second row of Shiliang cavalry back over a meter. Yet, they successfully withstood the assault, their front lined with a wall of bloodied remains. The subsequent Turkic cavalry, crashing into this human barrier, stumbled over both men and horses, again colliding with the second wave of shields. Once more, a collective retreat occurred, yet the second row of Shiliang cavalry held firm against the onslaught. At this moment, a defensive line had been established before the second wave of the human wall. If the Turkic cavalry continued their reckless charge, they would only collide with the corpses of their own, posing no threat to the Shiliang cavalry. Hiss! Is this truly resolved? On the city walls, Qin Xiong gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide as he beheld the unfolding scene. He had expected the Shiliang cavalry to withdraw or for the Yuzhou army to dispatch reinforcements immediately. Yet, neither occurred. These 3,000 cavalrymen staunchly withstood the Turkic charge through sheer force. Such a formidable stance sent shivers down Qin Xiong's spine. His astonishment reached new heights, igniting a desire to witness the spectacle up close. Primarily, the Shiliang cavalry was so powerful that it left him utterly astounded. However, what stunned him even more lay ahead. He watched in disbelief as those ironclad knights, who had been thrown aside by the initial charge, began to rise one after another from the ground. Damn, they are truly getting back up. At this moment, everyone was utterly astonished. To withstand the impact of heavy cavalry and still remain alive? Just take a look at those Turkic heavy cavalry that collided with the shield wall. Those fellows must have been reduced to mere pulp. Yet, you claim that those who endured the impact are still in good health? It is simply unbelievable. On the city walls, Qin Xiong, Qin Huayu, and a number of generals stared in astonishment at the distant battlefield. They were completely convinced of the prowess of the Yuzhou army's heavy cavalry. However, they were unaware that the situation of those heavy cavalry who had been flung aside was quite dire. Each one of them had suffered at least a moderate concussion. Even the most primitive heavy cavalry pack a formidable punch. Even with full body armor, escaping unscathed is no easy feat, General. We are not able to continue. We are heading to the rear for a rest. The rest is up to you, lamented the Western Liang cavalry, as they struggled to rise from the ground while jokingly expressing their plight. Bai Qi waved his hand at them, saying, "You've worked hard. Rest well, for the remainder. Just watch us as we dismantle this rabble." Chapter 56. The revelation awaits. The formidable impact marked merely the commencement of hostilities. Subsequently, the Western Liang cavalry would confront an even grimmer reality, the brutal melee of close combat. At this juncture, the heavily armored cavalrymen harbored little fear. Their greatest dread, the bludgeon, was absent from the Turkish forces. Furthermore, the cavalry charge had already concluded. In the throes of close-quarter combat, what was there left to fear? The Western Liang cavalry excelled in protracted battles, and the tide of the battlefield had decidedly turned. From the initial clash, 2,000 of the 10,000 Turkish heavy cavalry had already perished. In the ensuing skirmishes, they could not breach the defenses of the plate-armored soldiers, ultimately becoming mere prey on the butcher's block. Kill, annihilate these beasts. The Western Liang cavalry continuously shouted, bolstering their own morale. Simultaneously, they thrust their lances repeatedly, retracting and thrusting again with relentless vigor. With their unmatched defensive capabilities, the cavalrymen required no intricate tactical finesse. Encumbered by their heavy armor, they could not execute more refined lance techniques. For the Western Liang cavalry, the simple act of incessantly thrusting their long spears sufficed. In that moment, they were invincible. As time progressed, more Turkish heavy cavalry fell upon the battlefield. At this point, the observing foreign soldiers could no longer remain passive. Gather 5,000 cavalry and dispatch them to support our comrades. I refuse to believe these ironclad warriors possess boundless stamina. Today, I shall ensure their downfall. With a commanding shout, more heavy cavalry emerged from the Turkish encampment. They assembled behind the hills, ready to form ranks and charge at any moment. On the city walls, Qin Xiong sensed the shift in the tide and urgently instructed Qin Huayu, "Quickly, sound the alarm. Inform the crown prince that the enemy is sending forth additional reinforcements." Indeed, the Western Liang cavalry was formidable, but that did not preclude the possibility of their defeat. The greater the defense, the heavier the armor worn by the cavalry. Such cumbersome armor would swiftly deplete their stamina. Recognizing the weakness of the Western Liang cavalry, Qin Xiong hoped to relay this intelligence before the Turkish cavalry could react. However, unexpectedly, before Qin Huaiyu could raise the alarm, 3,000 Western Liang cavalry surged forth from the southern encampment, accompanied by an additional 4,000 to 5,000 troops of indeterminate type, charging down the hill. At that moment, the 50,000 heavy cavalry finally emerged from the summit. "Father, should we still sound the alarm?" Qin Huaiyu asked, astonished as he gazed at the unfolding scenario. Qin Xiong, with a complex expression, surveyed the distant battlefield and silently shook his head. "No, it is no longer necessary." To discern the enemy's movements and initiate action ahead of time, as he observed the changes upon the battlefield, one phrase echoed ceaselessly in Qin Xiong's mind. To command troops is akin to wielding divine power. He could only wonder who was orchestrating this battle. How did he come to know that the Turkic army would dispatch reinforcements? Qin Xiong felt utterly bewildered. No matter how hard he pondered, he could not fathom how this intelligence had been conveyed. The fact that only 3,000 cavalry and several thousand infantry had been sent seemed, in retrospect, rather trivial. The commander of the Yuzhou army, Gao Ming. Who could it be that leads this formidable force? He had evidently anticipated all of this. His military prowess was nothing short of astonishing. Qin Xiong murmured in a daze, as if he were caught in a dream. Upon hearing this assessment, Qin Huaiyu felt a twinge of disbelief. Even if this individual possessed prophetic insight, it hardly reached the level of the extraordinary, did it? To dispatch fewer than 7,000 reinforcements seemed overly presumptuous. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Qin Huaiyu believed that had they truly foreseen the enemy's movements, they would not have sent such a meager contingent for support. Rather than attributing this to the commander of the Yuzhou army's foresight, it appeared more akin to serendipity. Yet, he observed Qin Xiong shaking his head with a complex expression. No. To thwart these 50,000 troops, 3,000 heavy cavalry suffices. While I am uncertain of the purpose of the additional 4,000 infantry, I have discerned the commander's intent. 3,000 heavy cavalry is sufficient? How could he make such a claim? Qin Huaiyu paused, unable to comprehend why his father would assert such a thing. However, noticing Qin Xiong's reluctance to elaborate, he continued to observe. Meanwhile, atop the hill, Yinan surveyed the shifting landscape before him, his expression shifting repeatedly. He clenched and released his fists, repeating the motion over a dozen times, before grinding his teeth and muttering fiercely. "Have someone take this opportunity to fetch water. Once they return, instruct the brothers to retreat. This Tang dog is exceedingly treacherous. How infuriating." In his final words, Yinan struck the wooden railing by the camp with a heavy fist. The impact caused the wooden post to crack, nearly splintering. "Why?" Zhenguan inquired, his face a mask of confusion as he gazed at Yinan. He could not understand why Yinan would issue such a passive command. Was it not advantageous to absorb the opposing forces that had come to reinforce? Yinan did not directly respond to his question. Instead, he weakly replied, "You will understand if you keep watching." What does that mean? Zhenguan was perplexed, his eyes widening as he peered downward. As he observed the situation, Yinan, with a grim expression, departed the battlefield. Next, 3,000 Shiliang iron cavalry emerged, crossing the river via a floating bridge. Subsequently, they intermingled with the heavy cavalry engaged in combat, replacing the original Shiliang cavalry that had been steadfastly defending their positions. The initial 3,000 iron cavalry that had appeared on the battlefield began to withdraw in an orderly manner, retreating to the rear to regroup. Afterward, to his astonishment, they retreated along the floating bridge. How could this be? Zhenguan gaped in disbelief at the scene before him. He had never anticipated such an outcome. The subsequent events only heightened his shock. He observed as the infantry, emerging alongside the Shiliang cavalry, resembled hunters of the plains, skillfully ensnaring the necks of the Turkic heavy cavalry with ropes, dragging them behind the wall of soldiers to meet a grim fate. Meanwhile, the Turkic heavy cavalry found themselves thwarted by the Shiliang cavalry's wall tactic, unable to breach that formidable line. At that moment, Zhenguan suddenly grasped the situation. So that was it. This was the reason. The Shiliang cavalry occupied a limited space on the opposite bank of the river, rendering them incapable of forming a proper formation. However, this also implied that the area they needed to defend was exceedingly restricted. A mere 3,000 Shiliang cavalry were sufficient to maintain the integrity of that line. Chapter 57. simple fishing tactics. The advantage of individual combat prowess was fully realized by Li Yu. Utilizing the extraordinary defensive capabilities of the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, he formed a semicircular line of defense. As long as the Shiliang Iron Cavalry remained unexhausted, this line could not be breached. To maintain this defensive position, Li Yu needed only to wait until a contingent of Shiliang Iron Cavalry was nearing fatigue, at which point he could dispatch another group to take their place. Zhenguan and his men had fallen into a trap. They should never have harbored intentions against these heavily armored cavalry. Before the floating bridge was shattered, they faced an insurmountable wall of bronze and iron. At that moment, the enemy could employ specialized troops to amplify their lethality, while his own side was utterly helpless. As for archery, with the combatants engaged in close quarters, shooting arrows would only result in friendly fire. While the infantry indeed struggled against arrows, their own heavy cavalry was equally vulnerable. Moreover, with the protection of the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, the potential for casualties was uncertain. Zhenguan was acutely aware that should he issue the command to fire, his own men would undoubtedly fall by the dozens. Reflecting on this, Zhenguan finally comprehended why Yi Nen had suggested a retreat. The 3,000 Shiliang Iron Cavalry had merely been an elusive bait from the outset. They had never stood a chance of capturing these men alive. They were ensnared by Li Yu, akin to fish willingly swimming towards their demise. If this front were allowed to persist, no amount of reinforcements would suffice to stem the tide of the Yuzhou army's slaughter. It was an unequivocal trap. Taking a deep breath, Zhenguan vocally relayed Yi Nan's orders. A multitude of Turks, seizing the opportunity during the clash, hastened to the riverbank to fetch water. As they emerged, Zhenguan simultaneously commanded the heavy cavalry surrounding the Shiliang Iron Cavalry to withdraw. The Turkish forces retreated from the battlefield, while the Shiliang Iron Cavalry remained steadfast, silently observing their departure. Witnessing this, Zhenguan fully grasped the situation. They had been deceived. Once the battle concluded, both sides began to assess their losses. The final tally revealed that the Shiliang Iron Cavalry had suffered a mere 103 casualties, whereas the Turkish heavy cavalry had met with a staggering 35,000 deaths. A casualty ratio of 350 to 1 marked one of the most disgraceful records in history for the Turks. On the walls of Wugong City, the spectators understood that the battle had effectively ended. At that moment, Qin Xiong turned to his son and inquired, "Do you now comprehend the situation?" Qin Huayu appeared lost. Gazing at the retreating forces, his mind clouded. The battlefield was littered with corpses, the vast majority belonging to the Turkish cavalry. Occasionally, a gleam of silver armor could be spotted, but the likelihood of such occurrences was akin to winning a lottery. At this moment, Qin Huayu reminisced about Qin Xiong's previous words, murmuring to himself, "Astonishing as a celestial being, commanding troops with divine prowess." Indeed, this individual truly merits such an appraisal. Qin Huayu yearned to assert unreasonably that the objective of the Yuzhou army was to seize control of the water source. Yet they had faltered. However, witnessing the staggering ratio of casualties, he could not deceive himself into believing that this constituted a failure on the part of the Yuzhou forces. If this could be deemed a failure, he wished he could experience such failures several times over. While the strategic objective may have been thwarted in terms of outcome, none could find fault. This battle was executed splendidly. Within the Yuzhou army's encampment, Li Yu stretched his neck as he rose from the ground after a prolonged afternoon of observing the sand table. The strain on his cervical spine was nearly unbearable. Nonetheless, the thrill of this battle was undeniably exhilarating. The sand table was an exceptionally useful tool, providing insights into the enemy's movements and enabling the formulation of optimal counter-strategies in the shortest time. With such an instrument at hand, any tactical maneuver could be employed. It was indeed an invaluable asset for marching and combat. Li Yu's tactical approach this time was rather rudimentary, merely a simple fishing trap. He utilized the armor of 3,000 Shiliang cavalry as bait, creating an illusion for the enemy that they could easily consume the bait. Through meticulous calculations, he determined an impenetrable defensive line for the opponent, leveraging individual soldier capabilities to construct a veritable meat grinder. Although the tactic was simplistic, the results in practice were exceedingly gratifying. After securing such a significant victory, Li Yu felt a sense of profound relief and joy. Dingdong. The host has annihilated 35,000 troops. How delightful. Li Yu mimicked the system prompt, delivering a rendition of his own. Alas, The mechanical tone was impossible to replicate. Yet this did not dampen his elation. From an original force of 220,000, he had eliminated 35,000, leaving only 185,000. While the hope for a complete annihilation of the enemy remained elusive, a substantial portion of their fighting strength had been eradicated. If he could achieve 2 or 3 more such victories, reducing the enemy to below 100,000, Liu would possess absolute confidence in decisively vanquishing this contingent. Through repeated confrontations, he steadily weakened the enemy forces, continuously accruing advantages for his side and gradually transforming those advantages into victory. This exemplified a battle of equals, one that was truly exhilarating. Today's encounter was exceptionally satisfying. What a thrilling experience. Stretching lazily, Liu rose from the ground and exited the military camp to greet the heroes of this campaign. He distributed the spoils of war, rewarding each soldier who had participated in the battle. Subsequently, Li Ji, accompanied by his team of generals, commenced strategizing the next phase of their plans. Following this engagement, they had made significant strides in suppressing the spirits of those scattered adversaries. While their morale remained largely unaffected, the seeds of fear had undoubtedly been sown in the hearts of these barbaric foes. From both tactical and strategic perspectives, this triumph is a resounding victory that invigorates the spirit. Sparse applause resonated within the command tent, primarily due to the limited number of attendees, which failed to create an electrifying atmosphere. Liu gestured with his hands to signal for silence. Once quietude enveloped the room, he pointed at the sand table, continuing his exposition. As you can see, following this battle, the enemy is restless, having suffered a loss of 35,000 men in a single encounter. How many more confrontations can they endure? Although there were unforeseen elements at play, replicating such a grand victory is undoubtedly challenging. Nevertheless, our tactical approach remains sound. We must continue to focus our efforts around the water source. Furthermore, in the next engagement, the White Horse Brigade and other cavalry units must also take part. We have constructed floating bridges robust enough to allow the entire army to cross simultaneously. Now, let us prepare to surprise them once more. Chapter 58. The frustration of comparison. The following day, at dawn, Liu opened his eyes and immediately activated the virtual sand table. This device was rather engrossing. After indulging in it once, he found himself somewhat addicted. As he murmured to himself, Liu manipulated the sand table, scrutinizing the situation of the Turkic encampment. Something appears amiss. Liu noticed the thumbnail on the sand table was somewhat off and hurriedly magnified the display. To his astonishment, he observed individuals within the Turkic camp dismantling tents. Moreover, a contingent of cavalry was preparing themselves. It seemed they intended to relocate their camp. Yet, that was not entirely accurate. They were not preparing to move, but rather to establish another encampment. Remaining here in a standoff with the Tang forces, we would eventually be worn down. A heavy voice resonated from within the Turkic tents. Their cavalry was formidable, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate them. Thus, it was imperative to seek another camping spot upstream of the Bai Shui. Brothers, we may need to brace ourselves for a retreat. The total forces we brought amounted to 320,000. Since the appearance of the Yuzhou army, they had already suffered a loss of nearly 120,000 troops. The remaining strength stood at approximately 200,000. After several encounters, the might of the opposing force had become evident. Yiman, though arrogant, he was by no means foolish. In the face of such an enigmatic army, the wisest course of action was to avoid direct confrontation. While the Yuzhou army was indeed powerful, their base was Yuzhou, not the heart of the Tang dynasty in Chang'an. We could easily circumvent this area, disregarding the Yuzhou army entirely, and directly assault Chang'an or other locations. Continuing this stalemate, I fear we may face total annihilation. Within the tent, a group of over a dozen individuals, consisting of generals from various armies aside from Yiman and Zhenguan, listened to Yiman's proposal to evade battle without objection. However, Zhenguan appeared somewhat reluctant. But if we simply flee, we become the laughingstock of the steppes? Upon returning to the grasslands, subduing the other tribes will not be so simple. Half of our men are already lost. It is time to awaken to reality. Yiman did not vehemently rebut him, but rather spoke earnestly. Brother, do you wish to perish here, or venture into the heart of the Tang dynasty to amass wealth, returning with countless cattle, sheep, and jewels, along with glory? Zhenguan began to utter a word, but found himself at a loss for further speech. Indeed, Nearly half of their men had perished while the enemy remained largely unscathed. It was time to face the truth. Iman was quite right. Staying here would lead only to death. Rumors had it that the 50,000 troops of the Batua tribe had all perished beneath the walls of Yuzhou. If they failed to learn from this, it would be sheer folly. With this in mind, Zhenguan chose to lower his head. You are the leader of the coalition. Your word is final. All of us brothers shall heed your command. The foremost warrior of the steppes, Iman. This is the pride of the Shui Yintua tribe, and likewise, the pride of their alliance. Zhenguan and Bu Rajaj, motivated by their admiration for Inan's courage and intellect, accepted his invitation. Now, facing adversity, the coalition must support the Khan they respect. Khan Inan, command, and the warriors shall follow you. Your orders are the highest honor. Zhenguan knelt partially, choosing to submit. Witnessing this, others followed suit, kneeling to express their allegiance. Inan raised Zhenguan, speaking gravely. You shall lead your men west along the river. We will ascend the mountains, traversing the Taihang, and cross the Yellow River. Very well. Your word is law. Zhenguan gestured to a few chosen officers, signaling them to join him. They exited the tent, leading the prepared Turkic army away from the hills. With the cover of the slopes, they confidently asserted their movements would remain concealed. At least for the foreseeable future, they would not be detected by those across the river. On the walls of Wugong City, Qin Xiong observed the movements of the Turkic army. His expression shifted repeatedly until he slammed his palm against the wall in frustration. This is bad. Those beasts are retreating. Qin Huayu, puzzled, looked into the distance and asked why. Why does father believe they are withdrawing? It defies logic. Qin Xiong replied anxiously. The combat prowess of the Crown Prince's forces far exceeds that of the Turkic army. Dividing their troops now would grant the Crown Prince the chance to defeat them one by one. Do you think, if you were the Turkic commander, you would make such a foolish decision? Certainly not, Qin Huayu declared with conviction. Yet, he hesitated. While my son understands military strategy and would never act so rashly, those uncouth Turkic barbarians, lacking decorum and military knowledge, might indeed make such a self-destructive choice. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiong felt an impulse to bury his face in despair. Did you not notice yesterday? The military strength of the Shui Yintua leader far surpasses that of ordinary commanders. What? Father, why do you say that? Qin Huayu questioned, bewildered. Ah. Qin Xiong sighed, exasperated. Yesterday, that man named Inan discerned the Crown Prince's strategy at dawn. His response was the optimal counter for those brutes. If you cannot perceive such insights, how can I entrust my legacy to you? Compared to the accomplished Crown Prince, his son's talents seemed woefully inadequate. Disappointed, Qin Xiong shook his head, lamenting the vast chasm between them. Seeing the disheartened expression on Qin Xiong's face, Qin Huayu felt a pang of anxiety. Father, you previously praised my exceptional talents. Why do you speak so disparagingly of me today? Qin Huayu felt a twinge of sadness at the wide disparity in his father's evaluations. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiong's face displayed astonishment. Indeed, although Huayu may not rival the Crown Prince, he is nonetheless a young commander of remarkable talent. Why then, would his father feel disappointment towards him? Qin Xiong murmured to himself, lost in contemplation. In the next moment, he was suddenly enlightened. It was a matter of comparison. By measuring his own son against the Crown Prince, it was natural that he would seem lacking. Yet, in truth, Huayu's aptitude was unparalleled in Qin Xiong's lifetime. Thus, the conclusion emerged. The Crown Prince's military prowess was so extraordinary that it created an illusion of inadequacy regarding Qin Huayu. In reality, it was not that Huayu lacked military insight, but rather that Li Yu's displayed strength was so exceptional that it starkly contrasted with Huayu's capabilities, leading to this misconception. Reflecting on this, Qin Xiong was astonished. Just how formidable must this prince's leadership abilities be? Chapter 59. The Descent of the God of War, my lord. Let us not dwell on these matters for the time being. Instead, we must contemplate our course of action, suggested Qin Huayu. Feeling a pang of discomfort at Qin Xiong's lavish praise of the Crown Prince, he shifted the conversation, inquiring about Qin Xiong's perspective on the ongoing conflict. Upon hearing his prompt, Qin Xiong was suddenly roused, reminded of their presence on the battlefield. Indeed, their focus must remain on the war. Idle thoughts could not be entertained any longer. With renewed concentration, Qin Xiong scrutinized the opposite side for an extended period before declaring, We must devise a means to convey intelligence to His Highness. The information we have gathered must be relayed. Once His Highness is aware of the movements of the Turkic forces, he will be able to respond immediately. Are you suggesting we do so like this? Qin Huayu gazed into the distance, astonished. What? Qin Xiong was taken aback, puzzled by his words. Following Qin Huayu's gaze, he too was struck by an extraordinary sight, a multitude of soldiers streaming forth from the camp of Yuzhou. Simultaneously, their maneuvers mirrored those of the barbarians, marching westward from the hidden slopes, out of sight of the enemy. This. Qin Xiong was equally taken aback. Was this yet another instance of anticipating the enemy's moves? The Turkic cavalry had just exited their encampment when the Yuzhou army followed suit, with scarcely a moment's delay between their movements. If the Yuzhou forces had acted half an hour later, Qin Xiong would not have been so astonished. After all, scouts existed within the ranks, capable of observing the battlefield from various angles and reporting back to the camp. Yet, the timing was eerily close. How was this achieved? Could this be the mark of a divine military strategist? Qin Huayu murmured in disbelief, grappling with the extraordinary scene before him. If yesterday's occurrences could be attributed to mere coincidence, today's events defied explanation. Twice, in succession, they had anticipated the enemy's movements and reacted swiftly. To Qin Huayu, this could only be described as the work of a military deity. Otherwise, how could the crown prince have accomplished such feats? Perhaps this was the reason why his father was so astounded. At this moment, even Qin Huayu began to perceive a connection between Li Yu and the divine. The astonishment was overwhelming. In his understanding, no mortal could truly predict the enemy's actions with such precision. It was akin to winning the lottery twice in a row with a single ticket, an utterly impossible feat. Yet, Li Yu had achieved it effortlessly. At the entrance of the Yuzhou military camp, Li Yu once again cautioned Bai Qi, I have already informed you of the crossing point. Ensure that we cross the river 13 miles upstream of the Bai River. The remaining matters need not be elaborated upon. It is imperative to make optimal use of the 5,000 Shiliang cavalry and the 5,000 White Horse volunteers. The tactical synergy between heavy cavalry and light cavalry is manifold. If employed judiciously, the 22,000 troops at your disposal could easily vanquish the 80,000 Turkic forces. After expressing this, Li Yu still felt a twinge of unease and reiterated, remember, 13 miles upstream lies a prominent hill. The advantageous topography must be utilized. Bai Qi, his ears nearly calloused from the repetition, patiently awaited Li Yu to finish his discourse. Upon realizing Li Yu had concluded, he clasped his fists with determination and bowed deeply before resolutely mounting his steed to depart. There was no time for further conversation. The forces ahead were already advancing, and Bai Qi had to hasten to lead this grand army into battle. Li Yu had entrusted him with the main force of the Yuzhou army, and Bai Qi could not betray this trust. He must fulfill this mission with utmost diligence. At the camp's entrance, Li Yu watched Bai Qi's receding figure, murmuring to himself, do not let me down. You carry my very foundation. Should you squander it, I shall have no choice but to flee back to Yuzhou in disgrace. In this division of forces, Li Yu allowed Bai Qi to take all troops except for the 5,000 Shiliang cavalry and 1,000 vengeful Azura warriors. Bai Qi was set to confront the daunting challenge of 80,000 Turkic cavalry. This was undoubtedly a gamble of monumental proportions. The cost of a strategic blunder was too grave for anyone to bear. Were it not for his obligation to command from the camp, Li Yu would never have taken such a risk. Yet, the reality was that the Turkic forces numbered not merely 80,000. An additional 120,000 were poised on the opposite side, ready for action. Should he take personal command and the enemy seize the opportunity to cross the river and launch an assault, the situation would be even more dire for the Yuzhou army. Weighing the two dangers, he deemed that overseeing the entire operation was of greater importance. Li Yu inhaled deeply, returning to the tent to continue studying the sand table. He must remain vigilant over both battlefronts, ready to respond immediately upon detecting any anomalies. If executed properly, this confrontation would culminate in a decisive battle against this motley crew. Li Yu would not allow these rogues to escape. Those who have harmed the citizens of our Tang dynasty shall not be permitted to flee. Such a notion is but a fool's dream. Upon the city wall, Qin Xiong observed the changes within the Yuzhou encampment, growing increasingly alarmed. The crown prince has dispatched 30,000 troops? With such a substantial force deployed, How shall the encampment on the hill defend itself? This gamble is excessively audacious. Should the Turkic leader discern his intentions and lead his troops across the river, it would spell disaster for the entire army. Wugong City lies at a considerable distance from the two armies' camps, and Qin Xiong could only estimate the number of troops mobilized based on his observations. Clearly, from the outset, Qin Xiong had miscalculated the total strength of the Yuzhou forces. Li Yu's command did not comprise the 50,000 troops he had presumed, but rather a mere 27,000. Furthermore, Li Yu had dispatched only 22,000 men on this occasion. In other words, the military force currently at Li Yu's disposal amounts to over 5,000, yet fewer than 6,000 troops. Should Yinan launch a full-scale assault on the barracks atop the slope, he would have to rely on this meager contingent to defend against the formidable 12,000 Turkic cavalry. This presents an unprecedented challenge, far more severe than Qin Xiong had anticipated. However, this predicament is not devoid of silver linings. Calculations suggest that Li Yu is acutely aware that Yinan will inevitably recognize the vulnerability of the Yuzhou camp. In other words, Yinan's crossing of the river to strike at the encampment is a foregone conclusion. Li Yu harbors no illusions. He is thoroughly prepared to confront whatever may come. To put it plainly, Li Yu has placed his bets on Bai Qi rather than on his own forces. He remains confident in his ability to defend the encampment on the mountain. Therefore, while the situation is indeed grave, the concerns that plague Qin Xiong shall certainly not materialize. Chapter 60. The Rush of Life and Death. Two forces advanced simultaneously from the slopes, flanking the riverbank, unbeknownst to one another. Tall hills obscured their line of sight, rendering the situation beyond the slopes invisible in their deliberate concealment. The majority of troops on both sides were cavalry. Initially, both parties advanced quietly, consciously suppressing any noise. However, once a considerable distance was achieved, the Turkic army surged forward, galloping at full speed. On the other hand, Bai Qi's forces, having set out later, were further concealed by the thunderous hooves of their steeds. Thus, in a scenario where neither side could see the other, a deadly race began along the banks of the Baishui River. According to the predetermined strategy, Bai Qi aimed to cross the river at the 13-mile mark upstream before the enemy could reach their designated position and seize the advantageous terrain. Consequently, they raced fervently, willing to exhaust their horses in the process. Aerial observation would reveal the contrasting movements of both sides. The southern Yuzhou army had already established a significant lead, while the northern Turkic forces advanced leisurely towards the west. The disparity in speed was approximately threefold, exceeding Li Yu's anticipated limit of 1.8 times, thereby creating ample space between them. This was ideal. Arriving at that location ahead of time would allow them to launch a surprise attack on the unsuspecting enemy. Once the initial charge was completed, subsequent battles would become more manageable. The advantage of taking the initiative on the battlefield was paramount. Once the upper hand was secured, the opposing side would perpetually lag behind, unable to catch up with the pace of Li Yu's forces. Li Yu minimized the virtual sand table and turned his gaze toward the Xiongnu camp, observing the Xiongnu leisurely dismantling their tents and organizing supplies. A cold smile crept across his face. I knew you intended to flee. Do you truly believe you can escape? Soon, I shall present you with a bait, an opportunity to ensnare this king. I wonder if you, Yinan, will take the bait. Do not disappoint me. If you truly manage to escape, I will be unable to pursue you. Quick, quick. This is the crossing point. Hasten to assemble the floating bridge. After crossing the river, everyone was to ambush on the western slope. No one was permitted to expose themselves. Should anyone reveal themselves, they would face the consequences of my boot. Bai Qi commanded at the river crossing, and under his conscious direction, the atmosphere of the march remained relatively relaxed, avoiding stiffness. The great battle was imminent, and the soldiers needed to ease their minds in this final moment. Once the combat commenced, they would have to remain on high alert. This was their last opportunity to relax. As Bai Qi directed the troops, he also surveyed the terrain across the river. The landscape was nearly identical to what he had observed on the virtual sand table. As the river White Water approached this location, its course took a sudden sharp turn, forming a convex-shaped bend. This abrupt curve not only altered the river's path, but also imparted a peculiar arc to the hills on the opposite bank. Given the unique topography of this area, crossing the river would render them undetectable from the eastern banks. Moreover, upon landing, they would be greeted by a steep incline. This elevation would afford them a strategic advantage, allowing them to dominate the terrain. should the enemy, in their folly, dare to charge forward. Bai Qi was utterly confident in his ability to decimate their forces. After all, even under neutral conditions, they had once triumphed over an army of 80,000. Thus, in a position of superiority, there was no room for failure. Should the enemy attempt to circumvent this area, it would only serve their purpose better. It is essential to recognize that marching and engaging in battle require entirely different formations. If the enemy dared to maneuver, he would not hesitate to launch a direct assault, causing them to wail in despair. Hence, regardless of the scenario that unfolded, ample contingency plans were in place. Bai Qi's sole concern was if the adversary opted to maintain formation and await reinforcements. In such a case, they would have to concede defeat. Liu had previously advised that if the enemy chose to remain passive, they should decisively abandon the operation, for victory would be unattainable under those circumstances. This was the only truly dire situation. Once they crossed the white water, Bai Qi reflected on the entire tactical strategy, patiently awaiting the enemy's arrival. In this moment, his emotions mirrored those of a student who has diligently reviewed their lessons, anxiously anticipating an examination. Particularly daunting was the thought of potentially facing an opposing force of 200,000 with his 20,000. The pressure was immense. He could only hope that His Highness's plan would unfold smoothly, and for now, all that remained was to pray. Bai Qi took a deep breath, grasped his spear, and positioned himself atop the hillside. Gazing into the distance, he spotted dark specks emerging on the horizon. Those dense clusters of black dots signified the advancing Turkic army. Bai Qi's keen gaze remained fixed on them. Simultaneously, he quietly issued orders to the messenger behind him, instructing everyone to mount their horses and prepare for battle, ensuring they remained concealed and out of the enemy's line of sight. "Yes, General. I shall convey your orders immediately." As the messenger relayed the command through the ranks, all soldiers rose from the grass, mounted their steeds, and awaited further instructions. From the perspective of the Turkic forces, they could only perceive Bai Qi standing atop the hill. Everything else remained obscured from their view. "Report to Chief Zhenguan. There's a cavalryman on the distant hillside. He appears to be a commander from the Tang." A scout reported to Zhenguan. Zhenguan glanced toward the distance and dismissively waved his hand. "Ignore him. Continue advancing." Yes, the army received their orders and continued their advance. As they neared the hillside, a sudden shout resonated from the summit, where Bai Qi stood. "Hey, you rabble below the slope. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Just a mere dog from Tang, seeking death? I shall grant you your wish." Zhenguan raised an eyebrow and urged his steed forward towards the hilltop. Simultaneously, his loyal soldiers followed closely, charging towards the peak. However, at that moment, beside the solitary figure, a series of heads began to emerge. First the heads, then the bodies, followed by the horses they rode. Witnessing the increasing assembly of cavalry at the summit, Zhenguan's pupils constricted sharply, and he quickly raised his arm. With this gesture, the army immediately halted, coming to a standstill at the foot of the hill. Chapter 61. The Resolve of Death in Battle Ambush, and armored cavalry as well. Zhenguan gazed at the gleaming Shiliang cavalry atop the mountain, his brow furrowing deeply. Although the numbers of the opposing forces appeared scant, he could not discern their exact strength. Yet, given that a general from the Great Tang had the audacity to appear here, it was evident that he commanded a significant force. After a moment's hesitation, Zhenguan seized the reins and turned to flee. As he made his way down the mountain, he shouted orders: "Circumvent them. Pay no heed to this group. Proceed to the northern slope. We shall flank them from there." The slope inclined at approximately 20 degrees. Engaging in battle here would place them at a severe disadvantage. Aware of the terrain's significance, Zhenguan believed he had made the right choice. If he could reach the northern slope, he would possess the advantageous ground, and the Yuzhou army would surely refrain from launching an attack. However, unbeknownst to Zhenguan, the reason Bai Qi held back from charging was that the Turkic forces had instinctively adjusted into formation upon spotting them. With the army poised in readiness, Bai Qi dared not recklessly charge. But when Zhenguan's orders were issued, and the cavalry opposite began to reform, moving northward, this marked the opportune moment for a charge. "Charge!" Bai Qi decisively commanded, leading the charge himself, galloping down the mountain with fervor. The subsequent troops followed closely, transforming the silence into a cacophony that shook the very earth in an instant. "What? By what right do you dare to charge?" Zhenguan exclaimed, promptly shouting. "Adjust the formation. Withdraw 100 meters and prepare for a countercharge. Adjust the formation. Withdraw 100 meters. Prepare for a countercharge. Upon hearing Zhenguan's orders, Bai Qi nearly burst into laughter, his lips stretching into a grin. Who had given you the audacity to issue such complex commands? You are adorably foolish. At that moment, Zhenguan's best course of action would have been to simply adjust to an anti-charge formation. One command would have sufficed. Yet, Zhenguan issued three. The first to adjust to a countercharge formation, the second to withdraw 100 meters in that formation, and the third to turn the horses around and await the charge command. On the ever-changing battlefield, such intricate orders should never have been uttered. Faced with the pressure of a cavalry charge, merely adjusting to an anti-charge formation was already daunting enough. Yet, he expected his soldiers to execute such complex tactical commands within such a brief span of time. A commendable thought, but utterly impractical. Boom, boom, boom. Within 30 seconds of initiating the charge, the Shiliang heavy cavalry spearheaded the assault, plunging like a dagger into the vital points of the Turkic forces. Other heavy cavalry units swiftly followed, stretching outward from the gaping wound, striving to enlarge the breach. The hastily responding Turkic cavalry, in their frantic bid for survival, found themselves unable to form a cohesive battle line, forced instead to fight as isolated units. Originally, the troops of Yuzhou had already established a significant advantage in momentum. Now, as they struggled to maintain their formation, how could they possibly mount a systematic defense against the heavily armored cavalry? With a single charge, the cavalry of Shiliang pierced through the ranks of the Turkic forces. Do not halt. Continue the advance and turn around after 500 meters. Bai Qi's commands were concise, stripped to their essence. The simplicity of the orders was paramount. Expecting to direct soldiers with the precision of a conductor in battle was an unrealistic notion. The finest generals invariably regard their soldiers as simpletons, issuing straightforward directives that compel them to exert their utmost effort. This epitomizes true command, for one can never truly ascertain how low some individuals may stoop in performance. After more than 10,000 heavy cavalry surged through, they covered a distance of 500 meters before veering in a wide arc. At this moment, Bai Qi issued another command. The Shiliang cavalry shall penetrate further and merge with the vengeful Azura. The rest, continue to charge with me. The Turkic forces, having just regained a semblance of order amidst the chaos, were once again confronted by an unstoppable cavalry assault. They were abruptly cut in half, plunging the entire army into disarray. Zhenguan, amidst the tumult, shouted frantically to relay military orders. Yet the cacophony of thunderous noise rendered communication futile. Initially, he had two buglers at his side to convey commands through their horns. Alas, Zhenguan had become separated from the main force at the onset and, now lost in the chaos, could not locate his heralds. In his tent, Liu observed the unfolding scene on the virtual sand table, nearly moved to tears with laughter. What a peculiar turn of events. Do you wish to make me die of laughter and inherit my sand table? He mused. To become estranged from one's heralds on the battlefield is indeed remarkable. How did you manage that? Liu had been closely monitoring the situation on the main battlefield and, upon witnessing this development, felt a sense of reassurance. Bai Qi had successfully fragmented the battlefield, throwing the opposing forces into confusion. As long as they continued to execute the preordained tactics, the conflict would inexorably advance towards victory. Now, attention must shift to the secondary battlefield. Come now. Let me see what choice you will make. Will you rush to support your troops, or will you turn and strike at my position? Inan, it is time for you to make your choice. Do not keep me waiting too long. By this point, the 18 riders of Yenyun had already retreated. The intelligence network of the Turkic army remained operational, with scouts relaying frontline information back to their main camp. Within a mere 2 minutes, the final decision would manifest before him. Would they flee with their tails between their legs, or seize the opportunity to raid his encampment while it lay vulnerable? The moment of choice had arrived. Inan did not keep Liu waiting for long. He swiftly made his decision. Liu observed with clarity within the virtual sandbox as the Turkic soldiers, engaged in the task of packing supplies, ceased their labors and began to assemble. The Yemen chieftain disregarded the provisions and led the remaining cavalry out of the main camp. It appeared he had made his choice. Taking a deep breath, Liu shut down the virtual sandbox, grasped the Thunder Dragon tooth, and exited the tent. Brothers, prepare yourselves to guard the camp. This battle will be an unprecedented struggle. With his voice resonating through the air, the soldiers remaining in the barracks responded in unison, "We are ready. We have accepted the possibility of death in battle." The disciplined Shiliang Iron Cavalry emerged from various corners of the camp, not mounted on horses, for this confrontation did not require the aid of steeds. This was to be a battle of defense. During the time spent in strategic maneuvering against the Yemen, Liu had transformed the encampment into a rudimentary fortress. In this battlefield, there would be no opportunity for cavalry to exert their prowess, whether as attackers or defenders. Chapter 62. Emphasizing strengths and avoiding weaknesses to emphasize strengths and avoid weaknesses. Every tactical consideration revolves around these four characters. What are the characteristics of the enemy? A uniform force of cavalry boasts a significant numerical advantage. Yet, what is their weakness? They are inept at siege warfare, and their combat effectiveness plummets dramatically once dismounted. This raises a crucial question. What strategy should we employ against such adversaries? The answer is straightforward. Engage them in a defensive battle. Towering city walls have always been a source of vexation for the Turks. Although Liu lacks formidable fortifications, he possesses sufficiently sturdy wooden palisades. These massive posts, as thick as a thigh, will keep all cavalry at bay from the encampment. If they wish to surmount this barrier, they must either dismantle the posts or dismount to either scale over or breach the camp's gates. Regardless of the option they choose, dismounting is imperative. Thus, the enemy's greatest advantage is effectively neutralized, while they confront a scenario in which they are least proficient, siege warfare. By diminishing their strengths and amplifying their weaknesses, Liu has, in essence, shackled this barbaric horde, significantly undermining their combat prowess. To put it in gaming terms, one might say that he has applied a debuff to the enemy. In any case, the meaning remains the same. In contrast, while the Shiliang Iron Cavalry similarly loses the benefits conferred by their steeds, once dismounted, they remain valiant warriors of Shiliang. Furthermore, the defense provided by their plate armor remains unchanged. In fact, for these heavily armored cavalry, dismounting may even enhance their defensive capabilities, as they no longer need to be concerned about their mounts or the risk of being unseated in the fray. Thus, while their offensive power may diminish, their defensive strength increases. Additionally, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry possesses significantly greater experience in fortification than their foes. Coupled with the advantages of the city's defenses, the buffs for the defending side are indeed substantial. Have all the war horses been properly secured? Liu inquired, standing at the heart of the camp. A general responded loudly. They have been secured. Several makeshift large shelters have been erected, and all the war horses are safely inside, impervious to arrows or fire arrows. Very well. Liu replied with a smile, his demeanor relaxed. We must remember, those steeds are our lifeline. If anything befalls them, we are likely to face total annihilation today. Rest assured, Your Highness, we vow to safeguard the horses with our lives, the general declared, affirming his resolve. Liu waved a hand dismissively. Go. Take 200 men and ensure the horses are well looked after. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else. Understood. The general accepted the command and departed, dispersing with his men to various shelters. At this moment, the remaining 4,800 valiant warriors of Shiliang, along with 1,000 vengeful Azuras, stood quietly in the training grounds, gazing at the composed Liu. Liu surveyed the surroundings, his gaze briefly passing over each individual present. Subsequently, the formal military orders were proclaimed. Wang He was to lead 1,000 troops to guard the northern gate, while Yang Yun would command another 1,000 to defend the western gate. The rest of the Shiliang army dispersed along the camp's walls, executing their defensive duties according to the preordained tactics. As Liu's words echoed, the Shiliang warriors responded in unison, swiftly dispersing to their designated positions. Once the Shiliang warriors departed, only the vengeful Azuras remained in the training ground. Liu, wearing a serene smile, addressed Yang Hen. It seems today will be arduous for you, vengeful Azuras. Those who dare to cross over from the wooden stakes will rely on you to eliminate them. Yang Hen, her face obscured by a mask, revealed no emotion, but replied in a calm tone, Rest assured, Your Highness. This terrain is most suitable for our capabilities. Should those brutes dare to enter, I assure you they shall not return. Indeed, I trust you. Liu nodded in acknowledgement, then waved his hand. You may proceed and prepare for the coming battle. Yes. Oh no. The ragtag forces from the Turkic camp have emerged en masse. Father, look quickly. What shall we do? Qin Huayu stood atop the city walls of Wugong, his expression filled with alarm as he observed the movements from the camp on the northern bank of the White River. Hearing this, Qin Xiong hastily rose from his seat and strode over to Qin Huayu's side. Leaning against the city wall and gazing into the distance, his countenance grew increasingly grave. Have all 120,000 troops emerged? Their readiness suggests they intend to charge the camp. Qin Xiong squinted, muttering under his breath. Should we dispatch reinforcements? But the city contains only 70,000 troops, all infantry. To provide support would be exceedingly perilous. Infantry cannot contend with cavalry. The terrain outside Wugong City was flat and level. In such conditions, engaging cavalry outside the city would be akin to courting disaster. Yet, the reality was that the enemy had mobilized 120,000 troops, poised to assault the encampment of Yuzhou. Should the Yuzhou army be surrounded, the camp would likely be lost. No, it was certain to be lost. In that case, the Yuzhou troops remaining within the camp would find themselves in dire peril. The prospect of complete annihilation loomed large. Before Qin Xiong lay a dilemma of grave significance. Either take the risk of deploying troops, thereby delivering them to the enemy, or stand idly by and witness the encampment besieged, observing the death of the crown prince's forces. This predicament tormented the seasoned general's heart to its very core. Others too looked to Qin Xiong, awaiting the commander's decision. They did not rush him. Instead, they stood in quiet anticipation. The current situation was indeed excruciating. The current predicament of the commander is indeed quite challenging. After a brief moment, Qin Xiong seems to have reached a decision. With unwavering determination, the seasoned general gazes into the distance and proclaims resolutely, "Prepare the troops for support and instruct them to wait at the city gates, ensuring they can emerge at a moment's notice to provide aid." "Yes, Commander." The waiting officers, upon receiving this clear order, breathe a sigh of relief. Following the military command, the officers descend from the city wall to assemble their forces. Once they have departed, Qin Huayu quietly inquires at Qin Xiong's ear, "Are you planning to?" Qin Xiong glances over and replies, "We must act according to the circumstances. A direct intervention is certainly not feasible. We need to find the right opportunity." "Indeed." Qin Huayu nods, choosing not to elaborate further. Since the crown prince dares to dispatch the majority of his troops, leaving only a small contingent to defend the encampment, it is evident he has a backup plan. The time for a final decision has not yet arrived. It shall be when the situation escalates to a critical point that immediate action becomes imperative, that they will seize their moment to advance. Chapter 63. Doubtful Troops? Merely coincidence, the troops formed ranks, maintaining their offensive formation as they crossed the river on horseback. Yimin rode atop his steed, galloping back and forth on the northern slope, incessantly issuing commands. Upon crossing the river, do not hasten up the slope. First, arrange the battle formation and then ascend gradually. The terrain there is too steep for a rapid advance, and we must remain vigilant for a potential charge from the enemy. On the hillside, tens of thousands of cavalry had gathered. Under the guidance of various generals, they controlled their speed as they descended the slope. Countless warhorses plunged into the river, stirring the once clear waters into a murky chaos. The simultaneous crossing of a large number of cavalry created an extraordinarily majestic spectacle. Once they reached the opposite bank, several commanders concurrently issued orders, directing the first wave of crossing cavalry to adjust their formation. They then maintained their military array, steadily climbing towards the summit of the hill. 120,000 cavalry. Merely observing their imposing presence was enough to instill fear. Qin Huayu marveled, as this was his first encounter with such a grand scene. He had witnessed the march of infantry many times, but the sight of cavalry was an entirely different experience. Cavalry possessed an inherent deterrent power that infantry lacked. The overwhelming might of such a large assembly of cavalry surged skyward, sending shivers down the spine of onlookers. As Qin Huayu gazed in awe, he turned his attention to his father, the legendary general, eager to discern his thoughts on the matter. However, he found that Qin Xiong's focus lay elsewhere, fixed upon the military camp atop the southern peak. Noticing the persistent stillness within the camp, Qin Xiong's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. "Shouldn't we seize this opportunity to dispatch heavy cavalry for a charge?" he exclaimed in astonishment. To him, The interval, while the Turkic cavalry ascended the slope, represented the most opportune moment for a sortie. A mere contingent of 10,000 heavy cavalry could yield a victory of 30 or 40,000. Why not make the most of such advantageous terrain? What could be the reason for this hesitation? What a splendid opportunity, so lamentably wasted. Qin Xiong lamented, perplexed by the thoughts of the crown prince. In truth, Liu had also contemplated launching a cavalry charge. Yet the dilemma lay in the scarcity of troops. The camp housed less than 6,000 men in total. If the Shiliang Iron Cavalry were dispatched to charge, what would become of the camp? What a predicament! The dense mass of Turkic cavalry swiftly advanced to the halfway point of the mountain. At this juncture, the military camp remained eerily silent. Yimin, stationed at the opposite end of the slope, observed the movements across the way. At this point, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Could it be that the troops of Yuzhou had all vacated their camp to assault Zhejiang? Logically, this should not be the case. If the camp were abandoned, how would they sustain themselves or recuperate? It was indeed puzzling. In Yimin's view, the Yuzhou army's display of an empty camp strategy was utterly pointless. The military camp serves not merely as a refuge for soldiers. It is a repository of vital strategic resources such as rations, arrows, weapons, armor, and timber. The absence of these supplies would swiftly diminish the army's combat effectiveness. Abandoning the camp, at any moment, would be an exceedingly foolish decision. Thus, one ponders, has the Yuzhou army truly forsaken their encampment? If they have not, why have they yet to deploy their forces? Such inquiries linger in Yinan's mind, forming an intricate enigma. Just as he contemplated surrendering his thoughts and resolved to cross the river himself, a sudden turn of events transpired on the battlefield. From the camp atop the southern slope, several large logs unexpectedly rolled forth. These logs tumbled down the hill, initially bouncing twice before accelerating uncontrollably, crashing into the cavalry formation. "Logs are rolling. Beware!" cried out the soldiers. "Brothers, step aside and make way. Prepare for impact." A cacophony ensued as the logs collided with the front line of the Turkic forces, causing chaos as horses and riders were thrown into disarray. Hundreds of steeds had their legs shattered by the logs, sending their riders tumbling to the ground. The ensuing chaos resulted in a considerable disorder within the ranks. This tumult persisted for nearly 5 minutes before subsiding. The cascading logs led to the injury or death of at least 1,000 to 2,000 individuals, with the majority of casualties among the Turkic forces falling victim to the trampling hooves amidst the disarray. In other words, the devastation wrought by the logs was not as pronounced as the turmoil they incited. What does this signify? Is it mere bluster? Yinan furrowed his brow, murmuring in disbelief. The unexpected onslaught indeed inflicted notable casualties, yet for an army of 120,000, it hardly constituted a significant blow. The scenario he feared most had not materialized. Instead, he faced this inconsequential disturbance. What mischief are these Tang dogs up to? Why has the conflict descended into such disorder? Could it be a change in command at a critical moment? Confused and burdened with questions, Yinan spurred his horse down the slope. Meanwhile, within the camp on the hillside, the Shiliang cavalry, gathered near the fence, laughed heartily as they brushed dust off their iron gloves. "We tossed out the leftover timber as a welcoming gift for these dogs," they jeered, reveling in the sight of the disarray below. "If only we had more time and resources, we could have annihilated them with nothing but logs." Liu stood at the center of the encampment, observing his soldiers' jubilant demeanor, his lips twitching with barely concealed exasperation. "Do you still engage in play? Had it not been for your revealing the logs, I would have remained oblivious to such matters. Yet, what purpose do these logs serve? One might say they are better than nothing. As for the soldiers taking liberties with strategic supplies and discarding them indiscriminately, Liu harbored no particular thoughts. These items were destined for disposal. If they caused any casualties, it could be deemed a modicum of effectiveness. What truly astonished him was that, on the brink of a decisive battle, these individuals still found the time for such antics. How grand is their sense of leisure! Nonetheless, this could be seen as advantageous. The opportunity to unwind before the battle can serve as a preliminary adjustment of mindset. A positive mental state is essential for confronting the arduous conflict that lies ahead. Otherwise, this fight may prove excessively arduous. Liu activated the virtual battlefield display and, before the enemy could advance, hastily glanced at the primary theater of war across the way. At this juncture, Bai Qi's forces had already decimated much of the opposition. In no more than half an hour, total annihilation of the enemy would be achieved. Chapter 64. Get out. Thus, I must endure for approximately another hour? Liu deactivated the virtual sand table, stowing it away, and lifted his gaze to the overcast sky. Subsequently, he grasped the Thunder Dragon tooth, firmly holding onto the spear, bracing himself for the final confrontation. After the appearance of the rolling logs, no further incidents transpired on the hillside. The Turkic army, trembling with trepidation, began their ascent. In a brief span, the main force had reached the summit. At that moment, Enan had also arrived at the front lines of the battlefield. Observing the nearby encampment, he raised his hand and issued the command for a full assault. Kill! Charge in! With his command, the battle cries resounded like thunder. The cavalry surged forth through the northern gate of the camp. Enan led the charge, wielding his wolf-tooth mace with fervor. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the camp's gate shattered. As the debris scattered, the situation within the camp became vividly apparent to Enan. Heavy armored knights. Inside the gate lay a 3-meter-wide, several-meter-long passage constructed of wooden stakes. At the end of this corridor stood the formidable Shiliang iron cavalry, poised and ready for battle. The silver armor gleamed conspicuously. Enan could not be mistaken, for these were the armored knights that had triumphed so gloriously the day before. Perfect. I yearn to witness your prowess. Come, let me see who is the true warrior of the grasslands, myself or you armored knights. Enan growled fiercely, being the first to charge forward. Behind him trailed a dense swarm of Turkic riders. Yet, as Enan took his first step on horseback, an unbearable yellow light flashed before him. Instinctively, he pressed down on his steed and leaped. In the next moment, the yellow light surged through the entire passage, racing past beneath Enan's feet. When he landed once more and turned to look back, he was met with a gruesome sight. Where the beam had traversed, blood and entrails were scattered everywhere. The extraordinary light bore an uncanny resemblance to what Enan had previously witnessed, still exuding a terrifying dominance. Who allowed you entry? Get out, a stern voice echoed, accompanied by another beam of yellow light. Enan dared not linger any longer within the passage. He executed a roll to the side, narrowly escaping. Just as he exited the corridor, the immense light beam shot through, whistling past within a meter of him. An unsuspecting cavalryman appeared in the path of the beam, instantly pierced through, leaving a gaping wound. In the blink of an eye, he lost his life. Enan's face turned ashen, retreating several steps in disbelief. He peered into the corridor and spotted a solemn visage. A young man with sharp brows and piercing eyes glared at him, an arrow knocked in his bow. Upon witnessing the scene, Enan instantly comprehended the origin of that luminous pillar. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "So it was you." Humph. Liu let out a disdainful snort, disregarding Enan entirely as he grasped the sun-shooting bow and once again drew the bowstring. Observing this motion, Enan did not hesitate to evade to the side. After waiting a few seconds with no pillar of light appearing, he cautiously stepped forward, eager to discern the truth. Yet, the moment he made a move, an overwhelming sense of dread surged from the depths of his soul, striking him with terror. Without a moment's thought, Enan retreated, the massive light beam slicing past him once more. This implies, it has targeted me. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Enan glared furiously at the yellow-brown wooden stake. He finally grasped that this individual would never allow him into the military camp. He had become the focus of someone's scheme. "Are you the crown prince of the Great Tang?" Enan shouted towards the confines of the camp through the wooden fence. As he called out, he noticed his subordinates preparing to storm the camp gates and hurriedly raised his hand to stop them. The siege had come to a sudden halt. Inside the camp, Liu remained silent upon the high platform. His sole objective was to drive out those who posed a potential threat to the Shiliang iron cavalry. He cared nothing for the rest, including dialogues. After a prolonged wait without a response, Enan gestured to his poised troops. "Charge. Rush in. I dare you to keep your gaze fixed on me." With his command, the battle reignited. A multitude of cavalry surged down the camp's pathway. However, as they entered the passage, they were startled to discover several caltrops laid within. The frontline Turkic riders attempted to halt their momentum, but were crashed into by their comrades from behind, careening directly onto the caltrops, where the sharp spikes pierced through their chests. The camp of the Yuzhou army was not so easily breached. The commander of the cavalry, upon assessing the situation inside, reported back to Enan. Without delay, Enan ordered, "Hold off on the charge for now. Have the archers shoot arrows inside. Regular arrows, fire arrows, everything you've got. Furthermore, send men to dismount and set fire to those wooden stakes. It's just an ordinary military camp. Do they truly believe they can withstand us? Never underestimate anyone. If that so-called crown prince believes these paltry defenses can thwart him, he is sorely mistaken. Yin acknowledged that the leaders of various tribes indeed lacked military acumen. However, he was different. He understood precisely how to contend with such military installations. Within the camp, Liu could not help but smirk slightly at the booming commands from outside. If I had not made thorough preparations, how could I dare remain in the camp? I have never underestimated you. Shooting arrows? Burning barricades? If this were truly effective, I would take your surname. Not long after the command was issued, a deluge of arrows descended from the sky. Liu seized the thunder dragon tooth and rose, brandishing his spear to deflect the onslaught of arrows. As for the other positions under attack, they were either occupied by the fully armored Shiliang cavalry or devoid of any defense. The archers posed no threat to them whatsoever. And what of the vengeful Azuras? Those cunning individuals were all huddled behind wooden stakes. No matter how the arrows arced, there were always blind spots in their trajectory, concealed behind the fence. Who could possibly harm them? After a volley of arrows, the next wave consisted of flaming projectiles. The fire arrows pierced into the camp, igniting provisions and tents in an instant. Soon, the entire encampment was engulfed in flames. Yet, this was all in vain. The military forces within the camp were scattered across its periphery. The huts protecting the horses were constructed entirely of clay. When the fire arrows struck the earthen structures, they were swiftly extinguished, unable to ignite. After several rounds of fire arrows, only the vital supplies, such as food and other essentials, were consumed. Chapter 65. They dismount. And we mount. Shoot. Continue to shoot. And those wooden stakes, send someone to ignite them at once. Once those wooden barriers are eliminated, these Tang dogs will be like fish on a chopping board. The fierce man bellowed, issuing commands incessantly. Observing the conflagration within the camp, a barely perceptible delight flickered across his countenance. Since encountering the Yuzhou army, he had not gained even a modicum of advantage. The prolonged struggle had left him utterly frustrated. Now, vengeance was within his grasp. How could he not revel in this moment? However, matters were far more complex than he had anticipated. The Turks dispatched to set the stakes ablaze were met with a barrage of silver spears thrusting through small openings in the barriers as they approached. Each stake bore tiny holes, from which the silver spears emerged. Liu had foreseen that the fierce man would undoubtedly devise a method to ignite a fire, so he had long since made preparations. Within the encampment, there were a total of 6,000 troops, with only 2,000 assigned to guard the camp's entrance. The remaining soldiers were strategically dispersed to thwart any incendiary assaults from the enemy. Khan Yimin, we cannot ignite those stakes. What shall we do now? A commander rushed to Yimin's side, reporting the predicament they faced. Yimin's eyes widened in astonishment as he retorted, even if you cannot approach the stakes, can you not use fire arrows to set them ablaze? Did you not consider this? The commander, drenched in sweat, replied hastily, it is futile. The stakes are coated with a layer of yellow mud. The mere flame of a fire arrow cannot ignite the wood. Yellow mud? How can this be? Yimin was taken aback. He had assumed the camp was constructed entirely of wood, easily flammable. Yet, his plans had been thwarted by a mere layer of yellow mud. With just this coating, they could prevent ignition? What sorcery is this? Realizing that he might not easily destroy this military encampment, he hesitated momentarily before angrily commanding, let a few brothers dismount. Use lassos to ensnare the tops of the barriers and pull them down with our horses. If fire cannot accomplish it, then we shall resort to brute strength. But as soon as Yimin finished speaking, a nearby commander refuted him. No, Khan Yimin, their barriers lack spikes. They are flat-topped and extremely smooth, making it impossible for the lassos to catch. What? This too was anticipated? Yimin was momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief pause, he ordered once more, let the brothers come with me. I shall clear the way at the camp's entrance. However, as Yimin approached the passage leading into the military encampment, a blinding flash of yellow light surged forth. Once again, he found himself obstructed at the entrance. At this moment, Iman found himself in a state of utter confusion. He attempted to carve a bloody path through the main gate, only to be repelled by the bizarre arrows fired from within. The wooden barricades on the side were unignitable, unmovable, and forbade any approach. How could one possibly breach such formidable defenses? Are there siege ladders? Eman inquired. Indeed, the commander replied. Then let us ascend the siege ladders. These barricades are scarcely 3 meters high. Let the brothers leap down and pile up their lives. Yes, if cunning tactics were no longer effective, then conventional siege warfare must be employed. You wish to force me off my horse. Very well, as you desire. Surrounding your encampment are 120,000 troops. Even if it requires sacrificing lives, we can overwhelm you. Eman, steeling himself, resolved to capture the Yuzhou army's encampment at any cost. He had forsaken 80,000 troops, exchanging their lives for the opportunity to assault the Tang army's stronghold. He could not simply relinquish the prize that lay before him. Although Eman was unfamiliar with constructing a battering ram, they possessed siege ladders, which required little technical skill. Employing conventional tactics would merely result in slightly higher casualties. In light of the strategic significance of capturing the Yuzhou encampment, these sacrifices were worthwhile. As Eman's orders were disseminated, the warriors, accustomed to the saddle, finally consented to abandon their favored combat environment. A multitude of siege ladders were transported forward, mere steps away from breaching the tents. Meanwhile, what was Liu up to? At an indeterminate moment, he reopened the virtual sand table, observing the scene within, a smile gracing his face. At this juncture, Yang Hen quietly appeared beside him. Your Highness, the rabble outside has dismounted and is utilizing siege ladders. It seems they are preparing for a full assault. Dismounted? Liu closed the virtual sand table and rose with a smile. Excellent. They have dismounted, and thus we shall mount. Inform everyone to have the Shiliang Iron Cavalry retrieve their horses in batches and dismantle the caltrops positioned at the west gate. Since they have made their decision, we too shall break out. Liu had never contemplated holding the encampment. Frankly, this wretched place was merely bait. Now that Eman had taken the bait and ample time had been secured, the strategic objective had been achieved, rendering further discourse unnecessary. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry, stationed beside the wooden barricades, swiftly galloped to the various huts upon receiving Liu's command. Each soldier claimed 2 steeds and rapidly assembled. The cavalry stationed at the north gate had long since retreated, collecting mounts from their comrades upon returning. Subsequently, the mounted cavalry launched their charge, surging through the western camp gate. By this time, the caltrops inside the western gate had been entirely cleared. As others broke through, the soldiers who had initially held their ground began to mount their steeds. Simultaneously, the vengeful warriors who had gathered also took to their mounts, 2 riders per horse, awaiting their comrades to emerge from the camp. By the time they were prepared, the first of the Shiliang cavalry had already carved a path. Ultimately, the remaining 1,000 riders surged forth through the open passage. Alas, the Tang soldiers within the camp have fled. A Turkic commander rushed in, his expression fraught with alarm. Upon hearing this, Enan gasped in astonishment and inquired, "What transpired? Were you not instructed to encircle the camp?" They escaped from the west, through the ironclad cavalry, who forcibly forged away. Wait, Enan exclaimed in disbelief. Are you saying they possessed war horses? The commander replied matter-of-factly, indeed. Without steeds, how could there be cavalry? It was only then that Enan realized the gravity of the situation. He smote his thigh in frustration and cursed. This is disastrous. We have been deceived. Chapter 66. No injustice, everything from the very beginning has been a complete deception. Enan, reflecting on the events of this period, suddenly grasped this truth. First, there was Zhenguan. The troops led by Zhenguan were ambushed, and he received news of it at once. Initially, Enan believed that even if the Yuzhou army continued to suppress information, they could not contain it entirely. Such critical intelligence would surely be conveyed by a large force. Mere assassins could not obstruct it. However, it now appeared that the enemy's information blockade had long been lifted. The purpose of this maneuver was to entice him, to lure him into attacking the camp on the southern bank of Baishui, providing him with an opportunity to undermine their position. Subsequently, the people in the camp threw out a few wooden stakes to further mislead him. This unprofessional act instinctively led him to feel that the commander within the camp had changed. Thus, he fell into their trap. The amateurish maneuvers created an illusion that he could exploit some clever tactics to bridge the gap in their defenses. Consequently, he wasted a considerable amount of time on unnecessary attempts. Meanwhile, the overly professional defenses of the Yuzhou army gave him the false impression that they were determined to hold the camp at all costs. This even led Yinan to overreach, ordering everyone to dismount as a declaration of his resolve to capture the tents. Ordinarily, this would not have posed any issues, as it could subtly boost his side's morale. However, the problem lay in the fact that the enemy had hidden their horses, indicating they had no intention of steadfastly defending the camp. Thus, his entire strategy was fundamentally flawed from the outset. Now, as Yinan retraced the entire process, he reevaluated Li Yu's true intentions. The truth became immediately apparent. Leave 10,000 brothers to guard this camp. The rest, mount your horses. We return to the camp. Immediately, Yinan shouted with a heart-wrenching cry. He did not even wait for his troops to prepare before turning and dashing back to his camp. Meanwhile, upstream, Li Yu leisurely directed the cavalry in constructing a floating bridge. He observed the terrified expressions of the barbarians to the east, casually making his way up the slope. At the same time, on the walls of Wugong City, Qin Xiong and Qin Huaiyu were utterly astonished. The Crown Prince, how did he accomplish this? Qin Huaiyu stammered, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Others might have been oblivious, but from the best vantage point. Having witnessed the entire process, Qin Huaiyu clearly understood every shift on the battlefield. Despite facing an absolute disadvantage in forces, Li Yu had turned the tide of the battle through a series of maneuvers. Anyone who observed the entire affair would likely have their jaws drop in disbelief. Even the battle-hardened Qin Xiong could not escape the overwhelming shock. He was rendered speechless, utterly astonished, and at a loss for words. Qin Xiong stood in stunned silence for a prolonged moment, exhaling deeply. He had initially intended to assist the Crown Prince, only to discover that the Crown Prince had already made meticulous preparations. We have underestimated the Crown Prince. Who could have anticipated that his ambitions were so profound? Although the army led by Yinan arrived at the northern shore first, preceding Li Yu's forces to the Turkic camp, it ultimately bore little significance. The victorious army of Baiqi had already formed its ranks on the hillside, poised for battle. Indeed, every tactical maneuver was a testament to Li Yu's ultimate aim, which was merely to change camps. He had set out with insufficient supplies, lacking adequate provisions. Now, however, with a new encampment, he would soon find prosperity. As for the military supplies at the Yuzhou camp to the south, which originally contained provisions for 30,000 troops for 3 days, they had been reduced to ashes by Yinan. Alas, it was all gone. Consequently, this band of ruffians would find themselves in dire straits. With nothing to eat, they would be left to await their doom. The 120,000 soldiers would be left to suffer. As Li Yu ascended the slope on horseback, he muttered to himself, seemingly untroubled. This gamble truly was exhilarating. If we failed to comprehend the stakes, we would find ourselves in a similarly dire predicament. Fortunately, Baiqi proved to be exceedingly capable, and Yinan was quite cooperative. Initially, I thought delaying for merely an hour would suffice. Yet we managed to stall for a full 2 hours. Who could be held accountable for that? In the meantime, Li Yu's army had merged with Baiqi's at the summit of the hill. Yinan had halted midway, pondering something just below them. The 110,000 troops had already crossed the river and were adjusting their formation behind Yinan. Li Yu gestured to Baiqi, who approached with a look of curiosity. Li Yu inquired, "Do the Shiliang cavalry you took still possess any strength?" "Thanks to His Highness. After resting for half an hour, they are quite rejuvenated." Baiqi replied with a smile. Li Yu nodded vigorously as if struck by a revelation. He then gazed down at the distant Turkic forces and declared, "If they flee, we shall pursue and annihilate them. If they engage, we shall hold our ground." "Understood. I shall obey your command." Baiqi responded, bowing in acquiescence. Li Yu's orders were clear. Should the enemy attempt to retreat, they would charge forward with the Shiliang cavalry, shattering their ranks. An army in flight would suffer devastating blows, leading to a rapid collapse of morale. Once breached, the 120,000 troops would disintegrate into chaos. Thus, the command to pursue and kill was clarified. Conversely, if the enemy chose to engage, they would seize advantageous positions and engage in a prolonged battle. High against low, striking with precision. Coupled with the defensive prowess of the Shiliang cavalry, it was inconceivable that this group could ascend the slope. Occupying such a strategic terrain, the Yuzhou army remained unfazed even when faced with forces several times their own. In truth, the outcome of this battle had already been determined. At the moment the vast army of 120,000 appeared on the northern banks of the Bai River, the outcome of the battle had already been sealed. The only variable lay in the cost required to vanquish this formidable force. As for why the Yi men insisted on crossing the river to meet their doom instead of retreating to their southern encampment, this question has lost its significance. For even if they chose not to advance, the result would scarcely differ. Liu would never afford them the opportunity to replenish their supplies. The plight of the Yi men would only worsen with time. When the vast army was on the brink of starvation, Liu would still be able to annihilate them entirely. Rather than prolonging their struggle in a pitiful display, it would be wiser to muster their courage and fight valiantly. Perhaps, in doing so, they might carve out a future for themselves, would they not? The Yi men have never been foolish. They simply encountered an insurmountable obstacle. With Liu commanding the virtual battlefield, who could possibly stand against him? This man is unrefined, engaging in warfare across the entire map. To be defeated by him is indeed no disgrace. Chapter 67. The wounded beast Qin Huayu gazed at the distant hillside where the two armies had arrayed themselves. The tension palpable in the air, a flicker of doubt crossing his countenance. The situation had shifted dramatically. The crown prince could easily rely on the fortifications of the Turkic camp to hold his ground and allow those brutes to perish on their own. Why then did he choose to engage in battle with those savages? Qin Xiong took over the conversation, directing his gaze towards his bewildered son. After a moment of contemplation, he elucidated. If the sole aim were to expel these rabble, then fortifying one's position would indeed be a sound strategy. However, in doing so, that fellow named Yinan would undoubtedly lack the courage to charge the camp. They would likely turn and flee. Thus, is it to ensure that the Turkic rabble remains here that he opts for a decisive confrontation? Qin Huayu expressed his astonishment, deeming such confidence excessive. After all, they were facing an army of 120,000 cavalry. Despite their equestrian prowess, on that gradient, the cavalry could hardly leverage their strengths, rendering them less effective than infantry. Qin Xiong narrowed his eyes, peering into the distance, murmuring, although the enemy boasts nearly 4 times our numbers, their chances seem slim. Previously, Qin Xiong had observed the troop movements of both armies. He was uncertain about the developments on the other side of the battlefield, yet ultimately, it was the Yuzhou army that returned here. With 20,000 troops confronting 80,000, the Yuzhou army had returned triumphantly to Wugong City, while not a single soul from the opposing side was visible. In other words, the 80,000 troops that had earlier emerged from their camp were likely decimated. Now, with the Crown Prince's forces converging, the opposing numbers had only increased by half compared to those initially dispatched. Thus, the proportional strength of both armies was not significantly disparate. Moreover, it was evident to all that the Yuzhou army held a comprehensive advantage in terrain. In such circumstances, it was difficult to envision how Yinan could possibly seize a chance for reversal. Yet, the possibility was not entirely absent. After all, Yinan had arrived at a point of no return. Those rabble might yet unleash an unprecedented vigor, potentially overcoming the Yuzhou army. However, the odds of such an eventuality seemed rather minuscule. After observing for a while, and noting that the two armies had yet to engage in earnest, Qin Xiong instructed his son, prepare to support from the city below. When your father gives the order, ascend from the rear of the hillside to aid the crown prince. Awakening from his reverie, Qin Huayu promptly responded, yes, father. On the summit of the hill, Liu leisurely observed Yinan below. In that moment, Yinan appeared somewhat disheveled. His hasty plunge into the water had left him drenched, his hair a tangled mess, clinging together. He now resembled a cornered beast, vigilant and sensitive, exuding an air of danger. This lent him an aura of latent power, though it remained uncertain when he would unleash this formidable energy. The struggle of a cornered beast is but a futile endeavor. Liu licked his lips and turned his head to glance behind him. Do we have enough arrows for the White Horse Brigade? Indeed, Bai Qi replied. The supplies in the encampment of these beasts are relatively ample. During our respite, we managed a brief resupply. Now, the White Horse Brigade is fully equipped. Then let us unleash our arrows, Liu said nonchalantly. Such advantageous terrain should not be squandered without exploiting the benefits of our archers. Indeed, Bai Qi echoed with a light chuckle, then composed his expression, raising his right arm high. White Horse Brigade, heed my command. Free fire. At Bai Qi's resounding order, the light cavalry on the hillside swiftly drew their bows. With the command for free fire, There was no need to await further directives from their commander. Arrows were swiftly loosed. In an instant, the onslaught of arrows fell like relentless raindrops upon the adversaries below, signaling the commencement of battle. As the arrows descended, the enemy commander, Inan, bellowed orders with fury. Charge! Brothers, surge forth. Annihilate these Tang dogs and reclaim our camp. With the sound of horns blaring, the poised cavalry began their charge up the slope. Yet, after merely a few strides, their momentum faltered. The incline was too steep. This was not a terrain conducive to cavalry maneuvers. A gradient nearing 20 degrees. Who could ascend such a slope? What should have been a wild gallop turned into a slow advance akin to infantry. The cavalry struggling to make headway against the incessant barrage of arrows, which only compounded their dire predicament. The occasional cries of anguish rang out, striking the psyche of the Turkic soldiers like a relentless hammer, further unsettling their already anxious hearts. They had irrevocably crossed this threshold. Li Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he pointed towards the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, issuing his command. Shiliang forces, the front line is entrusted to you. Hold the line against the enemy's onslaught. Maintain your formation and refrain from unnecessary actions. Yes, Your Highness, responded the centurion leading the Shiliang Iron Cavalry. With a grand gesture, he rallied his eager armored cavalry to the forefront of the army, forming a solid line. They arranged themselves in two ranks, effectively obstructing the path of the Turkic forces. The gleaming plate armor reflected a blinding radiance under the sun, and their presence weighed heavily upon the Turkic soldiers, further amplifying their trepidation and agitation. Can we truly breach their defenses? When we held the advantage, we could not vanquish them. How shall we triumph now? No. It is impossible. We cannot overcome these ironclad foes. The initial encounter with the Shiliang Iron Cavalry left an indelible impression on the Turkic soldiers present, forever etched in their memories. 3,000 iron cavalry steadfastly withstood the onslaught of the enemy's cavalry. Subsequently, they maintained their formation amidst the siege of tens of thousands, unilaterally wreaking havoc. All of these events have culminated in a profound psychological shadow upon them. When confronted once more by the Western Liang cavalry in an unfavorable terrain, the morale of the Turkic forces wavered significantly. Inan, leading from the front, could keenly perceive the reactions of his comrades beside him, ignoring the hesitations of his subordinates. He charged headlong into the ranks of the Western Liang cavalry. With his wolf-toothed mace raised high, he brought it crashing down in the next moment. Inan's speed was formidable, while the heavily armored cavalry was cumbersome. As a result, the Western Liang horsemen, caught unawares by Inan's ferocity, were struck before they could retaliate, their steel helmets crushed upon impact. Chapter 68. The Flame of Hope. In an instant, a rider from the Shiliang cavalry met his demise. This scene plunged the entire battlefield into a brief state of paralysis. What did I just witness? Did Khan Inan truly strike down one of those seemingly indestructible iron turtles? Ah, so these armored behemoths can indeed be vanquished. I had thought them invincible. They are mortal, they too can perish. Brothers, charge forth. Eliminate these iron turtles and reclaim our camp. The sight of Inan single-handedly dispatching a Shiliang cavalryman significantly bolstered the morale of the Turkic forces. What had been an atmosphere of utter despair, teetering on the brink of collapse, suddenly surged upward, rejuvenated beyond measure. The once despondent ranks of warriors, now emboldened, found the courage to confront the Shiliang cavalry. In that moment, the tide appeared to have shifted once more. Was this a personal demonstration of the Shiliang cavalry's frailty, aimed at uplifting the spirits of the entire army? Li Yu remarked nonchalantly as he retrieved the sun-shooting bow from behind him, drawing the string and aiming it at Inan. But would this be effective? The true efficacy in battle could not be altered merely by a rise in morale. While it is true that one might breach the defenses of the Shiliang cavalry, it does not guarantee that others could do the same. Despair would ultimately return to weigh upon their hearts. Murmuring to himself, Li Yu released his grip. A beam of bright yellow light shot forth like a particle cannon, piercing through the air and landing before Inan. Inan's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively dove aside. The arrow from the sun-shooting bow grazed his tattered scarf before embedding itself within the throng of soldiers. The beam penetrated flesh, and those struck by it had no time to utter a scream before they fell lifeless. This single arrow carved a bloody path 30 centimeters wide through the ranks of the barbarian army. TSK. This fellow is truly a peculiar being. How many times has he shot without hitting that beast? Liu pouted in dissatisfaction, unimpressed by the outcome of his shot. Yet, the Turkic soldiers were collectively frozen in shock. They beheld the gruesome void, rendered numb. That luminous projectile must have claimed the lives of at least 100, right? With such casual ease, he dispatched over 100 foes. How can we possibly contend with that? Moreover, I realize now that the iron turtles are virtually impervious to harm. The only reason one fell was due to Khan Inan's direct intervention. Had it been us, we would have been utterly powerless against them. In that fleeting moment, they grasped the grim reality anew, re-acknowledging the terror of the Shiliang cavalry. If that were all, it might have sufficed. The arrows launched from the sun-shooting bow wielded a horrific power, akin to a dagger thrust mercilessly into their hearts, leaving them engulfed in despair. The flicker of hope that had just been ignited was extinguished by Liu's arrow. There exists no cruelty more profound than this. Inan's countenance turned ashen, filled with an intense desire to charge towards Liu and engage in a fierce confrontation. Yet, the battlefield was a chaotic throng, teeming with people. Even if Inan wished to advance, formidable barriers loomed before him, not to mention the peculiar arrows that might suddenly whiz through the air. Before Inan could rise from the ground anew, an ominous warning echoed within the depths of his being. Damn it, that scoundrel is coming again. With no time to regain his footing, Inan rolled on the ground just in time to narrowly evade the onslaught of the radiant beam. It must be said that Inan was indeed fortunate, or perhaps his senses were exceptionally keen. How many times had this occurred? Even Liu himself was losing count of how many attempts had been made. Yet, each time, Inan had successfully dodged them. At this moment, Liu had to concede that the sun-shooting bow posed little threat to this individual. However, this did not imply that the bow was rendered useless. At the very least, it could compel him to refrain from approaching the Shiliang iron cavalry, could it not? Liu tightened the bowstring and once again drew back the sun-shooting bow. Should Inan make any move towards the front lines, he would not hesitate to release an arrow. The threat Inan posed to the Shiliang iron cavalry was too significant. Allowing him to close in was not a wise choice. Coincidentally, Liu was also unable to retreat from the rear, providing an excellent opportunity to use the sun-shooting bow to intimidate Inan, preventing him from appearing at the forefront. While aiming, Liu remained vigilant, surveying the dynamics of the battlefield from his elevated position. At this juncture, the opposing tribesmen had fully engaged in their assault formation. They were continually expanding their ranks, attempting to break through the flanks of the Shiliang iron cavalry. Observing this, Liu smirked slightly and gestured with his chin towards Bai Qi. Go ahead. It's time for you to take action. Lead the heavy cavalry in a few charges and utterly extinguish their hopes. Indeed, without further ado, Bai Qi mounted his steed and led the long-awaited heavy cavalry regiment away from the central army. 1,000 cavalrymen galloped forth, raising a tremendous cloud of dust while emanating a terrifying aura. The cavalry commenced their charge, a sight that instilled dread in any adversary facing such a sudden onslaught. The thunderous sound of hooves pounding the earth resonated like heavy hammers, incessantly striking fear into the hearts of the Turks. They felt a surge of trepidation, their spirits wavering. They are coming. They are charging towards us. Brothers, hold your positions. Maintain formation. Breathe deeply. Do not be afraid. Let us not forget that we are cavalry as well. They cannot breach our lines. If they can withstand the charge, so can we. Brothers, believe in yourselves. The warriors rallied one another as spirits, swallowing hard as they offered words of reassurance. Yet, the tremor in their voices hinted at a lack of conviction, the truth of which remained uncertain. At that moment, a more despairing turn of events transpired. A beam of yellow light pierced directly through the front ranks of their heavily armed cavalry, which stood ready for battle. At this moment, the rhythm of the Shui Yintua Turks was utterly disrupted. Steady the formation. The commander of this grand army was about to issue a command. However, before he could complete his sentence, the heavily armored cavalry surged forward with unprecedented speed. The disordered ranks of the barbarian forces were immediately torn apart, creating a gaping breach. Their defenses were in disarray, providing Bai Qi with the perfect opportunity to charge. The massive conical formation plunged directly into the enemy's heart, striking at its vital core. At that moment, the morale of the Shui Yintua troops began to falter. It was over. They have breached our lines. We can no longer maintain our formation. Surely, they would press their advantage again, and what would we do then? Yimin Khan, You must issue your orders swiftly. This battle cannot continue. The faces of the rabble turned ashen as they anxiously howled, pleading with Yimin to abandon the fight. Chapter 69. The Divine Needle of the Sea Abandoned? Yinan's lips were chapped, his voice hoarse. Yet, his gaze remained as resolute as it had been from the very beginning. We have no retreat. Whether we fight or not, death awaits us. Rather than perish like a wild dog in the wilderness, I would choose to die valiantly like a true warrior on the battlefield. Yinan's voice, powerful as an ox, resonated across the battlefield. Though it was loud, it seemed feeble against the cacophony of cavalry charge. Nevertheless, his words reverberated, rekindling the spirits of a few, despite the limited audience. Yet what significance does this hold? Just as Yinan was about to launch an assault, a beam of light intercepted him. Simultaneously, another light column emerged on the right flank of the battlefield, causing hundreds of casualties. The living force of Shui Yintua was being relentlessly depleted. In stark contrast, the Yuzhou army, bolstered by the Western Liang cavalry, held their line without a hint of wavering. Even someone as resilient as Yinan understood in his heart that this battle would mark his demise. Was it carelessness? Yinan pondered as he gazed at Liu, who commanded with unwavering certainty from the hillside. He slowly shook his head, dismissing that notion. It was not carelessness, it was sheer greed. He had clearly intended to retreat from Wugong City, but hesitated upon perceiving a weakness in the enemy's formation. He thought that if he could capture the enemy's camp, he would be able to drive away these troublemakers. Little did he know, the opponent had no intention of preserving their encampment. It was merely a trap. What left him even more taken aback was the swift annihilation of the 80,000 troops he had dispatched. Yinan could never have anticipated that within a mere 2 hours, his own camp would be seized by the enemy. A series of coincidences had led to this inevitable conclusion. Reflecting back, if given another chance, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. The enemy was simply too formidable. At the moment Burridge lost 50,000 troops, the conclusion seemed already sealed. Hahu! Yinan inhaled deeply, striving to stabilize his turbulent emotions. Do not overthink. For now all I need to do is to fight valiantly in this final battle. Yinan ceased his attempts to break through and instead focused on commanding the forces at the center of the army, adeptly responding to the ever-changing situation. He no longer cared about victory or defeat, only wishing to take as many enemy lives as possible in the twilight of his life. This was his final act of defiance as a general. The slaughter on the battlefield was extraordinarily fierce, with the Turks having completely abandoned their breakthrough. Bai Qi's heavy cavalry became the primary target of assault. As the numbers of Shui Yintua's army plummeted sharply, the heavy cavalry regiment also suffered significant losses. Liu could clearly observe from his system panel that the numbers of the Imperial Guards, Golden Flame Cavalry, Guaning Iron Cavalry, and the White Horse Isong were dwindling at an alarming rate. The casualties were rather severe. Liu squinted and murmured. These losses were anticipated. Yet witnessing this scene firsthand still pained his heart. These individuals were seasoned warriors, now being consumed in the throes of battle. It must be said that he had underestimated Yinan. These brutes proved to be exceedingly difficult under Yinan's command. Despite the considerable suppression of their morale, these ruffians still managed to muster the courage to continue fighting. One must concede that Yinan was indeed a competent commander. The combat effectiveness of the same troops can vary dramatically under different generals. This is akin to why Cao Cao in the late Han dynasty always insisted on leading his troops personally. Others simply could not unleash the full potential of the army. This principle also applies to Tang Tai's only Shimin. A commanding officer who can inspire confidence is the stabilizing force within the army. As long as this stabilizing force remains unshaken, the morale of the troops will not completely collapse. Currently, Yinan played this pivotal role. While his commands may not always successfully navigate the complexities of the battlefield, his voice instilled a sense of reassurance among these brutes. This is the reason why the Shui Yintua's barbarians could be so resilient. After some contemplation, Liu addressed the messenger behind him. Tell Bai Qi to create another wave of chaos to divert the attention of these ruffians. Then instruct the Shiliang Iron Cavalry to withdraw half of their forces and prepare for a charge. Moreover, it is time for Yang Hen to make his appearance. Let us deliver the final, decisive blow. The heavily armored cavalry could amplify their weight advantage on such elevated terrain. Once the Shiliang Iron Cavalry charged, they would undoubtedly shatter the remaining enemy forces. At that point, the vengeful Azura would enter the fray for the final harvest, bringing this grand battle to a close. Previously, to maintain the defensive line and conserve living forces, it was imperative not to withdraw the Shiliang Iron Cavalry from the front lines. However, now that the war was nearing its conclusion, such concerns were alleviated. The messengers swiftly relayed Li Yu's orders through flag signals. Upon seeing the waving banners, the various units responded immediately. Bai Qi launched a charge from the right flank of the enemy, followed closely by half of the Shiliang Iron Cavalry disengaging from the battlefield. Once back on the hillside, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry remounted. The next moment, a thunderous sound reverberated across every corner of the battlefield. The heavy cavalry maintaining the defensive line yielded their positions, clearing a path for the 5,000 heavy armored cavalry. What followed was a scene of overwhelming devastation. They surged forth like a plow through the earth, cutting directly through the heart of the battlefield, leaving a gruesome tapestry of blood and dismembered bodies in their wake. At this juncture, the long-awaited vengeful spirits descended upon the field like ravenous hounds, plunging into the chaos of war. In that moment, the air was filled with the relentless cries of anguish and despair. These malevolent entities, in their merciless slaughter, exhibited an unbridled ferocity. As the conflict reached this critical point, the reentry of cavalry seemed ill-advised. The Western Liang Iron Cavalry, steadfast in maintaining the line, advanced slowly from the periphery of the battlefield, unlike the infantry, providing mutual support to the vengeful spirits as they commenced the grim task of cleansing the field. Meanwhile, the heavy cavalry regiment led by Bai Qi withdrew to the hillside at this moment, having initially surged forth with 10,000 men, yet returning with fewer than 4,000. This stark reduction underscores the ferocity of the battle. As for the casualties they inflicted, it is challenging to ascertain an exact figure. It is estimated that approximately 30,000 perished, yielding a casualty ratio nearing 8:1. In the face of such a formidable adversary, this achievement could indeed be regarded as a source of honor. Chapter 70. A surprise attack? Do not embellish your achievements. Gasping for breath, Qin Huayu appeared beside Li Yu. It was not until the war was nearing its conclusion that Qin Huayu arrived with 20,000 archers to offer support. I, Qin Huayu, have come to pay my respects to the crown prince, sent by my father to lead the archers in aid. He knelt before Li Yu, bowing with reverence. Li Yu cast a fleeting glance at him and waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. Understood. Qin Huayu rose at once, then turned to Li Yu with an inquiring gaze. May I ask what we can do now? Please issue your commands. We shall obey your orders. What can you do? Li Yu replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. I too am curious about your capabilities. There is nothing to be done. The war has concluded. Just enjoy the spectacle. Had the battle reached its most intense phase, their presence would have certainly been invaluable. With 20,000 archers, a mere volley of arrows could wreak widespread havoc. Yet at this juncture, what purpose do the archers serve? Even the vengeful warriors have plunged into the fray, entangled with the Turkic forces. The potential losses inflicted upon the Turkic army by a few rounds of arrows remained uncertain, but the vengeful warriors would undoubtedly suffer grievously. Li Yu would have preferred that these 20,000 troops had not come to assist. Their mere presence felt somewhat intrusive. Qin Huayu, noticing Li Yu's demeanor, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ah, Crown Prince, please do not take offense. The enemy comprises entirely of cavalry, and the infantry with shields and long spears would be of little use. Hence my father dispatched me with the archers. Do not worry, I understand. There is no need for explanation. Li Yu waved his hand nonchalantly, indicating that he did not require justification. The truth lay in the fact that against cavalry, archers were indeed the most effective. As for shield bearers and spear wielders, absent fortifications, they were merely marching to their doom, devoid of purpose. Li Yu was well aware of this. His silence regarding the ineffectiveness of the reinforcements was merely a reflection of his bewilderment, nothing more. Qin Huayu smiled awkwardly, hesitant to speak further. He lowered his head slightly, discreetly observing the visage of the prince, his heart filled with awe. Such youth, no more than 17. At this tender age, he had donned armor and commanded troops. Moreover, with a meager force, he had single-handedly vanquished an army several times larger than his own. Such extraordinary talent, it would not be an exaggeration to say it is unparalleled in the realm. Looking at Li Yu's stern countenance, with sharp brows and piercing eyes, one could sense an air of authority even from a distance. instilling a sense of trepidation in the presence of a superior. It felt as though standing before not merely a prince, but the very embodiment of Li Shimin himself. The overwhelming aura of command left Qin Huaiyu in astonishment. To possess such gravitas at such a young age, in a few years, it would be feared that even the sovereign would pale in comparison to this young noble's charisma. As Qin Huaiyu observed the crown prince, Li Yu suddenly made a move. Grasping the reins firmly, he guided his steed towards the heart of the battlefield. Was he intending to personally engage in combat? Qin Huaiyu was jolted from his reverie, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Li Yu. He then turned his attention to the center of the battlefield, relieved to see that the Turkic forces had been nearly annihilated. I should have known. How could His Highness easily place himself in peril? It appeared that the war had indeed come to a complete end. With this realization, Qin Huaiyu mounted his horse and followed suit. He approached Li Yu and inquired, "Are you planning to command the troops in clearing the battlefield?" Hearing the chilling cries that echoed in the air, Qin Huaiyu surmised that the prince could no longer bear the sight and wished to enforce military discipline. However, to his surprise, Li Yu gently shook his head, dispelling this assumption. "No, I merely wish to observe my opponent's true visage. After so many battles, I have yet to exchange pleasantries with this foe." Li Yu yearned to see the man responsible for his substantial losses and discern what capabilities he possessed. At these words, Qin Huaiyu instinctively glanced downward, where he beheld a burly man leading a throng of generals, stubbornly resisting amidst the encirclement of the Shiliang cavalry. Who else could that commander be but Yinan? Qin Huaiyu vividly recalled Yinan's brazen display beneath the walls of Wugong City. Back then, he had wished nothing more than to see this man torn to shreds. Even now, the memory rekindled a simmering fury within him. That shameless brute, emboldened by his youth and strength, had launched a surprise attack on his father, nearly costing the general his life on the battlefield. The crown prince must deliver a profound humiliation upon him before his demise. Such a despicable wretch deserved nothing less than to be utterly obliterated. Li Yu heard these vehement thoughts and regarded Qin Huaiyu with a perplexed expression. A surprise attack? How did he manage to ambush General Qin? Qin Huaiyu hesitated, his demeanor betraying his unease. Well, it was a sudden attack. What manner of sudden attack? Li Yu pressed further, intrigued by Qin Huaiyu's response. If it had occurred before the armies, it would likely have been a duel, correct? Had these scoundrels grown so audacious that they disregarded the rules, even in combat? Under Li Yu's scrutinizing gaze, Qin Huaiyu lowered his head. It was indeed a sudden strike, catching one off guard. My father, in his negligence, sustained grave injuries. Li Yu exchanged glances with him, beginning to grasp the situation. Oh, so there was no ambush at all. It was merely your unwillingness to accept defeat. Thus attributing the label of sudden attack to him, was it? No, he truly ambushed us. Qin Huaiyu retorted defiantly. Enough. There's no need to continue. Li Yu interjected, raising his hand to halt the discussion. A loss is a loss. What is there to dispute? Due to the defeat and the adversarial nature of the opponent, it is presumed that they do not adhere to the rules and resort to underhanded tactics. Losing both the battle and the morale is indeed repugnant. Initially, Li Yu held a neutral view towards Qin Huaiyu, neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. However, upon hearing such words, he instantly perceived this individual as unworthy. The audacity to fabricate lies while indulging in slander is truly remarkable. Consequently, Qin Huaiyu's reputation in Li Yu's eyes plummeted. What was once an 80-point credibility has now dwindled to a mere single digit. Observing Li Yu's brusque interruption, Qin Huaiyu's expression darkened repeatedly. His gaze directed at Li Yu's retreating figure, revealing a glimmer of malice. Oblivious to this animosity, Li Yu remained indifferent, and even if he were aware, it would hold no significance for him. He approached the encircled group of men with unwavering resolve and stated calmly, "Please, step aside." As his words echoed, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry parted, unveiling the besieged individuals. Chapter 71. The better you incessantly shooting at me, you wretched scoundrel? Yinan, having extricated himself from the fray, gasped for breath before unleashing a torrent of curses. Even in dire straits, his arrogance remained unyielding. Upon hearing this, Li Yu was momentarily taken aback, then unable to suppress a chuckle. Indeed, I am relentlessly firing at you. What are you going to do about it? Are you upset? The once serious battlefield lightened ever so slightly due to this trivial misunderstanding. However, Enan appeared oblivious to this shift, his agitation only intensifying. You dog of a creature. All you know is ambush. Ambush. If you have the guts, let us face each other head on. I swear I will shatter you. Enan's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Li Yu, steam billowing from his nostrils like an enraged bull. Being targeted on the battlefield, incessantly harassed by arrows, was an unbearable experience. Every step taken was met with a barrage of projectiles, leaving no room for retreat. To not evade meant certain death. This was the first time Enan had fought such a stifling battle, his rage burning bright. Li Yu cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "The tide of battle has turned. Your demise is inevitable. At this juncture, what significance do your words hold? To the victor go the spoils." Naturally, there is little left to say. Enan's face contorted with frustration as he venomously declared, "I merely wish to teach you a lesson before my demise, you little wretch. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Li Yu replied with a light laugh, "Give me a reason." At these words, those surrounding Li Yu immediately paled. Did this imply he truly intended to engage in combat? Recalling the earlier incident with Tu Billy, Bai Qi anxiously interjected, "Your Highness, please do not be deceived. The outcome of the battle is already settled, and further conflict would only invite unnecessary complications." Yang Hen's green gaze fixated on Enan, and he urged, "If your Highness is truly incensed, I am willing to teach this beast a harsh lesson on your behalf." Yet, Li Yu merely shook his head. "Let us first hear what he has to say. We shall decide afterward." Upon hearing this, the two men glared furiously at Enan. Meanwhile, Qin Huaiyu observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. With the battle seemingly concluded, the fate of this proud scion appeared to hold diminished importance. Perhaps if fate were to allow, ridding the world of this insufferable, arrogant boy by the enemy's hand would not be such a poor outcome. Qin Huaiyu thought maliciously, yet he refrained from interjecting, quietly watching Enan, eagerly anticipating the developments to come. Realizing the shift in the atmosphere, Enan quickly comprehended that there might be a glimmer of hope in this affair. He subtly gauged Li Yu's expression, noting his unwavering calmness, and cautiously asserted, "The only reason you have triumphed is due to your superior weaponry. Without it, my warriors from the plains could easily vanquish you. Do not believe me? You may test that. Very well, that is a reasonable assertion." Li Yu clapped his hands and retrieved the thunder dragon tooth from his back. "I shall grant you an opportunity, then. Do you not relish a duel? Come." With this, Li Yu cast a glance toward his companions. Bai Qi hesitated, exchanging glances with him before reluctantly pulling back a few paces on his steed. Yang Hen, though somewhat unwilling, recalled Li Yu's earlier assertion that obedience to orders is a soldier's duty. With this thought in mind, she stepped aside, allowing ample space for the two combatants. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry also shifted, forming a vast circle around Li Yu, Enan, and the remaining three generals to prevent any potential escape. Upon witnessing this, Enan let out a thunderous laugh, his arrogance manifest as he cupped his ear in mock curiosity. "What do I hear? This little brat dares to challenge me? Do you know that I am the mightiest warrior of the steppes? Do you comprehend what accepting my challenge entails?" "What does it entail?" Li Yu relaxed his posture, slightly raising his chin. Enan's visage twisted into a menacing grimace. "It means you shall meet your demise beneath my wolf fang staff today. I shall reduce you to mere pulp." "Oh, that sounds rather intimidating," Li Yu replied with an inscrutable expression, nodding slightly. "Please, commence your performance." At that moment, whether it was a pang of conscience or something else, Qin Huaiyu suddenly interjected, "Your Highness, it would be wise not to be overly arrogant. Even my esteemed father, a seasoned general, once fell prey to this beast due to a moment's carelessness. Do take heed, lest you find yourself in a predicament that brings you ridicule." Though framed as a warning, the words bore an undertone that felt rather off. Li Yu turned to glance at him, observing the malicious smile on Qin Huaiyu's face, and uttered a single word, "Scram." Qin Huaiyu's expression stiffened, his countenance growing cold. "Humph, this is of your own making. Should you perish, do not blame me for failing to caution you." With that, he fell silent, his gaze fixed coldly on the battlefield that had been carved out before them. How audacious to dare show him such a countenance. He was eager to witness how this arrogant young fool would meet his end. As the battle was on the brink of commencing, Qin Huaiyu felt a surge of excitement. He envisioned the wolf fang staff in Enan's grasp and could vividly imagine the gruesome fate that awaited Li Yu. It would undoubtedly be horrific. He fervently wished for Enan to shatter his skull with a single blow. Only then would the unrest within him be quelled. I merely belittled my opponent. For such a trivial matter to warrant such disdain, death would be well deserved. Li Yu and Yinan faced each other, poised for conflict. Yet, at that moment, Yinan spoke up. A duel should have some flair, do you not think? Merely brawling seems rather dull. Li Yu hoisted the Thunder Dragon tooth onto his shoulder and replied coolly, if you have something to say, feel free to express it. I propose that I spare you during the duel, Yinan continued. Well, go on. Li Yu nodded. However, as a price, you must allow my brothers to depart. Yinan declared, gesturing toward the 3 generals behind him. These 3, exchange your life for theirs. It is worth it, Khan. As soon as these words escaped his lips, dissent arose among his companions. The Turkic scoundrel glared fiercely at Li Yu, gritting his teeth. Khan Yinan, we are not base wretches clinging to life. You may slay him without hesitation, avenging us. Indeed, we shall not retreat. Khan, eliminate him and avenge our brothers. Such declarations were made as if Yinan were assured of victory. Li Yu found it amusing, waving his hand dismissively toward Yinan. Very well. If you can triumph, not only will I allow their departure, but you may leave alongside them as well. Furthermore, I assure you, you may unleash your full power, even if I perish. The wager shall still hold. Chapter 72. A single shot to kill. These words were spoken by Yu. Yinan bared his teeth in a cold sneer, gripping the spiked club and suddenly flicking the reins. The warhorse, in perfect harmony with his intent, galloped forth, bearing Yinan's bulk, reminiscent of a grizzly bear. In the blink of an eye, they appeared before Li Yu, the spiked club raised high, casting a massive shadow that engulfed Li Yu entirely. Li Yu's gaze remained remarkably indifferent. Yet in that fleeting moment, his eyes shifted, radiating an unusual brilliance. A slender azure silhouette flickered, and blood erupted forth. The battle ignited in an instant, only to conclude just as swiftly. When all eyes turned once more, they beheld the black muzzle of a gun, which had, unbeknownst to them, pierced Yinan's heart. Blood streamed down the metallic barrel, dripping from the midpoint. The sound of dripping echoed, akin to the release of a spell, plunging all spectators into a state of shock. A single shot? How could this be possible? This is inconceivable. Yinan Khan is the greatest warrior of the steppe. I refuse to believe it. This must be a trick orchestrated by that young brat. The remaining 3 Turkic officers, in disbelief, began to retreat, only to stumble over a stone behind them, landing unceremoniously on their backs. On the other side, Qin Huayu appeared as if caught in a dream, staring wide-eyed and muttering to himself. Even his father was no match for him, yet he was slain by the crown prince in an instant? How could this be? He is merely a boy. What gives him such prowess? Qin Huayu's face contorted with jealousy. If it were merely outstanding command, that would be one thing. But why is this brat also so formidable in martial prowess? He is the most powerful young general among the 2nd generation. Now, compared to Li Yu, he feels utterly insignificant. How could Qin Huayu possibly accept this? Yet, regardless of his resentment, what could be done? Li Yu stood there like an insurmountable mountain, pressing down upon Qin Huayu. The prince's strength remains formidable. Witnessing him engage in battle is always a delight. Yang Hen licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This was not the first time she had witnessed Li Yu's prowess on the battlefield, yet each time, she found herself in awe. Especially since she had become the leader of the vengeful Azura, her admiration only grew. Beside her, Bai Qi gently shook his head, even with overwhelming strength. There is no need to stir up unnecessary trouble. This prince truly is. Yang Hen did not quite agree, turning to Bai Qi and saying, it is precisely because of his absolute confidence that the prince is willing to offer the enemy a chance, is it not? Bai Qi, meeting her verdant gaze, felt a sense of trepidation. Perhaps you are right. It is precisely due to his unwavering self-assurance that he grants others hope. Perhaps this is indeed the essence of the prince. Regardless, the outcome has been determined. Further discussions on these matters have become futile. Yet, what no one anticipated was that just when they believed the situation had reached its conclusion, Yinan spat out a mouthful of blood and, with a booming laugh, swung the heavily raised wolf tooth club downwards. Your Highness, Your Highness, what? Is there more to this? Upon witnessing this spectacle, both Yang Hen and Bai Qi's expressions shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, Qin Huayu's eyes sparkled with fervor as he eagerly observed the unfolding scene. Li Yu raised an eyebrow, casting a cold smirk at Yinan's pallid countenance. What is the purpose of this? I am merely, seeking a path to survival in dire straits. Whether a path to survival exists, Liu could not ascertain. Maintaining an air of calm, he withdrew his firearm from Henan, then swung it in the air, forcefully striking the front end of the wolf-tooth club with the barrel. A dull thud resonated through the air. The wolf-tooth club slipped from Henan's grasp, momentarily suspended in the air. Liu, gripping his gun with both hands, performed a flourish before firing at the airborne club. It spiraled away, landing abruptly before the three astonished Turkic generals, startling them. Ultimately, did it not inflict harm upon you? Observing the emptiness of his palm, Henan realized he had squandered his final opportunity. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed as he tumbled from his horse, crashing heavily to the ground. At the moment of impact, Liu acutely sensed that the man had perished. He spared no further glance, instead guiding his steed toward the remaining three individuals. What about you? Will you take your own lives with your swords? Or? Upon hearing the detached inquiry, the three exchanged glances, assisting one another to rise. We are not the cowardly people of the Central Plains. A warrior's fate should be. Before he could finish his sentence, Liu thrust his gun forward, piercing through his forehead. Subsequently, Liu turned his gaze to the other two. One of them, unarmed, charged at him with a ferocious expression. Liu swiftly retracted his arm, thrusting again, and another crumpled to the ground. At that moment, he regarded the last remaining individual, who, with all his might, attempted to lift Henan's wolf-tooth club. Upon meeting Liu's gaze, he offered a resigned smile. Exhausted from the battle, he lacked the strength to raise his weapon. A single shot rang out, and the last individual fell lifeless. In his final moments, a look of helplessness remained etched on his face. Indeed, he was utterly fatigued, so much so that he could not even lift a weapon. How tragically poignant. One shot apiece, he dispatched the final three beasts. Liu turned away, rejoining his ranks. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "Do not blame me, for they had the merit to meet their end by my hand. They were deserving of it." Yang Hen responded, "They are warriors. They indeed possessed that merit." Under normal circumstances, these individuals should have fallen into Yang Hen's hands, yet Liu chose to eliminate them all. However, Yang Hen bore no resentment towards Liu. A warrior indeed possesses the right to perish in battle. Even as a malevolent spirit, she must concede this truth. Let them be slain. It merely spares a few beasts from further torment, and there is no harm in that. Go ahead, continue to tidy the battlefield. This matter is entrusted to you. Liu nodded at Yang Hen, indicating that she could depart. Yang Hen's gaze briefly flickered over Qin Huayu before casting an inquiring look towards Liu. Liu gently shook her head, prompting Yang Hen to leave the ranks and join the pursuit of vengeance. The essence of the avenging Azura lies in retribution. She too must fulfill her own mission. As Yang Hen departed, the battlefield erupted once more with the cacophony of anguished cries. The deceased were undeniably gone, yet the living remained. It was time for this horde of brutes to experience what true hell on earth entailed. Chapter 73. Etiquette and Hierarchy. The Crown Prince has arrived. I beg your pardon for my inadequate welcome. As the battle concluded, Qin Xiong, supported by his comrades, limped towards Liu and bowed deeply in respect. Liu glanced at the somber-faced Qin Huayu, then at the aged Qin Xiong, instinctively reaching out his hands to assist him. There is no need for such formality. Duke Yi, I am merely a disregarded prince, unworthy of such grand gestures. Your Highness, as the Crown Prince, it is only right for me to offer my respects. Qin Xiong responded earnestly, showing no signs of fatigue. Despite his grievous injuries, he steadfastly completed the formalities. Observing his determination, Liu refrained from declining further. Now that the tumult of battle has subsided, I must return to my fief, Liu stated in a dispassionate tone. Remaining here serves no purpose, and it would be prudent to depart post-haste. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiong hastily urged, there is no rush. Our forces have just endured a grueling battle. It would be wise to rest for the night and set out tomorrow. He continued with heartfelt enthusiasm. Today, as conflict has truly broadened my horizons. I have long wished to converse with the Crown Prince, and I have prepared a banquet in your honor, awaiting your arrival into the city. At this juncture, Qin Xiong gazed at Liu with genuine sincerity, hoping for a favorable response. Liu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him closely and sensing his earnestness, which stirred a flicker of interest within him. Indeed, the troops were weary, and the losses incurred were substantial. Collecting the fallen soldiers would require time. making an immediate departure seem rather hasty. However, Li Yu turned to glance at Qin Huayu, who appeared to withdraw into himself, causing a sense of awkwardness to arise within him. The lad's father was quite adept at navigating such matters. Yet here stood a son who seemed utterly lacking in humanity. It is often said that a heroic father begets a valiant son. Yet how had Qin Xiong produced such a vengeful offspring? Such is the enigma of fate. Pondering this, Li Yu shook his head in refusal. Perhaps not. I must personally oversee the collection of my men's remains, so I shall forego entering the city. Having been declined twice, Qin Xiong felt a pang of urgency. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes gleamed with a hint of mystery. In truth, my invitation to the city is not solely for a banquet. I wish to introduce you to someone within the walls who will surely astonish you. Would you care to meet them? Someone who can astonish me? Who might that be? Li Yu inquired curiously, his gaze fixed on the venerable general. Qin Xiong smiled enigmatically. Once you step into the city, you shall find out. This marked his third invitation. To refuse once more would be somewhat discourteous. Contemplating this, Li Yu ceased his hesitation and nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall accompany you into the city. That is splendid, Your Highness, please follow me. Qin Xiong, supported by another, led the way while Li Yu trailed behind, entering the city together. Among the crowd, Yang Hen noticed this scene and quickly detached from the throng to follow. Your Highness, where are we headed? She inquired softly, squeezing beside Li Yu as they passed through the city gates. Li Yu cast a fleeting glance at her and replied in a hushed tone, The host, Qin Xiong, has invited this king to a banquet. We are merely going to take a look. Regardless of circumstances, Qin Xiong's esteem was indeed formidable. Once the mightiest general of the Tang dynasty, though aged now, his reputation lingered. The mere mention of Qin Xiong's name was enough to stir one's interest to engage with him. Yang Hen nodded thoughtfully and asked, May I accompany you? I noticed you have no one by your side and thought. Li Yu chuckled, If you wish to go, then go. It is not a grave matter. The absurdity of needing a reason to attend a banquet was almost pitiable. If one desired to go, they should, and if not, they needn't. Such simplicity. Understanding Li Yu's implication, Yang Hen gleefully followed. As they conversed, they had already entered the city. The procession gradually slowed until it came to a complete halt. Observing Qin Xiong at the forefront ceasing his movement, Li Yu gazed ahead in confusion. There stood a youth of about 13 or 14 years, adorned in splendid attire, flanked by two officials, blocking the path. Li Yu's brow furrowed with perplexity, just as Qin Xiong approached the youth and bowed respectfully. I am Qin Xiong, and I pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince of Shu. The youth arrogantly lifted his chin, responding with a nasal sound, as if to acknowledge. He then turned his gaze towards Li Yu, who stood silently, causing the boy's brow to furrow in irritation. Who are you? Why do you not kneel and pay your respects upon seeing this prince? Do you wish to court death? Upon hearing this, Li Yu's displeasure surged. I would inquire of you, upon meeting your elder, why do you not show the courtesy to bow? What manner of upbringing have your parents bestowed upon you? Elder? The youth seemed amused, scoffing derisively before openly mocking. You are merely the offspring of a maidservant. How could you expect me to bow to you? Dream on. If you know what is good for you, kneel and pay your respects, or you shall face dire consequences. Li Yu clenched his fists and turned to Qin Xiong, sneering. Is this what you call a surprise? A mere beast. Impudent. Before Qin Xiong could respond, a shrill voice rebuked. His Highness, the Prince of Shu, is a royal bestowed by His Majesty. Who are you to dare show such disrespect? Do you not understand the principles of etiquette and hierarchy? Etiquette and hierarchy? Li Yu spat disdainfully, gesturing towards Yang Hen. Slay this wretch, and teach him the true meaning of decorum. Yes, Your Highness. Without uttering a word, Yang Hen glided forward like a specter. Observing her swift actions, the elderly eunuch standing beside Li Ku screamed, You dare! Unfazed by any sense of decorum, Yang Hen lunged towards him. It was unclear from where she had procured a slender golden thread, but before the eunuch could react, she swiftly looped it around his neck. In the next instant, with a forceful tug, a head fell to the ground. The execution in the street was accompanied by a spray of crimson. Li Ku, caught in the unexpected deluge of warm blood, stood frozen in shock. Just as he was ensnared in disbelief, Li Yu stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap. The impact struck his face like a hammer, sending Li Ku hurtling through the air. He soared over 3 meters before crashing to the ground. Bouncing several times before finally coming to a halt, unconscious. Chapter 74. Nectar and Elixir. The Crown Prince displayed remarkable audacity. The officials who had previously stood behind the king of Shu, Li Ku, seemed to finally grasp the situation, casting furious glances at Li Yu. Get lost. Li Yu glanced at him indifferently, declaring, if you seek death, I would not mind adding another to my list. You. He hesitated, uncertainty flickering across his features, yet the murderous aura emanating from Li Yu ultimately deterred him from confronting him further. I shall report this matter to the court truthfully. When the emperor lays blame, do not hold me accountable for not forewarning you. Suit yourself. Li Yu scoffed, turning away to depart. Did he truly believe he could intimidate him? In his youth, he had no power to rely upon, and thus had to endure the bullying. Yet now, he commanded his own influence and had no reason to cower before these insolent curs. He refrained from slaying Du He on the spot merely to avoid a complete rift with his father, whom he deemed unworthy of his contempt. How dare they flaunt their arrogance before him, courting their demise? At that moment, Li Yu harbored a strong desire to eliminate Li Ku, but reconsidered, after all. He was merely a petty creature, and such an act seemed unnecessary. He was still uncertain of the court's stance towards him. It would be meaningless to provoke a rift over a trivial matter. Following this incident, Li Yu lost all inclination to attend the banquet and was about to leave the city when Qin Xiong hastily approached, repeatedly offering apologies. Your Highness, it is my fault that such an incident occurred. I implore you to pardon me and allow me to host a banquet in your honor as an expression of my regret. Observing the old general, gravely injured yet still mindful of etiquette, it would be untrue to claim that Li Yu felt no emotional stirrings. Nevertheless, he declined, let it be. I am not in the mood, having stepped into a pile of filth. This is my fault. I did not expect the king of Shu to be so discourteous. Qin Xiong's expression dimmed as he sighed. I had believed that your reunion with your kin would bring you joy, yet I never anticipated things would unfold this way. Kin. Could those truly be called kin? Qin Xiong's words transported Li Yu back to his days in Chang'an, a time when he had no family to speak of. His companions had been nothing but palace maids and eunuchs, a cadre of sycophants who, knowing his lowly status, dared to treat him with disdain. The recollection of those times filled Li Yu with resentment. Such ignoble relatives were better left unacknowledged. Your Highness, I have prepared several jars of autumn fruit wine, brought all the way from the capital. If I could be fortunate enough to invite you for a few cups, it would satisfy my desire to make amends. Qin Xiong continued to persuade, hoping to retain Li Yu's presence. Initially, Li Yu intended to leave swiftly to avoid further indignation, but the mention of wine, especially that exquisite autumn fruit brew from the capital, piqued his interest. In his youth, he had tasted it once, and the memory of its delightful flavor lingered fondly in his mind. After enduring a prolonged series of battles and encountering troubling matters, it would be disingenuous to claim that there is no pressure weighing upon the heart. However, the prospect of indulging in a few glasses of fine wine and engaging in conversation with renowned generals of the age might lighten one's spirits. With this thought in mind, Li Yu hesitated for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. Nevertheless, he established 3 stipulations with Qin Xiong beforehand. It is not that I refuse to grant you this favor, but let us agree in advance that we shall not permit that beast to enter again. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiong could hardly refuse and readily agreed, assuring, rest assured. Your Highness, there are camps within the city, and as long as we drink within the confines of the camp, even the king of Shu cannot roam freely. Very well. Then, Li Yu responded, please lead the way, Duki. With enthusiasm, Qin Xiong took the lead toward the camp. En route, Li Yu was suddenly alerted by a system notification. Congratulations, host. You have annihilated the allied forces of Shui Yintuo, earning a reward, Celestial Nectar X1, Corn Seeds X10,000. A new mission has been issued, due to the host's lack of relevant intelligence. The mission details have been concealed until the host acquires the necessary information for it to be revealed again. Upon hearing the notification, Li Yu furrowed his brow in confusion. The mission details are concealed? What does that mean? Lacking relevant intelligence? This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Could it be that due to insufficient intelligence, the mission details could not be accessed? What was the system up to? After pondering for a moment without reaching a conclusion, he decided to let it be. The ship will find its way as it approaches the bridge. Once I gather the pertinent information, the mission details will naturally be disclosed. For now, the existing rewards seemed rather enticing. The corn seeds were undoubtedly valuable. As a staple crop, corn boasts an unparalleled adaptability to various environments and possesses high nutritional value. More importantly, corn is a crop with an exceptionally high yield. If planted alongside potato seeds, it could virtually eliminate the threat of famine. While the reward may appear modest at first glance, its actual worth is staggering. It is essential to note that the origin of corn lies in the distant lands of South America. One seed, let alone 10,000, is a treasure beyond measure. One can only hope for the future provision of potato seeds, or perhaps improved rice varieties. The addition of just one more crop could entirely eradicate famine. Casting a glance at the plump corn seeds in the system's inventory, Liu shifted his focus to another reward. As his gaze settled upon the contents of the water flask, the details unfolded before him. Celestial nectar, an elixir that condenses the essence of heaven and earth. Specific effect: the user gains permanent immunity to toxins. Upon usage, the effect of being impervious to all poisons and diseases will be permanently bestowed. Immunotoxins and viruses. The efficacy is remarkable. In ancient times, the greatest fears were illness and infection. With this marvel, the dread of untimely demise is alleviated. However, the specifics of the system's claim regarding immunity to all ailments remain unclear. If it encompasses every disease, that would indeed be splendid. There would be no more trepidation regarding health, as one could attain optimal wellness effortlessly, truly delightful. Upon reading the system's description, Liu wasted no time and promptly consumed the elixir from the system's space in one gulp. The celestial nectar flowed into his being, and he was uncertain of the sensation, as its taste bore no distinction from plain water. In a rather inexplicable manner, it was swallowed down. Qin Xiong, witnessing Liu emptying his flask, presumed he was merely parched and responded with apologies and pleasantries, leaving Liu feeling somewhat bashful. Chapter 75. Poison. This is the temporary encampment of the humble general. Qin Xiong led Liu to a tent. The surroundings of the tent were somewhat rudimentary, hardly distinguishable from the encampments of the Yuzhou army outside the city. The only difference was their location. One was within the city walls, while the other was without. Liu bore no disdain for the simplicity. He was accustomed to similar conditions, as no one was better off. In fact, witnessing the harsh environment prompted Liu to regard Qin Xiong with newfound respect. A commander who can maintain peace among the people during such trying times is indeed commendable. The establishment of a tent within the city further attests to Qin Xiong's meticulous nature. Once they were seated, Qin Xiong instructed his loyal guards outside to retrieve the food and wine. After giving the order, he kindly added an explanation before leaving the city. I had arranged for a feast at an inn within the city to ensure we could properly entertain His Highness. Our return is timely, allowing us to enjoy a warm meal. I kindly asked the crown prince to wait a moment. With that, Qin Xiong waved to Qin Huayu. Huayu, go fetch the autumn fruit wine we brought from the capital. We must indulge tonight. Yes, Father Commander, Qin Huayu responded, casting a lingering glance at Liu before exiting the tent. Inside, Qin Xiong continued to enthusiastically discuss the battle outside the city with Liu, praising his tactics. Both were seasoned warriors, and their shared experiences led to a vibrant exchange, quickly igniting the atmosphere. Meanwhile, in a lavish mansion within the city, Li Ku, whose face was swollen like that of a pig, slowly stirred awake upon a soft bed. Ouch, it hurts. What happened? Why does my face feel like it's on fire? Li Ku's face contorted in pain as he gingerly touched the stinging areas. Upon reaching his forehead, he felt as though his face had been pricked by 1,000 needles, sending waves of intense agony coursing through him. Unsurprisingly, a blood-curdling scream erupted, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, leading one to believe a butcher's market had opened in the room. Du He, waiting outside, heard the commotion and rushed in, relieved to find Li Ku merely in pain rather than under attack. I thought His Highness had been assaulted. It seems you are simply in discomfort? At this, Li Ku's already distorted expression grew more ferocious. Why don't you try it yourself? Don't just stand there and speak without feeling the pain. If you can endure it, I will take your surname. All right, enough of that, Du He quickly interjected, sensing Li Ku's rising agitation. Currently, Liu has accompanied Qin Xiong to the barracks, reportedly for a banquet. What are your thoughts on this? Did you not see his impressive presence outside the city? Even that barbarian named Yinan could do nothing against him. What can I do? Li Ku grimaced in pain, his cries of anguish echoing. That wretched scoundrel. How dare he strike me? Upon our return to the capital, I shall settle the score. A prince without a title daring to strike a titled prince, on a minor scale. It was a transgression against authority, on a grand scale. It could even be construed as treason. Li Ku vowed that once he returned to Chang'an, he would bring this matter to light. When the decree for execution was issued, he would relish the sight of Li Yu's downfall. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a malicious expression twisted his face, rendering him a terrifying figure. Observing this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. There's no point in exerting yourself. Have you forgotten the purpose of our journey to Yuzhou? Huh. Li Ku snapped back to reality, reminded by He's words. Indeed, our goal is to seize that scoundrel's military power, to wrest his troops away. If we wait to return to the capital to denounce him, how shall we procure his army? Those cavalrymen would all belong to Father Emperor then. Realizing this, Li Ku found himself in a quandary. If he wished to usurp military power, action must be taken externally. He had witnessed the might of the Shiliang cavalry firsthand. If he could secure this force, his chances of claiming the position of crown prince would greatly increase. Yet, that scoundrel is formidable. How shall we eliminate him? As he posed this question, a deep sigh escaped his lips. Alas, if only that wretched scoundrel were sensible, we could seize his troops effortlessly. Why does he not grasp the concept of hierarchy? If he would simply kneel and bow, it would save us all this trouble. At this juncture, Li Ku recalled the slap he had received, feeling a phantom pain on his face. With a grimace, his chubby face contorted in distress once more. He, observing this, shook his head in resignation. Confronting him directly would be futile. However, we can employ strategy. It is not necessary to resort to brute force to eliminate an adversary. Sometimes, a subtle scheme is far more effective than wielding a weapon. Li Ku, intrigued, raised an eyebrow. Then what do you propose? He smirked, responding succinctly. Poison. Poison? Li Ku's face displayed skepticism. Can that truly work? Indeed. He nodded emphatically. Your Highness, let us not forget. We are not the only ones who harbor disdain for that scoundrel. There is another who harbors resentment as well. Are you suggesting? Li Ku squinted, a figure materializing in his mind. Yes, Qin Huayu. We can use him to administer the poison. He affirmed with conviction, confident in his assessment. Qin Huayu must certainly harbor grievances against Li Yu. Otherwise, he would not have cast such a look at Li Yu at the city gate. However, Qin Huayu may not necessarily assist us in administering poison, Li Ku said hesitantly. It is essential to recognize that the murder of imperial relatives is a grave offense that can implicate entire clans. He has no reason to take such risks. He need not act personally. He merely needs to divert the attention of those guarding the wine jug, and that would suffice. Are you implying that you intend to take matters into your own hands? Indeed, he replied with a cold smile. In matters such as these, I cannot trust others to act on my behalf. As Li Ku mentioned, it is a crime that can bring down entire families. Although his father, Du Ruhui, is a high-ranking minister, should this scheme be exposed, he too would be unable to safeguard himself. Thus, he must ensure the success of this endeavor. Only in this manner can he find true peace of mind. Li Ku nodded thoughtfully. Very well. Proceed with your audacity. As long as I ascend to the esteemed position of the 9-5 sovereign in the future, I shall not forget your contributions today. At that time, the realm shall be divided equally between us. Chapter 76. Hidden Malice. Come, your highness, have a few bites to satisfy your hunger. Qin Xiong remarked as he rose and stepped out of the tent. The table was laden with an array of dishes, awaiting only the arrival of Qin Huayu with the wine. However, the lad had yet to return, causing Qin Xiong to ponder whether his son had wandered off for leisure. Fortunately, just as he exited, Qin Huayu approached, carrying the filled wine jug. Upon seeing his father, he quickly offered his apologies, explaining that the wine jug from the military camp had been soiled and required urgent cleaning, which had delayed him. Upon hearing his son's explanation, Qin Xiong dismissed his concerns and urged, "Hurry and set the table. His Highness must be waiting impatiently, and we cannot afford any further delays." The two entered the tent, with Qin Xiong taking his seat and expressing his regrets to Li Yu regarding the mishap with the wine vessels. He implored Li Yu not to take offense, as such unexpected occurrences were commonplace in wartime. Li Yu waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, "Please, General Qin, do not concern yourself with trifles. I eagerly await your company." The two engaged in pleasant conversation within the military camp, and Li Yu certainly would not dwell on such minor matters. Upon observing Qin Huaiyu arranging 3 sets of wine vessels, Li Yu thought little of it. Divided meals were customary at this time, and there was nothing suspicious about it. However, after consuming a cup of wine, Li Yu sensed something amiss. The flavor was indeed familiar, yet it felt as though his esophagus was aflame. It was known that autumn fruit brew was a notably mild wine, even suitable for children. Otherwise, Li Yu would not have such vivid memories of it. Instinctively, he prepared to expel the wine from his system, but then he recalled having just enjoyed the exquisite nectar. Why the urgency to purge the wine? If the jug held no ill intent, and it was merely his own misperception, he would be wasting Qin Xiong's kind gesture. Yet, if the wine were indeed tainted, he could seize the opportunity to unmask the hidden hand behind it. Resolving this in his mind, Li Yu stifled his impulse to expel the potentially poisoned wine, allowing it to settle within him. After finishing, he expressed his gratitude to Qin Xiong. It has been over a decade since we parted in Chang'an, and to now savor this familiar taste is truly thanks to you, General Qin. The Crown Prince is being overly modest. It is but a humble jug of wine. Should it suit your palate, I shall send you off with 2 more jars upon your departure. Qin Xiong raised his cup with a hearty gesture, toasting Li Yu. To you, your highness. Please. Li Yu lifted his cup and drank heartily. Throughout, Qin Huaiyu cast furtive glances at Li Yu, observing the peculiar smile that played upon his features as he downed 2 cups of wine. As Li Yu savored his first cup, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Observing the shifting expressions on Qin Huaiyu's face, he formed a tentative hypothesis in his mind. However, he refrained from acting hastily, opting instead to bide his time. There was no reason for Qin Huaiyu to wish him harm. Even if there were, prudence would dictate caution. If a hidden adversary truly existed, it could not possibly be Qin Huaiyu. There must be another behind the curtain. Li Yu remained composed, feeling no urgency, for the banquet had a considerable duration yet to unfold. He decided to watch the unfolding drama with patience. To gather ample samples, Li Yu deliberately moderated his drinking, ensuring that the wine jug would not run dry. Qin Xiong mistakenly assumed that Li Yu was merely a lightweight, indulging in the novelty of wine, and did not press him further. Thus, the banquet proceeded in a harmonious atmosphere until approximately half an hour later, when the uninvited guest, Li Ku, abruptly entered the tent, shifting the mood dramatically. The tent's drapery was rudely swept aside as Li Ku strode in confidently. Upon his arrival, the expressions of Qin Xiong and Li Yu immediately hardened. Yet, Li Ku seemed unfazed, advancing directly to Li Yu and erupting into a boisterous, mocking laughter. The ambiguous hilarity stirred a sense of revulsion among the onlookers. Furrowing his brow, Qin Xiong addressed him. What does the presence of His Highness, the King of Shu, signify by entering unannounced? What does it mean? Li Ku's demeanor darkened as he replied with a menacing sneer. I have come to witness how this wretch meets his demise. Do enlighten me, General Qin. What do you think my intentions are? The gravity of his words caused Qin Xiong's expression to shift dramatically. You, the King of Shu? Indeed. I have come for his life. It is as simple as that. Li Ku declared brazenly, as if the tent were his own domain, every element within it under his command. Behind him, he wore a conniving grin, his gaze flitting between Li Yu and Qin Xiong, perplexed by the unfolding scene. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Yu understood that the true instigator had revealed himself, sparing him the trouble of searching. Such audacity was astounding. To act with such impunity indicated a complete lack of respect. It was baffling how the court had raised a prince to behave in such a manner. Li Yu could not suppress a cold chuckle, feeling a chill deepen within him. How could a prince of such stature endure such humiliation? To be poisoned and killed without remorse. And this scoundrel dared to flaunt his power before him? What audacity did he possess? Ah, yes. It was the court. His indifferent father, whose lack of emotional attachment rendered his death scarcely mourned. Only those favored could act without fear. Li Ku's arrogance undoubtedly stemmed from the preferential treatment bestowed upon him by that very father. His favoritism emboldened him to the point of daring to poison his own elder brother. Could it be? This is what one refers to as kinship? The more Li Yu contemplated, the colder his heart grew, and he found himself increasingly repulsed by that individual in the capital. Although the one who harmed him bore no direct connection to Li Shimin. If it were not for Li Shimin instilling the notion that one could toy with others at will, how would Li Ku have dared to act so recklessly? Ultimately, It is the thoughts unwittingly imparted by Li Shimin that have led to the events of today. Therefore, what does he truly signify to that esteemed father? As Li Ku remarked, is he merely a base offspring born of a lowly servant? Upon hearing the cold chuckle from Li Ku appeared unsettled and retorted with anger, "What are you laughing at?" Li Yu slowly shook his head, replying, "I ponder the meaning behind your sudden words, and I wonder if you are seeking another beating." Chapter 77, Life as Fragile as Grass. Do you dare? Li Yu's words evoked memories of the swelling on his face. Li Ku instinctively covered his face and cast a bewildered glare at Li Yu. You are unharmed?" Li Yu rose from behind the banquet table, tilting his head in inquiry. "What? Should I be harmed?" And no. Upon observing Li Yu's unscathed demeanor, Li Ku grew anxious. He pointed at Du He, exclaiming in exasperation, "What is the meaning of this? Did you not claim that the poison would surely bring death within the span of a tea's brewing? Have you deceived me?" "What? Poison?" At this revelation, Qin Xiong was taken aback. When Li Ku first entered the tent, he had declared his intention to discover how the crown prince had met his demise. Now, hearing Li Ku's words, Qin Xiong could not remain oblivious to the unfolding drama. He cast a startled glance at the menacing Li Ku before turning his attention to the banquet, speculating on the method by which the king of Shu had administered the poison. Simultaneously, Du He noticed Qin Xiong's reaction and felt a surge of urgency and anger. Such matters should not be disclosed in front of an audience. However, recognizing that the truth had already surfaced, he hastily clarified, "I employed a poison known as Shouyang-san. Any common person who ingests it will undoubtedly perish within 100 breaths. I personally administered the poison into the wine. There is no doubt about it. If there has been an error, then it must be." Although Du He refrained from naming Qin Huayu directly, who in the assembly was unaware that Qin Huayu was responsible for retrieving the wine. Upon hearing this, Li Yu immediately grasped the situation. Li Ku had colluded with Du He with the intent to poison him, while Qin Huayu had played the role of an accomplice. It was no wonder that the young man had been absent for so long. The pieces fell into place. As Li Yu began to clarify his thoughts, Qin Huayu hastily rose to defend himself. "This matter does not concern me. I merely followed Lord Du's instructions to deliver the wine jars to their respective tables. As for anything else, it is unrelated to me." Qin Xiong nearly fainted upon hearing Qin Huayu's words. If this were merely a power struggle among princes, even if it occurred within his domain, Qin Xiong would not be overly concerned. Having fought valiantly for the Tang dynasty for many years, he had garnered significant merit. As long as he could elucidate the happenings within this tent, he could extricate himself from any entanglement. But now, to discover that Qin Huayu was embroiled in this affair, and had assumed the role of an accomplice, did he not comprehend the implications of his actions? With this realization, darkness clouded Qin Xiong's vision, and his body swayed. Were it not for his robust constitution, he might have collapsed on the spot. Gripping the table for support, he was momentarily dizzy, even if he wished to interject. He found himself powerless. He could only watch helplessly as this farce unfolded within his own tent. Li Ku initially harbored suspicions regarding Du He's clandestine machinations, but upon hearing Qin Huayu's words, he immediately redirected his ire towards Qin Huayu. "Are you implying that you witnessed that wretched creature consuming the poison wine with your own eyes?" With the truth now exposed, Qin Huayu found himself with no alternative but to resolutely align with Li Ku. Responding swiftly to Li Ku's inquiry, he declared, "Your Highness, the King of Shu, I assure you, I acted solely upon Lord Du's instructions. As for why the Crown Prince exhibited no signs of poisoning, I am at a loss." Upon hearing this, Li Ku once again cast a piercing gaze upon Du He. "He claims to have seen that vile creature drink the poison wine. What explanation do you offer for this? If there were no mishap in your poisoning process, how could that wretched soul still be alive?" "Sir, Du He found himself at a loss for words. Would he be so careless as to allow harm to come to the Crown Prince? He had personally mixed the poison and even agitated it to hasten its dissolution. As for why there were no visible signs of poisoning in the Crown Prince, how could he possibly know? Du He felt astonished. Yet his suspicion increasingly fell upon Qin Huayu, for none of this made any sense. The three men became embroiled in a heated dispute, each doubting the other's integrity. After observing the unfolding drama and clarifying the situation's logic, Li Yu let out a cold laugh. "Aren't you all afraid?" At this statement, the quarrel ceased, and the three turned their gazes towards him. Seeing the mischievous glint in Li Yu's eyes, They scoffed in unison. Afraid? What is there to fear? If the truth comes to light, so be it. You are but a bastard. Even if Father Emperor learns of this, he might only scold me a few times. What do I have to fear? He, wearing a similarly sardonic expression, added, I am the son of a founding minister. How could His Majesty possibly fault me over a bastard? Do you truly believe yourself a prince? What a joke. Qin Huaiyu calmly regarded Li Yu, remaining silent. Yet, his indifferent demeanor suggested he did not consider the matter significant. This so-called prince, who could genuinely take him seriously, exiled to the borders at the tender age of 6. He was not even assigned a trustworthy companion. The emperor's intent was abundantly clear. He wished for this crown prince to fend for himself in the wilderness, preferably to perish from starvation, thus sparing the court any inconveniences. This was evident from how no one came to hold the crown prince accountable after his expulsion from the royal residence. A 6-year-old child, cast out of Yuzhou City, how could he possibly survive? Given the royal family's attitude, what did they have left to fear? If they were to kill him, so be it. If not, they could simply seek another opportunity. It was merely a matter of exerting a little more effort. Who would concern themselves with such trivial matters? Upon reaching this realization, Li Yu understood that his life held less value to these individuals than that of mere weeds. If that were the case, what was there left to fear? Yang Hen, murmured Li Yu, your subordinate is here. A voice, ethereal as a specter, echoed within the tent, accompanied by the haunting figure of Yang Hen. Upon witnessing the shadowy form materialize beside Li Yu, Li Ku was abruptly reminded of the gruesome murder of the eunuch. He recoiled in terror, exclaiming, "You! What do you intend to do? What do you wish to accomplish?" Li Yu inquired with a faint smile. "Are you not curious why I have not succumbed to poison?" "Why?" Li Ku instinctively questioned, still grappling with the enigma of the situation. At that moment, he heard Li Ku nonchalantly issue a command. "Let the king of Shu partake in a drink." As soon as the words left his lips, Yang Hen promptly seized the wine jug from the table and approached Li Ku. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, but upon observing Li Yu's calm demeanor, he stifled his growing apprehension and raised his chest to confront. "What exactly are you plotting?" Li Yu merely inclined his chin, his gaze fixated on the wine cup in Yang Hen's hand. "Drink, and you shall soon discover." Chapter 78. Death by Poison. Drink, and you shall know. Li Yu's calm words echoed through the air. Upon hearing this, Li Ku glanced at Yang Hen before shifting his gaze to the wine flask in her hand. Suddenly, a cold smirk appeared on his lips. "Do you think this prince is easily intimidated? If I am to drink, then drink I shall. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to consume it?" With that declaration, Li Ku snatched the flask and poured its contents into his mouth with fervor. After draining the last drop, he nonchalantly wiped his lips with his sleeve, exuding an air of triumph as he proclaimed, "You are unaffected by poison. What do I have to fear? Do you think me a fool?" He and Qin Huaiyu watched in terror, only exhaling in relief once they witnessed Li Ku suffer no immediate ill effects from the wine. Indeed, if the crown prince remained unharmed, it suggested the flask contained no poison, but this left them perplexed as to how he had evaded the toxic brew. They exchanged glances, feigning composure, and He began to speculate on why Li Yu had escaped the poison's grasp. However, as their words left their lips, Li Ku's body swiftly reacted. His complexion turned an unmistakable shade of ashen gray, and in the next moment, he erupted into a violent cough, crimson blood spilling from his mouth. You. Li Ku pressed one hand to his mouth while the other trembled as he pointed at Li Yu, his face a portrait of disbelief, as if he could not fathom the reality before him. It was evident he wished to speak, yet time had run out. The poison had coursed through his veins, and before he could utter even a final farewell, he collapsed. With a thud, silence enveloped the camp. All eyes were fixed upon the lifeless form of Li Ku. No one had anticipated such an abrupt demise. How could this be? Had he truly consumed so much? If the king of Shu had succumbed to poison, how had the crown prince evaded such a fate? He stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across his features as he turned his neck rigidly towards Li Yu. How? How did you accomplish this? Does it truly matter?" Li Yu retorted with a cold smile. He conspired against the king of Shu, leading to his poisoned demise. This is an undeniable truth. With that, Li Yu cast a glance at Yang Hen, issuing a cool command. "Yang Hen, take this man outside and execute him. Chop him into pieces to feed the dogs. Such a treacherous rebel deserves no mercy." "You dare?" He shouted, his eyes bulging with rage. I am a minister of the court, the son of the Duke of Shilai, Du Ruhui. If you lay a finger on me, I will ensure your demise is without a grave. Fear not. Slay him. Li Yu observed Yang Hen with a hint of hesitation and encouraged him, stating he intended to harm the prince and personally poison the king of Shu. These deeds are evident to all. Rest assured, the court shall not lay the blame upon me. Upon hearing this, Yang Hen felt a sense of relief. She rushed to Du He, extracting a steel wire to ensnare his neck, dragging him out of the tent like a lifeless dog. Li Yu regarded this scene with indifference, watching Du He struggle desperately, yet his heart remained unmoved. He was acutely aware of the horrors that awaited Du He. Anyone dragged away by Yang Hen would face the most terrifying ordeal of their lives. To receive Yang Hen's hospitality before meeting his demise was indeed Du He's just deserts. Having dealt with these two individuals, Li Yu shifted his gaze towards Qin Huayu. Upon sensing his stare, Qin Huayu snapped out of his astonishment and erupted in a scream. Someone! Quickly! There's an assassin. Assassin? Are you referring to me? Li Yu stepped forward calmly, causing Qin Ryu to recoil in terror, collapsing to the ground. Do not approach. This is my territory. You cannot do anything to me. The feeble threat struck Li Yu as utterly laughable. Not only did it fail to intimidate him, but it also deepened his disdain for the man. To harbor resentment over trifles and conspire with outsiders for assassination simply because of perceived slight was the mark of a despicable character. This was Qin Xiong's son, a true coward. At this moment, Qin Xiong was still grappling with his breath, watching helplessly as Li Yu advanced toward his son. Then, Li Yu raised the Thunder Dragon tooth high and brought it crashing down upon Qin Huayu. Following a muted thud, a piercing scream echoed through the air. They witnessed the grip of Li Yu's weapon strike Qin Huayu's calf. In that instant, his leg contorted into an irregular shape. It was evident that his shin had been shattered. After accomplishing this, Li Yu turned to Qin Xiong. The only reason he spared him was out of respect for the old general's generous hospitality. With this blow, our grievances are settled. As for the events that transpired here, I trust that General Qin will accurately report to His Majesty. Having endured so much, Li Yu felt no desire to linger any longer. Please do not take offense, General Qin. With that, he disregarded the wailing of Qin Huayu and strode toward the tent's entrance. Just as he was about to depart, he heard a feeble voice from behind. I thank the Grand Prince for your mercy in not taking my life. Li Yu remained silent, lifting the curtain as he exited. Upon stepping outside, he encountered the loyal soldiers rushing over. Upon seeing Li Yu emerge, these soldiers from Qin Xiong promptly knelt in respect. We greet His Royal Highness, the Grand Prince. Li Yu paid them no heed and walked away from the group. After taking a few steps, he heard a mournful wail in the distance, presumably the anguished cry of Du He. Casting a fleeting glance in that direction, Li Yu continued on his way. The hastily assembled guards exchanged bewildered glances, clearly at a loss regarding the unfolding events. It was not until Li Yu had departed that they dared to rise and hastily enter the tent. Upon discovering the lifeless body within and hearing the heart-wrenching cries of Qin Huayu, they were momentarily taken aback. Commander, what is this? Qin Xiong gestured for them to keep quiet, signaling them to refrain from spreading the news. Lower your voices. We must not let others know. After this, Qin Xiong pointed to the body of the king of Shu. Attend to the remains of the king of Shu and ensure they are kept securely. Then his expression turned complicated as he looked at Qin Huayu, and with a hint of resignation, he instructed, carry the young general outside and take him to the military physician for treatment. Yes, Commander. Although the guards were unaware of the events that had transpired, they complied with Qin Xiong's orders without hesitation. Chapter 79. Homecoming. Upon returning to the military camp, Li Yu found that Bai Qi had already tidied the battlefield. He cast a long glance towards the Wugong city, mounted his steed, and issued commands. We are departing. The remnants here have been cleared. Let us return to the city. Yes, Your Highness. Bai Qi responded, leading the grand army towards Yuzhou. The troops marched forth with great momentum, advancing northward. Along the way, Yang Heng rejoined the ranks and quietly whispered to Li Yu, after your departure, General Qin retrieved the body of Li Ku. Subsequently, he began mobilizing troops, summoning all soldiers within Wugong City. Judging by their reactions, it seems they are preparing to return home. My subordinates observed no intent to pursue us. With the elimination of the Shui Yintua tribes, the northern barbarians have been nearly eradicated. General Qin indeed has no reason to linger here. Li Yu nodded contemplatively and inquired, "What of Du He?" Yang Heng replied with a playful smile, "As you instructed, I ensured that this beast was torn apart and discarded into a dog-s bowl." "Well done." Li Yu chuckled at the remark. If Du He and his ilk did not regard him as human, why should he extend them that courtesy? The thought of eliminating Du He invigorated him, leaving him with no psychological burden. As for whether the court would assign blame, Li Ku's demise was due to the poisoned wine provided by Du He, making Du He the murderer. Li Yu had ample justification to rid himself of this beast. The only regret Li Yu harbored was not having the opportunity to torment this wretched creature before Li Ku's death. Sometimes, for the sake of righteousness, one must make certain sacrifices. Regardless, those deserving of death had been dealt with, and the remaining matter was simply the court's response. In any case, he felt no guilt in this affair. If others sought his life, he would retaliate in kind. Was that not fair? With this thought, Li Yu felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He waved his hand exuberantly and declared, "Let us return home." In the imperial court, Li Shimin was in high spirits, radiating vitality. "Excellent. This lad Li Yu has performed admirably. My skills have indeed been passed down." Fresh news had just arrived from the front lines. According to reports from Qin Xiong, the defenses of Wugong City had broken free from the encirclement of the Turkic forces. The Shui Yintawa tribes had suffered near total casualties. The Yuzhou army, with overwhelming force, had sent 300,000 barbarians to their demise. This was an indisputable great victory. More importantly, it was his son Li Shimin who had demonstrated such prowess. The world often claims that a tiger begets no dog. Li Yu's existence undoubtedly proved this assertion. Among Li Shimin's sons, there was one skilled in warfare. Li Yu had significantly elevated his father's prestige. "Your Majesty, your formidable presence is unparalleled. It would be a blessing for the crown prince to inherit even a fraction of your prowess." Observing Li Shimin unable to conceal his pride, Changsun Wuji promptly extolled the virtues of the emperor, attributing all accomplishments to him and erasing the contributions of Li Yu from the narrative. Li Shimin, taken by this flattery, beamed even more radiantly. The Yuzhou region boasts an army of 500,000, alongside the 300,000 troops at Wugong City. A staggering total of 800,000 barbarian warriors. Had it not been for Li Yu inheriting my capabilities, the realm might have faced unrest for some time. The current outcome is undoubtedly a cause for celebration for our Great Tang dynasty. After this reflection, Li Shimin instructed the officials nearby, recognizing Li Yu's significant achievements in this endeavor. Issue a decree to bestow upon him the title of Prince of Yan. I have neglected this matter in the past. It is time to elevate his rank. A young official beside Li Shimin bowed and affirmed, "Yes." Others followed suit, showering praises. "Your Majesty's actions are clearly delineated in reward and punishment. Should the Prince of Yan hear this news, he will surely be grateful and honor the imperial grace. The prince, once burdened by past misdeeds, has risen through his ability to inherit your Majesty's martial prowess. Indeed, it is likely that upon receiving this imperial edict, His Highness will be moved to tears, for it is a divine favor." Meanwhile, Wei Zhong, listening to the flattery surrounding him, could not suppress a cold smile. Grateful? Moved to tears? Utter nonsense. In the past, the court had so neglected the crown prince that he nearly met his demise at the borders. And now they claim he would be grateful? He has withstood 3 waves of Turkish barbarian assaults, slaying nearly 1,000,000 foes. Yet, he is merely awarded the title of Prince of Yan? This emperor is exceedingly stingy towards the crown prince. Not to mention additional official titles. A token of gold or silver would have sufficed to express concern and commendation. The monumental achievement of vanquishing over 1,000,000 adversaries has been dismissed with a mere title. Indeed, how disgraceful. A prince of such stature, relegated to this state of exclusion. Even I, an outsider, can hardly bear to watch. Observing the jubilant atmosphere in the court, Wei Zhong made no effort to partake. This time, the court has owed a debt to His Highness, the Prince of Yan. Amidst the merriment, the court meeting continued. When the assembly reached its midpoint, a eunuch hurried to Li Shimin, whispering urgently in his ear. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. What could be of such urgency that it required reporting directly to the emperor during court? Soon, the contents of the intelligence were revealed. What? Did you say that the king of Shu attempted to assassinate the crown prince, but inadvertently ingested poison, leading to his sudden demise? Li Shimin gazed incredulously at the eunuch, his fury boiling over as he demanded, "What on earth transpired? Speak the truth." The eunuch trembled slightly, stammering in response, "Your Majesty, it is said that it was the idea of Lord Du He who concocted a scheme involving Shuoyang Mountain, intending to eliminate the crown prince. However, for reasons unknown, the crown prince consumed the tainted wine and emerged unscathed. Instead, it was His Highness the King of Shu who unwittingly fell victim to the crown prince's ruse, drinking the remaining wine and succumbing to the poison on the spot." The eunuch added, "The news came from General Qin, so it is unlikely to be erroneous." General Qin. Only Qin Xiong could be addressed in such a manner by the eunuch, without any additional titles. Upon hearing that the information originated from Qin Xiong, Li Shimin was inclined to believe it. Yet, he pondered, why would the king of Shu seek to harm the crown prince? What advantage would such an act hold for him? Li Shimin found himself perplexed by Li Ke's motives, enveloped in a bewildering sense of confusion. Chapter 80. The allure of interest. Upon hearing the next words of the eunuch, Li Shimin suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. It was about military power. General Qin revealed that the king of Shu coveted the formidable strength of the Yuzhou army and sought to eliminate the crown prince to usurp his position. Additionally, the crown prince had dealt a slap to the king of Shu within the walls of Wugong City, which surely served as one of the motives. The servant was unaware of the more intricate details, awaiting General Qin's return for the emperor to inquire personally. At this juncture, the truth of the matter became evident. The Yuzhou army, having dispatched 1,000,000 Turkic heads, was undoubtedly an exceptionally powerful force. The king of Shu, in his quest for the title of crown prince, aimed to devise a scheme to secure leverage, thus orchestrating the poisoning of Crown Prince Liu. However, the crown prince, being adept, uncovered the king of Shu's conspiracy. The ultimate outcome was the immediate demise of the king of Shu. Upon comprehending this logic, Li Shimin's countenance darkened significantly. Brother against brother. This classic scenario re-emerged in the world, invoking memories of the Xuanwu Gate incident and heightening Li Shimin's vigilance. His expression became grim as he sat silently upon the dragon throne, lost in thought. The ministers in the court, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, trembled in apprehension. After a prolonged silence, the tension reached a breaking point, erupting into thunderous rage. Who dared to embolden Li Ke to such audacity, even resorting to poison? Civil strife, a royal scandal. Although Li Shimin held no fondness for Liu, he would not distort the truth. Regardless of perspective, this incident rested squarely on Li Ke's shoulders. Witnessing the emperor's wrath, no minister dared to speak. Ultimately, it was Changsun Wuji who stepped forward and spoke, with the king of Shu deceased. "Even if we wish to investigate this matter, it is impossible." "What do you imply?" Li Shimin's gaze turned icy, exuding a dangerous aura. Yet, Changsun Wuji, feigning ignorance, continued, "I propose that the crown prince be summoned and imprisoned for a thorough investigation of this matter." At this pronouncement, chaos erupted within the court. To investigate the victim rather than the perpetrator? Such reasoning was fundamentally flawed. Li Shimin evidently shared this sentiment, coldly questioning, "The king of Yin is the victim, yet the deceased is the king of Shu, while the crown prince remains unscathed." Changsun Wuji stood his ground, insisting, "Who knows if this is not the crown prince's scheme? The dead include the king of Shu and the chief of the Shu court. Even if the crown prince is a victim, does he bear no fault at all?" From the outcome, those who perished in this turmoil were all affiliated with the king of Shu, leaving ample room for speculation. Upon hearing Changsun Wuji's statement, the court officials nodded in agreement. Lord Changsun's words bore a semblance of reason. Indeed, it was the truth. Only by thoroughly investigating all matters could one ascertain the true nature of the facts. As whispers floated around him, even Li Shimin began to ponder whether there might be an underlying issue. He gazed across the assembly of civil and military officials and inquired, "Do you genuinely believe so?" Du Ruhui stepped forward and bowed, saying, "I beseech your majesty to discern wisely. To uncover the truth, we ought to summon the crown prince to the capital for cooperation in the investigation. If the crown prince is indeed innocent, he would not refuse the imperial edict. Regardless of the outcome, it is essential to gauge the crown prince's stance." As Du Ruhui concluded his remarks, the majority of officials in the court rose in unison to pay their respects. "We implore your majesty for your sagacity." Clearly, Du Ruhui's suggestion garnered overwhelming support from the court. Li Shimin, seated upon the dragon throne, observed the undercurrents swirling within the assembly. In his heart, he began to discern a subtle truth. These individuals did not wish to let this matter rest easily. Du Ruhui's son had perished amidst this power struggle, and he had spoken out to evade blame. As for Changsun Wuji, he likely did not voice his concerns for Li Ke's sake, but rather for the benefit of Li Chengqian. If they could suppress Li Yu, it was probable that Li Chengqian would secure the position of crown prince. These officials had no intention of seeking the truth. They merely wished to prevent Li Yu from gaining power. Others among them had their own preferred heirs. The only one without a favorable view of Li Yu was Li Shimin himself. The allure of self-interest was potent. Upon realizing this, Li Shimin understood the motivations behind the actions of the civil and military officials. He sighed deeply and declared, "Very well. Let the Prince of Yan return to the capital and submit to an investigation. It is merely an inquiry and will not jeopardize Li Yu's life." In Li Shimin's eyes, as long as Li Yu's life could be preserved, that was sufficient. As for the rest, he had never intended to pass the throne to Li Yu. Did merit truly matter? Upon hearing the emperor relent, the officials breathed a collective sigh of relief. The troubling intelligence from the front lines had been exceedingly disquieting. Could the crown prince, with the strength of just one province, truly expel 1,000,000 barbaric foes from the central plains? What if he possessed such formidable capabilities that the current sovereign favored him and summoned him back to the capital for intensive training? It was well known that most court officials had already chosen their favored successors and invested considerable resources in them. No one wished to see a disruptor arise in the contest for succession. Now, the emperor's willingness to summon Li Yu to the capital as a suspect and detain him was perceived as a significant blow to Li Yu's arrogance. If they could sow discord between father and son, it would be the most favorable outcome for them. They were eagerly anticipating Li Yu's reaction, uncertain of the choice that His Highness, the Prince of Yan, would ultimately make. As a day passed, before dawn had fully broken, Li Yu had already led his army back to Yuzhou City. Upon his return, he found that Yuzhou City was undergoing extensive renovations. Various areas within the city were bustling with construction, and the 10,000 craftsmen had finally found their purpose. Observing the scene within the city, Li Yu inquired, "Has there been any unusual activity from the north recently?" Zhuge Liang's expression grew solemn. So far, there had been no signs of movement from the northern barbarians, but intelligence from outside suggested that it would not be long before they made their move. What? Are there still those who dare to invade Yuzhou? Li Yu was taken aback. Given the number of adversaries they had already eliminated, how could there still be disobedient individuals? Zhuge Liang replied, "It is Goguryeo and the Khitan. They are unaware of the current situation in Yuzhou and seek to seize the opportunity for gain." Chapter 81. Announcement of mission details the Goguryeo and Khitan people. If they are involved, it is indeed plausible. Let us first discuss Goguryeo. This proud group has been a significant factor in the rapid decline of the previous dynasty. It can be asserted that had Yang Guang not suffered defeat in his eastern expedition against Goguryeo, the Sui dynasty may not have met its demise. Given their remarkable military achievements, it is only natural for Goguryeo to harbor ambitions towards the central plains. However, one must wonder why the Khitan would join in this endeavor. This perplexed Li Yu. Zhuge Liang, perceiving Li Yu's confusion, elucidated, "It is the remnants of the Turks who have approached them. The Adai and Pugu tribes, having witnessed the decline of the formidable clans upon the steppes, seek to establish their own prestige and become the new sovereigns of the grasslands. They have solicited the Khitan for collaboration under this pretext. Subsequently, they learned that the Goguryeo also held aspirations, leading to the unification of these tribes." Upon hearing Zhuge Liang's explanation, Li Yu comprehended the situation. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his ears. "Ding! The host has acquired relevant intelligence. The system is about to disclose the mission details. A new mission has been issued. The host is to proceed to Shanhaiguan and hold the position for 1 month." Upon hearing the sound, Li Yu understood. It was for this reason that the system had concealed the mission details. The challenge of this task lies in the timely acquisition of intelligence. Should the pace of intelligence gathering lag, the mission would result in immediate failure. Moreover, if there is a delay, the difficulty of completing the mission would significantly increase. It seems the system has begun to issue high-difficulty tasks. The level of challenge is progressively escalating, with even intelligence becoming a criterion for evaluation, indicating that future missions will become increasingly intricate. Li Yu nodded thoughtfully and inquired, Do you have any knowledge of when the coalition of the Turks, Khitan, and Goguryeo intends to set forth? This time, Zhuge Liang did not respond directly. After contemplating for a moment and reviewing the intelligence once more, he replied, according to the current intelligence, they are expected to arrive at Shanhaiguan in approximately 10 days. They are still gathering forces and will not advance southward swiftly. Indeed, it aligned with his conjecture. The critical time for obtaining intelligence is around 8 days. If it exceeds this duration, the mission would likely be unachievable. With this in mind, a slight smile crept onto Li Yu's lips. A high-difficulty task? Excellent. Just what I need, a more formidable adversary. Let the storm come with greater ferocity. Li Yu gazed towards the north, his thoughts momentarily drifting. How are the workshops in Yuzhou progressing? Zhuge Liang cast him a puzzled glance and responded. The artillery workshop and armor forging workshop have been established and are operating at full capacity. In the present day, 300 artillery pieces and 23,000 sets of plate armor have been forged. With a complex tone, he remarked, originally, there should have been 33,000 sets of plate armor. However, a sudden loss of 10,000 sets occurred recently, and no matter how diligently my subordinates searched, the whereabouts of these armors remain unknown. That is because I appropriated them for my own use, Li Yu casually explained, brushing the matter aside. He then inquired, what of the mechanical transport vehicles? How is the construction of the offensive and defensive mechanisms progressing? How many have been produced so far? Zhuge Liang replied, the workshop was only completed today, and in haste, we managed to fabricate 3 mechanical transport vehicles, which are currently undergoing testing. What are the results of the tests? Li Yu pressed further. Zhuge Liang answered, each vehicle can transport a maximum of 5 artillery pieces or 150 stones of provisions. Li Yu nodded. That will suffice. Take those 3 mechanical transport vehicles and deliver 15 artillery pieces to Shanhaiguan. We shall defend the pass. Yes, Zhuge Liang responded, promptly heading into the city to make arrangements. As Li Yu observed the young figure of Zhuge Liang striding briskly, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Home is indeed the best place. With such capable subordinates by my side, I feel a sense of reassurance. Just as Li Yu contemplated this, a ray of sunlight streamed from the distance. Simultaneously, he heard the familiar prompt from the system. A week has passed. The host may now check in. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Yu spoke with a smile, check in. As his words fell, a melodious sound echoed in his ears once more. Congratulations to the host for receiving the check-in reward. Horse Blockade Design X1, Tower Shield Manufacturing Blueprint X1, Elite Sword and Shield Infantry X10, 000, Shiliang Soldiers X5, 000. The host possesses special resources, Plate Armor X10, 000. Would you like to upgrade the Elite Sword and Shield Infantry to Heavy Armor Sword and Shield Infantry? Yes, no? The host possesses special resources, Plate Armor X5, 000, Warhorses X5, 000. Would you like to upgrade the Shiliang Soldiers to Shiliang Iron Cavalry? Yes, no? Listening to the system prompts, Li Yu responded without hesitation, yes. Yes, the Elite Sword and Shield Infantry can be considered the pinnacle of infantry units. Even without upgrades, they can become formidable killing machines on the battlefield. However, Li Yu's current mission is to defend Shanhaiguan, and he does not require the Sword and Shield Infantry to showcase their prowess on the battlefield. Although the upgraded Elite Sword and Shield Infantry will lose their most potent offensive capabilities, conversely, their defensive strength will significantly increase. Having these 5,000 Heavy Armor Sword and Shield Infantry will greatly enhance the probability of holding Shanhaiguan. Li Yu remains uncertain about the true strength of the coalition of the 3 clans, and thus he opts for the most prudent approach. As for the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, there is little more to say. The Shiliang soldiers are an exceedingly antiquated troop type, and their specific combat effectiveness is indeed difficult to ascertain. Yet, if they can be upgraded to Shiliang Iron Cavalry, there is nothing more to discuss. This contraption serves as an impregnable fortress on the battlefield, impervious to any assault. Moreover, once the charge is initiated, it resembles a frenzy of wild buffalo. With such a formidable unit at one's disposal, why not pursue upgrades? Heavily armored cavalry is undoubtedly a divine force. After enhancing the 2 units, Li Yu's gaze shifted to the additional blueprints provided by the sign-in rewards. The tower shield design. Is it intended for me to adopt a turtle formation? Its purpose seems to be to withstand cavalry charges, does it not? With the tower shield in place, The prospect of advancing into the northern grasslands appears promising. With this, it seems I can indeed contemplate expansion. Besides the tower shield, the barbed horse design is equally advantageous. This implement is an effective weapon against cavalry. It can rightly be deemed a cavalry terminator. Regardless of whether they are light or heavy cavalry, even the famed Shiliang iron cavalry would falter before it. The combination of barbed horses and the turtle formation will undoubtedly empower him to sweep across the entire grassland. Chapter 82. The Imperial Edict arrives. A day of rest. The time has come to the following day. At the break of dawn, Liu summoned all his subordinates for a meeting. In the conference hall, he gestured towards a rudimentary map unfurled upon the wall, articulating his forthcoming strategies. Here lies Yuzhou City, and if one travels 500 miles to the northeast, one would arrive at Zhenguan. According to recent intelligence, the northern brutes have once again succumbed to their restlessness, harboring intentions against our central plains. Zhenguan shall serve as our primary bulwark against these northern savages. Henceforth, I shall personally lead our forces to Zhenguan to fortify its defenses and keep the northern barbarians at bay. Your task is to enhance the city's production capacity and expedite the manufacturing of military supplies. In particular, the mechanized transport vehicles must be produced with utmost urgency. The ability to hold Zhenguan hinges upon the timely arrival of your supplies. Should artillery, ammunition, and other resources be replenished promptly, I believe defending this pass will pose no significant challenge. Liu's voice resonated throughout the hall, as his subordinates attentively listened, occasionally nodding in agreement. In a corner sat Yang Hen, appearing somewhat bewildered, perhaps still unaccustomed to the dynamics of collective meetings. Liu stood at the center, first delegating tasks to Zhuge Liang and Zhang Yajiu. He then pointed towards Bai Qi and the still-dazed Yang Hen, stating, "You two shall accompany me on this expedition to engage in battle at the forefront of Zhenguan." Upon seeing their nods of acknowledgement, Liu continued, "As for Wang Li, you shall remain in Yuzhou City for the time being. The city is still undergoing expansion and requires a commander to oversee the situation. You will be tasked with safeguarding it." Wang Li nodded earnestly, responding, "Yes, Your Highness." Liu smiled. "With you here, I feel reassured." After all, he had seized Yuzhou City in a moment of urgency. Should those privileged individuals re-emerge, there is no telling what troubles they might conjure. It is prudent to have a general stationed to secure the city. Next, the allocation of troops was to be addressed. Just as Liu began to contemplate this matter, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Hearing the commotion, he could not help but furrow his brow. No unauthorized personnel were permitted near the conference hall during meetings. Who could be so audacious as to intrude at such a time? Amidst the curious and disdainful gazes of the assembly, a mid-ranking officer appeared at the entrance of the hall. Breathless, his face flushed from his sprint, he barely caught his breath before eagerly relaying the news. "Your Highness, envoys from the capital have arrived. They bear an edict. You must go and see." At this announcement, everyone was taken aback. Wang Li was the first to regain his composure, excitedly exclaiming, "Surely this is to reward Your Highness for your merits. The Emperor's commendation awaits. Please go and see." A look of satisfaction also graced Zhuge Liang's face. After enduring many days and vanquishing numerous barbarian tribes, it can be said that our efforts have yielded rewards. With that, Zhuge Liang bowed respectfully to Liu, stating that the meeting could commence at any time, and he kindly requested His Highness to fetch the imperial edict. "We have long awaited this day." Liu nodded with delight and replied with a smile, "Let us go and see. If the rewards are coming from the capital, everyone will certainly receive their due share. Let us together welcome the imperial decree." Having just concluded a fierce battle with the Turks, the timing of this decree could only signify commendation for military achievements. This was indeed a positive development, and the spirits of all present were lifted. Liu set aside the matter of troop distribution and led the group out of the conference hall. Outside the temporary meeting hall, in an open area, an elderly eunuch was sweating profusely, shielding his eyes from the glaring sun as he surveyed the surroundings. Observing the simplicity of the meeting venue, he seemed to lament to himself, "Yuzhou is, after all, on the frontier. The conditions here are rather poor, and this dilapidated place is entirely unlike the capital." He then inquired of a nearby guard, "Has the royal prince's residence not yet been constructed?" The guard, taken aback by the eunuch's friendly demeanor, hesitated before responding. "It is under construction, but it is expected to take over a month for the residence to be completed. Upon hearing this, the elderly eunuch sighed. The environment in Yuzhou is inherently harsh. It is indeed unfortunate that the royal prince, a member of the imperial family, has yet to have a residence of his own. His words resonated with the guards nearby, who held him in high regard. Who among them was unaware of the royal prince's tumultuous fate? Those who served as Li Yu's guards had endured hardships alongside him since childhood. The eunuch's remarks stirred deep emotions in them. Yet they felt a sense of relief that all was coming to an end, and the royal prince was on the verge of prosperity. Everyone's spirits were buoyant, especially since the royal prince had just achieved great merit, single-handedly vanquishing over 1 million Turkish foes with the strength of a province. At such a moment, thoughts of the lavish rewards from the court filled their minds, banishing any negative sentiments. Li Yu approached with an air of anticipation. The eunuch, spotting him, bowed respectfully and greeted him with a kind demeanor. "I presume you are His Highness, the royal prince?" "Indeed," Li Yu responded with a smile, radiating an aura of joy. The eunuch nodded gently, observing him closely before praising. "Your Highness bears a remarkable resemblance to His Majesty. I recognized you at once. Truly, you are of His Majesty's bloodline, capable of achieving such monumental feats at such a young age. I am deeply impressed." His words were heartfelt and devoid of any insincerity. Even Li Yu, who harbored reservations towards Li Shimin, could not help but feel a sense of appreciation for the court. However, in the next moment, when the eunuch revealed his true purpose, the warmth in the atmosphere was abruptly replaced by a chilling breeze that pierced the soul. "The old servant has come this time to convey His Majesty's decree. His Majesty has ordered that you promptly travel to the capital to assist with the investigation conducted by the Court of Judicial Review. The court harbors numerous doubts regarding the case of the slain Prince of Shu, and it is imperative that you enter the capital to elucidate the detailed circumstances surrounding the incident. I kindly request that His Highness, the Crown Prince, prepare himself to journey to the capital alongside me." The tone of the old eunuch was devoid of any coercion, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Yet, the content of his message sent a chill through Li Yu's heart. "Wait." Li Yu took a deep breath, pressed his lips together, and, with a quivering voice, asked, "Are you implying that my father has issued a decree to condemn me, compelling me to surrender unconditionally?" "Not at all," the old servant replied. "His Majesty merely finds certain aspects questionable and requests your cooperation." Chapter 83. Unresolved difficulties. Is there a doubt? Huh. Li Yu could not help but chuckle, inquiring, "How does Father Emperor expect me to cooperate?" The old eunuch bowed respectfully, clasping his fists in salute. "I must ask you to endure a slight inconvenience. To sit in a prison cart and perform a little charade for outsiders." He continued, "Then, as the performance unfolds, I will be sent to the dungeon." Such is the implication? Though these words were spoken with a light-hearted tone, the icy glint in Li Yu's eyes revealed that his heart was far from at ease. The old eunuch sighed softly, nodding in acknowledgement. "Thus, it appears you must indeed endure some hardship." Acknowledged it was. The decree of Li Shimin was clear. He was to be imprisoned in the dungeon. After engaging in fierce battles against the barbarian hordes and aiding the Tang dynasty in overcoming a grave crisis, this was to be his ultimate fate. Li Yu felt an icy chill envelop his heart. This was the court. This was his own selfish father, Li Shimin. All he had accomplished could not outweigh a mere hint of suspicion in the case against him. They claimed it was for the sake of cooperation in the investigation. Yet once he was confined in the dungeon, would he ever emerge? An uncontrollable surge of resentment welled up within Li Yu. At the tender age of 6, he had been exiled to the borders, and he had endured. In Yuzhou, he was shunned and cast out of the city, yet he had borne it. Shivering in the cold wind, nearly perishing in the wilderness, Li Yu had persevered to this day. During this time, he had received not a shred of favor from Li Shimin. Everything he possessed was earned through his own relentless efforts. And now, having accomplished a great feat, he was to be punished instead? What kind of logic was this? After a brief silence, Li Yu lowered his head, his tone frigid as he commanded, "Begone. Leave Yuzhou. This is my territory, and you are not welcome here." The old eunuch gently urged, "Your Highness, please do not let your anger dictate your actions. The blessings of thunder and rain are all bestowed by the sovereign. After all, this decree comes directly from His Majesty. As both a prince and a subject, you should express gratitude." "Gratitude? Should I truly be thankful for such unjust treatment?" Li Yu glared, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. I shall repeat myself, leave. I care not whose decree this is. Yuzhou is my domain. If they wish to capture me, they must first consider whether they possess the strength to do so. Perceiving Li Yu's resolve, the old eunuch let out a long sigh. I understand your intent, but before I depart, I must share one final thought. Speak. The old eunuch gazed deeply at Li Yu, his words laden with solemnity. Your Highness, always remember, no matter how formidable you become, you remain a prince. If the court truly wishes to target you, it would be no more difficult than squashing a mere insect. You must ponder this carefully. Though his words bore the semblance of heartfelt counsel, they were laced with veiled threats. Li Yu, having endured for too long, could no longer contain his rage. Do you believe I would not hesitate to end your life, without even lifting a finger? I believe it. Then be gone. Li Yu cast a cold gaze upon the serene visage of the old eunuch, forcing out through clenched teeth. Return and inform Li Shimin that I do not wish to see his presence on the soil of Yuzhou. Should he dare send anyone again, I shall slay them one by one. Now you may leave. Yes. The old eunuch refrained from further words, bowing deeply to Li Yu. This old servant thanks his highness for sparing my life. With that, the gleaming-faced eunuch turned and departed. Li Yu's icy stare lingered on the retreating figure of the eunuch, a seething fire of resentment burning within him, yearning for release. Had it not been for the old man's initial politeness, he would have long since dispatched him. However, sparing his life served a purpose, a message to Li Shimin, articulating his current stance. Did he truly believe that Yuzhou could not endure without the court's backing? A cold smile crept upon Li Yu's lips as he regarded the distant Chang'an with increasing disdain. Beyond the mere title of father, had that emperor ever borne even the slightest responsibility towards him? Even in his dealings with outsiders, Li Shimin had not exhibited such callousness, had he? Li Yu remembered clearly the court's initial approach towards the Turkic savages, intending to appease them with gold. Yet, he had decimated the Turkic forces almost entirely. Did the court now presume to disregard his merits? What sort of logic was that? Was there any value and loyalty to such an emperor? Regardless, Li Yu had resolutely made up his mind. He would sever ties with the court and pursue his own path henceforth. He had endured enough indignation. With a stern countenance, Li Yu turned and strode towards the nearby conference hall. Zhuge Liang and the others exchanged glances, their expressions heavy as they followed him inside. Meanwhile, as the old eunuch exited Yuzhou city, a cryptic smile played upon his lips. Ah, the crown prince, defying imperial orders, a grave transgression indeed. By refusing to enter the capital this time, you have forfeited any future opportunity to do so. How pitiable to have offended so many. The entire court does not wish to see you, he mused. Yet perhaps this is for the best, for both you and his majesty. Muttering to himself, the old eunuch glanced back at the transforming Yuzhou city before boarding his carriage and departing. Your Highness, you have acted rather impulsively. You may have fallen into the enemy's trap, Zhuge Liang remarked candidly upon their return to the conference hall, now devoid of outsiders. His furrowed brow indicated his understanding of the implications of Li Yu's actions. To speak of rebellion openly was a dangerous gambit. Such words would likely sever the ties between Yuzhou and the court irreparably. Even if the court chose to overlook his actions, his aspirations for the position of heir apparent would likely be dashed. Fallen into a trap? Li Yu shot a scornful glance at Zhuge Liang, retorting, Do you think I am blind to their intentions? I see through that old man's schemes with utter clarity. Why then do you still? Zhuge Liang was perplexed. Having clearly discerned the situation, why would one still fall into the enemy's trap? Li Yu took a deep breath and jestingly remarked, If you were in my position, what would you think? How could this even be conceivable? Zhuge Liang instinctively dismissed such a possibility, yet upon observing Li Yu's earnest demeanor, he refrained from voicing his thoughts further. He pondered this possibility with increasing seriousness, and as his contemplation deepened, his heart gradually sank. If it were merely a relationship between sovereign and minister, he might feel bewildered, perhaps even angered or resentful. However, he would never experience the profound disillusionment that His Highness felt towards the court. But was the relationship between this prince and the one in the court truly just a simple sovereign and minister bond? Chapter 84. The Break, Your Highness. It is difficult to remain at peace. This was not a question. When Zhuge Liang uttered these words, he did so with a tone of affirmation. Indeed, I find it hard to be at peace. I cannot swallow this indignation. Li Yu struck his fist heavily upon the table, suppressing his fury. Pray tell, what am I to Li Shimin? An inconsequential entity? A mere puppet to be toyed with at his whim? He does not even regard me as one of his descendants. I am beneath his notice. This wretched man expects me to obey his commands. The very fact that I have not rebelled on the spot is a testament to my respect for him. You inquire why I fell into a trap? Do you truly believe I was ensnared by that old eunuch's schemes? I merely made my stance clear, informing that old fool in the court that I no longer have any ties with him. The throne? What is that but a trinket? I have no desire for it. After this outburst, Li Yu's complexion flushed, and his breath grew somewhat erratic. Zhuge Liang regarded him with a complex expression for a long while before he let out a heavy sigh. What do you intend to do in the future? Driving out the eunuchs and defying the edicts may feel liberating, but if the court seeks retribution, that could prove troublesome. As for the Central Plains, I have no plans. Li Yu responded with a cold laugh. From now on, Yuzhou shall be my territory. Whoever arrives here must abide by my rules. Zhuge Liang was taken aback, struggling to contain his astonishment. Do you intend to gather troops for your own power? They do not treat me as a human. Should I then feel gratitude towards them? That makes no sense. Li Yu gritted his teeth. Henceforth, the imperial decrees shall not be permitted to appear on my land. Inform the soldiers that any envoys sent by the court must be driven away. Should anyone dare to defy this, they may face execution first and report later. If the court does not regard him as a man, he certainly shall not regard the court as personnel as such. They wish to impose their will through power? Very well. Let us see if I grant them that privilege. Do they truly believe themselves to be significant? Do they think that the strength of the Yuzhou army is merely a fade? I can vanquish 100,000 Turkic dogs, and I can certainly defeat 100,000 of the court soldiers. Damn it, I have shown them enough courtesy. Hearing the profound implications of Li Yu's words, Zhuge Liang fell into silence. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. Very well, if His Majesty truly wished to honor you, he would not have acted so tyrannically as to escort you back to the capital. Since His Majesty has no intention of acknowledging you, it is well that we disregard the court's will. As your highness has stated, we shall gather our own forces. Upon hearing this, Wang Li, who had remained silent out of caution, immediately expressed his support. I only know your highness, and am unaware of the court. Please, command me. Suddenly, Yang Hen gazed at Li Yu with a look of deep concern and remarked, the vengeful Shura is loyal solely to your highness. Wherever you are, we shall be there as well. He. Are we considering a break with the court? That sounds rather intriguing. Zhang Yajiu, disheveled and clad in tattered garments, raised a wine flask in salute to Li Yu. I am merely a blacksmith, ignorant of the notions of hierarchy and order. Should you require ironwork, do not hesitate to command me. I shall exert myself to the utmost. Even if it comes to severing ties with the court, what of it? They have never been loyal to the Tang dynasty, so it matters little whether we end our relationship with the Tang or not. It merely adds another adversary to their list. They have already decimated 100,000 cavalry. What is there left to fear? In that moment of vulnerability, hearing the unwavering support from his subordinates gradually lifted Li Yu's spirits. Moved by the steadfastness of his supporters, a faint smile appeared on his lips as he proclaimed in a resonant voice, very well, let it be agreed. Regardless of the court's actions henceforth, we shall focus on our own affairs. If they choose to seek peace, let them be as if they do not exist. But if they court destruction, then let them not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Resolute in his decision to sever ties with the court, Li Yu felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. With his worries set aside, he redirected his thoughts towards pressing matters. For the time being, the affairs of the court were not his concern. The imminent threat from the north was the pressing issue at hand. Let us set aside all else and first address the beasts north of the Shanhai Pass. Your Highness is most righteous. Zhuge Liang, holding his feather fan, bowed and offered flattery. Li Yu could not help but chuckle and gestured at him. There is no need for such formalities. My mood has already settled. It is good that your Highness finds peace, Zhuge Liang replied, his smile unwavering as he gazed at Li Yu. With a hint of exasperation, Li Yu shook his head and resumed his prior line of thought, continuing to issue commands. Currently, my forces comprise 4,300 White Horse volunteers, nearly 15,000 Shiliang Iron Cavalry, and 10,000 Beiwai troops, along with the Mo Dao unit. Li Yu meticulously enumerated the entirety of his military strength. Upon concluding, he turned to Wang Li and stated, I shall allocate to you 1,000 divine mechanisms, 2,000 Han crossbowmen, along with 2,000 white horse volunteers and 3,000 Shiliang iron cavalry, as well as 5,000 launching iron guards. Do you have confidence in defending Yuzhou City? Wang Li calculated briefly and responded affirmatively. Absolutely no problem. However, you must also reserve at least 6 of the Yan Yun 18 riders for me. This way, even if I cannot hold Yuzhou City, I can ensure timely intelligence transmission. That is agreeable. Li Yu replied without hesitation. This time, I shall grant you 10 Yan Yun 18 riders. After all, my own forces are engaged in a defensive battle. Thus my reliance on intelligence is not as critical. Wang Lisong exhaled deeply. This is for the best. The 18 riders of Yenyun are elite cavalry, unparalleled in their reconnaissance capabilities. If we could secure 10 specialist scouts, we could ensure that Yuzhou remains impervious to any sudden assault. Whether the enemy approaches from the northern Yanshan, the southern Shuzhou, or the western Jizhou, I could strategically prepare our defenses in advance. Our adversaries now are not merely the northern barbarians. The imperial court may dispatch troops at any moment. It is imperative to send intelligence personnel to safeguard our rear. Having issued these directives, Li Yu proceeded to announce his itinerary. Today, the entire army shall rest, and at dawn tomorrow, I shall lead our forces to Shanhaiguan. Once I depart, the defense of Yuzhou will rest upon you all, Master Kongming, and you too, Master Yajiu. The supply lines at the rear will depend entirely on your efforts. The ability to hold Shanhaiguan will hinge on the timely arrival of our provisions. Chapter 85. A promise made in the ancient and stately palace of Goguryeo. A grand banquet was underway. The attendees were seated in 3 distinct groups, each clearly representing different ethnicities, their attire reflecting their unique cultures. In the center of the great hall, beautiful maidens danced gracefully, captivating the attention of Kagan Jilai and the Khitan leader Mo Hui, who gazed upon them with rapt fascination. King Yongryu of Goguryeo, observing the 2 leaders so entranced, could not help but burst into hearty laughter. To my esteemed leaders, if either of you has taken a liking to a maiden, rest assured that by nightfall, I shall send her to your chambers. He jested, but for now, let us discuss matters of importance. With a clap of his hands, the king signaled, and the maidens, as if choreographed, formed a line and gracefully exited the hall. As silence enveloped the room once more, Kagan Jilai reluctantly withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to Gao Jianwu. King Yongryu, our intentions have been made abundantly clear. The steppes are fragmented, and no single leader can command all the tribes. I, Kagan Jilai, leader of the Tiela tribe, am unable to rally my brothers due to that wretched defeat. Today, I have brought Kagan Mo Hui with me to reclaim our lost glory. My demands are simple. If we can breach the walls of Yuzhou, the brethren on the steppes will know that I, Kagan Jilai, have yet to fall. As for Yuzhou and the northern territories of the Tang, the Tiela tribe has no interest in them. Listening intently to Jilai's resolute declaration, Gao Jianwu slowly shook his head. Once Jilai had finished speaking, his gaze shifted to Mo Hui. And what of you? What compels you to ally with Kagan Jilai? Mo Hui appeared somewhat uneasy, seeming diminutive in the presence of Gao Jianwu and Jilai, his demeanor submissive. Kagan Jilai has assured me that should he succeed in capturing Yuzhou, he will cede the Korchin steppe to our Khitan people. What I desire is the Korchin steppe. The Korchin steppe? I see, Gao Jianwu mused, stroking the rim of his goblet thoughtfully. The Korchin steppe lay nearer than Dong'an, a territory of little consequence to Goguryeo. Currently, it was under the control of the Turks. In essence, he would incur no additional costs in this alliance while gaining the support of 400,000 warriors from both tribes. Furthermore, neither Jilai nor Mo Hui harbored any ambitions for Tang lands. Thus, this alliance could be deemed exceedingly advantageous. Having observed the recent conflicts in the north, Gao Jianwu had long coveted Yuzhou. If an alliance could be forged to march southward together, it might not prove to be an ill-fated endeavor. Gao Jianwu weighed the pros and cons and had already made up his mind. He raised his wine cup towards the 2 men and asked loudly, "Kan Shili and Kan Mo Hui, you wouldn't dare deceive me, would you?" Before they could respond, Gao Jianwu's expression turned somewhat menacing, and he warned with an intimidating glare, "Deceiving me would come at a great cost." The reputation of Goguryeo was fearsome in the north, having even brought down the once mighty Sui dynasty. Upon witnessing Gao Jianwu's predatory gaze, Kan Mo Hui shrank his shoulders and replied timidly, There are not many of us Khitans. We only desire the Kurlan steppe. We are not greedy. Khan Shieli slammed the table and declared vehemently, I seek only vengeance. If I can breach Yuzhou and restore the honor of the Tiela clan, that would suffice for me. He made a solemn vow. If a single word I utter is false, may my body remain intact at my sky burial. Though these words might seem casual, they carried profound significance for the Turks. An intact body at a sky burial was akin to damnation. This oath was undeniably grave. As a neighbor, Gao Jinwu understood Khan Shieli's customs well. Observing his fierce vow, he quickly reassured him. Khan Shieli, there is no need for such severity. I merely wish to confirm. Your words carry too much weight. What do you imply? Khan Shieli drained his cup, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Gao Jinwu. Gao Jinwu hesitated, his fingers lightly tapping the table. After a long pause, under the expectant gazes of the two men, he nodded gently. Very well. I shall dispatch 400,000 troops to join you in attacking the Tang. He added a warning. Let me make myself clear. Should I discover any failure to uphold this agreement, do not blame me for turning hostile. Khan Shieli scoffed. Rest assured, the current Turks are no match for your Goguryeo. I will deliver on my promise. With that, both their gazes turned to Mo Hui's face. Mo Hui reluctantly raised his hand. I too, haha. Then it is settled. Gao Jinwu lifted his cup. The two men raised their cups in agreement, shaking them slightly. It is settled. In Yuzhou, at Shanhaiguan, Liu had already led his army to this strategic pass. Unlike the Shanhaiguan of later generations, at this time, it should more accurately be referred to as Yiguan. It still bordered the Yinshan Mountains to the north and the Bohai Sea to the south. However, the actual location of Yiguan was 60 miles south of the future Shanhaiguan. This pass, constructed by Emperor Yang Guang of the Sui, had fallen into disrepair over the years. To restore its function, repairs were necessary. The condition of Shanhaiguan was far worse than Liu had anticipated. Fortunately, he had brought along some craftsmen. Otherwise, upon seeing the actual state here, the king would have surely been taken aback. The walls of Shanhaiguan were covered in mud and weeds, presenting a picture of utter decay. Due to years of neglect, the city gates have succumbed to corrosion, deteriorating to such an extent that a mere tap could create a significant breach. Were it only this, a simple repair and thorough cleaning might render it passable. However, what weighs heavily on Liu's heart is the collapse of approximately 30 to 40 meters of the southern city wall. Such a vast opening is sufficient for hundreds to traverse simultaneously. Liu stood with his hands on his hips atop the city battlements, commanding from his elevated position. He ordered 5,000 heavily armored soldiers and 5,000 Western Liang cavalry to remain on standby. Everyone, remove your armor and lend your hands to this endeavor. First, transport the artillery and ammunition to the walls and arrange the artillery formations. The rest shall focus on repairing the wall. Whether you possess construction skills is inconsequential. The craftsmen will instruct you in the necessary tasks. We have at most 5 days. If we wish to avoid a protracted battle, let us all muster our spirits. Chapter 86. The turmoil in the court. While the northern front stood in resolute anticipation, the atmosphere within the Tang court was markedly different. In the Grand Hall, a eunuch who had once visited Yuzhou recounted his experiences with meticulous detail. Upon hearing every word, Emperor Li Shimin slammed his palm upon the dragon throne, exclaiming in outrage. Preposterous! Did he truly utter such words? His seething anger sent a shiver through all present. The elderly eunuch, observing the emperor's expression, bowed his head and stated, This old servant dares not withhold the truth. The crown prince has indeed defied the imperial edict and refused to come to the capital. What else did he say? Li Shimin demanded, his eyes wide with fury. The eunuch hesitated, reluctant to divulge further details. However, upon hearing the emperor's wrathful command, speak plainly. Do you wish to shield that wretched spawn from the truth? The eunuch promptly divulged in front of the assembled officials. The crown prince declared that, given the court's heartlessness, there is no reason for him to hold the court in esteem. He commanded this old servant to leave, stating that Yuzhou shall never acknowledge envoys sent by the court. This revelation ignited a storm of reaction within the court. Among the crowd, Wei Zheng wore a sardonic smile. I anticipated this outcome. It is precisely as I had foreseen. When the discussion turned to the crown prince's rewards, his contributions were overlooked as all sought to curry favor with the emperor. Yet, when it came time to assign blame, the charges against the crown prince were exaggerated to an extreme. Such treatment would be intolerable for any prince, let alone a disregarded minister. The court had effectively forced the crown prince into a position of independence, only to then chastise him for not being filial. They had exhausted every possible argument, both favorable and unfavorable. Though Wei Zheng understood the intricacies of the situation, he held no desire to engage. People are inherently inclined to seek advantage and avoid harm. Exposing this matter would bring him no benefit. Why should he speak on behalf of a disgraced prince? There was no necessity. After a brief discussion among the courtiers, Du Ruhui stepped forward to propose to Li Shimin. The crown prince's open defiance and his uttering of such treasonous words constitute a blatant act of insubordination. Your Majesty, I implore you to issue an immediate order to dispatch troops and quell the rebellion in Yuzhou. As soon as these words were spoken, Wei Zheng could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, countering, "No. The crown prince has adeptly quelled the turmoil in Yuzhou, vanquishing the barbarian threat, which is in alignment with the will of the people. If we hastily send troops, it may lead to great chaos across the realm." This assertion is erroneous. Du Ruhui retorted vigorously. The crown prince is guilty of treason. It is only right for the court to suppress such treachery. How could it possibly incite turmoil throughout the land? Wei Zheng stood firm, replying instantly, "The crown prince's military achievements are undeniable. If the court merely turns a blind eye, that would suffice. But to brand the crown prince a traitor, what would that signify for the generals of the realm? Is the court prepared to treat its loyal subjects in such a manner? Are we not concerned about disheartening the soldiers? About disheartening the common people? Even so, such disregard for imperial authority and the dismissal of the emperor's command cannot be tolerated." Du Ruhui clearly aligned himself with Wei Zheng's sentiments, yet he remained resolute. "Your Majesty, I implore you to issue the order to quell the rebellion at once." As Li Shimin listened to their debate, his expression shifted repeatedly. Initially, he was indeed infuriated, feeling his authority had been challenged. However, upon reflecting on Wei Zheng's words, he began to waver. Could it be that he had overstepped? Just as this thought crossed his mind, another minister stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the crown prince, being a royal, has endured neglect and despair, which is entirely natural." Changsun Wuji earnestly suggested, "Why not allow him to remain in Yuzhou? This would not adversely affect our Tang dynasty." Fang Xianling promptly added, "The crown prince has made significant contributions. We cannot so easily erase his merits. Perhaps we could balance his achievements against his transgressions, using his triumph over the Turkic savages to offset the crime of rebellion, thus ensuring a harmonious resolution." Du Ruhui, however, remained unconvinced, retorting, "Yet this matter involves treason. How can we so readily pardon him?" Sensing the impending dispute, Li Shimin swiftly gestured for calm. "No more arguments. Fang Aiqing is correct. We shall let his merits counterbalance his offenses. It shall be done. Your Majesty's magnanimity is commendable. Should the crown prince learn of your forgiveness, he would be profoundly grateful." Changsun Wuji stepped forward to flatter, his sincerity palpable. Fang Xianling cast a complex glance in his direction, then bowed in agreement. "Your Majesty is wise. This is indeed the proper course." At this juncture, despite Du Ruhui's lingering dissatisfaction, he found himself powerless to alter Li Shimin's decision. It was a pity for his son, lost to the world, with neither sight nor remains to grieve. A neglected prince, after all. Why must one struggle so? If Du He wished for his death, then let him face it with resignation. Now, his aging father bore the anguish of losing a beloved child. Alas, the crown prince is utterly unworthy. Du Ruhui sighed silently, shadows flickering in his eyes. "No, this matter cannot conclude thus. Li Yu must pay a price. Even if today proves fruitless, I shall seek an opportunity in the future to avenge my son. When that time comes, I shall ensure Li Yu experiences a fate worse than death." Wei Zheng observed the myriad of human affairs within the court with a cold gaze, increasingly perceiving its sordidness. Du Ruhui, driven by vengeance for his son, fervently urged the emperor to take action against the crown prince. Changsun Wuji, having obtained what he desired, sought to avoid complications, hoping to settle matters quietly. After all, as long as Li Yu remained away from the capital, he could not partake in the succession struggle. Changsun Wuji wished for Li Yu to be as far removed as possible, never to return to Chang'an. Fang Xianling shared this sentiment, holding a high position. He wished to avert any upheaval within the court. As long as stability was maintained, his position would remain solid as a mountain. And what of Li Shimin? The thoughts of the emperor elude Wei Zheng's understanding. Despite them all being his sons, some are cherished as treasures while others are treated with utter disdain. Even their merits in repelling foreign invasions are easily disregarded. The disparity in the treatment of these princes is striking. Were anyone else to occupy Li Yu's position, it is likely they would harbor resentment. In his mind, Wei Zheng derided them all. Ultimately, he reflected upon his own circumstances. In truth, how much better off was he? The world lauds him for his courage to speak candidly and highlight the injustices within the court. Yet, on this occasion, he opted for self-preservation. Ultimately, he too harbored a desire to see Li Yu absent from the capital. Chapter 87, 60,000 versus 800,000 at Zhenguan. 3 days had swiftly passed since Li Yu led his army to this location. Continuous supplies were being transported from Yuzhou City. After 3 days of relentless logistics, Zhenguan had received 400 artillery pieces and 30,000 explosive shells, thus acquiring a semblance of defensive capability. Standing atop the city walls, Li Yu meticulously calculated the forces at his disposal. I have mobilized all available troops to Zhenguan. Presently, my cavalry comprises approximately 14,100 men, including around 2,300 white horse volunteers and 11,800 from the Shiliang Iron Cavalry. The battle at Wugong City was devastating, leading to the annihilation of numerous units. Now, only light cavalry and heavily armored knights remained, with the light cavalry severely outnumbered. Additionally, the previously unused infantry had been fully released, totaling about 42,000 troops. Among them, there were 10,000 Beihai troops, 5,000 Modeo units, 4,000 from the Divine Machine Camp, 3,000 Han crossbowmen, 10,000 from the Longqing Iron Guard, and another 10,000 heavy-armed shield bearers. Altogether, this amounted to approximately 56,000 men. Alongside the uncertain status of 7,000 vengeful Azuras, the total army reached 63,000. This was a formidable force under any circumstances. However, according to Li Yu's intelligence, the enemy's total strength was around 800,000. Facing 63,000 against 800,000, even with the fortifications of the city walls, the pressure on defense was immense. Particularly, the defensive line at Zhenguan stretched over 50 miles. What does this imply? If Li Yu's current forces were evenly distributed, each soldier would need to defend about 5 meters of space to secure the entire line. From a military standpoint, this bordered on absurdity. Typically, a garrison requires 3 or 4 soldiers to effectively hold a single meter of defense. The notion of one man defending 5 meters was rather fantastical. Fortunately, the enemy could not possibly possess enough siege equipment to launch simultaneous assaults along the entire line. Were it otherwise, Li Yu would have no choice but to abandon this stronghold, given the disparity in forces. If the enemy indeed initiated a comprehensive attack, such a lengthy defensive line would prove untenable. Fortunately, such a ridiculous scenario seemed unlikely, a small mercy amidst the misfortunes. However, this did not imply that Yanmen Pass was easily defensible, especially concerning the damaged section, which still bore a gap of about 10 meters. This posed a natural breach. Should the enemy arrive before the repairs could be completed, it would spell significant trouble. One could only wonder if the craftsmen could finish mending this vulnerability before the enemy's arrival. Li Yu gazed into the distance, his heart burdened with unspoken worries. Regardless of the challenges that lay before him or the upheavals in the court, his heart was restless. The world seemed to harbor a profound malice towards him. He truly wondered what those individuals in the court were contemplating. Just as Li Yu's emotions grew increasingly complex, he was suddenly jolted by a commotion nearby. Look over there. Why is there dust rising? It seems the earth is trembling. Could those barbarians be advancing southward so swiftly? Surely not. If it truly is the coalition of savages, it would be disastrous. Damn it, the city walls are not yet repaired. An attack at this moment would be catastrophic. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Yu was roused from his reverie and hastily gazed into the distance. Standing atop the city wall, he surveyed the vast plain before him. In the distance, he could faintly discern small dark figures quivering slightly. Narrowing his eyes for a closer inspection, he soon understood what they were. The shadows were numerous, a throng of heads jostling together. What else could it be but a marching army? Upon confirming that it was indeed the southern barbarians, a bitter smile escaped Li Yu's lips. You lot are truly the harbingers of misfortune. Good tidings elude us, while calamity approaches. It is indeed the southern savages. Well then, prepare for battle. As these words echoed, the expressions of the soldiers stationed on the city wall turned somewhat grim. Had they known better than to jest, they would not have spoken so lightly. Who could have anticipated the arrival of these beasts? However, to be fair, their remarks were not entirely misplaced. Regardless of their discussions, the inevitable would still come to pass. Their words were merely a jest amidst their suffering, having little to do with the actual outcome. As the enemy appeared on the horizon, the war drums on the city wall began to sound in quick succession. The work crews, still engaged in repairing the walls, had no time to gather their tools and hastily rushed towards the nearest barracks. They had stripped off their armor and weapons for the repairs, but now, with the enemy approaching, they had to don their gear and prepare for combat. Ensure that everyone is battle-ready, especially the Divine Machine Battalion. They must take their positions swiftly. War could erupt at any moment. Do not harbor any delusions of safety. After issuing this command to the mid-level officer stationed on the wall, Liu hurriedly made his way down to the city. A commanding officer, noticing his movement, quickly inquired, "Your Highness, we are about to engage with the enemy. Where do you intend to go? As the supreme commander of the army, why are you not overseeing the battle from the city wall?" Upon hearing this question, all eyes turned to Liu. He turned back to face them, and with a smile, replied, "I am going to summon Bai Qi. You shall follow his commands shortly." "And you? Where do you intend to go?" someone asked immediately after. While Bai Qi's leadership was undoubtedly trustworthy, the presence of the Grand Commander himself would surely bolster the troops' morale. With this commander in charge, why must the Grand General take to the battlefield to direct the operations? All the mid-level generals found themselves engulfed in confusion. The prince's actions at this moment were exceedingly difficult to comprehend. However, to Liu, this seemed entirely reasonable. He tilted his head towards them, exhaling a sigh that bore both resignation and acceptance. The city walls have yet to be fully repaired. Someone must guard that breach to afford the craftsmen the necessary time. While Bai Qi is undoubtedly formidable, he cannot hold that position alone. There is no other choice. I must personally defend that gap. Upon hearing these words, the general's eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at him with incredulity. "Your Highness, the enemy is already at our gates. The breach cannot be sealed." "Indeed, Your Highness, if the enemy intends to assault the breach, let them enter. We shall establish a defensive line within the city, and we can surely vanquish them before they reach the walls. There is no need for you to take such a risk." Chapter 88. I shall guard the breach. Liu's words were unmistakably clear. He intended to provide the craftsmen constructing the city walls with ample safety space, ensuring that they could continue their labor uninterrupted amidst the chaos of war. Yet, how could this be feasible? To persist in building the walls necessitated sending troops outside the city to establish a defensive formation, thereby warding off the enemy and granting the artisans sufficient time. One must bear in mind that they faced an army of 800,000, not merely a contingent of a few thousand. Engaging them in the open with such a severe shortage of forces would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, this prince boldly declared his intention to keep the enemy at bay. What means did he possess to accomplish this? Was this not an endeavor fraught with futility? However, observing Liu casually wave his hand, he instructed, "Attend to your duties, and do not overly concern yourselves with the rest. With me here, Shanhaiguan shall not fall. Follow Bai Qi's commands closely, and do not create any trouble for me." Having uttered these words, Liu wasted no more time and descended the stairs towards the city. Witnessing this scene, the mid-ranking officers exchanged perplexed glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They genuinely could not comprehend how this prince intended to afford the craftsmen the time they required. Meanwhile, Liu had already arrived at the breach in the wall. Observing the craftsmen diligently repairing the city, he nodded in satisfaction. "You are doing splendidly. In the face of adversity, you remain composed and unflustered, though not soldiers. You exhibit valor surpassing that of soldiers." Noticing the soldiers retreating while maintaining their repair work with remarkable order, he praised, "Your courage is commendable." The chief craftsman, taken aback by Liu's accolades, humbly replied, "Your Highness overestimates us. We are merely fulfilling our duties. We are undeserving of such praise. I have always been pragmatic. How could it be considered flattery?" Liu chuckled, shaking his head. With a wave of his hand, he urged, "The situation is urgent. Continue your work. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Upon hearing this, the dusty and weary craftsman glanced up. shyly smiling at him before returning to their industrious tasks. Li Yu nodded at them with a smile and quickly made his way through the breach to the outside of the city. Seeing Bai Qi directing soldiers to dig the moat outside the city, Li Yu shouted, "There is no need to continue digging. Those brutes from the north have already arrived. Hurry to the wall and oversee the overall command. I shall handle matters here. And what about you?" Bai Qi set down his shovel, wiping the sweat from his brow as he approached briskly. Li Yu retrieved a virtual sand table from his robe and handed it to Bai Qi, saying with a smile, "That is not for you to concern yourself with. Off you go." Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Bai Qi refrained from further discussion, taking the sand table and sprinting towards the city wall. Once Bai Qi had departed, the relaxed expression on Li Yu's face grew solemn. He gestured towards the soldiers who were observing and commanded, "Everyone, heed my orders. Return to the fortress immediately and proceed to your respective defensive positions." "Yes, Your Highness." The soldiers tasked with digging the moat were perplexed, but they adhered to the command nonetheless. Under the direction of a mid-ranking officer, they formed a long line and departed hastily. As the officer passed by Li Yu waved him over. Once he approached, Li Yu quietly instructed, "Seek out the commander of the heavy armored sword and shield soldiers, and request that he dispatch 500 sword and shield warriors to fortify the breach." The officer, though unsure of the reason, noted Li Yu's serious demeanor and promptly complied. He was unaware of the significance of Li Yu's command. Nevertheless, he proceeded to execute it. In the aftermath, only Li Yu remained outside the city. He glanced back at the towering walls, a smile gracing his face. Ever since acquiring the martial spirit of the great Chu overlord, no one had compelled him to unleash his full potential. He had thought that there would never come a time in his life when he would exert himself entirely, yet here he was, faced with such circumstances. Now, he thought, "Let me see the extent of personal prowess in this era. Indeed, I am eager to discover how formidable I can truly become. This time, I shall single-handedly defend the breach at Zhenguan." The defense line was already tenuous, and the pressure on the Yuzhou army was immense. The emergence of an additional breach only added an unstable variable to their already precarious situation. Li Yu could not allow this gap to persist. It was imperative to reinforce the defense line. Thus, he resolved to rely solely on his martial strength to buy time for the craftsmen. If his estimations were correct, in no more than 2 days, this breach could be perfectly mended. Therefore, he would strive to secure those 2 days. Li Yu's expression was resolute, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He silently observed the distance, his eyes betraying no hint of fear. Bai Qi hastened back to the city walls, promptly activating the virtual sand table to arrange the defense lines. As commands were dispatched, the walls became increasingly bustling. From time to time, mid-ranking officers were seen receiving orders and leading their troops to the defensive areas. Once Bai Qi had meticulously organized all the defense lines, he finally had the opportunity to assess the situation at Li Yu's side. When he beheld the young prince standing alone outside the city, he was taken aback. "Are you intending to defend the breach alone? This is recklessness," Bai Qi exclaimed, quickly lifting his gaze to search for a familiar figure. Soon he spotted her. "Yang Hen, go find the prince and persuade him to return to the city." Yang Hen, who had been languidly fiddling with her nails at the edge of the breach, glanced over at Bai Qi upon hearing her name, shaking her head in refusal. "No, the prince has commanded me to hold the defense line. As a soldier, I must obey orders." Bai Qi, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "The orders of this general are commands." Yet, Yang Hen, turning his head aside nonchalantly, replied, "That is not the same. His Highness issued the command personally, and your orders cannot compare to his." Frustrated, Bai Qi retorted, "But do you comprehend what His Highness intends to do?" Yang Hen, with an unwavering calmness, did not meet his gaze and stated, "I am aware, yet I place my faith in His Highness. The salvation of Yuzhou from its dire predicament relies solely upon Li Yu. As Li Yu's most devoted admirer, I have every reason to trust him. Since His Highness wishes to maintain control over a particular region alone, he possesses absolute confidence. In that case, we merely need to await His Highness's grand display of prowess. As for the rest, we must diligently fulfill our duties and ensure we do not disappoint His Highness. That alone suffices." Yang Hen held a clear perspective, recalling Li Yu's words that the soldier's duty is to obey commands. She had always remembered this. Chapter 89, Worthless. Outside Zhenguan, less than a mile from the city walls, The vast coalition of barbarian forces gradually came to a halt. The sheer density of their numbers resembled a colossal tsunami surging forth, instilling a profound dread in the hearts of onlookers. The multitude was staggering. The visual impact of 800,000 troops arrayed upon the plains was more harrowing than witnessing the very collapse of Mount Tai. If there truly existed a sea of humanity within this world, what lay before Bai Qi and his comrades epitomized such a spectacle. At the forefront of this formidable army, 6 individuals mounted on their steeds surveyed the horizon. The advance of the entire force was arrested by Gao Jianwu, a robust and towering figure, who slowly raised his right arm. It was as if time itself had frozen among the throngs, as row upon row of soldiers gradually came to a standstill. This scene was, without a doubt, awe-inspiring. When a certain number of individuals synchronize in a simple action, the resulting impact can be overwhelmingly profound. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, Bai Qi found himself unable to contemplate anything beyond the movements of the enemy forces. The psychological pressure brought forth by such a multitude of foes was indescribable. He could feel beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Beyond the incessant thoughts of how to withstand such an overwhelming assault, he had no more capacity to ponder other matters. Yang Hen also rose from the edge of the wall, her demeanor reflecting the gravity of the impending battle as she gazed down at the enemy troops. It was clear she recognized the arduous nature of the impending conflict. The impromptu female general murmured softly to herself, "There are simply too many of them. With this multitude, when will we ever be able to vanquish them all?" Among the enemy ranks, Gao Jianwu raised his arm, pointing toward the steadfast defensive lines. "Zhenguan, the ironclad fortress that has long deterred our advance southward. You claim that the Tang dynasty has relinquished this stronghold, yet I see throngs of people atop the city walls." Beside him, Kagan Shieli observed the distance with a solemn expression, slowly shaking his head. "The last time we passed through, all the Tang dogs stationed here fled, leaving not a soul in sight. I cannot fathom from whence these Tang dogs have come. However, I anticipated the possibility of being trapped in the central plains. Uncertain of our return, I dispatched some men to sabotage the city walls." As he spoke, Kagan Shieli raised his hand, gesturing toward a breach not far from the northern side of the stronghold. "Look there, Lord Ronglio. That is the spot. If we can send a cavalry unit charging through that gap, we can easily seize this position with coordinated efforts." Gao Jianwu followed his gaze and indeed noted a section of the wall that had collapsed. Yet, it appeared that urgent repairs were underway. And what, pray tell, was that? Gao Jianwu squinted slightly, pointing towards a solitary figure outside the city and inquiring, "Who is that person? Why does he stand alone beyond the city walls?" Upon hearing this, Sheli Khan turned his attention, observing intently. When he discerned the cold, stern visage, he was momentarily taken aback. "How could he be here?" Sheli Khan exclaimed, his voice laced with uncertainty. "Do you recognize him?" Gao Jianwu asked. It was only at this moment that Sheli Khan recalled Gao Jianwu was unaware of the man's identity. With a grave expression, he revealed, "He is the lord of Yuzhou City, the grand prince of the Tang dynasty, Li Yu." At this revelation, those surrounding them were collectively struck with astonishment. The commander of the enemy forces appearing in the wild? A general accompanying Gao Jianwu eagerly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, please issue your command. I, Quan Geisuan, am willing to capture this man on your behalf." The audacity of the enemy commander to appear alone in such a perilous location was an invitation for opportunity. If they could seize him, it might compel the enemy to surrender. Capturing him would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. Quan Geisuan perceived this as a chance to showcase his valor, stepping forward without hesitation. This bold move drew the attention of the others. Sheli Khan scrutinized him with a discerning gaze, revealing a look of disdain. "Do you not know that this man has defeated the greatest warrior of our steppe? Do you truly believe you can capture him?" Quan Geisuan remained silent. At this juncture, Gao Jianwu stepped forth, laughing heartily. "Just because your people are lacking does not mean our illustrious Goguryeo warriors are incapable." Upon hearing this, Quan Geisuan immediately chimed in. "I could bring him back in no more than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense." The two seemed to perform a duet. As soon as Quan Geisuan finished speaking, Gao Jianwu pointed to him, declaring, "Quan Geisuan, the mightiest general of Goguryeo, the strongest warrior in all the world. Then I shall be eager to witness this." Sheli Khan replied with a light chuckle, though his expression was tinged with mockery. Quan Gaisuan discerned the skepticism and once more requested, "Your Majesty, please issue your command." Gao Jinwu, casting a meaningful glance at Shelly Khan's sardonic expression, nodded slightly and said, "Go forth. I consent. Let Shelly Khan witness what a true warrior is." Yes. With Gao Jinwu's approval, Quan Gaisuan wasted no time. Seizing his great blade and galloping towards the breach with fervor, clearly intent on capturing Li Yu in one decisive strike. Li Yu, with an indifferent demeanor, observed the approaching enemy forces. As a rider approached, he cast a fleeting glance in their direction. He gently pressed his lips together, silently drawing out the thunder dragon tooth from his back. The rider showed no intention of slowing down, seemingly unwilling to engage in conversation. This suited Li Yu perfectly. In battle, one strikes when the opportunity arises. There is no room for superfluous dialogue. Li Yu gently shook the reins in his hand, his steed, a fiery stallion, resonating with his intentions as they surged towards Quan Gaisuan. In an instant, the horse's speed reached its zenith. The two riders and their mounts raced towards each other, merely moments away from colliding. At that precise moment, Li Yu's hand quivered lightly, signaling the commencement of his strike. Like a scene unfolding in slow motion, he casually thrust his spear, the entire movement appearing effortless and graceful. In stark contrast, Quan Gaisuan's actions were imbued with palpable strength. The long blade he wielded seemed as if it were a divine weapon, and his expression, brimming with arrogance, betrayed his unwavering confidence. Both combatants launched their attacks simultaneously, their velocities seemingly indistinguishable. Yet, in the very next heartbeat, as their steeds brushed past one another, Quan Gaisuan soared into the air. Reminiscent of a martial arts master employing lightness skills, an astonishing sight on the battlefield. As spectators remained engulfed in bewilderment, the reason for this extraordinary occurrence gradually revealed itself. Chapter 90. The onslaught of 1,000 swords. Quan Gaisuan did not employ any extraordinary martial arts. Rather, he was pierced through the chest by Li Yu's spear, impaled upon its tip like a marionette. As they passed each other, Li Yu casually shook the spear in his hand, akin to wielding a mere stick. Quan Gaisuan was hurled backward, crashing to the ground, motionless, teetering on the brink of life and death. Li Yu cast not a second glance at the fallen figure and turned back, slowly returning to his original position. At that moment, he uttered two words with a languid disdain: useless. Upon witnessing this spectacle, silence enveloped the arena. Had the formidable Quan Gaisuan, lauded by Gao Jinwu as the mightiest warrior under heaven, truly perished? To fall so effortlessly, akin to a discarded piece of refuse, was unfathomable. Even accounting for the disparity in their martial prowess, such a stark contrast in combat capability seemed implausible. To be slain in a single thrust was utterly preposterous. The mightiest warrior of Goryeo, indeed, I have witnessed his prowess. After the initial astonishment, Kagin Shieli mockingly remarked on the situation, expressing his surprise at Li Yu's continued display of scorn. Gao Jinwu, his countenance darkened with indignation, barked an order: "Release the arrows. Slay that wretch." With a single command, thousands of arrows soared from the ranks of the army. The deluge of arrows blanketed the sky, resembling a great black dragon, poised to pounce upon Li Yu with malevolent intent. Gao Jinwu sneered, "No matter how formidable you may be, what does it matter? You shall still meet your end." With hundreds of thousands of arrows raining down, even a deity would find it impossible to survive such an onslaught. In Gao Jinwu's estimation, Li Yu was as good as dead, with no hope of survival. Uncommonly, Kagin Shieli nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his perspective. Indeed, no matter how strong a warrior, it was inconceivable to endure such a barrage of arrows. Simultaneously, atop the city walls, Bai Qi and all those observing the battlefield felt their hearts lodged in their throats. The arrow storm was so dense that merely gazing upon it instilled a visceral fear. Could the crown prince truly survive this? In that moment, Bai Qi was engulfed by regret. Had he known, he would have personally retrieved his highness. How could he venture alone into the wilderness? "Your highness, you have been far too reckless. No individual could withstand such a concentrated assault." This was a conclusion that required no contemplation. A mere glance sufficed to reach that realization. Regardless of one's strength, there exists a limit. Confronting an army alone, one could only wonder what thoughts occupied the crown prince's mind. Countless generals watched, their eyes wide with desperation, fixated on the skyward arrows. praying that the storm would spare the crown prince. Yet, in truth, how could that be possible? In such a vast area of attack, even by sheer chance, countless arrows would find their mark. It seemed that the crown prince was indeed facing an insurmountable calamity. With this thought, some even shut their eyes in dread, fearing to witness the heart-wrenching scene that might unfold. However, none were aware. Standing at the precipice of danger, Li Yu faced a barrage of arrows without the slightest tremor in his heart. He even murmured a subtle mockery. It appears quite intimidating, yet in reality, it bears no significance. With that, he raised the Thunder Dragon Tooth. Both hands deftly maneuvered along the gun barrel, dancing swiftly. In a flash, the Thunder Dragon Tooth spun like a high-speed rotor, leaving even its afterimages undetectable. A torrential rain of arrows descended, akin to a thunderclap striking the serene sky. Yet, upon contact with the Thunder Dragon Tooth, the arrows were effortlessly deflected, as if they were mere lightweight toothpicks. Witnessing such an astonishing assault, Li Yu effortlessly neutralized it all. The arrow storm persisted for a full half-minute, but not a single arrow managed to breach the defenses of the Thunder Dragon Tooth. Without exception, they were all sent flying to the ground. Under the scrutiny of nearly 1 million spectators, Li Yu achieved an unprecedented miracle. He emerged unscathed from the deluge of arrows, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if this entire ordeal were merely a trivial matter to him. When everyone beheld Li Yu's figure, clearly standing upon the earth, at that moment, he left 1 million jaws agape. What? Is he human or specter? Is it truly possible for someone to survive such an exaggerated rain of arrows? How can this be? My goodness, what am I witnessing? The prince has actually deflected all the arrows. Surely, he must be a deity. The murmurs of 1 million voices, even if but whispers of astonishment, created a tremendous uproar. The skies above Shanghai Pass resembled a bustling market, a cacophony echoing through the heavens. In that moment, Li Yu's existence astounded the world. It made them comprehend the extent of human potential. The so-called common sense held no sway over Li Yu. He himself was a transcendence of rationality. His actions left the crowd in awe. The battlefield, once noisy, gradually settled into silence. By then, Bai Qi's gaze towards Li Yu had transformed from admiration to a look of reverence. If there truly exists a god of war in this world, it must be him. It was hard to fathom how this prince had navigated such peril unscathed. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, who would dare believe all of this was real? His master, once again, had created a miracle, revealing the existence of godlike martial prowess. Now, when pondering whether Li Yu could hold the breach, Bai Qi could confidently respond, I believe the prince will surely succeed. In truth, Yang Hen had already articulated Bai Qi's innermost thoughts. I have always said, trust the prince. If the prince asserts it can be done, then it is undoubtedly feasible. Yang Hen's tone was resolute, and as she spoke, a wondrous light sparkled in her eyes. Bai Qi nodded absently. Indeed, I ought to trust His Highness. In this regard, I am not your equal. It is sufficient that you understand. Yang, with a hint of pride, raised her chin, revealing her delicate, pale skin beneath the mask. Her rosy lips curled upward in a playful manner. A glance shifted to the base of the city wall. Li Yu dismounted from his steed and gently patted the rear of the flame steed. The flame steed affectionately nudged his face, and as if sharing an unspoken bond, it dashed through the opening behind him into the safety of the fortress. Soon, they would face an onslaught akin to a tempest. Li Yu was acutely aware that when that moment arrived, he would be utterly preoccupied, unable to attend to the safety of the flame steed. Thus, it was wiser to ensure the flame steed reached a secure location while he confronted the impending chaos alone. In this regard, Li Yu remained steadfast in his conviction. He was brimming with confidence in his ability to defend the breach single-handedly. Chapter 91. The battle commences. I never anticipated he truly survived. Gao Jinwu exhaled deeply, his heart racing with conflicting emotions. To be candid, when he beheld Li Yu standing resolutely upon the earth, he was utterly astonished. Against all odds, he could not fathom that anyone could endure such an environment. This was undeniably a scene that would stir the very soul, even in opposition. Witnessing this moment left him profoundly shocked. To observe someone transcend their limits is, in itself, a spectacle worthy of admiration. However, after the initial awe, reality swiftly reclaimed its hold. Gao Jinwu took a deep breath and bellowed, Vanguard, assault the city. Focus your efforts on that breach. Push through the opening. With his command, The army surged forth. A throng of soldiers brandished their shields and charged towards the walls. Kill! The deafening roar reverberated through the skies above Zhenguan. Bai Qi's senses broke free from the shock, prompting an immediate response. Divine Machine Camp, open fire. In this battle, we shall not conserve ammunition. Unleash a relentless barrage. At this command, the cannons roared with thunderous intensity. A deluge of cannonballs erupted from the barrels, crashing into the charging crowd. Some obliterated men into mere fragments, while others landed in open spaces. Regardless, the fuses of these projectiles remained unextinguished. When the dark iron spheres struck the ground, they ignited a second explosion. Visible shrapnel erupted, inflicting widespread destruction. With the commencement of hostilities formally ignited, war erupted in full force. Loosen the formation. Do not cluster together. Continue your advance. Once you reach the base of the walls, you shall be safe. Gao Jianwu, having inquired about the artillery's capabilities, was acutely aware of such weaponry's vulnerabilities. His soldiers had undergone psychological preparation, ensuring they would not succumb to panic in the face of sudden thunderous sounds. The combat prowess of the Goguryeo warriors exceeded all expectations. After all, they hailed from an agrarian civilization, steeped in cultural depth. A multitude of barbarian soldiers approached the walls at a rapid pace. As they drew near, the archers atop the ramparts joined the fray. A hail of arrows was unleashed, resulting in substantial casualties. One could see the Goguryeo soldiers falling like stalks of wheat. But this did not deter them from surging towards the base of the city. In mere moments, a dense mass of troops began their assault. Some erected ladders, others battered the gates, while a greater number charged directly at Liu. The earlier scene of 1,000 swords unleashed was indeed awe-inspiring. Yet, this did not deter them from perceiving Liu as the principal point of vulnerability. Liu was undeniably formidable, a strength unparalleled in history. However, he too possessed limits. This encapsulates the thoughts of all the soldiers from Goguryeo. They harbor no fear in confronting formidable adversaries. To triumph in such challenges is the utmost honor. The sword and shield warriors of Goguryeo were the first to approach Liu. Their faces contorted with ferocity, they launched a fierce assault upon the outnumbered Liu. With his arms crossed over his chest, Liu began to move. His hands gripped the spear tightly, executing a move, a sweeping strike. The tip of the Lilangia spear carved a wide arc, clearing a 2-meter radius before him. When the divine weapon clashed against the barbarian's shield, it was no more challenging than slicing through paper. The shield was cleaved in two, leaving deep, penetrating wounds on the bodies of the attackers. A harrowing scream echoed as over 10 soldiers fell simultaneously. Yet behind them surged countless more, relentlessly advancing. Come forth, let me see how many I can slay, and whether you can push me to my limits. At some point, a wild grin emerged on Liu's face, resembling a demon, as he struck again. Each sweep of his spear promised mass destruction, with a minimum of 7 or 8, and a maximum of 20 lives claimed in a single stroke. His efficiency rivaled that of harvesting grass. He resembled the Grim Reaper, incessantly reaping the lives of challengers. Meanwhile, the battlefield on the other side was equally brutal. Numerous ladders were secured to the city walls, steadfastly anchored. Simultaneously, a continuous stream of soldiers ascended the ladders, intent on storming the battlements and seizing a foothold. On the walls, heavily armored sword and shield warriors stood in the front line, shields at the ready for combat. Often, as soon as one soldier poked their head above the parapet, they were met with a long blade. The sword and shield warriors did not need to slit throats or aim for vital points. Any injury inflicted that forced the enemy to tumble from the walls sufficed. The impact of the fall alone could prove fatal. As for toppling the ladders, such futile attempts were beneath them. Not to mention the ladders were not constructed for mere mortals to dismantle. Even if they could, the risk would far outweigh the potential of killing an enemy. The greatest taboo in a siege is recklessly exposing oneself, for it would invite the thrust of a long spear. The heavily armored sword and shield warriors lacked the seamless defense of the Shiliang cavalry. A spear strike could very well be fatal, and the Yuzhou army could ill afford losses, facing 63,000 against 800,000. Even a casualty ratio of 10:1 would be a losing proposition. Thus, the priority remained to safeguard the city walls and preserve their own lives. That is the true path to victory. Besides the sword and shield warriors, the iron guards of Longqing and the Beiwai army would also serve as invaluable allies. Others would intermittently raise logs, rolling stones, and flammable oil, pouring them down upon the foes below. Often, at such moments, many soldiers would meet their end beneath the weight of these materials. Under the immense pressure of the siege, the troops of Yuzhou spared no expense in their defense, deploying a substantial amount of resources for the purpose of fortification without hesitation. The results were markedly evident. Within less than half an hour, the conflict had escalated to a fever pitch. However, throughout the entire ordeal, no individual managed to breach the defenses and secure a position atop the walls. At this juncture, the bodies that lay before Li Yu had accumulated into a small hillock, a grim testament to the carnage, with no fewer than 300 or 400 fallen warriors. In the span of a mere hour, Li Yu had accounted for a 3-digit tally of kills. A minor commander, appearing at the forefront of the battlefield, was struck by the horrifying scene, drawing a sharp breath. He glanced behind Li Yu, observing the breach in the city being fiercely defended by a dense line of sword and shield wielders, and bellowed orders. "Forget about that, fellow. We must press on to assault the rear defenses and eliminate those Tang dogs with blades. Let us charge forth." With his command, the previously tense battle experienced a subtle shift. Chapter 92, The Unmatched Warrior. Kill. With a breach in the city wall, we storm inside and slaughter the Tang dogs. Eliminate those craftsmen, and the Zhenguan will be ours. The grand army of Goguryeo surged forth with fervor. Even with corpses piled high before Li Yu, there was no sign of retreat. These madmen, what fuels such unyielding morale? Are they devoid of fear? Li Yu cursed vehemently, retreating with the thunder dragon tooth, narrowing the distance between himself and the city wall. By shortening the defense line, he could better withstand the onslaught of enemies, thereby alleviating the pressure on the heavily armored sword and shield soldiers behind him. The effect of Li Yu's maneuver was strikingly apparent. He positioned himself less than 5 meters from the breach in the wall. To pass him, the Goguryeo soldiers would have to charge through his range of attack. Consequently, most of them fell beneath his spear, with only a few managing to breach his defenses and reach the heavily armored soldiers. For those clad in plate armor, such a handful of foes was akin to a mere nuisance. "My lord, you could be bolder and extend the defense line. We are capable of holding our ground." A mid-ranking officer reported the pressure on the defense line and offered advice. Being so close to the wall restricted Li Yu's movements, a discomforting limitation under the already immense pressure he faced. Nonetheless, he had no intention of heeding the officer's counsel. He took a half-step forward, finding a relatively stable position to stand firm. While continuously slaying enemies, Li Yu also issued a warning to those behind him. "Do not grow complacent. If you allow even one barbarian to breach our ranks, the entire line will collapse. Should you dare let one in, I will hold you accountable." Upon hearing this, the officer commanding the sword and shield soldiers dared not speak further, focusing intently on directing his troops. Was it truly impossible to break through? Gao Jinwu gazed at the distant breach, anger flickering across his face. It must be remembered that as Goguryeo, having repeatedly thwarted the Sui dynasty, they held a certain pride. Yet now, this proud nation could not even breach the Zhenguan? How could an army of 800,000 be thwarted by merely a few thousand? This was a humiliation for Gao Jinwu. However, the messenger cried out in frustration, "That monster is too powerful. My brothers cannot break through. The majority of the breach is blocked by him, and we are left helpless." Upon hearing that Li Yu was obstructing their main force, Gao Jinwu furrowed his brow. "You few thousand cannot possibly defeat him alone. It's not that we cannot defeat him, but..." The messenger struggled to articulate the situation. Below the city wall, only a handful of soldiers, at most a dozen or 20, could simultaneously launch an attack on Li Yu. Such a meager number of people poses no real threat to Li Yu. His prowess is simply too extraordinary. Who could possibly devise a solution? Although the messenger's words were only half-spoken, Gao Jinwu comprehended their meaning. At this moment, he found himself at a loss for words. To suggest that his soldiers were not exerting themselves would be an absurdity. After all, as the king of Goguryeo, he understood better than anyone the pride that resided in the hearts of those warriors. They had vanquished the mighty Sui dynasty, an entity far more formidable than the Sui itself. Now, when faced with the Tang, they possessed a significant psychological advantage. Retreat in the face of adversity was simply out of the question. Given the circumstances, only one possibility remained. Li Yu's strength exceeded all expectations, far surpassing what he had anticipated. If that were indeed the case, then regardless of the number of troops sent forth, it would be utterly futile. As Gao Jinwu pondered whether to redirect the focus of the assault elsewhere, he found it daunting to abandon such a vast opening. Just as he wrestled with indecision, Shelly Khan stepped forward. Let the cavalry of the steppes advance. What your infantry cannot achieve, our cavalry shall accomplish. The superiority of cavalry over infantry is a universally acknowledged truth, and Gao Jinwu was no exception to this consensus. Although he felt somewhat put out by Shelly Khan's intervention, he recognized the gravity of the situation and chose the prudent course of action. Brothers, step aside and make way for the cavalry. Let our Turkic brethren carve a bloody path for us. The messenger promptly obeyed the command and hastily departed. In a short while, a vast expanse was cleared towards the breach at Zhenguan. A multitude of cavalry began to circle at the front, gathering momentum. After making a grand sweep, they charged through the open space. Meanwhile, Liu suddenly noticed the absence of attackers before him, leaving him perplexed. However, as the earth trembled with the approaching sounds of thundering hooves, his expression shifted to one of profound gravity. Cavalry. They are coming. The might of heavy cavalry on level ground is unparalleled. The fusion of human and equine power yields an unimaginable force. The ability to withstand an infantry assault does not equate to withstanding that of cavalry. Even for Liu, resisting the onslaught of heavy cavalry represents a formidable challenge. Should he rely on a wall of bodies? As he observed the advancing Turkic heavy cavalry, this question flickered through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. He could conceal himself behind the corpses, evading the initial ferocity of the cavalry's charge. Yet, the heavily armored shield-bearers behind him would not endure. The heavy cavalry could easily bypass him, surging through the breach in the walls. Once a breach is created, it resembles a leaking bag, impossible to contain. Liu could not afford to take such a risk. Therefore, there was nothing left to deliberate. He must confront them head-on with his own flesh and martial prowess. I refuse to believe that even the bloodline of Xingtian combined with the martial spirit of the mighty Chu cannot withstand the onslaught of heavy cavalry. Liu's gaze sharpened with unparalleled intensity, prompting him to retreat a few steps, positioning himself a mere 3 meters from the city wall. In this strategic location, he could potentially safeguard a broader area under siege. If he could withstand the initial wave of assault, if he could eliminate the first 200 foes, then the momentum of the heavy cavalry would inevitably falter. Come forth. Let me witness the true strength of your cavalry's charge, and see if you can breach my defenses. This time, I shall summon my utmost strength to thwart your advance. Liu's muscles tensed, akin to a bowstring drawn to its fullest, poised in a state of maximum readiness. In the blink of an eye, the heavy cavalry approached, the sharp tips of their spears aimed directly at Liu's face. And he could even discern the menacing visage of the Turkic beasts. And in that crucial moment, Liu made his move. Chapter 93, A Lone Cavalryman. Sweeping through the multitude, with arms taut as a drawn bow, Liu launched forth. In an instant, the spear in his hand traced a vast arc. His target was not the cavalryman atop the steed, but rather the horse's legs. The razor dragon's fangs swept aside the enemy's thrust, shattering the spearhead in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the blade sliced through the robust muscle of the warhorse, sending a spray of crimson into the air. A pained whinny echoed forth, and a multitude of cavalry toppled forward, their heads striking the ground. With tremendous inertia, they slid forward even as they fell. Liu's legs straightened, and with a powerful leap, he vaulted over the fallen steeds. In midair, his arm swung fiercely once more. The black spearhead carved a sweeping crescent, claiming yet another swath of cavalry lives. The lifeless bodies collided with the line of shield-bearers standing resolutely at the defense, producing a dull thud as they fell. The heavily armored shield soldiers were jolted backward by the immense force, yet with a vigorous push, they reclaimed their defensive position. Ahead, Liu felled several more heavy cavalry, sending shockwaves through the ranks. By this point, the number of cavalry slain by Liu had exceeded 50. Their bodies, entwined with those of their horses, formed a solid barricade at the breach in the city wall. Long live His Highness, the Prince of Yan. A sudden cheer erupted from the direction of the wall's gap. The soldiers on other fronts, unaware of the happenings, echoed the cheer, shouting along, "Long live His Highness, the Prince of Yan." With each wave of celebration, the morale of the entire army surged. Even the rhythm of cannon fire escalated several notches. Li Yu, momentarily bewildered, was uncertain of the meaning behind this fervent cheer. However, he understood that he must continue the fight, slaying another 100 cavalry to ensure the stability of the defense line before him. And so he did, concentrating all his energy on the battle at hand. A relentless tide of heavy cavalry surged forth. Yet, the majority, hindered by the chaotic terrain ahead, were forced to divert to the sides. Some, unable to slow their gallop, collided with the city wall, meeting a grim fate. The greater number, however, fell victim to Li Yu's spear. In that moment, with the Razor Dragon's fang in hand, Li Yu embodied the essence of a true warrior, single-handedly withstanding the onslaught of cavalry. The situation on the battlefield had grown increasingly chaotic, rendering further advances impossible. The approaching Turkic heavy cavalry, witnessing the scattered and twisted corpses ahead, were nearly paralyzed with fear. In such treacherous conditions, charging at the enemy was tantamount to courting death. One must remember that horse legs are exceedingly vulnerable. They could not navigate through the battlefield strewn with the fallen. The cavalry's continued assault on this area would only lead them to their doom. Upon discovering the issue, the Turkic leader, commanding the cavalry, promptly ordered a strategic retreat with the majority of his forces. Seizing this opportunity, Li Yu finally found a moment to catch his breath. Goodness, the pressure was truly immense. A single sweep of the rifle left his arm numb from the shock. The force exerted by the charging warhorses was overwhelmingly fierce. Had it persisted for another 10 minutes, his arm would likely have been shattered. Human endurance, after all, has its limits. At this moment, Li Yu felt a searing pain in his lungs, a consequence of his excessive exertion. Although his strength was remarkably extraordinary compared to the average individual, it was still insufficient to withstand the onslaught of cavalry. Ultimately, he was but a mortal, incapable of feats reserved for the divine. Nonetheless, to the onlookers, Li Yu appeared almost godlike. He single-handedly absorbed the impact of all the cavalry, transforming their fallen bodies into a wall of flesh and blood. The scattered corpses became a natural bulwark. All of this was a testament to Li Yu's prowess. To suggest he resembled a deity would be no exaggeration. After taking several deep breaths, Li Yu finally had the time to assess the situation behind him. Observing that the breach was completely blocked by a multitude of corpses, he couldn't help but chuckle. I had suspected their frantic shouts were unfounded. It turns out the line had been fortuitously reinforced by these bodies. This revelation significantly alleviated my burdens. I hadn't anticipated such a fortunate turn of events. That said, as he gazed across the plain, Li Yu's expression remained grave. This did not imply that I could lower my guard. I must continue to hold my ground until the wall is fully restored. After all, the cavalry's inability to advance does not preclude the infantry from doing so. The battle must persist. As Li Yu contemplated, the retreat of the cavalry allowed the infantry of Goguryeo to regroup for another assault. This time, they were not merely accompanied by spearmen and sword and shield bearers. To Li Yu's dismay, Gao Jinwu had brought archers to the front lines as well. Was this fool truly intent on courting disaster? The prospect of close-range volleys from powerful crossbows was utterly daunting. Li Yu found himself increasingly overwhelmed. If it were just the spearmen and sword and shield bearers, the pressure would have been manageable. His strength had transcended the ordinary, making short work of typical soldiers with just a few swings of the Thunder Dragon Tooth. However, crossbows were a different matter entirely. The closer they were, the faster their rate of fire and greater their power. Should they close the distance, even Li Yu would struggle to emerge unscathed. Meanwhile, atop the walls, Yang Hen had been vigilantly monitoring the situation on Li Yu's front. Upon noticing the large contingent of approaching crossbowmen, she swiftly alerted, "Bai Qi, His Highness is about to encounter difficulties. You must assist him." Amidst his busy schedule, Bai Qi rose to his feet and turned his gaze in the direction indicated by Yang Hen. Initially, his pupils constricted sharply, and he raised his arm high, poised to issue a command. However, upon a meticulous observation of the battlefield dynamics, he found it necessary to modify his intended directive slightly. 5th and 6th Legions. Monitor the situation over by His Highness. Immediately aim at the crossbowman formation and commence bombardment. As his orders were conveyed, several flags erected at the highest point of the city began to flutter in accordance with a certain pattern. Moments later, the thunderous roar of cannons erupted from the designated encampment, as a multitude of explosive shells detonated amidst the ranks of the Goguryeo archers. The crossbowmen's formation, which had advanced in cohesion, was abruptly shattered by the relentless cannon fire. A significant number of crossbowmen perished amidst the chaos of the bombardment. At this juncture, Yang Hin inquired with curiosity, "What command were you initially planning to issue?" Bai Qi responded coolly, "An all-out bombardment." Chapter 94. We held our ground. But why did the decision change? Yang Hin hurled a dagger, its cold gleam piercing the brow of a Turkic soldier attempting to scale the city wall. With a firm tug, the dagger was drawn back to her palm by a slender metallic thread. Once this was accomplished, Yang Hin turned her gaze towards Bai Qi. Awaiting his response, Bai Qi spoke, "Initially, I perceived a threat to your highness, prioritizing your safety above all else. However, you altered your stance." A dangerous glint flashed in Yang Hin's eyes. "Indeed, it was because I beheld a mountain of corpses. The hill of bodies obstructed the archer's line of fire. Your highness was not in as perilous a situation as we had surmised, prompting me to reduce the deployment of the divine machine camp." Yang Hin nodded, her attention shifting to the battleground below. "This answer satisfies me. You are safe." "Humph." Bai Qi scoffed, jesting, "I am your highness's most loyal general. Now, it is my turn." Yang Hin replied in a cool tone, yet her intonation brooked no dissent. Li Yu remained oblivious to the dispute atop the city walls. Upon hearing the thunderous explosions of cannon fire, he sensed his safety and exhaled in relief. Bai Qi was indeed dependable. Had it been another, trust would have been hard to muster. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Yang Hin was trustworthy as well, yet this fellow lacked the knack for commanding battles. Trust was of little use if one could not lead effectively. With the support of artillery, the situation for Li Yu had improved considerably. He even found a moment to relax amidst the chaos, surveying the battlefield. He understood that he would no longer face a large-scale assault, for the enemy had shifted their focus elsewhere. The breach at Zhenguan was secured. Meanwhile, far away in the imperial court, news had just arrived from the north. Upon hearing of the 80,000 allied troops advancing southward, the officials exchanged anxious glances. Goguryeo, the Turks, and the Khitans had joined in as well. An army of 80,000 was an unparalleled force. Historically, how many wars have mobilized such a vast army? There seemed to have been one instance during the pre-Qin period, but none thereafter. The Battle of Red Cliffs claimed the Wei army boasted 80,000 troops, yet this was widely acknowledged as an exaggeration. However, this time, 80,000 allied forces truly marched southward. This revelation instilled a sense of dread among the courtiers. If this information were accurate, it would represent the gravest crisis faced by the Tang dynasty since its inception. "Your Majesty, please dispatch a grand army for support. I am willing to lead troops to the front lines immediately." The legendary General Li Jing of the Tang volunteered to assist at the front. Now was not the time to contemplate courtly disputes, but to ponder whether the Tang could withstand such an overwhelming tide of barbarian invaders. Li Jing's proposal garnered the support of the majority of ministers, with many stepping forward to voice their endorsement. The ministers echoed his sentiments, urging His Majesty to make an immediate decision. However, before Emperor Li Shimin could respond, Du Ruhui took the initiative to speak. "Your Majesty, if the enemy coalition truly numbers 800,000, then the court need not concern itself with them. The logistical costs of such a vast army would be astronomical. If they remain beyond the borders, it is manageable. A temporary supply line would not impose excessive strain on their logistics. Yet, should they dare to venture deep into Yuzhou, their supply chains will inevitably collapse. There would be no need for a grand military campaign to eradicate them. They would disband and retreat of their own accord." His assertion was undoubtedly sound. Upon hearing Du Ruhui's analysis from this perspective, others began to realize that the enemy's great numbers might not pose a significant threat to the Tang dynasty. However, the question remained, what would become of the people of Yuzhou if these barbaric invaders were disregarded? Li Jing had raised the core issue of this strategic response. Should they simply allow these marauders to torment the populace of Yuzhou? Du Ruhui boldly replied, "For the prosperity and strength of the Tang, what is the sacrifice of some common folk? Should we expend vast resources to fend off the attacks of these lowly savages for the sake of mere peasants? Does General Li's perspective not seem somewhat naive? Mind your words." At this moment, Wei Zheng could no longer contain himself, rising in indignation to reproach Du Ruhui as the prime minister of the Tang. How can you utter such vulgar terms as lowly folk? I implore you, be cautious with your language. Du Ruhui merely cast a glance at him, remaining silent, as he fixed his gaze upon Emperor Li Shimin, awaiting his response. The emperor's expression revealed a moment of hesitation, but ultimately, he issued his decree. Let us observe the situation. Yuzhou lies several thousand miles from Chang'an, and dispatching troops at this juncture would deplete our resources excessively. The more forces we send, the longer the supply line stretches, leading to greater material consumption. This is akin to the logistical strain that would collapse upon the enemy coalition once they enter Yuzhou. Should the court's dispatched forces exceed a certain threshold, the logistical burden would become a heavy weight upon all our hearts. At the moment that the supply chain falters, the morale and effectiveness of the troops will plummet. The emperor's reluctance to send troops was not born from a desire to see Liu perish, but rather from the terrifying costs associated with deploying reinforcements. Upon hearing this response, Du Ruhui shot a triumphant glance at Wei Zheng, clearly indicating that he would not allow him to thwart his plans this time. Wei Zheng felt a mix of amusement and frustration. Had he not acted excessively, he would not have needed to intervene so forcefully. This prime minister truly defied comprehension. Nevertheless, he had to concede that Du Ruhui's argument held a degree of validity. The sacrifice of the populace of that province in exchange for the security of the nation was indeed a proposition that seemed rather advantageous. At this juncture, only Li Jing and Li Ji remained in the court, steadfast in their resolve to send troops for support. However, their opinions had evidently lost significance. Li Shimin had already made up his mind to observe the situation. How could mere generals possibly devise a means to persuade this emperor to alter his decision? Unless, just as the court session was nearing its conclusion, a blood-soaked general burst into the hall. Ignoring the customary decorum, he shouted frantically, "The enemy has arrived at Shao Pass. It is the Western Turkic tribes. They are assaulting Shao Pass with their forces. Your Majesty must dispatch troops for support immediately." Upon hearing these words, the entire court was thrown into turmoil. Shao Pass? How could this be? What has possessed the Western Turkic tribes? Are you certain it is Shao Pass and not Shanhai Pass? We implore your Majesty to make a decision at once and send troops for assistance. Shanhai Pass may be relinquished, but Shao Pass must not fall. Chapter 95. Urgent news from Shao Pass. Unlike the distant Shanhai Pass, which lies thousands of miles away, Shao Pass is a mere 800 li from Chang'an. Should the barbarian forces breach Shao Pass, the entire Guanzhong plain would succumb to the ravages of the Western Turks. The consequences of such an incursion are beyond imagination. Li Shimin recognized the gravity of the situation. Without time for contemplation, he issued a solemn command. Li Jing, Li Ji, heed my command. Mobilize the troops immediately to support Shao Pass. Under no circumstances must we relinquish it. You must defend it for me. The two generals knelt in obedience and turned to depart the court. However, after taking a few steps, Li Jing suddenly recalled that the emperor had not specified the number of troops to assemble. He promptly turned back to inquire, "Your Majesty, how many troops should we lead forth?" Was this even a question? Naturally, they should muster all the forces available. Before Li Shimin could respond, Du Ruhui bellowed with fervor, answering the query. After all, Shao Pass is the vital lifeline controlling the Hushi corridor. Should Shao Pass fall, it would herald doom for Chang'an as well. At such a critical juncture, was this really a question worth asking? Du Ruhui, perplexed, could not fathom why these military commanders seemed devoid of intellect. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he appeared a fool in the eyes of others. Upon hearing that Shanhai Pass was defended by a formidable army of 800,000, he appeared utterly at ease, almost wishing for the barbarians to sweep across the entirety of Yuzhou. Now confronted with the crisis at Shao Pass, he seemed ignorant of the enemy's numbers and hastily urged Li Jing to send reinforcements. Such hypocrisy was indeed rare in the world. One moment, he mocked Yuzhou, and the next, he resembled a startled monkey, utterly ludicrous. Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, Li Jing, and Li Ji exchanged knowing glances, their hearts filled with silent derision. Li Jing, with a disdainful huff, cast an angry glare at Du Ruhui before departing the court. At that moment, it seemed Du Ruhui finally recognized his own lapse in decorum. He cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment and bowed respectfully to Li Shimin, saying, "I was so consumed by thoughts of the nation's safety that I lost my composure. My command may have overstepped boundaries. I implore your forgiveness, your Majesty." The chancellor possesses the authority to govern the state, and in extraordinary times, may bypass the emperor to issue commands directly. However, with the emperor seated upon the dragon throne, his unilateral pronouncement was indeed inappropriate. Yet, seeing that Li Shimin bore no intention of punishment, he merely waved his hand dismissively. Shao Pass holds profound significance for our realm, and I can understand your impassioned response. Do with a word from each, the matter was settled. The ministers exchanged glances, seemingly grasping the shifting tides within the court. It appeared the emperor intended to continue relying on this chancellor. Clearly, the Lord of Yuzhou had fallen out of favor. Meanwhile, before Shanhai Pass, the barbarian army besieging the city retreated like a receding tide. The reason is not due to any other factor. Rather, it is the sun that has descended into the mountains, poised to dip below the horizon. The nutritional conditions of ancient peoples were fundamentally inadequate. Night blindness posed a significant dilemma for all armies. Once night fell, regardless of whether one was attacking or defending, combat effectiveness would plummet rapidly. At this juncture, the defending forces, fortified by their walls, could exploit the situation to their utmost advantage. Gao Jianwu was not a fool. He would not engage the Yuzhou army head-on under such overwhelming disadvantage. He opted to retreat, intending to resume the battle on the following day. At this moment, Li Yu could finally breathe a sigh of relief, tracing his steps back to Zhenguan along the blood-stained path. As he departed from the battlefield, the ground where he had stood was now a mountain of corpses, heaped high like a great hill. In this battle, Li Yu was oblivious to the number of lives he had taken. He only knew that the number of barbarian foes who perished at his hands certainly exceeded 2,000. Li Yu was consumed by a frenzy of slaughter. Today he was akin to a merciless killing machine, wielding his thunder dragon tooth with relentless fervor on the battlefield. Beneath the dark streaks of gunfire, numerous barbarians fell before his weapon. The mountain of corpses outside the city walls stood as the most compelling testament to his prowess. On this day, Li Yu had unequivocally demonstrated the might of a war god. Simultaneously, he illustrated just how formidable a single human can be. Alone, he had battled an entire army, claiming at least 2,000 lives. Were it not for the eyewitness accounts, who would dare to believe such a feat? Even his adversary, Gao Jianwu, was compelled to concede that this royal prince of the Tang dynasty had forged a historical moment. A history unparalleled, one that would not see its like again. The highest record of kills achieved by a single individual in a single battle. Upon returning to the city walls, Li Yu immediately sought out Bai Qi to inquire about his battle performance. Can the achievements of this day be quantified? Bai Qi, smiling, shook his head. Approximately 3,400, but the exact figure may prove elusive. With so many enemies, it is prudent to refrain from risking a cleanup of the battlefield. We shall address it when the war draws to a close. Li Yu was indeed eager to comprehend the terrifying extent of his exploits today. Yet, in the face of the ongoing conflict, this was undoubtedly a trivial matter. Attaining the figure of 3,400 was sufficient to satisfy him. To dispatch men into danger merely to ascertain a battle result would be decidedly unwise. Disregarding this matter, Li Yu hastened to pose another question. What of our losses today? Are they severe? Upon hearing this, Bai Qi's expression grew grave, and he solemnly replied, We have lost over 1,100 brothers in total. Seeing Li Yu's countenance darken, Bai Qi quickly added, The battle was extraordinarily brutal. These losses were unavoidable. The enemy's morale was too high to suppress, and our brothers fought valiantly, managing to limit the casualties to this number. I understand. Li Yu raised his hand, halting Bai Qi's rather flustered explanations. Standing resolutely on the front lines of the battlefield today, he possessed an immediate understanding of the enemy's morale. That group of crazed Goguryeo warriors had fallen in heaps beneath his strikes. Yet still, there were those who remained undeterred, relentlessly charging forward. Merely observing their fearless demeanor revealed that today's battle would undoubtedly be a fierce struggle. However, he had not anticipated that even with the advantage of fortified defenses, they would suffer such significant losses. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yu inquired, What is the estimated damage to the enemy forces? Excluding the casualties inflicted by His Highness, it is approximately around 30,000. Upon mentioning this, Bai Qi felt a sense of relief. A casualty ratio of 30-1, even in a defensive battle, was hardly disgraceful. The army had indeed demonstrated its requisite combat effectiveness, maintaining a substantial ratio of losses. Chapter 96. The siege hammer. How many cannons have been transported from the rear? Are the supplies still adequate? Li Yu inquired, observing the retreating Goguryeo coalition in the distance. He had been engaged in fierce combat on the front lines all day and was not well informed about the logistical situation of the army. Bai Qi, serving as the commander-in-chief for the day, was naturally well versed in these statistics. Today, another 138 cannons, along with 30,000 rounds of ammunition, were delivered from the rear. After accounting for today's consumption, the remaining shells are expected to sustain the demands for another 2 days, after which they will likely be depleted. However, the transport capacity from Yuzhou is gradually increasing. It is anticipated that by the day after tomorrow, logistical supplies will no longer pose a concern. The mechanized transport vehicles are not rendered unusable after a single journey. They can be reused until their operational lifespan is exhausted. With the passage of time, the number of these transport vehicles is steadily rising. In other words, the transport capacity is continuously expanding. Bai Qi indicated that if they could endure for just 2 more days, there would be sufficient capacity to support the front lines. By then, the supply of war materials at Zhenguan would only trend upwards, rather than continuing its slow decline despite ongoing transport from the rear. 2 days is it? That should be ample time. Let them continue to work diligently. The supply of cannons may be intermittent, but the ammunition must remain plentiful. Given the current defensive pressures, cannons are indispensable. Any cessation of fire could lead to dire consequences. As Li Yu spoke, he suddenly asked, "By the way, what is the status of the cannon losses?" Bai Qi pondered briefly before responding. Today, 8 cannons experienced barrel ruptures. Tomorrow, there may be even more. The firing frequency has been excessively high, straining the barrels beyond their capacity. This was to be expected. From a loss perspective, it appears manageable. Li Yu stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment, then turned to Bai Qi, saying, "Continue prioritizing the transport of ammunition. We must ensure the front lines can be maintained. The loss of cannons is not a true detriment. Once the war concludes, they can simply be reforged. Conversely, the depletion of ammunition has exceeded our initial estimates. The length of the Zhenguan defense line, combined with the enemy's dispersed points of attack, makes it challenging to achieve concentrated damage. Due to insufficient enemy density, the efficiency of individual rounds is diminished. Thus, we must rely on more formidable firepower to compensate for the lack of killing efficiency." After discussing the logistics of war supplies with Bai Qi for a while, Li Yu then began to inquire about the damage to the city walls and the soldiers' stamina. These issues, akin to logistical support, are closely intertwined with the combat effectiveness of the troops. As the intensity of the siege escalates, it is inevitable that the walls will sustain damage. Once such damage reaches a critical threshold, problems like collapse or leaning will inevitably arise. At present, the troops of Yuzhou hold a considerable advantage on the battlefield, relying heavily on the fortifications of the city. Should the walls collapse, it would create a fatal breach. To safeguard the Zhenguan, this issue must be taken seriously. Henceforth, after each day of battle, artisans shall traverse the city walls to assess their stability. Any necessary repairs should be made promptly, and reinforcements should be applied without delay. This matter cannot be deferred. As for the already collapsed section, there is no need for haste. I alone can seal that breach. We shall proceed methodically, provided that all aspects remain intact. Even an army of 800,000 shall be thwarted. Li Yu meticulously arranged the tasks, which Bai Qi documented and communicated. These directives would swiftly reach the ears of all soldiers, who would then execute them. The combat proved to be more arduous than anticipated, with the enemy's resolve rendering our defense unexpectedly challenging. However, our exhibited combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Based on the current situation, maintaining control of Zhenguan should not prove excessively difficult. Of course, this assumption hinges on the adversary not resorting to any unforeseen tactics. The dynamics of the battlefield are ever-changing. The future of the conflict remains uncertain. In a blink, the dawn of the second day arrived, accompanied by the crimson hues of morning. The battle horn sounded once more. Li Yu stood atop the city walls, gazing at the large siege engines slowly approaching in the distance, his expression grave. A battering ram. Indeed, they possess a battering ram. Damn it, I knew matters would not be so simple. Goguryeo, as an agrarian civilization, shares significant cultural overlap with the Central Plains. To put it simply, The Goguryeo people excel in siege warfare, understanding how to breach an impregnable stronghold. The large battering ram is a formidable tool for breaching stout fortifications. I underestimated these barbarians. They have even mastered the craft of constructing battering rams. The reason they did not deploy it yesterday was likely because it was still in transit. Bai Qi stood alongside Li Yu, concern etched in his eyes. The heavy city gates, in the face of a battering ram, are akin to mere cardboard. Once the ram reaches the base of the gates, the fall of the city gates would be inevitable. However, this is not the primary concern. Even if the gates fall, for the Yuzhou army, it merely adds a narrow line of defense. With wooden stakes in place, losing the gates is not a significant issue. The real concern lies in whether these battering rams can shake the city walls. Should the Goguryeo succeed in creating even a few breaches in the walls, then this battle would be rendered unnecessary. Over 70,000 soldiers remain on the battlefield. Even if each were to spit, they could submerge the entirety of Shanhaiguan. The siege weapons must be destroyed. They must not be allowed to approach. Li Yu immediately made a resolute decision, his tone unwavering. Which unit should be tasked with this mission? Bai Qi turned his head, a frown creasing his brow. The Shiliang iron cavalry may not be suitable. The ground is riddled with craters from cannon fire, and cavalry cannot maneuver at all. As for deploying infantry, I must candidly express that would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. No need to send anyone. Li Yu slowly shook his head, gazing at Bai Qi. You shall arrange for 3,000 Shiliang iron cavalry to block the breach in the wall. I will personally oversee the battlements and undertake this mission myself. You? Bai Qi exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, his gaze filled with confusion and disbelief. Chapter 97. The white rainbow piercing the sun. Isn't it rather perilous to disrupt siege equipment amidst a sea of soldiers? Bai Qi fervently urged, hoping to sway Li Yu's decision. Engaging in battle outside the fortress was markedly different from the passive defense of the city walls. Beneath the ramparts, artillery support was readily available at any moment. Furthermore, if danger arose, the prince could swiftly retreat through the breach. However, once he ventured beyond this safe haven, the situation would become exceedingly intricate. Not only would support be unattainable, but a full retreat would also be improbable. Should enemy crossbowmen intercept him, he might find himself meeting a grim fate on the battlefield. Bai Qi was acutely aware of Li Yu's formidable prowess. He had witnessed the prince, akin to a war deity, single-handedly confronting vast armies. Nevertheless, he remained convinced that this was an ill-advised course of action, primarily due to the immense risks involved. Yet, upon observing Li Yu gently shake his head with a subtle smile, Bai Qi's curiosity piqued. Just as he pondered what the prince might say next, Li Yu burst into laughter. With a bemused expression, Li Yu regarded Bai Qi and jested. Are you so bewildered by warfare that your mind has begun to muddle? What do you mean by that? Bai Qi blinked in surprise, questioning the prince. Did I say something erroneous? Noticing Bai Qi's confusion, Li Yu replied with exasperation. Who told you that I intend to charge into battle? We are not facing 8,000 men, but rather 800,000. If I were to find myself encircled, even divine intervention would be futile. Then your implication is. Bai Qi became increasingly perplexed. If not a frontal assault, was there an alternative method to dismantle the siege equipment? His gaze instinctively drifted toward the artillery, contemplating whether the prince intended to employ his exceptional marksmanship to obliterate the enemy's apparatus. Just as his suspicions began to solidify, Li Yu's resigned voice interrupted. I am not adept at handling artillery. Such devices are beyond my expertise. With that, he retrieved the sun-quelling bow from behind him. Behold this magnificent weapon in my grasp. I assert that your mind has indeed clouded. Have you not considered this? With the sun-quelling bow at his disposal, why would one resort to physical confrontation? The notion of single-handedly breaching enemy lines may sound impressive, yet the cost would be one's life. An act of folly indeed. Clearly, Bai Qi had momentarily lost his clarity, forgetting the formidable weapon he possessed. In that instant, he found himself in an amusing predicament. However, Li Yu did not mock him. Instead, he merely stated with a hint of indifference, make arrangements for our men to proceed promptly. While the craftsmen have worked tirelessly to repair the breach to less than a meter, reinforcements are still necessary. Prompted by Li Yu's reminder, Bai Qi, blushing with embarrassment, hurried to relay the command to the Shiliang iron cavalry. His departure from the city walls did not imply that he needed to oversee the task personally. Instead, a significant blunder occurred. Leaving one feeling somewhat embarrassed, a hasty retreat ensued. Liu could not help but chuckle at the sight of Bai Qi's somewhat disheveled figure. However, after the laughter subsided, his expression gradually turned somber. His gaze, directed towards the distant horizon, revealed an icy resolve. Do you know why you, the Turkic people, cannot conquer Yuzhou? On the plains, Gao Jinwu, riding his steed, raised his chin with an air of superiority. It is because you lack an understanding of civilization. You are unaware of how to deal with the Tang dogs. To breach a city, mere valor and strength are far from sufficient. Ladders, siege towers, and battering rams. Only by learning to employ these instruments and utilizing one's intellect to fully exploit their potential can you possibly have a chance to contend with the Tang Empire. As he spoke, Gao Jinwu gestured towards the advancing battering rams, arrogantly proclaiming, "Soon, you shall witness what siege machinery truly entails." At that moment, you will realize that the walls you deem insurmountable will become a mere joke. The Zhenguan had long fallen into disrepair, and at its base, there were no moats or trenches to impede the siege apparatus. A city wall devoid of a defensive moat is incomplete. Gao Jinwu was confident that as long as these devices could be brought to the base of the city, they could effortlessly demolish any obstacles in their path. It was this realization that emboldened him to boast so boldly before Khan Xieli. After all, the Turkic forces indeed possessed a significant shortcoming when it came to siege equipment. Khan Xieli observed the cumbersome machinery slowly advancing under the push of the Goguryeo army, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Indeed, had the Tiela army possessed such siege instruments, how could they have met with failure? The plainsmen were at a considerable disadvantage in this regard. They had rushed into battle without proper planning, leaving them dumbfounded upon arriving at the city walls. If they could acquire this technology, the next time they ventured southward, it would surely be a different spectacle. Listening to Gao Jinwu's piercing boasts, Khan Xieli silently vowed to master all these techniques. Even if the goal was not to assault the Tang dynasty, turning their efforts towards annihilating Goguryeo would still be a worthwhile endeavor. While he pondered how to extract this technology from Gao Jinwu, he suddenly caught sight of a brilliant yellow light piercing through the air. His pupils instinctively widened as he gazed towards the source of the radiant beam. Then, Khan Xieli witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. The yellow beam shot through the front of the battering ram, disappearing in an instant. When the luminescence faded, the wooden weight on the siege vehicle had seemingly evaporated. Indeed, it was as if it had never existed at all, simply vanished into thin air. The heavy chains dangled in midair, and the cylindrical wooden hammer, bound by those chains, vanished from sight. In that fleeting moment, the siege engine lost its most formidable weapon. Moreover, it did not end there. Khan Xieli even perceived the trajectory of the beam of light as it shot forth. This was not to suggest that any yellow light lingered in the air. It did not. His ability to discern the path of the luminous beam stemmed solely from a road forged by blood. The soldiers struck by the yellow beam had not yet fallen, and Khan Xieli could clearly see the enormous wounds left upon their bodies. Is this truly the legendary divine bow spoken of by the Zhenguan? How utterly terrifying. Khan Xieli was familiar with the sun-shooting bow. The Turks who had escaped from the battlefield of Wugong City had provided him with this intelligence. Yet, he could not have fathomed that the might of the sun-shooting bow could be so dreadfully overwhelming. Chapter 98. Shaken morale. Gao Jinwu's haughty expression froze upon his face. Disbelief etched in his features as he gazed at the distant blood-red passage. His eyes flickered with terror. Is this the divine bow you spoke of? A ray of light passes, and the siege hammer simply vanishes? Moreover, it penetrated everything in its path, slaying countless soldiers without pause? What on earth is this? Though Gao Jinwu could not fully comprehend the nature of artillery or plate armor, he could at least accept their existence. After all, both cannons and plate armor have discernible origins. The plate armor, crafted from cast iron, requires a substantial quantity of ore, granting formidable defensive capabilities at the cost of excessive weight. As for explosive shells, they merely consist of a multitude of shredded iron fragments, bursting forth in all directions. While he remained uncertain about the mechanics behind the iron ball's detonation, as a lethal weapon, its wounding principle was somewhat evident. Yet, the sun-shooting bow was an entirely different enigma. Gao Jinwu could not fathom how it functioned. All he knew was that a beam of light had shot through, leaving a colossal breach in the army formation. Nothing could withstand it. Not the ironclad siege hammer, nor the scale armor, nor the chainmail. This contraption transcended the limits of Gao Jianwu's imagination. To him, it bore no distinction from a divine artifact. When the sun-shooting bow unleashed its might, Gao Jianwu was rendered utterly dumbfounded. Could the siege vehicle, which he held in such high regard, truly topple the very foundations of the city walls? In that moment, a foreboding intuition took root in his heart. The situation was far more complex than he had envisioned. And indeed it was. That beam of light was merely the beginning. Mere seconds after the first beam appeared, another visible column of light erupted from the battlements of Zhenguan. After a flicker of brilliance, yet another siege vehicle was obliterated. The speed of this phenomenon was so rapid that there was no time to evade, nor even to react. A soldier, engrossed in pushing the siege vehicle forward, felt a flash before his eyes, as if he had momentarily lost his sight. When his vision returned, he beheld the gruesome sight of his comrade, who had been pushing alongside him, with half of his chest obliterated. He could distinctly see the exposed remnants of the man's lung, a sight so horrifying it was beyond description. The soldier clutched his abdomen, retching violently. After expelling the contents of his stomach, he wiped his tears and cried out, "What is happening? Can anyone tell me what is going on?" No one could answer his questions. Those surrounding the siege vehicle were equally bewildered, utterly unaware of the calamity that had befallen them. Only a few in the distance comprehended the full scope of the assault, knowing precisely what had struck them. As this individual desperately screamed, attempting to comprehend the unfolding events before him, a beam of light emerged from the distance. In that moment, he witnessed the tragedy that transpired around him. It was a cylindrical shaft of light that collided directly with the siege engine, piercing through not only the battering ram, but also the soldier's position behind it. All of this occurred within the blink of an eye. He could scarcely discern how the siege engine was penetrated before the beam vanished into thin air, leaving only a scene of utter carnage and bloodshed on the battlefield. Long live Prince Yan! A chorus of cheers erupted from afar. The resounding clamor surged like a tidal wave, reaching the heavens. Soldiers gazed blankly at the distant city walls, a singular thought echoing in their minds. Can we truly defeat them? The emitted beams of light sporadically flickered across the battlefield, and with each blinding flash, it signified the complete destruction of a siege engine. As time passed, numerous siege engines found themselves immobilized, failing to even approach within 100 paces of the city. The morale of the Yuzhou troops soared like a tempest. Anyone could see the fully armed soldiers, their spirits bolstered by an indomitable resolve. In contrast, the morale of the Goguryeo coalition began to wane, their expressions shifting from initial confidence to astonishment and now to confusion. It was evident that their spirits were faltering. What Liu could not achieve through personal prowess, he accomplished effortlessly by dismantling their siege machinery. Only now did Liu realize that their high spirits were bolstered by these secret weapons. With siege engines capable of threatening the city walls, they indeed had the audacity to maintain their elevated morale. However, now that those siege engines were so easily destroyed, it was inevitable that their spirits would falter. After all, without siege engines, how could they hope to surmount the formidable barrier of Zhenguan? Contemplating this, a smile crept upon Liu's lips, and his movements quickened. In that case, let me utterly shatter your confidence, he declared, unleashing another massive beam of light. Damn it, we cannot allow him to fire again. Gao Jianwu snarled in fury. Each of these beams was swiftly eroding the morale of the Goguryeo forces. Without siege engines, breaching the city would already be a daunting task, and with morale crumbling, how could they hope to prevail? Gao Jianwu glanced at the sun rising on the horizon, inhaling deeply as he struggled to suppress his frustration. He roared, "Retreat! Withdraw all siege engines. We shall charge with our bodies." The advance of the siege engines was far too slow. By the time they reached the walls, they would have already been rendered useless by Liu's onslaught. Rather than squander time providing cover for these siege engines destined for destruction, it would be far more prudent to simply withdraw this contingent of supplies and await a more opportune moment for a renewed assault. Gao Jianwu, having served as the king of Goryeo for many years, possesses unique insights into military strategy. As the orders were disseminated, the soldiers manning the carts could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The massive engines ceased their advance, transforming from a slow march into a retreating procession. They have withdrawn. Bai Qi squinted into the distance, his voice tinged with a hint of disbelief. It seemed he had caught wind of the jubilant cheers from the battlements. having arrived in haste. An exceedingly astute decision. Li Yu stowed his bow and arrow, reslinging the sunshot bow across his back, casting a sidelong glance at him. These siege engines are not easily constructed. Should they dare to advance further, I shall ensure their journey is one way. Bai Qi, deep in thought, softly inquired, "Does your statement imply that you intend to spare these siege engines?" Chapter 99. There will be opportunities. A smile graced Li Yu's face as he gazed at the heavy machinery, remarking with a hint of significance, "These are indeed fine instruments. How regrettable it would be if they were all destroyed. Are you particularly fond of these items?" Bai Qi inquired with a knowing smile. "And what of you?" Li Yu shot him a glance, asking, "Pray tell, do not tell me you are not intrigued. How could a commander not be captivated by such formidable siege equipment?" Bai Qi replied with a chuckle, "But mere fascination is of no consequence. One must seize these assets if they are to be of any use." Li Yu observed the receding siege vehicles, chuckling softly, "Opportunities will arise. To think of commandeering them now is but a fool's dream. Yet, when the time for counterattack arrives, the situation may well change. These siege machines appear quite formidable, and when that moment comes, I shall ensure they are seized. Given the current research capabilities of Yuzhou, dismantling such cumbersome devices should pose no challenge. In due time, Yuzhou will be able to manufacture them independently. With our existing production capacity, crafting 10 or 8 of them should not prove difficult. These machines could then be utilized to launch a counteroffensive against Goguryeo. From every angle, destroying these instruments outright does not constitute a prudent strategy. However, the ambition to acquire them will be a matter for the latter stages of the conflict. Discussing such matters now holds little relevance. Li Yu tossed the virtual sand table to Bai Qi and casually commanded, "You shall lead today's operations. I shall take my leave. Should those siege machines exhibit any unusual movements, do not hesitate to summon me." He added, "I just spotted some catapults. Be sure to instruct the Divine Mechanism Camp to prioritize the destruction of those siege engines. We cannot afford to have our artillery compromised by them. That would be a tremendous embarrassment. Rest assured, Your Highness, I am fully aware," Bai Qi affirmed, without objection, as he activated the virtual sand table to assess the battlefield. As for why Li Yu refrained from personally directing operations, that was a matter beyond question. The breach in the city wall remained unsealed, and Li Yu, standing atop the parapet, needed to deploy several thousand cavalry to mend that gap. In any case, it was far more advantageous for His Highness to personally address the breach. On the battlefield, there was no need for insincere pleasantries. The current allocation of military forces represented the most strategic choice. Bai Qi understood this well, which naturally led him to assume command. The impending battle held little to elaborate upon. Beneath the walls of Zhenguan lay a veritable meat grinder, with the enemy's strategy hinging on sacrificing lives to breach our defenses. If a gap could be created, it would signify victory for Goguryeo. Should the parapet fall, the Yuzhou forces, at a disadvantage in numbers, would find themselves in an extremely precarious position. For the Goguryeo coalition, merely securing a foothold atop the walls would fulfill their strategic objectives. Conversely, the Yuzhou army's task was to mount a comprehensive defense. Do not grant the enemy even the slightest opportunity. This will undoubtedly evolve into a protracted struggle. As long as the adversary remains steadfast in their strategy, we must remain vigilant in our defenses. For both sides engaged in this conflict, it shall be a formidable battle. Time elapses amidst the cacophony of warfare, with an entire day slipping by in the sound of cannon fire. As the sun descends towards the horizon, Li Yu faintly hears a call from behind. "Your Highness, the walls have been repaired. You may ascend via the rope ladder." Li Yu swiftly swept his weapon across the advancing soldiers of Goguryeo, turning to ascertain the source of the voice. Upon spotting the wooden platform bound by 4 ropes, he was assured that he had not merely imagined the sound. Seizing the moment before the enemy could close in, Li Yu hastily retreated. The instant he reached the platform, he felt a surge of lift propel him towards the top of the wall. As he neared the summit, he grasped the rope and leaped, effortlessly vaulting over the wall. How robust is the newly constructed wall? Can it withstand the current onslaught? As Li Yu pondered, he exerted pressure against the fresh structure with his feet. He sensed a slight tremor, causing his brow to furrow in concern. However, the craftsman assured him, "As long as we do not employ siege engines, it should hold for 2 to 3 days. We will continuously reinforce the wall during this period. It won't be long before the breach is completely mended." "Very well then." Liu replied. Mastery lies in specialization, and he would not hastily question the words of an expert. Given the craftsman's assurance, it was likely that a collapse during battle would not occur. He glanced around and waved to the heavily armored shield bearers awaiting within the gates. The repairs here are complete. Come up to defend the city. I shall proceed to the other side of the wall to assess the situation. The defense here is entrusted to you. Yes, the officer replied with a respectful gesture, leading the shield bearers up the steps from behind the wall. The heavy footsteps echoed as they trod upon the stairs, causing the newly constructed wall to sway. Liu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, nearly cursing aloud. Did these lumbering oafs not comprehend the weight they bore? Should they inadvertently cause a collapse, the wall would require repairs anew. Fortunately, such calamity did not transpire, otherwise, he would have truly lost his temper. It appears the craftsman's assessment was quite reliable. Though the wall trembled significantly, there were no signs of impending collapse. Evidently, he could safely entrust this area to them, and it was time for him to return to his post and hold the line. As Liu contemplated this, he swiftly made his way to the battlements. Observing Bai Qi, who was overseeing the entire operation with a relatively calm demeanor, his heart felt reassured. Each individual held their position steadfastly, and no area appeared to be in jeopardy. Including the generals, all present were trustworthy. To be their commander was indeed a stroke of fortune. Liu did not disturb Bai Qi, who was commanding the battle. Instead, he descended the staircase from the city wall and sought out the supply officer stationed in the rear. Upon inquiring about the supplies transported from Yuzhou, he learned that the total number of shells delivered by the rear today was approximately 50,000. With this information, Liu felt reassured. The logistics had now caught up, suggesting that the mission to defend the Shanhai Pass was likely secure. Though casualties occurred daily, such losses were merely a normal part of warfare and could not be avoided. It was essential to see how many troops would be dispatched in the upcoming weekly roll call. If reinforcements exceeded 5,000, it would be a significant gain. In any case, as long as this battle continued in such a manner, it was unlikely that any further complications would arise, unless the enemy possessed some hidden strategies yet to be deployed. Chapter 100. A stealthy retreat. This cannot continue. Within the confines of the Goguryeo army's encampment, Gao Jinwu's brow was furrowed, his expression laden with anxiety. Before him stood rows of armored soldiers, their defensive capabilities formidable, rendering any attempt at breaching their ranks a daunting challenge. Even the archers stationed above the city wall posed no threat to them. The king could not conceive of a method to dismantle the fortifications. Should the battering ram prove effective, there might still be a chance to topple the wall and flank the enemy from the other side of Shanhaiguan, executing a double assault. However, that wretched adversary would never allow the siege engines to approach the walls. If this protracted engagement continued, the morale of our troops would inevitably crumble. When Gao Jinwu initially set his sights on the southward campaign, he was resolute in his conviction to seize Yuzhou. Yet now, he harbored grave doubts about his ability to surpass Shanhaiguan. The composition of the Yuzhou army was far more formidable than he had anticipated. The Shiliang cavalry and heavily armored shield bearers formed an impenetrable bastion before him, akin to an unyielding wall of bronze and iron. Coupled with the towering city walls, the defense of Shanhaiguan had transformed into a veritable wall of lamentation. Gao Jinwu discerned that he had unwittingly succumbed to a slow demise. Only two choices lay before him: either retreat from this position and abandon the southern campaign, or alter his strategy to achieve a breakthrough at the pass. Relinquishing the assault on the Tang dynasty was not an option Gao Jinwu would entertain. Thus, he was left with one path: to revise his siege strategy. Kekali Khan, misunderstanding Gao Jinwu's intentions, assumed he was wavering and displayed an unfavorable expression. Was it not agreed that they would not cease until Yuzhou was captured? Had he forgotten our pact? Kekali Khan questioned sternly, his gaze beginning to shimmer with a dangerous light. Had it not been for the fact that the primary force in this siege had been the Goguryeo army, suffering the brunt of the losses, he might have acted on impulse. However, upon witnessing Gao Jinwu's disdainful smile and the hint of derision in his eyes, Kekali Khan suppressed his ire, striving to maintain composure. Noticing that Kekali Khan had managed to temper his emotional turmoil, Gao Jinwu regarded him with newfound respect and began to calmly articulate his strategy. Shanhaiguan, nestled amidst mountains and waters, boasted exceptional geographic advantages, making it exceedingly difficult to identify any weaknesses in this stronghold. The enemy's forces were already formidable. Compounded by their advantageous position, a frontal assault on the pass seemed utterly hopeless. You have seen for yourself. The king had initially intended to use the battering ram to forcibly create an opening. However, the Crown Prince of Tang possesses formidable prowess. The siege engines are utterly incapable of approaching. Thus, we must relinquish the direct battlefield and seek a way to circumvent this stronghold. As Gao Jinwu spoke, he extracted a map from his bosom and spread it across the table. Kagan Sheli and Kagan Mahui stepped forward simultaneously, drawn to the map alongside Gao Jinwu. At that moment, the king of Ronglio pointed to a corner of the map and continued. Observe here. This represents the Shanhaiguan defense line, a massive fortification stretching nearly 50 li. The northern section of the wall clings to a precipice of the Yanshan, leaving us unable to find a breach to circumvent it. Meanwhile, to the south, it directly adjoins the sea, presenting no alternative route either. Therefore, to navigate around it, we must take a considerable detour. At this juncture, Gao Jinwu lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of the two men, resting his finger on the western side of the Korean peninsula. From here, if we take a ship, we can navigate around to the rear of Shanhaiguan. This is a relatively secure route. However, the issue lies in our lack of vessels, rendering us incapable of transporting significant forces, thus making this path virtually impractical. Once we abandon this route, we are left with only one alternative. As he spoke, Gao Jinwu's finger landed upon a town, Luqing, your eastern Turkic territory. I require you to mobilize forces from Luqing, traversing directly through the Yinshan mountain range, taking a wide circuit towards Jishur mountain, then launching a surprise assault on Shanhaiguan from the rear. If you can manage to send 100,000 troops through, we can coordinate our efforts and decisively breach Shanhaiguan, rather than squandering forces and depleting morale in this futile stalemate. Gao Jinwu's resolute gaze locked with Kagan Sheli. What are your thoughts? Kagan Sheli's eyes glimmered with sharpness, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face as he replied with concern. This route is indeed viable. But you are aware of the challenges posed by traversing the Yinshan. I do not know, Gao Jinwu retorted firmly. That territory belongs to you Eastern Turks. I am only aware that this is the sole path available, and you possess the capacity to navigate it. The difficulty of mountain paths is a consensus among all. Yet, no matter how arduous, it cannot compare to breaching Shanhaiguan itself. To dismantle this stronghold, one must maneuver to the rear. Unfamiliar with that path, Gao Jinwu felt the task must be entrusted to Kagan Sheli. Observing Kagan Sheli's lingering indecision, Gao Jinwu narrowed his eyes and threatened, in the recent siege, it has been I who led the charge. It is our Goguryeo kin who have perished. Do not tell me that you Turks are unwilling to endure even the slightest sacrifice. If that is truly your sentiment, then let this alliance dissolve here and now. I shall seek justice on my own. With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, Kagan Sheli dared not prolong his hesitation. The truth was, these Goguryeo warriors were indeed fierce. When charging the city walls, there was not a hint of hesitation. The command was simply to charge. More crucially, Gao Jinwu did not hold him accountable for the ratio of troops deployed. Thus far, aside from that one assault against Liu, Kagan Sheli had not committed even a fraction of his forces. At present, Gao Jinwu merely required him to take a longer route. Moreover, his reasoning was sound, leaving Kagan Sheli with no grounds for refusal. After pondering for a few moments, Kagan Sheli slowly nodded. Very well. I shall instruct my generals to lead 150,000 troops to traverse the Yan Mountains. However, you must understand that this is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Should we proceed with this, you cannot later impose difficulties upon us under the pretext of having contributed nothing. Let us not forget our objective. Gao Jinwu, with a sense of self-satisfaction, gazed towards the entrance of the tent, declaring, "We are here to conquer the Tang dynasty. Without sacrifice, how can we achieve this?" Chapter 101. Tactical Maneuvering, a Deceptive Strategy? Is this truly your approach to the predicament? Liu murmured as he gazed at the images emanating from the virtual sand table. After meticulously counting the forces mobilized from the Turkic encampment, Liu began to grasp the situation. To circumvent the Yinshan Mountains and execute a clandestine ruse. You are perhaps overestimating your capabilities. Yang Hen, at your service. Yang Hen appeared quietly beside Liu, the faint glow from his mask illuminating the hovering holographic image. You, along with your vengeful spirits, shall advance west of Zhenguan into the depths of the Yinshan. As Liu manipulated the virtual interface, he pointed out various locations to Yang Hen. Upon entering the dense mountains, you will encounter a mountain path. Follow it to its terminus, where a fork will present itself. Conceal your vengeful spirits at that juncture. And upon encountering the Turkic forces, create disturbances as much as possible. While speaking, Liu turned to Yang Hen and said, "The wilderness is your domain. Leverage the terrain to inflict maximum damage upon the enemy. This will be your responsibility henceforth." Yang Hen surveyed the scenes of the forested mountains, nodding thoughtfully. "I comprehend your command, your highness. However, there is one matter that eludes me." "Speak. Should we annihilate the Turkic beasts we encounter, or merely impede them?" Liu's order appeared somewhat ambiguous. She did not fully grasp the intended outcome. Thus, her inquiry arose. Without hesitation, Liu clarified, "You have misunderstood my intent. I desire you to harass them, not to annihilate them, nor to obstruct them, but simply to create disturbances. Can you comprehend that?" Yang Hen pondered for a few moments, then slowly shook her head. "I still do not understand." At that moment, Bai Qi interjected, "It means, while ensuring your own safety, strike if you can, frighten them if you cannot, and if that fails, burn their supplies. In essence, avoid direct confrontation." The term harass is indeed quite nebulous, making it difficult to grasp the boundaries. Bai Qi elucidated the priorities well, providing Yang Hen with a clear understanding of the objective. Upon hearing this, Liu concurred with Bai Qi's explanation. Essentially, your aim is not to slay the enemy, but to exhaust their energies, starve their bodies, and torment their spirits, creating enough difficulties to wear them down and demoralize them. Upon reaching this understanding, Yang Hen grasped the concept entirely. However, she still had a lingering doubt and asked, "If that is the case, will we not allow them to break through from the Yinshan? Is it truly acceptable to permit these beasts to enter the pass?" Though Yang Hen lacked military knowledge, she understood the ramifications of allowing the enemy to breach the gates. With an internal and external assault, the already sparse forces of the Yuzhou army would be utterly incapable of withstanding assaults from both sides. If the Turks were to breach our defenses, the Zhenguan would be in peril. At that moment, the troops in Yuzhou would likely face annihilation. Yang Hen, perplexed by this notion, gazed at Liu with a look of profound confusion, eagerly awaiting the explanation from His Highness. However, upon exchanging a glance with Bai Qi, both of their faces betrayed a semblance of helplessness. The task of countering the Turkic cavalry does not rest solely upon your shoulders as the vengeful Azura. While you have your designated responsibilities, there are others tasked with the complete eradication of the enemy. Your role is to execute your duties, while Bai Qi will manage the rest. It is entirely understandable that Yang Hen, being a newcomer to military affairs and a woman at that, might struggle to grasp the significance of strategic warfare. Had it been anyone else, Liu could have conveyed his message with just a few words. Disruption is key. It is essential to provoke the enemy's mindset. Once their morale shatters, even the simplest tasks will become daunting, severely undermining their combat effectiveness. Beyond the Yinshan, there lies an expansive plain. When cavalry charges forth, those cornered beasts will likely succumb to chaos. A demoralized battalion can no longer be deemed an army. At that juncture, subduing them will become exceedingly straightforward. Let us not forget that most of the Shilian cavalry is currently masquerading as infantry, merely filling the ranks on the city walls. If we entrust them with the task of annihilating the enemy, they would surely embrace it with enthusiasm. Consequently, you may also lead your vengeful army into the fray. The enemy's sudden onslaught would be effortlessly neutralized, would it not? As Liu elucidated, a sense of enlightenment washed over Yang Hen. An unusual light flickered in her eyes as she exclaimed, "So this is how warfare can be conducted? I had thought." Noticing Yang Hen momentarily at a loss for words, Liu interjected with a smile, "Did you believe that warfare is merely a matter of brute force? That victories must be determined through direct confrontation on the battlefield? That is but the most rudimentary of tactics. Warfare is primarily concerned with intelligence, logistics, and morale. The larger the scale of conflict, the more pronounced the effects of these strategies become. Remember, combat is always a means to an end, not an end in itself." If you wish to learn more about military strategy, do not hesitate to consult Bai Qi. He will guide you in discerning the art of war. With these succinct words, Liu assuaged Yang Hen's doubts. Having absorbed this knowledge, she exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Qi before departing the tent. Now it was Bai Qi's turn to be bewildered. He chuckled wryly. Your Highness, you have bestowed upon me an immense challenge. With Commander Yang's level of comprehension, when will I ever manage to teach her? Regardless of the difficulty, I must undertake this task. Li Yu found himself in a peculiar predicament, helplessly stating, currently, the only individuals capable of independently leading troops into battle by my side, aside from yourself, are Wang Li, who must steadfastly defend Yuzhou City and cannot be spared. This necessitates the cultivation of another capable leader to prepare for any potential need to divide our forces in the future. As he spoke, he patted Bai Qi on the shoulder, adding, during this period, your efforts will be greatly appreciated. Once you have trained her adequately, you too shall enjoy a measure of relief. It appeared that this was the only viable course of action. Bai Qi sighed in resignation. After this exchange, Bai Qi proceeded to report on the casualties from the day's engagements. By the way, the casualty figures for today have been compiled. Please review them, Your Highness. Bai Qi handed over a piece of paper. Upon receiving it, Li Yu unfolded the document and swiftly scanned its contents, comprehending the information at a glance. Our troops suffered 700 casualties, while the enemy incurred losses of 20,000. Although the intensity of the battle has diminished, the casualty ratio remains comparable to that of yesterday. Bai Qi sighed softly in response. There is little we can do. The enemy's morale is exceedingly high, which prevents us from significantly altering the casualty ratio. Chapter 102. The battlefield of Shao Pass. The city gate is on the verge of collapse. Brothers, lend your assistance. A frantic roar echoed from within the gate. The soldiers outside, tasked with transporting supplies, turned pale upon hearing this, hastily abandoning their duties to rush over for support. Hold the line. I shall join you momentarily. At this moment, the gate bore an unbearable weight. The central section was repeatedly battered, only to be momentarily braced by the soldiers before being forced open again. The weighty gate seemed poised to be flung aside. Any soldier passing by the entrance, regardless of their current task, hurried into the gate's mouth to shield it with their bodies, despite the futility of their efforts. Nevertheless, they persisted, for such an act might afford their commanding officers a precious moment to assess the situation. General, the outer city gate is about to be breached. What shall we do? A soldier, panic-stricken, knelt before Li Jing. The urgency in his expression revealed the dire circumstances outside. Without hesitation, Li Jing issued his commands. All troops retreat to the city walls, confine the rabble within the inner city, and prepare the archers to shoot them down. Yes, the order was swiftly relayed, and the messenger dashed forth to disseminate Li Jing's directives throughout Shao Pass. On the walls of the inner city, bows were drawn taut, aimed at the impending breach of the inner gate. Thousands of archers, their eyes unblinking, awaited the moment the forces of the Western Turks would surge through, ready to transform them into a porcupine of arrows. Meanwhile, the soldiers who had been bracing the gate swiftly withdrew, racing up the stairs flanking the inner gate. They then secured the steps with prearranged heavy objects, effectively barricading the entrance. Thus, even if the Turks managed to infiltrate, they would still confront towering walls. Moreover, this time, the assault came from all directions. Numerous archers stood vigilant on the walls, fully prepared to retaliate. Should the Turks dare to enter, the crossbowmen would ensure they returned no longer. Yet, despite the meticulous preparations, Li Jing's demeanor remained grim. He clenched his fists and struck the battlement with force. In merely a day's time, this horde had breached the inner gate. How could he possibly defend Shao Pass under such circumstances? Li Jing led an army of 300,000 to assume control of the defenses of Shao Pass. However, he faced a daunting force of 600,000 Western Turkish troops. In the rush to take command, he had yet to deploy his forces when the enemy's advance commenced. Fortunately, the fortifications of Shao Pass were robust, and various strategic supplies were adequately stocked. Otherwise, repelling the ferocious Western Turks would have proven exceedingly difficult. Lost in thought, the inner gate succumbed to the enemy's relentless assault. A multitude of Turkish soldiers surged into the inner city, advancing relentlessly towards the walls of the inner city. At that moment, Li Jing decisively commanded, "Fire!" His powerful voice resonated, prompting the archers, who had long been poised for action, to unleash a flurry of arrows. Countless projectiles flew forth, transforming the first wave of advancing enemies into a veritable beehive of chaos. However, as the shield bearers appeared, the archers' onslaught gradually waned. A multitude of arrows struck against the shields, effectively stifling their offensive. As the barbaric forces pressed closer to the city walls, the archers atop the battlements were compelled to abandon their bows, resorting instead to rolling stones and heavy beams to counter the West Turkic army setting up their ladders. They could not form a proper formation. The terrain of the encirclement city favored us immensely. Brothers, rally your spirits and annihilate them. Spare no rocks or beams. Once they retreat from the encirclement city, we shall reclaim these resources. With no room for hesitation, they were urged to slay relentlessly. The commanding officers shouted hoarsely, waving their flags. The Tang soldiers stationed on the battlements felt a surge of spirit as their morale soared. Kill! The battle cries echoed ceaselessly within the encirclement city. The two armies once more engaged in a fresh round of conflict. By this time, the enemy forces breaching from the outer city walls had firmly established themselves atop the encirclement city's battlements. The Tang soldiers, initially stationed there, began a systematic retreat while obstructing the pathway above. Massive stones were rolled onto the battlements, completely severing the route to the inner city walls. Thus, the connection between the encirclement city and the inner city was physically severed. If the Turks wished to breach the inner city gates, they would have to begin the assault anew, striving to reclaim their foothold atop the walls. Of course, they could opt to break through the city gates. However, shattering the inner gates would not be as straightforward as before. To breach the gates, they would undoubtedly pay a far heavier price than that of taking the encirclement city. The fierce battle continued, and as the Turkic archers infiltrated the city, the Tang forces began to incur casualties. Ladders were erected, allowing the Turkic pikemen to ascend and clash with the Tang soldiers atop the battlements. A seesaw battle unfolded on the walls, with sporadic sightings of Turks surging onto the battlements, claiming a foothold. Yet, before long, a substantial contingent of defenders would emerge, forcing them back. Thus, the fierce battle at Shao Pass welcomed the evening. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, it heralded the cessation of the assault. After a grueling day of combat, Li Jing led the Tang forces to narrowly preserve the inner city defense line. Quickly, before night falls, we must cleanse the battlefield. Send some men to clear the dragon stone from the encirclement city, and see if we can seize it during this interval. Additionally, dispatch someone to inform General Li Ji to lead the reserve forces into the counteroffensive. We must reclaim the encirclement city tonight. After the withdrawal of the Turkic forces, Li Jing issued a series of commands. Each unit received their orders and led their troops into the inner city of Wengqing, executing the counteroffensive as per the predetermined strategy. The Turkic soldiers seemed to comprehend the futility of their defense in Wengqing, and after a token counterattack, they retreated like the ebbing tide. With their departure, control of Wengqing returned to the Tang army. As evening descended, Li Jing convened a meeting with the esteemed generals. When the discussion turned to the casualties sustained by both armies, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Reports indicated that our forces had suffered approximately 10,000 casualties, while the enemy's losses were estimated at around 30,000. Despite the advantage of fortified defenses, the morale among our troops was disheartening, lacking the fervor to engage in a fierce struggle against the enemy. If this persists, the defense of the Shao Pass may face recurring challenges, necessitating our preparedness for the potential loss of Shao Pass. Chapter 103. Surrender to fate. A casualty ratio of 1 to 3 can only be deemed barely acceptable in the context of a defensive battle. Li Jing found himself beset by a throbbing headache. This ratio was achieved under conditions of ample supplies. Yet what would transpire in the later stages of the war, when the city walls began to crumble and resources dwindled? Regardless of the contemplations, seeking further support from the rear was an inevitable course of action. However, this would likely necessitate a complete abandonment of the Shanhaiguan defense line. One could only hope that the troops in Yuzhou could withstand the onslaught a little longer. Once he expelled the barbarians from this region, he could then turn his attention to aiding Shanhaiguan. To the west of Shaoguan, by the banks of the Jing River, the grand encampment of the Turkic army was established. Within the principal tent of the Western Turkic Khaganate, a meeting was underway. The mood of Khagan Shikue was far from pleasant as he scowled, questioning the commander Tong Yao, who was leading the operations at the front. Why have you failed to capture Shaoguan? Did you not breach the city walls? That was merely the outer wall. Tong Yao explained in a grave tone. The Tang dogs are cunning. Beyond the outer fortification lies an inner wall. Only by breaching the inner defenses can we truly seize this stronghold. How confident are you? Kaghan Shikue inquired. What is your assurance of capturing that place? It is difficult to ascertain, Tang Yeho replied, unwilling to commit entirely. It depends on the extent of support the Tang may send. Should their numbers be overwhelming, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. I see. As Shikue's younger brother, Tang Yeho's words were taken with a measure of trust. After a moment of contemplation, Kaghan Shikue continued, there are an additional 300,000 soldiers on the way. Do not worry about reinforcements. Strive to secure Zhenguan. The brothers to the east have managed to divert the Tang's attention. It would be a missed opportunity not to capitalize on this. I will do my utmost. Tang Yeho's gaze flickered as he studied the map, lost in thought. Noticing Tang Yeho's silence, Kaghan Shikue seemed to muse aloud. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we breach the walls of Chang'an, we can plunder all of the Tang's wealth. Imagine the riches of the Tang and the slaves within Chang'an. I have heard that the city boasts a population of 1 million. If we could capture them to construct our palaces, our western Turkic realm could surpass the Tang in grandeur. The vision painted by Kaghan Shikue elicited salivating excitement from several generals in attendance. They were captivated by his depiction of the future. It was said that the maidens of Chang'an were fair and tender, and they longed to savor their delights. Furthermore, the riches. Each year, the Silk Road bustled with trade, and the Tang surely amassed substantial wealth. I have heard that Chang'an is the largest city under heaven. Should we conquer it, we would attain prosperity beyond measure. In the tent, the beasts convened, their minds racing after laying out the blueprints drawn from the halted arrows. With fervent imagination, they began to elaborate further upon their plans. Laughter, laced with depravity, echoed within the confines of the tent and lingered long after. 90,000 troops? Had the Western Turks lost their sanity? In the court, upon receiving the latest intelligence from the Western Front, Li Shimin's countenance darkened with fury. He commanded all provinces to immediately dispatch troops to Zhenguan for reinforcement. 90,000 soldiers. Should they breach Zhenguan, our situation in Guangzhou would be utterly dire. This war concerns the fate of the nation. We cannot allow any turmoil at Zhenguan. His words, steeped in wrath, reverberated throughout the Grand Hall. The Vice Minister of the Central Secretariat, while transcribing Li Shimin's declarations, managed to interject a question. What about Yuzhou? Do not concern yourself with Yuzhou. Let them fend for themselves. Li Shimin interrupted before the Vice Minister could finish. The young official, unaccustomed to such a scene, momentarily faltered before correcting himself. Your Majesty, I meant to inquire if we should notify Yuzhou City, perhaps urging the Crown Prince to send aid? Indeed, we must dispatch, Li Shimin replied without hesitation. The fate of Yuzhou City is inconsequential. Let the Crown Prince mobilize all his forces to secure Zhenguan. Upon hearing this, Du Ruhui recognized an opportunity and quickly interjected. But what if the Crown Prince refuses to comply? Li Shimin instinctively thought to declare, treat him as a traitor. However, upon observing the gleeful expressions of the assembled ministers, he promptly reconsidered. Cough. If he chooses not to obey, so be it. After all, Yuzhou is already facing the onslaught of 80,000 troops. It is unlikely they will survive. Let him leave his fate to chance. It mattered little if Li Yu were branded a rebel. What concerned Li Shimin was that, at this critical juncture, other provinces might hesitate to send reinforcements, fearing the fate of Yuzhou. After all, he had his merits and deserved some measure of consideration. One could not be excessively tyrannical. In any case, once the coalition of 80,000 descended, Yuzhou would most likely be inundated with corpses. Though detestable, Li Yu dared to defy the emperor's command. Yet, was it necessary for Li Shimin to quarrel with a man on the brink of death? In his eyes, it was entirely unnecessary. Realizing that the emperor had come to this conclusion without issuing harsh threats, Du Ruhui felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Yet, contemplating the current predicament of Yuzhou, his spirits lifted somewhat. I hope when your city falls and your family is destroyed, you can return safely to Chang'an. At that time, I shall ensure you understand the consequences of daring to harm my beloved son. Surely, by then, he or his spirit could find peace. The edict from the court swiftly radiated to every corner of the Tang dynasty. Each province, upon receiving the imperial decree, dispatched soldiers in varying numbers to support the front lines at Zhenguan. Only in Yuzhou did the envoy, upon setting foot on its soil, find himself halted by a throng of light cavalry. His Highness has decreed that court officials are forbidden entry into Yuzhou. I implore you to return, my lord. The envoy, Qin Wenbin, trembled at the sight of this formidable assembly. Esteemed general, I am here on the emperor's orders to convey his will. If you obstruct a court official, the emperor shall certainly impose the gravest punishment upon you. Qin Wenbin sought to leverage the authority of the court. Yet, the noble cavalryman continued to laugh heartily. My lord, when Yuzhou was in dire straits, did the court dispatch even a single soldier? When the beasts of the eastern Turkic ravaged Yuzhou, where was the emperor then? The reason Yuzhou stands resilient upon this land is solely due to His Highness's unwavering efforts and sacrifices. Chapter 104. Worthless One had initially believed that engaging in battles to rescue the common folk from their dire straits would merit substantial rewards from the court. However, what transpired afterward? Not only was there no commendation, but the court also ordered His Highness to face punishment in the capital. Is there any sense in this world that permits such treatment? The captain leading the white horse Isong, while patrolling the borders, exhibited restraint and was willing to engage in discourse with the officials dispatched by the court. This, however, seemed to embolden QNWNBN, who heard the official assert with righteous indignation. As for other matters, I shall refrain from comment. But to claim that the court did not send troops for support is sheer nonsense. The court dispatched Qin Qiying to provide assistance at the front lines as soon as news reached them. How can one say there was no deployment? QNWNBN felt justified in his stance and did not perceive any wrongdoing on his part. Yet, the captain could not contain his laughter. Support? Are you referring to the troops besieged in Jiying City, who were ultimately rescued by His Highness? Do you consider that support? To us, it was merely a burden. Your words are absurd. Indeed, the court had sent troops, only to find them trapped in Jiying City, becoming a solitary force. Were it not for the efforts of the Crown Prince to relieve the siege, one could only wonder what fate awaited that army. Now, this person claims it reflects the court's regard for YSU? Such a statement is utterly ludicrous. Had one truly depended on that army, YSU would have long been ravaged by barbarian hordes. Support, indeed, only to end in solitude. Noticing QNWNBN's face redden, as if he had more to say, the captain waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. There is no need for further discourse. The commands of His Highness in YSU are akin to divine will. To put it bluntly, the people within YSU recognize only the Prince of Yen. They are oblivious to the Emperor's existence. It would be wise for you to depart quickly, lest we all lose face. Long before Li Shimin ordered the arrest of Liu, YSU had already distanced itself from the court. While YSU remains nominally a part of the Tang dynasty, it is merely to avoid making their estrangement widely known. If one believes they can use this as leverage to coerce YSU into submission, they are sorely mistaken. The people of YSU will not be swayed by the court's tactics. QNWNBN wished to persuade further, but upon seeing the white horse Isong's hands gripping their silver spears, ready for combat, he hesitated atop his carriage. Ultimately, he dared not persist. Withdraw. We depart. He commanded the convoy. Upon receiving the order, the convoy turned back, retreating from YSU. The white horse Isong watched as the convoy vanished beyond the horizon, and only then did the captain return his gaze. Let us go. We shall continue our patrol. Yes, General. The patrol unit responded, pivoting to leave. Before departing, the captain cast a final glance at the vanishing convoy and spat upon the ground. Do you not regard us, the people of Yuzhou, as human beings, yet expect our loyalty? Bah! How audacious! If we acknowledge you as our sovereign, then you reign as the exalted emperor. However, if we do not recognize you as the emperor, what then are you? Nothing at all. In Yuzhou City, Zhuge Liang, upon receiving news from his subordinates, found himself both amused and exasperated. His Highness commanded you to intercept the envoy bearing the imperial decree, and you truly sent them away? This is truly. Zhuge Liang was at a loss for words. He shook his head and sighed silently. Very well. Let the message be relayed to His Highness, so he may be apprised of the court's latest developments. Zhuge Liang returned the letter to its envelope and tossed it to his subordinate. Following the order, the subordinate departed with the envelope. By the time Liu learned of the news, it was already noon the following day. He received the envelope from the messenger, opened it, and glanced inside. After reading, Liu crumpled the envelope and discarded it, his expression unchanging as he ordered, "Go inform the military. This matter is known to me." The messenger, upon hearing this, said nothing further and promptly left the battlefield. The war raged on. The presence of 150,000 troops attempting to circumvent Yinshan did not halt the offensive at the front lines. Gao Jinwu employed a strategy of deception, maneuvering his forces in secrecy while simultaneously maintaining a fade of activity. If he did not sustain the intensity of the frontline assault, how could he deceive Li Yu? Although Li Yu had long seen through Gao Jinwu's tactics, the latter remained blissfully unaware. At this moment, Gao Jinwu likely believed he had successfully concealed his maneuvers and bewildered Li Yu. Li Yu shifted his focus back to the battlefield. Observing the rows of cannons atop the city walls, a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. After 2 days of transport, approximately 1,000 cannons had arrived from the rear. In other words, the defense at Zhenguan was now thoroughly secured. With so many cannons in place, Li Yu could find no justification for failing to hold Zhenguan. Fire. Unleash a relentless barrage. Annihilate these scoundrels. You claim to be brimming with morale? I shall see how long your spirit can endure. With a thunderous shout, the cannon fire erupted incessantly. Amidst the tumult of cannon fire, Li Yu calmed his mind and immersed himself once more in observing the virtual sand table. It seemed the battle in the deep mountains and forests was about to commence. In the tranquil mountains, a vast army advanced quietly. The Turks, accustomed to riding horseback, astonishingly dismounted and walked, leading their steeds. As they traversed the muddy mountain path, the sound of footsteps was utterly muted, and even the clatter of hooves fell into silence. The damp and slippery ground beneath their feet rendered this group of nomads, accustomed to traversing the vast grasslands, ill-equipped to adapt. The constricted surroundings further exacerbated their restless spirits, prompting some to voice their grievances during the march. What wretched place is this? Why must we, children of the prairie, venture into such an unwelcoming terrain? All I see are leaves, just leaves. How I long for the boundless expanse of the grasslands. In this dreary locale, even my spirits are dampened. How long must we traverse before we can escape this place? I find myself questioning whether those Goguryeo people have deliberately lured us here. This treacherous path is steep, slippery, and arduous, a veritable nightmare for cavalry. It is indeed a considerable challenge for those who are so accustomed to galloping freely across the plains to find themselves ensnared in the thickets of the mountains. One must understand that even the mountain dwellers are daunted by this formidable wilderness. The harshness of the environment within these deep, wild forests is readily apparent. Chapter 105. Enigmas of the forest. Within the depths of the dense forest, the Turkic army trudged forward with great difficulty. Beyond the treacherous, slippery terrain, the verdant flora of the primeval woods presented a formidable obstacle to their advance. Those at the forefront were often compelled to draw their blades to clear the brambles that obstructed their path, moving forward with painstaking slowness. The damp and chilly air of the woodland stirred a sense of unease, and the occasional mountain breeze swept through, chillingly infiltrating their collars and causing a multitude to shiver and sneeze. This cursed place, devoid of sunlight, left them wondering just when they would find their way out. A Turkic warrior, adorned in the garb of a commander, walked alongside the leader of this formidable force, murmuring his discontent. Casting his gaze skyward, he noted the dense canopy of leaves overhead, where only the faintest rays of sunlight managed to filter through the interstices. Kensumi, the trusted confidant of Kagan Chieli and the commander of this army, followed his gaze. Observing the impenetrable branches, he instinctively twitched his nose and succumbed to a sneeze. According to Gao Jinwu's estimates, they would be able to depart from this wretched place by dusk. Just a little longer, a few more words of encouragement, and by nightfall, they would arrive at a more spacious area to rest for the night. After 2 arduous days of travel, they had already surmounted the most challenging portion of their journey. Based on prior assessments, they were on the verge of exiting the forested region and entering the heart of Yuzhou. At that point, they would no longer have to endure such harsh conditions. Hearing this, a subordinate vigorously rubbed his face to invigorate himself and called out to rally the spirits of those around him. Brothers, the general says that just one more day, and we can leave this wretched place. Let us muster our strength and make haste to depart from here. The dispirited troops, upon hearing these words, reluctantly summoned their spirits. Some even attempted to jest. That sounds splendid. Once we escape this place, we'll catch a few 2-legged sheep for a feast. Absolutely. As soon as we step out of this cursed land, 2-legged sheep will be abundant everywhere. You can indulge as much as you desire and revel to your heart's content. The subordinate's expression gradually morphed into a feral grin as he envisioned the cathartic release of their frustrations, igniting a thrill within him. However, unbeknownst to him, the jester who had made light of the situation had silently vanished. In the treetops, Yang Hen had swiftly ended the man's life, his gaze cold and unyielding as he observed the commander below. Were it not for the considerable distance, which rendered it impossible to eliminate the scoundrel without alerting others, Yang Hen would have acted long ago. After dispatching the man, Yang Hen swiftly signaled towards his direction, observing the sky above the dense forest. It became evident that a multitude of vengeful Azuras lay in ambush, concealed by their dark robes and the thick foliage, thus remaining undetected. At this moment, Yang Hen's command was disseminated, prompting all the vengeful spirits to spring into action. Slender ropes slipped from their grasp, dangling like fishing lines beneath the branches, awaiting the unwitting passerby to ensnare their necks. Shrouded in the towering wild grasses, the Avengers executed their silent slaughter. In just a few fleeting moments, countless souls unwittingly traversed the threshold of life's end. Despite their desperate struggles and silent cries for aid, the ropes were too thin and too tight, severing their throats completely and rendering any sound impossible. They could only writhe in silence before succumbing to despair and death. Yet, despite the caution exercised by the Avengers, their presence ultimately became exposed to the enemy. The sheer number of adversaries ensured that, no matter how adept their concealment or meticulous their methods of assassination, discovery was inevitable. An enemy assault. Something is attacking us. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the forest. The woods erupted with the sound of flapping wings as startled birds took flight. This cry utterly obliterated the stillness of the grove. The Turkic warriors, sensing danger, began to frantically search for the source of the threat. Look, in the sky, someone has been hung aloft. The enemy is in the trees. Brothers, quickly draw your bows and shoot them down. No, don't shoot recklessly. Are you trying to get us killed in the woods? Ah, which scoundrel let an arrow fly? I've been hit in the chest. Amidst the chaos, the Turkic warriors lost their composure, instinctively launching attacks. A sporadic barrage of arrows was unleashed, most of which merely pierced the dense foliage before falling back to the ground. Some struck the earth, while others tragically found their mark on comrades. It was evident that they lacked experience in combat within such dense woodlands. Failing to comprehend the concept of crossfire, once King Sumi broke free from his initial panic, he immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "Gather your bows and arrows. Draw your blades and remain vigilant. Those near your brothers, cluster together and provide mutual support." With the clear commands issued, the panicked Turkic forces gradually regained their composure, adhering to the directives. Next, King Sumi began instructing the next course of action. Reserve troops, bring over the ladders and uncover those wretched beings. I shall see what specters are wreaking havoc here. In the forest, numerous dangling corpses swayed in midair. It was apparent that this was a meticulously orchestrated large-scale operation. The exposure had disrupted their plans, resulting in hasty and chaotic outcomes. King Sumi maintained a calm demeanor, refraining from issuing reckless orders that could further ensnare the army in confusion. He made the most prudent choice, stabilizing the situation. However, this did not imply that the panic could be entirely quelled. As the reserve troops approached and ascended the ladder to the tree branch, they were met with an unsettling emptiness. It was as if no one had ever graced the tree. All that lay before them was lush greenery, devoid of any human presence. What the devil? General Kong Sumi. There is no one in the tree, echoed the sentiments of the others. I, too, see no enemies here, nor any signs of ambush. The same refrain resonated among them, and a chill enveloped their hearts. Panic ensued, with some shouting in terror. Could it be that we have intruded upon the territory of some malevolent spirit? Have these ancient trees come to life? There are ghosts in this forest. They are haunting us, lying in wait. We must depart at once. I have always said that this cursed place is uninhabitable. We have fallen prey to those treacherous Goguryeo people. Chapter 106. A desperate panic spread with alarming velocity. Even among the Turks, some disregarded commands, their faces etched with terror as they fled forward. The bizarre occurrences in the woods had thoroughly unsettled these warriors. Each was pale, their eyes betraying helplessness and dread. In an era where superstition regarding spirits was prevalent, Encountering inexplicable phenomena left them utterly astounded. If there had been a visible enemy, their fear might have been somewhat alleviated. Yet, given the multitude of lives lost without a specter in sight, maintaining composure seemed a far-fetched notion. Only a few high-ranking officials, including King Sumi, managed to maintain a semblance of clarity amidst such strangeness. "General, this rope was found on the corpse of a comrade. It appears to be made of iron," declared a soldier, leaping down from a ladder and presenting the rope to King Sumi. Upon examination, King Sumi discerned it was indeed a man-made object. In other words, this calamity was orchestrated by human hands. But the crux of the matter remained. Who could silently slay so many comrades and vanish without a trace in such a brief span? King Sumi raised his chin, gazing into the dense thickets. All he could see were leaves rustling in the wind, devoid of any human form. If indeed it was the work of men, how had they managed to escape from this locale? Lost in contemplation, King Sumi was jolted from his reverie by a scream from the crowd. Grasping the metal rope, he shouted, "Do not scatter. There are no ghosts or monsters here. This is the work of men. Enemies may be lurking nearby. Be wary of their traps." Upon hearing that it was human action, the army's panic lessened slightly. Nevertheless, the trepidation persisted. The so-called evidence King Sumi had produced was merely an ordinary metal rope. Yet, the shadow of the enemy remained elusive. Who could genuinely believe this was the work of men? However, seeing King Sumi's personal guards rallying for battle, dissenters could only suppress their doubts. After a brief tumult, they resumed their advance. Yet, before they could set off, chaos erupted once more. "Fire! The supplies are ablaze!" came the frantic cries from the rear. It turned out that the provisions from the supply train had been ignited by an unknown assailant. The momentary calm of the army was shattered again, as men frantically beat at the flames on the supply carts with their leather jackets. Alas, their efforts were futile, merely fanning the flames rather than extinguishing them. King Sumi's expression darkened as he approached the officer in charge of the supply train. "What is the meaning of this? Why did the provisions suddenly catch fire?" The general, his face etched with anxiety, explained, "Moments ago, you instructed us to fetch the ladder. We complied immediately. Yet upon our return, we discovered that the supplies had been ignited. I cannot fathom how such a calamity occurred. We were merely investigating when the flames engulfed the provisions. To whom can I voice this grievance? Who can predict the horrors that lie ahead?" The situation was so terrifying that their minds were preoccupied with the investigation, leaving them unprepared for the ensuing disaster. Upon hearing the general's account, King Sumi felt an urge to unleash his fury, yet the words failed to materialize. "Enough of this. We must prioritize extinguishing the fire and salvaging the grain," he commanded sternly, joining the efforts to quell the flames. However, in this desolate wilderness, where could they possibly find a water source to extinguish the blaze? Despite their frantic efforts, the salvage supplies remained woefully inadequate. In a mere 2 hours, the Turkic army suffered catastrophic losses, and this was merely the beginning. During the firefighting efforts, an alarming number of corpses had mysteriously appeared among the treetops. Moreover, numerous lifeless bodies of the Turkic soldiers lay hidden amidst the underbrush. At this moment, even King Sumi could no longer maintain his composure. He bellowed, "Forget the supplies. Arm yourselves with weapons and rations. We must press on. We must escape this cursed place and flee the jungle." The Turkic soldiers had awaited such orders for what felt like an eternity. Upon hearing King Sumi's direct command, they wasted no time and plunged forward. By this point, they dared not act independently. Everyone huddled together, hastening their flight. Panic and dread seized their hearts, plunging them deeper into terror. The throng departed in a tumultuous wave. Once they had vacated the area, vengeful specters emerged from all directions, converging in one place. They approached Yang Hen, seeking guidance on their next course of action. "Chief, what shall we do next? Should we pursue them?" Yang Hen stood atop the treetops, scrutinizing the enemy's retreat with narrowed eyes. "Kill. Continue the pursuit. But do not reveal our presence. Ensure they remain unaware." "Understood." With the explicit command, the vengeful specters glided through the jungle like phantoms, cloaked entirely in black robes. They bore an uncanny resemblance to malevolent spirits. At times, their movements defied the laws of physics, leaping from the ground to the treetops as if floating. This group, perhaps they had long transcended humanity. Shadows flitted behind the panicked retreating enemy, with one Turkic soldier after another collapsing unseen, meeting their demise. Thus, The silent ballet of life and death unfolded within the depths of the jungle. In this fierce competition, the vanquished foes lose not their glory, but their very lives. An increasing number of brethren have vanished. This place is indeed haunted. Brothers, flee swiftly. Damn it! How did we stumble into this cursed realm? It is all that scoundrel Gao Jianwu's fault. Regardless of your nature, I implore you to spare us. We are merely passing through and never intended to disturb you. Oh, spirits of the shaman, grant us safe passage from this place. Yang clenched her weapon, severing an enemy's head, then rose to survey her surroundings. As she listened to the sounds echoing in her ears, her gaze grew ever colder. Mercy? Shaman, do you truly believe you can survive? The moment you invaded this land and tormented us, our fates became irrevocably intertwined in a struggle to the death. If you are to perish swiftly, you should learn to be grateful. Chapter 107. A glimmer of hope, brothers. There is light ahead. After fleeing for several hours, the Turkish army finally glimpsed the dawn of escape from the forest. Who knows how they endured during that time? Nevertheless, they had finally evaded that treacherous place. They could finally catch their breath. One by one, a throng of disheveled Turkish soldiers emerged from the thicket and beheld the long-lost vast plains. They resembled survivors of a calamity, huddling together on the level ground, rejoicing. In their frantic retreat, they had even abandoned their lifelong companions, their steeds. Having paid such a heavy price to wrest their lives from the grasp of the supernatural, it was, in any case, a fortunate outcome for them. As Kansumi stepped out from the jungle, he was met with the sight of his fellow warriors embracing one another, celebrating their miraculous escape. Observing the mud-streaked, rugged men, and witnessing their tears of joy, Kansumi felt an overwhelming mix of emotions. They had set out to raid the enemy's rear, only to find themselves in a desperate flight. Now, without their horses, could their encirclement operation still proceed smoothly? No, it must be possible. They would surely achieve ultimate victory. This was not the time for wavering. They had no other path available. They could either coordinate their efforts to breach the Zhenguan Pass and reunite with their main force, or perish like pitiful wretches in this forsaken land. The plains, devoid of horses, meant a significant loss of combat effectiveness. They could not gallop freely in this terrain. They had to resolutely complete their mission. Kansumi allowed his soldiers to revel in their celebration. Once their jubilation subsided, he summoned his men to begin counting their numbers. Before long, a subordinate approached to report, "General, there are still over 90,000 brothers remaining, but we have only a little over 100 horses left. Furthermore, we have 3 days' worth of rations." Upon hearing this figure, Kansumi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Had they truly lost more than 50,000 brothers after traversing the jungle? He turned unsteadily to gaze at the insatiable thicket, an inexplicable fear gripping him. This time, he feared he had truly encountered malevolent spirits. Otherwise, the current situation was utterly incomprehensible. How many lives had they lost in a direct assault on the Zhenguan Pass? At most, they had suffered a loss of 30,000 brothers in a single day. Yet here, they had inexplicably endured losses exceeding 50,000 in mere daylight hours. Perhaps some brothers had become separated and could only be considered missing. However, even so, the casualties were alarmingly high. Initially, Kansumi had contemplated retracing their steps. Yet, upon hearing the casualty report from his subordinates, that notion was thoroughly dispelled. With so many lives lost, even if they returned, he would face the grim consequences of military law. It would be better to take a chance and see if we can take down Zhenguan from within. Kong Sumi clenched his teeth and commanded, "Gather the brothers. We shall continue onward as per our plan, resting for a day at Jieshur Mountain. Tomorrow at dawn, we will assault Zhenguan." "Yes, General." The officers, sensing Kong Sumi's determination, felt their spirits lift and hurried to convey the order. Before long, the army had assembled and set off towards the east. In the depths of the forest, Yang Hen led the vengeful Azura, remaining concealed in the shadows, carefully avoiding exposure to the enemy. They watched the departing Turkic forces, awaiting Yang Hen's command. After a moment of observation, Yang Hen recalled the task assigned to her by Li Yu, squinting uncertainly as she said, "Once they have moved far enough away, we will follow at a distance. When the Shiliang cavalry arrives, we shall join the fray and charge into battle." Unsure if this command was indeed correct, she made her choice based on instinct. Yang Hen was the elected leader of the vengeful Azura team. Regardless of how dubious her orders might seem, they would treat her words as sacred edicts. Upon hearing her, everyone suppressed their impatience, quietly waiting for the Turkic army to vanish from sight. "General, how much longer must we wait? The sun is nearly setting. Surely these people will not appear until tomorrow?" On a small hill, Baiqi's troops gazed into the distance, murmuring to themselves. His restless demeanor clearly revealed his growing impatience. Initially, he had been engaged in a delightful game of whack-a-mole on the front lines at Zhenguan, only to be deceived by Baiqi into waiting for a phantom enemy. At first, he had been quite excited. As heavy cavalry, they relished the thrill of galloping across the battlefield and charging into the fray. Now, however, it had devolved into a tedious wait, and it was entirely reasonable for him to feel disgruntled. After all, even if he could not mount his steed to slay foes, he could still enjoy the game of whack-a-mole, finding amusement in striking those who peeked over the city walls. It was far better than wasting time in idleness. Baiqi sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, his spear resting motionless across his lap. Listening to his subordinates' incessant murmuring, he occasionally twitched an ear, indicating he was not entirely oblivious, but rather practicing patience. However, as the chatter seemed endless, Baiqi opened his eyes and tapped the spear's shaft against the subordinate's calf. "Are you a chatterbox? If you have grievances, voice them briefly. What is the meaning of this incessant prattling? Are you itching for a beating?" Faced with Baiqi's stern gaze, the officer sheepishly shrank his neck. "I was merely bored from waiting and sought someone to converse with." Since he remained silent, I could only talk to myself for solace. As he spoke, he rubbed his calf, appreciating the hardness of the leg armor, and let out a toothy grin. It hardly hurt at all. Baiqi raised an eyebrow and picked up his spear, standing tall. "I see you truly have a penchant for mischief. Oh, come now, General. Please do not be so agitated. I was merely jesting." While a playful jab was quite amusing, the prospect of being thoroughly thrashed by Baiqi in front of his subordinates was far from enjoyable. The subordinate quickly begged for mercy, wary of pushing his luck further. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Baiqi extended his fist, intending to give a light tap on the subordinate's helmet. Just then, a sudden commotion caught his attention, prompting him to abandon his original plan. A target had emerged. It was undoubtedly the Turks. However, oddly enough, it seemed they had no war horses. Could it be true? Would these brutes relinquish their steeds? I must observe further. Chapter 108. A lethal strike. The Turkic army, hastily fleeing from Yanshan, fortuitously collided with the Western Liang Iron Cavalry, led by Baiqi. Furthermore, they had lost their essential steeds. There was no need for further deliberation. It was time to mount and charge forth to annihilate them. The subordinate, who had just been engaged in a tumultuous altercation with Baiqi, swiftly donned his knight's helmet and nimbly mounted his steed. Without waiting for Baiqi's command, he bellowed, "All troops mount up. Prepare to charge." The Western Liang Iron Cavalry, having grown impatient after an extended wait, wasted no time in obeying the order. They swiftly mounted their horses and began to form ranks autonomously. Baiqi leisurely ascended to his mount, patiently awaiting the formation of their ranks. Once the formation was sufficiently established, he tugged on the reins, leading the charge. "Brothers, let us deliver a decisive end to this rabble. Slay them all." With that command, the heavy cavalry surged forth. The thunderous clatter of iron hooves struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble. "Kill! Charge!" Amidst the battle cries, the army surged forward like ravenous wolves. The Turkic soldiers, already akin to frightened birds, were rendered paralyzed at the sight of such an overwhelming force. There must be at least 10,000 heavy cavalry. We have no horses and have traveled so far. How can we fight? They are heavily armored cavalry. What shall we do? Stop looking around. This plain offers no cover. We are doomed. On one side stood the well-prepared, heavily armored cavalry, while on the other, the disheveled, exhausted, and horseless cavalry fled in panic. The disparity in combat effectiveness was glaringly evident. The outcome of their clash was clear. Their only reliance lay in their superior numbers, yet this was utterly meaningless in the face of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry. Heavy cavalry are the nemesis of infantry. As long as there were no defensive preparations like caltrops in place, death awaited them. The earth rumbled as the Western Liang Iron Cavalry thundered forward like a speeding train, crashing into the throng. The sound of hooves crushed the earth, spilling blood, as the cavalry surged through, only to pivot and gather strength once more. The Turkic soldiers, now devoid of steeds, resembled lambs led to slaughter, standing dumbly in place, awaiting their demise. As for fleeing, what a jest! On this vast plain, where could they possibly run on two legs? At this moment, they were akin to a lone canoe caught in the eye of a storm, their fates left to the whims of chance. If the emergence of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry had extinguished their last glimmer of hope, then the arrival of the vengeful Azuras heralded the beginning of a nightmare. When the Western Liang Iron Cavalry engaged in battle, they charged with reckless abandon, delivering swift conclusions. However, the vengeful Azuras were different. They thrived on the scent of blood and relished the sound of anguished cries. They would not easily grant death until every last drop of blood within their victims had been expended. What awaits this group of brutes is not merely a simple death, but rather the most terrifying hell. The slaughter commenced at dusk and continued into the evening, with over 90,000 individuals. Even if one were to line them up for execution, it would consume an inordinate amount of time. The combined forces of the Shiliang Iron Cavalry and the avenging Azura number approximately 15,000. Theoretically, if one were to slay 6 individuals, it would soon come to an end. However, the reality of the battlefield proved otherwise. Moreover, the avenging Azura possessed a penchant for tormenting their victims. Thus, when the two armies united and returned to Shanhaiguan after clearing the battlefield, night had already fallen. Yang Hen firmly bound the captive, Kong Sumi, and cast him into the tent before approaching Li Yu to report. "Your Highness, this is the beast that led the Turkic scum across the Yanshan Mountains. Bai Qi mentioned he has great utility and instructed me not to kill him. Hence, I have brought him back." Li Yu grasped Kong Sumi by the hair, scrutinizing his features. "Well done. Your willingness to heed others' counsel indicates your growth." With a casual gesture, he let Kong Sumi's head crash heavily to the ground. Turning to Yang Hen with a smile, "Bai Qi has asserted his significance. Do you comprehend the meaning behind his sparing of this wretch's life?" Yang Hen pondered for a few moments before attempting to respond. "Could it be that I am to torment him atop the city walls to demoralize the enemy?" Her tone was remarkably innocent, akin to that of a naive young girl presenting a trivial proposal. Were it not for the knowledge of Yang Hen's notorious brutality, one might mistake her for jesting. Li Yu regarded her expressionlessly for a moment. Then, seeing her innocent gaze, he sighed in resignation. "The intention is correct, but the method is flawed. Our task is not to torment him, but to grant him a swift end. Only then can we maximize his potential." No sooner had he spoken than Kong Sumi, lying on the ground, began to thrash about in a frenzy. His anguished cries resembled the wails of a tormented spirit, perhaps lamenting his grim fate. Yang Hen cast a glance at the struggling Kong Sumi, her brow furrowed in confusion. If we are to kill him, wouldn't torturing him serve to shock the hearts of men even more? Why grant him a swift end? Do not forget that every individual harbors a ferocity. Li Yu patiently elucidated. If you dispatch him swiftly, the enemy will only be reminded of a prominent general lost at our hands. Yet, if you prolong his suffering, their focus will shift solely to the agony he endures. Human thoughts are exceedingly complex. None can predict the consequences that might arise. Perhaps their hearts may waver, but more often than not, it will merely incite their rage and fervent desire for vengeance. Should we misplace our emphasis, we risk complications. Do you grasp my explanation?" Yang Hen listened with a semblance of understanding. As if speaking to herself, she proposed a seemingly plausible yet misguided answer. As this individual is not the commander of the enemy forces, swiftly eliminating him would hardly incite hatred from the opposing side. However, subjecting him to torment would evoke empathy among them, igniting the latent fury within their hearts. Li Yu listened intently, lightly tapping his chin. This notion was approximately correct. Yet the situation was far more intricate. One must understand that beheading a general in battle can significantly diminish the enemy's morale. Conversely, prolonged suffering may inadvertently bolster their spirits. Morale is the decisive factor that governs combat. Thus, one must not act impulsively in this matter. Hearing Li Yu's earnest words, Yang Hen nodded vigorously. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your thoughtful guidance. A single discourse from you is worth more than a decade of study. I have learned much." Chapter 109. Retreat at the critical moment. Does a single discourse from a wise man surpass 10 years of study? From Yang Hen's eloquence and the grace of her movements, it is evident that she has received training in etiquette. She must be a girl of noble lineage. However, it remains a mystery how she has fallen into such dire circumstances. Li Yu has no intention of delving into her past, yet occasionally, her unusual demeanor stirs his imagination. Ultimately, he merely entertains these thoughts without any genuine desire to investigate her history. For now, Yang Hen is merely the leader of the vengeful Azura. Her past bears no relevance to Li Yu. As night gave way to dawn, the sun ascended from the eastern coastline, and the battlefield at Zhenguan was already engulfed in fierce conflict. Gao Jinwu stood resolutely at a distance, overseeing the combat and personally commanding the battlefield. His mere presence bolstered the morale of the Goguryeo soldiers, for the stabilizing force of a commander is not to be underestimated. Li Yu atop the city walls had attempted to aim the sun-shooting bow at Gao Jinwu. Unfortunately, the distance rendered accuracy a challenge. Though he felt he had aligned correctly, the arrows veered off course by at least 10 meters upon release. Such a margin of error, even for the most fortunate of shots, would be nearly impossible to overcome. After several fruitless attempts, Li Yu grew weary of expending his energy on such endeavors. Thus, the situation at the Zhenguan battlefield remained exceedingly dire. Observing the ebb and flow of the combat, Gao Jinwu gazed towards the rear of Zhenguan, murmuring softly. Logically, the forces dispatched by the Turks should have already circled behind the fortifications. Why had they yet to launch a surprise assault? Were they perhaps lost in the mountains? Upon hearing Gao Jinwu's concerns, the countenance of Kagan Shili darkened. The valiant warriors of the Turks would never abandon their post. Something must have impeded them. Let us wait and see. We had merely anticipated their arrival at this time, and their absence does not signify anything definitive. One can only hope. Gao Jinwu sighed lightly, refraining from dwelling further on the matter. A foreboding feeling nagged at him. It was plausible that the Turks had not merely encountered minor obstacles, but had likely been compromised by the enemy's awareness of their intentions. Should this be the case, the battle would become all the more intriguing. At this moment, Gao Jinwu fervently wished his premonition would not materialize. If it did, grave consequences would surely ensue. Yet, as the saying goes, good omens are often untrustworthy while ill omens prove prophetic. Just as Gao Jinwu hoped for calm, he beheld a familiar figure being escorted by the Yuzhou army, appearing atop the city walls. Li Yu stood on the battlements, his voice resounding powerfully like a bell, echoing across the battlefield. Do you know who this is? The deputy commander of the Turks, Kagan Shili's most capable subordinate, Kong Sumi. Your conspiracy has been unveiled. The 150,000 troops dispatched have forever remained at the foot of Yanshan. Now it is his turn. With that, Li Yu gestured for Yang Hen to bring Kong Sumi forward. Understanding the command, Yang Hen escorted Kong Sumi to the forefront of the city wall. As Yang Hen restrained Kong Sumi's arm, pushing him over the edge of the wall, Li Yu struck decisively. The dark silhouette of the Thunder Dragon spear flashed. Just moments ago, Kong Sumi was still struggling vigorously, and then his head fell to the ground. A fleeting silence enveloped the battlefield. In the next instant, a cacophony erupted. The Turks among the crowd rushed recklessly towards the city gate, attempting to retrieve Kong Sumi's head. The Han archers drew their bows to take aim at them. But Li Yu intervened. Do not concern yourselves with them. Let them take Kong Sumi's head back. Having said that, Li Yu turned to Yang Hen, gesturing for him to discard the corpse, allowing them to witness with their own eyes whether their vice commander had truly perished here. Only by witnessing the truth would they be truly disheartened. Upon hearing this, Yang Hen immediately cast Kong Sumi's body down. The Turks below, like rabid dogs, seized hold of his corpse and retreated, seemingly intent on presenting it to Kagan Shili for confirmation. Gao Jinwu watched this scene, his expression darkening to its utmost. His face twitched in a grimace, and without hesitation, he commanded, "Sound the retreat. We cannot continue this battle. We must withdraw." The main battlefield had claimed 100,000 lives, and the flanking forces had lost another 150,000. Currently, only 550,000 troops remained in their ranks. The Zhenguan stood like an insurmountable chasm, blocking entry into the central plains. The prospect of victory was already bleak, and now morale had taken a severe blow, leading Gao Jinwu to conclude that this battle had lost all significance. Remaining here would only result in unnecessary sacrifices. His army had dwindled to 300,000, and should they be entirely decimated, who could predict the fate of Liaodong? Weighing all considerations, Gao Jinwu found no justification for persisting. He resolutely chose to withdraw. However, this command met with vehement opposition from Kagan Shili. Did we not agree to march south together? You spoke with such conviction, promising your word. Now you wish to retreat in the face of battle? In response to Kagan Xieli's inquiries, Gao Jianwu maintained a composed demeanor. Can you not discern the current situation? A 30-to-1 casualty ratio. Even if we annihilate all our forces, we could only kill 20,000 of them. Do you wish to remain here to perish completely? If you seek death, I shall not hinder you, but do not expect our Goguryeo to perish alongside you. Gao Jianwu was far from foolish like the Turks. He understood all too well how unfavorable the circumstances were for him. Initially, he had agreed to the Turks' plea for alliance, not anticipating the formidable strength of the Yuzhou army. Yet, despite these circumstances, he remained resolute. The reason lay in the strategic collaboration that offered a glimmer of hope to breach Yuzhou. However, now even that final hope had been extinguished, and the morale of the Turks would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. The situation deteriorated with each passing day. Remaining here was evidently akin to awaiting death. Why should he stubbornly cling to this fate, risking his life in vain? If the Turks were inclined to court death, so be it. In any case, Gao Jianwu had no intention of remaining to bear witness. He not only planned to retreat, but also needed to reassess the ramifications of this grand conflict. It is important to recognize that Liaodong was far from tranquil. Should Goguryeo display any sign of weakness, the northern factions of Wuju and Fuyu, along with the southern realms of Silla and Beach, would undoubtedly descend upon them like rabid dogs, tearing them to shreds. Gao Jianwu could not afford to lose many men. Chapter 110. Qin Liangyu faced with Gao Jianwu's unyielding stance, Xieli Khan found himself at a loss. He contemplated employing force as a means of intimidation, but soon dismissed the idea upon considering the unruly spirit of the Goguryeo people. Reluctantly, he allowed Gao Jianwu to amass his troops in preparation for retreat. Beside him, Imo Hui Khan, observing the discontent etched on Xieli Khan's face, whispered, "Shall we unite to stab him in the back?" Xieli Khan cast a glance at him and slowly shook his head. "No, let us not forget the Tang's watchful eyes. Should they discover our internal strife, we might truly be left here for good. What shall we do then?" Imo Hui Khan inquired. "After all, we have assembled an army of 800,000, eager to showcase our prowess. Yet, upon our arrival at Shanhai Pass, we are halted by this formidable barrier. At this rate, it is not even a matter of achieving glory. Merely returning without disgrace would be a stroke of fortune." Xieli Khan gazed southwest, letting out a heavy sigh. "Let us cease hostilities for now and observe for a couple of days. I have heard that our brethren to the west are assaulting Zhenguan. If they can breach the city, perhaps we can compel these people of Yuzhou to return to the central plains for support. In that case, we may yet have the opportunity to plunder Yuzhou. It would be a disservice to return empty-handed after bringing so many brothers to war." Following several consecutive defeats, the prestige of the Turkic Tiela tribe had sunk to an all-time low. Xieli Khan yearned to restore the Tiela's former glory, yet the present circumstances demanded patience, compelling him to wait for the right moment. With this in mind, Xieli Khan summoned the herald to sound the horn and regroup the troops. As the Turkic forces returned to their camp, they awaited further orders, their gazes fixed upon the seemingly insurmountable chasm in the distance. On the city walls, Li Yu observed the unfolding events on the battlefield, his expression one of astonishment. Is this truly happening? They retreated after merely slaying a deputy commander? Such decisiveness is rather unexpected. Is their reaction truly warranted? He had intended to demoralize the enemy and escalate the casualty ratio, but to his surprise, they had withdrawn. Is it not advantageous that they have retreated? Yang Hen asked, perplexed. Does this not mean the siege of Shanhai Pass is effectively lifted? From a tactical perspective, their willingness to retreat is indeed a favorable development, Li Yu explained patiently. However, from a strategic standpoint, it may not be as beneficial. If we could leverage the advantages of the city defenses to eliminate as many of the enemy's combatants as possible, that would yield the best outcome for us. As it stands, we can only deem the situation as neither particularly good nor bad. A casualty ratio of 30-to-1 is already exceedingly remarkable. Were it not for the fortifications provided by the walls, achieving such results in a defensive battle against these savages would be implausible. If this obstinate group continues to engage in a war of attrition, Li Yu possesses considerable confidence in annihilating them here. Should this outcome materialize, subsequent matters would become significantly more manageable. He led his troops with unwavering determination, swiftly capturing the strategic stronghold of Liaodong. This became his base from which he waged continuous warfare in all directions. In doing so, the entirety of Liaodong could be integrated into the territory of Yuzhou. However, the enemy has now retreated, presenting a conundrum. If there is any intention to advance outward, one must always consider the looming threat posed by the enemy's formidable force of 550,000 troops. That is indeed an overwhelming number, particularly with 250,000 cavalry among them. Sounding the trumpet for a counteroffensive is no simple task. Li Yu observed the retreating enemy, his mind racing as he calculated and pondered how to shift the situation in his favor. Yet, no clear strategy emerged. The disparity in troop strength between the two sides was too great, making it unwise for him to recklessly lead his forces out of Shanhaiguan. Previously, during the decisive battle against Shui Yintao, the Yuzhou army, despite enjoying various advantages, had suffered the loss of over 10,000 cavalry to annihilate the enemy. Now, commanding an army primarily composed of infantry, the task of eliminating these cavalry units was exceedingly daunting. After much contemplation, Li Yu ultimately decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach. He instructed his brothers to return early for rest. After days of relentless fighting, they certainly deserved a reprieve. During this respite, he hoped they could rejuvenate their spirits. When the time came to deploy, they would strategize anew. Li Yu calmly conveyed his orders to Bai Qi, who silently accepted the command and set about executing it. Meanwhile, Li Yu continued to gaze into the distance, contemplating the impending sign-in day, wondering what rewards might await. If the rewards were sufficiently bountiful, perhaps they could drive the enemy back, thereby fulfilling their mission and further strengthening their forces. In any case, it was prudent to wait another day. As he turned to descend the city wall, he awaited the arrival of the sign-in rewards. The day passed swiftly. On the following morning, upon waking, Li Yu was greeted by the melodious chime of a system notification. A week has elapsed. The host may now sign in. Sign in. After a day of anticipation, there was no time to waste. Rewards must be claimed immediately. As the words left his lips, the system prompt resonated once more in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have received the sign-in reward. Commander Qin Liangyu X1, White Spear Army X10, 000, Zhuge Crossbow Design X1. A new commander and an entirely new troop type? Wait, the White Spear Army, aren't they the spear units? In other words, there is hope for the turtle formation? With this realization, Li Yu quickly turned to seek Bai Qi to discuss logistical matters. However, upon turning, he was astonished to find himself inside the tent. Chuckling in disbelief, he shook his head in amusement and hurriedly donned his attire before stepping out of the tent. As he lifted the curtain of the tent and stepped outside, he was greeted by the sight of a woman clad in full armor, kneeling before him. I am General Qin Liangyu, here to report. Long live your highness. Qin Liangyu, the only female general recorded in history, was a formidable warrior of the Ming dynasty and a commanding leader. She was an extraordinary woman, and Li Yu dared not show any hint of negligence. General Qin, please rise. Gently assisting Qin Liangyu to her feet, Li Yu gazed upon the imposing and majestic figure of the female general, genuinely exclaiming, "It is said that General Qin's prowess rivals that of her male counterparts, and indeed, upon meeting you, I see that the accolades are well-deserved." Initially, Li Yu had intended to maintain a respectful distance, yet the authoritative visage of Qin Liangyu dispelled any hesitation he felt within. Chapter 111. Scheming Li Yu extended his hand and patted Qin Liangyu's shoulder with great enthusiasm, praising her profusely. The arrival of General Qin is most fortuitous. I was just pondering how to dismantle the cavalry formations beyond the pass. With you and your White Pole army at the helm, these barbaric foes may have cause for concern. Qin Liangyu was momentarily taken aback by Li Yu's hearty gesture. However, upon observing Li Yu's unpretentious demeanor, admiration began to flicker in her gaze. She held a deep disdain for effeminacy, loathing those who, upon encountering her, would behave as if they were tainted by indecorum. She was, after all, the mightiest general of her era. What rough-hewn men could rival her prowess? Yet, these individuals, lacking self-awareness, dared to view her through a lens of prejudice. Little did they know, it was precisely that kind of condescending gaze that Qin Liangyu abhorred the most. In contrast, the forthright gaze of someone like Li Yu commanded her respect. As Li Yu extolled her virtues, Qin Liangyu modestly deflected the compliments. Soon after, she shifted her focus to the situation on the battlefield, urgently inquiring, "Might I know the current state of our forces?" As a newcomer, I am not well acquainted with the circumstances. I would appreciate your insights. Let us converse as we walk, Liu suggested, gesturing towards a nearby tent and leading her in that direction. We find ourselves at Zhenguan, facing an assault from 250,000 cavalry. They have just suffered a significant blow from our forces, leaving their morale diminished and combat effectiveness low. They are currently in a state of ceasefire. My intention now is to devise a strategy to keep these 250,000 men here, ultimately annihilating them beyond the pass. Presently, our available cavalry consists of 13,000 heavy cavalry, capable of inflicting devastating damage upon these barbarian horsemen. However, you must grasp the limitations of heavy cavalry mobility. When faced with the nimble light cavalry of the barbarians, if they are determined to flee, we could never hope to pursue them effectively. Thus, the situation remains at an impasse. I cannot directly deploy the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, but I have yet to identify a suitable force to contain them. Your appearance with the White Pole Army simplifies matters considerably. As they walked, Liu spoke extensively while Qin Liangyu listened attentively. Upon reaching the entrance of the tent, Liu provided a general overview of the current circumstances. Yet, there was one matter that perplexed Qin Liangyu. As she lifted the tent flap, she inquired, "Your Highness, you may have misunderstood. Our White Pole Army does not effectively counter cavalry, not even light cavalry. While spear units possess some resistance against cavalry, it is merely a negligible advantage. To pit spear-wielding infantry against cavalry is tantamount to courting disaster. Infantry can never triumph over cavalry, even when armed with long weapons." Qin Liangyu made this statement to correct Liu's misconceptions. However, Liu's perspective seemed entirely disparate from her understanding. Upon entering the tent, Liu Zhao raised her hand, signaling for her to allow her to finish speaking. Qin Liangyu, without objection, widened her eyes, waiting for Liu to begin. "I am well aware that spear soldiers cannot counter cavalry. This does not require your reminder. However, what if I were to equip your White Rod Army with an indestructible shield? Do you believe there is hope of overcoming the light cavalry?" Qin Liangyu squinted, contemplating for a few seconds before slowly shaking her head. "No, even with the finest shield. It would be exceedingly difficult to triumph over the cavalry. This is a contest between manpower and animal power. Merely acquiring additional equipment cannot bridge that gap." "Excellent." Liu did not deny her viewpoint, but continued to inquire. "But can you ensure that your formation remains intact and guarantee your safety?" Qin Liangyu nodded in acknowledgement, affirming, "Indeed, as long as the shield is sufficiently sturdy, the White Rod soldiers can indeed withstand the cavalry's charge." "That is sufficient." Liu chuckled, a meaningful smile gracing her face. "Now, do you understand what I am trying to convey?" Upon hearing this, Qin Liangyu's pupils flickered rapidly. After a few moments of contemplation, her eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "Are you suggesting that the White Rod Army serve as bait to lure the enemy into attacking us, thereby restraining their mobility?" "Exactly," Liu admitted candidly, but then softened her tone, adding, "It is indeed somewhat inappropriate to subject you to such a stern test upon your arrival. However, eliminating the cavalry beyond the pass holds significant strategic value for my Yuzhou army. Thus," before Liu could complete her sentence, Qin Liangyu quickly interjected, "No, I do not wish to shirk this responsibility. I am very much intrigued by this task. Your Highness need not explain further. I am merely astonished by your tactical thinking and momentarily lost my composure. The strategy of actively offering bait to entice the enemy to attack is exceedingly rare in history. The Battle of Chongping serves as an example of luring the enemy deeper, yet there exists a fundamental distinction between the two. It is difficult for a commander not to be fascinated by such innovative tactical ideas, and Qin Liangyu is no exception. Moreover, she found Liu's description of that shield quite captivating. As for the risks inherent in the task, what endeavor is devoid of risk? The moment she took command in battle, she was prepared to face death on the battlefield. Qin Liangyu has never shunned adventure. The tall and robust woman expressed her enthusiasm, saying, "I wonder when the shields your Highness mentioned will be delivered. Allow me to take charge of this matter." Qin Liangyu's fervor took Liu by surprise. Observing her spirited demeanor, Liu could not help but smile. "Very well. This is easily arranged. Soon the stage will be set before you, and I eagerly await your performance on the battlefield." With that, Liu turned her gaze toward the tent's entrance. Qin Liangyu instinctively followed her gaze and saw Bai Qi and Yang Hen enter the camp one after the other. Who are these two? Upon hearing Qin Liangyu's inquiry, Li Yu briefly introduced the two individuals to her, facilitating their acquaintance. Qin Liangyu appeared to be particularly intrigued by Yang Hen, her gaze incessantly drifting towards her, as if attempting to unravel her secrets. In response, Yang Hen exhibited evident disdain, standing beside Li Yu and pretending to be oblivious to the scrutiny. Li Yu, however, paid little attention to their interaction. He turned to Bai Qi and inquired, "What is the current stock of the tower shields? Do you possess any data on this?" Bai Qi, still curiously observing the newly arrived female general, was jolted back to attention by Li Yu's question. "We should have approximately 15,000 units in stock. If His Highness requires them, I can dispatch them immediately." Chapter 112. The Turtle Formation have the strategist transport 10,000 tower shields here, Li Yu instructed, as he retrieved the design blueprint of the Zhuge crossbow from his bosom and handed it to Bai Qi. "Additionally, please deliver this blueprint to the strategist," urging him to expedite its development. This is the legendary Zhuge crossbow, a marvel of ranged weaponry. If every light cavalryman possesses such a crossbow, their prowess will undoubtedly ascend to unprecedented heights. Should the Zhuge crossbow prove as formidable as anticipated, the prowess of the white horse Yizong could rival that of the Shiliang iron cavalry. At that juncture, traversing the vast grasslands would be mere child's play. Upon seeing the name inscribed on the blueprint, Bai Qi's pupils contracted sharply, and he replied earnestly, "Rest assured, my lord. I shall ensure this divine artifact reaches the strategist without delay. Indeed, please attend to this matter promptly." Li Yu gestured, indicating the urgency of fulfilling both tasks. The Zhuge crossbow and tower shields would play a pivotal role in the forthcoming battles. Plate armor, tower shields, and crossbows represent the ultimate armaments of the cold weapon era, and it is likely that the Yuzhou army will soon unveil 2 additional elite units. Li Yu eagerly anticipated the day when these instruments of war would shine gloriously upon the battlefield, confident that by then, the Yuzhou army would possess the strength to dominate the world. The correspondence from the front lines swiftly reached Zhuge Liang's hands via messenger. After perusing the letter, Zhuge Liang promptly arranged for the transportation of the 10,000 tower shields requested by Li Yu. He then unfurled the blueprint of the Zhuge crossbow, scrutinizing it with growing astonishment, until he was left utterly bewildered. "The Zhuge crossbow? This bears no resemblance to my own designs," he murmured in disbelief. "How am I to fabricate such a divine contraption at the behest of His Highness?" Shaking his head with a wry smile, Zhuge Liang held the blueprint, feeling a sense of absurdity wash over him. It was indeed ludicrous that a creation named after him was beyond his comprehension. Closing the blueprint, he entrusted it to his assistant. "Take this design to Master Zhang Yajiu and request his assistance in deciphering it. I find myself utterly at a loss." His assistant, wearing a look of astonishment, likely shared in the sentiment of the absurdity of the situation. The Zhuge crossbow had no connection to Zhuge Liang. The very thought was laughable. With a complex expression, the assistant took hold of the blueprint and hurriedly delivered it to Zhang Yajiu. The venerable Zhang, now over 60, glanced at the design and within moments, his countenance twisted in deep contemplation. "This is remarkably powerful." Yet, after wrestling with his thoughts for a while, Zhang Yajiu gestured helplessly to Zhuge Liang's assistant. "Very well, I shall conduct some research." As the assistant turned to leave, he soon heard Zhang Yajiu's exasperated murmur behind him. "Your Highness presents me with challenges aplenty. Just as I have established the workshop for the mechanism transport vehicles, I am tasked with the study of such intricate contraptions, truly a source of vexation." At this moment, Li Yu remains blissfully unaware of the troubles he has inadvertently caused in the rear. He is wholly engrossed in the training of the tortoise formation. Despite its rather unappealing name, it aptly conveys the formation's formidable defensive capabilities. The tortoise symbolizes an impenetrable defense. A series of tower shields interlock seamlessly, forming a protective shell akin to that of a tortoise. On the battlefield, this becomes a mobile fortress. Moreover, the tortoise formation possesses a noteworthy offensive capacity. Long spears can be thrust through the gaps between the tower shields, delivering unexpected penetrating strikes. When confronting cavalry, the spear soldiers need not possess extraordinary precision. As long as they can extend their spears, they are likely to strike their targets. Whether the blow lands on the mounted cavalry or the steed itself, the outcome can be highly effective. Particularly, injuring a horse is bound to incite chaos on a small scale. With the tortoise formation providing defense, They need not fear the panic of startled horses. Yet, the enemy cannot claim the same assurance. The repercussions of a frightened warhorse can be quite significant, and merely contemplating it is exhilarating. When assembling the shield wall, remember to align the reserved notches on the tower shields, ensuring they are securely locked together. It is unnecessary for you to achieve perfect proficiency. As long as you can assemble the shield wall within 10 breaths, that will suffice. The strength of a single individual cannot withstand the charge of cavalry. However, if the tower shields are interlinked, forming a cohesive unit, the combined might of all can effectively repel the cavalry's assault. For you, the paramount objective is to stabilize the formation of the shield wall. Everything else can be disregarded. There is no need for you to mount a counterattack. Simply focus on the task of erecting the shield wall. As Liu patrolled, he occasionally corrected the tactical movements of the White Rod soldiers while continuously imparting the principles of formation. Qin Liangyu trailed closely, persistently inquiring about the intricacies. Fearful of overlooking critical aspects during the transformation, which could lead to irreparable losses. Liu greatly admired her earnestness, thus he meticulously conveyed every detail during his explanations. Although the White Rod soldiers are not the main force in this battle, their cooperation is indispensable, prompting everyone to exert their utmost effort. Other troops observe the newly integrated unit with curiosity and envy. For instance, the heavily armored sword and shield warriors, while capable of playing a significant role in city defense or siege warfare, find it challenging to showcase their abilities in skirmishes in the wild, especially against cavalry. It can be said that the synergy among different troop types is not about achieving the perfect combination, but rather about discovering the most suitable tactical alliance. At this very moment, it is the cavalry and the pikemen who are poised to make their mark. Much like during the defense of the city, where the sword and shield wielders and the Divine Machine Battalion, alongside the Han crossbowmen, are the undeniable mainstay. Thus, the Yuzhou army spent the night immersed in their training. In stark contrast, the Turkic and Khitan coalition outside the city languished through the night in a state of bewilderment. Bereft of the assistance of the Goguryeo forces, they resembled headless flies, utterly at a loss regarding their next course of action. At this juncture, the significance of civilization became evident. Despite being regarded as barbarians by the Tang dynasty, Gao Jinwu possessed the remarkable ability to swiftly analyze the situation and make the most astute judgments. Meanwhile, his adversaries appeared as fools, their faces etched with confusion and ignorance. It is knowledge that played a pivotal role in this scenario. It was precisely due to a substantial accumulation of knowledge that Gao Jinwu was able to make well-informed predictions regarding the unfolding battlefield dynamics. Chapter 113. The formation merely possessing a strategic assessment is insufficient. One must also wield formidable military might. Is that not so? As dawn broke, the gates of Zhenguan swung open. Liu, mounted on his steed, leisurely rode out of the city. He gazed into the distance at the barracks, murmuring to himself. He pondered whether that old fellow was genuinely withdrawing his troops or merely feigning retreat, engaging in a ruse of pretended weakness. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Even if you lure the enemy into your depths, what of it? Perhaps you may indeed ambush me, but capturing me will prove a far-fetched dream. Upon exiting the city, Liu led from the front, positioning himself at the forefront of the battle line. Following him, the cavalry of Shiliang surged forth, forming ranks behind him. The unusual reaction from Zhenguan piqued the caution of Kanjieli. With no time to don his armor, he hurriedly emerged from his tent, alerted by his guards, to observe the situation at the front. What were they planning? Were they preparing for a charge with heavily armored cavalry against our encampment? As he surveyed the scene, Kanjieli beheld the Shiliang cavalry forming their ranks. The heavy plate armor gleamed under the sun, reflecting a silvery brilliance. Rows of Shiliang cavalry stood in formation, a sight undeniably pleasing to the eye. Yet, the thought of these fierce horsemen rendered it impossible for Kanjieli to appreciate the view. If these heavily armored cavalry were to charge, it would spell disaster. Kanjieli scrutinized the shifting dynamics in the distance, whispering to himself. In terms of numbers, there appeared to be around 12,000 cavalry. Was this their entire force? No, that cannot be right. There are also approximately 3,000 light cavalry, totaling around 15,000. Although this number is less than 1/20th of our forces, even the heavy cavalry should not be underestimated. However, should we engage them directly, the losses on our side would also be considerable. Therefore, would the prudent strategy be to avoid battle altogether? To conceal our strength behind the wooden stakes in front of the tent? Or perhaps to wait until they are exhausted before launching a surprise attack? As Khan Jili deliberated, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma, contemplating whether to engage in combat. Yet, in truth, he was overly concerned. The reason Liu dispatched his troops was not to charge headlong with the Shiliang cavalry. It was evident that if he were to send out heavily armored cavalry, the enemy would certainly avoid confrontation, waiting until the cavalry had expended their energy before employing a tactic of overwhelming numbers to drown them. Thus, a simple cavalry charge would yield little effective outcome. The multitude of cavalry emerging was primarily to provide cover for the subsequent troops exiting the city. It was imperative to prevent the White Rod army from being surprised and scattered by the enemy before their formation could be established. Indeed, the White Rod army had nearly perfected their tortoise formation. The time had come to test their mettle. Liu sat upon the fiery steed, idly gazing into the distance. Upon receiving the news that the formation had been completed behind him, he deftly maneuvered his warhorse to the side. With his action, the cavalry of Shiliang simultaneously fanned out to the flanks. It was as though the grand doors of a mansion had been flung open, allowing the gleaming cavalry to create a pathway for their advance. The phalanx of spearmen, having formed an imposing square, made their grand entrance upon the ceremonious battlefield. Shields in one hand and spears in the other, they marched in perfect synchrony towards the front lines of war. The bait had been laid. Whether you choose to partake in it or not is entirely your own affair. Should you refuse to be ensnared, do not lament when I construct fortifications upon your very faces. I wonder, can you endure such humiliation? Liu said casually, guiding his steed back into the shadow beneath the city wall. Dismounting, he leaned against the wall, relishing the display put on by the spearmen. The Shiliang cavalry, emulating their example, also returned to the foot of the wall. This heavy cavalry experienced significant strain on their stamina. Prolonged periods atop their steeds proved arduous for both rider and horse alike. Therefore, dismounting and waiting became a necessary choice. However, their actions appeared rather perplexing to the Turks. What kind of trickery are these Tang curs up to? It is one thing for cavalry not to charge. It is quite another to saunter beneath the walls to rest. And what of these spearmen? What audacity do they possess to advance towards us? Kagan Shelley, why not seize this opportunity to charge and annihilate them? Kagan Mahue suggested, uncertainty clouding his judgment. The scene unfolding upon the battlefield transcended his comprehension, resembling bewildering behavior that left him confounded. He could not grasp the significance of their actions, yet he understood what it would mean for infantry to stand before cavalry. Even if they wielded long spears, they could not possibly match the might of the horsemen. Mahue hoped to dispatch a cavalry unit to test the enemy's formation, probing their intentions. Yet Kagan Shelley clearly disagreed. He had endured numerous setbacks and was loath to act rashly. Let us observe for now, to discern their plans. Do not forget that behind them lies an army of over 10,000 cavalry. Should we act recklessly, we might fall into a trap. Any bewildering behavior that one cannot comprehend should be deemed an enemy stratagem. Kagan Shelley had suffered many defeats, while he may not have learned much. He had certainly ingrained caution into his very being. Shall we then allow them to approach the camp? What if they possess incendiary devices? Such alarmed words jolted Kagan Shelley back to reality. Yes, what if the enemy draws near to the camp and seizes the chance to set it ablaze? It is essential to recognize that spring has only just begun, marking the season of the most arid and frigid weather. Should a fire ignite within the military camp, it would likely prove uncontrollable. Contemplating this, Kagan Shelley commanded, loosen your arrows. First, release a volley to gauge their response. As the order spread, the archers drew their bows. And with the signal from the commanding officer, a multitude of arrows were unleashed. Positioned within the formation, Qin Liangyu, upon witnessing the trajectory of the incoming arrows, immediately shouted, "Raise your shields." At her command, all the soldiers of the White Rod Army promptly lifted their towering shields, angling them defensively upwards. The shields, exceeding a meter in length, were fully capable of withstanding fire from a singular direction. Countless arrows rained down upon the formation, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks and resonant impacts. One might perceive the intensity of battle through these sounds. However, in reality, the battlefield was devoid of even the faintest cry of anguish. Chapter 114. The formation of power. All arrows were effectively repelled by the tower shields. The initial assault by the Turkic forces was thus effortlessly countered by the White Pole Army. Their shields appeared rather large and seemed exceedingly heavy. When Gao Jinwu was still present, Mo Hui conducted himself with trepidation. However, after Gao Jinwu's departure, he gradually became more animated, seemingly guiding Kejalik Khan's thoughts, accurately articulating his assessment of the tower shields. With an expansive defensive area and shields forged from metal, they boasted unparalleled defensive capabilities, yet bore an undeniable flaw: their excessive weight. Observing the White Pole Army struggle while raising their shields made it evident that they were laboring under the burden. Could this serve as a potential breakthrough? The pressing question, however, was how to exploit this weakness. Before Kejalik Khan could fathom the answer, Mo Hui interjected once more. Kejalik Khan, they are about to encroach upon a range that threatens our encampment. Please make your decision swiftly. Upon hearing this reminder, Kejalik Khan's expression shifted. It was indeed as he had suspected. Without further contemplation, he hastily commanded, "Lead your unit forward and engage them. Let us discern their intentions. I shall return shortly after donning my armor." Mo Hui's face was a portrait of anxiety as he awaited Kejalik's orders. Yet, when the command was finally issued, his expression morphed from impatience to astonishment. The implication was clear: the Turkic forces were to resolve this issue, rather than him personally leading the Khitan cavalry into a probing charge. He had thought his cautious intentions might elude Kejalik Khan, but to his dismay, this old man resorted to such a clumsy pretext to compel him into battle. Mo Hui's countenance fluctuated, rife with hesitation as he cast a glance at the retreating figure of Kejalik Khan. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he acquiesced to the command and mounted his steed. Leading 10,000 cavalry, Mo Hui surged forth, charging directly at the phalanx of polearm soldiers. "Form up!" Qin Liangyu's furious bellow reverberated once more. The elite forces of the White Pole Army, as if rehearsed countless times, arranged their three shields in a dislocated manner, stacking them to form a horizontal trident shape. In the next moment, innumerable such trident-shaped shield formations intertwined horizontally. Within a mere 2 breaths, the shield wall was assembled. The heavy cavalry regiment led by Mo Hui crashed heavily into the shield wall. In an instant, chaos ensued. Horses were thrown, and blood splattered. Yet, at such a grievous cost, they only managed to rattle the massive shield wall slightly. A closer inspection revealed that the base of the shields had scraped a small mound of earth upon impact, with the White Pole Army merely bracing the upper portion with their shoulders. The meticulously assembled shield wall possessed only 2 points of contact for force absorption, with the majority of the impact being absorbed by the ground beneath. The smaller section, supported by iron rods in conjunction with human strength, resisted the force. This ingeniously designed structure effectively redirected the majority of the impact. This is the essence of the turtle formation's ability to withstand the charge of cavalry. In truth, rather than colliding with the shield wall, it could be said that the cavalry were directly striking the ground itself. The Earth's capacity to bear weight is not something that can be shaken by mere human or animal strength. The indirect impact upon the solid ground yielded foreseeable consequences. Even the initial collision resulted in the loss of over 100 men from the Khitan cavalry, led by Mo Hui. "Charge again." Mo Hui gritted his teeth and commanded once more. However, the cavalry's force had already diminished significantly following the first impact. They charged forward, but their momentum was even less than that of the infantry's fierce assault. The shield wall remained steadfast. Witnessing this scene, Mo Hui secretly sighed in relief, thinking to himself, "At least I can provide an explanation to that old man." Yet, before he could fully relax, the subsequent actions of the spear-wielding infantry left him astonished. Thrust! A powerful shout resonated. Following Qin Liangyu's command, sharp long spears pierced through the gaps between the shields. These spears either struck the horses' chests or directly impaled the thighs of the cavalrymen. Caught off guard, chaos erupted at the point of contact between the two armies. Turn. The semicircular wall of shields, reinforced with the protruding spears, rotated several meters. The sharp spears inflicted massive casualties upon the enemy. Lift. The shield wall rose half a meter off the ground. Charge. Thousands of infantrymen simultaneously exerted their strength, pushing the shield wall forward by over 10 meters, sending the already disordered Khitan cavalry tumbling in all directions. Yet, this was not the end. Upon realizing that the shield wall could not advance further, Qin Liangyu bellowed with renewed vigor, "Turn!" The iron turtle shell, with its protruding spikes, rotated once more, causing further devastation among the enemy ranks. Qin Liangyu had mastered the turtle formation, fully comprehending its various transformations. At this moment, both Mo Hui and Kagan Xieli grasped the terrifying nature of this formation. Retreat. Realizing that this formation was beyond the cavalry's capability to counter, Mo Hui wasted no time and led the remaining cavalry in a hasty retreat. Standing firm within the formation, Qin Liangyu smirked and gestured to the archers beside him. Fire. It is your turn now. The archers complied, igniting their arrows and aiming skyward, launching flaming projectiles towards the Turkic encampment. The arrows soared over the barriers, striking the tents within the camp and setting them ablaze. With a gust of sea wind, the initially insignificant flames erupted into a raging inferno. Once the fire took hold, there was no stopping it. The mighty Kagan Xieli's eyes blazed with fury as he emerged from his tent, only to witness the camp behind him engulfed in flames. Beholding the inferno that consumed his encampment, he bellowed in rage, Slay these Tang hounds, and bring me their heads. A mere 10,000 foot soldiers dared to wreak havoc in the face of 250,000 cavalry. Did they truly believe the Turks were feeble? Xieli's wrath ignited, disregarding the consequences, and he personally led his forces to charge against the tortoise formation. They scattered, colliding from all directions. He could not fathom that this iron tortoise could withstand the onslaught of the Turkish cavalry. Xieli envisioned that by launching simultaneous assaults from various angles, they would inevitably uncover the formation's vulnerabilities. However, in reality, this was futile. The shield wall, composed of shields, functioned as a cohesive whole. It is crucial to recognize that the forces exerted between these shields could transmit through one another. In other words, their attempts to strike the tortoise formation from multiple directions were akin to allies colliding with allies, yielding no advantage whatsoever. Chapter 115. The lone rider breaches the camp. If it were merely the nascent formation of the tortoise array, they might have discerned its vulnerabilities. However, once the array was fully sealed, breaching it became an arduous endeavor. There are undoubtedly weaknesses, yet they are not situated at the periphery. It is evident that Kagan Xieli has miscalculated his position. Has he been incited? In the distance, Liu toyed with the thunder dragon tooth. Relishing the moment, the fish has taken the bait. Prepare for a cavalry charge. Liu feared not the Kagan's wrath, but rather his ability to remain composed. Anger may indeed amplify the individual prowess of the Turks, yet it would severely disrupt their collective coordination. Liu awaited the precise moment when the Turkish cavalry's command structure faltered. Once their command system succumbed to chaos, rendering them incapable of swiftly relaying orders from the rear, an opportunity would present itself. Liu rose from the ground, supported by the thunder dragon tooth. Beside him, Bai Qi also stood, discreetly signaling to the surrounding lieutenants. As he gestured, mid-level commanders dispersed. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry, resting on the ground, glimmered with excitement upon witnessing the lieutenants coming to attention. Meanwhile, Kagan Xieli, engrossed in his fury, commanded the cavalry battalion to charge the tortoise array from all directions. The sight of tens of thousands of cavalry launching a simultaneous assault was undeniably breathtaking. Particularly striking was the moment when they divided into 8 directions, surging outward, gathering momentum before curving back towards the heart of the tortoise array. Even the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, observing the spectacle, felt their hearts stir with exhilaration. Tens of thousands of cavalry. Regardless of their combat prowess, the sheer visual impact was awe-inspiring. Even the weakest cavalry are still cavalry. The sensation of a stampede of horses invigorates the spirit. It is a pity they were not charging toward us. Otherwise, we might truly appreciate the might of 100,000 iron steeds. Such bravado is easy to express when clad in iron armor. With superior equipment at our disposal, would we truly charge like these savages, relying on mere flesh? Cease your bickering. The lieutenant has already commanded us to mount. We must hasten to our steeds and witness the unfolding drama, lest we be too late. Though the Shiliang Iron Cavalry exchanged minor quibbles among themselves, their obedience remained unshaken. Upon seeing the lieutenant's gesture to mount, everyone swiftly ascended their horses, readying themselves for the final preparations. As they mounted, the invigorated Turkish cavalry thunderously collided with the tortoise array. A tremendous hum resonated from the heart of the battlefield. Sensing the tremor, all eyes turned towards the point of impact, where an enormous shield wall, composed of metallic tower shields, vibrated with remarkable frequency. It was as if a great bell was tolling, reverberating with a visible tremor that stirred the blood of onlookers. The reckless Turkic knights, heedless of their own lives, relentlessly crashed against the tortoise formation. Yet, all this fervor served merely to bolster the already resonating clangor without posing even the slightest threat to the steadfast defenses of the tortoise formation. The Shiliang cavalry remained poised for observation when the command of Li Yu reverberated amidst the din. Everyone, charge alongside your king. At this moment, they were at their most vulnerable. Rush forth, annihilate them. His resounding voice momentarily quelled the bell's resonance, reaching the ears of every soldier. Leading the charge, Li Yu rode forth on his magnificent steed. The other cavalry, lacking time for contemplation, instinctively followed in his wake, commencing their advance. The sounds of the bell and the thunder of hooves echoed simultaneously. The stunned Khagan, Xieli, quickly regained his composure and shouted sharply, "Reform the formation. The enemy is upon us. Prepare for impact." His response was swift and astute. The hornblower behind him faithfully conveyed the order through the blaring call. However, despite this, the Turkic cavalry, now plunged into brief disarray, found it impossible to reorganize their ranks. The charge had fully unfolded. Those at the forefront crashing against the tortoise formation not only failed to breach the shield wall, but instead fell into heaps of lifeless bodies. This forced the rear ranks to slow their advance to avoid colliding with their own comrades. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly rearrange their defenses as instructed? Clearly, it was an unreasonable demand. Witnessing this unraveling, Khagan Xieli was engulfed in regret. He could never have anticipated the tortoise formation's extraordinary resilience. He had not even prepared a contingency for a failed charge. Now, seeing the Shiliang cavalry suddenly surge forward, he felt a pang of anguish that twisted his insides. Curse it! How could I have forgotten them? Those detestable Tang dogs, In a fit of rage, Khagan Xieli bellowed to his elite guards, "Charge! We must buy time for these fools and intercept those ironclad warriors. If we can hold them back, we can drown them in a tide of our numbers on the battlefield." Without regard for whether his guards comprehended his command, he seized the reins and charged fiercely towards the intimidating Shiliang cavalry. Li Yu, initially targeting the disoriented main body of the enemy, couldn't he help but smirk upon witnessing the movement of the Turkic center. In the midst of his charge, he turned his back, grasping the banner that hung from the rear of his saddle, and flung it towards Bai Qi. "Catch the battle standard. Lead them to dismantle the Turkic formation. I shall confront Khagan Xieli." With that, Li Yu diverged from the ranks, charging towards the advancing Turkic center. Bai Qi seized the flagpole, firmly planting the battle standard into the designated slot on his mount. He turned his head to cast a glance in the direction where Li Yu was charging. Upon seeing the burly figure of the barbarian chieftain, Bai Qi instantly comprehended Li Yu's intent. Without further hesitation, Bai Qi merely observed for a moment before continuing to lead the Shiliang cavalry towards the army beside the tortoise formation. The illustrious achievements of this prince had already amply demonstrated his prowess. There was no need for others to be distracted by concerns for the safety of this grand prince. Those capable of slaying him had likely yet to be born. The army split into two factions. All members of the Shiliang cavalry, excluding Li Yu, surged towards the tortoise formation, launching a surprise attack on the disordered enemy. As for Li Yu himself, he boldly faced the oncoming tide of thousands of troops. This audacious action thoroughly enraged the furious Khagan Xieli. "How dare you show such contempt for me and seek your own demise?" Chapter 116, Arrogance? To confront 10,000 cavalry single-handedly? Such audacity is beyond comprehension. Khan Xieli glared furiously at Li Yu, who charged toward him, feeling as though his very nerves were unraveling. There should be limits to contempt, and this was utterly excessive. This young man must be taught a lesson he will never forget. At this moment, Khan Xieli's focus was solely on Li Yu. He intended to eliminate this audacious fool with the extraordinary horsemanship of the steppe people. In an instant, they collided. Li Yu's calm demeanor failed to acknowledge Khan Xieli, who surged at the forefront. His gaze seemed unfocused, as if he were surveying the entire battlefield in a single glance. Who could say for certain? All Khan Xieli knew was that a dark flash passed before his eyes, and then he was plunged into profound darkness. He was unaware of what had transpired before losing consciousness. Now, let us turn to Li Yu, who resembled a merciless engine of destruction. In his hands, The thunder dragon tooth danced with grace. As the fiery steed darted to and fro, the thunder dragon tooth carved exquisite arcs in the air with blinding speed. Each arc subtly tinged with a crimson glow, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Liu surged through dozens of Turkic knights, the dark flashes swirling around him. As he penetrated the heart of the enemy ranks, those Turkic cavalrymen who narrowly missed him seemed to finally comprehend the grim reality of their demise, one after another collapsing to the ground. With a thunderous roar, Liu raised the thunder dragon tooth high. A purple-black lightning, centered upon the weapon, erupted outward in all directions. The Turkic warhorses, startled, recoiled in fright. Seizing the moment, Liu shouted, "The enemy commander is dead. Surrender now." The earlier events had unfolded so swiftly that many were unable to grasp the battlefield's dynamics. With Liu's declaration, the Turkic forces began to react. They gazed at the empty saddle atop the prized steed at the front of their formation, unleashing a chorus of anguished cries. "Khan Sheli is dead. The Khan has fallen. No. Oh damned one, avenge our Khan. Kill him, avenge our Khan." In that moment, a multitude of Turkic loyalists roared, shouting their vows of revenge. They encircled Liu, intent on avenging Khan Sheli. Yet, they remained oblivious to the profound impact their words would have on the battlefield. Liu, surrounded by adversaries, let out a low chuckle. Indeed, without the Goguryeo people, the foolish nature of these beasts was laid bare. "I thank you for spreading the news of your leader's demise. I express my gratitude." Beheading a general on the battlefield undoubtedly serves as a profound blow to the morale of the enemy. Initially, the mere cries of Liu alone would hardly sway the Turks. However, the news has now spread, relayed by the personal guards of Sheli. Even the most obstinate among them must now confront the grim reality. Sheli Khan has perished. Their most revered leader has quietly lost his life. What options remain for the others? It appears that avenging their Khan is their sole recourse. A faction of bewildered Sheli's guards cast their gaze upon Liu, who, at this moment, mirrors the invincible demeanor he had displayed days prior. With every gesture, he dispatches the elite Turks that encircle him in a relentless harvest. They cannot even perceive the slightest hint of struggle from him. Liu effortlessly wields the thunder dragon fong, and shadow after shadow falls before him. The fiery steed remains composed and agile amidst the desperate encirclement. The duo, in exquisite harmony, traverses the battlefield as if they were leisurely strolling through a garden rather than grappling for survival in the heart of conflict. This individual is nothing short of a monstrous entity, a veritable beast among men. Should we sacrifice ourselves in pursuit of vengeance for our Khan? This is not the first time they have witnessed Liu's ferocity. Even now, despite a burning rage within, it is difficult to muster the courage to face certain death. Indeed, in the eyes of those Turks not yet engulfed in fury, attacking Liu seems akin to courting annihilation. They would risk their lives for Sheli Khan, even if there existed the slightest possibility. Yet, in truth, there is none. They cannot find even a shred of opportunity to vanquish Liu. This man ought not to exist in this world. As the majority of cavalrymen grapple with their confusion, a hoarse roar erupts from behind. "Retreat! Stop dawdling! Retreat now!" The voice seems to belong to the Kitten Khan, Emohui. Those Turks yet to descend into chaos exchange uncertain glances, hesitating to heed Emohui's command. After all, Emohui is merely a vassal to the Turks. Even if he is the Kitten Khan, he has no authority to command the esteemed horsemen of the steppes. However, there is no other leader on the battlefield capable of rallying them. Amidst this hesitation, some begin to act. Resolute, they grasp their reins and withdraw. Witnessing this movement, more individuals instinctively follow suit, opting for retreat. In the rear of the battlefield, Emohui observes the wavering Turks, cursing them inwardly. What a foolish imbecile Sheli is. How could he be so reckless as to confront that monster? Without any awareness of his own limitations? The Turks, too, seem reluctant to flee at this critical moment. Do they truly intend to await their demise? Have they not observed that the gates of the Zhenguan are once again ajar? As soon as those foot soldiers arrive, retreat will become an impossibility. They must hasten their actions. Emohui, though fraught with urgency, remained patient, awaiting the remnants of the Turks to extricate themselves from the battlefield. These soldiers represent a ready force. Should he manage to assimilate them, he could wield considerable power across the steppes. Emohui harbored no notions of glory. He was utterly indifferent to the prospect of conquering the Tang dynasty. His singular focus lay in liberating the Khitan from their dire predicament, establishing himself as the sovereign of this territory. At present, he stood perhaps but a step away from this ambition. The coalition, rife with ulterior motives, had long since disintegrated internally. The fractures were merely now becoming apparent. Perhaps this grand army should never have provoked Li Yu from the outset. As it stands, the repercussions of antagonizing Yuzhou are a burden they are ill-equipped to bear. Chapter 117. Complete victory. Li Yu found himself encircled, unable to discern an escape route amidst the throng of adversaries. Yet, he remained remarkably composed, relentlessly wielding his weapon to eliminate every foe that dared approach. At this juncture, his martial prowess assured his safety in any circumstance. To the onlookers, his solitary charge into the enemy camp resembled an act of folly. However, to Li Yu, it was merely child's play. In the heat of battle, he suddenly noticed a shift in one corner of the encirclement. With a swift motion of his weapon, the Thunder Dragon Tooth, he dispatched several enemies before curiously glancing in that direction. To his surprise, he beheld Bai Qi leading the Western Liang cavalry as they effortlessly breached the fray and appeared by his side. What has transpired? Is there a change in the situation? Li Yu inquired, brandishing his spear with his left hand to eliminate a Turkic assailant attempting to ambush him. Given Bai Qi's familiarity with his capabilities, it was unusual for him to hastily come to his aid. The mere presence of Bai Qi suggested a significant shift on the battlefield. Li Yu instinctively recalled the retreating Goguryeo forces. Should they return, the outcome of the battle would be uncertain. However, Bai Qi's demeanor indicated otherwise. He reported urgently, "Your Highness, Mo Hui leads a substantial cavalry force intending to flee. I am uncertain whether to focus my efforts on the current battlefield or forget about them. Prioritize eliminating the Turkic foes before us," Li Yu interjected decisively. With so many Turkic combatants involved in this grand conflict, complete annihilation is impossible. We must kill as many as we can without fixating on total extermination. Understood. I shall lead the White Banner Army to maximize enemy casualties. Bai Qi responded with clarity, promptly rallying the Western Liang cavalry to break free from the heart of the encirclement. Li Yu stood momentarily stunned by the unfolding events, muttering to himself in confusion. "You have departed. What shall I do now? And are you certain the White Banner Army still possesses combat efficacy? Do not disturb those unfortunate souls. They have suffered enough." In truth, Li Yu was not overly concerned about being left to fend for himself amidst the encirclement. Whether he fought enemies here or elsewhere was of little consequence. He could carve a path to freedom at will. The crux of the matter lay in the potential inadequacy of the White Banner Army. He sincerely hoped Bai Qi would soon realize this and refrain from troubling those who had already endured great hardships. For it was they, at the epicenter of the turmoil, who were truly the unfortunate ones. At that moment, Bai Qi remained oblivious to Li Yu's thoughts. He proceeded at his own pace, approaching the tortoise formation and gently tapping his spear against it. Boom, boom, boom. "General Qin, I implore you to dismantle the tortoise formation and join me in vanquishing our foes." Bai Qi initially believed that a mere greeting would prompt the bygone army to promptly dismantle their shield wall. However, what awaited him was an interminable silence. In truth, a glance from above revealed that the majority of those within the tortoise formation had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Despite the tortoise formation's apparent resilience, capable of withstanding the charge of tens of thousands of cavalry simultaneously, the torment endured by the bygone army at its core was far more severe than anticipated. It was akin to an individual standing at the center of a great bell, subjected to relentless blows. While a few strikes might be bearable, the incessant onslaught from the Turkic cavalry would render one fortunate to escape without a concussion. As for fainting, that was an inevitability. There is no scenario where one emerges unscathed. After several attempts to assess the situation, Bai Qi recognized that something was amiss. Yet, amidst the chaos of battle, he had no time to ponder these matters. He could only lead the Shiliang Iron Cavalry alongside the newly engaged heavily armored infantry and the vengeful Azura to slay the enemy. Only after they had thoroughly vanquished the remaining foes on the battlefield did they, following Li Yu's guidance, manage to unravel the tortoise formation from the outside, only to discover that all within had succumbed to unconsciousness. Even more troubling, blood seeped from their ears, and their faces contorted in pain, revealing the extent of the suffering they had endured. As I have stated before, The bygone army serves as bait, a catalyst for the Turkic forces to err. The pressure they bear is immensely formidable. Liu observed the fallen bygone soldiers, casting a resigned sigh. This, indeed, is the price they must pay. They have truly endured a grueling battle. Will they be all right? Bai Qi inquired, his eyes betraying a hint of compassion and an inescapable concern. Liu slowly shook his head, responding with a calm demeanor. It will likely be challenging for them to recover quickly, but with a period of rest spanning 10 to 15 days, they should not face significant issues. The shock they experienced is primarily psychological. The physical injuries are not excessively grave. Although victory often demands sacrifice, if there were dire consequences, I would never advocate for them to bear such a burden. These injured soldiers merely require a fortnight of recuperation to regain their strength. Upon hearing Liu's reassurances, Bai Qi immediately commanded, "Have the brethren in the city bring stretchers. We shall escort our heroes back." "Yes." Bai Qi's subordinate responded with utmost respect and seriousness, spurring his steed toward Zhenguan to relay the orders. Once the messenger departed, Liu gazed northward and inquired nonchalantly, "Have the casualty figures been compiled? What are the results?" Initially, Bai Qi's expression was clouded with concern, but upon hearing Liu's question, a smile crept onto his face. "In this battle, our forces have slain 130,000 enemies. It can be deemed a resounding victory." Bai Qi refrained from mentioning the casualties on our side, suggesting that they were likely not significant. Liu nodded and instructed, "Clear the battlefield, distribute the spoils among the brothers, and tonight, host a banquet with an abundance of wine and meat, allowing them to celebrate this great victory to their heart's content." "Yes, Your Highness," Bai Qi responded, a smile spreading across his face as he added, "It is indeed a privilege for us lowly soldiers to follow Your Highness, who shows such consideration for us." "Perhaps," Liu replied, not pursuing the conversation further, and gently gestured for him to leave. "Go now, and take some time to rest." "Yes." Bai Qi slightly bowed, and then mounted his horse to depart. He was uncertain as to why this prince wished for him to leave, yet he understood that his superior required a moment of tranquility. Chapter 118. 100,000 troops. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of defending the Zhenguan in advance, receiving rewards. 10,000 Golden Fire Cavalry, 10,000 Shiliang Army, and 10,000 White Horse Yitzhong. A new task has been issued. The host is requested to launch a counterattack against the Khitan Day clan, sounding the horn of retaliation. Upon hearing the latest task prompt, Liu instinctively upgraded the Shiliang army to the Shiliang Iron Cavalry. Soon after, he realized there was something amiss with the task rewards, prompting him to furrow his brow. 30,000 troops? Is the reward for this task truly so lavish? Is it due to the early completion of the task? Or perhaps, is it because the difficulty of the task has increased, thereby enhancing the rewards? Or could it be a combination of both? This conundrum was challenging to decipher. However, it could be roughly inferred that it was indeed related to both the difficulty and the completion of the task. Originally, the task described merely holding out for a month. Yet through his various cunning maneuvers, he first annihilated the army dispatched by Gao Jianwu to flank him and subsequently intimidated the forces of Goguryeo into retreat. Now, by employing the tortoise formation and taking advantage of the enemy's fleeting disarray, he had decimated nearly half of the opposing forces. In other words, his performance in this task could almost be deemed flawless. Consequently, it was only natural that the rewards for achieving such a feat would be considerably more generous than in the past. After contemplating for a moment, Liu grasped the general reasoning behind it. He then pondered briefly before uttering a few words. He opened the latest data panel. As he spoke, the system interface unfolded before him. The host's new data is as follows: strength, 450, speed, 450, agility, 450. Note, the average values for normal humans are below 50. Rewards held are as follows: generals, artisans, strategists, Zhuge Liang, Bai Qi, Qin Liangyu, Wang Li, Yang Hen, Zhang Yajiu. Cavalry units: White Horse Yitzhong X14, 273. Shiliang Iron Cavalry X24, 616. Golden Fire Cavalry X10, 000. Yinyan 18 Riders X18. Infantry units: Beiwai Army X8, 726. Modeo Team X4, 345. Divine Mechanism Camp X4, 951. Han Crossbowman X4, 977. Heavy armored sword and shield soldiers X7, 971. Launching Iron Guard X13, 765. White Rod Army X10, 000. Special Forces, Vengeful Shura X8, 834. Artisan Team, Hereditary Artisans of the Ming General Works X9, 942. Resources, Cannons X1, 676. Flowering Shells X13, 674. Rolling Stones and Logs X87, 438. Special Resources, Zhuge Crossbow Blueprints X1, Ming Yingtian Fuse City Design X1, Caltrap Blueprints X1, Tower Shield Blueprints X1. Weapons and Equipment, Divine Weapon Thunder Dragon Tooth X1, Divine Warhorse Blazing Steed X1, Divine Weapon Sun Shooting Bow X1. Martial Soul Bloodline, Xingtian Bloodline. Inheritance of the Overlord of Chu. Li Yu's gaze swept methodically over the lines of text, swiftly absorbing all the content. Indeed, the casualty figures from the Battle of Shanhaiguan were quite shocking, with nearly 7,000 lives lost. In contrast, our total military achievements amounted to approximately 380,000. While the casualty ratio might suggest commendable success, the number of sacrifices remained excessively high. War inevitably claims lives. It is impossible to emerge from a great battle unscathed. Having fought numerous battles, Li Yu understood this truth all too well. After a brief moment of reflection, he chose not to dwell on this matter any longer. Subsequently, Li Yu conducted a rough estimate of his current military strength. The cavalry alone exceeded 40,000, nearing 50,000 troops. Meanwhile, the infantry numbered around 55,000. With the vengeful warriors approaching 10,000, his forces officially surpassed 100,000. Given the military standards of this era, each soldier under his command could be considered equivalent to 5. In other words, the actual combat capability of this army rivaled that of 500,000 troops, a force not to be underestimated. Contemplating this, a question naturally arose in Li Yu's mind. Does such formidable military strength imply that Yuzhou can now expand its territory? The answer was unequivocal. Whether viewed through the lens of revenge or the current need for expansion in Yuzhou, growth was an inevitable choice. The barbaric forces to the north had invaded multiple times recently. With such strength at his disposal, it was high time for Li Yu to strike back. However, the prospect of territorial expansion brought forth another dilemma: the relationship between Yuzhou and the imperial court. Could the court truly remain passive while Yuzhou continued to grow? Would they seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while he engaged the barbarian tribes? This issue weighed heavily on Li Yu's mind, filled with conflict and indecision. On one hand, the people were part of a civilization he deeply understood. On the other, there lay the exceedingly strained relations he had with Li Shimin and the officials of the court. If the court were to exploit the situation to mobilize forces, how should he respond? Should he retaliate against the court? This did not seem a prudent choice. Not to mention, the figure seated at the throne was, in name, his biological father. Should he dare to strike back, the infamy he would incur would be inescapable. Having long abandoned his aspirations to ascend to the throne, he felt profoundly that the court was corrupt and resisted becoming entangled with them. With that in mind, was it worth bearing such eternal disgrace? Regardless of how one views it, retaliating against the court appeared to be a choice fraught with peril. Yet, if he refrained from retaliation, what then? Li Yu found himself at a loss for a viable course of action, compelled to proceed one step at a time. I hope that the one in the court does not force himself to such extremes. Otherwise, even if he wishes to refrain from retaliation, it shall be impossible. I can only wish that the court would find some tranquility. Rather than dealing with the court, he yearns to exact a fierce vengeance upon that group of uncivilized brutes. Those wretched beasts. The enmity between Yuzhou and the barbarian tribes is irreconcilable. Until that pack of curs is annihilated, his thoughts shall remain unsettled. What a fine Yuzhou it was, now ravaged to the point where the common folk can barely survive. This matter is far from over. Li Yu's gaze towards the north grew ever more resolute. He had resolved that the northern barbarians must pay a price they would remember for a lifetime. The forthcoming plans for Yuzhou shall revolve around the north, and those Khitan who dare to invade Shanhaiguan shall be the first souls to fall beneath Yuzhou's military might. He is determined to conduct a grand blood sacrifice. You have rampaged in Yuzhou for so long, treating the people of Yuzhou as mere lambs to be slaughtered. Now, I shall seek retribution for the past, and I trust you shall have no objections. Be patient. Within a few days, I will make you comprehend the might of Yuzhou. From now on, I shall see who dares to trespass upon my territory. Those who dare to invade Yuzhou shall meet their doom, no matter how distant they may be. Chapter 119. A great victory. Has there been no word of victory from Xiao Pass yet? In the court, Li Shimin sat solemnly upon the dragon throne, his expression grave. Several days had passed since Li Jing and Li Ji were stationed at Xiao Pass, and during this time, he had been closely monitoring the situation there. He had endeavored to meet all of Li Jing's resource requests as best as he could. Yet, despite his efforts, the circumstances on the battlefield remained unclear. Even now, Li Jing had not provided him with a definitive assurance of holding the position, which left Li Shimin feeling anxious. After all, it was the gateway to the Guanzhong Plain. Should Xiao Pass fall, the consequences would be dire. The ministers in the court noticed Li Shimin's agitation, and none dared to speak freely. Ultimately, it was Wei Zheng who stepped forward, offering quiet reassurance. Your Majesty, please rest assured. General Li Jing is the finest commander in the Tang dynasty. With him personally guarding Xiao Pass, it will surely remain secure. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin cast a deep glance at Wei Zheng. He inhaled deeply, as if wishing to voice something, but ultimately remained silent. In truth, the finest commander of the Tang was none other than Li Shimin himself, though he refrained from leading the charge in person. Nevertheless, Wei Zheng's words held merit. Aside from himself, it was undoubtedly Li Jing who was the best general. One could only hope that Li Jing would steadfastly defend Xiao Pass. With Li Shimin finally exhaling a sigh of relief, the ministers, who had been holding their breath, were able to relax. At that moment, Du Ruhui seemed to find his stride. He adjusted his official robe and stepped forward, feigning a sigh. If all provinces were willing to cooperate with the court's orders and dispatch sufficient troops to Xiao Pass, securing the Hushi corridor would be an effortless task. Upon hearing these words, Wei Zheng's brow twitched slightly. He could surmise what Du Ruhui was about to say next. Since the deaths of Prince Li Ku and Du He, this individual had frequently sought to sow discord between the court and Yuzhou. Sure enough, seizing a moment of opportunity, the old man began to stoke the flames once more. As anticipated, Du Ruhui shifted the conversation towards Yuzhou. The military forces in Yuzhou are formidable. If the crown prince were willing to send troops to assist, breaking the siege of Xiao Pass would be a matter of mere moments. Du Ruhui lamented, feigning a sigh. It is a pity that some individuals are inherently rebellious, refusing to heed the imperial command, which has led to widespread anxiety within the court. It is truly lamentable. Du Ruhui appeared to forget that Shanhaiguan was also facing an imminent threat, placing all blame upon Li Yu, inciting considerable discontent towards him among the ministers. Even Changsun Wuji could not refrain from fanning the flames. His Majesty kindly dispatched Xin Wenbin to Yuzhou to resolve misunderstandings with the crown prince, only to be heartlessly sent back. The crown prince has grown arrogant, disregarding our court entirely. While Changsun Wuji referred to the court, everyone understood that it implicitly pointed to Li Shimin himself. Provoked by his words, Li Shimin, whose complexion had just begun to improve, once again wore a grim expression. What is the status of the battle at Shanhai Pass? Was it not said that 800,000 troops were besieging it? Why has no news reached us yet? As this question escaped his lips, Du Ruhui eagerly interjected. The outcomes of the war remain uncertain at present. However, it is likely that Yuzhou is doomed to suffer a calamity. This eldest prince may very well meet his demise amidst the chaos of battle. As he spoke, Du Ruhui chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. This is the fate that befalls those who defy the court. He deserves such retribution. Li Shimin remained noncommittal, refraining from expressing any opinion on the matter. Yet, judging by his indifferent demeanor, it seemed he too harbored no desire for Li Yu's survival. The court requires a compliant pawn, not a rebellious spirit bold enough to defy orders. Given his insubordination, whether he survives has evidently become inconsequential. Observing Li Shimin's attitude, the ministers pondered the emperor's sentiments, joining in the collective glee at Yuzhou's misfortune. The court was soon filled with mockery directed towards Yuzhou. However, at that moment, a sudden urgent voice rang out from beyond the hall. An announcement. A great victory at Shanhai Pass. The Yuzhou army has slain the coalition of the Turkic, Goguryeo, and Khitan forces, exceeding 380,000. Outside Shanhai Pass, the barbarian blood flows like rivers, and corpses are piled high. The northern savages have returned in disgrace, while the eldest prince commands a resounding triumph. The ministers, who had been reveling in schadenfreude moments before, now resembled ducks whose voices had been silenced, their mouths agape. Utterly speechless, they gazed in disbelief at the eunuch who had come to report, as if they had heard an unbelievable story. Everyone was taken aback, struggling to comprehend this latest news. How could this be possible? That was an army of 800,000 barbarians. Even a herd of dull-witted swine should have been able to breach Shanhai Pass and leave Yuzhou in disarray. This was utterly astonishing, Du Ruhui muttered to himself, uttering nonsensical phrases. Yet the others, seemingly oblivious to the absurdity of his words, remained silent, neglecting to remind him that Yuzhou is also a part of the Tang dynasty. In truth, many shared Du Ruhui's sentiments. Among those present, who genuinely cared about the lives of the common folk, they were far more concerned with whether the man they feared had met his end. As for the commoners, merely a rabble, even if they were to perish, they could be replaced. Changsun Wuji, recovering from his shock, was filled with trepidation towards Yuzhou. The earlier decision to continue besmirching the eldest prince had indeed proven to be the right one. He could hardly believe that Yuzhou had withstood the siege and achieved such a significant victory. If Liu had previously only evoked an inkling of threat, he now recognized that Liu undoubtedly possessed the power to upend the court. With such an individual in existence, his nephew, Prince Li Chengqian, would likely face great difficulty in successfully inheriting the throne. Indeed, such a formidable adversary must be subdued promptly to ensure true tranquility. With this thought in mind, Changsun Wuji resolved that it was imperative to devise a means to eliminate this renowned grand prince. Otherwise, the threat he posed to Crown Prince Li Chengqian was far too significant. Stepping forward, Changsun Wuji proposed, "Your Majesty, given the resounding victory in Yuzhou, we should compel the Grand Prince to dispatch troops to support Zhenguan. Should he dare to defy the imperial decree once more, let him be executed for treason. Let him exchange 50,000 troops for a chance at survival." This strategy would not only relieve the siege of Zhenguan, but also curb the further expansion of Yuzhou, yielding benefits without any detriment. However, Li Shimin hesitated, pondering, if that rebellious son is audacious enough to openly defy the imperial mandate and refuse the court summons, will this truly be effective? Chapter 120. The beasts must be punished. Regardless of its utility, the court must unequivocally declare its stance, ensuring that all within the realm comprehend that the crown prince is a traitor. Changsun Wuji argued fervently. Thus, should the crown prince defy orders once more, he would become an object of universal disdain. Even if we cannot eradicate his influence, we can render him isolated and defenseless. At this moment, Li Shimin found himself engulfed in hesitation. Although he harbored similar intentions, he could not shake the feeling that such actions were excessively ruthless. After all, he was still his progeny. Must he resort to such inhumane tactics? As Li Shimin grappled with his thoughts, Du Ruhui stepped forward. He approached Li Shimin and whispered into his ear. Li Shimin, listening intently, squinted and nodded occasionally. Upon hearing the final suggestion, his eyes sparkled with enlightenment, as if he had stumbled upon a brilliant idea, and he struck the armrest of his chair decisively. "Let it be so," he proclaimed without a moment's hesitation. "The resolution of the internal and external troubles of the Li Tang dynasty rests entirely upon you. Duke Du, I implore you to exert your utmost effort in this matter." It was unclear what notion had so exhilarated Li Shimin. Du Ruhui, with gritted teeth and a fierce gleam in his eyes, assured, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall spare no effort." The others present exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their unease. Wei Zheng felt an ominous premonition. He sensed that this emperor might be treading a perilous path. However, having not overheard their conversation, he was left in ignorance of their words, silently praying that they would not overstep their bounds. The power exhibited by Yuzhou was formidable, should the crown prince be provoked. The stability of the Tang dynasty might once again be jeopardized. One could only hope that all would remain salvageable. How progresses the research on the Zhuge crossbow? On the ramparts of Shanhaiguan, Liu inquired nonchalantly while gazing northward. Bai Qi looked at him, his expression somewhat peculiar. According to the strategist, the structure of the Zhuge crossbow is exceedingly complex and cannot be manufactured in the short term. Liu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Isn't the Zhuge crossbow attributed to Master Kongming? Why does the strategist claim it cannot be produced?" Upon hearing this, Bai Qi's expression grew even more intricate. "Well, According to the strategist, he has never seen a Zhuge crossbow. This matter has nothing to do with him. Liu was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Haha, to assert that the Zhuge crossbow is unrelated to Master Zhuge is rather amusing. The strategist himself concurred, stating that attributing the Zhuge crossbow to him was indeed quite absurd. Bai Qi rubbed his nose, finding the situation amusing. Yet he restrained his mirth at the mention of Zhuge Liang's esteemed reputation. Very well. Since it cannot be manufactured in the near term, let us abandon the idea. Liu stretched languidly and instructed Bai Qi, gather our forces. Assemble 10,000 troops each from the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, the White Horse Brotherhood, and the Golden Fire Cavalry. I shall lead the army into battle. The plan to retaliate against the Khitan had long been settled. Upon hearing no dissent, Bai Qi promptly descended from the watchtower to execute the orders. At that moment, Yang Hen approached, her voice soft yet resonant with yearning. What about me? Can the avenging Azuras accompany you? Liu tilted his head to regard her, contemplating the unpredictable nature of the avenging Azuras, yet ultimately nodded in acquiescence. If you wish to join, then go ahead. However, you bear no grudge against the Khitan, do you? Are you truly resolved to venture forth with the army? The barbarians are all beasts. They deserve to perish. Yang Hen declared vehemently, her tone heavy with animosity that sent chills down one's spine. At her assertion, Liu shrugged, opting not to press the matter further. The avenging Azuras had endured thus far solely through their hatred for foreign tribes. To dissuade Yang Hen from her vendetta was to risk altering the very essence of the avenging Azuras, even for the sake of their comrades in arms. He felt it unwise to critique the significance of their existence. Let us proceed together. Liu turned to her, speaking gently. I have stated before, as long as you are willing to heed the military commands, the avenging Azuras shall be a part of Yuzhou. Since you wish to go, I shall not refuse. Thank you for your grace, your highness. Yang Hen bowed her head in gratitude, then fell silent once more. Liu paid little mind to her demeanor. She had always been thus. Unless absolutely necessary, she refrained from discussing matters unrelated to their objectives. Perhaps this was the price one must pay to be among the avenging Azuras, to exchange one's life for formidable strength, until the fury within was fully quelled. Liu never sought to delve into matters he did not comprehend. Otherwise, he would find himself entangled in an overwhelming multitude of concerns. Thus, as silence enveloped them, time slipped away until Bai Qi ascended the watchtower once more, reporting that the army had gathered in full. Upon hearing this, Liu nodded lightly, leading the two down from the tower, stating coolly, let us go. It is time for these beasts to pay the price. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Liu commanded 30,000 iron cavalry, sweeping through the entirety of Khitan territory. The minuscule lands under Khitan control were utterly incapable of withstanding the army's relentless search. Under the pursuit of the Yenyun 18 riders, the forces led by the Dai clan's Mo Hui found themselves exposed, fleeing in disarray before Liu's relentless advance. Unbeknownst to them, Mo Hui was gradually driven into a corner. On the boundless grasslands, the two armies stood poised in opposition. Liu, astride his magnificent steed and wielding the legendary Thunder Dragon Tooth, approached the enemy forces with a steady gait. After days of relentless pursuit, Mo Hui had long since lost his former vigor, appearing utterly haggard as he watched Liu draw near, his voice trembling as he implored for mercy. Your Excellency, we Khitan people have never contemplated invading the Tang dynasty. All of this is merely the design of Khan Xieli. Your relentless pursuit of us is utterly unwarranted. Faced with the desperately pleading Mo Hui Khan, Liu could only find amusement in the situation. You claim that you never intended to infringe upon my Yuzhou territory, yet you lead your armies southward towards the Shanhaiguan. Do you truly believe this king is a fool? The very act of advancing south to assault Shanhaiguan constitutes an affront to Yuzhou, and now you assert there was no intention to offend? Between words and actions, which is more trustworthy is hardly a matter requiring elaboration. Seeing that Liu remained unmoved, Mo Hui vigorously defended himself. It was an unavoidable circumstance. Khan Xieli compelled us to act. What choice did we have? Forced? Liu scoffed. Your so-called compulsion is merely an excuse to seize advantage amidst the chaos of battle. Is it not? You truly excel at fabricating justifications. If you were genuinely coerced, then the first to be swept along to assault the fortress would rightly be your Khitan kin. Chapter 121. Shamanic Sorcery, but in truth. How many times have these Khitan warriors truly faced the battlefield? Mo evidently possessed a degree of autonomy within the Triadic Alliance. In other words, he voluntarily joined the ranks of those invading Yuzhou. When attacking Zhenguan, he did so with the intent of seizing an opportunity. Yet now, he claims to be innocent. Whether others believe him or not is of no consequence to Li Yu. He does not trust a single word. Enough of this nonsense. The moment you appeared beneath Zhenguan, you should have anticipated this day. Rather than begging for mercy here, it would be wiser to contemplate your last words. You ought not to waste your existence in this world. Li Yu spoke with a frigid tone, his words leaving no room for negotiation. He had resolutely decided to annihilate this force, and no matter what Mo Hui said, he would not heed. Sensing the finality in Li Yu's voice, Mo Hui's expression contorted in anguish. Do you truly intend to eradicate us entirely? Li Yu raised his chin, disdainfully retorting, what do you think? Very well. Mo Hui gritted his teeth, declaring, then do not blame me for seeking mutual destruction. With that, he signaled the barbarian beside him with a glance. This individual was clad in gaudy attire, adorned with an array of colorful feathers atop his head, resembling a flamboyant old witch, a sight that was utterly comical. Li Yu was intrigued to observe the capabilities of this motley crew. However, when he witnessed the old witch commence a shamanic dance before both armies, uttering incomprehensible incantations, he was rendered speechless. This is your final resort? A trivial and tiresome spectacle from the underworld. He had expected a formidable strategy, only to be confronted with sorcery. Li Yu was profoundly astonished, taken aback by the sheer foolishness before him. I can no longer bear this. Let us slay them. Li Yu, maintaining an impassive demeanor, contemplated briefly before gesturing for the army to charge. There was little more to say. On one side stood the morale-infused army of the king, while on the other were the frightened birds, pursued for days. The ensuing clash was decidedly one-sided. The poised cavalry of Shiliang surged forth, crashing into the dancing shaman and shattering him. They pressed on unabated, plunging directly into the heart of the enemy formation, tearing open a vast breach. The Golden Fire cavalry followed closely behind. Exploiting the newly created gap, they commenced their customary tactics, rampaging through the ranks. With the Shiliang cavalry restraining the Khitan horsemen and the White Horse Brigade circling around to harass, the enemy could hardly muster an effective counterattack. As the hours passed into the evening, the band of barbarians who had fled for 3 days and nights were all mercilessly slaughtered, with not a single one escaping. With such feeble combat prowess, how dare they provoke us in Yuzhou? Bah! Li Yu spat disdainfully. The audacity of the Turks to invade is somewhat comprehensible. Yet a mere upstart Khitan dares to encroach upon the territory of Yuzhou. Such insolence is truly remarkable. The battle has concluded, and the cavalry are busy tending to the remnants of the battlefield. At this juncture, Yang Hen, leading the vengeful warriors, has just arrived. Where are the enemies? She inquired, her foremost concern evident. Li Yu gestured towards the plethora of corpses strewn across the steppe. Behold, they are all dead. You are late. Was it not agreed that the decisive battle would take place tomorrow? Why have they perished? Yang Hen stubbornly pressed on, her frustration beginning to surface. Li Yu urged her to rescue any compatriots who might face enslavement, assuring her that there was still time to partake in the conflict. However, the cavalry had already executed everyone, rendering their journey futile. Nothing could be more infuriating. Li Yu, too, felt a sense of innocence in this regard. He had not anticipated that they would resort to the shamanic dance as their ultimate gambit. He had thought they would engage in a prolonged game of cat and mouse. Who would have foreseen their utter folly? The shamanic dance? Yang Hen exclaimed. Li Yu raised an eyebrow, inquiring, is there an issue? We fear the shamanic dance. Yang Hen sighed with relief, as if she had narrowly escaped disaster. It is fortunate we arrived late. Otherwise, the losses could have been catastrophic. At her words, Li Yu appeared bewildered. What manner of absurdity is this? Have we fortuitously evaded a fatal blow? No. Is the shamanic dance truly effective? Li Yu's mind was in disarray, struggling to grasp the underlying logic. Thankfully, Yang Hen seemed somewhat informed and elucidated the matter, dispelling Li Yu's confusion. The shamanic dance is only of consequence to us. You are among the living, and the shaman cannot harm you. Very well. Once again, the discourse of the living and the dead arose. Li Yu had little interest in such matters. Enough already. He gestured dismissively, curtailing her desire to elaborate further. In the future, I shall be vigilant. Should I encounter a shaman, I will alert you. No further explanation is required, for I have no desire to hear it. He was far more concerned with tangible matters. Rather than expend limited energy on these incomprehensible phenomena, it would be wiser to ponder how to enhance the prosperity of Yuzhou. As this thought crossed his mind, Liu suddenly recalled that the system had yet to provide any notifications. Just as he contemplated querying the system about any potential issues, the anticipated prompt arrived. Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the Khitan's Great He clan and receiving rewards 10,000 White Horse Edong and 10,000 Imperial Guard Iron Cavalry. A new mission has been issued, given the host's lack of relevant intelligence. The details of the mission have been concealed and will remain so until the host acquires the necessary information, at which point it will be reopened. Liu stood momentarily stunned. Another hidden mission? This marked the second occurrence. Judging by the frequency of these two missions, would all future tasks be issued in this manner? Without relevant intelligence, one cannot obtain mission information? How intriguing. If this task is akin to the defense of Shanhaiguan, where success hinges on prior intelligence, it could prove to be quite the challenge. Where would one gather such extensive intelligence? Thus, a pertinent question arises. Should I return to Yuzhou City? Liu's gaze drifted toward the east, where lies the city of Jianan in Goguryeo. Initially, he intended to eliminate the Khitan before directly confronting Goguryeo. However, it now appears that the troubles he faces may be even greater. Just as Liu found himself at a loss regarding his next move, a contingent of the 18 riders of Yenyun galloped toward him from the distance. To his bewilderment, the rider delivered an urgent missive from Yuzhou City. Your Highness, the strategist has dispatched me to deliver this urgent message. Please, Your Highness, take a look. Liu hesitated before accepting the letter, opening it to reveal the contents. A situation has arisen in Yuzhou. Return swiftly. Chapter 122. Changes in Yuzhou. Changes are afoot in Yuzhou. Is there urgency in returning? Liu blinked, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the messenger from the 18 riders of Yenyun. Yin Shi, aside from this letter, did the strategist convey any other messages? No, replied Yin Shi of the 18 riders, shaking his head. I only know that the strategist suddenly summoned me to deliver this message. Beyond that, I am unaware. Without specific details, I am merely summoned to return to the city? What trickery is this? Liu hesitated, stroking the parchment before addressing Bai Qi. You shall retain 5,000 Golden Fire Cavalry and 5,000 White Horse Volunteers, along with 10,000 Shiliang Iron Cavalry, to continue patrolling this vicinity. Sweeping through the territories of the Khitan, I must return to Yuzhou City for urgent matters, and I will relay further instructions thereafter. The letter from Zhuge Liang failed to unveil any hidden tasks, indicating that the intelligence remains insufficient. Liu found himself uncertain regarding the subsequent direction of his tasks and decided to leave the heavily armored cavalry in the area. Otherwise, bringing them back would impede their speed significantly. Furthermore, their presence here bore advantages, should the task area indeed lie within Khitan territory. Liu could promptly return with a contingent of light cavalry. At that moment, with 5,000 Golden Fire Cavalry and 10,000 Shiliang Iron Cavalry remaining, the frontline combat capacity would be assured. In any regard, this seemed the most prudent choice. Bai Qi, unlike Liu, had fewer concerns to ponder. His only requirement was to obey orders. Upon hearing Liu's directive to remain, Bai Qi accepted without hesitation. This subordinate is at your command, ready to act upon your orders. Very well, then, concluded Liu, turning to Yang Hen. Let us proceed. Gather your men. We shall march swiftly back to Yuzhou. In Yuzhou City, the clamor of voices filled the air. At this moment, Yuzhou was undergoing a pivotal phase of reconstruction and expansion. As one traversed the streets and alleys, the sight of industrious artisans and laborers was ubiquitous. Each individual seemed engulfed in their tasks, working tirelessly as though subjected to relentless exploitation, scarcely afforded a moment's respite. Yet, a closer examination of the faces of Yuzhou's citizens revealed a radiant passion for life and an ardent yearning for a brighter future. Within the city, there were no overseers. The populace willingly contributed their efforts toward the betterment of their community. This was the peace that followed the ravages of war, a tranquility each person cherished dearly. They understood that the current serenity of Yuzhou was a result of the sacrifices made by the brave soldiers defending the front lines. It was through the burdens borne by others that their present calm was secured, and thus they were eager to offer their modest contributions to the edifice of this burgeoning city. Originally, this should have been a serene and harmonious tableau. However, with the arrival of a certain group, the warmth on the faces of the citizens gradually transformed into indifference and even animosity. A group of elegantly attired nobles, escorted by soldiers, paraded through the streets. From time to time, they gestured towards the surroundings, offering their critiques of the newly constructed Yuzhou city. Oh, the renovations here are rather commendable. This once squalid slum has been transformed into magnificent edifices, finally a sight worthy of admiration. It seems these commoners can indeed be industrious at times. Had we known back then, we should have been more ruthless. Our previous leniency was a folly, but it is not too late to rectify our mistakes, for this land shall ultimately belong to us. When the time comes, we shall sell these newly erected buildings at a premium and reap considerable profits. After all, it is business. How exhilarating! We must express our gratitude to the unappreciated crown prince for his transformation of this place. Ha ha ha! The leading noble laughed heartily, reveling in what he perceived as a tremendous advantage, his grotesque visage drawing scornful glares from the surrounding populace. Lu Bapi, how dare you return? Are you not afraid that His Highness will rend you to pieces? And you, Cui Hanchang, you wretched creature, when the barbarian hordes invaded Yuzhou, you were the first to flee with your troops, and now you have the audacity to show your face here. Begone! Yuzhou city does not welcome you. Leave this county at once. It remains unclear who first uttered such insults, but soon the citizens of Yuzhou were incensed, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. The man known as Lu Bapi was none other than Lu Mao, the appointed governor of Yuzhou, a figure of considerable notoriety believed to be a direct descendant of the illustrious Lu clan of Fanyang. He was the mastermind behind the expulsion of Liu from Yuzhou and held the nominal title of the region's highest authority. Cui Hanchang served as the military governor of Yuzhou, wielding supreme command over the military forces in the area and hailing from the esteemed aristocratic lineage of the Boiling Chui clan. Prior to the invasion by the Turks, they had conspired together in Yuzhou, committing unspeakable acts. When the barbarians rampaged through the city, they received early warnings and fled with their armies, nearly allowing Yuzhou to fall into the hands of the savages, who mercilessly ravaged the land. The citizens harbored an intense hatred towards these individuals, wishing to see them obliterated. Yet, the populace found themselves powerless, for Lu Mao and Cui Hanchang held absolute sway over Yuzhou, and opposing them meant certain doom. Now, with the emergence of a new order in Yuzhou city, the citizens saw a glimmer of hope for a better life. Witnessing the return of these scourges, how could they not feel a surge of indignation? How could they not fantasize about their mutual destruction? In a fervor, the agitated masses surged towards the nobles, only to be swiftly halted by the Dragon City Iron Guards, who obstructed their advance. Initially startled by the unruly citizens, Lu Mao and Cui Hanchang soon found amusement in their predicament, laughing triumphantly at the sight of their would-be assailants being restrained. Ha ha ha, commoners are indeed commoners. Aside from shouting a few words, what else can you do? After mocking, Lu Mao's expression grew cold, and he menacingly declared, "Once I regain control of Yuzhou, every single one of you present shall face a fate worse than death. Why wait until then? Let us kill them now." Cui Hanchang unsheathed his dagger, intent on striking the common folk. However, as he raised his weapon, he was firmly restrained by the Dragon City Iron Guard. Murderer on the streets, execution. The chilling warning echoed, causing Cui Hanchang to lose grip of his dagger, which clattered to the ground. Yet, upon realizing that the Dragon City Iron Guard merely held his wrist and refrained from further action, his face flushed crimson, pointing an accusatory finger at the guards. He boasted arrogantly, "Do you not believe that I can have you dealt with under military law?" Chapter 123. An inevitable truth. The Iron Guards of Longsheng remained unperturbed, coldly releasing Cui Hanchang and pushing him aside. Cui Hanchang, frail and weak, surprisingly found himself seated on the ground. The sight of his humiliation elicited loud laughter and applause from the onlookers lining the street. Cui the fat pig, truly, you live up to your name. As foolish as a hefty swine, it's utterly laughable. How can someone as inept as you even attain the rank of governor? The court must be blind. Useless fool. Return to your bowling. Yuzhou City is no place for your arrogance. Though the citizens were unaware of why the Iron Guards of Longsheng were protecting such scoundrels, They recognized that the guard stood with them. Thus, witnessing this fool's disgrace, how could they resist mocking him further? Fuming, Cui Hongchong rose, grasping the hilt of his blade and bellowing, "You wretched commoners! How dare you? Slaughter them! Wipe them out!" After shouting for a while, seeing no one heed his commands, he pointed his sword threateningly at one of the iron guards, declaring, "If you dare defy me, I shall slay you this instant." As he raised his large blade, poised to strike, the targeted iron guard had already placed his hand on the hilt at his waist, muscles taut, seemingly ready to retaliate. Observing the brewing conflict, Lu Mao swiftly seized Cui Hongchong's wrist, pulling him aside. "Do not act rashly. Now is not the time for violence. These damned wretches, how dare they?" Cui Hongchong's chest heaved with rage, smoke seemingly billowing from his nostrils. "I understand." Lu Mao interjected quickly, speaking in hushed tones. "We need not rush our vengeance. We have the imperial decree. First, we must seize control of Yuzhou's governance and military power. At that point, we may torment them as we please." Upon hearing Lu Mao's words, Cui Hongchong lowered his weapon, a cruel expression crossing his face. "You are right. Once we gain military authority, we will ensure that every last one of them meets a gruesome end." With that, Cui Hongchong arrogantly lifted his chin, letting out a cold snort, and continued towards the Yuzhou government office under the protection of the Iron Guards. Simultaneously, Liu entered through the gates of Yuzhou city, guiding his warhorse slowly towards the government office. Once within the city, it transitioned into a residential area. He was reluctant to disturb the populace. Thus, even in haste, he refrained from galloping through the streets. As he leisurely admired the changes within the city, he soon sensed that something was amiss. The atmosphere in Yuzhou city felt excessively oppressive, as if a significant event had transpired, leaving the streets hauntingly silent. Casting his gaze around, attempting to discern the cause, he noticed the citizens' hesitant expressions along the way, which only deepened his confusion. "What is going on? Has something occurred?" As he took the initiative to inquire, the previously timid citizens eagerly shared their grievances. Finally, a little girl, filled with concern, asked, "Your Highness, the Prince of Yen, those beasts will not regain power, will they? If we must live under their control, it would be better to die." Upon hearing her innocent words, Liu's expression turned cold. Yet, seeing the blend of innocence and fear in the girl's eyes, he quickly smiled again, gently patting her head and reassuringly said, "Do not worry, with me here, no one can trample upon you." "Is what you say true, Your Highness?" the girl asked, her naive eyes filled with hope, leaving one's heart aching. Liu's expression faltered for a moment, but softened soon after. "I promise you, have faith." With that, he straightened up, lightly flicked the reins, and continued on his way. As he passed by the little girl, his gaze turned icy. "Just right. We shall settle old scores together. Those wretched beings dare to return. If I allow you to leave Yuzhou city, I shall take your surname." Within the government office, Lu Mao arrogantly raised his chin, looking down at the smiling Zhuge Liang. "You are the prince's advisor? You seem to lack any remarkable abilities." Zhuge Liang smiled faintly, leisurely fanning himself. "Indeed, I am the strategist for His Highness. May I inquire what guidance you seek?" Before Lu Mao could respond, Cui Hongchong forcefully slammed the seal onto the table. "No more nonsense. This is the seal of the governor of Yuzhou. Hand over the military authority immediately, or face beheading as an example." Lu Mao chuckled, nodding. "Brother Cui speaks rightly. His words may be coarse, but they contain truth. We come under the Emperor's decree to assume control of Yuzhou, including military power. I advise you to comply swiftly to avoid unnecessary disaster." The two were exceedingly arrogant, completely disregarding the Dragon City Iron Guards surrounding them. It was as if their usurpation of power was an unquestionable right. However, from the current system's perspective, it indeed seemed so. The divine right of kings was granted, and the emperor had delegated power to these local officials. From an inertia of order standpoint, they seemingly possessed the authority to demand the return of power. Yet, in reality, Zhuge Liang remained unfazed, calmly addressing their provocations. "This matter is beyond my authority. We must wait for His Highness's return, and only then shall his words hold weight. I kindly ask for your patience for a few days." "Wait." Lu Mao scoffed. "What right does a prince with no title have to make us wait?" As soon as he finished speaking, Cui Hongchong chimed in, "Let me be frank. Your so-called great prince is nothing but a mere trifle in my eyes. Stop beating around the bush. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Comply promptly and hand over the authority. Just as Cui Hongchang concluded his statement, Lu Mao added another remark. In the region of Yuzhou, I am the sovereign. And do you comprehend this assertion? Lu Mao's demeanor was not overtly arrogant. He merely articulated this statement with a calmness that was almost disconcerting. Perhaps, in his perception, he genuinely believed it to be true? Quite possibly. As Zhuge Liang pondered the mental states of both individuals, he maintained a silent smile. Had it not been for Li Yu's silence, which granted him authority over these intruders, Zhuge Liang would have swiftly dispatched them to the dogs. Now, since they were beyond his immediate control, he resolved to bide his time. Surely, when His Highness returns, these individuals would not escape unscathed. With this thought, Zhuge Liang's simmering anger subsided slightly. Just as he was about to speak and offer a few evasive remarks, Lu Mao could no longer contain himself. Now, I grant you another opportunity. Relinquish your authority at once. Otherwise, Chapter 124. A messy situation now. I grant you one last opportunity. Surrender your power immediately. Otherwise. What will happen otherwise? Lu Mao's threatening words were interrupted by a chilling voice that seemed to pierce the very core of his being. Without hesitation, Lu Mao recited his rehearsed lines. If you are sensible, I shall report to the emperor, and perhaps your lordship may be spared. Otherwise, the consequences of defying the emperor's decree will result in the crown prince being torn apart by 5 horses, meeting a most unfortunate end. Oh, is it truly so? Li Yu exclaimed in astonishment, his tone laced with admiration. You possess such authority over my life and death. You are indeed formidable. Are you the crown prince? Upon hearing this, Lu Mao suddenly realized Li Yu's identity and began to question him. Cui Hongchang, emboldened, retorted, what else would you think? Do you truly believe you are someone of significance? To us, you are merely a jest. A jest? Li Yu chuckled lightly, his demeanor shifting abruptly. Bring forth these individuals and bind them. Both men were taken aback by Li Yu's swift change of tone. As the Dragon City guards approached without hesitation to execute the order, Lu Mao was instantly thrown into a panic. How dare you treat a court official in such a manner? You dare. It is only just to apprehend a dog official who tramples upon lives. What is there to dare? Li Yu sneered, gesturing to the Dragon City iron guards restraining the ruffians. Proceed. Take them out for public display. Let them relish the sensation of being the center of attention before they meet their demise. At once, Your Highness. The Dragon City iron guards promptly accepted the command, forcibly escorting the group away. Lu Mao and Cui Hongchang were now utterly frantic, hurling curses in unison. Li Yu paid them no mind. Instead, he observed Zhuge Liang intently. Sir, is this what you intended when you summoned me back? Zhuge Liang watched as the group was led away, and, once they were out of sight, he replied, After all, they are officials dispatched by the court. To deal with them, it is imperative that Your Highness issues the order personally. The manner of handling these individuals reflects Li Yu's stance towards the court, a matter of utmost gravity that Zhuge Liang dared not take upon himself. After all, no matter how formidable this prince may be, he remains merely a royal. As a prince, he must ultimately abide by the constraints of morality and law. Unless one were to act like Li Shimin, who barged into the capital and executed his siblings. Then, under the guise of protection, he would imprison Li Shimin. Without such resolve, one must consider the repercussions, a dilemma that Li Yu now faces. This is, after all, a matter that concerns him alone. No one else can make this decision on his behalf. Upon hearing this explanation, Li Yu gently shook his head and sighed softly. Indeed, this matter requires my own resolution. Alas, it is a choice fraught with difficulty. Should he be able to completely disregard the opinions of the world, he would not hesitate to deliver a swift kick to his cold-blooded, unfeeling father. Yet, the question remains, who can truly ignore everything? Li Shimin, after all, has been vilified for fratricide and coercing his father for centuries. This judgment, however, came only in the context of his relatively amicable relationship with Li Yuan. What would be the outcome if Li Yu were to retake the capital? Surely, he would be remembered with infamy for eternity. If he sought the throne, Li Yu would not mind bearing the stigma. However, he possesses not the slightest interest in becoming emperor. In such a case, the losses would be insurmountable. No matter how one contemplates it, this is not a wise investment. Thus, adopting a strategy of indifference towards the Tang dynasty seems prudent. After a moment of silence, Li Yu gradually formed a clear resolution to defend rather than attack. Regardless of the Tang's intentions towards him, he would focus on safeguarding his own territory. He would not sound the horn of counterattack until after Li Shimin's demise. After all, since he has no desire to ascend the throne, he must be mindful of his reputation. As for how he would later exact revenge on those cold-hearted beasts, Li Yu already had a plan in mind. An exquisite plan, indeed. With this thought, he let out a cold laugh. Let us go. It is time to confront those two beasts. I have an idea. Let the common people decide their fate. Regardless of the decision they make, I shall harbor no grievances. Enthusiastically speaking, Li Yu took the lead and stepped out of the government office. Zhuge Liang, observing his retreating figure, shook his head with a sigh. With a helpless breath, he followed suit. As for the grievances between this prince and the court, outsiders truly find it challenging to offer a fair evaluation. Primarily, the emperor's favoritism is exceedingly excessive. Anyone in Li Yu's position would likely struggle to avoid harboring resentment. If a more vengeful individual were in his place, it is likely that they would have already stormed the capital. After all, the military force at this prince's disposal far exceeds that of the court. His ability to endure thus far speaks volumes of his restraint. Regrettably, the court has repeatedly provoked him. Even as the prince retreats time and again, they remain unwilling to seek peace. At times, Zhuge Liang genuinely wished to advise Li Yu to rebel outright. Yet, such words were difficult to utter. After all, he is a historically renowned loyal minister. He cannot incite Li Yu to treason, can he? Discussing this matter is truly a tangled mess. Even Zhuge Liang is at a loss as to how to address it correctly. It can only be described as a grave injustice. Following Li Yu, Zhuge Liang arrived at the execution platform. Lu Mao and Cui Hongchang were shackled to the pillars of the platform by the iron guards of Longsheng, subjected to the humiliation of the gathered populace. In the brief moments consumed by their conversation, the two individuals had already become the target of countless insults hurled by the furious populace. Li Yu, sensing the foul stench from afar, was deterred from approaching. Upon observing that both men had succumbed to unconsciousness, he commanded the iron guards of Longsheng, fetch several basins of cold water. Douse them until they awaken, regardless of whether their last breath has yet escaped. Yes, the iron guards of Longsheng executed Li Yu's orders with unwavering loyalty, harboring no grievances. A few of them fetched buckets of icy well water and abruptly splashed it upon the two men. The shock of the cold water jolted them back to consciousness. The restless crowd, witnessing the revival of these two wretches, fell into a fervor once more, hurling accusations at them. Seizing the moment, Li Yu publicly declared the method of their punishment. They shall remain suspended here until you decide their fate, whether to end their lives or grant them mercy. The choice lies within your hands. It is you who will determine their destiny. Chapter 125. The tip of the iceberg kill. Annihilate them all. To spare them would not appease the people's fury. Lingqi, death by 1,000 cuts. This band of beasts has tormented Yuzhou for far too long, and they must meet their end in such a manner. Your Highness, we do not seek compassion. We merely wish to witness their torment until death. The populace harbored an unparalleled loathing for Lu Mao and his accomplices, wishing fervently to rend them asunder. The palpable rage and the smoldering embers of fury within their hearts were evident to all. Their anger towards these two could not be quelled by ordinary means of punishment. Li Yu observed the fervent crowd with an air of calm. Addressing them in a commanding voice, I have stated before that the fate of these individuals lies entirely in your hands. My intention is not merely to solicit your opinions, but to transfer the power of decision to you, to enact justice upon them yourselves and send them to the depths of hell. It would be manifestly unjust to assign the authority of punishment to a single individual. Li Yu sought to quell the anger of the masses, to ensure that the collective wrath simmered down. Thus, empowering the people to act was, without question, the most equitable resolution. However, the simple folk remained oblivious to this notion. Upon hearing Li Yu's directive for them to take action, they found themselves at a loss as to how to proceed. In the midst of their hesitation, a figure cloaked in shadows emerged, Yang Hen. She approached Lu Mao with deliberate calmness, extracting a sharp spike from her sleeve and, without a moment's hesitation, driving it into his eye. A blood-curdling scream erupted, echoing like the anguished cries of a slaughtered beast, leaving the hearts of those present gripped with horror. Yet, to Yang Hen, it appeared as though she was merely engaged in a trivial task. She withdrew the spike and turned to face the crowd. "Behold," she proclaimed. "If you wish to unleash your pent-up fury, it is quite simple. You need only to wield something that cannot kill and strike at them as much as you desire." Upon hearing this, the bewildered throng began to stir, as if a dawning comprehension had settled upon them. Sensing her successful incitement, Yang Hen chose not to linger further and began to step away. At that moment, a quavering voice called out, I remember you. You are that one from Lu Mao's household. I recognize your voice." The speaker was Cui Hongchang, who, utterly terrified by Lu Mao's fate, had instinctively uttered these words. As if truly recognizing Yang Hen, she did not deny it, but instead replied with a voice as frigid as ice, "Your memory serves you well. Lu Mao is my father-in-law, and I am grateful to him for casting me out of the caravan during our flight. Thus, today, I have come to repay that kindness. This strike shall serve as a sincere token of gratitude from a devoted daughter-in-law." With that, Yang Hen nodded lightly towards the wailing Lu Mao and took her leave. "Madness! You are mad!" Cui Hongchang screamed in terror, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the most fearsome demon had emerged from within Lu Mao's very abode. He opened his mouth, intending to expose Yang Hen's identity, wishing to make her suffer even in his final moments. Yet it was too late. The crowd had already gathered, driving iron nails mercilessly into his flesh. Additionally, there were sharp wires and branding irons. And the torment he could not have imagined was surpassed only by the depths of human cruelty that the populace could inflict. They had underestimated the fury of the common people. After enduring endless suffering, the pent-up rage within them could ignite the world. They would pay the price for their past deeds. Justice, in the end, would prevail. Now, retribution had arrived. The wails of agony echoed endlessly, as if they would never cease. The brutality they had once inflicted upon the masses would be repaid in kind. No one would show mercy to this group. They were nothing but irredeemable beasts. The citizens participating in the execution felt their actions were insufficient, lacking in cruelty, yet unable to devise more severe means of vengeance. They could only repay past grievances through torment. They reveled in the pitiful sight of these beasts, seeking to quell the inferno within their hearts. Liu stood at the execution platform, his gaze unwavering as he observed the process. As the grotesque forms of the beasts became increasingly unrecognizable, the tension in his heart began to ease. In a sense, he was a victim of the privileged class, much like the enraged populace. Had he not possessed sufficient strength, he would have met his demise long ago, executed in exile. If he had perished then, who would have mourned his passing? No one. Thus, Liu found no reason to pity these wretches. A similar blaze of anger simmered within him, and he yearned for vengeance. The actions of the common people, in a way, quelled the fire of his own fury. Truth be told, Liu relished this spectacle. After a while, he turned his gaze to the silent Yang Hen beside him. What? Was a mere stab enough to satisfy her? Had she not considered prolonging his torment a while longer? Liu could not decipher the words spoken by Cui Hongchang in the final moments. Yet he could see that Yang Hen harbored deep-seated enmity towards these individuals. Otherwise, how could her indifferent nature compel her to step forward and instruct the masses on how to deal with the beast? Yang Hen met Lu Mao's gaze with icy indifference. Her voice devoid of warmth as she declared, "My hatred for him is limited. I have forgotten how to truly despise him. Compared to this scoundrel, I harbor greater disdain for those wretches beyond the borders." In the chaos, Lu Mao had abandoned her from the cart to divert the attention of the Turks and escape the cavalry's pursuit. Initially, Yang Hen loathed Lu Mao to the core, wishing to see him torn to pieces. However, as the ferocity and brutality of the Turks became apparent, her hatred shifted towards those inhuman beasts. This does not imply that Yang Hen no longer despised Lu Mao, but rather that her loathing had lessened in comparison. The torment of Lu Mao does not grant her solace. What she craves is the annihilation of those who have once subjected her to suffering. Only in inflicting pain upon that savage horde can she attain genuine fulfillment. Liu, though somewhat understanding, has not traversed the harrowing path that Yang Hen has endured, and thus remains oblivious to the emotions that dwell within Yang Hen's heart. Naturally, Liu has no inclination to investigate Yang Hen's past. Such matters belong to a bygone era. His focus lies solely on the present and the future. Noticing Yang Hen's reluctance to elaborate, Liu refrains from further inquiry. They sit in silence, observing the macabre spectacle of execution until the sun descends and the final breath escapes the last victim. As each soul departs in a state of utter despair, a profound clarity washes over Li Yu. He feels every cell within him resonate in a harmonious sigh, embracing a fleeting sense of tranquility. Chapter 126. The Mastermind and the Accomplices, Lu Mao and Cui Hongchang. They were not the true orchestrators of Li Yu's demise. At best, they were mere accomplices, reveling in his misfortune. The genuine masterminds resided thousands of miles away in the capital. This group of individuals had not suffered even a hint of harm and were likely indulging in a life of luxury in the vibrant city of Chang'an, completely at ease. On the way back to the manor, Li Yu's thoughts drifted to those enemies who had once tarnished his reputation, reigniting the flames of his resentment. He vowed that one day he would return to Chang'an and exact vengeance upon those who had wronged him, ensuring their torment led to their demise. However, he understood that the time was not ripe. He required further accumulation of strength to make such a return feasible. Otherwise, returning to the capital without the means to defend himself would be tantamount to self-destruction. Li Yu was not yet prepared to sever ties with the court entirely, so he opted for patience. The group returned to the council chamber in silence, taking their respective seats. Due to Li Yu's unexpected return to Yuzhou, only Zhuge Liang, Yang Hen, and Li Yu were present at this moment. Each of them, immersed in their own thoughts, refrained from initiating conversation in the dimly lit room. Once Li Yu momentarily set aside his hatred, he glanced at the still dormant system tasks and inquired of Zhuge Liang. Did you summon me back to the city solely to address the matter of Lu Mao and the others? Is there nothing else you wish to inform me? Awakened from his contemplation, Zhuge Liang gently nodded in affirmation. Indeed, his message to the Lord was to request his return to the city to deal with Lu Mao and his companion. Upon hearing this, Li Yu felt a twinge of confusion. It was peculiar that the hidden tasks had yet to be revealed. This suggested that the system's objectives were unrelated to Lu Mao and his compatriot. If their involvement was extraneous to the matter, then what was truly at stake? Was it possible that the lurking threat did not originate from the court? Li Yu fell into deep contemplation, meticulously analyzing the intelligence he had previously overlooked. At the Shao Pass, before the gate of the city, a young man clad in splendid attire brandished a piece of yellow silk before the city guard. By the Emperor's decree, I have been dispatched to the Western Turkic military camp. Command your subordinates to open the gates. I must exit the city. The young man had arrived alone, with no attendants in sight. The officer in charge hesitated to refuse, but was momentarily swayed by the mention of imperial orders. How should I address you? He inquired cautiously, needing further clarification before deciding whether to open the city gates. Meanwhile, he signaled to his subordinate. The soldier, understanding the cue, hurried towards the city tower, presumably to relay the situation to higher authorities. The young man observed this unfolding with a calm demeanor, which led the officer to increasingly believe in his status as a representative of the court. The young man cast a glance at the retreating figure of the soldier and spoke in a calm tone. I am Du Go, the son of the current prime minister. I am aware that you lack the authority to open the door. I shall not trouble you further. Please hasten to summon someone with the authority to make decisions. Du Go, the legitimate eldest son of Du Ruhui? It was unexpected that the visitor's identity was so distinguished. The captain lowered his head and clasped his fists in respect, saying, I have already reported the matter, and I believe it will not be long before a general arrives to inquire. I kindly ask you, Lord Du, to wait patiently for a moment. After saying this, he curiously inquired, May I ask, Lord Du, what is your purpose in negotiating with the Western Turks? The court was currently engaged in a bitter conflict with the Western Turks, almost to the point of cracking skulls. Therefore, it appeared rather peculiar that the emperor had suddenly ordered an envoy to the Western Turks. Could it be that the court had devised a means of negotiation to compel the Western Turks to withdraw their forces? Just as the captain pondered this, he heard Du Go's expressionless reply, This is not your concern. Refrain from prying into matters that do not pertain to you. Upon hearing this, the captain shuddered slightly and nodded repeatedly in deference. Yes, my lord. It was my impertinence to speak out of turn. I should not have asked so much. Du Go cast a cold glance at him and chose not to say more. While the captain continued to force a smile, Li Jing, escorted by the city gate guards, arrived before the gate of the city. Hearing the heavy footsteps, Du Go turned around. Upon seeing Li Jing himself, he bowed respectfully and performed a deep salute. This is Du Go, honored to meet the Duke of Wei. Li Jing nodded slightly and inquired, I have heard you come at the behest of the emperor? Pray, elucidate the matter. No such order had been issued from the emperor for him to assist others. How could Du Go have suddenly come here to demand negotiations with the Western Turks? This puzzled Li Jing. However, as Du Go extended the cloth he held, Li Jing regarded him with curiosity, accepting the fabric and slowly unfolding it. When he glimpsed its contents, his pupils constricted sharply, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret, and he stared wide-eyed at Du Go. Is this truly the emperor's decree? Indeed, it is authentic. Du Go replied calmly, betraying no sign of unease. Observing his demeanor, Li Jing's gaze flickered back and forth, seemingly lost in contemplation. After an indeterminate time, Li Jing appeared to reach a decision and waved his hand to the captain at the side. Go. Open the city gates and let him pass. Yes. The captain promptly obeyed, signaling to the soldiers to open the heavy gates. Seeing the path ahead now clear, Du Go offered no further words, bid farewell to Li Jing, and stepped away. Watching his departing figure, Li Jing's expression grew exceedingly complex. It was unforeseen that the court had ultimately come to this juncture. Whether it would bode well or ill for the court remained uncertain. An issue that ought to have been resolved through military means was, astonishingly, being addressed through such diplomatic channels to expel the barbarians. Indeed, words elude me. Li Jing let out a deep sigh, shaking his head vehemently. Choosing to disregard the already departed Du Go, he turned towards the castle tower behind him and sighed once more. Very well. Since it is the emperor's decree, let it be. As night descended, Du Go, who had previously departed from Shao Pass, arrived before the Turkic encampment. Upon his arrival, he was swiftly encircled by Turkic soldiers, their long spears and bows menacingly aimed at him. You, what is your purpose here? A commander among the Turkic ranks bellowed, his fierce gaze seemingly intent on devouring Du Go whole. With an air of calmness, Du Go appeared unperturbed by the sharp weapons surrounding him, and replied composedly, I am an envoy from the Tang dynasty, come to discuss matters with Khan Shikuei. I beseech you, General, to escort me to the presence of Khan Shikuei. Chapter 127, The Tiger and the Wolf the Envoy? Humph. The Turkic leader snorted coldly, signaling to the soldiers flanking him. They sheathed their weapons and encircled Du Go, leading him into the tent. Moments later, they arrived before a large pavilion. The leader stepped forward to report, subsequently restraining Du Go as they entered. Inside the tent sat Shichi Khan and his brother, Tang Yeo. Both men appeared exceedingly intrigued by Du Go, scrutinizing the young envoy with keen interest. After observing him for a few moments, Shichi Khan coldly inquired, Are you the envoy sent by Li Shimin of Chang'an? Upon hearing the barbarian directly utter the name of the emperor, Du Go instinctively glared back. Perhaps recalling that these savages were oblivious to the concepts of decorum and propriety, he took a deep breath and ultimately refrained from voicing his indignation. Instead, with a slightly urgent tone, he introduced himself. Indeed, I am the envoy dispatched by His Majesty to negotiate with you. Here is the imperial edict. You may peruse it. Shichi Khan gestured to the leader who had brought Du Go in, and the leader understood, presenting the edict. The head of the Western Turks unfolded the document. Glancing at it, though it was uncertain whether he comprehended its contents, he nodded repeatedly. Well, since you are sent by Li Shimin, enlighten me regarding your intentions. However, think carefully. Should your words displease me, I would not hesitate to have you minced and fed to the dogs. Barbarians. Du Go scoffed inwardly, yet maintained a composed demeanor. With an air of tranquility, he responded, His Majesty proposes a cessation of hostilities with the Western Turks. I have been sent to negotiate this matter with you. A cessation of hostilities? Shichi pondered, stroking his beard, his expression revealing both understanding and confusion. What is the price for this? If you seek a truce, there must be a cost. Du Go replied, There is no price. It is merely a cessation of hostilities. Are you mocking me? Shichi's countenance darkened, his words laced with menace. Do you wish to experience the tortures of the Western Turks? Yet, Du Go responded calmly, While we shall not offer any compensation, we can provide you with intelligence. What intelligence? Shichi inquired. Maps and military intelligence regarding Yuzhou. Du Go articulated clearly. I will inform you how to launch an assault on Yuzhou and how to maximize your plunder of wealth. What do you think? Yuzhou. Shichi Khan's eyes narrowed as he began to contemplate this name. Meanwhile, Tang Yehu interjected, On what grounds? Why do you believe we would accept this deal? After so much time spent in battle, why should we retreat? Du Go pondered for a few moments before responding. Your invasion of the Tang dynasty is driven solely by the desire for wealth and population. What we possess in Guangzhou, Yuzhou has in abundance as well. Moreover, it is crucial to note that unlike Guangzhou, you must first conquer Zhenguan to breach our territory. In Yuzhou, there are no defenses to guard against. You may gallop freely across that land, engaging in whatever pursuits you desire. Do you not think that, in comparison, an assault on Yuzhou would yield greater rewards? As these words were spoken, Tang Yehu's gaze flickered with intrigue. They had been engaged in battle for an extended period, only to discover that the defenses of Zhenguan were exceedingly robust, with nary a chink in their armor. Each day, aside from exchanging troops with the sentinels of Zhenguan, they had made little to no progress. The architectural design of the city, a walled fortress, was unlike anything they had encountered before, leaving them bereft of strategies to breach its walls. Were it not for their overwhelming numbers, they might have already contemplated retreat. Now, upon hearing Dugo's assertion that the Tang dynasty was willing to offer an opening for them to plunder at will, it was impossible not to feel tempted. Yet, several doubts lingered in Tang Yehu's mind. Is Yuzhou not also a territory of the Tang dynasty? Why would you assist us in attacking your own land? Tang Yehu inquired sternly, determined not to be deceived unless these questions were satisfactorily resolved. He had anticipated that Dugo would exhibit signs of pressure, perhaps revealing a hint of guilt. Instead, Dugo appeared utterly composed. To weigh the two harms and choose the lesser. Your plundering of Guangzhou is intolerable to us in the Tang, but if it pertains to Yuzhou, that is a different matter altogether. It is not the heartland of the Tang, and we can bear to part with it. This was clearly a disingenuous statement. The truth was that the Tang court sought to leverage the strength of the Western Turks to drive away the tiger and swallow the wolf, thereby depleting the forces of Yuzhou. Yet, Dugo would never divulge such matters to the Turks. His sole objective was to divert the disaster eastward, luring them to Yuzhou. He would not disclose the internal conflicts of the Tang, nor would he reveal the true strength of Yuzhou to the uninformed Turks. For these Turks, oblivious to the reality, Dugo's words remained credible. It is not uncommon for a dynasty to employ the strategy of diverting disaster to achieve overall stability, sacrificing a part for the peace of the whole. This reasoning seemed quite logical to Tang Yehu. He accepted this explanation, but soon followed up with another query. I have heard that our neighboring brethren are also launching an assault there. Surely, you do not intend to use us as pawns in your scheme to deal with the Eastern Turks, do you? That would be a rather fanciful notion. Upon hearing the phrase drive away the tiger and swallow the wolf, Dugo's eyelids twitched, nearly betraying his facade. Fortunately, he quelled the turmoil within and did not reveal his anxiety. Dugo managed to calm the tumultuous waves within his heart, striving to maintain a tranquil tone as he replied, "Rest assured, the forces of Yuzhou are all stationed at the Zhenguan. Your brethren are obstructed beyond its gates and cannot gain entry." After speaking, he felt this reassurance might not suffice and added, "The defenses of Zhenguan are akin to those of Zhenguan, exceedingly difficult to breach. As long as you refrain from courting disaster by collaborating with outsiders in Zhenguan, the Tiela tribe of Eastern Turkestan will not be able to impede your plundering endeavors. Are you not concerned that we might ally with the Tiela tribe to launch an assault against your Tang dynasty?" At that moment, Shi Kuei Khan suddenly posed the question. However, Dugo merely scoffed with disdain and retorted mockingly, "Do you truly possess sufficient provisions to venture further south? Spare us the jest. Should you dare to appear outside the gates of Chang'an, we, the Tang, are confident that we could leave you all stranded by the Yellow River." Upon hearing this, Shi Kuei exchanged glances with Tang Yehu, and it seemed they were inclined to believe Dugo's words. With these inquiries met with clear responses, it became evident that the Tang dynasty's desire for negotiation was likely genuine. Otherwise, the man's reasoning was far too fluid and coherent to be otherwise. The two shared a silent communication, seemingly arriving at an understanding. Chapter 128. Self-destruction not enough. Merely sharing this information is far from sufficient, Shi Kuei Khan declared, openly expressing his decision. You must present us with greater sincerity to sway our judgment. In truth, they had already assessed the formidable challenge of breaching Zhenguan's defenses. The proposal from Dugo was indeed enticing. However, Shi Kuei's avarice compelled him to seek more. Without hesitation, Dugo withdrew a piece of white silk from his bosom. "This is a map of Yuzhou, detailing the route you took to launch your surprise attack from Yanshan, beyond the assault path. It also records the wealth of the various counties along the way. If you follow this route to plunder, you are certain to achieve satisfactory results. Upon hearing this, Shi Kuei and Tong Yi, who were instantly intrigued, they unfurled the map and began to scrutinize it meticulously. Comparing their memories, they identified significant landmarks such as Yanshan, the Yellow River, and Yanmingwan. After cross-referencing the information they possessed with the map, they were nearly convinced of its authenticity. It was well known that the Turks had invaded the Central Plains on several occasions. To deceive them with a mere map would be no simple task. It seemed that the emperor of the Tang dynasty had indeed invested heavily this time, unwilling to prolong the conflict, and had resorted to these temptations to redirect their assault. Contemplating this, Shi Kuei and Tong Yi who exchanged glances, their eyes communicating a silent understanding. A cruel smile spread across Shi Kuei's face. Bring this man out and feed him to the dogs. What? Du Go's expression shifted dramatically, a mix of shock and fury overtaking him. In times of war, one does not slay envoys. How can you breach this protocol? Protocol? We have no such conventions. Tong Yi who laughed menacingly. You speak so eloquently. Surely your status in the Tang must be significant. Killing you holds no detriment for us, so why not proceed with it? You were already prepared to accept the transaction, weren't you? Du Go retreated in terror, unable to fathom how these Turks could be so ruthless, transitioning from cordiality to bloodlust in an instant. It was evident that he had spent too long within the confines of order, forgetting the barbaric nature of these savages. He had been careless, committing the error of naivete, willingly stepping into the jaws of these wolves. Trade is trade, but it does not preclude us from slaying you. Does it? Rest assured, your emperor will accept this loss. He surely will. With that, Shi Kuei grinned wickedly and gestured to a commander to take him away. Without a word, the commander seized Du Go by the neck and forcefully dragged him out. Du Go's face turned ashen, his mind screaming in panic. Whether the emperor is willing to accept the loss matters not to me. I do not wish to die. Yet, it was evident that his pleas held no weight. Moments later, a chilling scream echoed from outside the chamber. As the saying goes, Du Go was mercilessly butchered by those beasts and tossed into a cauldron, boiled down to mere morsels of flesh. This unfortunate soul, while scheming against Yuzhou, evidently never contemplated that his fate would be so tragically dire. Had he foreseen such an end, he would likely have thought twice before undertaking a mission to the Western Turks. It can only be said that villains reap their just deserts, and Du Go has indeed met his due punishment. The news of Du Go's demise swiftly reached the imperial court. Upon hearing it, Du Ruhui's countenance turned ashen. He could scarcely fathom that his other son, and notably his eldest, had so inexplicably lost his life. In seeking vengeance for his younger son, he had sacrificed his eldest as well. In this quest for retribution, he found himself bereft of allies. Wei Zhong, observing Du Ruhui's expression of despair from a corner, wore a cold smirk. Eager for revenge? Enjoying the misdirection of blame? And yet, this is the outcome? In one fell swoop, he lost 2 sons. This old man must be consumed by regret. Wei Zhong felt a sense of schadenfreude. He had always held a dim view of those who thrived on intrigue. Seeing Du Ruhui receive his comeuppance brought him a sense of relief. Just as Wei Zhong was indulging in his scorn, Du Ruhui appeared to find a pillar of strength, his expression gradually transforming into one of resolute determination. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince dares to publicly execute a court official. He must be punished with death. The court has already shown considerable leniency towards the Crown Prince. Yet he repays such kindness by threatening the good officials who care for the people. I implore your Majesty to administer justice. Du Ruhui's voice dripped with hatred, his profound gaze revealing a deep-seated enmity that instilled fear in those who beheld it. One cannot help but wonder if he had placed the entirety of the blame upon Li Yu. The other members of the court remained silent. At this moment, Du Ruhui was undoubtedly ensnared in an abyss of unending rage. To oppose him now would undoubtedly render one his foremost adversary. After all, he was merely an overlooked prince. No one would jeopardize their standing for such a one. Li Shimin's face bore an expression of consternation as he hesitantly remarked, to punish Li Yu is indeed simple. But the question remains, who shall execute this order? Those dispatched by the court would likely be expelled from Yuzhou before they could even arrive. It is not that I lack the will to punish. Rather, I find myself utterly powerless. Had it been feasible to forcibly retrieve Li Yu, I would have done so long ago. The real challenge lies in identifying someone capable of such a feat. No one can accomplish it. Yuzhou has grown too formidable. Even the emperor finds himself at a loss regarding Li Yu. Du Ruhui fell into silence, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, the knuckles turning pale. At that moment, news of the latest military developments arrived. Report: the Western Turks have begun their withdrawal from Shao Pass. The pass has been secured. This was undoubtedly uplifting news for the court. Yet before the ministers could commence their celebration, Du Ruhui interjected, "Your Majesty, since the Western Turks have retreated, the court should indeed have the capacity to concentrate its efforts on dealing with Yuzhou. I beseech your Majesty to dispatch a formidable army to quell the crown prince and bring this rebel to justice, thereby demonstrating the dire consequences that await those vassals who dare to oppose the court." It is evident that Du Ruhui has lost his senses. Although the Western Turks have begun their withdrawal, this does not imply that their threat has dissipated. If they were to venture north to conquer Yuzhou, what would happen if the Western Turks seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while Shao Pass is vulnerable? Moreover, even if everything proceeds smoothly and they successfully reach Yuzhou, they would then confront not only the local forces, but also the invading troops from the Western Turks. What difference would that make to courting death? Li Shimin, with a look of helplessness, responded, "Your words, dear Duke, are misguided. Now is certainly not an opportune moment to deploy our forces. It would be prudent to exercise a little more patience." Chapter 129, The Complete Puzzle. Upon hearing the emperor's stance, Du Ruhui's expression swiftly darkened. He was acutely aware that the current moment was indeed not opportune for military action. However, he refused to surrender to despair and, with a face full of reluctance, spoke again. If the court was hesitant to deploy troops, then let the aristocracy wield power. At this juncture, the Chui family of Bowling and the Liu family of Fanyang must harbor a deep resentment towards the crown prince. I implore your Majesty to issue an edict allowing these two esteemed families to replace the court in the assault on Yuzhou. With the support of such righteousness, these two noble families would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to reclaim Yuzhou. I beseech your Majesty to grant this. With such words spoken, what more could Li Shimin say? He sighed and replied, "Since you are so insistent, Du Aiqing, I shall compose a decree for the two prominent families. At that point, how they choose to deal with Yuzhou is entirely up to them. That shall suffice." Du Ruhui exclaimed with bitterness, vowing to spare no effort in creating difficulties for Yuzhou. He had already lost all his legitimate sons and placed the entire burden of responsibility upon Li Yu. Deep in his heart, Du Ruhui swore that he would never coexist peacefully with Li Yu. In Yuzhou City, within the conference hall, Li Yu was lost in contemplation. He couldn't fathom which aspect of intelligence he was lacking, as the system's mission had yet to be activated. If the task pertained to the northeast, Bai Qi had already scoured the various regions, and logically, the mission should have manifested by now. Hence, this must not relate to the northern barbarians. The threat must be originating from another direction. However, if there were any new developments from the capital, none had surfaced. Li Yu truly struggled to understand the reason behind the system's mission remaining concealed until now. Trusting his instincts, he began to meticulously investigate potential oversights. When the name Shao Pass crossed his mind, a sudden spark illuminated his thoughts. He seemed to grasp the pivotal insight. After a brief contemplation, Li Yu turned to Zhuge Liang and inquired, "By the way, did you not mention earlier that Shao Pass was under siege by an army of 900,000? What is the current situation? Is there any recent news?" Zhuge Liang, perplexed, nonetheless responded, "None. The scouts I dispatched reported that the battlefield at Shao Pass is still embroiled in fierce combat. As for the latest intelligence, I believe we shall have to wait a while longer." Having said that, Zhuge Liang curiously asked, "Might I inquire why your highness suddenly brings this up? Is it possible that Yuzhou is encountering some issues?" In recent days, he had noticed Li Yu seemed preoccupied, often lost in thought. Zhuge Liang had not intended to probe deeply, but seeing that Li Yu appeared to have developed a clearer line of thought, he was keen to discern what the prince might be apprehensive about. Noticing Zhuge Liang's concerned gaze, Li Yu slowly shook his head and replied, "It's nothing. The system pertains to his greatest secret, one that even Zhuge Liang would not be privy to." Since revealing the existence of the system was not an option, Li Yu found himself unable to disclose the truth. Fortunately, Zhuge Liang merely inquired briefly and did not press further. Otherwise, Li Yu would have found it challenging to evade the question. Letting out a long breath, he resolved to verify once more whether he had overlooked any critical intelligence. However, at that moment, the doors of the council chamber were forcefully flung open. Hearing the commotion, Li Yu furrowed his brows and turned to see a member of the Yun 18 riders rushing towards him with urgent news. Your Highness, we have received the latest intelligence from Zhenguan. The Western Turkic forces have unexpectedly retreated, advancing towards our Yuzhou along the Hetao Plain. Our scouts suspect they intend to circumvent the Central Plains and launch an assault on Yuzhou. As these words escaped the lips of the Yun 18 riders, Li Yu simultaneously heard the system's notification. Ding! The host has acquired relevant intelligence. The system will soon announce the task details. A new mission has been issued. Please eliminate 300,000 Western Turkic vanguard troops to safeguard Yuzhou. Indeed, the missing piece of information originated from Zhenguan. The true threat lay with the very beasts assaulting Zhenguan. Thus, it became clear. Upon hearing the system's prompt, all previously unsolved mysteries unraveled. However, Li Yu was left with a new question. Why had the Western Turkic forces abandoned Zhenguan only to advance towards Yuzhou? That, I am unsure of, replied the Yun 18 riders after a moment's contemplation. However, according to the scouts' report, they observed Du Rui's son, Du Go, passing through Zhenguan en route to the Turkic camp. I suspect this may be related to the Turkic forces diverting their attack towards Yuzhou. Du Go? Upon hearing that name, Li Yu immediately associated it with Du He. Are you suggesting this could be Du Rui's scheme? That he devised some method to entice the Western Turks to assault Yuzhou? The Yun 18 riders responded, that can only be conjecture. We currently lack definitive evidence. Lacking evidence? It seemed unnecessary at this point. Li Yu chuckled coldly, already forming a plausible conclusion in his mind. The court had not been particularly amicable towards him of late. Their actions appeared to be aimed squarely at undermining him. Just as Lu Mao and Cui Hongchang had arrived in Yuzhou shortly after he had expelled the Northern Barbarian Coalition, it was evidently implausible that the court was uninvolved. It now appeared that Du Ruhui had taken a grudge against him. This entire affair was orchestrated by Du Ruhui. Of course, other court officials and Li Shimon's tacit approval were undoubtedly complicit. This mirrored the earlier incident when he was driven out of Chang'an due to succession disputes. Once again, he found himself in a similar predicament. This despicable lot was once more attempting to bully him. Yet, is he truly so easily bullied now? Li Yu scoffed, having become utterly disillusioned with the distant court. Very well, since this group of calamities has been driven here by the court, I shall confront them head-on. What are 90,000 troops to me? The Turkic beasts that have perished at my hands number over 1 million. I am not concerned with this additional 90,000. However, once I have dealt with this pack of brutes, do not hold it against me when I return to Chang'an to settle scores. Damn it, time and again. This relentless cycle persists, does it not? This time, I shall ensure you learn a lesson. In his fury, Li Yu slammed his hand upon the table and cursed vehemently. After venting his frustration, he turned his gaze towards Zhuge Liang. How is the production of the repeating crossbow progressing? How much stock do we currently possess? Zhuge Liang, with a look of concern, regarded the enraged prince and sighed softly. It has already been developed. Chapter 130. Unprecedented prestige according to the figures compiled yesterday. There are more than 17,000 Zhuge crossbows, along with over 800,000 specialized crossbow bolts. However, the precise quantity remains unclear. Zhuge Liang picked up the ledger from the table and reported the number of crossbows. Upon hearing this figure, Li Yu was taken aback. How could there be so many? Zhuge Liang cast a somewhat helpless glance at him and replied, is it not due to your insistence on prioritizing the production of Zhuge crossbows? This has compelled the citizens of Yuzhou to join in the manufacturing efforts. With several 100,000 citizens in Yuzhou, it is only natural that such a number of crossbows would be produced. Afterward, Zhuge Liang looked at Li Yu and spoke with a complex expression. You may not realize the esteem in which you are held in Yuzhou. Anything you command is met with the utmost dedication from the populace. I have never witnessed anyone wield such remarkable influence. Li Yu's reputation in Yuzhou transcended mere popularity. His words carried more weight than even the emperor's decrees. This was all a result of Li Yu's relentless endeavors. He had decisively vanquished over 1 million Turkic barbarians. Who in history has managed such a feat so cleanly? Moreover, his benevolence towards the common folk was exceptional. His current prestige was a direct consequence of his actions. Upon hearing Zhuge Liang's admiration, Li Yu touched his nose and chuckled softly. With over 17,000 crossbows, I suppose we could equip half of the White Horse Command? Not merely that. Zhuge Liang corrected him, The figure of 17,000 is what was recorded yesterday. The current total must be recounted to ascertain the true amount. Surely, in just one day, the quantity cannot vary significantly? Li Yu expressed his skepticism. How much could change in a mere day? However, Zhuge Liang shook his head in disagreement. That is uncertain. The citizens have only recently mastered the assembly of the crossbows. Perhaps the actual number will astonish your highness. Li Yu could not help but laugh at such an exaggeration. Then I must witness the prowess of the Yuzhou citizens myself. Under Zhuge Liang's guidance, they proceeded to the warehouse. Upon seeing the mountains of goods within, Li Yu was momentarily stunned. Is this the total accumulated quantity? Zhuge Liang responded, no. This is merely the output produced today. Li Yu remarked. It seems I have truly underestimated the enthusiasm of the Yuzhou citizens. Count them and provide me with an exact figure. At his command, the soldiers managing the warehouse began to tally the items. 2 minutes later, an astonishing report reached his ears. Your Highness, the total quantity of Zhuge crossbows is over 7,000. Combined with previous inventories, the total amounts to approximately 24,000. 24,000. That nearly matches the number of the White Horse Command, does it not? Is it truly this formidable? In a state of mental distraction, Li Yu took a deep breath and solemnly commanded, summoned by Qi back. Equip all the White Horse Legion with crossbows. Furthermore, allocate 2,000 fully armed White Horse Legionnaires. I intend to lead them into battle. What are your intentions? Zhuge Liang inquired hesitantly. Li Yu replied, we must intercept the Western Turks at Yin Mountain. We cannot allow them to enter Yuzhou. The territory of Yuzhou lacks defensible fortifications, and if they breach our borders, the consequences would be dire. But our forces are insufficient to confront an army of 900,000, are they not? Zhuge Liang expressed his concerns, acknowledging that the limited strength of the Yuzhou army would be inadequate against such a massive force. In response, Li Yu merely chuckled dismissively. Our numbers may be somewhat lacking, but they are more than sufficient to deal with that foolish horde. With the White Horse Legion now equipped with crossbows, their power has been further augmented. Coupled with 20,000 Shilian cavalry and 20,000 heavy cavalry, how much chance do you think the Western Turks stand? Given this disparity in forces, Zhuge Liang hesitated to speak freely before a battle had commenced. Yet, witnessing Li Yu's unwavering confidence, he chose to voice his thoughts in a more optimistic light. Given your highness's capabilities, it should pose no problem. Not should, but certainly, Li Yu asserted, brimming with confidence. After enduring numerous battles, he had become well-versed in the art of warfare. Enough of this. Li Yu gestured dismissively and signaled to Zhuge Liang, go fetch General Wang Li. I have matters to discuss with him before my departure. Zhuge Liang responded affirmatively, yes, I will summon General Wang at once. Before long, the group reconvened in the meeting hall, this time with the addition of Wang Li, the Yuzhou garrison commander. Once seated, Li Yu got straight to the point. You are already aware of my impending expedition. What I wish to discuss with you now pertains to the defense of Yuzhou in my absence. Please, go on. Wang Li listened intently, sensing the gravity of the matter at hand. It was evident that the prince had summoned him for a significant purpose. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a personal briefing. Wang Li was well aware that his defensive capabilities were not far inferior to those of the prince. Li Yu wasted no time and continued, for this campaign, I will only be taking cavalry in the initial contingent. I plan to deploy 20,000 of each type of cavalry, which will leave you with approximately 4,000 White Horse Legionnaires and 5,000 Shilian cavalry. Should any unforeseen events arise during my absence, you must utilize these 10,000 cavalry effectively. They will aid you in securing the entirety of Yuzhou. Upon hearing this, Wang Li nodded in agreement, affirming, rest assured, I will manage these matters. As he spoke, a look of bewilderment crossed Wang Li's face. But why do you believe there will be issues within Yuzhou? The northern barbarians certainly wouldn't dare descend southward again, and the formidable forces of the Western Turks will be kept at bay by you. Aside from these two powers, could there be any other factions poised to attack Yuzhou? Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile emerged on Li Yu's face. I understand your confusion, yet who can provide a definitive answer to such matters? In any case, it is prudent for you to prepare yourself. Being ready for action will never serve you ill. I understand, Wang Li replied. Noting that Li Yu was unwilling to divulge further information, he nodded in acquiescence. Subsequently, he inquired, you previously mentioned cavalry. What of the infantry? All heavy-armed soldiers with swords and shields shall be left to you. I shall command the Beihai army, the Mo Dao squad, and the bygone troops, Li Yu remarked, pausing briefly before continuing. These forces will subsequently be led by Qin Liangyu, along with the supplies, to the front lines. You must ensure a smooth transition of troops and follow my directives as I have just outlined. Chapter 131. Destination Yinshan. Since the fierce battle beyond the Shanhai Pass, Qin Liangyu had suffered grave injuries and had been recuperating ever since, failing to fully regain her strength. Fortunately, with Li Yu's recent expedition requiring minimal infantry in the vanguard, it allowed Qin Liangyu to continue her convalescence without significant issues. Subsequently, within the conference hall, Li Yu meticulously dispatched orders for the mobilization of all available troops. Ensuring that Wang Li retained ample forces, he proceeded to draw upon every available soldier. The relentless pressure from the 90,000 Turkic troops left no alternative. Without sufficient reserves, engaging them in the field would be perilous. Thankfully, Yuzhou had amassed an adequate supply of transport vehicles and stakes. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult to launch an infantry assault against the cavalry. It can be said that Yuzhou's military prowess had risen significantly, enabling even the foot soldiers to play a pivotal role on the vast plains of battle. As the days swiftly passed, Bai Qi returned to Yuzhou leading his cavalry. After upgrading the equipment of the White Horse Brigade, the cavalry was set to march forth towards the northwest without delay. They were to traverse the mountain paths, namely the Juyong Pass of later years, crossing the Yinshan Mountains and passing through the ancient region of Yunzhou en route to Yinshan. There, on the vast grasslands north of the Hetao region, they would confront the forces of the Western Turks in a decisive battle. This journey would undoubtedly be arduous. However, Li Yu had unwavering faith that his army possessed the resilience to overcome all challenges, especially with the presence of the vengeful Shura, who would manage the majority of the logistical tasks, thereby simplifying the march somewhat. Thus, a grand procession of 60,000 cavalry, accompanied by over 8,000 vengeful Shura, exited the city of Yuzhou, heading straight for their destination, Yinshan. Simultaneously, the Western Turkic forces had already arrived at the Hetao Plains. Upon reaching the relatively flat terrain, Tong Yehu led 30,000 cavalry, detaching from the main body as the vanguard to advance towards Yinshan. Their role was not merely to serve as the forefront of the army, but also to scout out various temporary encampments. Concurrently, they were entrusted with the vital task of gathering intelligence. The vanguard possessed a level of mobility unattainable by the main forces, as they were not burdened by excessive supplies, granting them greater flexibility on the battlefield. For instance, when encountering large enemy formations, they could easily withdraw from combat and regroup with the main forces to strategize their next moves. Thus, the existence of the vanguard was indispensable. Just as Li Yu's contingent of 60,000 cavalry and nearly 10,000 vengeful Shura functioned as a mobile force, Tong Yehu's command comprised solely of cavalry as well, aimed at securing the initiative in combat. Leveraging their superior mobility, they sought to dictate the rhythm of the battle. Both sides, unsurprisingly, made identical strategic choices, designating Yinshan as a strategically significant waypoint. Indeed, the circumstances affirmed this assessment. The location of Yinshan serves as a crucial passageway for the northern tribes during their incursions into the Central Plains. Corresponding to Yinshan is the Yanmen Pass in Taiyuan Prefecture. Upon reaching Yinshan, the Western Turks would determine their subsequent offensive direction. They might launch a fierce assault on Yanmen Pass, advancing directly towards Chang'an via the Taiyang Mountains, or they could cross the Yellow River to march southward. Alternatively, they could adhere to their original plan and continue eastward, heading towards Yuzhou. Each of these options presents itself as a choice, reliant upon the final decision of the chieftain Tong Yehu. Li Yu's decision to intercept the Western Turks at Yinshan stemmed from his belief that, regardless of their foolishness, the Turks would not recklessly attack the easily defendable Yanmen Pass. Since Yanmen was unlikely to serve as their primary target, the Western Turks essentially faced only two viable options. Should they opt to cross the river and head south, they would bypass Yinshan entirely, forcibly crossing the river from the north of Hetao. In such a scenario, even if Li Yu controlled the Yinshan passage, he would not encounter them, a relatively favorable outcome for him. However, if the Western Turks resolved to assault Yuzhou, Yinshan would become an inevitable route. If interception at Yinshan was possible, why concede more territory? It is crucial to note that there are multiple paths from ancient Yunzhou to Yuzhou. Should the Western Turks seize Yinshan, There is no telling from what direction these marauders might emerge. Collectively, for both sides, Yinshan assumes immense strategic significance. Their simultaneous decision-making is an inevitable consequence of chance. This battle, ultimately, becomes unavoidable. Leading an army of 300,000 cavalry, Tang Yehu galloped across the Hetao plain. Gazing at the vast northern steppes, he shared his aspirations with his aide, gesturing towards the northeast. This territory is nearly that of our eastern brethren. It is said that the Khagan of the Tiela tribe, Xieli, has lost his glory and cannot command this land. Once we raid the lands of the Tang dynasty to the east, we shall return to seize this territory. At that time, the entire northern steppe will belong to us. The Uyghurs, we shall attack the Tang dynasty whenever we wish. With gradual development, perhaps in a few centuries, we may even incorporate the lands of the Tang into Uyghur territory. The vast expanse of the plain inspires a sense of elation. As one's heart expands, so too does ambition swell. Before even penetrating Yuzhou, Tang Yehu began to envision the future of the Western Turks. It remains unclear from where he draws such confidence, boasting grandly. Yet, it seems his aide genuinely believes him, showering him with flattery in the Turkic tongue, eliciting hearty laughter from Tang Yehu. It is as though they are embarking upon a broad avenue, poised to embrace a radiant future. Yet, one cannot help but wonder if Tang Yehu will still wear a smile upon witnessing the troops of Yuzhou. However, considering his notoriously arrogant disposition, it is likely that he will only realize the magnitude of his error after colliding with the southern wall. Days swiftly passed, and Li Yu awoke from his slumber. Upon stepping out of the grand tent to inhale the fresh air, a novel system notification resonated in his ears. A week's time has elapsed. The host may now check in. Check in. There is little to deliberate. One should seize the opportunity for free rewards without hesitation. To neglect such an opportunity is indicative of flawed thinking. In any case, checking in is straightforward. If one can sign in, one should do so with fervor. As the words left his lips, the system notification reappeared. Congratulations, host. You have received check-in rewards. Shiliang Army X10, 000, Golden Fire Cavalry X10, 000. Chapter 132. Encountering the enemy. Upon hearing the rewards from the sign-in, Li Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he reconfirmed the announcement. To his astonishment, the information was indeed accurate. 20,000 cavalry? When did the system become so generous? It was not merely surprise. The enormity of this sign-in reward was staggering. His forces already boasted nearly 70,000 cavalry. With the addition of these 20,000, the total would amount to 90,000 iron steeds. It is crucial to remember that these are cavalry, not infantry. 90,000 cavalry, setting aside their combat prowess, would require an immense amount of resources to sustain. Currently, the territory of Yuzhou lacked even the vast grasslands necessary for their upkeep. How would he manage to nourish such a multitude of cavalry in the future? Li Yu raised his chin and gazed northward, where Ulan Chabu was situated. Surrounding Ulan Chabu lay expansive grasslands. In other words, was the system encouraging him to expand northward? Or perhaps, the system had no such intention at all. It might be that the system had sensed his aspirations and was striving towards the outcome Li Yu ultimately desired. If this were indeed the case, it would be rather intriguing. A smile crept upon Li Yu's lips as he upgraded the Shiliang troops to Shiliang Iron Cavalry. He then manifested the 20,000 soldiers. After enjoying breakfast and tidying the camp, the army set forth once more, continuing their westward march. They had already traversed Yanmen Pass and would reach Yinshan by day's end. As the destination drew ever closer, Li Yu's spirit soared with fervor. 30,000 heavily armored cavalry, 30,000 heavy cavalry, alongside 20,000 elite light cavalry. The quality of this force would undoubtedly allow them to dominate the grasslands. It remained uncertain whether the cavalry of the Western Turkic Khaganate could withstand the onslaught of such a formidable army. The mission indicated that the vanguard of the Western Turkic Khaganate comprised 300,000 troops. Perhaps this battle would prove far easier than anticipated. All of this hinged on how the forthcoming conflict would unfold, and Li Yu was filled with eager anticipation. Before them lay the vast grasslands of Yinshan, as the terrain gradually ascended while moving westward. Simultaneously, the ground shifted from dull, brown earth to verdant meadows. From these various changes, it was evident that they were not far from Yinshan. As soon as Li Yu's inquiry was voiced, Yin Shi, marching alongside him, provided an answer. 200 miles to the south lies the Yellow River. For now, we can say that we are approaching Yanshan, with about another 100 miles to our true destination. So, we shall certainly arrive today? Li Yu inquired further. Yanshan responded with certainty. We shall undoubtedly arrive. What of the reconnaissance ahead? Have any enemy forces been detected? As of now, no enemy troops have infiltrated this area. Although a clearer assessment will depend on today as findings from our brothers. There is no need to rush. We will take our time. This marks the second occasion in recent times that Li Yu has departed from Yuzhou. The previous instance was to provide support for Wugong City, which left him little time to appreciate the scenery along the way. However, this time, there is no pressing need to rush, granting Li Yu ample opportunity to admire the breathtaking beauty of the grasslands. The azure sky and the endless expanse of verdant grass evoke a sense of tranquility. Accompanied by the gentle spring breeze that occasionally caresses his face, Li Yu savors a rare moment of contentment. While one might hesitate to speak of other matters, the scenery here is undeniably enchanting. A visit to the Yin Mountains during spring can uplift even the heaviest of hearts. Perhaps incorporating this region into Yozhou's territory would be a commendable choice. With such thoughts in mind, Li Yu turned to the ever-silent Yang Hen. Yang Hen, what are your thoughts on this place? If you were to live in such an environment, would it rekindle your desire for life? Desire? Yang Hen's gaze momentarily clouded, only to shift again into a chilling clarity. A wraith knows not the warmth of life, only the cold embrace of vengeance. Oh, the cost of your quest for retribution is indeed heavy, Li Yu mused, blinking in contemplation. He then diverted his attention to Bai Qi. And you? What are your views on this locale? I exist solely for your highness, Bai Qi replied with a gentle smile, his tone mild yet devoid of any discernible emotion. Upon hearing their responses, Li Yu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. His inquiry had been flawed from the outset. How foolish to have uttered such a question. He shook his head in wry amusement, finding the irony in his own thoughts. Casting aside these trivial musings, Li Yu redirected his gaze forward, focusing on the distant mountains. Just as he anticipated a continuation of their journey in silence, he suddenly spotted a figure emerging in the distance. Squinting for a clearer view, he discerned that the individual appeared to be one of the Yun 18 knights. Yin Shi, riding alongside Li Yu, followed his gaze and confirmed. That is indeed Yin San. He is responsible for gathering intelligence west of the Yin Mountains. It seems he has uncovered news of the enemy. Enemy news? Li Yu pondered. So we have encountered our target upon our arrival at the Yin Mountains? Patiently, he awaited Yin San's approach. The scout galloped forth and swiftly reached Li Yu, ready to relay the information. Your Highness, we have detected a substantial number of Turkic cavalry deep within the Yin Mountains. I suspect they are intent on invading Yuzhou, specifically the forces of the Western Turkic Ugas. Ugas refers to a confederation of tribes, distinct from the individual tribal name of the Tiela. The Ugas typically signifies a coalition of multiple tribes. Though Eastern and Western Turks belong to the same ethnic group, they are, in fact, two entirely different nations, with significant differences in their customs and governance. For instance, the Eastern Turks are a people of mounted warriors, while their Western counterparts have begun to embrace agricultural civilization. In terms of troop composition, the Western Turks are likely to be more diversified with infantry, unlike their Eastern counterparts who predominantly rely on cavalry. Returning to the main topic, it is evident that Yin San has discerned the presence of the enemy's main forces. This likely indicates an imminent confrontation between the two armies. Engaging in battle without any preparation is evidently an imprudent decision. Li Yu raised his right hand, signaling everyone to cease their march, and inquired meticulously about the intelligence from the front. What is the current status of the Turks? How far are they from our forces? Relate all this information to me. I require more detailed reports. With his gesture, the marching column came to a halt. Observing that Li Yu made no further moves, the army maintained its current formation, awaiting further instructions from Li Yu. Chapter 133. Strategy. The precise location of the enemy's Grand Army lies approximately 30 miles west of the Yin Mountains, with their numbers estimated to exceed 100,000. Due to the overwhelming size of the enemy forces, my subordinates dared not venture too deeply, merely managing a hurried glance. From the state of affairs upon my departure, it appears they are in the process of establishing camp, searching for water sources, and scouting the surrounding terrain. The composition of their forces predominantly consists of cavalry, their horses appearing robust and clearly bred for warfare. Yen San recounted the vital aspects one by one, sharing whatever thoughts crossed his mind. Upon hearing this, Liu raised his hand to halt him. Are you suggesting they have firmly established themselves in the Yin Mountains? After a moment of reflection, Yen San affirmed, geographically speaking, they occupy the most advantageous terrain. Should we confront them head-on, we would likely find ourselves at a disadvantage. Ah, Liu comprehended, pondering briefly before inquiring further. Were you detected? Upon my departure, I did raise the enemy's alertness, and a few cavalry pursued me. When I returned, I engaged in counter-surveillance, intending to eliminate these pursuers. However, they seemed more focused on driving me away rather than pressing the chase, so I abandoned that plan. Yen San responded with utmost seriousness, conveying every detail of his experience without embellishment. After listening, Liu gained a rudimentary understanding of the current state of the Western Turks. It appeared that the value of launching a surprise attack had diminished significantly. Advancing directly against them seemed futile. Speaking to himself, Liu directed Bai Qi summoned the general of the White Horse Cavalry and the officers to assemble. For this battle, we shall employ some strategy and see if we can deceive them. Yes. Bai Qi clasped his fists in salute and departed to gather the light cavalry command team. Liu then turned to Yen San and Yen Shi, instructing them. Both of you shall conduct reconnaissance. There is no need to venture too far. Just ensure you remain vigilant. I require some time to devise our tactics, and I will rely on you for the vigilance. Without hesitation, the two complied and departed. At that moment, Yang Hen spoke up. Wouldn't it be better to assign the vigilance to our vengeful Azura? Liu glanced at her and replied, I understand your desire to take on more responsibility to vanquish the Turkic beasts and contribute further. However, you should also recognize that the vengeful Azura lacks the necessary training for such specialized tasks. Even if they were to oversee vigilance, they would struggle to bring back valuable intelligence. Thus, there is no need for unnecessary exertion. Let the professionals handle the specialized matters. Yang Hen fell silent, accepting Liu's reasoning without further protest. As they conversed, Bai Qi led the light cavalry command team to the front. Upon their arrival, Liu dismounted, retrieved a virtual sand table, and activated the virtual imagery. Gather around, he instructed. He beckoned to a group of individuals, then directed his focus toward the sand table. The enemy's position was generally located in this area, though it remained obscured due to the considerable distance. However, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that you grasped their approximate location. Liu's fingers danced swiftly across the virtual image, occasionally magnifying and reducing the view. Based on the displayed content, he delineated the forthcoming tactics. Currently, the situation was such that the enemy occupied a favorable position, and their numbers significantly surpassed our own. Consequently, the option of engaging in direct combat could be dismissed. What I am contemplating now is whether there exists a method to disrupt the enemy's formation and lure them out. Take a closer look at this area I have magnified. It features a depression resembling a basin. To the east lies a small hill, whose rear could easily conceal a substantial number of troops. If you can entice the enemy into this location, we may launch a surprise attack, potentially annihilating them here. At this point, Liu turned his gaze to the assembled officers, seeking their perspectives. What are your thoughts? Do you believe this strategy possesses any viability? According to the intelligence brought back by Yen San, the enemy's current position is still quite distant from the Turkic army, approximately 80 li away. This distance surpasses the range of our scouts. In other words, the Yuzhou army likely remains outside the enemy's line of sight. This can be leveraged to our advantage, allowing us to catch the enemy off guard. The concern, however, lies in the fact that 80 li seems rather far. Can we truly lure the enemy out over such a distance? One subordinate expressed his apprehension. The distance is too great, even at full gallop. It would take nearly half an hour, and the enemy may not fall for the ruse. This plan indeed holds potential, but the primary issue is the distance. 80 li, or roughly 40 kilometers, is no minor span. To draw the enemy deeper does require careful execution. Enticing them forward by 20 li should be feasible. Yet 80 li, frankly, seems somewhat exaggerated. In response, Liu maintained an air of calm, as if he did not perceive this as a challenge. He spoke with composure. Your White Horse Edong comprises a total of 20,000 troops, correct? What if you were to divide your forces into 4 segments, conducting long-range harassment from all directions? Is there a possibility of inciting the enemy? The leading subordinate was about to express his hesitation, But as he glanced at Li Yu, his eyes caught sight of a weapon, and he suddenly awakened to realization. Are you suggesting the Zhuge crossbow? He nearly forgot about the Zhuge crossbow. If we were to use ordinary bows and arrows to harass the enemy, we would face significant difficulties. Firstly, the enemy also possesses light cavalry and is similarly equipped with bows and arrows. In circumstances of similar conditions, attempting to harass equally ranked units is no trivial task. One must recognize that when the cavalry of the White Horse is capable of targeting the Turkic horsemen, it implies that they too are within the enemy's range of attack. Should one misplay the situation, it could result in a one-for-one exchange with the enemy forces, leading to significant losses. However, the introduction of the Zhuge crossbow alters the equation entirely. Not only does it boast a superior rate of fire, but its range is generally about 50% greater than that of a standard longbow. Range is justice, firepower is truth. With these two formidable advantages, the White Horse cavalry might very well outmaneuver the Turks. Realizing this, the commander of the White Horse cavalry regarded Li Yu with newfound respect. Was this also part of your calculations? Chapter 134. The newly unveiled ultimate troop indeed. It is the Zhuge crossbow. Li Yu smiled as he gazed at the crowd, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Now that you have been bestowed with this divine weapon, should you not utilize it to its fullest potential? The combination of light cavalry with the most formidable ranged weaponry should surely illuminate what this entails. Imagine, you can strike your adversaries at will while they remain utterly powerless against you. What an exhilarating experience that would be. Today marks the moment for you to showcase your prowess. Reflect upon the advantages of the Zhuge crossbow and deliver a harrowing lesson to the enemy. When it comes to the tactical maneuvering of light cavalry, the Mongolian horsemen of later ages serve as the prime example. Harnessing the advantages of mounted archery, they wreaked havoc across the vast steppes. When pursued, they exploited their superior range to toy with their foes, akin to flying kites. Should the enemy attempt to flee, they would flank them, employing their exquisite archery skills to dominate the battlefield. Even with merely the advantage of archery, the Mongols swept across the entirety of Eurasia. The Zhuge crossbow possesses two significant advantages, range and rate of fire, making it illogical for the Turkic forces to outmatch us. The combat effectiveness of elite light cavalry is by no means inferior to that of the heavily armored cavalry. In fact, one might argue that the contributions of light cavalry could surpass those of their heavily armored counterparts. While heavy cavalry excels in direct confrontation, light cavalry boasts a more versatile and formidable presence. Except for its lack of charge power, light cavalry excels in nearly every other aspect. Especially when armed with a superior ranged weapon, this troop type undergoes a transformative enhancement. Upon hearing Li Yu's pre-battle rallying cry, the crowd immediately invigorated, expressing their unwavering determination to fulfill the mission. Beyond declarations of resolve, another question arose. What if the enemy remains resolute and refuses to take the bait? After all, the ability to lure the enemy into a trap does not solely depend on our efforts, but rather on the enemy's willingness to engage. Upon hearing this question, Li Yu smiled and glanced at the man's quiver. How many spare crossbow bolts do you have in your quiver? The sergeant momentarily faltered before responding. Over 50. He failed to grasp the significance behind Li Yu's inquiry. In the next moment, Li Yu declared, "Then shoot them all before returning." At this, the sergeant instantly comprehended his course of action. If the enemy is unwilling to take the bait, then utilize the range advantage to eliminate them. You choose not to pursue, then prepare to be hunted. The White Horse Company, armed with their range superiority, wields absolute initiative and need not fear the enemy's reluctance to engage. Bear in mind, we are amidst an expansive prairie, devoid of any cover. If they refuse to pursue, they shall become mere targets. The enemy possesses no viable options. Thus, for the White Horse Company, the enemy's willingness to engage becomes inconsequential. With 20,000 light cavalry, there are a total of 100,000 crossbow bolts at our disposal. Even if an average of 20 arrows can slay a single foe, the tally of victories could amount to as many as 50,000. With such an impressive record of achievements, how could one not revel in it? Why must one be so preoccupied with whether the enemy will fall for the ruse? The officer was thoroughly convinced by the stratagem devised by Li Yu. He immediately knelt to receive orders, pledging to lead the army forthwith. A formidable contingent of 20,000 light cavalry, under the command of various generals, swiftly detached from the main force. Meanwhile, Li Yu himself led the remaining 60,000 troops toward the predetermined ambush. The army set forth once more, a grand procession advancing toward the direction of Yinshan. It feels as though the number of light cavalry is still somewhat insufficient. If only an additional 10,000 white horse riders could join. It seems that heavy cavalry would be unnecessary to vanquish those beasts of the Western Turks. Li Yu murmured nonchalantly, expressing dissatisfaction with the current composition of his forces. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry, when charging formations, resembles heavy tanks, instilling terror in the hearts of men who dare not face their onslaught. Yet, in the vast grasslands, such mobility pales in comparison to that of light cavalry. Conversely, the Golden Fire Cavalry and the Imperial Guard Iron Cavalry maintain commendable maneuverability. Yet they still cannot rival the specialized light cavalry of the White Horse Riders, capable of executing tasks that conventional troops cannot, thanks to their unparalleled agility. Li Yu now only hopes that the enemy may exhibit some aggression, allowing the light cavalry to lure them in. Otherwise, the 30,000 Shiliang Iron Cavalry may very well gather dust. Such a powerful unit, if not utilized effectively, would be a tremendous waste. It remains uncertain how temperamental the Western Turks are, and whether they dare to pursue. Bai Qi, overhearing Li Yu's mutterings, could not help but feel exasperated. Your Highness, surely, there exists no more formidable cavalry composition than ours in this world. Do you not feel a pang of guilt when uttering such words? With 2,000 elite light cavalry, 30,000 top-tier heavy cavalry, along with an additional 30,000 highly skilled heavy cavalry, there lies a total of 80,000 superior horsemen. Such a force would surely leave the Tang dynasty envious. And this is merely the cavalry, not accounting for the high-level specialized infantry. While those infantry may struggle against the nomads, they possess overwhelming strength when confronted with agrarian civilizations. Bai Qi confidently asserts that should Li Yu dare to command a southern advance, the Yuzhou army could easily sweep across the entirety of the Tang dynasty. Despite facing an aggregate of 900,000 troops, in terms of military prowess, they pale in comparison to Li Yu's formidable 100,000 strong. The disparity between professional soldiers and amateur warriors is astoundingly vast. Though the Turks are referred to as cavalry, they are more akin to herdsmen. One is a force born solely for the purpose of war, while the other spends the majority of their time tending to livestock, only occasionally engaging in battle. The difference between the two can be described as night and day. In the past, when Yuzhou was still in turmoil, concerns about manpower shortages were a pressing issue. However, as of now, the military strength of Yuzhou has risen to unprecedented heights. In the words of Bai Qi, this expedition is essentially akin to a mere exercise in subduing the weak. Particularly after the White Horse Yizhong acquired the Zhuge crossbow, the Turks have become utterly insignificant. This is unequivocally a one-sided conflict. Bai Qi could scarcely envision any possibility of defeat for his side. At this moment, Yuzhou stands unparalleled in power. With 90,000 elite cavalry charging forth, one must ponder how victory could elude them. Understand without needing to articulate, do you? Li Yu shot Bai Qi a disapproving glance and retorted, if you speak in such terms, how can I showcase the wisdom of this king and the might of our army? A force of 90,000 decisively defeating 300,000 Turkic cavalry. Does that not sound impressive when conveyed to others? Very well, perhaps I have spoken too freely. Bai Qi tugged at the corner of his mouth and offered a flattering compliment. Your Majesty, the King of Yin, is formidable and unrivaled across the realm. Chapter 135. The might of the crossbow. Across the vast expanse of the grasslands, countless steeds grazed, their heads lowered to feast upon the tender green shoots sprouting from the earth. Clad in full armor, the Turkic soldiers clustered together, gesturing animatedly as they engaged in lively conversation. Their laughter and playful shoving suggested a camaraderie filled with jest. A gentle breeze, imbued with the essence of spring, wafted through the air, imparting a sense of comfort and delight. Tunyahu, the commander, sat regally upon a stone, quenching his thirst from a leather water pouch with unabashed vigor. Wiping his mouth with a flourish after taking a hearty swig, he placed his hands on his hips, puffing out his chest as he gazed toward the east. Beyond the Yin Mountains lay Yuzhou, and he earnestly hoped it was as prosperous as the tale spun by his companions. Otherwise, the endeavor to unify the Turkic tribes would lack allure, and the true excitement lay in the company of women. In appearance alone, Tunyahu could be deemed unkempt and coarse. His visage hardly betrayed the malevolence that resided within. Yet, his casual remarks hinted at a heart devoid of benevolence. After all, what noble spirit would lead an army to invade the Tang dynasty? The visage of a villain is not always marked by overt malevolence. A lack of ferocity in one's appearance does not signify innocence. Leading his cavalry, Tunyahu had been on the march for an extended duration. His current encampment was merely a momentary respite. Once his troops recovered their strength, they would resume their journey, heading straight toward the territories of Yuzhou. However, unbeknownst to Tunyahu, a grim fate was already looming. Report. A frantic shout shattered the tranquility of the grasslands. The resting Turkic cavalrymen were jolted awake by the sudden outcry, their startled gazes turning toward the source of the commotion. They beheld a disheveled scout of their own, tumbling to the ground, scrambling to his feet, and rushing toward Tunyahu, who was still at rest. Report. A multitude of cavalry has appeared, and they are slaughtering our brethren. Commander, you must come at once. The scout's urgent cries reverberated, prompting many to mount their steeds, evidently prepared for battle. Tunyahu leapt from the stone, hastily donning his boots, his voice tinged with panic. What is happening? Whose cavalry is it? Why do our brothers not resist? You must tell me everything. Gasping for breath, the scout's eyes reflected terror as he relayed the unfolding calamity. It is the Tang dogs, the cavalry of Yuzhou. They are shooting arrows from a great distance. We cannot reach them at all. Though his words were fragmented, Tunyahu grasped the essence of the message. Yet, he was puzzled by the notion of archers attacking from afar. What did they mean by being out of reach? How far could this distance truly be? With determination, Tunyahu set forth, his steps imbued with urgency, following the scout toward the location of the cavalry. Upon cresting a small hill and beheld the battlefield, Tunyahu was left speechless, his heart gripped by horror. A deluge of arrows obscured the sky, resembling a swarm of bees that enveloped the heavens. Like a torrential downpour, the arrows rained down upon the flustered army, causing numerous Turkic cavalry to fall in clusters, akin to wheat being harvested. This scene astonished Tunyahu, who had never anticipated that his troops would face such formidable firepower. Even more alarming was the astonishing range of the arrows, far exceeding his expectations. The nearly 300 meters they traversed was beyond the capabilities of mere human strength. No wonder the scouts had reported an inability to retaliate. It was indeed a dire situation. Counterattack. Tell the brothers to mount their horses and pursue those Tang dogs. Tunyahu bellowed after a brief moment of shock. The surrounding captains of the Western Turkic cavalry hastily mounted their steeds, calling to those resting nearby. In mere moments, the dense army rallied behind Tunyahu. With little time for further instructions, he shouted, "Charge! If our range is insufficient, we will close the distance. The number of these Tang dogs is far fewer than ours. Let us annihilate them." The army surged forth like a tempest, a tide of humanity crashing towards the distant Bai Mai Kong. The thunderous hooves of the horses pounded the earth, causing the very ground to tremble as if an ancient beast had awakened, wreaking havoc upon the land. "Brothers, Commander Tunyahu has come to our aid. All those still alive, mount your horses and retaliate. Let us strike back together. These Tang dogs dare to ambush us. Let them pay the price. By the heavens, so many of our brothers have fallen. It infuriates me. We must slay them. They must pay for their actions." The Western Turkic cavalry was divided into several groups, resting and regaining their strength in different areas. The cavalry regiment that was attacked belonged to one such group. Suddenly, a relentless rain of arrows descended, suppressing them to the point where they could barely lift their heads. With the main force now arrived, they were determined to retaliate. The vengeful spirit of the nomadic warriors, molded by their savage lifestyle, ignited an extraordinary ferocity within them. Those Turkic warriors who survived the onslaught of arrows grimaced as they mounted their steeds, merging into the main body of troops to pursue the enemy. In the distance, the leader of the Bai Mai Tsong, Yang Zhen, smiled as he beheld the sudden onslaught of the Turkic cavalry. These brutes cannot remain idle. Brothers, retreat while firing. Show them what the kite tactics entail." Yang Zhen chuckled heartily, ordering the light cavalry to turn and retreat. As the battle flags waved, the various divisions of Bai Mai Tsong turned their steeds towards the east in retreat. Simultaneously, the light cavalry leaned forward, drawing their repeating crossbows to fire at the distant foes. The ingenious design of the crossbow allowed for an exceptionally rapid rate of fire. After pulling the trigger and launching an arrow, they merely needed to load another bolt and reset the bowstring with a simple motion of the semi-fixed knob. The entire process requires merely 5 seconds. Thanks to advanced weaponry, the cavalry of the White Horse Brigade holds an overwhelming advantage in long-range combat. As they flee, they continuously shoot backward, unleashing a torrent of arrows that results in substantial casualties. The formidable power of the repeating crossbow is vividly demonstrated at this moment. What exhilaration! It is my first experience in such a gratifying battle. We are solely engaged in the act of slaying our foes, while the enemy lacks any opportunity for retaliation. This confrontation is truly exhilarating. Amidst the intervals of shooting, a light cavalryman exclaims in delight. Although they have previously managed to harass the enemy with distant shots, these were nothing more than scattered arrows. Apart from their nuisance value, it is exceedingly difficult to inflict widespread devastation. Chapter 136. The Kite Tactics. Once the White Horse Yitzhong acquired the Zhuge crossbow, everything transformed dramatically. The power of the Zhuge crossbow surpassed that of the longbow by a considerable margin. Coupled with its straightforward shooting mechanism and extraordinary range, the White Horse Yitzhong underwent a metamorphosis, emerging as one of the most formidable military units in existence. The thrill of such unilateral dominance in battle was exhilarating. However, shooting while riding resulted in a notable decrease in accuracy. Taking lives was no longer as effortless as before, which was rather unfortunate. Yet, even managing to kill was commendable. So why complain? Just imagine the frustration of those Turkic beasts. You would no longer feel any regret. Indeed, one should simply engage directly. Each warrior had more than 50 arrows at their disposal, ample enough for our casual consumption. The once frantic scene of fleeing became remarkably relaxed due to the overwhelming firepower. The White Horse Yitzhong maintained their distance while casually conversing with one another, sharing their experiences of this one-sided domination. It must be said that the impact of the Zhuge crossbow on this unit was profound, greatly enhancing their capabilities and allowing the White Horse Yitzhong to revel in the joy of being powerful. However, it must also be acknowledged that the issue of decreased accuracy was indeed present. Even with the user-friendly Zhuge crossbow, shooting from horseback was no simple feat. Maintaining a general direction amidst the tumultuous motion was already quite challenging, let alone achieving precise kills. Nevertheless, despite these difficulties, the White Horse Yitzhong inflicted substantial casualties through overwhelming fire. The chase ensued for nearly 20 miles, with Tong Yehua's eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the distant Tang cavalry, his chest swelling with anger. Those Tang cavalry were utterly contemptible, relying on their range advantage to incessantly rain arrows upon them. Occasionally, they would halt, waiting for the Turks to close the gap. Tong Yehu felt a surge of blood rush to his temples, his head spinning with rage. They must annihilate this pack of beasts. How dare they mock the warriors of the grasslands? This humiliation was unbearable. During the pursuit, Tong Yehu often roared to bolster the morale of his troops. These barbaric leaders were as stubborn as iron. In their fury, they had entirely forsaken reason. When Tong Yehu commanded them to chase, they charged forward relentlessly, indifferent to their losses. Yet, even so, the distance between the two sides remained unbridged, as arrows from the opposing side flew and inflicted casualties. The bodies of fallen horses and riders created obstacles, making it difficult for them to advance. Under such circumstances, the Turks could not catch up to the White Horse Yitzhong. However, in their rage, they paid little heed to these details. If they truly understood the meaning of calmness, they would not be mockingly referred to as barbarians. Commander, we have already pursued nearly 25 miles. Shall we continue the chase? The distance is so great that it has exceeded the range of reconnaissance patrols. These cunning Tang dogs are known for their treachery. Surely, there must be a trap. Tong Yehua was consumed by rage, unable to maintain his composure. However, his aide remained rational, expressing concerns regarding the pursuit. Instinctively, Tong Yehua felt the urge to scold, but as he observed the unyielding distance on either side, doubts began to stir within him. He suddenly recognized the validity of his subordinate's words. Yet, in the next moment, a sharp arrow shot forth, narrowly missing his hairdo. The brief moment of calm had ignited his fury once more. He yanked the bolt from his head and snapped it in two, growling. These feeble Tang dogs only dare to shoot from a distance like cowards. Even if they have an ambush, do you truly believe they can best us? Don't be ridiculous. Regardless of whether they have reinforcements, let us slay them all. His aide hesitated to interject further, but the ferocity in Tang Yehua's gaze caused him to shudder, silencing him. The beast had been thoroughly provoked. At this point, no one could dissuade him. One could only hope that these Tang dogs had no reinforcements. Otherwise, the ensuing battle could hold dire consequences. What news? Is there any activity on the virtual sand table? Liu lay on the grass, gazing skyward at the blue heavens and drifting clouds. Nestled in the verdant expanse of the prairie, he felt invigorated by the life-giving spring breeze. It was a most delightful sensation. Perfect. At this moment, the army required rest before the battle, and everyone was taking a breather. Liu reclined on the grass, devoid of any guilt. Beside him, Bai Qi remained vigilant, his focus on the virtual sand table. The effective detection range of the sand table spanned 10 miles, an undeniably limited area. Until the enemy ventured into this zone, the sand table could not lock onto their presence. Bai Qi glanced towards Liu, casually remarking, "The sand table shows no signs of activity. We have yet to locate the enemy. They are likely en route, or perhaps have not been provoked by the white horse Isong." "Oh, I see." Liu yawned, placing his hands behind his head. "Let us take our time. There is no need to rush. Even if we cannot lure them in, it matters not. We can simply let the white horse Isong wear them down, which is perfectly acceptable. With the formidable power of the Zhuge crossbow, the white horse Isong can effectively eliminate the enemy's living forces. If a swift conclusion to the battle is unattainable, we may allow the white horse Isong to gradually consume them. After all, these barbarians lack shields or any form of ranged defense. Thus, we can engage in this battle as we see fit. Unlike before, where a skilled artisan could not work without materials, due to the scarcity of troops, we had to devise various strategies and segment our plans into multiple phases for a standard campaign. At this juncture, there is no necessity for elaborate embellishments. Simply advancing straightforwardly would suffice. Of course, such audacity is only feasible upon the vast expanse of the prairie. In more intricate terrains, one must still rely on the coordination of infantry. After inquiring about the battlefield situation, Liu, perceiving a favorable atmosphere, engaged in casual conversation with Bai Qi and Yang Hen. Strangely, both of them exhibited a remarkable lack of interest in matters beyond warfare. Only Liu was willing to broach such topics, offering perfunctory responses. Were it anyone else, they would likely not even acknowledge him. Amidst this forced banter, they waited. After a brief moment, Bai Qi seemed to notice a new development and promptly reported, "Your Highness, there are new circumstances." "Do you not wish to converse, my lord? If so, it is better to refrain from deceit, for dishonesty is not commendable." Chapter 137. Encirclement Tactics. Liu reluctantly rose from the grass, directing his gaze toward the image projected by the virtual sand table. Upon witnessing a multitude of white-clad cavalry appearing at the map's periphery, intermittently discharging their arrows toward the rear, the lethargy etched upon his face vanished, supplanted by a solemn gravity. To his astonishment, these brutes had indeed fallen into the trap. With a deft motion, Liu manipulated the virtual imagery, magnifying a specific section of the battlefield. Before him lay the sight of an exuberant cavalry force, their confident shooting stances indicating that the battle was proceeding remarkably well. It appeared they had sufficiently provoked the Western Turks, and everything unfolded according to plan. "All units, heed my command. Immediately assume a state of readiness. Everyone prepare for combat." Liu bellowed, transmitting his orders. The standard-bearer waved the flag adorned with the character YU, and the seemingly endless ranks of Yuzhou cavalry rose from their resting positions, transitioning into a seated posture of alertness. Liu had commanded a state of vigilance and preparation, not an immediate charge into battle. To maintain their vigor for the ensuing confrontation, ample rest was imperative. Only upon the declaration to mount would they don their armor and finalize their pre-battle preparations. After issuing his command, Liu turned his attention back to the virtual display, where the pursuing Turkish forces had now made their appearance. The sheer density of the troops was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Liu had grown immune to such sights, his eyes darting rapidly across the virtual landscape, relying on his experience to gauge the enemy's strength. This horde likely numbered around 250,000. He pondered whether some had perished at the hands of the white-clad cavalry along the way, as the count seemed awry. "Let us compare notes," he said, glancing toward Bai Qi. What is your assessment of these brutes? Bai Qi narrowed his eyes, preparing to speak. At that moment, Yang Hin interjected. I estimate their numbers to exceed 400,000. I cannot say if I am correct. Li Yu disregarded her input, continuing to focus on Bai Qi, who furrowed his brow and replied, my assessment indicates approximately 240,000, which is 1,000 less than your calculation. If your intelligence is accurate, it is likely that many have perished en route. Losing 50,000 men over a distance of 80 li seems quite plausible, does it not? Bai Qi's assertion lacked conviction. The notion that 20,000 light cavalry could inflict such heavy casualties on over 50,000 enemies seemed absurd. Yet, if they had not been slain by the white-clad cavalry, where had the missing portion gone? Were they left behind to guard the supplies? Or had they encircled from another direction? Did the Western Turks possess the foresight to consider the situation holistically? All these uncertainties plagued Bai Qi's mind. As for their assessment of the army's numbers, it should be deemed accurate. Both individuals are seasoned generals, and it is improbable for them to err simultaneously. Their evaluations are nearly identical, which can only signify one truth. The enemy's total strength lies within that numerical range, with no other possibilities. Listening to Bai Qi's words, Li Yu nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps we have misjudged the practical capabilities of Zhuge's repeating crossbows. Given the intellect of these barbaric foes, they are likely to have committed all their forces. However, we must also remain vigilant against the potential for a surprise attack. During the impending battle, you will command the overall strategy using the virtual sand table, while I shall undertake the task of executing the beheading operation. With just a few words, we delineated our respective roles, awaiting only the enemy's entry into the ambush zone. Meanwhile, Yang Hen hesitated, torn between voicing her thoughts and remaining silent. She yearned to inquire about her own role in this endeavor. Yet, as neither of the two acknowledged her presence, she let out a soft sigh and retreated to a corner, enveloped in solitude. The harsh reality was that without a grasp of military strategy, one had no voice. Time slipped away unnoticed. Yang Zhen swiftly led the white horse Yisong into the designated ambush point, a valley with an elevation difference of nearly 100 meters. As the light cavalry surged downward, Tong Yuhu lost sight of the enemy. Pursue. Even if they are hiding at the valley's base, we need not fear. We possess the advantage of terrain. The Tang dogs cannot match us. Before the adjutant could reiterate his concerns, Tong Yuhu decisively acted. Before them lay an evidently depressed terrain, where the army positioned above held an indisputable advantage. In this respect, Tong Yuhu's assertion was not without merit. The adjutant hesitated to speak, ultimately remaining silent. The pursuing Turkic forces soon sensed the shift as they descended the slope. Tong Yuhu, in an incredibly brief moment, assessed the landscape and could not restrain his laughter. Look at these foolish Tang dogs. They have willingly entered the gorge. Once they are inside, they will find it impossible to escape. They have been cornered into a dire situation. Tong Yuhu laughed maniacally, raising his voice in a rallying cry. All troops, heed my command. Leave 50,000 to encircle the upper valley and rush ahead to eliminate this pack of Tang dogs. The remainder, charge forward with me. Pursue at full speed. The steepness of the slope will hinder their ascent. If we catch up to them, we shall ensure none escape. With that, Tong Yuhu led the charge, the first to race down the gentle slope. As his words spread through the ranks, the morale of the army surged. A pack of wolves, fierce and relentless, surged towards the valley floor. Run? Do you enjoy fleeing? This time, we shall catch you. Once we have you in our grasp, I shall make you suffer, leaving you with no place to rest in death. The fierce glint in Tong Yuhu's eyes revealed his determination to torment those who dared to mock him. Ah, these Turkic warriors have resorted to tactics? They even comprehend the concept of encirclement? Before the battle commenced, I cast one final glance at the image displayed on the virtual sand table. Observing the Turkic cavalry executing a flanking maneuver, Li Yu could not help but smile. He had always perceived the Turks as mere brutes, charging recklessly into battle. Yet here he was witnessing the most fundamental strategy of encirclement. It must be said that Tong Yuhu had earned Li Yu's respect. This individual appeared to possess a degree of cunning that transcended mere mindless aggression. However, did you truly believe that the white horse Yizong would charge in merely to meet their demise? Or do you genuinely think you have secured advantageous terrain? Keep in mind, this is a basin. When you reach the lowest point of the valley, your position is, in fact, the the least favorable. Perhaps your initial assessment was indeed accurate. Yet, once you descend into the fray, everything transforms. The true advantage in terrain lies with us. Chapter 138, The Counter-Encirclement. Everyone mount your horses and promptly adjust your formations. Divide 20,000 Shiliang iron cavalry to charge straight down into the valley, disregarding the white horse Dingdong. They will ensure their retreat. The golden fire cavalry shall follow closely behind, seeking opportunities to pierce through their ranks. The rest shall engage the Turkic cavalry on either side of the cliff. The Shiliang iron cavalry will forge ahead, encircling from the rear of the valley, launching a surprise assault. As for the Imperial Guard iron cavalry, your duty is to pursue the scattered Turkic foes. Do not fret over lack of support. Once the white horse Dingdong arrives, Bai Qi will attend to the reinforcements, aiding you in purging the savages. All arrangements have been communicated. Now, everyone, take your positions. The battlefield's dynamics are exceedingly clear. There is no need for improvisation. Li Yu has assigned all tasks to the cavalry in one decisive move. The remainder is to execute the established orders. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, Bai Qi will assume command, ensuring all is in order. Li Yu's commands swiftly reached every corner of the army. Each soldier comprehended their responsibilities and began to arrange their formations as instructed. The first to prepare were the 20,000 Shiliang iron cavalry. Observing their readiness for the charge, Li Yu raised the Thunder Dragon spear and circled it twice before the ranks. With a grand gesture, he pointed towards the valley's depths and surged forth, leading the charge. Kill! As his command resonated, the Shiliang iron cavalry mounted their steeds, following closely behind. Clad in heavy armor, the weight of their equipment was formidable, causing them to kick up vast clouds of earth as they galloped across the grass. The killing machines, shrouded in iron, manifested upon the battlefield, inducing gasps of awe from the Western Turkic forces who beheld the armored cavalry. What is this? Wasn't it supposed to be light cavalry? How have they transformed into these monstrous figures? We have fallen into a trap. This is a Tang ambush. Those warriors appear exceedingly formidable. What shall we do now? Is that iron? Are they truly clad in iron? Can such heavy armor genuinely be borne by cavalry? The sudden turn of events plunged the Turkic forces into a brief state of chaos. Tyh, perceiving the unfavorable shift, instinctively considered retreat. However, upon glimpsing the steep hills behind them, resembling an insurmountable chasm, his countenance darkened. While their initial descent had brought them exhilaration, the prospect of returning to the heights now felt daunting. Previously, he had fixated on the light cavalry of the Yuzhou army, thinking them incapable of scaling the opposing slopes, neglecting that the Turkic cavalry shared the same limitations. Now, the situation had grown intricate. Observing the thunderous charge of the Shiliang iron cavalry, Tyh steeled himself and bellowed, "Charge! Let us clash with them head-on. Those brutes are merely fearsome paper tigers. No cavalry in the world is stronger than we, the warriors of the grasslands. Let us scatter them." The esteemed reputation of Tang Yehu among the Western Turks cannot be understated, regardless of the validity of his remarks. They serve as an invigorating tonic to the ears of these brutish warriors. The previously anxious Turkic cavalry, upon hearing Tang Yehu's stirring words, surged forward with the fervor of a stimulant, brandishing their whips as they charged towards the Western Liang cavalry. At that moment, the Western Liang cavalry was just beginning their descent from the hillside. What lay directly ahead was not the Turkic cavalry, but rather over 20,000 white horse volunteers. Under the guidance of Li Yu, they appeared oblivious to the white horse volunteers as they launched a ferocious assault against their own ranks. Yet, in an instant, the white horse volunteers, as if rehearsed countless times, swiftly redirected their mounts and dispersed to the sides. Within mere breaths, the path for the charge was cleared. The heavy troops pierced through the midst of the white horse volunteers. Such resoluteness could only be achieved through an unwavering trust forged in the crucible of countless battles. The emergence of the Western Liang cavalry showcased to the barbaric Turks the true essence of cooperation. They struck like a hammer, penetrating their own ranks before crashing violently into the Turkic formations. The words previously uttered by Tang Yehu now echoed as nothing but a jest. The might of the Western Liang cavalry was an unyielding force. The ultimate type of heavy cavalry does not engage lightly. Imagine the scene of a highly mobile mouse tank charging into a formation of T-34s. It is purely a case of dimensionality reduction. Only I may trample forth. Do you wish to harm me? You must be jesting. Equipped with the most advanced armor, the Western Liang cavalry had no need to concern themselves with defense. Their singular focus was upon crushing the enemy. The impact of such heavyweight cavalry is nothing short of terrifying. Even without their lances, the sheer force of their physical assault could obliterate the Turkic horsemen. This was no contest of equal standing. In a matter of minutes, the Western Liang cavalry had carved a bloody path through the ranks of the Turkic forces, claiming the lives of no less than 20,000. However, such a bountiful harvest of victory came at the cost of their momentum. By this time, the impetus of the Western Liang cavalry had dissipated entirely. Even if they wished to resume their charge, it was no longer feasible. Firstly, the exhaustion of their steeds left them drained of strength. Secondly, entangled within the enemy's grip, escape became nearly impossible. They found themselves ensnared within the encirclement, compelled to engage in close combat. Yet, this did not signify the cessation of the Yuzhou army's onslaught. It had merely begun. Although the Western Liang cavalry had lost their momentum, the Golden Fire cavalry's force remained intact. Seizing the breach created by the Western Liang cavalry, the Golden Fire cavalry sliced through the Turkic ranks like a razor-sharp sword, directly penetrating the heart of the enemy's army. This is merely the beginning. After penetrating the past, they did not pause. Instead, propelled by the momentum of their sprint, they surged nearly 100 meters forward once more. As the force of their charge began to dissipate, they turned their steeds, once again aiming their lances at the most vulnerable line of the Turks. Reinforce the defenses, keep them confined within the ranks. As long as we can obstruct them, we shall annihilate them. Only cavalry truly understands cavalry, and as the commander of the cavalry, Tang Yehu was acutely aware of the weaknesses of heavy cavalry. With a heart-wrenching cry, he endeavored to direct the chaos of battle to the best of his ability. Under his command, the central forces of the Turks swiftly reinforced their weak points, striving to conceal their vulnerabilities. The commander of the Golden Fire cavalry, seeing no opportunity to charge, chose to remain stationary and await his moment. He understood well that they would soon have two opportunities to charge, and there was no reason for him to rush. Chapter 139. Capturing the enemy general amidst a sea of troops. Still pondering over the command of battle, are we? Do you presume this king does not exist? Li Yu surged into the heart of the Turkic army as if traversing an uninhabited realm. His steed, the fiery steed, moved with the agility of a nimble rabbit, darting and weaving within the confined space. Li Yu, the master of this magnificent creature, embodied the very essence of a war deity, rampaging through the center of the battlefield. General Tang Yehu, poised to direct his forces and adjust their formation, was suddenly interrupted by a thunderous laughter that echoed around him. He swiftly turned his head to witness a tall young man brandishing a black spear charging towards him. The stern expression that adorned his face was instantly replaced by a furious glare. What audacity! This insolent brat dares to venture alone, seeking to assassinate me? Such gall! He is courting death. Gripping his iron hammer tightly, Tang Yehu charged toward Li Yu. Yet, as his steed took but 2 strides, a blazing figure pierced through the chaos. Instinctively lifting his hammer to counterattack, he was met with a flash of black light. The obsidian spear pierced through his chest, fully embedding itself, emerging from the other side. Li Yu retrieved the Thunder Dragon Fong from behind Tang Yehu, disdainfully curling his lip. Is this all? You dare to boast in my presence, thinking me a mere mortal? Fully embodying the bloodlines of Xingtian and the overlord of Chu, Li Yu was now a ferocious beast walking among humanity. What audacity for a mere mortal to flaunt his bravado before such a creature, unaware of the source of his misplaced courage. You, Tang Yehu gasped, clutching his chest. Disbelief etched across his face. In his final moments, he managed to utter 2 words before collapsing, filled with unquenchable resentment. A swift execution. Undoubtedly, it was a decisive kill. Tang Yehu had not even a moment to react before his life was extinguished. How could this be possible? The adjutant screamed hoarsely, his eyes wide as saucers, brimming with terror and dread. What had he just witnessed? The notorious Tang Yehu, a feared commander in the Western Turkic forces, dispatched with such ease? It was as though Li Yu had crushed him like a mere insect. This is utterly terrifying. Incredulous, you say? I too find it astonishing. Li Yu was amused by the expression of disbelief, erupting into hearty laughter. Then, with a swift kick, The fiery steed surged forward once more. The black spear gleamed again, and the adjutant's head fell to the ground, his face still etched in incredulity. You are quite an interesting fellow. Yet that does not grant you a reprieve from this king. So farewell. As if performing a trivial task, Liu murmured to himself, seemingly unconcerned. Amidst the terrified gazes of those around him, he rode forth to Tong Yehu's side. With a sharp spearhead, he severed his foe's head and hung it aloft. You dare to barter your lives? You shall be met with the swift blade of my rein. Open your eyes and behold your commander. Your strength is so feeble that to extinguish your lives is akin to squashing a swarm of ants beneath my heel. Liu, emboldened like a bull, let his commanding voice resonate through the air. When the beleaguered Turkic soldiers glimpsed the head hanging from his spear, the morale of the Western Turkic army shattered instantaneously. The commander, Yuhu, is dead. This cannot be. How dare you slay our great leader? Do you utter such words in a bid to compel our surrender? That shall never come to pass. Amidst the cacophony of chaotic cries, Liu merely curled his lip in disdain. Surrender? What audacity grants you the confidence to speak of capitulation before me? My intent is the annihilation of your kind. I shall not entertain any notion of surrender. With that, Liu bellowed towards the summit of the valley. It is your turn to descend, eradicate this rabble, and deliver them their fatal blow. The Turkic warriors, bewildered, could not comprehend his words. In the next moment, a multitude of ropes descended from the heights of the valley. Cloaked figures, vengeful reapers, floated into the fray like specters. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, the Turkic army was plunged into utter chaos. What manner of beings are these? Why do such phantoms exist? I wish to surrender. I no longer wish to fight. I beseech you, allow me to become a slave. I do not wish to die. Muster the courage of the steppe people. Do not beg for mercy from the Tang dogs. Do not disgrace our lineage. Just moments ago, a soldier chastising his comrades for their cowardice found his neck pierced by a slender blade, blood gushing forth as he succumbed to the abyss of death. In every corner of the battlefield, a similar realization dawned upon the panicking troops. Witnessing the arrival of these assassins, their morale crumbled, and reason began to unravel. The Golden Fire cavalry seized the opportunity to launch an offensive, weaving through the chaos from all directions. At this juncture, the outcome of the battle in the valley was no longer in doubt. Above in the valley, the Western Liang cavalry, having scattered the enemy, circled to the opposite side, exchanging glances as they regarded the unfolding scene below. Should we proceed with our charge as planned? I fear that to charge downwards would hinder our own forces. The ground below was engulfed in turmoil. The vengeful reapers, the Western Liang cavalry, and the Golden Fire cavalry had already infiltrated the enemy ranks, commencing a sweeping extermination. To break through the enemy lines now might only serve to strike at our own. The officer, sensing the precariousness of the situation, swiftly altered the orders. 5,000 shall guard the mouth of the valley, while another 5,000 shall secure the opposite exit, allowing no one to flee the gorge. As soon as this command was issued, it incited dissent among the ranks. Are there not still fleeing cavalry beyond the gorge? Why don't we pursue them instead? Remaining here will yield no kills. Upon hearing these words, the captain could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation. If you have the ability to chase after them, then by all means, try to catch one. If you succeed, I will take your surname. Spare me your idle chatter. Those tasked with pursuing them have their own orders. Are you not aware of the burden you carry? To chase after cavalry in heavy armor is sheer folly. You would exhaust your steed within a mere 3 or 4 miles. It baffles me how one could conceive such an absurd notion. The questioning cavalry of Shiliang stood stunned, realizing the folly of their words. They lowered their heads in embarrassment and silently obeyed the commands given. Meanwhile, across the canyon, the White Horse Brigade had successfully emerged from the ravine. They followed the command of Bai Qi, charging forth in pursuit of the scattered and fleeing Turkic army. Chapter 140. Mission accomplished. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry and the White Horse Isong, eternally divine. After eliminating the 2 commanders of the Turkic army, Liu withdrew from the fray and ascended to the valley above, gazing down at the merciless slaughter of the Turkic brutes, as well as the fleeing soldiers being pursued in the distance. He couldn't help but marvel at the formidable strength of these 2 ultimate troop types. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry stands unmatched on the battlefield, while the White Horse Isong, equipped with the Zhuge crossbow, excels in both long-range combat and the pursuit of retreating forces. Possessing these two elite units is a sheer delight, especially when complemented by the ruthless and enigmatic Revenge Azura. It is safe to say that the Yuzhou army has risen to its full potential. With such a formidable force at their disposal, Yuzhou shall be invincible in the future. Of course, this achievement is also greatly aided by the intelligence provided by the 18 riders of Yenyun. After observing for a while, the battle in the valley below came to a decisive end. All the Turkic warriors had fallen victim to the vengeful hands of the Revenge Azura. With the presence of the Revenge Azura, any barbarian would meet a dire fate. Hence, the battlefield below undoubtedly bore no survivors. What remained uncertain was the progress of Baiqi's pursuit. Ideally, annihilating every last one of them would be the best outcome. Should this occur, the information from the Ain Mountains would be effectively sealed off. The main Turkic forces would be left puzzled as to why they could not reach the vanguard, devoid of accurate intelligence. As long as this information gap persists, Liu could exploit the advantage to craft a trap for them. Though he held a certain disdain for these enemies, the sheer scale of their 600,000 troops warranted respect. Otherwise, the losses incurred in this battle would be heart-wrenching. While contemplating his next course of action, a clear notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations, host, on defeating the vanguard of the Western Turkic army. Rewards granted, 20,000 White Horse Isong, Coal Mining Technology X1, Large-Scale Iron Smelting Technology X1. A new mission has been issued. Please eliminate the main force of the Western Turkic army and thoroughly extinguish their invasion intentions. Ding. Detected that the host possesses special materials, 20,000 Zhuge crossbows and 1,000 specialized crossbow bolts, meeting the equipment conditions for troop types. Does the host wish to equip the 20,000 White Horse Isong with the Zhuge crossbows and specialized crossbow bolts? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Liu smiled. What else could he say? Of course, he would equip them. He was pleasantly surprised by the system's thoughtful service, directly allocating the resources he already possessed to the newly rewarded units. This greatly alleviated many of his concerns. Since it was a complimentary service, why not take advantage of it? Ding. The system has equipped the Zhuge crossbows for the White Horse Isong. Please check your inventory. The system notification appeared once more, as the newly acquired 20,000 White Horse Isong materialized in the distance. Now, there are an additional 20,000 elite light cavalry under Liu's command. The cavalry has officially surpassed 100,000. This truly is an impressive feat with 40,000 elite light cavalry, 30,000 top-tier heavy cavalry, and an additional 30,000 high-ranking heavy cavalry. The quality of this 100,000 iron steeds is simply beyond compare. One wonders if the system has sensed his aspirations. The units provided this time are precisely those Liu had most desired. The system has indeed become increasingly intuitive, and Liu silently commended it in his heart. Moreover, the two new technologies bestowed are quite remarkable. The coal mining technology and the cast iron smelting technology. Are they intending to advance towards industrialization? If only there were also a railway construction and laying technology, they could commence the establishment of railroads. Regardless of whether they could manufacture the epoch-making steam engine, the railway itself would hold immense value. Currently, I possess the technology for mechanical transport vehicles. If this could be integrated with the railway, it would be nothing short of exhilarating. However, speaking of which, it seems I do not possess railway technology. No matter. Setting aside his lofty daydreams, Liu turned his attention to the newly released tasks by the system. Glancing at the fresh task description, Liu curled his lip in disdain. TSK. Is merely defeating them the requirement? This expectation is rather low. It would be better to annihilate them entirely. There is no need for mercy when dealing with these brutes. A horde of uncivilized savages, their existence is a blight upon the world. It is best to bring about their humane destruction. Had the Turks not inflicted harm upon the common people, Liu might not have treated them so harshly. Yet, these creatures have gone too far, causing the demise of countless souls. Merely slaying their soldiers has already been an act of mercy. As for forgiving them, that is a matter for the King of Hell to decide. Liu's duty is solely to escort them to the underworld. Anything beyond that is not his concern. Once the battlefield within the canyon has been sufficiently cleared, Liu inquired about the whereabouts of the army led by Qin Lianyu. Yan San promptly replied, they should be near Hengshan now, approaching Yinmen Pass. Oh. Liu's eyes brightened as he pressed further. Does this mean they will arrive in 2 or 3 days? Indeed, Your Highness, Yen San nodded in affirmation. For infantry, this distance is manageable. Liu pondered for a moment before asking again. And what of the Turkish forces? According to reports from scouts ahead, they should currently be lingering near Baianar, Yen San responded. In other words, our forces will arrive first, Liu asserted confidently. As Yinshan is closer to Yanmen Pass than Baianar, and the Yuzhou army possesses mechanical transport vehicles, granting them greater mobility than the enemy, with advantages on both fronts. Liu could find no justification for Qin Liangyu's delayed arrival. Yen San's response further confirmed this. General Qin is expected to arrive at Yinshan the day before the Turkic army reaches this place. Your Highness's judgment is indeed astute, and it appears to be accurate. Oh, that is reassuring, Liu interjected, stroking his chin in contemplation. The foremost challenge facing our cavalry forces at present is the insufficient quantity of crossbow bolts. While today's achievements are indeed commendable, they have inevitably led to significant resource depletion. Should Qin Liangyu arrive ahead of schedule, we could replenish these supplies. Consequently, the strength of the White Horse Yizhong would remain at its zenith, allowing us to fully showcase the prowess of our light cavalry. In the face of a cavalry regiment, the White Horse Yizhong would effortlessly outmaneuver them. Against infantry, the advantage would be even more pronounced. Light cavalry would utterly dominate. In other words, Liu merely needs to remain at Yinshan, biding his time while the Western Turkic forces stretch their lines. When that moment arrives, he shall annihilate this horde of brutes. Chapter 141, The Army of Justice? In the county of Boling, Anping, within the estate of a prominent family, a gathering of distinguished nobles adorned in splendid attire convened. Among them were some local members of the Boling Chui clan, while a greater number hailed from distant lands. Historically, the Boling Chui family and the Fanyang Lu family jointly wielded power over Yuzhou, but with the arrival of Liu, all had been usurped. The deaths of Lu Mao and Chui Hongchang further incited feelings of indignation among them. As noble families, the Chui clan could not abide such contempt and humiliation. Their assembly in Boling was ostensibly to seek vengeance for their kin. However, this was merely a fade. Their true intent was to reclaim control of Yuzhou from Liu. As the host of this gathering, the head of the Boling Chui family, Chui Hong, stood in the Great Hall, delivering an impassioned speech. The Grand Prince of Yuzhou dares to defy the dignity of the noble families and has struck down our kin with such ruthlessness. This act contravenes the celestial order and is utterly intolerable. Now that the holy edict has arrived and the banner of righteousness is in our hands, the time is ripe as Yuzhou is currently devoid of military strength. I urge you all to unite and take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enact justice. With that, Chui Hong handed the imperial decree he had received from the court to a servant for distribution, allowing all present to peruse it. The esteemed Li Xiaowei from the prominent Li family of Zhao County was the first to finish reading the decree and promptly declared, "Our noble families have stood together through thick and thin for centuries. Now that the Chui and Lu families are in peril, how can we remain indifferent? It is our duty to unite against the traitors, and my Li family shall lead an army of 20,000 to assist. I hope the Chui family will not find us lacking." Unlike the imperial court, the noble families were local powers. This aristocratic class, which had been flourishing since the Western Han dynasty, had remained illustrious for nearly a millennium, never waning. Even amidst dynastic changes, they continued to be the most esteemed class outside the royal family. Their success was founded upon a singular principle: unity. Thus, when the Chui and Lu families sent word of their lost dominion over Yuzhou, all the esteemed families nearby rallied to their aid. Should they fail to assist now, they would find no support when their own fortunes declined. This wisdom had been honed over centuries of survival among the noble families. Upon hearing Li Xiaowei's humble words, Chui Hong quickly responded, "You are too modest, my friend. We are immensely grateful for your assistance. How could we ever consider it a burden? Please, take your seat and refrain from further expressions of humility." Li Xiaowei then resumed his seat without further ceremony. Just as he settled, Chui Zhen from the Qinghe Chui family rose to speak. "Qinghe and Boling are of one family. We are kin, so I shall dispense with pleasantries. The Qinghe Chui family has also brought 20,000 troops to support our cause. The reason for this modest number is not a lack of willingness to contribute, but rather that the court has requisitioned 20,000 troops, which have yet to be returned. My Western Chui clan is thus unable to muster more. Recently, the situation in Shao Pass has become dire, prompting the court to urgently dispatch troops to the front lines. Given the proximity of the Chui clan of Qinghe to Chang'an, only a limited number of soldiers could be sent. After deploying a portion of their forces, they found themselves increasingly strained. This was well understood by all present, and thus Chui Hong merely stood to express his gratitude without further comment. Subsequently, the Wang family of Langyao rose to speak. As the representative of the Wang clan, Wang Nuo stated, "The Wang family is in decline and requires time to recuperate. Therefore, we are unable to offer further assistance, bringing only 10,000 soldiers. I hope for your understanding. During the Sui dynasty, the Wang family was at the zenith of its power, yet with the change of dynasty, their influence has waned considerably. At this moment, they are nearly invisible, seldom making public appearances. The fact that they could muster 10,000 troops is already a remarkable feat." And Chui Hong refrained from further remarks. Following this, various other noble families stepped forward to declare their support. Once all had reported their numbers, the collective strength amounted to over 130,000. When combined with the forces cultivated by the Bailing Chui clan and the Fanyang Lu clan, the total reached a staggering 190,000. Who could have anticipated that these lesser-known aristocratic families could summon such formidable strength? With 190,000 troops at their disposal, bolstered by divine mandate, they felt assured of celestial assistance. Furthermore, with Yuzhou currently vulnerable, victory in this battle seemed inevitable. Chui Hong raised the imperial edict in his hand, brandishing it with fervor. The representatives of the various clans responded with enthusiasm. Armed with the emperor's decree, the armies they led were deemed righteous. With this banner of justice, they believed the people of Yuzhou would naturally lean towards them. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the reputation of the aristocratic class had long since tarnished, especially in light of Li Yushan's benevolence towards the populace. Should the people of Yuzhou genuinely favor them, it would indeed be a monstrous anomaly. This hastily assembled so-called righteous army would undoubtedly face the most brutal retaliation from Yuzhou. In Chang'an, within the court, officials had received word of the noble families leading their armies towards Yuzhou, and they reveled in the misfortune. It seemed almost a matter of pride to incite a conflict between the nobility and Yuzhou. Du Ruhui scoffed with disdain. The crown prince has committed numerous wrongdoings and fostered enmity. This is the retribution that befalls the wicked, provoking the ire of the aristocracy. The crown prince is unlikely to escape this calamity. 190,000 troops. These are not the foolish barbarians, but a formidable military force. Presently, the main forces of Yuzhou have all moved towards the Yin Mountains to intercept the main body of the Western Turks, leaving behind fewer than 30,000 soldiers. How could 190,000 troops possibly lose to 30,000? The thought of avenging his son filled Du Ruhui's gaze with cold determination, a glimmer of satisfaction at the prospect of settling old scores. In Yuzhou, Zhenguan Ben, who found himself in a state of neglect, perceived the triumph of Du Ruhui and incessantly lavished flattery upon him. All of this was made possible by the meticulous plans of the prime minister, who, through a series of intricate schemes, cornered the crown prince into a perilous position. We truly admire the prime minister's sagacity. He is indeed a figure of extraordinary intellect, bordering on the uncanny. Sin Wenbin's sycophancy seemed to activate a switch, unleashing a torrent of praise within the court that elevated Du Ruhui to celestial heights. In truth, Du Ruhui was worthy of such accolades. Given the current circumstances, he has undeniably succeeded in maneuvering the overarching narrative. Through a variety of tactics, he has consolidated all available external forces to confront the singular adversary, Li Yu, thus driving Yuzhou into a dire predicament. To claim that Du Ruhui's cunning is lacking would be nothing short of absurd, for all of this is the result of his singular efforts. Chapter 142. The conspiracy of Du Ruhui. Li Shimin held Du Ruhui in high regard, admiring the elderly man with his snow-white hair. He remarked, "Indeed, Du Aiqing possesses remarkable insight. I find myself lacking in comparison." After this expression of admiration, Li Shimin began to meticulously analyze the entire scheme, unveiling Du Ruhui's comprehensive strategy. Initially, news from Yuzhou about repelling the barbarian coalition lured the aristocracy back to reclaim power in Yuzhou. This would incite conflict between Li Yu and the noble families, laying the groundwork for future events. Subsequently, Du Ruhui enticed the Western Turks, deceiving them into launching an offensive against Yuzhou. thereby diverting the imperial forces stationed there. Finally, he invoked imperial authority to encourage the aristocracy to replace the court in quelling the rebellion. This entire plan was nothing short of flawless. Our court need not expend a single soldier to conquer Yuzhou. Du Aiqing's ingenuity is truly remarkable. The strategy directed at Yuzhou could almost be described as perfect. It is essential to recognize that what the court ultimately gained was not merely the assistance of external forces to strike against Yuzhou. Additionally, the siege at Zhenguan would be lifted, and the main forces of the court would no longer suffer attrition. Moreover, even if the aristocracy failed to capture Yuzhou city, it would still serve the court's interests. The court and the aristocracy have never been allies. Utilizing one's enemies to combat another foe is indeed a stroke of brilliance. To claim this plan lacks sophistication would be utter nonsense. However, it must be noted that Du Ruhui was not quite as invincible as Li Shimin portrayed him to be. If this plan were truly impeccable, how could Du Gong have met his demise? Furthermore, he suffered a most humiliating fate, being dismembered and fed to dogs. Such a disgraceful end is indeed tragic. While others may perceive this as a significant gain, for Du Ruhui, it was a profound loss. He had but 2 legitimate sons. The death of Du He is a matter long past, and now, in seeking vengeance for his younger son, he has sent his eldest son to the depths of hell. Though Du Ruhui's scheme was meticulous, it is rather amusing when viewed from this perspective. If Liu were to discover that everything had been orchestrated by Du Ruhui, he would likely not only be unperturbed, but might even find it laughable. Sacrificing one's own legitimate eldest son for such a cunning plan is a curious trait indeed. This situation can only be likened to the adage of drinking water, where one knows the warmth or chill of their own experience. Listening to the praise from those around him, Du Ruhui felt no stirrings of emotion within. At this moment, he yearned only to hear one piece of news: the defeat and demise of Liu. Alas, it seemed that his desires would remain unfulfilled. Even if Yuzhou city were to fall, Liu would likely emerge unscathed. Should Yuzhou indeed be captured, the court could expect the most savage retribution in return. Those who dwell in high places have underestimated Liu far too much. In Yuzhou city, the council chamber, Yan Shiqi stood opposite Zhuge Liang and Wang Li, recounting in detail the intelligence he had gathered. The southern clans had amassed a formidable force, leading an army of 190,000 that was advancing toward Yuzhou. They were nearing the Fanyang territory and were expected to enter Yuzhou within 2 days. He implored the 2 gentlemen to make a swift decision, as with His Highness absent, the responsibility of defending Yuzhou now rested on them. When Liu departed, he took with him Yan Yi to Yan Shi, a total of 10 riders from the Yan Yun 18. The remaining 8 stayed behind in Yuzhou to guard against unforeseen events, ensuring that any critical information would reach them promptly. Yan Shiqi was the top scout responsible for monitoring any disturbances from the direction of Bowling. The moment he sensed unusual activity, he hurried back to report the situation. Initially, Wang Li believed that Liu was overreacting, thinking that no matter how the court behaved, they would not betray Yuzhou at such a critical time. However, the reality revealed that the court had no sense of integrity. With external threats looming, rather than driving the barbarians away, they chose to stab Yuzhou in the back at this crucial juncture. Wang Li could hardly fathom that the court could descend to such a despicable level. Listening to Yan Shiqi's account, Wang Li clenched his fists and struck the table in frustration. How infuriating! He never imagined the court could act so ruthlessly. They had defended the court against calamities in Yuzhou, eliminating countless invaders, over 1 million in 5 waves of enemies. Yet, the cold-hearted response from the court was unbearable for Wang Li. In that moment, he genuinely felt for Liu. Was there truly any necessity to protect such a court? He even contemplated that if more barbarians invaded the Tang dynasty, it might be better to let them pass. Such a repugnant court deserved to be ravaged by the savages, to awaken to the sacrifices Yuzhou had made for the heartland of Central Plains. Under Yuzhou's protection, the Central Plains had scarcely suffered from barbarian incursions. Instead, Yuzhou had borne the brunt of all the hardships. Yet, the reward for their sacrifices was betrayal from the court, leaving Wang Li utterly disgusted. Let them be slain. My lord, the court shows no loyalty or righteousness. We need not hold them in respect any longer. Anyone daring to invade Yuzhou shall be put to death. Wang Li, with reddened eyes, turned to Zhuge Liang, pleading for action against the enemies invading Yuzhou. Zhuge Liang remained expressionless, silent for a long moment before letting out a deep sigh. Ah, a single sigh encapsulated his feelings of helplessness. As a renowned loyal minister in history, he was determined not to oppose the court. Yet, the court's tyranny had reached a point where Yuzhou was being bullied so grievously. Was retaliation not warranted? Zhuge Liang gazed intently into Wang Li's eyes and asked, "What did His Highness say when he departed?" Wang Li pondered for a moment before suddenly awakening, declaring, "Those who dare to invade Yuzhou shall face no mercy." "Has your Highness ever specified the targets of such mercilessness?" Zhuge Liang inquired further. Wang Li responded, "Not at all." "In that case, let us proceed with the execution." Zhuge Liang stated emphatically, "Any individual who dares to trespass upon Yuzhou shall meet with but one fate, death. I shall carry out your orders." Wang Li, filled with resentment, acknowledged the command and immediately seized his spear, departing from the council chamber. He ascended the city walls of Yuzhou and commanded his subordinates to muster the troops. In but a short while, an impressive force of 40,000 soldiers stood at the city's base. They comprised 4,273 members of the White Horse Brotherhood, 4,616 cavalry from Shiliang, 4,951 soldiers from the Divine Mechanism Camp, 4,977 crossbowmen of the Han Dynasty, 7,971 heavily armored sword and shield bearers, and 13,765 iron guards of Longqing. Additionally, standing upon the city walls, saluting them, were 9,942 skilled artisans. Chapter 143, Fury. One might ponder why the number of soldiers in the Yuzhou army is not a whole integer. This is because a portion of them has forever remained beneath the Great Wall at Shanhaiguan. In the Battle of Shanhaiguan, nearly 10,000 valiant souls sacrificed their lives to fend off the invasion of the allied forces of the three clans. This incomplete number serves as a testament to their existence. Now, these brave warriors, who once defended the court against the northern barbarians, are turning their weapons against their own kin. Yet, they are guiltless. If anyone should feel remorse, it is not they. This is a debt the court owes to Yuzhou. The moment the court dispatched troops to Yuzhou, all past affections vanished. At this instant, the court stands as Yuzhou's adversary, and since they are enemies, they must be vanquished. Slay, slay, slay. Those who dare to invade Yuzhou shall face no mercy. Outside the city of Yuzhou, emotions surged fervently. All the soldiers, burdened with profound grievances and indignation, unleashed their pent-up fury. This is an unabashed betrayal. The court has betrayed them, betraying all their efforts for the Central Plains. If the court cannot even practice the age-old custom of hiding the bow once the birds have flown, what reason do they have to remain loyal? None. Thus, let slaughter quell the resentment within. Have the White Horse Edong equipped the Zhuge crossbows? Wang Li bellowed from the city walls. The White Horse Edong formation answered with a roar. We are all equipped, awaiting the enemy's arrival. Good. Excellent. Wang Li nodded emphatically and turned to the other side. What of the Han crossbowmen? The crossbowmen's formation erupted in a furious shout. The crossbows are in hand, ready to claim the enemy's head. Next, Wang Li turned to the Divine Machine Camp. Are the firearms ready? I long for the use of cannons. The response from the Divine Machine Camp was filled with rage. Following this, Wang Li again gazed at the Shiliang cavalry, the heavily armored sword and shield bearers. Today, I may command you to wield your butcher's knives and direct them towards the Central Plains. Will you obey my orders? The Shiliang cavalry declared, where the sword points, corpses shall float for miles. The heavily armored sword and shield bearers proclaimed, we shall defend Yuzhou, not the Tang dynasty. Lastly, only the Longqing Iron Guards remained. Before Wang Li could inquire, the Longqing Iron Guards thundered in unison, kill. There was no need for further words. The fury in their voices conveyed everything. The Yuzhou army has never feared the enemy. Even if they are former comrades, they have never wavered in their resolve. Those who must die shall be slain. After consulting every soldier's opinion, Wang Li finally cast his gaze within the city. In the aftermath, Yuzhou may find itself in conflict with the Tang dynasty. I wonder if you all are willing to stand with us against this fate? In the streets of the city, a multitude of citizens gathered in throngs. They lacked a unified slogan, merely expressing their sentiments through scattered roars. Our survival hinges entirely on the protection of His Highness, the Prince of Yan. At this moment, to ask us to abandon His Highness, what does the general take us for? There are no ingrates in Yuzhou. We shall forever remember the kindness bestowed upon us by His Highness. Just a single word from him, and not only shall we obliterate the invading foes, but should it come to charging straight for Chang'an, so be it. The people of Yuzhou know only their prince and are oblivious to the emperor. We implore the general to refrain from further inquiries. The fervent shouts intertwined, articulating the deep-seated resentment within their hearts. When the barbarians ravaged Yuzhou, they never witnessed the imperial troops gracing this land. It was Li Yu, in the direst of times, who rallied the few soldiers and bore the banner of safeguarding home and kin. As the barbarians repeatedly tested their nerves, where was the support from the court? It was the Yuzhou army that stood resolutely at the forefront. It was the strength of the common folk that forged one armor after another, crafting shields to withstand the suffocating enemy. And now, just as Yuzhou has finally found stability, first, a horde of self-proclaimed nobles endeavored to obliterate all that we possess. Now, the court has become the accomplice of these brutes. They conspire to dismantle the new order established by His Highness. The common people can no longer tolerate such shamelessness from the Tang dynasty. Even if branded as rebels by these ingrates, they shall unwaveringly stand with the Prince of Yan. The simple folk can discern who truly cares for them. As long as Li Yu remains, they have no reason to forsake their king. This battle must be fought. Not only must it be fought, but victory is imperative. Let the people of the Central Plains comprehend the might of Yuzhou. Let them know who holds dominion in this land. Wang Li sensed the resolve of the populace. The great army assembled outside the city felt their determination. In this moment, the city of Yuzhou stood united. They coalesced into a singular entity, ready to confront the world. Even if it meant becoming the enemy of the world, they would strive to overturn it. Wang Li spoke no more, descending from the city walls to lead the army into battle. He wished not for the soil beyond Yuzhou to be tainted by filthy blood. He aimed to vanquish all foes at the border. As for the formidable Tang forces, to Wang Li, they were but a jest. With heavily armored infantry, the cavalry of Shiliang, and the valiant cavalry of the White Horse equipped with Zhuge crossbows, alongside the Han archers and heavy artillery, could the Yuzhou army truly falter? Yes. The total military strength of Yuzhou now stood at a mere 40,000. Yet, even with just 40,000 troops, they were not a force to be dismissed by the court. He sought to convey to those noble families that they had provoked an adversary they could not afford to underestimate. The grand army marched forth, bound for the borders of Yuzhou. Alas, unexpectedly, we have ultimately arrived at this juncture. After Wang Li departed from Yuzhou, Zhuge Liang returned to the council chamber, his countenance marked by profound despondency. Although he had long anticipated the arrival of this day, its actualization plunged him into a deep sense of helplessness. Despite successfully repelling the incursions of the Eastern Turks and even providing crucial assistance to the imperial forces, he found himself bereft of even the title of Prince of Yan. Now, his actions have incited the court's suspicion, leading them to actively plot against Yuzhou. Is there truly any fault on the part of His Highness in this matter? Apart from the court's neglect, has the esteemed crown prince erred in any significant way? Perhaps one might argue that executing King Li Ku without the court's sanction could be deemed a misstep. Yet, can such an act genuinely be attributed to the crown prince? It was, after all, Li Ku who sought to assassinate him, only to reap the bitter fruits of his own malice. General Qin Xiong has witnessed all of this unfold. An indisputable truth has been overshadowed by a lack of trust, forcing His Highness into such a dire predicament. This is the essence of the court, indeed. Chapter 144. Acceptance after despair. 2 days later, news from Yuzhou reached Li Yu. Upon receiving the letter sent by Zhuge Liang, a sardonic expression crept across his face, reflecting his disdain for Chang'an. How could Li Shimin exhibit such blatant favoritism? Li Yu found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend what heinous acts had drawn such ire towards him. In his youth, it was somewhat justifiable. Born of humble origins and lacking extraordinary talent, he could understand being looked down upon. However, considering the myriad troubles he had quelled for the court and the demonstrated might of Yuzhou, which could hardly be deemed weak, it was baffling that they still refused to extend a hand of camaraderie. Over 1 million barbarian military achievements. Surely, this warranted the bestowal of a princely title to anyone else. Yet here he was, a legitimate prince, denied even a nominal title. It was utterly absurd. Li Shimin had indeed crossed the line. At this juncture, Li Yu could no longer feign reverence by addressing Li Shimin as Father Emperor. What kind of father behaves in such a manner? His previous hopes regarding Li Shimin were merely reflections of his own naivety. Such illusions would no longer cloud his judgment. Should he witness any further disquieting actions from the court, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Time and again, his concessions had been misconstrued as weakness, and this contemptible behavior from those around him was intolerable. In truth, Liu had anticipated the court's maneuvers even before departing from Yuzhou. The appearance of Lu Mao and Cui Hongchang in Yuzhou at that particular moment was inherently suspicious, not to mention the unexpected withdrawal of the Western Turks from Zhenguan, redirecting their aggression towards Yuzhou. It was impossible to be oblivious to such signs. Yet, Liu had clung to the belief that the court would not dare to deploy military force against Yuzhou, which dulled his vigilance against their schemes. Reality, however, proved otherwise. The forces attacking were not imperial troops, but rather members of various noble clans. The court had refrained from sending its own soldiers, resorting instead to underhanded tactics to vex him. Despite this, Liu felt a profound sense of disillusionment. He had lost all hope in the court. Let them come. If they sought death, they were welcome to approach. He would slay as many as dared to challenge him. While initiating aggression against the Central Plains was out of the question, defending passively posed no issue. Let the game unfold at its own pace. He was eager to witness the extent of the court's mobilization and how long they could persist in harassing Yuzhou. As for the 19,000 troops, it was not that he underestimated the Tang. Such a meager force was scarcely sufficient to make a dent. Were the cannons of Yuzhou mere decorations? Did heavy cavalry consist of lifeless statues? He was prepared to unleash the Zhuge crossbow against them. With his current forces, taking on the Tang would be akin to child's play, let alone in the future. As the accumulation of military strength and technological advancement continues, Yuzhou will inevitably grow increasingly formidable. In due time, should the court dispatch 1,000,000 troops, he could effortlessly obliterate them in the blink of an eye. In any case, time is plentiful, so let us cease this discourse. Before my demise, I harbor no intentions of dealing with you. However, have you pondered what transpires after my death? Once I am gone, there will be no one to command my forces. At that juncture, we shall see whether they will bring ruin upon your Great Tang dynasty. Damn it, my desire to avoid bearing the blame does not imply that I am powerless against you. After my passing, I will care not for the deluge that ensues. The day I am laid to rest shall mark your doom. Liu muttered curses inwardly, eventually finding amusement in the thought. He genuinely harbored no aspirations for the throne, primarily due to his profound disgust. The tale of the dragon-slaying hero ultimately becoming the villain is, in truth, an inevitable narrative. He wished to avert such a fate for himself, thus abandoning any ambitions of emperorship. After all, he could never emulate the cold-heartedness of Li Shimin. Becoming emperor would entail fathering numerous offspring for various reasons, inevitably leading to the neglect of some. The mere thought of his experiences echoing in his descendants was enough for Liu to dismiss such notions as unnecessary. Moreover, what genuine benefits does being emperor confer? One must constantly grapple with state affairs, consider one's reputation, and balance the interests of various factions. Life is but a fleeting few decades. Is it truly worth expending on such trivial matters? Rather than that, it would be more gratifying to be a carefree king. With this in mind, Liu suddenly turned to Bai Qi and said, "What if the court refuses to bestow a title upon me? I shall grant myself one." Bai Qi pondered for a moment and replied, "The issue is that a self-bestowed title holds little weight. Perhaps the people of Yuzhou would acknowledge it, but others would not. What do I care for their opinions?" Liu retorted, "I do not intend to engage with those from other provinces. Their recognition bears no significance. As long as the people of Yuzhou pass down this legacy through the generations, the thoughts of others are inconsequential. If that is the case, then it should pose no problem. It is merely a title, which, in Bai Qi's view, is of little importance. Compared to the so-called prestige, the power wielded is paramount. As long as Yuzhou possesses an army capable of sweeping across the realm, do other matters hold any meaning? There is no need to concern oneself with these titles." Liu fell silent for a moment before addressing Bai Qi. "Once we have vanquished these Western Turks, let us advance northward. We shall seize Liaodong and Gunyunzu, incorporating them into the territory of Yuzhou." When he mentioned Gunyunzu, he was, in fact, referring to Yunzhou. The characters for Yuyun and Yun are intertwined, denoting both Yuzhou and Yunzhou. As for why he referred to it as Gunyunzu, this region was once the territory of the Han dynasty. subsequently occupied by the Xiongnu, Wuhuan, and Turks in succession. It has yet to be incorporated into the vast expanse of the Tang dynasty. In the absence of an official designation, one must resort to the ancient appellations. During the late Han period, this area was referred to as Yunzhou, thus transforming into ancient Yunzhou in the tongue of Liu. The reason for Liu's considerable interest in Yunzhou is quite straightforward. It is abundant in minerals. Pingqing, the heart of Yunzhou, boasts the largest coal mining base in all of China. With this clue in mind, one must ponder the desirability of Pingqing. More importantly, it currently lies within the domain of the Turks. In other words, the conquest of Pingqing by Liu would not provoke any conflict with the Tang dynasty. The treasure would be secured, and his reputation would remain untarnished, a most advantageous transaction indeed. To delay the acquisition of Yunzhou until Li Shimin's forces are dispatched would result in a significant loss. Therefore, the capture of Yunzhou is imperative. Furthermore, there is also Liaodong, which is a land of great promise, rich in minerals as well. Chapter 145. The arrival of supplies. As for the matters that follow, those can be discussed at a leisurely pace. Upon receiving the intelligence from Liu, Bai Qi cast a glance at it, his expression betraying concern. However, at this moment, is it truly acceptable to refrain from providing aid to Yuzhou, which is facing peril? Initially, Bai Qi believed the assembled forces of the gentry would amount to no more than 30 to 40,000. The revelation of a staggering 190,000 left him utterly astonished. Having never engaged these gentry in battle, it was challenging to gauge their approximate combat capacity. Considering that the local defensive forces in Yuzhou numbered around 40,000, and that neither he nor Liu were present in Yuzhou, Bai Qi felt a sense of unease. Do you truly think we need to return to aid Yuzhou? Liu chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Do you believe that the inept gentry could stir up much commotion? It is not that I underestimate them. They simply lack the capability. Had the court dispatched troops from Li Shimin's main forces, or from generals like Li Jing, Li Ji, Hou Junji, or Su Dingfang, I might have felt a twinge of concern. The early Tang dynasty had many capable generals, and their troops were indeed formidable. However, if it is an army formed by the gentry themselves, they might as well retire to rest. Their soldiers are timid, and their generals are no better. These individuals, who have played with quills since childhood, do not inspire confidence in their ability to create a significant disturbance. 190,000 may seem substantial, but who can guarantee the actual fighting strength among them? Looking at our own side, Wang Li's reputation is trustworthy. His 40,000 troops are seasoned veterans who have emerged victorious from bloody battles. Moreover, the ratio of forces is scientifically sound. With such an abundance of advantages, is there truly a need to fear being outnumbered? It seems rather unlikely. Noticing that Bai Qi's apprehension had not yet dissipated, Liu reassured him, "Rest assured, Wang Li, who is stationed in Yuzhou, is not as weak as you perceive. Entrusting Yuzhou to him poses no problem." Bai Qi nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to voice further concerns. Naturally, if His Highness possesses confidence in this individual, he felt it prudent to refrain from further commentary. He merely hoped that, as His Highness wished, all would proceed smoothly. To the west of the Yin Mountains, on the banks of the Wuliangsi Sea, numerous makeshift camps stood densely clustered. Wisps of smoke curled upward, the white tendrils rising slowly beneath the crimson hues of the evening sky. The soldiers of the Western Turkic Khaganate were resting here. As they approached the Yin Mountains, why had there been no news from Tong Yihu? The Khagan Shikue gazed at the distant mountain range, his voice low. Beside him, an aide slowly shook his head. "I'm uncertain. It has been 2 days since we last received any messages. Perhaps they encountered some difficulties, or mayhaps they have lost their way. Both scenarios are possible, as this is not their familiar terrain, and losing one's way is indeed a possibility. However, 2 days without communication is not particularly alarming." Shikue observed for a moment, then dismissed the concern. "Very well, in another couple of days. Once we reach the foot of the Yin Mountains, we shall discern the situation that lies ahead." The fellow Tong Yihu has also exhibited the unfortunate occurrence of intelligence lapses. He ought to diligently practice his marching skills. With that said, Shikue Khan withdrew his gaze and, with a light-hearted stride, turned to walk toward the tent. "Let us go and enjoy some roasted meat. Only after a hearty meal shall we have the strength to continue our journey. Let us feast well today, so we may strive to reach Yin Mountain by tomorrow." At the same time, support had arrived for Liu in the form of Qin Liangyu. A convoy of mechanized transport vehicles, in coordination with foot soldiers, marched majestically across the grasslands. In the distance, the sight of the advancing army was truly awe-inspiring. Li Yu, beaming with joy, stood at the camp's forefront, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the troops. After Qin Liangyu knelt in salute, Li Yu helped her rise, inquiring with genuine concern, "How are you? Is your previous injury feeling better? It must have been arduous traveling this way." The injury had mostly healed several days prior. Qin Liangyu raised her right hand and struck her left chest with a firm tap, indicating that the journey had not been a hurried march, but rather a leisurely saunter. She had mostly recovered by now. The turtle formation had indeed been disrupted by cavalry, and the injury should have been to her head. She tapped her chest plate to demonstrate her good health, which Li Yu found somewhat amusing. Nonetheless, given her spirited demeanor, she hardly appeared to be suffering from a concussion. It seemed that she was genuinely well. "White Chong, please send someone to assist the supply convoy. My brothers have traveled a long way. Let them rest for a while. And also allow the brothers from the White Horse Yizong to replenish their arrows," Li Yu instructed, then stepped aside to maintain order in the tent. He turned to Qin Liangyu and said, "Come. I shall host you for dinner. After our meal, we must retire early. Scouts report that we are likely to engage in battle with the Western Turkic tribes starting tomorrow." Upon hearing about the banquet, Qin Liangyu initially intended to decline. However, realizing the urgency of the matter as indicated by Li Yu, she refrained from rejecting the invitation. She nodded toward White Chong and followed Li Yu into the tent. Meanwhile, White Chong led a large contingent of cavalrymen, who had removed their armor, to assist. After a 2-day respite, these individuals had grown restless. It was the perfect opportunity to let them stretch their legs. As Qin Liangyu entered the tent alongside Li Yu, she noticed Yang Hen, arms crossed, casting a cold gaze in her direction. Qin Liangyu nodded gently, acknowledging her presence. Yang Hen, displaying courtesy, responded with a nod. Li Yu, oblivious to their exchange, sat down and warmly said, "Please, have a seat and rest. Someone will soon bring dinner. You shall soon enjoy steaming rice. The sheep's milk here is quite excellent. You must try it." Qin Liangyu, ever agreeable, settled down opposite Li Yu. Then, with a serious expression, she remarked, "I shall not take up your highness's time. If there are military matters of importance, I implore you to speak candidly." "Ah, shall we not rest a moment first?" Li Yu inquired with a smile. Qin Liangyu shook her head and solemnly stated, "The matter at hand is of utmost importance." "Very well," Li Yu shrugged, indifferent to the situation. He retrieved a virtual sand table from his pocket, and a three-dimensional image unfolded on the table. Pointing to the outermost edge of the sand table, Li Yu remarked, "The enemy is approximately 70 miles away and is expected to encounter us by tomorrow. They remain unaware of our intelligence. I intend to ambush them." As he spoke, Li Yu gestured towards the southern mountains. This is the Yinshan Range, where the terrain is exceedingly complex, posing challenges for cavalry maneuvers. I plan to have you lead troops to that location for encampment. What are your thoughts on this?" Yang Hen listened attentively, and upon hearing Li Yu's inquiry, she offered a single point. "Marching requires time." In response, Li Yu smiled and said, "This is not an issue. The timeline is not as pressing as you might believe." Chapter 146. Intelligence blockade. The following day, at the break of dawn, Qin Liangyu led her contingent of 10,000 white banner soldiers out of the camp. The Grand Army marched resolutely towards the Yin Mountains, taking with them nearly 100 mechanized transport vehicles. Watching their departure were the 11,000 troops, fully prepared for battle. After thorough resupply, the White Horse Brigade not only replenished their consumed resources, but each soldier also carried an additional quiver of arrows. In essence, every member of the White Horse Brigade was now equipped with over 100 crossbow bolts, enabling the cavalry to unleash a torrent of arrows with great fervor. This ample supply of bolts was sufficient to sustain them through a large-scale conflict. At this moment, the Yuzhou army had been recuperating for 3 days, reaching their peak combat readiness. All they needed to do now was to lie in wait for the enemy to approach. Time passed slowly as the Yuzhou forces maintained their stillness, operating a virtual war map, anticipating the enemy's emergence. After an indeterminate period, a slight change in the sand table captured Bai Qi's attention. "Your Highness, look over here. Could that be the enemy's reconnaissance unit?" Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Li Yu shifted his gaze from the distant scenery to the sand table. "Where?" "Point it out to me." "Here." Bai Qi indicated a corner at the edge. Following his cue, Liu manipulated the virtual imagery, magnifying the area Bai Qi had pointed out. As the image expanded, a Turkic knight was discerned, cautiously traversing the grasslands while scanning the surroundings. Ah, indeed a scout. Your eyesight is commendable, Liu praised, gesturing towards Yan San, who was poised for action. Come, take a look at this. Do you see that little beast? Go and deal with him. I do not wish to see the Turkic scout within our line of sight. He pointed at the scout in the image and then reduced the magnification, ensuring Yan San had a clear understanding of the scout's precise location. After surveying the nearby terrain, Yan San wasted no time and galloped off. The Yan Yun 18 riders were seasoned scouts. They knew precisely how to eliminate enemy spies. Such finer details were unnecessary for Liu to concern himself with. Yan San was well aware of what was required of him. The appearance of a scout indicated that the enemy had sensed something amiss. However, given the solitary nature of the scout dispatched, it suggested that the enemy was merely exercising caution, as one would not expect only a single figure at the forefront of the battlefield. Liu pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, before raising his head and stating, "For now, there is no need to adjust our strategy of waiting for the enemy. We shall proceed as planned." Having reached the Yin Mountains, the absence of Tong Yi, whose cavalry brigade, was still disconcerting. Shohu Kahan craned his neck to gaze into the distance, muttering, "That wretched lad wouldn't he have led his army to Yuzhou ahead of us, would he? That seems unlikely." The aide-de-camp beside Shikuei, a relatively fair-skinned middle-aged man adorned in somewhat ostentatious attire, remarked, "Even if Commander Tong Yehu has hastily ventured into Yuzhou, there ought to be someone left near the Yin Mountains to relay messages to us. Judging by the current circumstances, it appears they are drawn by some allure, as if they have rushed off to engage the enemy." "Are you suggesting the Eastern Turkic Brethren?" inquired Shikuei Khan. The grasslands north of the Hetao region have always been a domain of considerable activity for nomadic tribes. Encountering Tang forces in this area seems rather implausible. Consequently, Shikuei Khan instinctively directed his suspicions towards the preeminent power of the eastern steppes, namely the Eastern Turks. The aide continued, "This is the only reasonable assumption we can make. Otherwise, we would lack any other explanation. We can only hope that Commander Tong Yehu hasn't strayed too far and forgotten the way back." He appeared to wish to inject humor into the conversation, yet his tone suggested a restrained approach, leaving listeners caught between laughter and solemnity. Shikuei Khan chuckled softly and turned to his loyal guards, inquiring, "What news do our scouts bring? What clues have they unearthed?" "Please, Khan, allow me a moment," one of the guards replied quietly before hastily running to consult with others. After a thorough inquiry, he returned with the information. Currently, no anomalies have been reported. The commanders of various divisions state that the scouts they dispatched have not returned, indicating that all is well ahead. "Indeed, it seems they have likely been lured away by our compatriots," Shikuei Khan replied solemnly, followed by what appeared to be a sigh as he added, "This Tong Yehu, his methods lack any semblance of order. Such behavior cannot persist." The aide interjected, "After all, Commander Tong Yehu is still young. A little impulsiveness is to be expected. We can afford to wait a couple more days." Evidently, they had not entertained the notion of Tong Yehu's forces suffering complete annihilation. After all, that was an army of 300,000 cavalry. Achieving their total destruction was no simple feat. The Yuzhou army had only achieved this seemingly impossible task by inciting the Turks, luring them into the canyon terrain. The virtual sand table played an indispensable role in this endeavor. Without the ability to observe the topography within a 10-mile radius and identify optimal ambush positions, it would have been nearly impossible for Liu to annihilate them. Should even one or two individuals escape, the Yuzhou army's hold over the Yin Mountains would be exposed. While Shikuei and his associates were engaged in discussion, one of the guards suddenly spotted a multitude of dark figures emerging on the distant horizon. "Is that cavalry?" The guard rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the scene. Observing the rising dust, he confirmed it was undoubtedly a large contingent of cavalry. Having verified this, the guard hurriedly alerted Shikuei Khan. "It seems that the cavalry led by Commander Tong Yehu has returned." Is that so?" Shikuei was taken aback for a moment, then quickly turned his gaze towards the direction indicated by his guard. Upon seeing a multitude of cavalry advancing towards them, a smile crept onto his face. "I knew it. That lad couldn't have gone far." However, the situation appeared less optimistic than he had presumed. Just as Shikuei jested, his aide-de-camp spoke with a grave expression, "Khan, If it is indeed the troops led by Tang Yehu, why have the scouts dispatched ahead not returned to report? Shikuei dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand, seemingly unconcerned. They surely did not have time to report. The army led by Tang Yehu consists entirely of cavalry. It is only natural that the scouts did not return in time to relay the situation. The aide remained noncommittal, yet his demeanor grew more serious as he gazed into the distance, a hint of vigilance etched upon his features. Due to the considerable distance, the armor worn by the cavalry was not discernible. Consequently, they remained oblivious to the fact that these riders were not their own Western Turkic warriors at all. Chapter 147. Invincible Shot. All troops, fire at will. Spare no arrows, slay these beasts. Across the vast prairie, a thunderous roar echoed. His voice, deep and resonant, carried far and wide over the expansive plain. As his words fell, over 40,000 cavalrymen of the White Horse Brigade surged forward, fanning out across the flanks. In unison, they readied their repeating crossbows, aiming skyward. Arrows were loosed, raining down like a tempest. In mere moments, a shadow was cast over the land. Enemy attack. It is Tang Go, the army of the Tang dynasty. They are not our allies. Brothers, do not mistake them. A sharp cry erupted from the ranks of the Western Turkic army. It was only at this juncture that these barbarians realized the cavalry before them were not their own. Their realization came too late. As they attempted to respond, a barrage of arrows pierced their formation, claiming numerous lives. The spectacle of over 40,000 arrows in flight was nothing short of magnificent, akin to clouds obscuring the sun, a mountain pressing down upon them. The initial volley wrought considerable devastation, sending the Turks into a frenzy of despair. The White Horse Brigade swiftly readied for a second round of fire, completing their preparations within a mere 10 seconds. Fire. All troops, shoot at will. No need to await the command for a coordinated volley. The officers, flushed with determination, bellowed the same command repeatedly. The army, attuned to the signal, drew their bowstrings taut and unleashed a relentless storm of arrows. Meanwhile, at the command post of the Western Turks, chaos ensued. Khan, we must retreat. Let us withdraw to a safe distance and then strategize. This is not the place for orders, they urged, frantically relaying commands. Raise your shields. Quickly, use your shields to block the arrows. Gather together and shield yourselves. The command team was thrown into disarray, desperately seeking refuge amidst the tempest of arrows raining down like a torrential storm. Finding safety in such perilous circumstances was no simple task. The personal guard of Khan Shikuei formed a protective barrier with their bodies, shielding him as they attempted a hasty retreat from the ferocious onslaught. Just as Khan Shikuei escaped the immediate danger, he shouted frantically, "Quick! Urge the brothers to retreat southward. We must fall back to the foot of the Yin Mountains. The Uliangsu Sea is too far. We cannot return there. Our only chance of survival lies with the Yin Mountains. We cannot maneuver our cavalry there. If we reach the Yin Mountains, we will be safe." Even amidst the turmoil, Khan Shikuei's mind remained remarkably composed. In an exceedingly brief span of time, he discerned that the enemy's range far surpassed that of his own forces. Upon realizing this, Khan Shikuei resolutely commanded a retreat. Leading a predominantly infantry division, pursuing the light cavalry would be tantamount to courting death. As Khan Shikuei aptly noted, when confronted by light cavalry, the most prudent course of action for infantry is to flee, as long as they can find cover. Both ranged attacks and the cavalry's charge will become futile. The Yin Mountains, indeed, provided the perfect sanctuary to mitigate this disadvantage. Khan Shikuei's personal guards promptly conveyed the command with a trumpet, and the colossal army of 600,000 simultaneously retreated southward. Under a relentless barrage of arrows, they endured immense casualties at every moment. The arrows rained down upon the formation, claiming countless lives, and their fallen comrades became obstacles for others attempting to escape. Amidst the withdrawal, the Western Turkic forces descended into chaos, with instances of trampling occurring. The already horrifying pace of casualties became even more exaggerated. To claim that thousands perished within a single minute was no exaggeration. Lives were as expendable as grain, ruthlessly reaped by the scythe of death. Khan, this cannot continue. Witnessing the calamity befalling the army, the adjutant fervently shouted, "Do we not have 100,000 cavalry remaining? Dispatch them to drive away those horsemen. If we do not reach the Yanshan Mountains soon, we shall all perish." The speed of the light cavalry's assault was terrifying. with nearly 6 volleys of mounted archery unleashed in a minute. This was a coordinated strike involving 40,000 archers. Who could withstand such onslaught? The adjutant, horrified by the efficiency of the slaughter, immediately proposed his suggestion upon grasping the gravity of the situation. However, he was met with Khan Shikui's fierce roar. Do you think I do not wish to? But they are our only cavalry. If we send out 100,000, how many will return? We are utterly incapable of facing this rabble from the Tang dynasty. Our retreat relies entirely on these cavalrymen. If they are annihilated, we will irrevocably lose the chance to escape. How could it be so dire? The adjutant gasped incredulously. We have a grand army of 600,000. How could we not even manage to flee? You fool. They are light cavalry. A horde of frenzied light cavalry. Look at their rain of arrows. See the projectiles they unleash. What do we possess to contend with them? It must be said that Shikue exhibited remarkable insight in assessing the situation. His understanding of light cavalry far exceeded that of his fellow Turks. On the vast plains, light cavalry wielding a firepower advantage are akin to deities. Terrain dictates the potential prowess of various troop types. In flat landscapes, facing unprotected infantry, elite light cavalry are indeed invincible. Let it not be said that the Turkic cavalry falters. Even the famed Shiliang Iron Cavalry would find themselves overwhelmed when confronting the White Horse Isong under such conditions. A force of equal numbers from the Shiliang Iron Cavalry encountering the White Horse Isong in this terrain would result in an unmitigated slaughter. After the White Horse Isong annihilated the cavalry of the Shiliang, it became nothing more than a mere amusement. The fate of the Shiliang cavalry was so dire that one can only imagine the plight of the unprotected heavy cavalry of the Western Turks. If Shikue were audacious enough to send 100,000 cavalry to obstruct the White Horse Isong, the inevitable outcome following the massacre of the Turkic horsemen would be grim, a fate of entrapment within the Ain Mountains, facing a slow death by starvation. Shikue's judgment was undoubtedly astute. Preserving their cavalry was essential for any hope of survival beyond the Ain Mountains. The primary issue lay in their deep penetration into enemy territory, with the route of retreat stretching far and wide. Under the relentless assaults from the White Horse Isong, these Turks found themselves bereft of hope for escape. Their only recourse relied upon their cavalry, striving to carve a path to safety amidst the chaos. The first step in their desperate struggle for survival was to successfully reach the Ain Mountains. Chapter 148, Prophetic Insight? Your Highness, as we anticipated before the battle, they have fled towards the Ain Mountains. Yang Hen observed the sand table for a while, her gaze filled with admiration as she looked at Li Yu. To her, Li Yu's ability to predict the enemy's movements was akin to that of a divine military strategist. Perhaps the so-called brilliance of strategy, the foresight that decides battles from afar, refers to a military genius like His Highness? Bai Qi, noticing Yang Hen's gaze, averted his eyes. However, he refrained from revealing the truth and directly inquired about Li Yu's next plan. Your Highness, what should we do next? They have retreated south. Shall we pursue them or begin the hunt now? Li Yu stowed away the virtual sand table and replied without hesitation. Let us not rush. We are still far from the Ain Mountains. Allow the White Horse Isong to continue their pursuit, utilizing long-range weapons to deplete their fighting strength. We will follow behind, waiting until their numbers diminish before engaging in close combat. This army possesses a stabilizing force. Unless we eliminate Shikue Khan, a direct confrontation would likely result in severe casualties akin to the battle outside Wugong City. Thus, the best strategy is to eliminate enemies while reducing their combat effectiveness, particularly with Shikue Khan. If we can locate him during this time and eliminate this commander amidst the chaos, the morale of the Turks would plummet. At that point, we can enter the fray with significantly reduced losses. Li Yu, mindful of the potential casualties, decided to delay the engagement. Furthermore, there was an ambush waiting on the other side of the Ain Mountains. With the White Rod Army as our final insurance, the Turks shouldn't ascend the mountains so easily. Therefore, patience is the most prudent choice. Bai Qi understood and stood up, saying, I will gather the Shiliang Iron Cavalry and Heavy Cavalry to follow the Western Turks and await the opportune moment. Very well, go ahead. Li Yu affirmed Bai Qi's proposal with a wave of his hand. However, before Bai Qi departed, Li Yu reminded him, ensure the Shiliang Iron Cavalry rests before entering the battlefield. The enemy consists of infantry, and if they become ensnared in the formation, our horses could easily be harmed by those brutes. Our steeds are already fatigued. We must prevent any significant damage. I shall obey, Bai Qi replied, bowing respectfully before mounting his steed and leaving the camp. After his departure, Liu also rose. He turned to Yang Hen and said, let us proceed. I wish to see if we can find an opportunity to eliminate that fellow named Shikuei. Yes, Your Highness, Yang Hen nodded, following him out. Upon exiting the military camp, Liu mounted his fiery steed, while Yang Hen led the Vengeance Azura troops, racing across the grasslands behind him. Cursed be these wretched dogs. From whence do they procure such an abundance of arrows? Are their arrows devoid of cost? Sha Kuei leads his troops in a defensive retreat, initially intending to employ inferior shields to exhaust the arrows of the White Horse Company, planning to devise a means of retreat once their ammunition was depleted. Yet, to his dismay, the arrows released by the White Horse Company seem inexhaustible, enduring for what feels like an eternity. Should this continue, even if the Western Turks were to perish, the quivers of the light cavalry would remain laden. The longer Sha Kuei engaged in combat with the light cavalry of Yuzhou, the more despair he felt regarding this conflict. Judging by the White Horse Company's resource management, one could easily surmise the abundant supplies at Yuzhou's disposal. He had initially set out with the intention of bullying the weak, departing from the battlefield of Shao Pass to assault Yuzhou, only to discover that these were no mere weaklings. Compared to the beasts of the Yuzhou army, the main forces of the Tang dynasty were but younger siblings. Who could have predicted that they would encounter such formidable opposition? Was it not said that the Yuzhou army was ensnared at Zhenguan, constrained by the Eastern Turks? Was it not claimed that Yuzhou lacked the leisure to muster troops to obstruct his army? Sha Kuei lamented that he had once been deceived by such rhetoric. Filled with regret, had he known, he would have sought an alternate route to bypass Shao Pass entirely. Now, he found himself confronted by an invincible army, devoid of any strategy to break the deadlock, left only with the option to flee in panic. Damn it, if there is to be a next time, I swear I will stubbornly defend Shao Pass rather than venture into the Yinshan grasslands. Those beasts of the Tang dynasty dared to deceive me. Truly despicable. As Sha Kuei cursed and raged, he saw the Yinshan mountains approaching, and his spirits lifted. He commanded loudly, we are nearly there, brothers. Hold on a bit longer. Once we ascend the mountain, these cavalry will be unable to strike us. The strength of the light cavalry lay in their ranged assault capabilities. They could not afford to confront the main army head-on. Even with reckless boldness, they would not prevail against the infantry. The light cavalry possessed unparalleled mobility, yet they were not without their vulnerabilities. Their direct combat efficacy left much to be desired, especially when faced with infantry numbers double their own. Thus, Sha Kuei felt no trepidation in ascending the mountain, unafraid of the White Horse Company charging down from the heights. In the presence of a vast infantry formation, a charge by the light cavalry would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, upon reaching the summit, they would not only curtail the mobility of the White Horse Company, but also gain the advantage of elevation, raining down arrows from above. The range of the White Horse Company could be mitigated by the height advantage. Sha Kuei envisioned that by securing the mountain peak, he would render himself invincible. However, he remained blissfully unaware that Liu had already orchestrated an elaborate trap for him. Report. Khan Sha Kuei, we have detected the infantry formation of the Tang dynasty ahead. Their troops appeared rather peculiar, a sight we had never encountered before. A Turk, in a state of frantic distress, rushed to report on the situation at the front lines. His words tumbled forth incoherently, leaving Shikuei Khan utterly bewildered. Speak clearly. What do you mean by peculiar troops? What weapons are they wielding? Tell me how they differ from our regular soldiers. Had he not been so eager to ascertain the conditions ahead, Shikuei might have entertained thoughts of silencing the messenger permanently. The vocabulary employed in his report was entirely ambiguous. Relaying such vague information was baffling. With a sharp command, Shikuei managed to calm the flustered messenger, who then carefully articulated. It is a combination of spear wielders and large shields. I am uncertain of the name of that shield, but it is indeed substantial and heavy. Chapter 149. Unyielding force, a heavy shield? A gun-shield soldier? How do they engage in combat? Sheki was astonished, as this concept clearly transcended his comprehension. A spear is a weapon that necessitates two hands for control, and when the term heavy is applied to a shield, it too likely requires the strength of both hands. The notion of wielding two-handed weapons simultaneously seemed to him nothing short of fantastical. How many are there? Sheki Khan inquired. his gaze fixed on the front lines of the army. However, the multitude before him obscured his view of the situation at the forefront. Approximately 10,000. The messenger responded promptly. Judging by his earnest expression, it was evident he had adequately prepared for this moment. With just over 10,000 troops, why not simply charge through? What significance does it hold for you to return and report to me? Sheki's countenance darkened, his tone edged with irritation. At such a critical juncture, was it necessary to waste time on such trivial matters? Over 10,000 men could easily overwhelm any opposition. Was there truly a need for a report? Yet, the messenger, with a complex expression, replied, "It is precisely because the vanguard cannot break through that their commander has sent me to seek your guidance." What? Sheki's frustration flared as he glared at the messenger. With such numbers, they cannot even handle a mere 10,000? You ought to see for yourself. Mere words cannot adequately convey the situation, the messenger lamented, nearly on the verge of tears as he pointed towards the southern hills. Sheki, caught in a whirlwind of uncertainty, waved his hand dismissively, signaling the messenger to lead the way. Form ranks. Shield wall. At the foot of the Yin Mountains. Qin Liangyu's expression was grave as she bellowed her command. Following her orders, the soldiers at the forefront interlocked their shields, connecting them with pre-prepared mechanisms. As the shields came together, the wall of tower shields stood resolutely on the mountainside. The metallic sheen of the tower shields alone instilled a sense of trepidation, quelling any courage to charge forward. The fleeing Turks, amidst a relentless downpour of arrows from above, gazed upon the seemingly impregnable battle formation and felt a wave of despair wash over them. What on earth is this? Are these weapons crafted by the Tang so advanced? The shields appear to be at least 3 centimeters thick. How are our curved sabers supposed to breach such defense? It seems utterly impossible. Our commander has tasked us with breaking their formation, but the question remains, can this formation truly be breached? Under normal circumstances, encountering such an imposing array would merely evoke a sense of intimidation. Yet, under the barrage of arrows, who would still have the heart to attempt a breach? Were it not for Sheki's imposing authority, which kept them in check, this group would have long since succumbed to fear and scattered in disarray. As the soldiers of the Western Turks remained in a state of uncertainty, unsure whether to heed the orders of a leader who had not yet emerged, the Khan of Shikuei pressed through the crowd. In an instant, his gaze fell upon the formidable military formation poised on the mountainside. Through the crevices of the shields, he discerned the substantial thickness of their defenses. The sight of spear tips protruding from the edges of the shields rendered Shekuei's countenance a pallid shade of white. Is this truly the so-called defensive formation? So it is. No wonder the herald declared that none dared to approach lightly. This sight alone instills a sense of despair, let alone risking oneself against it. Recognizing the terrifying aspect of the formation, Shikuei felt an overwhelming helplessness wash over him. Nevertheless, his mind remained composed. After surveying the situation, he noted the formation's width was merely around a kilometer, with a portion of traversable space remaining on either side. He immediately issued a command, flank them from both sides. Find a way to strike from behind. He bellowed with a ferocious countenance. Witnessing his soldiers obey his orders and commence their movements, Shikuei erupted in a string of curses. Damn that Tanyehu. Where on earth has he vanished to? Why has he yet to appear? I hope he hasn't been lured away by these Tang dogs into some forsaken corner of the world. This man truly falters at the critical moment. How infuriating. Even at this juncture, Shikuei had not entertained the notion of the complete annihilation of the cavalry. It was simply too unfathomable. He had never contemplated the grim reality that all Turkic horsemen might have perished. With his orders given, the offensive of the Western Turks rapidly unfolded. Following Shikuei's directives, they swiftly advanced towards the flanks of the battle formation. Yet, to their astonishment, the shield wall ahead suddenly parted. No, that was not entirely accurate. Rather, the shield wall composed of shields split in the center. The military formation divided into 2 sections, spreading outward. Consequently, their intentions were thwarted, and the direction of their advance transformed from the gaps in the formation to a direct charge against the formation itself, rushing towards the towering shields. As they realized this, they found themselves momentarily paralyzed, uncertain of how to adapt their strategy. Just as Shikuei contemplated issuing a reprimand, a commotion erupted from behind. Without the luxury of time to focus on the front, he swiftly turned to assess the situation behind him. What he beheld left him breathless. The cavalry of Shiliang charged forward. What madness is this? How can cavalry clad in such heavy armor still move with such agility? The 3 successive encounters with different forces had repeatedly reshaped Shikui's understanding of this world. The unreasonable white horse Isong, the impenetrable copper walls, and now the overwhelming heavy cavalry. They had rendered the prospect of battle increasingly grim. Under Shikui's stunned gaze, the Shiliang cavalry surged directly towards the heart of the Western Turk formation, launching their assault with relentless ferocity. It was akin to a steel spike piercing through flesh, creating an unseen wound amidst the throngs of countless soldiers. It resembled a colossal beast from ancient times, descending upon the masses and wreaking havoc. This battle cannot continue. Upon reaching this realization, the commander shed his last vestiges of hope, understanding that remaining in place would lead only to total annihilation. He summoned the last remnants of his spirit and let out a heart-wrenching cry. "Cavalry squad, prepare yourselves. We shall break through." These words seemed to drain him of his final ounce of strength. By the time he uttered the phrase "break through," his voice was utterly weary. The adjutant, upon hearing this, wore a look of bewilderment. "Are you truly willing to abandon so many brothers and retreat in the face of battle?" The commander turned his head, fatigue etched upon his features. "What other choice is there? Would you have me perish alongside my brothers here?" Chapter 150. Is it not yet time for despair? Such words cannot be uttered. We still possess the 30,000 cavalry led by Commander Tang Yu. It is far too early to succumb to despair. The adjutant shouted defiantly. The battle had only reached its midpoint, and the casualties were barely a fraction of the entire army. Before us stood a formidable force of robust Turkic infantry. With such numbers, why should we so swiftly abandon the fight? If Shikui truly breaks through with his 10,000 cavalry, what fate awaits the remaining brothers? That constitutes a staggering 500,000 troops. Is it truly acceptable to surrender so easily? Shikui's eyes blazed with fury, his adjutant's words igniting a fire within him. He bellowed, "Do you think I desire this? Look carefully at the battlefield. Do we still possess any hope?" Arrows rained down mercilessly, and countless crossbow bolts harvested lives one after another. The unstoppable cavalry of Shiliang rampaged through the infantry ranks, with no one able to impede their advance. In the distance, 30,000 heavy cavalry had already assembled, poised to charge into the fray. Meanwhile, ahead lay an impenetrable wall of iron and bronze. The solitary path to salvation had been severed. Remaining here would only ensnare us in the relentless gears of war. Should he hesitate any longer, even the route for the cavalry's retreat would likely be cut off. At that moment, they would truly find themselves at a dead end. As for Commander Tang Yehu, although Shikui was convinced that Tang Yehu still drew breath, he could not entrust his fate to him. He had even begun to doubt whether Tang Yehu was secretly conspiring with the people of Yuzhou, orchestrating this ambush. Otherwise, all of this was simply incomprehensible. In any case, do not rely on Tang Yehu to provide support at a critical moment. We cannot place all our hopes upon him. For now, you need only to obey orders. We shall break through from this point. Shikui felt a profound weariness wash over him. He no longer wished to explain further. After uttering a final remark to his adjutant, he signaled to his loyal soldiers. The cavalry understood his intent and moved their steeds forward. Subsequently, Shikui mounted his horse and gradually extricated himself from the ranks of the Western Turkic army, making his way westward. To the west of the army remained the last 10,000 cavalry of the Western Turkics. The adjutant hesitated, contemplating whether to follow in Shikui's footsteps. Yet he felt that the war had yet to reach a definitive conclusion, his heart filled with doubt and struggle. However, he was blissfully unaware that he need not wrestle with such indecision, for Shikui had already been marked by Li Yu. To put it another way, Li Yu stood at an elevated vantage point, drawing his bowstring taut, aiming at the retreating Shikui. In the next instant, a brilliant golden light erupted. A beam as wide as a bowl surged forth, piercing through Shikui's chest in an instant. The commander of the Western Turkic forces did not even have a chance to exchange a word with Li Yu before he abruptly met his demise on the battlefield. Indeed, it could be said that Shikui was perhaps unaware of how he perished. Only the observing adjutant grasped the entirety of the situation, witnessing the moment when a beam of light pierced through Shikui. What is happening? As he beheld Shikui slowly falling from his mount, a gaping wound in his chest, the adjutant was left utterly bewildered. He never expected to witness such a bizarre scene. The leader of the Western Turks had died in such an inexplicable manner. There were no signs prior to his death. He simply fell, rendered worthless on the battlefield. How could this be possible? While he was lost in thought, he caught a glimpse of a sudden flash of light in his peripheral vision. Instinctively, he turned his head to observe the unfolding events. Yet in the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he was left in a state of oblivion. The brilliant yellow beam of death reappeared, this time aimed at the adjutant of Shikue. The still hesitant adjutant had no time to react before the sun arrow struck his head, reducing him to a headless corpse. In mere seconds, the two prominent leaders of the Western Turks had fallen in succession. From his vantage point on the hillside, Liu shook his head in mild dissatisfaction, chuckling as he scolded himself. He had aimed for the chest, yet the arrow found its mark in the head. Ultimately, the distance was too great. Had the fool not been frozen in place, and had he not been a stationary target, this arrow might not have struck him at all. With a virtual sand table at his disposal, pinpointing the enemy commander was a relatively straightforward task. The sole issue lay in executing a precise long-range shot. Fortunately, both commanders were situated amidst a dense throng, making movement exceedingly difficult. Otherwise, Liu would have struggled to eliminate these two leaders with such ease. One could argue that the sheer number of troops was not necessarily an advantage. Moreover, neither of these men possessed the terrifying instincts of Shui Yintua's leader, Inan Khan. If they had, Liu might have found it impossible to take them down. With the two foremost leaders dispatched, it was now time to target the mid-level commanders. Once their command structure was dismantled, the lower-ranking soldiers would scatter like headless flies, utterly disoriented and aimless. Liu muttered to himself, and in his peripheral vision, he noticed someone still standing nearby. Smiling, he said, "You need not remain by my side any longer. Find an opportune moment to enter the fray." "Yes," Yang Hen replied, awakening from his reverie, casting a complex glance at Liu before turning to lead the vengeful Azuro away. Once upon a time, the Yuzhou army had struggled against small bands of Turkic warriors, relying on various stratagems to defeat those savages. Yet now, even when facing such a vast horde of barbaric forces, they appeared remarkably unperturbed. Unbeknownst to them, they have become remarkably powerful. Reflecting on the past, Yang Hen cannot help but feel a tumult of emotions. Indeed, we have grown formidable to this extent. With such a potent army, surely Yuzhou will no longer be subjected to the tyranny of barbaric invaders? How splendid it would be if His Highness could expel the aristocracy from Yuzhou City sooner. Alas, we, the unfortunate ones, are destined to confront the agonies of our past. This is the reality we face, unchangeable and immutable. Observing the Turkic people struggling on the brink of life and death, Yang Hen lets out a long sigh. The contrast between the memories of yesteryear and the current scene evokes a profound sense of nostalgia. Years ago, Yuzhou was mercilessly oppressed by these foreign tribes. Now, they have transformed into a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. This shift in identity fills her with a deep sense of lamentation. Chapter 151. Lucrative Mission Rewards on the Hillside. Liu maintained a relentless long-range suppression. The moment anyone dared to emerge among the ranks and attempt to command the army, they would be met with a merciless hail of arrows. With Liu overseeing the battlefield from his elevated position, the command structure of the Western Turks was utterly dismantled in less than half an hour. By this point, the once mighty army of over 400,000 found itself ensnared in a dire predicament. Devoid of orders and leadership from above, the Western Turks were left in utter confusion. Coupled with the disheartening news of the death of their Khan, the morale of the already bewildered troops plummeted to an all-time low. Even in their futile resistance, they appeared feeble and lackluster. The disorganized foot soldiers were stripped of any combat effectiveness. The ensuing battle had lost all semblance of suspense. Despite their efforts to minimize casualties, the Yuzhou army adopted the safest approach, waiting for the White Horse Brigade to exhaust their arrows before commencing their sweeping assault. Yet even so, they managed to eliminate all foes before nightfall. This was a profoundly unequal contest. The Yuzhou army, with its staggering disparity in casualties, demonstrated an undeniable truth. When an army's equipment reaches a certain level of advancement, warfare transcends into something far grimmer, a brutal massacre. Indeed, the term massacre may not be entirely accurate here. For those who dared to invade these lands, the most savage retribution was warranted. Before such beasts, no compassion would arise. The more gruesomely they perished, the greater the satisfaction it brought. In this regard, The vengeful Azura excelled as always. As the war drew to a close, the battlefield echoed with haunting cries. To die in suffering was their ultimate fate. Due to the sheer number of casualties, the Yuzhou army was unable to clear the battlefield that night. It was not until the following day that Bai Qi found the opportunity to approach Li Yu and inquire about the disposal plan. Your Highness, it has been confirmed that the enemy forces have been annihilated. What should we do next? Li Yu cast a glance at him and replied nonchalantly. Retrieve all war resources that can be salvaged. As for their remains, after a moment of contemplation, a decision formed in Li Yu's mind. Their bodies could be utilized to construct a grand viewing platform, along with the remains of the previous 30,000 cavalry and their steeds. It should not be a formidable task to amass a platform of 1,000,000 corpses. Let it be erected right here at the foot of the Yin Mountains, serving as a stark reminder to those herding beasts of the fate that awaits those who oppose Yuzhou. I shall ensure that they never dare to entertain thoughts of invading the Central Plains again. A viewing platform of 1,000,000 corpses. This would be an unprecedented feat. Such a massive accumulation of remains would undoubtedly leave an indelible impact on the souls of those who beheld it. As long as this capital is established at the foot of the Yin Mountains, those barbarous tribes with nefarious intentions toward the Central Plains must inevitably reckon with the consequences that await them. This may not entirely quench their ambitions to venture southward, but it will undoubtedly cast a shadow upon their hearts. When engaged in battle against the people of the Central Plains, they will always bear the weight of a great mountain upon their souls. This is precisely the effect that Li Yu desires, to compel those brutes to thoughtfully consider their own capabilities before embarking on their southern expedition. This endeavor is not for the sake of the Tang court, but solely for the welfare of the people of Tang and Yuzhou. After all, we are all derived from a common origin. No matter how much Li Yu may despise the Tang court, he cannot help but think of the common folk when contemplating interests. Bai Qi grasped Li Yu's intentions, casting a respectful glance towards him as he bowed and replied, "Yes. Your Highness, I understand." Li Yu nodded in acknowledgement and smiled as he urged, "Please take swift action to manage the corpses, lest they decay and lead to a plague. Rest assured, Your Highness, it is merely early spring. It poses no issue," Bai Qi responded before turning to depart, accompanied by his soldiers to handle the remains of the barbarians. Meanwhile, Li Yu seized this rare moment of leisure to organize his gains. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have annihilated the Western Turkic army, exceeding your mission. Rewards: Potato Seeds X1000, Railway Construction Technology X1, Siege Hammer Blueprint X1, and 20,000 soldiers of the Divine Mechanism Camp. A new task has been issued. Please capture the Goguryeo city and establish Inshan City. The rewards for this task are extraordinarily bountiful. Foremost among them is the coveted potato seed, an agricultural marvel that can significantly enhance the grain yield of the land and greatly improve agricultural productivity. By sowing corn and potato seeds across the fertile lands of Yuzhou, the issue of food scarcity will no longer pose a challenge. Indeed, it is conceivable that Yuzhou may eventually liberate its agricultural labor force, allowing for the development of other industries. As for the railway construction technology, there is little more to say. Li Yu has long anticipated its arrival. Once the artisan team assimilates this technology, a railway can be established between Yuzhou City and Pingqing. With a transportation route in place, coal can be continuously extracted from Pingqing and transported to the core regions of Yuzhou. Regarding the coal mines, articulating their specific utility is a challenge, yet their significance for technological advancement is unquestionable. Whether it pertains to the potential emergence of steam engines, steel casting techniques, or even from the perspective of heating, the value of coal is self-evident. The role of technology on the battlefield has already been vividly demonstrated in this grand engagement. As the accumulated technology in Yuzhou progresses further, it is likely that the strength of the Yuzhou army will be capable of effortlessly sweeping across the globe. Despite Li Yu's lack of keen interest, witnessing the gradual flourishing of his stronghold is undeniably a source of joy, is it not? The amalgamation of coal mining technology and railway construction techniques promises a wealth of benefits. Merely contemplating it stirs one's spirit with excitement. The transportation network and energy infrastructure are bound to shine brightly in the future. As for the next reward, the blueprint for the siege hammer serves as a fitting compensation for the earlier disappointment of failing to capture the Goguryeo siege engines. In the past, King Gao Jinwu of Goguryeo discerned the impending threat and prudently evacuated the Shanhai Pass defense line, preventing the Yuzhou army from intercepting the siege engines that Li Yu had set his sights on. Now, there is no need to seize completed products. By analyzing the structure of the siege engines, Li Yu's team can commence manufacturing directly from the blueprints, thereby saving considerable effort. Chapter 152. The arrival of sign-in rewards in addition to a myriad of technical accolades. This time the rewards for completing the task included a contingent of 20,000 soldiers from the Divine Mechanism camp. With the number of mechanized transport vehicles now having reached a substantial scale, this addition is undoubtedly a timely boon. In the future, these mechanized transport vehicles can accompany the army to transport a significant quantity of artillery directly to the front lines of the battlefield. The previous limitations caused by an insufficient number of soldiers in the Divine Mechanism camp have now been lifted with the emergence of this 20,000-strong force. The overall strength of the Yuzhou army has ascended to a new echelon, particularly in terms of their capabilities in siege warfare and city defense, which have undergone a transformative change. Previously, Li Yu led the Yuzhou army to engage only in skirmishes in the wilderness. From this point forward, with the support of siege engines and the Divine Mechanism camp, he can now commence his endeavors in siege warfare. Coincidentally, the next mission assigned by the system has set its sights on Liaodong. Thus, the next course of action is quite clear: to seize the territory of Liaodong and expand Yuzhou's dominion. It is worth noting that the northeastern region is indeed a promising locale, boasting fertile lands and abundant mineral reserves, particularly the iron ore that Yuzhou currently requires, which is scattered throughout various locations in Liaodong. Having successfully captured Pingqing, the next step is to conquer Liaodong, thereby achieving Yuzhou's short-term strategic objectives. After contemplating these matters, Li Yu rose and stretched, intending to venture out and inspect the extent of the production at the foot of the Yin Mountains. However, as soon as he stood up, another system notification resonated in his ears. The week has elapsed. The host may now sign in. Upon hearing the announcement, Li Yu paused, murmuring to himself, "Has another week passed so swiftly? Is it time to sign in again?" Reflecting on the accumulated resources in his possession, he realized there were still numerous technologies yet to be fully assimilated. Now, with a new sign-in opportunity presented, he wondered if the system intended to overwhelm him with resources. Li Yu chuckled, shaking his head in resignation, and uttered two clear words: "Sign in." Why decline rewards that come free of charge? Who would resent having more cards up their sleeve? As for the enemies faltering and proving inadequate, that is their own predicament. This does not hinder Li Yu from acquiring superior resources, does it? As his words fell, the system notification chimed once more. Congratulations to the host for receiving sign-in rewards. Notable figure Xiao, he X1. Earth Kong Application Technology X1. Hereditary Craftsman from the Ming Army X20,000. In comparison to the bountiful rewards acquired through exceeding task expectations, the sign-in rewards appeared somewhat lackluster. Yet, even so, they brought immense joy to Li Yu's heart. Just when he was troubled by the construction of Pingqing, he fortuitously signed in to obtain Xiao He and the craftsman. The recent rewards have been quite gratifying. The construction of Pingqing is indeed part of the plan, yet challenges persist. Currently, Yuzhou is undergoing expansion, and the 10,000 craftsmen there are wholly occupied, unable to assist in the development of the new city. Furthermore, Pingqing lacks a dedicated administrative figure to oversee operations. Originally, Li Yu intended to dispatch Zhuge Liang to Pingqing once the construction of Yuzhou was completed. However, it seems unnecessary to complicate matters further. Simply assigning the 2,000 craftsmen to Xiao He for the establishment of Pingqing will suffice. This recent bounty of rewards has truly resonated with Li Yu, who feels immensely satisfied. As for the heated Kong technology, it is indeed a remarkable advancement. Historically, Yuzhou has been desolate primarily due to the harsh northern climate, where winter often claims lives. Consequently, the populace has preferred the warmer southern regions over the frigid Yuzhou. With the advent of the heated Kong, complemented by coal mining, enduring the bitter winter will no longer pose a challenge. These two sets of rewards have substantially addressed the current shortcomings of Yuzhou. Once the existing technologies are thoroughly assimilated, one can anticipate a transformative evolution for Yuzhou. As matters begin to progress smoothly, the exhilaration will be unparalleled. Freed from its natural adversities, Yuzhou is poised to embark on a path of rapid development. Provided that no unforeseen circumstances arise, Yuzhou is on the brink of soaring to new heights. After fully integrating the current technologies, Yuzhou will no longer fear any form of assault, including natural disasters. The enhancements across 5 critical sectors – food, shelter, transportation, military strength, and infrastructure – will ensure that Yuzhou remains invincible in the future. In simple terms, it can be summarized in 2 words: invincible. Yuzhou has risen dramatically, and there is little more to say. It will remain unconquerable henceforth. While Li Yu was reveling in thoughts of the future, a fair-skinned middle-aged man entered the tent. Parting the curtain, "I am Xiaohe, your highness." With the increasing number of individuals joining his team, Li Yu had become somewhat desensitized to historical figures. Upon witnessing the distinguished presence of Xiaohe, he smiled and nodded. "Welcome, Minister Xiao, to my team. I hope you will grace us with your support in the future." "Your highness is too kind. It is our honor to serve you," Xiaohe replied earnestly. Observing his surroundings, he remarked, "This place resembles a military camp. If your highness is indeed on a military campaign, I would be grateful to know how I may assist you." "Indeed, I am engaged in battle," Li Yu replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. "However, that battle has concluded. Only the final touches remain." With that, Li Yu beckoned Xiaohe to follow. "Come, I shall show you the fruits of this campaign and share my forthcoming plans." 2 individuals sequentially emerged from the tent, took their steeds, and departed towards the foothills of the Yin Mountains. Along the way, Li Yu articulated his strategic vision. This prince is on the verge of erecting a new city and requires a chief magistrate to lead the artisans in its construction. Meanwhile, given the somewhat remote location of the new city, it is highly probable that we may encounter incursions from marauding tribes. Therefore, this leading figure must also possess military prowess, capable of delivering a decisive blow when disturbances arise. Minister Xiao, renowned for his dual mastery of both civil and martial affairs, is the only person I can entrust with this matter, allowing me to truly rest at ease. In Li Yu's estimation, although Xiaohe was celebrated for his administrative acumen, he was equally adept in matters of warfare. Thus, assigning Xiaohe to Pinching would be the most favorable outcome for him. Chapter 153. Xiaohe upon his arrival. Xiaohe was unfamiliar with the overall situation of the Yuzhou army. If possible, he certainly wished to acquire as much knowledge as he could in order to integrate into this collective swiftly. However, when Li Yu requested him to partake in the establishment of a new city, Xiaohe unhesitatingly acquiesced. He did not defer Li Yu's command for any reason. It was a task entrusted by His Highness, and he was determined to exert his utmost efforts. Having come here to alleviate His Highness's burdens, he vowed to fulfill any directive with unwavering dedication, assuring His Highness of his commitment. Xiaohe's tone and demeanor exuded sincerity, devoid of any hint of dissatisfaction. Li Yu nodded and chuckled lightly, remarking, "I appreciate your efforts, Minister Xiao. Yuzhou is in urgent need of development. To expand outward, we cannot do without your assistance. Your Highness is too kind. Just a word from you, and I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the task," Xiaohe replied with a smile, creating an atmosphere of harmonious exchange. Thus, the matter of constructing Pingcheng was effortlessly resolved. Before long, the 2 rode their horses to the foot of the Yin Mountain. Upon witnessing soldiers transporting mountains of corpses while constructing the capital observation post, Xiaohe was taken aback. How many lives have been extinguished to create such a mound of bodies?" Li Yu casually responded, 900,000 souls, along with 300,000 warhorses. "The exact figures elude me, but it is approximately that many. Is it possible that the northern barbarians have multiplied to such an extent?" Xiaohe expressed disbelief, recalling that in his era, the number of northern barbarians was far fewer. Hearing Li Yu mention over 900,000 deceased in this place left him at a loss for words. "This is merely the casualties from the Western Turks. Previously, I decimated the northern steppes, resulting in nearly 1 million lives lost," Li Yu stated matter-of-factly. "After several battles, the Turks have nearly been exterminated. They have paid dearly for their incursions into the Central Plains, and now they should behave themselves." So a total of more than 2 million barbarians have perished?" Xiaohe gasped, astonished. "I never imagined your highness would achieve such a feat. I have been woefully uninformed." With an intense curiosity, Xiaohe gazed at the teams transporting the bodies. "Pray tell, how many troops does your highness command to accomplish such a monumental task?" Li Yu pointed ahead and replied, "There are approximately 140,000 troops here, and as for the main camp in Yuzhou, It comprises about 40,000 men. Thus, the total is less than 200,000. Xiao He was once again struck with disbelief. Leading 140,000 men to effortlessly annihilate 900,000 adversaries. How formidable are the soldiers under this prince's command? A ratio of over 6-to-1. And yet they achieved a complete annihilation with such ease. Even the 4 renowned generals of the Warring States period could not boast such exaggerated accomplishments. 200,000 in military exploits. It sounds truly terrifying. If it were not for the harrowing sight of the mountain of corpses before him, Xiao He would scarcely believe the grim reality unfolding. At this moment, he cast aside any lingering disdain. This young man was certainly not as simple as he had initially perceived. Perhaps he was destined to become an unprecedented sovereign. Liu, oblivious to the changes in Xiao He's expression, strode directly towards his management team, introducing Xiao He to several members. "This is Xiao He, our new ally," he declared. He then gestured towards Bai Qi and the others, proceeding with the introductions. Bai Qi needs no introduction. You must have heard of his prowess. Qin Liangyu, a remarkable heroine who once commanded hundreds of thousands of troops with an illustrious record. As for Yang Hen, consider her an unparalleled warrior, possessing extraordinary martial prowess, yet lacking in strategic acumen to lead large forces. She is the commander of the special forces within the Yuzhou army. It is worth noting that the Revenger Azura represents the most formidable unit in terms of overall military strength. If Xiao He can cultivate a good relationship with her, he will find immense convenience in warfare. The adaptability of the Revenger Azura is unparalleled. They require no logistical support, no rest, and no constant oversight of discipline. Furthermore, they possess a mobility that even light cavalry cannot rival. Capable of scaling cliffs, they excel in stealth and infiltration. Their combat capabilities are fearsome as well. Despite their limited intelligence-gathering skills, this unit is nearly flawless. Listening to Li Yu's light-hearted recounting of the Revenger Azura's might, Xiao He couldn't help but regard Yang Hen with newfound respect. Initially, he had thought her merely a mysterious and whimsical girl, but her battlefield achievements revealed the extraordinary nature of the Revenger Azura. Xiao He began to comprehend the exceptional nature of the organization he had joined. He nodded at Yang Hen, receiving a cool response in return. Subsequently, he subtly flattered Bai Qi and Qin Liangyu, thereby beginning to integrate into this small circle. After introducing him to the others, Liu inquired about the progress of the capital's construction. Upon receiving the response that it would be completed by evening, Liu departed with Xiao He. Upon returning to the camp, Liu allocated to Xiao He 5,000 white horse cavalry, 5,000 Shiliang iron riders, 10,000 artisans, along with soldiers from the Divine Mechanism camp and the Beihai army, totaling 30,000 troops. Liu urged Xiao He to hasten to Pingcheng and commence the construction of the new city, for they had acquired the technology for heated kangs. This city would utilize this technology to withstand the bitter cold of the coming year. Once Xiao He departed, Liu had but one final task at the foot of the Yin Mountains, to construct a capital capable of housing 1 million people, intended to instill fear in the nomadic tribes that inhabit this land. An extraordinary structure, projected to reach a height of 100 meters, was soon to rise at the foot of the Yin Mountains, north of the Hetao region. Once this capital was completed, it would become an eternal source of anguish for the people of the grasslands. 1 million soldiers met their demise here, succumbing to the ruthless slaughter of the Yuzhou army. They were unable to pose a significant threat to their adversaries, merely existing as victims, mercilessly felled on the very grasslands they once called home, at the hands of a formidable force. This event shall be eternally inscribed in the annals of history, transforming into an indelible dark chapter for the barbarous denizens of the plains. The descendants of these nomadic people will perpetuate the tales of the Yuzhou army's victories through generations, until the day they are either assimilated by the Huaxia civilization or vanish completely from the pages of history. The decree that those who offend Huaxia shall face retribution, no matter the distance, is no longer a mere slogan, but a tangible reality. Should anyone dare to contest this truth, they may very well test whether the Yuzhou army will come forth to enact their judgment. Chapter 154. A farce. As Liu diligently concluded his final tasks, the war at the border of Yuzhou had only just begun. The mixed forces led by Wang Li stood resolutely at the boundary of Yuzhou, arranged in formation, awaiting the approach of the enemy. A formidable army of 190,000 stood at the edge, under the cold gaze of the Yuzhou troops. With but a single step forward, they would encounter the most brutal onslaught from the Yuzhou forces. Both sides were on high alert, poised for the command to ignite the battle. In stark contrast to the solemn atmosphere of the Yuzhou army, the aristocrats appeared remarkably at ease. Their laughter rang out, mocking these arrogant and ignorant fools. If they had remained within the city, they might have had a fighting chance. Yet, they dare to venture out to confront us? Truly, they are lost in their own hubris. As one of the prominent nobles of the allied forces, Li Xiaowei stood at the rear of the formation, openly deriding the Yuzhou army, as if envisioning an inevitable triumph for his side. Beside him, Wang Nuo smiled and shook his head, interjecting lightly. The crown prince only bullies the naive and uncultured. If it were to come to blows with us aristocrats, they would hardly stand a chance. The court is still too weak. With just a few thousand men, we could reclaim this territory from such simpletons. Yet, the one in the court expects us to engage. What a misguided expectation. Indeed, once the jesting began, the aristocrats relished in their derision of Yuzhou. Even the court became a target of their scorn, and laughter reverberated through the ranks. Who could have imagined such a scene unfolding on the battlefield? Amidst pre-battle banter, one could only ponder whether they were truly oblivious or if their confidence in their superiority rendered them dismissive of the Yuzhou troops. After a prolonged session of sardonic mockery, it was ultimately Cui Zhen who stepped forth to put an end to this absurd display. Colleagues, let us cease the idle chatter. First, we shall slay these Yuzhou troops. Then breach the city and eliminate those wretches within. It is high time we reclaimed Yuzhou, a territory that has belonged to us aristocrats since ancient times. The crown prince has chosen the wrong adversary this time. He must pay the price. Upon hearing these words, the aristocrats immediately concurred. Indeed, let us mobilize the army and conclude this farce. What can the 40,000 of Yuzhou accomplish against 190,000? Let us proceed. And may the head of the Cui family issue the command. It is time to end this. With the representatives of the prominent families voicing their sentiments, Cui Zhen assumed command of the impending war. He turned to his kin, exchanging a knowing glance, and the members of the Cui clan understood, beginning to beat the war drums. As the rhythmic sound resonated, the army advanced in unison, an endless sea of troops surging toward the territory of Yuzhou. On the other side, Wang Li remained steadfast and ready. The moment the first individual stepped onto the territory of Yuzhou, Wang Li raised his right hand high and brought it down forcefully. Fire! At his command, the cannons roared. The 2,000 cannons arrayed at the front unleashed a simultaneous thunderous cacophony, reverberating towards the heavens. The deafening sound echoed, instilling terror in the allied forces of the gentry. Many were so startled that they dropped their weapons, unaware of their own disarray. However, this earth-shattering noise was merely a fade. When the 2,000 explosive shells simultaneously descended upon the crowd, the true horror descended upon the world. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of exploding shells erupted from all directions. One by one, the shells detonated, inflicting catastrophic devastation. In this era, military formations favored dense arrangements, leading to an overwhelming concentration of troops in close quarters. This provided the perfect stage for the explosive shells to perform their deadly ballet. With the detonation of 2,000 shells, nearly 20,000 lives were extinguished in mere moments. This was merely the beginning. A tenth of the enemy had fallen on this ground forever. The battlefield, filled with the wails of the damned, left the observing nobles in stunned silence. They witnessed how a single strike caused the grand army to scatter in disarray. These lofty nobles finally grasped why the Yuzhou army could repel the assaults of over 1 million barbarian invaders. The reason was not complex. It was simply because the Yuzhou army was formidable. At this moment, the Yuzhou forces had nearly reached their full potential, embodying the pinnacle of combat effectiveness. Facing a well-trained force of 40,000 professional soldiers, the odds of victory for their 190,000 troops seemed infinitesimal, even if fortune favored them. Why? What sort of weaponry could inflict such grievous casualties? Was this the confidence that emboldened them to engage in battle outside the city? This was indeed. Such a powerful weapon surely could not be wielded indiscriminately. There must be more to this battle, and they ought to observe the situation further. It was prudent not to rush to conclusions. They should wait and see. As the nobles mutually encouraged one another, as if to strike them in the face, another round of artillery fire was unleashed. Although this second barrage did not achieve the extensive impact of the first, it still claimed nearly 7,000 lives. The resounding roar of cannon fire once more stunned the nobles. What precious weaponry could be employed so frequently in such a brief span? If they were to fire 10 more shots, would it mean the complete annihilation of the hard-gathered 190,000 troops? Just as the nobles were yet to recover from their stupor, Wang Li had already issued new orders. White Horse Cavalry, Great Han Crossbowmen, advance 100 paces and prepare to fire with arched shots. The commands were relayed, and the Great Han Crossbowmen and White Horse Cavalry, positioned one behind the other, advanced to the front lines, seizing the opportunity while the cannons were reloaded. Upon reaching the designated position, they formed 4 lines, brandishing their zhuge crossbows, and commenced a relentless barrage. Countless arrows were unleashed, resembling a terrifying swarm of locusts. After merely 2 volleys, the morale of the enemy forces was utterly shattered. On the battlefield, the first signs of deserters emerged. The noble youths tasked with overseeing the troops found themselves unable to seize even the opportunity to instill fear, as they were trampled by the panicked throngs, meeting their demise amidst the chaos of the ranks. Meanwhile, the noble lords observing from the rear, at this juncture, were not only incapable of directing the battle, they had already turned their steeds and fled for their lives, desperate to escape the advancing forces of Yuzhou, fearing they would perish on this very battlefield. Should they pursue? Witnessing the war devolve into a farce, the officer in charge of the Shiliang cavalry approached Wang Li with a sardonic inquiry. With a mere command from Wang Li, the Shiliang cavalry would charge forth, leaving this rabble behind. Yet, observing Wang Li shake his head slowly, he remarked, "His Highness has decreed that those who dare to invade Yuzhou shall face no mercy. Since they have fled, let them go." Chapter 155, A Great Victory? The invasion by the aristocratic coalition has become a farcical tale. A multitude of invaders barely set foot on the territory of Yuzhou before leaving behind tens of thousands of corpses in their panic-stricken retreat. Observing their disarray, it is indeed difficult to fathom how Cui Hong's initial bravado could have been uttered. Just moments after proclaiming their intent to annihilate the Yuzhou army, they were left in a state of utter humiliation. The irony is palpable. Wang Li gazed coldly into the distance, resolutely preventing his soldiers from stepping onto the land of the Tang dynasty. He had firmly declared that any issues would be resolved within their own territory, thus maintaining a defensive posture at the very frontier. His stance was unmistakable. Even if the enemy mounted an assault, he would not retaliate. By refraining from counterattacks, the imperial court would find no grounds to slander Yuzhou. Even if they attempted to vilify Li Yu, it would be difficult for the populace to accept. After all, if Li Yu truly harbored ambitions of rebellion, he could easily march straight into Chang'an, couldn't he? The military capabilities of both sides have made it abundantly clear that Li Yu possessed the strength to accomplish such a feat in light of this. Any individual with a modicum of intelligence would dismiss the notion of treason as mere fabrication. This aligns perfectly with Li Yu's intentions. As for the rest, they were of no concern to him, for historical accounts are hard to perpetuate, and he could not be bothered. Wang Li had a profound understanding of Li Yu's stance. Thus, even when his subordinates inquired whether to clear the battlefield, Wang Li resolutely declined. The enemy's corpses lay within the boundaries of the Tang dynasty. We have declared that we shall not step an inch beyond that line. Let these fools collect their own dead. There is no need for us to do their bidding. With that, Wang Li waved his hand and commanded, "Retreat, retreat, retreat, retreat." The military order was disseminated step by step, and the troops promptly responded, turning back. They reassembled their dismounted artillery and meticulously cleared away all recoverable crossbow bolts. In the end, only a trace of blood remained along the border, and the Yuzhou army left behind nothing else. This battle concluded in an utterly absurd fashion. Preliminary estimates indicated that the enemy had suffered over 40,000 casualties, while our side recorded no losses whatsoever. This could be deemed the most disproportionate conflict in history. After all, 40,000 versus 0 is a disparity that defies calculation, is it not? Upon returning to Yuzhou, the army was met with a hero's welcome from its people. This honor was well-deserved. They had triumphed over their foes once more. Indeed, foes. For the people of Yuzhou, the Tang dynasty had become synonymous with enmity. Anyone who dared to infringe upon Yuzhou was deemed an enemy. The imperial court had abandoned them in their most perilous hour, only to now entice the Turks to attack Yuzhou. Moreover, while the crown prince engaged the enemy, they dispatched agents to launch a surprise attack on Yuzhou. If this does not constitute an enemy, then who else could possibly be defined by such a concept? However, since His Highness has already spoken, there is no intention to retaliate. Although the common folk felt a sense of grievance, they acquiesced to Li Yu's decision. After all, the one seated in the court is none other than the father of this prince. The people understood the predicament Li Yu faced. In this era, the prevailing ethos is to govern the state with filial piety. To be branded as unfilial would indeed be quite loathsome. To sacrifice one's reputation for an emperor who disregards their humanity would be a steep price to pay. Besides, given that Yuzhou can now sustain itself, there is no need to entangle with the Tang dynasty any further. They would focus on their own lives, as long as they do not overstep. There is no need for conflict with the Tang. Henceforth, the people of Yuzhou no longer harbored unrealistic expectations of the imperial court. They had come to realize that their only reliance was on Prince Li Yu and the strength they had in their own hands. From this moment on, Yuzhou would sever all ties with the Tang dynasty. In Chang'an City, at the Daxing Palace, Li Shimin sat upon the dragon throne, inquiring in a grave tone about the current situation in Yuzhou. With an army of 190,000 besieging Yuzhou, what was the status of the battle? Upon hearing the inquiry, Du Ruhui stepped forward and bowed deeply. Your Majesty, the aristocratic coalition has dealt a devastating blow to the Yuzhou forces at the border, slaying over 40,000 men and collecting more than 40,000 right ears as evidence, which clearly indicates a resounding victory. Oh, over 40,000 slain? Li Shimin's eyes widened as he gazed at Du Ruhui, excitement coursing through him. He sat up eagerly and asked, I have heard that the Yuzhou military's defensive strength totaled merely 40,000. Does this mean that the aristocratic coalition has breached Yuzhou City? The current strength of Yuzhou was 40,000, and the slaughter of 40,000 would equate to the annihilation of all its military might. Logically, this made perfect sense. However, one must remember that this world is fantastical. Thus, Du Ruhui's response was, the aristocratic alliance is currently regrouping its forces within the boundaries of Fanyang, preparing to engage in battle again at a later date. I beseech your Majesty to exercise patience. Li Shimin, perplexed, exclaimed, how could they annihilate the defensive strength of Yuzhou and yet still be regrouping in Fanyang? Would it not be better to simply seize Yuzhou City? Suddenly, Li Shimin realized something amiss and hastily pressed. Could it be that they have engaged in the practice of killing the innocent to claim false merit? This phenomenon of killing the innocent to feign military achievements has existed since time immemorial, implying the murder of civilians to falsely represent one's military exploits and thus garner rewards beyond what is deserved. The stark contrast between the actual circumstances and Li Shimin's expectations led him to instinctively associate the situation with this term. If it were not for the aristocratic coalition's deceit in reporting their military accomplishments, they would not be lingering in Fanyang. Upon hearing this, Du Ruhui remained calm and did not directly address the reality of the situation. He merely responded ambiguously. All these figures were submitted by the aristocratic coalition, and they indeed delivered over 40,000 right ears. This cannot be fabricated. As for the specific circumstances, it is imperative that your Majesty dispatches someone to Fanyang for an investigation to ascertain the truth. Li Shimin inhaled deeply, his countenance darkening with gravity. He had already surmised that there must be some hidden intricacies at play. This group of aristocrats was exceedingly audacious, and it was unclear from whence they had acquired over 40,000 ears, nor could one discern the extent of embellishment surrounding these military achievements. Confronted with such inept allies, Li Shimin felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of invective. Yet, recalling that figures such as Du Ruhui and Changsun Wujing also hailed from aristocratic backgrounds, he ultimately restrained himself. It would be prudent to send someone to conduct a thorough investigation. After all, this pertained to critical matters of state, and one could not solely rely on the assertions of the aristocratic alliance. Indeed, Du Ruhui bowed in acknowledgement, accepting the command. It is worth noting that he too harbored curiosity regarding the veritable extent of the aristocratic alliance's military accomplishments. Chapter 156. Merely a jest. News arrived from Chang'an, proclaiming a resounding victory in the campaign against Yuzhou, with the enemy forces suffering over 40,000 casualties. On his return journey, Liu encountered Yin Shisan, who was there to convey intelligence. Upon hearing the information divulged by Yin Shisan, Liu was momentarily taken aback, bewildered as he inquired, "Did not General Wang claim that he had repelled those fools without losing a single soldier? What then is the meaning of this intelligence you present?" The intelligence from Yuzhou had already reached Liu through the usual channels. The coalition of aristocratic families was indeed as inept as he had surmised. Easily routed in mere moments by the defensive forces of Yuzhou, they had successfully repelled the incursions from the central plains without the need for destruction. Yet now, Yin Shisan spoke of a great victory for the coalition. What could this possibly signify? As Liu pondered the possibility of Wang lying, he heard Yin Shisan suppressing laughter as he replied, "This matter is truly absurd." When General Wang returned to Yuzhou, those fleeing aristocrats returned to the border, wielding blades to sever the ears of the fallen soldiers. Initially, the coalition's troops resisted, but after some unknown persuasion from the aristocrats, they appeared as though they had struck gold, eagerly cutting the ears of their own kin, each more enthusiastic than the last, thus claiming the achievements of over 40,000. Your Highness is aware that you once commanded General Wang not to leave the territory of Yuzhou without authorization, which granted them this opportunity. Consequently, the news of a purported great victory spread from Chang'an. Upon hearing Yin Shisan's explanation, Liu was at a loss for whether to laugh or feel the sting of irony. These aristocrats had truly abandoned all semblance of humanity, resorting to the corpses of their own to claim glory in battle. The very thought that these individuals shared his lineage filled him with profound revulsion. How could one be so devoid of decency? Did they not fear the vengeful spirits of their fallen comrades returning from the underworld to exact their retribution? Truly, in such a vast forest, one finds all manner of creatures. No wonder these aristocrats ultimately faded from the annals of history, with such moral depravity. Who could possibly tolerate their existence? Perhaps stirred by the grotesqueness of it all, Liu instinctively recalled a news story he had heard in later times, concerning the Kong family, descendants of the venerable Confucius. The internal strife of this so-called 2,000-year family could only be described as grotesque, exploiting their own kin with a cruelty surpassing that of demons. This is what one might call an aristocracy, a collective of monsters thriving on the lifeblood of their own people. And yet, there are still those who extol such abominations. It is utterly revolting. Henceforth, let such distressing intelligence be kept from my ears. It nauseates me to hear it. Do you understand? Liu clutched his abdomen and waved his hand dismissively at Yin Shisan, his face contorted with distaste. Upon observing Liu's demeanor, Yin Shisan refrained from further jesting and spoke in a solemn tone. "Your Highness, I had believed that this matter might amuse you, which is why I came to report it. Little did I anticipate." "This is not your fault," Liu interjected, then murmured as if to himself. "One can only say that they are unworthy of being called subjects of the Tang dynasty. The thought that I, too, reside on this land fills me with shame." With that, Liu diverted his attention from the matter, leading his troops onward. In just another day's time, they would return to Yuzhou City. Throughout this period of warfare, he had developed considerable anticipation for the city's current state. He wondered how much Yuzhou had expanded. It was best to return swiftly. Matters in Pingqing also required arrangement, and considerations for territorial expansion needed to be addressed. Liaodong, indeed, was a splendid place. Securing Liaodong and a portion of the grasslands would solidify Yuzhou's foundation. With the grasslands available for grazing and breeding horses, and resources such as coal and iron to be extracted from Pingqing and Liaodong, the prospects were bright. Moreover, Liaodong's land was renowned for its fertility, now even cultivating staple crops. Once rice, wheat, corn, and potatoes were established, the issue of sustenance would be resolved. In summary, capturing Liaodong would ensure that all materials necessary for Yuzhou would be fully supplied, rendering it entirely self-sufficient. Lost in contemplation of future strategic goals, Liu arrived at Yuzhou almost unconsciously. Upon seeing the newly reconstructed towering city gates, he gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape for quite some time. The height of the city wall must be no less than 18 meters. 18 meters, in more familiar terms, equates to the height of a 6-story building. It is noteworthy that during this era, the average city wall height hovered around 10 meters, with the taller ones reaching 12 meters at most. Yet, Yuzhou had constructed an imposing wall of 18 meters. Such a sense of security was unparalleled. Rubbing his slightly sore neck, Liu turned to Bai Qi and inquired, Was it not stated that the gate's height was to be built to a specification of 13 meters? How has it become so elevated? It is the citizens of Yuzhou. Bai Qi responded. Upon learning that the aristocratic coalition intended to attack Yuzhou, the populace was stirred to fervent anger. To vent their frustrations, they raised the city walls, resulting in their current stature. What does this have to do with anger? Li Yu struggled to comprehend the connection. Was it truly logical to raise the walls simply out of ire? What kind of reasoning is this? Bai Qi continued. The construction of city walls adheres to established regulations. Generally, aside from the capital, walls exceeding 15 meters are not permitted. The common folk have raised the city walls, aiming to surpass the heights of Chang'an, which boasts walls of 15 meters. Thus, they have elevated theirs to 18 meters, a gesture of disdain towards the emperor. Now it is clear. With this explanation from Bai Qi, Li Yu comprehended the intent behind it. This is an attempt to outdo the emperor in terms of standards. Indeed, it is understood now. Such formalism is favored by the people of this era. Since it pleases the populace, let them indulge in it. After all, the walls of Yuzhou now hold merely symbolic significance. The once formidable Yuzhou, strong in both troops and horses, no longer requires the protection of walls. Its mighty army can crush all opposition with ease. Let us proceed. We have savored the sights. Now we shall enter the city. With a command given, the astonished troops filed in, stepping into the newly transformed Yuzhou. Chapter 157. The victorious army. Unlike the walls outside the city, the construction within remains far from complete. One can still observe scenes reminiscent of a building site scattered throughout. Only within the original confines of Yuzhou can one find fully realized structures. Elsewhere, construction is still underway. When Li Yu returned, he had not forewarned the citizens of Yuzhou, resulting in their unawareness of the army's homecoming until the sound of galloping hooves drew their attention, gradually congregating to witness the spectacle. As they beheld the triumphant army's return, a thunderous cheer erupted. The Prince of Yan has returned. Come quickly, the prince is back. It is said that His Highness has slain 100,000 foes. A grand observatory of 100,000 scale has been constructed at the foot of Yingshan. The sight must be magnificent. Your Highness, is the news about the observatory true? Can we hear more about it? May we visit the Yingshan? Your Highness, the court is truly despicable. Let us retaliate. I am willing to contribute to the counterattack, even if it means joining the army. The streets buzzed with an array of voices, and as Li Yu listened to the unified cheers amidst the cacophony, he found himself both amused and exasperated. These people were far too raucous, showing little regard for his presence. Among them were those who brazenly reached out, attempting to seize the moment to touch him. Unexpectedly, the incidents once reserved for celebrity figures were now playing out in his own life. Li Yu pondered whether to encourage such behavior or to intervene. From the perspective of mingling with the people, it seemed unnecessary to maintain a distance. While he was still lost in thought, he had already become a target for many hands. Surrounding him, Yang Hen and others were equally unsure of how to manage the situation. As time passed, by the time Li Yu returned to the council chamber, everyone had grown somewhat numb to the events. Well, since he had already been touched by so many, there was little point in dwelling on such details. Perhaps it would suffice to adopt a more low-key demeanor when stepping out in the future. In truth, drawing closer to the populace was rather commendable. Li Yu graciously accepted the warmth of the citizens, though he paid little heed to the suggestions for a counteroffensive. While Yuzhou indeed had a need for expansion, it was primarily due to the abundant resources in Liaodong that he entertained such thoughts. As for expanding within the court or usurping Li Shimin's position, that was best left aside. He had no interest in such pursuits. He would rather focus on consolidating his hold over Yuzhou and enhancing this small territory. The quality of life for the people is not inherently linked to the expanse of land. He has already achieved what many deem impossible. His deeds of repelling enemies in Yuzhou would be recounted for generations. With renown established, the remaining task is to elevate the quality of life to levels far surpassing other regions. First, he would enhance technology and the welfare of the populace, and then contemplate further matters. As for territorial expansion, that could wait. Yuzhou possesses a geographical advantage, with opportunities for expansion to the north and west, rendering the fixation on the central plains unnecessary. Furthermore, such expansion would not yield significant benefits for Yuzhou, unless tangible resources are evident. Li Yu has no intention of extending Yuzhou's territory. Merely possessing vast lands serves little purpose without a corresponding population. As for assimilating foreign tribes as one's own citizens, that is even less feasible. Therefore, the notion of expansion is best left aside. Contemplating the questions encountered along the journey, Liu awaited Zhuge Liang's arrival. To avoid alarming the populace, he had not even informed Zhuge Liang of his return, opting for a discreet arrival. Unexpectedly, the public's enthusiasm was palpable, despite his low profile. They still flocked to welcome him. However, Zhuge Liang seemed unaware of the unusual atmosphere in the city, or perhaps he had already been stirred but was still en route. After a considerable wait, Liu finally spotted Zhuge Liang's hurried figure entering through the gate. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on your victory against the enemy at Yanshan. Such an achievement is destined to be immortalized," Zhuge Liang exclaimed upon entering. "A feat of a million-strong army is unparalleled in the world and will undoubtedly be recorded in history. It is only fitting to commend Liu for such a remarkable accomplishment." "Haha, you flatter me, esteemed sir," Liu replied with a smile, rising to greet him. "Please, take a seat. I have matters to discuss with you, and I may need your assistance." "Your Highness is too kind. Serving you is my greatest aspiration. Please do not stand on ceremony," Zhuge Liang responded courteously as he pulled out a chair to sit down. Curiosity tinged his voice as he inquired, "Might I ask what matters you wish to discuss, Your Highness?" "The war has already concluded, and our stance towards the court has been firmly established, a strategy of defense rather than offense, primarily to safeguard our reputation. Your Highness has summoned me. Do you intend to change your mind?" Noticing Zhuge Liang's confusion, Liu smiled and clarified, "What I wish to discuss is unrelated to the military matters. I intend to send a distinguished scholar to Yunzhou to establish Pingqing. They may require certain supplies to support the construction of the county, and I wanted to inform you that if someone from Yunzhou approaches you for assistance, please accommodate their requests as much as possible, provided that the resources in Yuzhou are sufficient." This revelation was substantial, and Zhuge Liang took several moments to process it before responding with a smile. A slight furrow appeared on his brow as he asked, "You mentioned a distinguished scholar. May I inquire who this person is?" "Xiao He, Prime Minister Xiao," Liu replied with a smile. "Ah," Zhuge Liang gasped, clearly taken aback by the name. Xiao He indeed was a founding minister who assisted Emperor Gaozu in establishing the Han dynasty. It was quite unexpected for Zhuge Liang to find such a remarkable figure among his peers. He was genuinely taken aback. If it were the esteemed Prime Minister Xiao, there would certainly be no issue at all. Since His Highness has spoken, I shall endeavor to fulfill this duty to the best of my abilities. After recovering from his astonishment, Zhuge Liang promptly expressed his willingness to undertake the task of transition. However, he soon inquired, "If Your Highness intends to remain in Yuzhou, surely there would be no need to specifically instruct me regarding this matter, so?" "Indeed. I shall rest for 2 days before leading my troops into battle." Liu nodded in acknowledgement, casting his gaze toward the north. "The Goguryeo have previously attacked Shanhaiguan. This matter cannot be overlooked. I have decided to decisively conquer Goguryeo, making them pay a steep price for their invasion of Yuzhou." Chapter 158. Utter shamelessness in the Grand Court of Chang'an. Emperor Li Shimin, upon discovering the inflated military achievements reported earlier, dispatched emissaries to conduct a thorough investigation. The findings were disheartening. The battle report was devoid of any substantive victories, rife with exaggerations. The emperor's visage darkened upon this revelation. A claim of slaughtering 40,000 enemies. Yet there was not a single verifiable accomplishment. 19,000 troops clashed with a mere 40,000 from Yuzhou at the border. And this ineffectual group failed to eliminate even one adversary. How dare they proclaim a resounding victory over the enemy? Did they truly believe they could trample upon my intelligence with impunity? This was an affront too great to bear. Li Shimin felt a profound indignation. As if his intellect had been insulted, he cast aside the missive, gasping with fury. Indeed, he had never anticipated such brazen shamelessness from this cohort. They had been routed like dogs, fleeing in disarray, only to boast of vanquishing the Yuzhou army and claiming the lives of over 40,000? How utterly revolting. Even Li Shimin, with his vast authority, could not tolerate this repugnant display. This time, he was genuinely incensed. Just days prior, the court had been extolling their supposed triumphs against Yuzhou. The audacity of their boasts now rendered his face crimson with embarrassment. What a disgrace. They had inflated their achievements to such an extent that they had secured not a single genuine victory. The chasm between reality and illusion was staggering, a bitter pill to swallow. Seated nearby, Du Ruhui found himself at a loss for words. The sheer audacity of such unscrupulous behavior transcended mere deceit. It was a profound disgrace. He felt a surge of rage, contemplating the gravity of the situation. It was he who had encouraged the gentry to launch an offensive against Yuzhou, and now, with this debacle unfolding, his reputation was at stake. As a member of the gentry himself, he had a hand in this farce. The thought that these brutes could boast of slaying 40,000 when they had achieved nothing was unfathomable. How could such individuals exist in this world? Taking a deep breath, Du Ruhui endeavored to steady his tumultuous emotions. Your Majesty, we must conceal this matter, lest our court becomes the object of worldwide ridicule. Had we not been so ostentatiously vocal about our victories, we could have merely chastised the gentry for their outrageous fabrications. Now, with the court having publicly endorsed their claims, retreat is no longer an option. We face two grim fates: to become a laughingstock at the hands of the gentry or to be equally shameless ourselves. Should the truth emerge, these are the only outcomes we may encounter. Hence, we must swallow this bitter pill, even if it shatters our pride. Who instigated the haste to tarnish Yozhou's reputation, seeking to suppress its spirit through the hands of the gentry? This foul maneuver has ensnared the entire court. Li Shimin understood well that this matter must be handled discreetly. He concurred with Du Ruhui's assertion that the incident should be concealed. However, his trust in Du Ruhui had begun to wane. Had it not been for Du Ruhui's insistence on prematurely declaring victory in the campaign against Yuzhou before the truth was established, such a passive situation might have been avoided. For now, let us suppress the adverse effects of this affair. There should be no further proclamations of great triumph. Moreover, we must maintain a vigilant defense against Yuzhou, ensuring that Li Yu's emissaries are not allowed to infiltrate the realm of Tang, spreading rumors indiscriminately. At that moment, Li Shimin inhaled deeply, poised to continue his discourse, when Wei Zheng interjected. Your Majesty, the fact that no enemy soldiers were slain is indeed true. It cannot be dismissed as mere rumor. I am well aware of that fact. I do not require your reminders. Li Shimin's eyes widened in fury, his countenance contorted with rage, as if poised to consume the very man before him. Wei Zheng's words struck a nerve, and in that moment, Li Shimin felt an urge to eliminate him. Who among us is unaware of this truth? Must he be reminded? What the court needs now is to transform this fact into a rumor. That is what he desires. Not to have the wound reopened and salt poured upon it. With a face splattered in disdain, Wei Zheng offered a rueful smile before retreating. Even a ruler often hailed as sagacious can succumb to self-deception. Such irony is indeed profound. If one has erred, one ought to accept it with grace. Even if one must invert truth and falsehood, one should possess a clear understanding of the predicament orchestrated by the gentry. It is evident that Li Shimin vehemently resisted this notion. Much like his stance on fratricide and paternal coercion, he desperately sought to obscure his past deeds. A common man indeed, he too bears the flaws of humanity. In future counsel, one must tread carefully, should he ever be provoked. Who knows if his wrath might lead to dire consequences for the advisor? Wei Zheng, filled with scorn, regarded this so-called enlightened ruler with growing disdain. Beyond his martial prowess and ability to rally his supporters, what great deeds has this sovereign accomplished? Even the glory of his battlefield triumphs has been eclipsed by the radiance of the crown prince. In retrospect, this emperor may well be outshone by the distant crown prince stationed at the frontier. The court has grown increasingly sordid. What immense price have they paid to contend with a single prince? Is it truly worth it? Wei Zheng remained uncertain of the worthiness of their endeavors. Yet it was clear that Li Shimin was deeply entangled, unable to extricate himself. If Yuzhou had once been regarded as an inconsequential locale, leading Li Shimin to disregard how to deal with Li Yu, this recent conflict has revealed Yozhou's formidable military capabilities. In the face of a grand army's expedition, there exists a remarkable courage to stand resolutely at the border, welcoming the adversary. Furthermore, without the expenditure of a single soldier, a staggering achievement of slaying over 40,000 foes was accomplished. Such confidence and prowess would surely instill profound apprehension in Li Shimin. More critically, how haughty was the court's previous attitude towards Li Yu? Merely uttering a single phrase, they sought to dictate his fate. This led to enmity, which has only deepened over time. Li Shimin himself has committed fratricide and coerced his father. To assert that he is unafraid of Li Yu's potential retribution would be utterly implausible. Yet now, how should one approach Yuzhou? It seems that mending relations has become an impossibility. However, to consider dispatching troops for an assault? How many can the court muster? Could it possibly reach 500,000? Would those 500,000 truly be capable of conquering Yuzhou? Until a genuine attempt is made, all of this remains an enigma. Only through action can one ascertain the actual combat capabilities of both sides. Chapter 159. The awe of the ministers suddenly interrupted by Wei Zhang. Li Shimin lost his train of thought. After a prolonged silence, he spoke again. As for the situation in Yuzhou, we shall await developments. Once the outcome of the Yinshan battlefield is known, we will deliberate further. Should Yuzhou suffer significant losses, perhaps we might consider dispatching troops to launch a forceful assault. Conversely, if Li Yu achieves a resounding victory, it would be prudent to refrain from further conflict with Yuzhou for the time being. Engaging in battle at present would yield no favorable outcome for the court. His words carried a weighty gravity, mirroring the sentiments of the ministers within the hall. What had once been an intricate plan had now devolved into a mere farce. The current predicament seemed to stem entirely from Du Rahai's propositions. Following a series of missteps, the situation appeared to have descended into chaos. Had we foreseen this, we should have sought a more amicable resolution with Yuzhou from the outset. Particularly, the decision to send a prince to seize power was a grievous blunder that has led to this untenable situation. As Li Shimin concluded his remarks, a palpable tension hung in the air. Suddenly, a eunuch rushed into the hall, delivering news that rendered all present breathless with apprehension. A dispatch from the front lines reported that the Yuzhou army had decisively defeated the Western Turkic forces at the foot of Yinshan, annihilating over 900,000 foreign invaders. The crown prince established a grand fortification at the base of Yinshan, soaring to a height of 100 meters. Scouts were so astounded by this spectacle that they claimed to have witnessed a ghost. Ultimately, several scouts confirmed the veracity of the fortification and the elimination of 100,000 enemies. Upon hearing this, the ministers standing in the hall felt a chilling wind sweep through, as if the temperature had plummeted several degrees, leaving them bone-chilled. 100,000 enemy troops annihilated upon the steppe. This was the very same Western Turkic army that had fought fiercely against the court's forces near Zhenguan. How could they have been utterly vanquished and transformed into a fortification that would strike terror into the hearts of the northern barbarians? This was truly terrifying. Li Shimin inhaled sharply, his expression contorting with intensity as he demanded, what were the losses sustained by the Yuzhou army? How many lives were lost in this battle? The eunuch, taken aback by the emperor's demeanor, cautiously replied, it is said that the losses of the Yuzhou army were less than 2,000. This revelation sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. To achieve the annihilation of nearly 100,000 enemies at the cost of fewer than 2,000 lives? How had the crown prince accomplished such an extraordinary feat? Was such an astonishing casualty ratio truly the result of human endeavor? Du Rahai's face quivered as he stammered. How many troops does the crown prince command? As his words echoed in the hall, many ministers roused from their astonishment, eagerly turning their gaze toward the eunuch bearing the news. At this moment, the emotions of all the ministers were a complex tapestry. They yearned to hear a figure that was both staggering and yet not too implausible. The desire to hear an exaggerated figure stems from the notion that 2 million troops against 1 million can yield such results, albeit reluctantly accepted. The apprehension towards an excessively inflated number is understandable. If Yuzhou truly possessed 2 million soldiers, the dynasty would be doomed. A force of 200,000 would be insurmountable for the court, potentially leading to a change in the ruling dynasty of the Tang. Thus, the ministers found themselves in a state of profound ambivalence, as neither of the two answers was one they wished to receive. In the hushed atmosphere, a group of officials collectively turned their gazes towards the eunuch, creating a rather eerie spectacle. The young eunuch, akin to a startled quail, met the multitude of penetrating stares and softly responded, 120,000 troops, led by His Highness the Crown Prince. Upon hearing this figure, many breathed a sigh of relief. However, Wei Zhang pressed further, inquiring about the composition of the Yuzhou army, sensing that the matter was far from straightforward. As he spoke, the officials once again looked anxiously at the eunuch. Trembling, the eunuch replied, in total, there are 100,000 cavalry and 20,000 infantry. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the assembly as the revelation sank in. 100,000 cavalry. Such a staggering number. How could Yuzhou afford to maintain such a formidable cavalry? No wonder the victories were so astonishing. The Tang had struggled to muster even 1,000 cavalry. Yet Yuzhou boasted a staggering 100,000 iron steeds. With such an overwhelming force, should they truly march southward, the consequences would be dire. The realization of having 100,000 cavalry extinguished any lingering doubts amongst the officials. What folly it would be to underestimate Yuzhou as current military might. Even with their existing forces, they could easily sweep across the entirety of the Tang. At this juncture, it would be prudent to refrain from provocation, lest they truly draw the gaze of Yuzhou. The Yuzhou army was not one that the court could contend with. Should they incite the wrath of this formidable force, it could well march towards Chang'an, laying waste to the city. Once the composition of the Yuzhou forces was revealed, the already somber court descended into a deeper silence. They had only now realized that the military prowess of Yuzhou had, unbeknownst to them, surpassed that of the court itself. What could they say after provoking such a behemoth? All they could do was silently pray that the crown prince would overlook past grievances and let bygones be bygones. Moreover, even Li Shimin found himself at a loss for strategies to suppress Yuzhou. The strength of the Yuzhou army was so overwhelming that it instilled a sense of despair, rendering any thoughts of confrontation utterly daunting. In light of this, all he could do was resign himself to fate. Days passed, and the army gathered outside Yuzhou. Li Yu stood atop the city walls, turning to Zhuge Liang and inquired, "As we prepare to march north once more, is there anything else you wish to impart?" "Esteemed sir?" Zhuge Liang slowly shook his head, stating, "For our Yuzhou, it is sufficient to pursue steady development. We await your highness's triumphant return to the city with news of victory. Given the current situation in Yuzhou, what is there to worry about? As long as we maintain our military superiority, the court would dare not easily dispatch troops to harass us. Furthermore, the forces stationed in Yuzhou this time are significantly greater than before. Even if the court were to launch a large-scale northern campaign, Zhuge Liang possesses ample confidence to keep them all at the gates of Yuzhou. He is absolutely certain of preserving Yuzhou. As for the source of his assurance, do not inquire. The answer lies in the formidable strength of the Yuzhou army, so powerful that it instills despair in our enemies. Anyone commanding such a force would undoubtedly be filled with immense confidence. However, it was clear that Li Yu was not asking about this. Zhuge Liang seemed to have misunderstood something. Then, with a playful wink and a teasing tone, Li Yu remarked, "Since you have nothing to impart, allow me to speak candidly." Chapter 160. Arrogance is original sin. This encompasses the techniques of coal mining, the construction of siege engines, railway engineering, large-scale cast iron smelting, and the application of heated Kong beds. Li Yu, having amassed a collection of design blueprints and related technologies during his journey to Yinshan, unceremoniously entrusted them all to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang, taken aback, stood there in a daze, forgetting to gather the documents, staring blankly at the pile of papers in his hands, as if he had lost his very soul. Li Yu, however, was unfazed by his reaction. His prior reluctance to present these innovations stemmed from a fear of complaints. But now, as he prepared to depart, he felt no such reservations. Let them complain. It mattered little to him, for he would not hear their grievances. Li Ji, with carefree nonchalance, remarked, "These technologies shall rely on you and Master Zhang to synthesize and disseminate. In particular, I implore you to focus on the construction of siege engines, as I shall require them for my campaign. It is imperative to expedite their manufacture and transport them to the front lines. As for the other technologies, I urge you to prioritize the heated Kong application. Observing that the dwellings within Yuzhou have yet to be fully established, we should seize the opportunity to promote the Kong before new houses are completed. Once the mines in Pingcheng are operational and coal begins to flow from there, we shall no longer fear the biting cold during winter. Would you not agree that this prospect is worthy of our utmost excitement?" Zhuge Liang was tempted to retort, excitement. Indeed, they had yet to fully assimilate the various technologies Li Yu had previously provided. And now, this prince was presenting yet another 5 new innovations? How long would it take to thoroughly comprehend this additional wealth of knowledge? Moreover, was establishing a production line a task easily accomplished? This young prince certainly had a knack for placing burdens upon others. Taking a deep breath, Zhuge Liang was about to voice his concerns when he noticed that the prince seemed aware of the impending developments. With a light-hearted chuckle, Li Yu dashed down the city wall, vanishing before Zhuge Liang could utter a word. When Zhuge Liang next beheld Li Yu, he was mounted upon a warhorse, poised before the assembled army. With a resounding command, tens of thousands of troops surged northward. This formidable war machine was once again set in motion, and this time, the target was Goguryeo, which would soon face a cataclysmic onslaught. While Li Yu could retreat repeatedly in the face of the Tang dynasty, he possessed no such patience for foreign adversaries. Anyone daring to encroach upon Yuzhou would be met with the most ruthless retribution. He hoped the people of Goguryeo had fortitude, for if not, they would soon come to understand the true meaning of hell in this conflict. It would be a futile struggle to the death. Li Yu would never show even a shred of compassion towards those of foreign tribes. The great army is about to march again. One wonders how much more military strength they will amass upon their return. The prince seems intent on using a formidable force to intimidate the court. Alas, though they are ostensibly one family, how has it come to this? Standing atop the walls of Yuzhou, Zhuge Liang gazed at the receding troops and let out a deep, melancholic sigh. Others may not grasp Li Yu's intentions, but how could he not discern the true motives of this prince? On the surface, the prince has strictly forbidden the army from advancing into the central plains. Yet, should any misfortune befall him, in what direction would events inevitably sway? Without a doubt, the army would raise Chang'an, mercilessly slaughtering the lofty nobles within the capital. The prince harbors his own reservations, unwilling to seek revenge personally. Therefore, those of us in his service shall help alleviate his inner turmoil. This is indeed the ultimate scheme of this prince. However, must it truly escalate to such a degree? Had the court shown even a modicum of respect or fairness from the beginning, would matters have deteriorated to this extent? Arrogance is the original sin. The court's pride has become unbearable. They unilaterally seek to determine the fate of the crown prince and to betray Yuzhou in exchange for stability in the Guanzhong plain. If they do not perish, who will? It can only be said that everything has its reasons. Li Yu's actions are beyond reproach. One can only hope for a brighter future. If the court would deign to bow their heads and acknowledge their errors, perhaps there might still be a chance for redemption. However, persuading them to yield is an arduous task indeed. Zhuge Liang shook his head, casting a glance at the weighty documents before him, and sighed as he descended the city walls. He does not resist these affairs of state. The better Yuzhou thrives, the more joy it brings him. He finds satisfaction in this endeavor and has no inclination to complain. The prince entrusted him with these matters upon his departure, likely wishing to avoid hearing lamentations. He feels he lacks the standing to counsel the prince, nor does he wish for him to abandon his vendetta. He merely hopes to avert the prince from employing such extreme measures to exact revenge upon the royal family. Even if revenge is the goal, why not strike directly while still alive? What is a mere blemish on one's reputation compared to all that the prince has done for Yuzhou? It remains uncertain whether the prince is truly concerned about his image or if there are deeper, undisclosed reasons. Yet, observing the prince's reluctance to engage in dialogue, Zhuge Liang understands that there is no room for negotiation. Given this, it is best not to burden the prince further. He has his own plans. All that is required of him is to assist the prince in fulfilling his ambitions. Zhuge Liang pondered the intricate relationship between Yuzhou and the court as he arrived at the newly established artisan bureau in Yuzhou. He unceremoniously tossed the documents he had been holding into the hands of Zhang Yajiu, and, feeling somewhat sheepish, remarked, "It seems that the new technologies left by His Highness will require Master Zhang to decipher them." Again, is this never-ending? Zhang Yajiu, who had been leisurely sipping his wine, was suddenly incensed upon hearing Zhuge Liang's words. "I am a blacksmith. Do you understand what that means? It signifies a mere smithy worker. What do you expect me to do with these documents? Do I have a personal vendetta against you?" Zhuge Liang forced a smile. His face flushed with embarrassment, and replied, "It is all at His Highness's behest. There is little I can do. Do not use His Highness as a shield. I see you are merely trying to make things difficult for me." Chapter 161. Forbearance. Zhang Yajiu grumbled as he put away the documents, wearing a sour expression and casting an accusatory glare at the innocent Zhuge Liang. Aware of the old man's temperament, Zhuge Liang dared not continue the debate and fled the artisan bureau in a hasty retreat. After his departure, Zhang Yajiu continued to mutter complaints. "Your Highness, after finally managing to rest for a few days, you bring forth these matters to torment me again. Is it wrong for me to wish to forge iron in peace? To simply be a blacksmith? Alas, joining this team has truly been a stroke of misfortune. Yet what can I do? I am the only master craftsman available. Thus, I must reluctantly accept this burdensome task. As he rambled on, Zhang Yajiu set down his wine flask, focused his attention, and began to peruse each document. He had grown accustomed to this work, so there were not too many comprehension barriers. The only issue lay in how to disseminate the various techniques and teach them to other craftsmen. For this, Zhang Yajiu could only force himself to press on. There was no alternative. This was the will of His Highness, and what could he do? Having chosen to serve him diligently, he could only commit himself wholeheartedly. In Fanyang County, at the Lu residence, representatives from various aristocratic clans gathered together to form a coalition. Hearing definitive news from the court, Li Xiaowei inquired with concern. So, has the matter of military merit been settled? There will be no unforeseen complications, I hope. The compensation has been issued, totaling 4 million taels of silver. Cui Hong replied solemnly. My Cui family will take 1 million taels, the Lu family will take 1 million, and the remainder will be entrusted to the others. I trust there are no objections? The distribution of funds is acceptable to my Wang family, Wang Nua said hesitantly. But to toy with the court in such a manner, does that not seem excessive? Lu Xiao interjected. It was the court that first treated us as pawns, forcing us to confront the monsters of Yuzhou. The fault lies with them. So how can we be blamed for seeking to recover our losses? Rest assured, Brother Wang, the court has no power over us. They must swallow their pride. All of this is a consequence of their own actions, Lu Xiao continued. Let us proceed according to the head of the Cui family's proposal. Wang Nuan nodded in agreement, accepting this rationale. Thus, the matter of the financial distribution was settled among the parties. Then Li Xiaowei spoke again. With the compensation settled, what strategy shall we employ against Yuzhou? Cui Hong and Lu Xiao exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Ultimately, it was Cui Hong who spoke. Yuzhou is formidable and cannot be confronted directly. However, we possess our quills. If we cannot approach them with force, we can do so with words. We can denounce the crown prince and incite public disdain for Yuzhou. Lu Xiao added. We could also sow discord between Yuzhou and the court, prompting them to attack one another. Regardless of which side emerges victorious, it will only serve our interests. Li Xiaowei frowned. But what if our efforts prove ineffective? Then we shall tarnish their reputation. Let the name of Li Yu be forever sullied. After a century, we shall devise a means to reclaim Yuzhou. Cui Hong replied through gritted teeth, asserting that their aristocratic clan has ample time to exhaust Yuzhou. When Yuzhou becomes weakened, they will find a way to subdue it. For generations, the lands of Yuzhou have been under the control of the Cui and Lu families, and no outsiders shall be permitted to stake a claim here. Upon hearing this response, Li Xiao nodded thoughtfully. It seems we have no choice but to proceed as such. The aristocracy has its own methods of operation. If direct confrontation proves futile, enduring alongside the adversary is a viable strategy. Their noble families have thrived for hundreds of years, and a few decades are inconsequential to them. Presently, Yuzhou is indeed formidable, but who can predict its state decades hence? They possess sufficient family heritage to ensure their lineage persists. However, can Li Yu claim the same? They harbor doubts regarding Li Yu's capabilities. Thus, waiting a few decades to seek vengeance upon Yuzhou poses no significant concern. In this world, strategies abound beyond mere direct confrontation. At times, time itself can be wielded as a weapon against foes. Others did not find Cui Hong's suggestion surprising. They had previously employed similar tactics to vanquish countless adversaries beyond their strength, and Li Yu was merely another formidable opponent. The representatives of the major aristocratic clans brimmed with confidence regarding this approach. Yet, they remained oblivious to Li Yu's self-destructive plan. Had they been aware, their immediate course of action would have been to vacate the borders of Yuzhou post-haste. Discrediting Li Yu? Sowing discord? Would he be intimidated? As for the matter of a century hence, the year Li Yu meets his demise will coincide with Yuzhou's unification of the realm. At that juncture, anyone harboring enmity against him will find their grievances addressed by his subordinates, including these loathsome, noble families. Time will reveal who seeks revenge upon whom. In a few decades, the technological advancements of Yuzhou will be beyond imagination. With their so-called millennia of heritage, they dare to provoke Li Yu? Truly, they are unaware of their impending doom. Of course, the aristocracy remains ignorant of all this. Even if they were aware, it would avail them nothing. When the day of reckoning arrives, fleeing to the ends of the earth will be futile. The flames of vengeance will engulf the globe, Even hiding in remote mountains and forests will not spare them. They may indeed bide their time, harboring hatred to retaliate decades later. Yet, Liu can do the same. Ultimately, it will come down to who possesses greater strength. In the realm of technological advancement, Yuzhou has never feared anyone. Time flows on, and 2 days have passed. At this moment, the forces of Yuzhou have arrived at the gates of Jinan City. The city walls stand 9 meters high, appearing quite formidable. However, before the artillery of the Yuzhou army, how long they can withstand is an unknown. Gao Jinwu stands atop Jinan City, facing the imposing Yuzhou army, as if confronting a formidable adversary. His fists clench and relax, repeatedly in a cycle. The troops of Yuzhou displayed no intention of negotiation, and ultimately, Gao Jinwu could no longer contain himself, calling out loudly, "Your Highness Liu, we, Goguryeo, harbor no intention of offense. We withdrew our forces long ago and did not attempt to launch a surprise attack on Shanhaiguan while the Yuzhou army was vulnerable. Your Highness, as you march northward and approach the city, does this not seem somewhat excessive? I have no desire to be your enemy. Feel free to voice any demands, as there is no need for us to resort to arms." Liu, seated upon his steed, listened to the words that floated to his ears, a cold smile gracing his lips. "You have no desire to be my enemy? Where was that sentiment earlier? What use is it to back down now? So, you intend to strike at Yuzhou at your convenience, and when I retaliate, that is unacceptable? Now you wish to negotiate terms with me. Do you truly believe I would acquiesce?" Liu regarded his words with disdain, dismissing Gao Jinwu's pleas entirely. Chapter 162. The Siege. However, since the other party has already indicated their willingness to negotiate, it is not entirely inappropriate to indulge in some banter. With the thought of making an audacious demand, Liu responded with a playful tone. "If you wish for this king to spare Goguryeo, that is quite acceptable. Clear out the territories of Liaodong and retreat back to your peninsula. Our grievances shall be considered resolved." Upon hearing this, the defending forces of Jinan City erupted in an uproar. Gao Jinwu's face flushed a deep crimson as he bellowed, "Your words lack any sincerity. Our roots lie within Liaodong. How can you make such an outrageous demand?" "Indeed, I possess no sincerity," Liu retorted coldly. "Otherwise, do you think I genuinely seek peace with you? Then there is nothing left to discuss. Prepare for battle." With that, he provided Gao Jinwu no opportunity for further dialogue, gesturing towards the Divine Machine Camp with a nod. The officers of the Divine Machine Camp understood immediately, raising their right hands high before rallying their troops. "Fire!" As the command was issued, an earth-shattering cacophony of cannon fire erupted. Nearly 400 cannons discharged simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of heavy solid projectiles that surged towards the walls of Jinan City. The initial volley of cannon fire sent plumes of dust soaring as the very ground trembled. The Goguryeo defenders were utterly unprepared for such an overwhelming display of firepower. Cowering behind the city walls, too terrified to even peek out. Artillery possesses unique advantages in siege warfare, particularly when it comes to attacking fortifications. With its extreme range and formidable solid shot, it is specifically designed to target the walls of cities. As the dust settled and the smoke dissipated, one could observe shells embedded within the walls, the battered cityscape trembling under the relentless bombardment. What exhilaration! This assault was nothing short of thrilling. Liu shouted with delight. Possessing a firepower advantage that the enemy could not match, the sensation of overwhelming them was exhilarating. "Fire! Strike fiercely for this king. Bring those walls crashing down. Once the path is cleared, we shall charge in." "Yes." The officers of the Divine Machine Camp responded, commanding the gunners to fire again. Fuses were ignited, sending wisps of white smoke into the barrels. Moments later, the thunderous sound of cannon fire resonated once more. The deafening booms pierced the ears of the enemy while relentlessly battering the walls. Had it not been for the solid strength of Jinan City's fortifications, the walls would have surely crumbled under the weight of 2 consecutive barrages. Yet, even with the walls still standing, Liu remained unhurried in his siege. He possessed ample time and munitions, allowing him to proceed at a measured pace. After all, the enemy had no means to counteract his artillery. Why rush the assault? Thus, the daylight hours beneath Jinan City passed amidst the thunderous roar of cannon fire. As dusk approached, a section of the wall was finally breached by the cannonade, triggering a chain reaction that culminated in the collapse of an entire section of fortifications. The soldiers of the Divine Machine Camp, witnessing the walls fall, ceased their bombardment. The officer cast a glance towards Liu, who wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. The heavily armored sword and shield soldiers led the charge into the city, closely followed by the Dragon City Iron Guards. The White Rod Army was tasked with protecting the siege engines while assaulting the city walls to carve out a path for the Shiliang cavalry. Meanwhile, the White Horse Yizhong and the Han crossbowmen were responsible for providing long-range cover, specifically targeting the archers atop the walls. The vengeful Shura, utilizing the cover of the Zhuge crossbows, ascended the walls to eliminate the defending troops. A series of commands were swiftly executed, with the named units responding promptly. The heavily armored sword and shield soldiers, relying on their superior plate armor for defense and wielding basic shields to protect vital areas, launched an immediate charge. The Goguryeo forces, caught off guard at the breached walls, had no time to form ranks before being torn apart by the ferocious sword and shield soldiers. With the sword and shield soldiers holding the front, the Dragon City Iron Guards needed not to divert their focus to defense. They could solely concentrate on vanquishing the enemy. In a mere instant's time, chaos erupted amidst the ruins of the walls. At that moment, under the protection of the tower shields, the siege engines had reached the gates. A massive iron hammer, tethered by ropes, was drawn back to an exaggerated angle. The next second, upon releasing the ropes, the unbound hammer struck the city gate with tremendous force, shattering it into pieces with a single blow. Simultaneously, the White Rod Army maneuvered the siege engines to clear the way, and the prepared Shiliang cavalry surged through the newly opened entrance. Upon entering the city, they made a wide turn, rushing straight towards the obstructing sword and shield soldiers of Goguryeo. The impact of the Shiliang cavalry was undeniable. With one charge, they obliterated the defenders. At this juncture, the vengeful Shura, under the suppressive fire of the crossbows, successfully scaled the city walls. This fearsome group, confronting the archers, unleashed a one-sided massacre. Like eagles swooping down upon their prey, they pounced with extraordinary efficiency, leaving a trail of carnage along the battlements. Throughout the battlefield, the Yuzhou forces, with overwhelming might, tore through the defenses of Jianan City from multiple directions. No matter how high the morale of the Goguryeo troops soared, it was insignificant in the face of absolute strength. Before nightfall, the Yuzhou army had thoroughly infiltrated Jianan City, scouring every corner for potential threats. However, after searching the city, they found no trace of Gao Jinwu. Through interrogation, Liu learned that the old fox had sensed the impending danger early on and fled with his personal guards. After all, Jianan City was merely a border town, and it seemed this man deemed it unworthy to leave a mark here. Liu was rather indifferent to this. He was not here to eliminate Gao Jinwu, and if he had escaped, so be it. There were still many cities within Goguryeo's realm. Gao Jinwu could flee, but he could not evade fate. As long as Liao Dong was captured, that would suffice for Liu. As for Gao Jinwu's fate, it hinges upon his fortune. Should his luck be sufficiently favorable, he may escape unscathed. Liu, however, cannot be bothered to dispatch individuals on a futile quest to locate this man. Ultimately, there exists no personal animosity between him and Gao Jinwu. The primary objective is to subdue Goguryeo and impart a profound lesson to this agrarian civilization. As for the annihilation of their nation, that matter can wait. After all, the people of Goguryeo could serve as a valuable labor force for Yuzhou. It would be prudent to first extract the potential of this workforce before entertaining discussions of national obliteration. Presently, Yuzhou is in need of development, facing a significant demographic shortfall. Given the strained relations with the Central Plains, attracting population from that region is a formidable challenge. Thus, alternative strategies must be devised. Like the Central Plains, Goguryeo is also an agrarian civilization, which opens avenues for negotiation. Therefore, it is prudent to exploit their resources. Chapter 163. The Escape. Congratulations to the host for capturing Jianan City. Reward. Elite Sword and Shield Soldiers X-10-000. New mission released. Please capture the city of Goguryeo. Ungshi City. Detected that the host possesses special resources. Plate Armor X-10-000. Would you like to upgrade the Elite Sword and Shield Soldiers to Heavy Armor Sword and Shield Soldiers? Yes, no? Upon hearing the system prompt in his ear, Liu casually clicked no, thus rejecting the upgrade option. The Elite Sword and Shield Soldiers were already a premier troop type. There was no necessity to elevate them to Heavy Armor Sword and Shield Soldiers. While upgrading would indeed enhance their defensive capabilities several-fold, it would simultaneously diminish their agility and slightly reduce their offensive power. Unless there was a pressing need for high-intensity defense, akin to the defense battles at Shanghai Pass. Converting them into heavy armor sword and shield soldiers would be a misguided venture. Thus, there was simply no need for an upgrade. Liu glanced at the new mission and summoned the newly acquired 10,000 elite troops. With these additional elite sword and shield soldiers, the already formidable lineup became even more powerful. In this ebb and flow of strength, Liu felt increasingly confident about the impending assault on Liaodong. Before long, noticing Bai Qi approaching, Liu promptly inquired, "Have the casualty statistics for this battle been compiled? What are the enemy's losses?" Bai Qi, having just completed the casualty assessment, responded fluently to Li Yu's inquiry. "The enemy's total casualties amount to over 6,000, while our side has lost 37 soldiers." Oh. Upon hearing this figure, Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he felt something was amiss and furrowed his brow, asking, "Why is the enemy's total force so small? Does Jinan City only have a defending force of over 6,000? Logically, a defensive strength of 6,000 would be quite remarkable for a small city. Yet, recalling that Gao Jinwu had previously appeared here, it seemed rather illogical. With only 6,000 troops, how could Gao Jinwu dare to confront them? Wasn't that akin to courting death? In response to the inquiry, Bai Qi chuckled and replied, "Regarding this matter, I have already interrogated them. Originally, Jinan City had a total of 20,000 troops, but King Rongli, sensing the dire situation, fled with the majority of his forces, which is why there is a shortage in the defending forces." "Oh, I see." Liu nodded in understanding. It seemed that this individual must have fled when the cannons were bombarding the walls, knowing full well that the city could not be held. Gao Jinwu may lack in other abilities, but he certainly had a knack for assessing situations. He was quick to retreat when needed. Liu let out a laugh. Shaking his head, "Let us not dwell on that. Instead, tell me how many inhabitants there are within Jinan City." "Pingqing is in urgent need of a large labor force. We should promptly arrange for the local residents to be escorted there." At this moment, in Picheng, under the leadership of Xiao He, 20,000 artisans were diligently engaged in constructing the city. In the foreseeable future, one can easily imagine the profound dependence on population in that region. Beyond the initial urban planning and construction, the subsequent demands for mining and extraction also necessitate a substantial workforce. The labor involved in such endeavors, particularly mining, is immensely strenuous when reliant solely on human effort. Coincidentally, with the ongoing conflict in Liaodong, Liu intends to transport the captured populace to Pingqing, assigning the Goguryeo people to excavate coal mines. Employing these outsiders for such arduous and laborious tasks could be viewed as a pragmatic use of resources. While Liu's intentions are commendable, the reality presents a different narrative. Bai Qi, with an expression of embarrassment, remarked, "We have scoured the entirety of Jinan City and found no Goguryeo individuals. It appears the barbarians within Jinan have retreated alongside King Ronglio." "What?" Upon hearing this response, Liu was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in vexation, "This fellow! Have even the common folk been taken away? This is outrageous. Not only did they flee, but they also depleted our labor force." He was utterly dismayed. "Forget it. We will eventually capture more people. There's no need to rush." With a resigned smile, Liu instructed, "Have the brothers meticulously search through the city's houses and gather all valuable items. Once we have completed our plunder, we shall continue northward to assault Angshi City." Jinan City lies to the southwest of Goguryeo and serves as the primary obstacle for the Yuzhou army's incursion into the Liaodong region. It is an essential route for launching an offensive against Goguryeo. Should they bypass Jinan City, they risk being cut off by the garrison here, leading to the front troops becoming isolated and unsupported. Therefore, capturing Jinan City is imperative. Once secured, the remaining operations would become considerably more manageable. With Jinan City as a staging ground for their assaults, they could launch attacks in any direction, eastward towards Shiqing, northward towards Angshi City, or even northeast, advancing deep into Goguryeo's heartland. Securing Jinan City would afford them a multitude of strategic options, making any direction of advance feasible. Liu's decision to advance north rather than east or in other directions stems from two primary motivations: fulfilling his mission and targeting Liaodong City adjacent to Angshi. Combining these factors, launching an assault on Angshi City emerges as the most prudent choice. He left behind 2,000 troops, along with 3,000 craftsmen accompanying the expedition, to repair the city walls and defend Jinan City. Subsequently, the main force set forth once more, a diverse army exceeding 100,000, marching resolutely northward. In Liaodong City, within the Lord's mansion, the meticulous fur carpet bore witness to Gao Jianwu, pacing restlessly. At this moment, he appeared burdened by heavy thoughts, a stark contrast to the spirited demeanor he had displayed merely a month prior. The Yuzhou army had advanced northward, effortlessly capturing Jinan City. With this frontline defense dismantled, the enemy could now advance unimpeded, directly approaching Liaodong City. Between Jinan City and Liaodong City, only Engshi City can offer a slight resistance. Should Engshi City fall, the demise of Liaodong City would be imminent. This situation is untenable, relying solely on the 30,000 troops under my command. It seems impossible to halt the advance of the Yuzhou army. To vanquish them in the open field is certainly unfeasible. Yet, in a siege, with that infernal contraption known as artillery, can Liaodong City truly withstand the onslaught? When besieging Shanhaiguan, Gao Jinwu could never have anticipated the monumental impact that cannons would have during the siege. Now, the artillery has fully revealed its devastating power. Confronted with such a fearsome weapon, Gao Jinwu feels an overwhelming fatigue of spirit, for he cannot conceive a means to counteract this formidable force. The might of artillery is indeed terrifying beyond measure. Chapter 164. The Fat Serpent. Your Majesty, the enemy comprises merely 100,000 troops. Is such anxiety truly warranted? A rotund figure nestled comfortably in a chair adorned with animal pelts nonchalantly inquired. He appeared quite endearing, curled up beside the hearth. This man was Gao Huizhen, the lord of Liaodong City. Having abstained from military campaigns during Gao Jinwu's southern expedition, he remained blissfully ignorant of the terror posed by the Yuzhou army. Observing the usually composed Gao Jinwu in a state of agitation intrigued Gao Huizhen immensely. As Gao Jinwu absorbed his flippant remarks, his expression morphed into one of heightened irritation. If you had witnessed the artillery of the Yuzhou army, you would not utter such words. Artillery, how shall I describe it? He recalled the vivid memories of relentless cannon fire, his voice trailing off as he lamented, "That is not something that belongs to this realm." Even siege engines pale in comparison. Faced with such an unreasonable adversary, he felt a profound sense of helplessness, primarily because he could not conceive a strategy to defeat Li Yu. "I see that you are indeed intimidated by that brash young lad," Gao Huizhen jested, licking his lips. "In truth, the enemy is not nearly as formidable as you imagine. You've merely heard tales of the fates of Xieli and Mo Hui Khan, which has instilled undue fear in you. Do you genuinely believe that?" Gao Jinwu raised an eyebrow, his tone betraying his displeasure. Yet, Gao Huizhen remained unfazed, dismissively retorting, "Let him attempt to assault Liaodong City and witness if I cannot repel him. Do you truly think we of Goguryeo are akin to those ignorant barbarians of the steppes? Our city walls soar over 10 meters. I shall see how he breaches them." Gao Huizhen exhibited an inexplicable pride characteristic of the Goguryeo people. Perhaps it was the glorious triumph over the Sui dynasty that had led him to forget his own lineage, rather than share in the anxiety of King Ronglio. He regarded Gao Jinwu's concerns as trivial. In his disdain for the Yuzhou army, he took the opportunity to mock Gao Jinwu as well. Perhaps this was the essence of Goguryeo. Listening to his nonsensical bravado, a cold smile adorned Gao Jinwu's face. Initially, he had contemplated a decisive battle against the Yuzhou army in Liaodong City. However, witnessing Gao Huizhen's demeanor, he relinquished his naive thoughts and departed in exasperation. Since you are so confident, stand alone against the Yuzhou army. I shall return to Pyongyang and await your favorable news." Gao Huizhen, unfazed, continued to bask by the fire, leisurely responding, "Fear not, Your Majesty, they are but a pack of Tang dogs. I shall keep them at bay, allowing you to rest assured at home. Good news will surely reach you." By the time he uttered the latter half of his statement, Gao Jinwu had already exited the room. The concluding words seemed less directed at Gao Jinwu and more a soliloquy of his own. On his cherubic visage lingered a hint of disdain, accompanied by a barely perceptible cruelty. His gaze turned exceptionally frigid as Gao Jinwu departed. At this moment, the innocence he once possessed had vanished entirely. He resembled a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, exuding an air of chilling malevolence. If there were to be any discordant element, it might be the corpulence of Gao Huijin, which rendered this formidable serpent somewhat ludicrous. Outside the city of Engshi, the thunder of cannon fire resounded in 2 volleys. In just those 2 barges, the crumbling city walls were breached by solid projectiles. With the walls collapsing, the prepared infantry, adorned in armor and wielding shields, surged forth in an organized manner, following the vanguard with the elite troops trailing behind. Slay! Exterminate the scum within the city. Brothers, charge with me. I shall lead the way, and the slaughter will be left to you. Hurry, hurry! The enemy within appears few. If we delay, there will be no one left to kill. The heavily armored infantry advanced into the city with the exuberance of a festive celebration, their shouts echoing as they entered. The newly joined elite troops closely followed, plunging into the fray. The enemy forces struggled to hold their ground at the breach in the walls, colliding fiercely with this pack of ravenous wolves. Outside, Yang Hen fixated on the top of the walls, whispering softly, "There are no defenders atop the city. Does the enemy intend to abandon this stronghold?" Unlike Jinan City, Engshi bore no visible archers upon its ramparts. In fact, there was not even a trace of the enemy commander. The only adversaries in sight were those stationed at the breach. Estimating with the naked eye, Yang Hen surmised that the enemy's total numbers might be fewer than 1,000. When this information reached Li Yu, he was taken aback and cast a glance in her direction. "Have you gained such battlefield experience that you can discern this?" The decision for the enemy to relinquish Engshi City was evidently logical. Given the proximity of Engshi to Liaodong, why would one defend a dilapidated fortress? Concentrating forces to safeguard a larger city was the prudent choice. Of course, this conclusion stemmed from Li Yu's strategic perspective, formulated from the context observed upon their arrival, rather than Yang Hen's reliance on mere visual assessment. Li Yu gestured toward the distant clash with the heavily armored troops of the Goguryeo army and inquired of Yang Hen. "Estimate the number of standing enemies remaining." Yang Hen pondered, stroking his chin as he observed, hesitating before responding. "Approximately 350? To be precise, there are 334. Li Yu replied with a smile, but then shifted the conversation, praising, "Yet your keen eye to keep the margin of error within 20 is truly commendable." Based on Li Yu's observations, the total defensive force of Engshi City amounted to just over 700, which was halved in the face of the heavy infantry's relentless charge. In an instant, less than half remained. During the course of the conversation, the enemy forces within the city had been completely eradicated. This minor skirmish concluded abruptly amidst the dialogue. The retreat of the Goguryeo soldiers was remarkably decisive. Upon conducting a thorough search, it became evident that only a little over 700 troops remained in Engshi City. Furthermore, all supplies and financial resources had been relocated. In other words, these 700 defenders were merely safeguarding an empty fortress. Li Yu held little interest in their reasons for clinging to this place. Perhaps it was a sentiment of homesickness, or a misguided belief in their ability to hold their ground. Who could fathom their thoughts? For Li Yu, the assault on Engshi City was merely a means to fulfill his mission. As long as he could secure the rewards of the task, this endeavor would not be in vain. Chapter 165. Dismal, congratulations, host. You have successfully captured Engshi City and received a reward. 5000 Han crossbowmen. A new mission has been issued. Please capture the cities of Goguryeo and Liaodong. The reward for taking Engshi City was not particularly generous. One might say it was merely better than nothing. However, one must consider that the task of seizing Engshi City was remarkably simple, with the defending forces numbering less than 1,000. Such an uncomplicated mission would indeed be peculiar if the reward were lavish. Upon hearing the system notification, Li Yu summoned the soldiers he had just acquired. His gaze then turned northward, towards the direction of Liaodong City, as he murmured to himself, "Next, it shall be the primary objective of this expedition, Liaodong City. I wonder how many defenders await there." Yet, truly, regardless of their defensive capabilities, it seemed to have little impact on us. The war had devolved into a one-sided slaughter by this point. No matter their resistance or strength, it had become irrelevant. The 4 great treasures of the Yuzhou army, plate armor, repeating crossbows, artillery, and tower shields, were all embodiments of an era's technological prowess, insurmountable by any mere mortal. With the advent of these epoch-defining offensive and defensive implements, no faction could stand against the Yuzhou army. While one might label it a war, it was, in reality, a unilateral massacre. The fully realized Yuzhou army was not something as diminutive as Goguryeo could withstand. "Let us gather our forces and continue onward," Liu said, shaking his head in resignation. He turned to Bai Qi and Qin Liangyu, declaring, "Our next destination is Liaodong City." "Yes." Both Bai Qi and Qin Liangyu responded in unison. Bowing respectfully, they summoned their respective troops and followed Liu as they advanced northward. After a night of marching, the army arrived at the outskirts of Liaodong City in the dead of night. Liu commanded the troops to rest and prepare for the siege the following day. As dawn broke, the familiar sound of the system notification reached Liu's ears once more. "The week has concluded. The host may now sign in." The reward, given without effort, warranted little commentary. Liu simply uttered 2 words, "Sign in." In the next moment, the sign-in reward resonated in his ears. "Congratulations, host. You have received a sign-in reward. 10,000 Dragon City Iron Guards and 10,000 White Pole Soldiers." This sign-in reward was undeniably substantial. Yet, to Liu, it stirred no emotion within him. He felt no inclination to smile. The sheer number of troops was overwhelming. Against the barbarian tribes, the situation had already turned into a crushing victory. What need did he have for such an extensive force? Aside from exacerbating logistical burdens, it seemed of little utility. Perhaps the system was encouraging him to expand outward. Yet the question remained, what could he accomplish after such expansion? The absence of a sufficient populace renders any territorial expansion futile. Without enough individuals to govern the newly acquired lands, such endeavors become meaningless. Consequently, Liu found this notion rather uninspiring. Rather than bolstering his military forces, it would be far more pragmatic to invest in technology. Liu had already resolved to take a respite after conquering Goguryeo, intending to first cultivate the population and fully assimilate the internal territories. The cultivation of a populace is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in haste. In other words, this war may very well be the final grand conflict in the near future. Following this battle, the significance of military might would drastically diminish, possibly leading to the disbandment of a portion of his troops, allowing them to return to civilian life. Under such circumstances, Liu genuinely hoped the system would refrain from rewarding him with additional military strength, as their existence had already lost its relevance to Yuzhou. Upon releasing the newly acquired military forces, Liu entrusted command of this contingent to Bai Qi and Qin Liangyu. "The siege is now in your capable hands. Begin by using artillery to breach a gap, then let the heavily armored troops charge through, gradually advancing thereafter. I shall not burden you with further instructions. You are both esteemed generals, adept in your crafts. Now, gather your troops and prepare for the assault. I shall observe from here." Handing over the virtual battlefield map to the two, Liu settled onto the grass, arms crossed, clutching his Thunder Dragon spear while gazing at the distant city walls. He held little interest in such a one-sided confrontation. A war that involves reciprocation is far more engaging. For instance, the defense at Shanhaiguan and the battle outside Wugong City were instances where Liu had to adeptly leverage strengths and navigate weaknesses, employing a series of strategies to triumph over his adversaries. Now, however, not only had strategy become redundant, but even personal valor had lost its significance. The presence of artillery ensured that the Yuzhou army, as the attacking force, possessed an undeniable advantage. This was a war destined for victory, with the outcome already foreseen. What enjoyment could be derived from the combat aspect of this campaign? Liu had no desire to engage in a mere slaughter. Such warfare was better left to Bai Qi and his compatriot. As the two began orchestrating the military formations, the Yuzhou army assembled, positioning a line of cannons aimed at Liaodong City. On the battlements, a rotund figure could be seen bellowing in a grotesque manner, yet no one paid heed to this gesture. Both Bai Qi and Qin Liangyu regarded him with indifference, patiently awaiting the preparations of the divine machine camp soldiers. When the artillery was ready, they issued the command with deliberate calm. "Fire!" As the order resonated, the thunderous booms of cannon fire echoed across the land. Dust swirled, smoke billowed, and the heavy solid shot relentlessly battered the city walls, causing the very ground nearby to tremble. Cracked bricks sporadically splintered off the weathered city wall, scattering in all directions. What on earth is this? Gao Huijin, a corpulent figure, cowered behind the battlements, cautiously extending a trembling head to peer outside. At this moment, he resembled a frightened fawn, his anxious eyes quaking within their sockets like a quail confronted by a predator, shivering in trepidation. The grandiose rhetoric about halting the Yuzhou army at the gates of Liaodong had completely evaporated from his mind. All that remained in Gao Huijin's thoughts was an overwhelming sense of dread. So, this is what the king referred to as artillery? What? Why didn't anyone inform me sooner? Faced with such an overwhelming force, he could summon no courage to resist. The cacophony of cannon fire echoed relentlessly in his ears, an onslaught of terrifying power raining down upon him. Who could possibly remain composed in the face of such formidable might? No one could. Chapter 166. Beyond control, I am the Grand Minister of State, the Duke of Liaodong, and the King of Goguryeo, personally conferred by Emperor Gaozu. Hai Huijin bellowed, his voice hoarse in the brief lull between cannon fire. It seemed that only now did he remember to invoke the name of Gao Jianwu for his own preservation. However, it was a lamentable realization, for Li Yu had no intention of heeding him. Emperor Gaozu? Who is that? I am unfamiliar. I care not for the titles you were granted. My sole desire is to seize Liaodong city and make you pay for your transgressions against Yuzhou. Do you comprehend? What Li Yuan did has no bearing on me. Li Yu, I have already resolved to distance myself from Li Shimin. Who truly cares how the title of Goguryeo was bestowed? Do you truly think the name of Gaozu can instill trepidation in my heart? Enough of this nonsense. The moment Goguryeo descended southward, enmity was irrevocably established. At this juncture, not even if Li Yuan himself were to appear, would Li Yu entertain this fool. As Li Yu's words spread, Hai Huijin was rendered utterly speechless. He still clung to a glimmer of hope, observing the reactions of the Yuzhou army. After all, to the people of this era, Li Yu's remarks were deemed treasonous. Surely some general might harbor discontent, right? Yet, to his astonishment, no one expressed the slightest dissatisfaction. It was as if Li Yu's pronouncement resonated with the authority of a divine edict. This young man's reputation within the military had reached an unassailable pinnacle. What now? Hai Huijin, drenched in sweat, was utterly flustered. Though his demeanor was haughty, he was by no means a fool. Observing the heavily fortified army outside and the smoke still billowing from the cannon mouths, he was filled with regret. Had he foreseen this, he ought to have fled alongside Gao Jianwu, or at least left Gao Jianwu and his troops to defend Liaodong city. Now, he found himself isolated and helpless, with seemingly no path forward except to await his demise. Just as Hai Huijin's mind raced in search of an escape, a second round of cannon fire commenced. A shell landed perilously close to him, causing a section of the city wall to collapse with a thunderous crash. The sudden explosion startled Hai Huijin, leaving his face ashen. No longer daring to survey the situation below, he cowered behind the city tower, trembling. The defense of the city was proving to be a terrifying ordeal. Below, Li Yu observed the battle with an impassive countenance, his expression betraying no emotion. Noticing that Hai Huijin no longer dared to peek out, Li Yu murmured to himself, "TSK, not a single capable fighter in sight. Despite their imposing stature, they are all worthless. If only you could wield a broadsword atop the city walls, cleaving through cannonballs. Perhaps you might ignite even a flicker of my battle spirit. Regrettably, you are merely an ordinary mortal, though the battle has only just commenced." Li Yu has lost interest in continuing to observe. After several rounds of artillery fire, even the spirits of the defending troops have been shattered by the bombardment. With such feeble military strength, what can they possibly use to resist? A mere assemblage of weaklings. Li Yu set aside his thunder dragon tooth, leaned back, and supported his body with his hands, adopting a more comfortable posture as he turned to gaze at the northern scenery. He observed the distant Liao River and the city on its opposite bank. Deep within, he began to ponder the necessity of remaining on the front lines. Given the formidable strength of the Yuzhou army, there was no need for him to personally lead the troops. With just Bai Qi and Qin Liangyu, they could sweep through the entirety of Liaodong. Thus, the question arose, if he chose to stay here without the desire to command the battle, would that not be a waste of his youth? What better use could he find for his leisure than to remain on the front lines? Was it merely to witness this feeble horde of barbarians being overwhelmed by the Yuzhou army? Such a prospect hardly ignited his interest. He had fought countless arduous battles, and now the war had devolved into a mere slaughter of the weak, devoid of any challenge. It was utterly uninteresting. With this thought in mind, Li Yu looked up at the sky and exhaled deeply. After capturing Liaodong city, he would return home. The season of awakening was upon them, and it was time to attend to the livelihood of the people and agriculture. Furthermore, the issues he had long avoided could now be confronted. Once he had arranged matters in Yuzhou City, perhaps it would be time to visit Chang'an. What concerns Li Yu most at present? Primarily, it is undoubtedly the development of Yuzhou. Having established his roots there, the foremost question he faces is how to cultivate Yuzhou's growth. Beyond Yuzhou, what else holds significance for him? In truth, he has been troubled by the differential treatment he has received from the court. While feeling anger towards the court, he is also perplexed as to why his childhood self would descend into such a plight. Previously, Li Yu lacked the strength to investigate this matter, nor the capability to uncover the truth of those bygone days. Now, however, the conditions have matured. With his current influence, he could easily upend the entire Tang dynasty. In this light, Li Yu began to contemplate whether he should return to Chang'an to clarify these matters. Other concerns seemed trivial, yet one thing he could never come to terms with was the cause of his mother's death. To assert that this matter was without intrigue would be beyond his belief. If not for fear of retaliation, why would the officials of the court go to such lengths to plot his demise? Clearly, there must be hidden circumstances that he does not yet comprehend. Perhaps it is time for the obscured truths to be brought into the light once more. With his eyes narrowed against the brilliance of the sun hanging high above, Li Yu mused thus. To harbor a grudge without seeking retribution is unworthy of a gentleman. Regardless of the circumstances, one must avenge the wrongs inflicted upon one's biological mother. After all, she is the woman who brought him into this world. To neglect the vengeance owed to her would be a disservice to filial duty. As for Li Shimin, at this juncture, it is futile to discuss any paternal affection. At most, he may refrain from executing this nominal father, but expecting him to serve Li Shimin is a mere folly. Quite frankly, Li Shimin is unworthy. From any perspective, Li Yu can find no justification for reconciling with this emperor. Not even the throne holds any allure for him. Given this, what remains to be feared? Following this battle, preparations for the next endeavor shall commence. Unbeknownst to him, the war has gradually approached its conclusion amidst Li Yu's contemplation. The grand army advances through the city gates, the crumbled walls, and into the city of Liaodong. The moment the Han crossbowmen secured the battlements, the conflict was officially over. Chapter 167. Delegation of Authority, Your Highness. How shall we deal with the surrendered soldiers within the city? Bai Qi inquired as he swiftly approached Li Yu on horseback. Li Yu refrained from answering the question and instead turned his gaze towards Yang Hen. Understanding the unspoken communication, Yang Hen replied, "Whatever you deem fit." The animosity between Yuzhou and Goguryeo was not deeply rooted. Thus, the primary obstacle to sparing the Goguryeo people lay in securing Yang Hen's approval. If she was amenable to a pardon, it could be granted. If she deemed it necessary to execute them, that too would be the end of the matter. It was merely a matter of perspective. This situation did not arise from Yang Hen's exceptional standing within the Yuzhou army, but rather from Li Yu's prior commitment to entrust the task of battlefield management to the vengeful Azura. This meant that the decision to accept or reject the surrender rested entirely with the vengeful Azura. Given the unique nature of this military unit, such an arrangement was only natural. After all, the existence of the vengeful Azura was sustained by hatred, and expecting them to relinquish their rage was an impossibility. Having fully integrated this force, it was imperative to adhere to the established rules. It was evident that Yang Hen harbored no profound fury towards Goguryeo, hence her indifferent response. With this in mind, the Yuzhou army could now allocate these prisoners of war based on a strategy aimed at maximizing benefits. Following Yang Hen's declaration, Li Yu turned to Bai Qi. "Did you hear that? Whatever. Imprison these individuals and send them all to Pingqing. Let them commence city construction. And once the city is established, they shall be dispatched to the mines. They will labor for Yuzhou for 20 years to atone for their attempted invasion. After 2 decades, they may be liberated. To send these individuals to regions suffering from labor shortages, allowing them to atone for their transgressions, was the most advantageous course of action for Li Yu. After all, Yuzhou was exceedingly underpopulated, and relying solely on its local inhabitants could not support the region's development. More importantly, Yuzhou was on the verge of claiming the territories of Yu, Yun, and Liao. Such vast lands could not be cultivated without a sufficient population. Thus, assigning the most arduous tasks to these outsiders became the optimal choice. Upon receiving the orders, Bai Qi did not linger on words, but promptly re-entered the city to convey Li Yu's directives. When he emerged once more, A significant contingent of the White Horse Brigade was leading a multitude of shackled, surrendering soldiers, marching resolutely westward. Judging by their numbers, there were at least over 10,000. This influx of individuals was sufficient to compensate for the logistical losses incurred during the campaign. Indeed, the population of Liaodong City is considerable. With these new arrivals, Pingcheng can flourish. Li Yu observed the long line with a nod of satisfaction. Bai Qi exhaled a sigh of relief but expressed his concerns. I fear they may cause unrest in Pingcheng. Should any resist, it would be challenging to quell. The number of individuals is indeed overwhelming, and the morale of the Goguryeo people is visibly terrifying. Should any chaos arise, it would be exceedingly difficult to regain control. Fear not, for the Western Liang cavalry and the White Horse Yisong are stationed in Pingcheng. With such cavalry present, they will not stir up much trouble. If there were not sufficient forces to suppress them, Li Yu would not have taken in so many captives. It is precisely because of his absolute confidence that he has arranged for them to be dispatched to Pingcheng. Bai Qi's concerns were clearly unfounded. After explaining, Li Yu inquired, "By the way, where is Qin Liangyu? Where has she gone?" Stretching his neck to search around, he found no sign of Qin Liangyu after a considerable time and began to ask. Bai Qi withdrew his gaze, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "General Qin should still be within the city, searching every corner with her men. May I ask why your highness seeks her?" "Oh, I see," Li Yu nodded. Then continued, "I intended to brief you on certain matters. Please arrange for someone to summon Qin Liangyu when she arrives. I shall relay everything to you both to avoid repeating myself." Upon hearing this, Bai Qi promptly dispatched his subordinate to locate Qin Liangyu. Shortly thereafter, she appeared before Li Yu, mounted on her warhorse. With both of them present, Li Yu got straight to the point. "You are all aware of the war situation. My leading the troops alongside you is essentially no different from your own command. Remaining here will not significantly impact the war efforts. It would be more prudent to entrust the army to you, allowing you to continue the assault on Goguryeo." Having clarified the reason for their summons, Li Yu produced a map of Liaodong from his bosom and spread it upon the ground. As Qin Liangyu observed his actions with curiosity, she asked, "Your Highness, are you planning to return?" "Indeed," Li Yu affirmed. "Spring is fast approaching, and the season for planting will soon be upon us. I must return to Yuzhou to manage certain affairs and ensure that all preparations for the spring sowing are properly arranged, as this is a matter of great importance for the populace." As he spoke, Li Yu unfolded the terrain map of Liaodong, glanced at Bai Qi, and began to elucidate the strategy. "At that time, you shall divide your forces into two paths. Bai Qi will advance east along the line from Baiyan City to Xuanwu City, then to Xinqing and Fuyu City, continuing until the domestic cities are captured. Meanwhile, turning to Qin Liangyu, he assigned her tasks as well. As for you, General Qin, first capture Shiqing, then take Jili City, Wuguqing, and Daxing City. Once Daxing City is secured, proceed north towards the domestic city to rendezvous with Bai Qi. With the war reaching this juncture, the strategic objectives would be deemed accomplished, forcing the enemy south of Mount Taibai, Changbai Mountain, and subsequently clearing the Goguryeo presence from Liaodong. If it is possible to seize the population, do so to the fullest extent, transporting them all to Yuzhou. In due time, Yuzhou will facilitate the arrangement of their resettlement. There is no need for you to worry about overcrowding leading to chaos. Simply ensure their safe passage. Securing territory is a relatively simple endeavor. However, the effective governance of these regions presents a myriad of challenges. In the past, Li Yu merely needed to vanquish those who dared to invade Yuzhou. Yet now, he finds himself compelled to contemplate issues of development and construction. Progress necessitates a substantial population, whether it be Pingcheng, Yuzhou City, or the recently conquered Liaodong City. All require a considerable labor force. In light of Yuzhou's future, Li Yu must begin to consider the prospects of development. The population of Goguryeo is indispensable. Bai Qi and Qin Liangyu fully grasp Li Yu's sentiments. Neither of them is merely a straightforward commander. They are acutely aware of the significance of population. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, they immediately comprehended his intent. Chapter 168. Return to Yuzhou. Rest assured, Your Highness, we know what to do. Bai Qi and Qin Liangyu expressed their understanding of Li Yu's command and succession. Upon hearing their words, Li Yu gently nodded. "I trust in your capabilities. Commanding the army will undoubtedly pose no issue for you. This war relies entirely on the two of you." After affirming their abilities, Li Yu meticulously allocated the troops for the expedition to avoid any potential conflicts over personnel once he departed. Having settled this, Li Yu turned his gaze towards Yang Hen. And you? What are your intentions? Will you remain here to fight, or accompany me back? Yang Hen pondered for a moment, rather than directly answering. She inquired, will General Bai Qi and General Qin be engaging the Turks? No, Li Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Hen immediately responded, then I choose to leave with your highness. The primary target of the vengeful Shura's ire is the Turks, followed by the Khitan, another nomadic tribe. As for Goguryeo, there exists no significant enmity between them. With the absence of hatred as a motivator, Yang Hen found little interest in avenging against Goguryeo. In contrast, she looked forward to returning to Yuzhou and seeking an opportunity to confront the Eastern Turks. Thus, she ultimately chose to accompany Li Yu. Li Yu was pleased with her decision, beaming with delight. Go and select 10 capable subordinates. Since you have chosen to follow me, I would appreciate your assistance. A modest number will suffice, around 10 will do. Upon hearing this, Yang Hen questioned, are we not to lead all the vengeful Shura back? No. The main force must remain here to assist Bai Qi and Qin Liangyu in continuing their assault on Goguryeo. Upon my return, I have other matters to attend to, and I wish for you to help escort me. Li Yu smiled mysteriously, leaving his intentions unspoken, merely hinting at them. Yang Hen, though perplexed, complied with his request and selected 10 individuals from the vengeful Shura, including herself. A total of 11 members detached from their group. Li Yu inquired about their names, and the 10 exchanged glances before responding in unison. We have no names. Please bestow us with names, Your Highness. No names. Li Yu was taken aback and cast a questioning glance at Yang Hen. Seeing her nod gently, he contemplated and pointed to the individual standing furthest to the right. A name is a deeply personal matter. I shall refrain from imposing one upon you. However, I can assign you code names. Starting from you, I shall name you Ghost 1, Ghost 2, Ghost 3, and so forth, until the last, Ghost 10. If you find these codenames acceptable, then nod. If not, we shall reconsider. Having let go of his expectations towards the Tang dynasty, Li Yu felt a significant weight lift from his heart. At this moment, as he conversed with his subordinates, his tone softened, revealing a newfound concern for their emotions. However, the vengeful reapers clearly had no need for such sentimentality. Upon hearing Li Yu's inquiry, they responded in unison, expressing their gratitude. It is an honor to receive a name from Your Highness. Thank you for bestowing it upon us. Li Yu merely chuckled at their conceptual misinterpretation and remarked, very well, let it be so. If it pleases you, then I am content. They were but a pitiful lot, having lost their purpose in life. Perhaps possessing a name of their own was a small boon for them. Li Yu mounted his steed, reflecting on this thought. He then gestured forward and called out, let us return to Yuzhou. We shall address the remaining matters upon our arrival. With a hearty laugh, he shook the reins and galloped ahead on his fiery steed, followed by the vengeful reapers, who floated like phantoms, cloaked and masked. A group of 12 set forth from the hillside outside Liaodong City, racing towards Yuzhou. Meanwhile, within Liaodong City, Bai Qi and Qin Liangyu continued to lead their forces in a meticulous search of every nook and cranny of the county town. The intricate structure of a large county like Liaodong City could easily conceal hidden passages. If any adversaries lay in ambush, intending to launch a nocturnal assault or escape, it would pose a significant challenge. Thus, every city must be thoroughly searched to ensure no one remains concealed, and to uncover any hidden treasures or supplies. Only once everything had been discovered could a city be deemed fully conquered. With nearly 100,000 troops scouring the city, the results were exceedingly favorable. Not only did they unearth a substantial treasure, but they also stumbled upon the terrified Gao Huijin within a secret chamber. Upon discovery, the soldiers seized him roughly and brought him before Qin Liangyu. Along the way, Gao Huijin howled like a slaughtered pig, desperately attempting to break free from the grip of the Yuzhou army. Upon reaching Qin Liangyu, he continued to wail incessantly, proclaiming, I am Gao Juyi of the southern Goguryeo. I am an official appointed by your Tang Gaozu himself. You cannot kill me. I am a court official. In the heat of battle against Yuzhou, he had forgotten his status as a subject of the Tang dynasty. Now he sought to intimidate Qin Liangyu with his title. Yet, would Qin Liangyu be swayed by such tactics? Observing her towering stature, she grimaced at the harsh cries, her expression cold. Casting a disdainful glance at Gao Huijin, she declared, "Execute him. A pig that only knows how to squeal is worthless, even in Pingqing. You cannot kill me." As the order for execution was given, Gao Huijin struggled more fiercely, desperately shouting. But his cries were swiftly met with the sharp blades of the elite sword and shield bearers. The sharp blade glided across his neck, and Gao Huijin's head fell to the ground like a soccer ball. After bouncing twice, it emitted no further sound. Only then did Qin Liangyu's icy words emerge. "When you were insulting His Highness, weren't you enjoying yourself? Why do you cower now? To offend His Highness and still hope for survival is truly a delusion." At the onset of the battle, this fellow had not ceased his incessant prattle, standing atop the city walls and uttering countless disparaging remarks. Li Yu's silence did not grant Gao Huijin immunity from retribution. Qin Liangyu had endured for far too long. Upon seeing this wretch before her, her temper could no longer be contained. She issued an immediate command to sever his head like that of a pig. Chapter 169. Promotion of new crops. At the moment Qin Liangyu severed the head, a notification echoed in Li Yu's ears, miles away. "Congratulations, host. You have conquered Liaodong City and received a reward. 10,000 white horse riders. A new task has been issued. Please conquer the Goguryeo city of Baiyan." Has the battle in Liaodong come to a complete conclusion? As Li Yu journeyed, he pondered upon hearing the voice. It seemed that there was no other possibility. Upon receiving the task reward, Li Yu instinctively considered manifesting the newly acquired cavalry. Yet, at the very moment before taking action, he halted. No, it is unnecessary to manifest these light cavalry for the time being. The forces in Liaodong are sufficient to sweep through all of Goguryeo. Neither Bai Qi nor Qin Liangyu require additional troops. Since they are not needed, this army can remain in the system space, to be manifested when required. The forces in Yuzhou are already ample. Adding more would only increase the logistical burden. Excluding the recently acquired 10,000 cavalry, Yuzhou's total military strength has now surpassed 220,000. Among them, the cavalry alone totals 100,800, while the infantry has reached an astounding 116,000. This undoubtedly imposes significant strain on Yuzhou's logistical supplies, particularly with the nearly 110,000 cavalry troops. The daily consumption of food resources is astronomical. Were it not for the Yuzhou army's relentless campaigns, which have secured vast amounts of food from various battles, Yuzhou would have been overwhelmed by such a colossal army. This is not mere hyperbole. The material consumption of professional cavalry is indeed formidable. 10,000 cavalry may not seem excessive, but in reality, it is an exceedingly daunting figure. Especially in Yuzhou, where pastures are scarce, sustaining this cavalry is no trivial task. Hence, an increase in cavalry numbers is unfeasible. Should several thousand more be added, it would not require the Tang dynasty to invade Yuzhou. The financial strain from these cavalry alone would be enough to devastate the region. Until agriculture is sufficiently developed, continuing to manifest large armies would be akin to digging one's own grave. Reflecting on this, Li Yu could not help but sigh. Indeed, in this era, agriculture holds paramount importance. Without expanding arable land, who would dare to assemble such a formidable military force, particularly a professional army that does not engage in production? The greater the military strength, the heavier the burden on finances. Maintaining a professional army of 200,000 imposes an immense logistical strain. If it were not for the potato and corn seeds at his disposal, Li Yu would not even dare to halt expansion. For ceasing expansion would imply an acute scarcity of food supplies. In the event of a disruption in food supply, even if he does not wish to take action against the Tang dynasty, he would be compelled to launch an offensive internally. This predicament arises from the expansion of military forces. Presently, the logistical pressure in Yuzhou is manageable, neither overwhelming nor insignificant. Thanks to the substantial food resources procured from various regions, sustaining the populace for another 2 or 3 years poses no significant challenge. If Yuzhou can successfully promote the cultivation of potatoes and corn within this time frame, it will effectively maintain food consumption. Furthermore, once a complete cessation of hostilities is achieved, he could send cavalry to graze on the grasslands, thus providing a source of sustenance for the warhorses, alleviating some logistical strain. Overall, Yuzhou has not yet reached a point of severe food scarcity that would necessitate a reliance on warfare for sustenance. However, Should the number of troops continue to proliferate, the situation may become precarious. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it is imperative to avoid further burdening the logistics. Should everything collapse, the situation could easily spiral beyond Li Yu's control, a scenario he is keen to avoid. In summary, he must now redirect his focus towards domestic governance. Cultivating land, attracting population, enhancing agricultural productivity, and optimizing farming practices are the challenges currently confronting Yuzhou. Fortunately, Yuzhou possesses the technology for iron mining, which will facilitate the enhancement of agricultural tools. Additionally, the application of coal mining and heated bed technology can draw a considerable influx of people. These foreseeable issues have viable solutions, provided the military numbers are kept in check. Li Yu, accompanied by Yang Hin and others, hastened towards Yuzhou city. After a day and night of travel, they arrived within the city walls. Upon reaching the council chamber, they sought out Zhuge Liang, who wielded significant power in Yuzhou. Li Yu presented the stored seeds of corn and potatoes from the system space to Zhuge Kongming. Sir, these two crops, known as potatoes and corn, are high-yield agricultural products. Planting them in dry lands that cannot be irrigated will greatly enhance Yuzhou's food production capacity. I implore you, Sir Kongming, to disseminate these seeds so that all the people of Yuzhou may cultivate them. Li Yu declared earnestly while handing over the seeds. Zhuge Liang glanced at the seeds laid upon the table, curiosity evident in his expression. Your Highness, where did you procure these crops? I have never encountered them before. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply follow my instructions, Li Yu replied, unsure of how to elaborate, as he himself lacked knowledge in this area. Rice should be planted in paddy fields, while corn and potatoes are suited for dry land. There is no conflict between the two. You need not doubt the productivity of these crops. Once they blossom and bear fruit, you will comprehend their significance. Before the advent of hybrid rice technology, potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes were collectively hailed as the terminators of famine. Even in the most arduous of times, the presence of these three crops can ensure survival through hardship. Their significance throughout history is beyond dispute. Li Yu possesses limited knowledge of agriculture. He is aware that the yield of these two crops far surpasses that of others. However, he lacks a deeper understanding of the extent of this superiority or any more specific details. Consequently, he can only illustrate the matter through results. Once these two foods are harvested, it is likely that their importance will be duly recognized. With your Highness's esteemed reputation, persuading farmers to cultivate new crops should indeed pose no obstacle. Zhuge Liang paused momentarily, adopting a serious demeanor, and remarked, however, you must understand that this is a gamble involving your reputation. Should you lose, your name could suffer irreparable damage. Farmers place the utmost importance on the yield of their land. If the cultivation succeeds, it will bring joy to all. Yet if it fails, the repercussions for Li Yu's standing in Yuzhou could be catastrophic. Chapter 170. Undermining. Regarding the inquiries posed by Zhuge Liang, Li Yu was naturally well aware. However, he harbored great confidence in the cultivation of corn and potatoes. This assurance stemmed not only from their historical validation, but, more significantly, from the fact that they were high-quality products refined by the system. With such a robust backing, what was there for Li Yu to fear? He had no reservations whatsoever. Rest assured, my lord, I am acutely aware of the repercussions of a failed harvest. You can confidently promote these crops. My faith in them is unwavering. They will undoubtedly astonish you, and in 6 months' time, you will comprehend their remarkable potential. Listening to Li Yu's resolute tone, Zhuge Liang found himself convinced. In response to Li Yu's self-assurance, Zhuge Kongming nodded and replied, I shall follow your instructions and arrange for the promotion of these two crops. Rest assured, your Highness, you will surely witness them flourishing in Yuzhou by autumn. With Zhuge Liang's diligence, Li Yu felt at ease. After all, he was a renowned minister known for his domestic governance. What could he possibly worry about? Li Yu smiled and said, I entrust this matter to you, esteemed sir, and I implore you to devote yourself wholeheartedly to it. I accept the command, Zhuge Liang replied with a respectful bow. After exchanging knowing smiles, both men chuckled in unison, sharing a moment of camaraderie. Then Li Yu continued, beyond these two crops, I must trouble you with another task. Oh, Zhuge Liang exclaimed, intrigued. What does your Highness wish to discuss? Population, Li Yu declared earnestly. Yuzhou is beset by harsh winters, compounded by the turmoil of these tumultuous times. The population has plummeted to a critical low and must be replenished swiftly. I hope you will send agents to Ji and Qing provinces to facilitate the migration of some populace. However, the relationship between Yuzhou and Ji and Qing provinces has not been amicable, Zhuge Liang responded, troubled. Moreover, the prominent clans in those regions are actively tarnishing your reputation, making this endeavor rather challenging. The influence of the clans in this era was substantial. They controlled the flow of information, dictating what news reached the common folk. Previously, the coalition of clans had just clashed with Yuzhou, suffering a humiliating defeat. Now was a time when they harbored intense animosity towards Yuzhou. The notion of extracting inhabitants from them was far from the ease Li Yu suggested. Zhuge Liang held a pessimistic outlook, believing the citizens of those provinces would be reluctant to relocate to Yuzhou. Yet Li Yu brimmed with optimism. Your belief that the populace is unwilling to migrate stems from your unawareness of the esteem I garnered during the battle at Wugong City. In that confrontation, the cavalry I commanded rescued tens of thousands of citizens. They hailed from various locales, driven from their homes by the persecution of Shui Yanda. It was I, the sovereign, who rescued them from chaos, delivering them from the brink of destruction. If the news can be disseminated, informing the populace of the current state of Yuzhou, it is reasonable to believe that enticing them to join our realm with promises of land and warmth will not pose a significant challenge. In the past, during the resolution of the Yinan crisis, Li Yu expended considerable time and effort to liberate the common folk. The number of those directly rescued amounted to no less than 30 or 40,000, not to mention the countless others who benefited indirectly. With such a reputation bolstering his cause, gaining their trust should not be an arduous task. Should the news spread across the borders of the two provinces, many citizens would undoubtedly be inclined to join Yuzhou, especially with Li Yu's promise of land allocation, which would capture the public's attention. Furthermore, with the innovation of the heated Kong addressing the bitter chill, Li Yu is confident in his ability to attract a populace. He does not require the entirety of the two provinces to be swayed. Merely enticing a portion would suffice. Regarding land, he currently wields control over the vast agricultural resources of Yuzhou and Yunzhou, and it is foreseeable that Liaodong will also fall within his grasp. It is noteworthy that both Yuzhou and Liaodong possess exceptionally fertile farmland. Li Yu remains unconvinced that no one would be moved by such prospects. Upon hearing Li Yu's well-reasoned assertions, Zhuge Liang swiftly comprehended the source of the prince's confidence. Did you foresee this day when you besieged Wugong City? Zhuge Liang inquired with astonishment. If the prince had indeed anticipated this moment and laid the groundwork from that time, it would be rather formidable. As he questioned, admiration began to fill his gaze towards Li Yu. Yet, observing Li Yu's dismissive shake of the head, he replied, at that time, I never imagined I would be treated so by the court. It was purely a coincidence, not a deliberate orchestration of circumstances. The citizens themselves had disseminated his achievements far and wide throughout Jizhou during the siege of Wugong City, not by any design of Li Yu. This may well be considered the fruition of good karma sown in the past. It is entirely a matter of serendipity. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang was taken aback. Could it be that an unintentional cause had blossomed into today's result? Your Highness is indeed blessed. I am in awe. If Li Yu's words ring true, it must be acknowledged as a fortuitous blessing. The notion that good deeds yield good rewards is not easily realized. One can only assert that the gratitude for rescuing others from peril is profoundly significant. Moreover, this prince once managed, with merely tens of thousands of troops, to expel 300,000 cavalry. Through a series of fortunate coincidences, we now witness this flourishing outcome. To attribute this solely to luck would be insufficient. Yet to deny the element of fortune would also be incomplete. It can only be said that there are unseen forces at play in the tapestry of fate. This matter has been duly noted, and I shall convey your Highness's command to the 18 riders of Yanyun shortly. The task of rallying the populace in both regions must rely upon their dissemination, for given the current relationship between Yuzhou and the court, we can only depend on the 18 riders. Zhuge Liang sighed, expressing his profound regret whenever this issue arose. The tense situation between Yuzhou and the court renders any open deployment of a large army a potential political incident. Thus, Zhuge Liang finds himself without alternative recourse, compelled to disseminate the news discreetly. This task now hinges upon the professional capabilities of the 18 riders. Surely, these elite cavalrymen will not betray his trust. In this regard, Li Yu expressed no dissent. It is sufficient for the gentleman to make the decision. This prince shall not interfere with the gentleman's judgment. Chapter 171. The prince's journey to Chang'an having concluded discussions on agricultural and demographic matters, there were no further issues to deliberate upon for the time being. As long as Yuzhou could address these two concerns, it would enjoy a period of stable development. As for the challenges that would arise post-development, those could be addressed in due course. Certain matters require time to mature, such as population growth, urban construction, the establishment of mining operations, and the laying of railroads, an array of issues. Without several years, or even decades, of fermentation, achieving strategic objectives would be utterly unattainable. Thus, a more measured approach must be adopted. The work of development must progress gradually and methodically. However, in contrast to these considerations, Li Yu was presently preoccupied with another matter. After a prolonged silence in the council chamber, he cleared his throat twice and suddenly declared, "I intend to journey to Chang'an to attend to some personal affairs." Zhuge Liang, who had been sipping tea, abruptly coughed upon hearing Li Yu's words. "Cough, cough, Your Highness. Surely I did not mishear. You are going to Chang'an." Wiping the corner of his mouth, Zhuge Liang gazed at him with incredulity. Observing Zhuge Liang's astonished expression, Li Yu smiled gently and nodded. "Indeed, I am going to Chang'an. You have heard correctly. Such an admission came so readily, and he spoke it so openly." Zhuge Liang was taken aback. He simply could not fathom what this prince was contemplating. Given the current circumstances, what difference was there between traveling to Chang'an and walking into a trap? Did this prince not realize that the court yearned for his swift removal? If he truly entered the city of Chang'an, he would likely become irreversibly ensnared within its confines. As he pondered in astonishment, Zhuge Liang suddenly noticed Li Yu's enigmatic smile and realized something was amiss. No. While the court indeed wished to eliminate you, they were equally cautious and would not dare act against you lightly. Should you encounter peril within Chang'an, Yuzhou would undoubtedly march southward. They are acutely aware of the might of our Yuzhou forces. Any aggression towards you would spell disaster for the Tang dynasty. Thus, they would not dare to act against you lightly. At the very least, within the city of Chang'an, they would not only refrain from harming you, but would also ensure your safety. Zhuge Liang had come to this realization, reanalyzing the situation and clarifying his thoughts. Currently, Yuzhou's military strength numbered over 200,000. Moreover, the Yuzhou army had previously annihilated nearly 1 million West Turkic forces with a mere 100,000 troops. Such victories alone would surely send shivers down the spine of the one seated on the dragon throne. Not to mention, prior to that, the Yuzhou army had also slain over 1 million East Turkic cavalry. This amounted to the total destruction of over 2 million adversaries. Who would dare to underestimate the strength of the Yuzhou forces? It is worth noting that the combined military strength of the entire Tang dynasty does not even reach 700,000. In the face of the Yuzhou army, those 700,000 would scarcely amount to a mere dessert. Given the vast disparity in combat capabilities between the two armies, with the Yuzhou forces being comprised of professional soldiers, could the court truly dare to take action against His Highness? If it were Zhuge Liang himself, he would certainly refrain from recklessly intervening. In fact, he would likely treat this esteemed prince with the utmost reverence, until the tempestuous figure departed the capital. After all, this prince has never expressed intentions to launch a counterattack on the capital. Even in the face of the invading gentry coalition, the Yuzhou army has not set foot in Jizhou. This stance is unequivocally clear. Knowing that Yuzhou would not retaliate, eliminating the great prince, the actual authority of Yuzhou, would evidently be contrary to the interests of the court. Upon careful contemplation, Zhuge Liang was astonished to realize that this prince was not merely acting out of impulsiveness. Rather, he had thoroughly grasped the intricacies of the situation, understanding that the court would not dare to act against him. Nonetheless, this realization still caused Zhuge Liang considerable anxiety. "Your Highness, upon entering the city of Chang'an, your safety will indeed be ensured. However, the journey itself may not be so tranquil. Should someone act rashly and oppose you, it could pose a significant danger. One must remember that not everyone possesses rationality, nor can they all discern the complexities of these interests. If someone within the court, lacking foresight, decides to take action on the road, attempting to shift the blame onto the gentry, it would be akin to playing a treacherous game. In such a case, Li Yu's safety would be jeopardized. Should anything happen to His Highness, then Zhuge Liang continued to ponder these possibilities when he heard Li Yu murmuring to himself, "If I am outmatched and perish on the way to Chang'an, would it not be for the best? After all, revenge is inevitable. You could lead the army to slaughter all of Chang'an when the time comes. And let us not spare those foolish gentry, nor the officials from various regions. Each and every one must face annihilation. Aside from the common folk, I demand their complete extermination." To Li Yu, death held little significance. Life has always led to death. The timing is inconsequential. What matters is that one must attain clarity in life. Li Yu valued his reputation and struggled with psychological barriers. Faced with the dynasty that once filled him with pride, he found it difficult to lead an army to ravage the entirety of the Tang. However, Bai Qi bore no such constraints. Ultimately, after his demise, military power would likely fall into Bai Qi's hands. At that juncture, he could simply enlist Bai Qi to exact his revenge. Such a straightforward matter, with no great consequence. As for whether the Tang would falter in the aftermath of this incident, that is highly improbable. The current foundation of Yuzhou is incomparable to that of the Tang. Once Bai Qi resolves all matters and restores peace to the realm when the time comes, he will take the lead to thoroughly absorb the technological advancements of Yuzhou. By then, it would be as if Li Yu had indirectly guided the Tang dynasty, propelling it forward by nearly a millennium. For the citizens of the Tang dynasty, the descendants of Yan and Huang, Li Yu owes them nothing. On the contrary, he shall lead society into a new era, endowing the Central Plains with an unparalleled technological advantage that could sweep across the globe. Having reached this juncture, who could dare claim he has wronged his nation? Aside from the blind, it is likely that no one would utter such words. Thus, Li Yu bears no psychological burden whatsoever. Regardless of life or death, he is resolute in uncovering the truth. He will either avenge himself while alive or, should he perish, have Bai Qi seek retribution on his behalf. In any case, this vendetta must be fulfilled. Li Shimin and the court officials have ruined the first half of his life, and they shall pay dearly for it. Each and every one of them. Li Yu has no intention of sparing even a single soul. Chapter 172. Hatred and Hope. Your Highness, your thoughts seem rather extreme. Upon hearing Li Yu's soliloquy, Zhuge Liang could not help but gasp in shock. Must one's own life be wagered as a mere pawn in the game of vengeance? Why resort to such extremities? Is not a peaceful resolution a viable path? Why must one exact revenge through such drastic measures? In response to Zhuge Liang's inquiry, Li Yu quipped, "You may not fully grasp what it is for a 5-year-old child to struggle against the biting winds for survival. When I was trembling within the confines of my tent, on the brink of unconsciousness, I had already lost my life. The only reason I have survived until now is the simmering resentment within my heart. My existence serves one purpose, to confront Li Shimin and demand to know what I have done to deserve such treatment. Initially, I harbored some unrealistic hopes regarding Li Shimin. However, as you have witnessed, that beast's treatment of me leaves no room for doubt. If he does not regard my life as valuable, then he must not blame me for seeking mutual destruction. After all, I hold no guilt towards the people of this land. If I drag a host of beasts down to hell with me, what of it? As long as this anger resides within me, I cannot find peace, even in death." Li Yu spoke these chilling words with a calm demeanor, devoid of visible emotional fluctuations. Yet, to Zhuge Liang, they felt like standing on the precipice of an abyss. A prickling sensation of dread. From their interactions, it was evident that this prince possessed a clear mindset and a strong understanding of his intentions. Everything he undertook in Yuzhou was directed toward positive progress. Yet, this passionate individual found himself ensnared in a deadlock due to his hatred. He would rather risk annihilation than relinquish the grievances that consumed him. Zhuge Liang yearned to counsel this prince to adopt a more magnanimous stance, to extend forgiveness to others as well as to himself. However, the words eluded him. He could not persuade the prince to embrace such generosity. One cannot urge another towards kindness without having endured their suffering. At merely 5 years of age, he bore the weight of hatred. This resentment endured for an entire decade, only to be brutally pierced anew by the court at the moment when hope seemed to dawn. The court would rather allow the Turks to ravage Yuzhou than value the lives of its citizens, trading their safety for a chance to stab me in the back. If Li Yu cannot utilize his own life to rid the world of these deranged beasts, what right do they have to dictate his actions? Du Ruhui's strategy was indeed astute. By leveraging external forces to assault Yuzhou, He created a situation where the clam and the snipe contend, allowing the fisherman to profit. Yet, this very action extinguished the last flicker of hope Liu held for the court. They did not regard his life as valuable, nor did they cherish the lives of the common folk in Yuzhou. Their sole concern was their own interests, utterly indifferent to the plight of the lower classes, and even less so to the existence of a bastardy prince like him. Is there really a necessity for such a court to demand their loyalty? In Liu's view, they deserve their fate. Liu pays no heed to the limitations of any era. If the court seeks his life and disregards the lives of the common people, then they deserve to perish. He cannot even conceive of a reason to spare the court, to ensure the safety of the capital. Is it acceptable to recklessly sacrifice the citizens of other regions? Such a self-serving rabble, should they not be left to their own demise? Indeed, no matter how well the feudal era is adorned, it remains a barbaric age. This situation should have been transformed long ago. Let this journey to Chang'an be the first step towards a new era. The countdown has already begun. Let us observe how these monkeys struggle. At the moment of his death, the world will undergo a metamorphosis. At that time, no ruler shall escape the just retribution. Let this selfish governance accompany him to the grave. Zhuge Liang and Liu sat in their respective chairs, each lost in their own thoughts. A slight smirk curved Liu's lips, his expression dripping with irony. In contrast, Zhuge Liang appeared to have found peace. After a prolonged silence, Zhuge Liang let out a deep sigh. I understand your thoughts, Your Highness. However, this does not imply that I wish for any misfortune to befall you. If possible, I implore you to return safely. We all long for you to lead us into a better world. Liu, who had been sneering, was momentarily taken aback by these words. I am still quite young. Should I continue to live, it may not necessarily bode well for you. As long as I draw breath, the power of Yuzhou cannot be relinquished, whether it be by Qi or Zhuge Liang, in his current indifference to life and death. Should they not wish for his early demise? Just as Liu was contemplating this, Zhuge Liang spoke again. Your Highness, in our eyes, you are irreplaceable. Only you can guide Yuzhou down the most righteous path. Even for the sake of the people of Yuzhou, you must not entertain thoughts of self-harm. You are capable of achieving far more. Is this moral coercion? Liu asked with a joking tone. No, this is merely my expectation of you. Zhuge Liang replied earnestly. You should possess a broader vision. You must accomplish what others deem impossible. With greater power comes greater responsibility. I beseech you. For this world, and for the descendants of Yan and Huang, you must return alive. This seems not to be a matter within my control, does it? Liu's lips curled into a smile, his entire face beaming. Zhuge Liang shook his head solemnly. I am well aware of your capabilities. As long as you do not wish to die, no one in this world can harm you. Before making your final decision, Your Highness, please think thrice. Even a multitude of thousands, besieging you in turn, could not claim your life. Even in the face of a perilous situation where a myriad of swords are unleashed. His Highness remains remarkably composed. Zhuge Liang finds it impossible to conceive of a more precarious predicament. His trust in Liu has reached a level of blind faith, almost instinctively believing that nothing in this world could pose a challenge to him. Upon hearing such an exaggerated remark, Liu let out a resigned sigh. Very well. I shall assess the situation before making a decision. I will proceed with careful consideration. This marks the first time Liu has heard the phrase I need you from someone close to him. Truthfully, these words stirred a subtle emotional turbulence within him. While they may not seem particularly moving, they hold immense significance for Liu. It was akin to a rootless wanderer suddenly discovering an anchor in this vast world. He suddenly felt that, beyond vengeance and the desire to alter the world, there existed another pursuit worthy of his efforts. After enduring solitude for far too long, it seemed he had found a companion in this moment. Chapter 173. A New Journey. Stepping out of the council hall, Liu glanced up at the blazing sun hanging high in the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. This journey, regardless of the path or destination, would be fraught with numerous trials awaiting us. It is entirely possible that one might perish on the road to the capital. In other words, this could very well be a one-way expedition. Lowering his head, Liu turned to Yang Hen and inquired, I have already made you aware of the perils that lie ahead. Even so, do you still wish to embark on this journey? Yang Hen's gaze was notably indifferent, revealing no emotional fluctuations from behind her mask. For a fiend, life and death are but trivial matters, having followed His Highness in slaying thousands of beasts. Her existence has not been in vain. Now that she has attained what she desires, what does it matter if she accompanies His Highness to a glorious demise? She paused for a moment, then met Li Yu's eyes, stating, "Moreover, why should your Highness speak lightly of life and death? Whether for you or for us fiends, it is not so simple to extinguish our lives." "Haha, quite true," Li Yu responded with hearty laughter, gesturing grandly as he proclaimed, "Let us depart, young hen. For the capital, having endured such baseless oppression for so long, it is time to unveil the truth." Li Yu could not believe that the disdain shown towards him was merely due to his status as a son of a concubine. There must be hidden reasons behind this targeting. This journey to the capital would serve to unearth the long-buried past, revealing the true cause of his unjust treatment. For every grievance, there must be redress. For every vendetta, there must be vengeance. And he intended to resolve these entanglements once and for all. Even if the outcome were death, he would die with clarity, ensuring that his enemies met their end as well. This journey represented a farewell to the past. Regardless of the final outcome, he sought liberation from the shackles of hatred. He eagerly anticipated this process, hoping it would not leave him too lonely along the way. In the grand estate of the Liu family in Zhua County, a middle-aged servant, bent over and deferential, delivered urgent news. "Master, the rumors outside are spreading increasingly, and many commoners are packing their belongings to flee Zhua County for Yuzhou. If this continues, the commoners will all be gone. Master, you must do something. If they leave, what shall we eat?" Recently, someone had been spreading malicious rumors throughout the Fanyang region, claiming that Yuzhou was welcoming a multitude of commoners, promising warmth and homes to those who sought refuge, alongside ample farmland. This had stirred the local populace, leading to signs of mass migration. As a local gentry family, the Liu family thrived by exploiting the labor of the common people. Should these individuals vanish, the Liu family, which primarily engaged in no productive work, would find itself in a dire situation with no one left to exploit. Upon witnessing the populace preparing for mass migration, Lord Liu Changdong of the Liu family could hardly contain his fury. After enduring for several moments, he erupted in a tempest of rage, cursing vehemently. His countenance, once resplendent with nobility, twisted into a visage of near madness, akin to a deranged soul in the throes of insanity, shrieking in hysteria. Vile commoners, a wretched horde of traitors, merely a few whispered rumors, and they dare to turn their backs on the Liu family. Dispatch patrols at once. Slay any suspicious commoners on sight. How dare they contemplate relocating to Yuzhou? Are they unaware of my enmity with that place? They deserve death. If they cannot be of use to me, then they shall not be permitted to benefit others. For these noble families, the common folk are mere instruments to be exploited. Should these tools remain obedient, they may be rewarded with a lifetime of sustenance. Yet, should they dare to defy, their fate is sealed. After all, they are but a collection of lowly wretches. Should we eliminate too many, we can simply allow them to breed anew. They are no more than cattle, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Lord Liu was incensed, nearly driven to personally inflict torment upon those audacious enough to resist him. Why choose to ally with Yuzhou of all places? The Gentry Alliance has just suffered humiliation at the borders of Yuzhou. I cannot swallow this insult. However, events were not as straightforward as Liu Changdong envisioned. The steward, brimming with concern, spoke up. They are but ingrates. While killing them may not present an issue, we cannot control the commoners outside our jurisdiction. Mere intimidation within Zhua County is futile. We must eradicate the outsiders as well. The whispers of discontent had spread far beyond Zhua County, permeating the entirety of Fanyang. Reports from beyond indicated that this discontent might extend throughout the entire Jizhou region. Such a vast migration could not be thwarted by the Liu family alone. Upon hearing this, Liu Changdong's fury was tempered somewhat, yet his expression remained grotesquely fierce. Then let them all be slaughtered. Not just the livestock of Zhua County, but the entirety of Fanyang. Deploy cavalry to patrol. Should they encounter any commoners in the wild, they are to be exterminated without question. I shall not believe that through such relentless slaughter, anyone would dare betray the Liu family. Any commoner who dares to oppose us shall meet a most untimely end. While I may not govern the commoners of other regions, I certainly will not relinquish control over those within Fanyang. The last great battle inflicted significant losses upon the Liu clan, yet it did not cripple us beyond recovery. I still possess the means to eliminate those attempting to flee Fanyang. Employing ruthless bloodshed to instill fear within the lower classes is a well-worn tactic of the gentry. Lu Changdong spoke of murder with not a shred of psychological burden. The aristocracy and the common folk are, in essence, two distinct species. To slaughter a few thousand beasts, one cannot expect him to harbor any semblance of empathy. That would be an egregious underestimation of a prestigious family that has endured for nearly a millennium. Upon receiving the command, the steward promptly departed to arrange the slaughter. Meanwhile, a gentleman, adorned in the garb of the nobility, rushed in. "Master, a message has arrived. The Crown Prince Liu has left the borders of Yuzhou and has arrived in our Fanyang County. At this moment, he finds himself in the desolate countryside, journeying southward. How shall we handle this prince?" Upon hearing this, Lu Changdong's expression shifted, and he replied gravely, "Are we certain it is indeed the Crown Prince? How many guards accompany him?" A scholar from the Lu family, upon hearing the query, responded with resolute certainty. "It has been verified. It is indeed the Crown Prince himself. As for his retinue, it is said that there is but one." Chapter 174. The aristocracy. The Grand Prince Liu traversed through my Fanyang territory, accompanied by only a single bodyguard. As he journeyed southward, his destination was suspected to be the capital city. Contemplating the intelligence provided to him, Lu Changdong sat back in his chair, momentarily lost in thought. His arm rested upon the pearwood table, fingers gently tapping its surface, as if he were ensnared in deep reflection. Beside him, a guest who had pledged allegiance to the Lu family, noticing Lu Changdong's indecision, proposed, why not dispatch assassins to seize this opportunity and eliminate him permanently in Fanyang? This way, even those unruly commoners would be quelled, a twofold success. No, Lu Changdong vehemently rejected the notion, responding without hesitation. "Do you not realize what the lunatics in Yuzhou would do if the Grand Prince were to perish within Fanyang? They would likely retaliate against us. And given Yuzhou's formidable strength, such an assassination is utterly imprudent." Though Lu Changdong was known for his fiery temper and cruel disposition towards the lower classes, his intellect surpassed that of ordinary men. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of the Lu family's patriarch. To wield authority over the Lu family, mere lineage was insufficient. Upon hearing Lu Changdong's reasoning, the guest quickly recognized his folly. The martial prowess of the Yuzhou army was well known. Should they go mad, the entirety of Fanyang would suffer. Such consequences were beyond what the Lu family could endure. He had indeed been presumptuous. What if we divert the blame elsewhere after the assassination? For instance, framing it as an attack by the court's emissaries. This way, the Yuzhou people would not seek vengeance against us, would they? At this suggestion, Lu Changdong erupted in fury. "Do you think they are reasonable sages? Do you believe you can simply cast blame and get away with it? Are you treating them like fools, or are you the simpleton here? I cannot predict whether the court would fall under iron hooves. But should the Grand Prince die in Fanyang, the Lu family here shall face obliteration first. Do you comprehend? Blame shifting. If it were that simple, I would have already sent someone to carry out the assassination." The audacity of entering Fanyang with only a single guard was a testament to his confidence that no one would dare lay a hand on him. Lu Changdong, exasperated to the point of headache, hurled his cup at the guest. "Get out, you fool. You are endangering the Lu family of Fanyang." Struck by the teacup, the guest fled in disarray. After his departure, only 5 remained in the room. Aside from the Lu family member who had delivered the intelligence, the rest were Lu Changdong's trusted confidants. Once more, the sound of fingers tapping upon the table resonated through the room as Lu Changdong fell into a prolonged contemplation. This time, no one dared to interject and disrupt his train of thought. Thus, an entire incense stick's worth of time passed before Lu Changdong seemed to conceive a definitive course of action. His expression contorted for a moment, and with a sense of reluctance, he declared, "Send someone to pave the way for the Crown Prince. We must ensure his safe departure from the borders of Fanyang. Any who dare approach the Crown Prince shall be met with ruthless retribution. We must guarantee his personal safety. Liu cannot perish. Not only must he not die within Fanyang, but we must also strive to ensure that this prince arrives safely in the capital." This was the conclusion that Lu Changdong ultimately reached. Should Liu perish along the journey, the Lu family would undoubtedly face the frenzied wrath of the people of Yuzhou. The might of the Yuzhou army is not to be underestimated. A force capable of decisively vanquishing 1,000,000 Western Turkic warriors. Merely contemplating it sends chills down one's spine. The Liu family cannot bear such repercussions. Once the Yuzhou army enacts its vengeance, the Liu clan of Fanyang will undoubtedly be obliterated. Not only them, but even the noble families along the route must send men to safeguard Li Yu's well-being. They have no choice, lacking the strength to confront the Yuzhou army head-on. They must ensure his secure arrival in Chang'an. This is a calculated strategy. The crown prince, by wagering his own life, has effectively ensnared all the noble clans along the way. What a wretched scoundrel! How can he be so irresponsible? To so recklessly gamble with his own life. Does he not realize he jeopardizes us noble families? My heavens! How could such a freak emerge from the Li Tang royal lineage? This fellow is utterly deranged. Had we known, the Liu family would never have provoked this monster. Liu Changdong held back his fury, but ultimately, he could not restrain himself from cursing aloud. Li Yu's actions were akin to playing an ace at the outset. For anyone of high rank and authority, who does not prioritize their own life above all else. Yet this individual treats his own life as a mere bargaining chip at the negotiation table, adopting an attitude of mutual destruction. Who would dare provoke him? Treating his final card as a conventional tactic, Liu Changdong felt utterly exasperated. Confronted with such an anomaly, even if he wished to stand firm, he had no choice but to yield. Yielding was unavoidable. For these noble families, the continuation of their lineage is paramount. Despite their unwillingness, despite their desire to engage in a test of strength with Li Yu, there was no alternative. When the risk of family extinction looms, all else must be set aside. Personal pride pales in comparison to the survival of a lineage. A grotesque product that renders everyone willing to become beasts for the sake of their family. Such is the nature of the noble clans. In the wilderness, Yang Hen, having just received the latest intelligence, rode up to Li Yu and reported in hushed tones. Your Highness, Guichi reports that a large number of troops, estimated to exceed 3,000, have appeared ahead. 3,000 troops? Li Yu's lips curled into a smirk and dismissively waved his hand. Do not concern yourselves with them. We shall continue onward. However, if they were to launch a surprise attack, Yang Hen expressed his concerns, stating that he feared for the prince's safety. Danger? Li Yu replied ambiguously, shaking his head. He then turned to Yang Hen and inquired, Do you believe they intend to harm me? Is it not so? Yang Hen retorted. To him, this was a clear signal of peril. Gathering 3,000 troops could hardly be for a leisurely excursion. Li Yu, perceiving Yang Hen's apprehension, smiled and asked, Do you not believe that they are not only here to refrain from attacking me, but to also ensure my safety? How could that be possible? Yang Hen dismissed the notion entirely, asserting, Given your relationship with the Liu family of Fanyang, if they have not sent assassins to kill you, we ought to be grateful. Do you truly believe they would send someone to protect you? Reflect on your own words. Can you genuinely believe them? Chapter 175, Seeking Auspiciousness and Avoiding Harm. In Yang Hen's view, Li Yu's words were akin to a fantastical tale. The enmity between them was as clear as day. How could those noble clans possibly extend their goodwill to protect them? Was it a mishearing on her part, or was this prince lost in a daydream? The more she contemplated, the more convinced she became that Li Yu was speaking nonsense. When faced with Yang Hen's skepticism, Li Yu did not rush to provide an explanation. Instead, he merely offered a faint smile and casually remarked, You shall soon discern whether they are here to safeguard me. I have no desire to engage in futile debate. Let us allow the facts to speak for themselves. Perhaps you are overthinking this, Yang Hen retorted dismissively. I am well acquainted with the noble clans. They are hardly benevolent. You will soon see just how repugnant these people can be. That is because you only know one side of the story and not the other. You do not yet fully comprehend their nature. If you truly understood the mindset of the nobility, it would be easy to fathom their intentions. Li Yu silently murmured to himself, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Engaging in verbal disputes was futile. Once the truth was laid bare, Yang Hen would realize who was right and who was wrong. As they progressed southward, the soldiers Yang Hen had reported gradually came into view. They moved in a serpentine formation, seemingly searching for someone as they advanced horizontally to the south. With their backs turned to her side, Yang Hen could not discern their actions clearly. Nevertheless, she instinctively heightened her vigilance. As if encountering an enemy, her gaze fixed intently on the soldiers' movements. Relax. They are not here to target us, so there is no need for such tension. Li Yu's calm voice broke through her thoughts. Yang Hen instinctively turned to him. How can you be certain they are not coming for us? It is wise to be cautious. Vigilance is always prudent. Very well, Liu shrugged, opting to say no more. Suddenly, he called out loudly, "Hey, are you here looking for me?" Yang Hen was startled by his sudden outburst. The soldiers clearly appeared to be searching for someone, and his interruption felt like stepping into a trap. Her hand instinctively reached for the dagger at her waist, ready for battle. However, what perplexed her was that the soldiers merely glanced back, their expressions a mix of complexity, before turning away as if they had not seen the conspicuous prince at all. Yang Hen was taken aback, incredulous. Could it be that they did not hear what you said? How is this possible? How can this be? Liu could not suppress his amusement, chuckling lightly. Did I not tell you? They are indeed here to ensure my safety. What is there to be astonished about? But I don't understand. Yang Hen's face was a picture of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend how the situation had unfolded in such a manner. She had yet to regain her composure, and logically, this should not be happening. Listening to her murmurs, Liu could not help but laugh. There is nothing that should not be. Upon my demise, it would spell utter catastrophe for them. Driven by self-interest, they are compelled to ensure that I remain unharmed. This is the fundamental motive behind their deployment of protectors. The situation is not as peculiar as you might imagine. It all originates from a desire for profit. The broader one's perspective, the less likely one is to be swayed by emotions. The principle of seeking fortune while avoiding peril is the most advantageous course of action. Rather than succumbing to emotional influences, the Liu family, being of noble lineage, will undoubtedly make choices that serve their best interests. This is entirely normal. Yang Hen seemed to grasp the essence, tentatively articulating, "Your Highness, are you suggesting that protecting you is more beneficial for them, hence their actions?" "No, your understanding is flawed." Liu clarified. "To be precise, safeguarding my well-being is aimed at preventing the worst-case scenario. They are acting in self-preservation, not merely for gain. There is a distinction. I believe I understand the meaning now." Listening to Liu, Yang Hen felt a vague comprehension dawn upon her. It appeared that His Highness was orchestrating a grand strategy, having meticulously arranged the current circumstances. No wonder he suddenly ventured south. It all makes sense now. If Liu could hear Yang Hen's thoughts, he would likely be amused. After all, not everything in this world is predetermined. He merely recognized that the moment had arrived to return to the capital and pursue his past. Nothing more. The soldiers dispatched by the noble families cleared the path for Liu, alleviating the hidden dangers that lurked in the shadows. Though traversing the same road, they remained mutually unengaged, communicating none at all. They were akin to strangers journeying together, silently agreeing to maintain their quietude. After escorting for a while, Yang Hen appeared to have conceived a thought of her own, presenting another question. "By your reasoning, Your Highness, does this imply that we shall encounter no perils along our route?" "Who said that?" Liu replied casually, turning to her. "The noble families may not wish to see me perish, but that does not mean others share the same sentiment regarding my safe return to the capital. We shall indeed face certain dangers along the way, depending on whether those who desire my demise possess the audacity to act. But with so many guards, if someone wished to assassinate you, wouldn't they struggle to find an opportunity?" Yang Hen inquired, perplexed. "With so many escorting us, could there truly be a chance for an assassin to exploit a weakness? That seems rather unlikely." Liu, however, slowly shook his head, revealing a crucial point. Their escort would only extend as far as the territories they controlled. It would not continue indefinitely. These noble families also value their reputations. Excessive actions could tarnish their standing. The nuances of this balance are difficult to articulate. In summary, everything before us is merely transient and will not endure for long. Once we are without escort, the hidden assassins will find their opportunity to strike. Yang Hen's insatiable curiosity is indeed a virtue, and Liu would not deny her inquiries. However, certain matters are exceedingly challenging to elucidate, prompting Liu to opt for evasion. As long as it is understood that the journey will not be devoid of turbulence, that suffices. As for the remainder, let Yang Hen gradually comprehend it on her own. With the topic concluded, the atmosphere once again fell into silence. Everyone continued their journey in quietude, with no one daring to break the silence. This tranquil ambience endured for quite some time until an unforeseen incident shattered the serenity of their small group. "Your Highness, behold. There are those audacious enough to slay innocent civilians in broad daylight. Surely, we must intervene in this matter." Chapter 176. Merciless Slaughter in the Distance. A group of citizens burdened with their belongings hurriedly fled. Behind them galloped a band of cavalry. their armor unmistakably marking them as private soldiers raised in the vicinity of Fanyang. Armed with butcher's knives, these men ruthlessly descended upon the terrified commoners, displaying no semblance of compassion, as if they were dealing with foreign foes, unabashedly wielding their blades against their own kin. Li Yu's gaze sharpened. The sun-shooting bow materialized in his hand in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the bowstring, aiming at one of the riders, and released the first arrow. A brilliant beam of yellow light flashed, striking the fierce cavalryman who had just raised his blade to strike. The unfortunate citizen, paralyzed by despair, had closed his eyes tightly, clutching his belongings, too terrified to move. When the anticipated blow failed to land, he dared to open his eyes, only to behold the monstrous figure before him, now sporting a gaping hole in its chest. The man had perished, unbeknownst to him. Had he been saved? The young man, wide-eyed with disbelief, still bore traces of fear from his brush with death. Overwhelmed with emotion, he felt tears welling up, grateful that his life had been spared. Yet, an instant later, a question arose: who had delivered him from peril? As he looked up to seek his savior, he beheld beams of light flickering relentlessly, claiming one life after another among the assailants. In mere moments, all the malevolent cavalrymen lay slain, nearly 30 of them, with none surviving. Could it be the divine bow of His Highness, the Prince of Yin? Li Yu's reputation resonated throughout Yu and Ji provinces, and the youth had heard tales of the miraculous prowess of the divine bow. Faced with this inexplicable phenomenon, he instinctively thought of the protector of the northern border, residing in Yuzhou. But why? He pondered. Should His Highness be here? Was it to rescue them, the common folk? With a gaze tinged with confusion, the young man turned toward the source of the radiant yellow light. Only then did he notice the formidable Lu family army, over 3,000 strong, standing ready. His mouth fell agape, despair etched across his face. So many of them. Surely, they were doomed. Not just this young man, but all the civilians who had narrowly escaped the clutches of the cavalry wore expressions of utter hopelessness. Before them stood not the anticipated forces of Yuzhou, but rather the dreaded troops of the Lu family. They knew all too well how the Lu family treated the common folk. Having just fled from the jaws of a tiger, they now faced this band of ruthless fiends, their spirits plummeting. Instinctively, they began to retreat, attempting to distance themselves from the soldiers. As they were paralyzed with fear, on the verge of fleeing, a clarion voice resonated from afar. Those who dare to harm the common people shall face merciless retribution. I declare this. Let us see who among you dares to raise a hand. In truth, the soldiers escorting Li Yu had long been rendered motionless by his formidable presence. No one dared to pursue him, nor did anyone have the audacity to confront him at that moment. The populace fled primarily out of fear instigated by the environment and the overwhelming military presence. If they had taken a moment to observe closely, they would have discerned this reality. Yet, for various reasons, they remained oblivious to the unfolding circumstances. At that moment, upon hearing the authoritative proclamation, they recognized its intent was in their favor, emboldening them to halt their retreat and turn back. They then beheld the towering figure upon the warhorse. This king? A voice among them questioned, uncertain yet intrigued. Could it be that he truly was the Lord of Yuzhou, His Highness the King of Yin? Gradually, the crowd regained their composure, piecing together the fragments of understanding, connecting Li Yu's words to the earlier spectacle of radiant light. It became evident. Who else but His Highness the King of Yin could possess such divine artifacts? However, how could His Highness be mingling with the soldiers of Fanyang? Wasn't he that contradictory? Did you not hear His Highness reprimanding the army, forbidding them from harming us? Who else, if not the King of Yin, would consider the plight of ordinary folk? That noble figure is indeed the king. The citizens, momentarily freed from their panic, engaged in debate over whether the figure before them was truly Li Yu. Their uncertainty held them back from approaching him. Simultaneously, Li Yu confronted the leader of the Lu family's private soldiers, Lu Shao. What is the meaning of this, Your Highness? Why do you strike against my kin? We have never shown you any hostility, Lu Shao demanded, his tone laced with authority. His gaze at Li Yu was a tumultuous mix of terror and fury, clearly in a state of heightened agitation. Li Yu cast a dismissive glance at him, scoffing, in my eyes. Those who dare to slaughter the innocent are no different from barbarians. Anyone who lays a hand on the common people before me shall meet a singular fate, death. These wandering souls in the wilderness were evidently part of the flock seeking refuge in Yuzhou. Liu could hardly fathom that these nobles would audaciously slaughter their own people. Had he known, he would have prepared in advance. He truly did not anticipate their capacity for such cruelty. With a steely glare directed at Lu Xiao, Liu turned his head slightly and called out a name. Gui. The moment the name was uttered, a faint yet palpable figure materialized beside him. This scene left Lu Xiao, who was already awestruck by the earlier revelation, utterly dumbfounded. With disbelief etched upon his face, he gazed at the unfolding events in utter astonishment. Unperturbed by Lu Xiao's reaction, Liu commanded Gui, "Return to Yuzhou with my orders. Instruct the strategist to dispatch the cavalry of the White Horse to assist the civilians willing to migrate to Yuzhou. Depart swiftly and return promptly. It is imperative that the strategist addresses this matter with utmost urgency." "Yes, Your Highness." With the issuance of Liu's command, Gui's figure once again became indistinct. At the moment he acknowledged the command, his presence vanished entirely, just as it had when he was previously absent. Chapter 177. Journey South. What on earth is this? Lu Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the spot where the apparition had vanished. Trembling, he inquired, "That must be a ghost, right? You possess the art of controlling spirits. No wonder you can keep the barbarians at bay. It turns out this is the means at your disposal." "Humph," Liu scoffed, disregarding Lu Xiao's remarks, and turned to Yang Hen, saying, "Summon your men to escort these commoners to Yuzhou. If they encounter any beasts daring enough to attack them along the way, let it be known that none shall be spared." In response, Yang Hen slowly nodded and, gazing into the empty space, coldly declared, "Did you hear the prince's command? Go forth, ensure the safe passage of the people to Yuzhou, and then return to regroup." At first glance, one might easily perceive her as speaking to herself. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the void seemed to respond. However, a question arose. Who would take responsibility for the prince's safety? The voice of doubt startled Lu Xiao. But Liu, seemingly unfazed by such inquiries, calmly replied, "With these individuals present, I shall remain untroubled by external threats. There is no need for your concern. Your sole task now is to obey orders." The combat prowess of the vengeful Azura was unparalleled, often eclipsing even the most elite of troops. Yet, they harbored their own minor issues. Frequently, they would question Liu's commands. Their intentions were noble, driven by a desire to protect Liu, but in reality, Liu retained them more for their ability to act on his behalf during times of need. Relying solely on the vengeful Azura for one's safety, to speak frankly, was unrealistic. Upon hearing the phrase "obey orders," it was as if a magical box had been opened, silencing any further dissent. Before long, 9 cloaked figures appeared before the bewildered townsfolk. They approached the uncertain crowd, articulating their purpose. "We have come by the prince's decree to escort the migrating citizens to Yuzhou. If any among you are bound for Yuzhou, please follow us, and we shall ensure your safe arrival within its borders." Initially, the commoners harbored trepidation and suspicion towards the sudden appearance of these figures. However, upon hearing the vengeful Azura declare their allegiance to the prince, coupled with prior rumors and their understanding of the Prince of Yuzhou, a mere sentence sufficed for the vengeful Azura to earn the trust of the populace. Though some still questioned whether they were truly sent by His Highness, it was evident from the spontaneous gathering that the people had accepted them as allies of the Prince of Yan. The reformation of the line did not consume much time. The vengeful specter swiftly led his companions around the vigilant Fanyang army, advancing northward from the opposite side. "Ah, behold your standing in the eyes of the people. They regard you with the same dread as they would a ferocious flood. Such is the state of the common folk under your governance," Liu remarked, observing the palpable fear the populace harbored towards the Fanyang troops. Awakening from his astonishment, Lu Xiao disdainfully retorted, "They are but a rabble. Their fear is all we require." Such arrogance was truly astonishing. Liu curled his lip, choosing not to engage further with such a person. He gestured to Yang Hen beside him. "Let us continue on our way. The matters here will be taken over by the White Horse Edong, and there is no need for us to be overly concerned." "Yes, Your Highness," Yang Hen replied succinctly, taking the reins of his steed as they resumed their journey. Thus, amidst the collective gaze of over 3,000 soldiers from the Fanyang army, the two continued southward, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. As they departed, an individual approached Lu Xiao, inquiring, "What shall we do now, my lord? Are we to continue escorting them away from Fanyang?" "Escort? Nonsense. Whoever wishes to can escort them. In any case, do not expect me to exert any effort." Lu Xiao snapped. His face flushed with ire as he commanded his loyal guards, "Return. The entire army shall return to the camp. Leave them be." "Yes." The soldiers responded in unison, dispersing to lead their respective troops back towards Zhujian. Thus, this peculiar escort mission came to an abrupt halt under such surreal circumstances. The two sides, never truly aligned, had reached the limit of their cooperation. Given that Li Yu had slain so many cavalrymen in their presence, it was utterly inconceivable to continue the escort. As the two factions parted ways, Li Yu maintained an indifferent demeanor, never having expected any positive contribution from them. Their departure was welcome, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere and allowing for a more relaxed journey. Yang Hen wholeheartedly agreed, affirming, "Having them around made me feel uneasy. Their absence is for the best." A group devoid of combat prowess, they would be of no assistance in the event of an unforeseen incident. Yang Hen had clearly observed the previous moment when Li Yu had taken action. The soldiers' first response to the sudden threat had been one of collective bewilderment. What sort of military force could such an army possess? Even the citizens of Yuzhou would react promptly in the face of danger, alert to their surroundings. This group was indeed inferior to the common people. Their military effectiveness was truly questionable. After exchanging their assessments, the two fell into silence, preferring to focus on their journey rather than critique those they had left behind. Riding steadily along the official road, they progressed towards the sun, knowing that this journey was merely the beginning, with a long path still ahead. Regardless of whether it is Li Yu or Yang Hen, neither will experience any psychological turmoil due to this minor upheaval. Both have long been prepared to confront any circumstance. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao returned to the Lu family and reported to Lu Changdong about Li Yu's public execution of the cavalry. Upon hearing this, Lu Changdong was infuriated, his rage palpable. Such audacity! Truly, such audacity! How dare that young man commit murder in public? It is a disgrace to our dignity. After venting his anger, Lu Changdong seemed to recall something and questioned Lu Xiao. "And what of you? The crown prince committed murder before your very eyes, and you did nothing to intervene? What do you think I provided you with 3,000 troops for? Mere ornamentation." Chapter 178, Divine Artifact for No Apparent Reason. Lu Changdong was met with a barrage of anger from Lu Xiao, which left Lu Xiao feeling somewhat disgruntled. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to intervene. It was the divine bow. Lu Xiao exclaimed in exasperation, "All I witnessed were light orbs flitting about while people perished. How could I possibly stop it? Should I shield myself with my own chest? I cannot fathom what that weapon in Li Yu's hands truly is. It appears more fearsome than any legendary artifact." One arrow shot forth, piercing through the chest. Who would dare to test their mettle against such a ruthless weapon? If one were to attempt to block it, the prince would shoot without a moment's hesitation. Would I not be throwing away my life for nothing? Encountering such unreasonable weaponry, anyone would end up with a headache. And it is not his fault. Just as Lu Xiao was seething with indignation, he noticed Lu Changdong looking at him with a puzzled expression. "Divine bow? What are you speaking of?" the family head inquired. "Haven't you heard of it?" Lu Xiao replied, astonished. "It is the ancient divine bow capable of piercing through all. It is whispered among the people, and it is one of the artifacts wielded by His Highness the Great Prince." Artifact? Lu Changdong was taken aback. If such a thing truly exists, how is it that I am unaware of it? The Lu family's legacy has persisted through many generations. The so-called artifacts, including the hereby, have all been witnessed by my ancestors. These inflated claims bear no divine power. They are merely exaggerated by the royal family, thrust upon a pedestal. Yet now, Lu Xiao claims that Li Yu possesses an artifact? Lu Changdong's instinctive reaction was to dismiss this as nonsense. However, observing Lu Xiao's earnest demeanor led him to reconsider. Could it be that there truly exists an artifact? Lu Xiao, sensing the doubt in Lu Changdong's eyes, recounted the scenes he had witnessed in vivid detail. After hearing the description of the sun-shooting bow's formidable prowess, Lu Changdong found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that the legacy of the Lu family had devolved into mere folly, and that such artifacts genuinely existed? They say children should not speak of strange powers and supernatural beings. Yet Lu Xiao's vivid account compelled Lu Changdong to contemplate the artifact's authenticity. If such a thing were real, what hope did they have against Yuzhou? The military could not compete, nor could their foundations. Lu Changdong muttered to himself, determined to seek confirmation from others. Lu Xiao, listening to his murmurs, felt a mix of frustration and urgency. Just as he was about to argue his case and assure Lu Changdong of his truthfulness, he suddenly recalled a crucial piece of information he had neglected to mention, slapping his thigh in dismay. "Oh no, in my haste to discuss the artifact, I forgot to inform you that His Highness sent someone to notify Yuzhou, requesting a military force known as the White Horse Yitong to escort the migrating populace to Yuzhou. The Yuzhou army may attempt to breach the border and enter our Fanyang territory. What course of action should we take in response to this?" Lu Changdong was taken aback and anxiously exclaimed, "Are you speaking the truth?" "Absolutely. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Lu Xiao recalled the moment his words were questioned by Lu Changdong, infusing his tone with all the indignation he could muster. Upon hearing this commotion, Lu Changdong surmised that the matter was most likely true. How infuriating! What should we do now? Furrowing his brow, Lu Changdong cursed. How could such a monstrosity emerge in Yuzhou? Is this heaven's decree to obliterate my noble clan? From your words, does this imply that you have no intention of confronting Yuzhou? Lu Xiao discerned the deeper implications in his words and asked with deep concern. In response, Lu Changdong sighed in frustration and helplessness. What else can we do? Shall we face the chariot with our feeble arms? In the face of the formidable might of the Yuzhou army, how can we possibly contend with them? Speaking of this, Lu Xiao recalled the battle fought at the Yuzhou border. At that time, he had no inkling of what was transpiring. The thunderous cannons roared, and a volley of arrows was unleashed, leading to the immediate collapse of their grand army of 190,000. When it came to the dread of the Yuzhou army, Lu Xiao understood it more profoundly than Lu Changdong and could naturally empathize with the sense of helplessness that Lu Changdong expressed. Does this mean we must merely watch as the common folk are displaced? Lu Xiao lamented, struggling to accept this outcome. Lu Changdong sighed in resignation. We have no choice but to accept this fate of being at the mercy of others. In the presence of absolute power, all schemes and stratagems lose their significance. Prior to this, our only reliance was that Liu would not dare to easily dispatch troops beyond the Yuzhou border. Now, that precedent has been shattered. What else can we do but observe? Could we possibly, like the foreign savages, confront the Yuzhou army directly and end up as mere pawns in the capital? With barely 40,000 troops at Fanyang, we are utterly no match for the Yuzhou forces. The disparity in military strength is staggering. Aside from resigning ourselves to fate, Lu Changdong could find no other recourse. At this juncture, both men fell silent, their fists clenched as they wrestled with their simmering resentment. For 700 or 800 years, they had been the lords of this place, and even the Tang dynasty had to acknowledge their influence in the Fanyang region. Yet now, this prince had emerged and seized the territory they had long dominated. The most disheartening aspect was that they could not even find a means to resist. Lu Changdong was seething with frustration. After much internal struggle, he could no longer contain his anger and erupted in a furious tirade. "Liu, I shall not rest until we are adversaries." Yet, despite his curses, he had no practical solutions at hand. After venting his anger, he could only silently quell the fury within him and confront the cruel reality with this sense of indignation. In the ensuing days, Lu Changdong occasionally heard reports of the Yuzhou cavalry rampaging within Fanyang, escorting large numbers of displaced people to Yuzhou. Regarding this, he remained resolutely silent, choosing to turn a deaf ear rather than express any further sentiments. If one cannot prevail, then one must endure, allowing time to erode all. In a few decades, he believes that the prosperity of Yuzhou cannot be sustained indefinitely. When the moment arrives that Yuzhou reveals its vulnerabilities, the Lu family of Fanyang shall reclaim it. As a member of the gentry, he possesses both the confidence and the patience to await that eventuality. It is important to recognize that the aristocratic class has historically emerged victorious in the long game of time. While Lu Changdong harbors confidence, he also finds solace in this self-encouragement. Life must go on, and the harshness of reality has already been burdensome enough. Without even a glimmer of hope, the situation would indeed be excessively grim. At this moment, Lu Changdong comprehended the essence of the psychological victory and chose to bide his time with this newfound conviction. Chapter 179. Heated debate in the court at dawn. Li Shimin received the news regarding the Lu family of Fanyang's decision to remain passive. Upon hearing that this group of inept individuals had not even attempted to resist, allowing the people of Yuzhou to run rampant, he was filled with indignation. Were these aristocrats not supposed to be formidable? Had it not been said that the Liu family was an ancient lineage, unafraid of any provocation or challenge? How could they cower before the northern forces of Yuzhou and concede defeat? This was a matter of population. How could they permit the people of Yuzhou to plunder the populace of Jizhou? These wretches deserved the harshest of fates. In comparison to the imperial court, Yuzhou's greatest disadvantage lay in its population and resources. Now, however, that disadvantage had been mitigated as they absorbed a significant number of people from Jizhou and Qingzhou. Would this not allow Yuzhou to grow ever stronger? If Liu truly gained momentum, what then would the court do? Would they divide the Tang dynasty in two, with each faction claiming a half? If not for a lack of confidence in defeating the Yuzhou army, Li Shimin would have eagerly taken the field himself, eager to teach these aristocrats a stern lesson while attacking Yuzhou. These scoundrels, when confronting the court, behaved more doggedly than ever. Now, faced with a formidable adversary, they chose the path of submission. They were nothing but cowards, and the thought of eliminating this fickle group filled Li Shimin with fury. Noticing Li Shimin's escalating emotions, Du Ruhui quickly intervened to calm him. Your Majesty, do not despair. Is it not said that the crown prince is already on his way to the capital? We shall devise a plan to ensure he remains in Chang'an indefinitely, as long as we can control him or even eliminate him. The root of all our troubles will be resolved. At this juncture, peaceful negotiations seemed impossible. The court had previously taken extreme measures and, later, even allied with foreign enemies to counter Yuzhou. Having offended too many, if Liu did not harbor a deep-seated hatred for Li Shimin, they ought to be grateful. In Du Ruhui's eyes, at this stage, no peaceful means could address the Yuzhou dilemma. Special measures were warranted. It was time to decisively eliminate Liu for the benefit of the court. However, should they proceed with the assassination of Liu, another dilemma would arise. Did the army of the Tang dynasty possess the capability to confront the forces of Yuzhou head-on? If matters were not handled judiciously, reckless actions could lead to dire consequences. Li Shimin sighed, reflecting on how throughout this ordeal, he had been solely concerned with his own position, scarcely considering that Liu was also his son. Such emotional detachment was profoundly troubling, disregarding even the bond of blood. No wonder the world spoke of the heartlessness of emperors. For Liu, was this not merely a stranger connected by blood? The courtiers present failed to grasp the implications of Li Shimin's words. Only Wei Zhang's lips moved slightly, hinting at his awareness. Yet in the end, no words were uttered. At the epicenter of power, self-interest reigns supreme. Familial bonds? Perhaps they exist, but they are reserved solely for the legitimate heirs. As for the illegitimate offspring, all favors bestowed are merely the emperor's grace. If you are allowed to live, you ought to express gratitude. In the eyes of those in high office, the children of concubines are scarcely distinguishable from servants. This is one of the principal reasons why Liu is disregarded. With impure blood, he is deemed the spawn of a lowly maid. In such an environment, who would regard him as anything more than an object? The cruelty of a class society is stark. The moment a person is born, their fate is already sealed. The reason they can so brazenly dictate to Liu is simply because they perceive him as the emperor's private possession. Who would concern themselves with the thoughts of a mere tool? No one, unless that tool, like Liu, instills a sense of caution and dread. Only then would they recognize the terrifying potential he harbors. At this moment, those in the court must reckon with the cost of their past arrogance. As Liu approaches the capital, the officials are embroiled in chaos. Du Ruhui, as always, is the first to voice his opinion. I beseech your majesty to dispatch assassins at once to eliminate the crown prince. Should we succeed, we can conveniently frame the noble clans along the route, inciting their mutual destruction. Once the dust settles, our court can extend clemency to Yuzhou's transgressions. With a balance of grace and severity, the successor of Yuzhou will surely be immensely grateful to the court. At that juncture, we shall further divide Yuzhou, dispersing its military strength throughout the realm. By then, the siege of Yuzhou will be entirely resolved. The comprehensive strategy articulated by Du Ruhui is indeed formidable. If events were to unfold as he envisions, it could prove to be a viable solution. However, Changsun Wuji swiftly discerned the plan's shortcomings and pointed them out on the spot. What if the framing fails? What if the noble clans are not as powerful as we anticipate and are swiftly vanquished by Yuzhou's forces? When the Yuzhou army stands at the gates, will you command the troops to resist, or will you be the scapegoat sacrificed to quell their fury? But merely eliminating you may not suffice to placate their wrath. Should such a scenario arise, it is likely that all officials within Chang'an will have to pay with their lives for the crown prince. Is this truly the outcome you desire, Du Ruhui? Please contemplate the consequences. If a spy can successfully infiltrate Yuzhou, ascertain the distribution of power within its ranks, as well as the sentiments of its officials, there may yet be a way to navigate this crisis through an assassination. However, at present, the court lacks even detailed intelligence regarding Yuzhou and is entirely unaware of which factions wield power. In this context, attempting to assassinate Li Yu would be tantamount to wagering one's life. Should fortune favor their gamble, all would be well. Yet, what if they were to lose? What if the forces in Yuzhou were far more formidable than they had anticipated? In such a scenario, the entire Tang dynasty would face dire repercussions for that princely folly. Given that there exist far more temperate solutions, why resort to such extremities? Changsun Wuji expressed vehement opposition. He had no desire to accompany this reckless fool into peril. Should anything go awry, the entire court would bear the burden of his grave miscalculations. Outrageous. Du Ruhui glared furiously, casting a fierce look toward Changsun Wuji. Are you implying that even His Majesty would be implicated? That is an act of treason. Chapter 180. Bloodstained court as the label of treachery was thrust upon him. Changsun Wuji felt a surge of fury, his vision clouding with rage. Drawing a deep breath, he retorted with indignation. It is your chaos that has brought calamity upon Yuzhou. The chain of events leading to this disaster originates with you, and thus, you ought to atone with your life. What is a mere label, after all? If I am indeed treacherous, then you are the very root of all turmoil. You should perish first, and only then shall we settle other accounts. What began as a dignified court meeting swiftly devolved into a fierce verbal altercation between the two. You are but a coward, devoid of any real courage. A true man knows when to act and when to refrain, yet you seek to reconcile with the rebels out of fear for your life. You are a sycophant who brings ruin to the nation. Today, I shall strike you down before the emperor, enacting justice. With a thunderous shout, Du Ruhui advanced towards the ranks of military officials, attempting to seize the blade from Li Jing. Fueled by rage, Changsun Wuji retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Du Ruhui's back. Unprepared for such an assault, Du Ruhui was sent sprawling to the ground, bloodied and disoriented. Rising to his feet, he wiped the blood from his face, and, unable to contain his fury, drew the sword from Li Jing's waist and lunged at Changsun Wuji. As the court threatened to transform into a slaughterhouse, Emperor Li Shimin could no longer restrain his emotions and bellowed, "Enough! What has become of the court? Do you think I will allow this chaos to continue? What should have been a dignified council has turned into a farce." Once regal officials, under immense pressure, reveal their true selves, resembling enraged beasts intent on violence in the court. This is utterly absurd. In his fury, Li Shimin commanded Li Jing to quell the disturbance. Li Jing, shaking off the urge to spectate, stepped forward, reclaimed the Tang blade from Du Ruhui, and restrained him. Meanwhile, Changsun Wuji was firmly held in the grasp of Qin Xiong, rendered utterly immobile. The two feeble civil officials, in the hands of the martial generals, were no more than helpless chicks. Had their past authority not lingered, they surely would have become the subject of ridicule. The spectacle of high-ranking officials brawling in the court was nothing short of ludicrous. Even at this juncture, Changsun Wuji and Du Ruhui remained obstinate, hurling insults at one another, each calling the other a traitor and wishing for 1,000 torturous deaths. Such a disgraceful assembly of officials had never been witnessed since the Tang dynasty's inception. Silence! Li Shimin thundered. What disgraceful behavior is this? A chancellor of the realm has sunk to such depths. Disagreements can be addressed without resorting to personal attacks. Can you truly call yourselves chancellors? Even the ruffians of the marketplace surpass you both in dignity. As Li Shimin's scathing words struck home, Changsun Wuji seemed to grasp the gravity of his position. He ceased his struggles, letting out a derisive snort as he adjusted his disheveled attire. "Humph! Just a fool who knows nothing but to label others. I shall not stoop to your level." Having spoken, he twisted his arms and freed himself from Qin Xiong's grasp. Moving to stand quietly at one side of the court, Qin Xiong, feeling uneasy, hurried after him and positioned himself beside Changsun Wuji, prepared to thwart any further attempts at disruption. On the other side, Du Ruhui, realizing his own disgraceful behavior, ceased his antics. What a coward he was. frightened to the core by a mere youth yet to don the crown. If the court were filled with such individuals, the Tang dynasty would inevitably face ruin. It was evident that both sides harbored resentment, yet they managed to temper their emotions. Du Rahai accepted a handkerchief from a fellow courtier, wiping the blood from his face, and took his place opposite Changsun Wuji. As the farce came to a close with the calming of tensions, a collective sigh of relief escaped the assembled officials. Had the commotion persisted, who could predict the outcome of the court session? They had convened to discuss strategies, not to engage in disputes over courage or to deliberate on transgressions. The crux of their discussion lay in determining the appropriate stance to adopt towards the impending arrival of the crown prince. Observing the silence from both factions, Fang Xianling cleared his throat and stepped forward. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the court's attitude towards the crown prince should be contingent upon his intentions for entering the capital. Should he seek a title, Your Majesty might consider issuing a decree to satisfy his requests. Conversely, if he comes to accuse Your Majesty of lacking paternal affection and fairness, then perhaps it would suffice to allow him to vent his grievances. What harm could there be in indulging him once? We are not yet at a point of life and death. I believe it prudent to first hear the crown prince's demands before reaching a conclusion. While the relationship between the court and Yuzhou has cooled to a frosty state, it has not yet reached an irreconcilable point. Observing Yuzhou's stance towards the Tang dynasty, there remains a degree of restraint. This indicates that there is still room for negotiation, and we have not yet arrived at the brink of armed conflict. Did we not notice that Liu came to the capital with minimal guards? This suggests he does not wish to sever ties with the court entirely and is mindful of our stance. My dear minister, you speak with some merit. Li Shimin withdrew his gaze from Du Rahai and Changsun Wuji, pondering thoughtfully. Yet I fear that Liu harbors significant ambitions. What if he seeks the position of heir apparent? How shall we then respond? Your Majesty worries too much, interjected Changsun Wuji, unfazed by Li Shimin's scrutinizing gaze. Having just outmaneuvered another, he calmly asserted, without the support of civil and military officials, how could the crown prince have the audacity to contest for the position of heir? Even if you were willing to compromise, we ministers would not permit him to ascend to such a title. Even Du Ruhui concurred, stating, I too believe that the crown prince does not seek the throne for its own sake. While the other officials may be untroubled, my concern lies with the possibility of the crown prince resurrecting past grievances, unearthing long-buried truths. I fear that should he succeed, none of us present would escape unscathed. Given the crown prince's extreme disposition, he is certainly capable of such actions. Upon these words, not only did Li Shimin's countenance shift, but also that of prominent ministers such as Changsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Xiao Yu, all of whom were visibly shaken. This statement seemed to unlock a long-sealed memory, plunging everyone into a profound silence. It was akin to unearthing a forbidden box, rendering the assembly speechless. If indeed the intention is to delve into old matters, preparations should have been made in advance. On this occasion, even Changsun Wuji refrained from countering Du Ruhui's assertions, instead aligning himself with them. It appears there are many hidden intricacies within this situation. Yet, it remains a mystery what events transpired in the past that instilled such trepidation among them. Chapter 181. Abandoning Silly, Mount Song. After several days of travel, Liu had crossed the river from Zhengzhou and arrived at the southern bank of the Yellow River. Now, he merely needed to proceed westward along the ancient path of Shaohan, passing through the territory of Luoyang, before entering the pass of Hanggu, which would lead him successfully to the Guanzhong Plain. Upon reaching the Guanzhong Plain, it would unfold before him as a vast expanse of flat land. To reach Chang'an, only a day and a night's journey remained. As he admired the scenery along the way, Liu seemed to be conversing with himself. We are almost at the destination of this journey. How do you feel knowing you will soon behold the most prosperous city of our time, Chang'an? Yang Hen turned her head, revealing a pair of calm and unperturbed eyes from the other side of her mask. I harbor no particular sentiments. As for Chang'an, I have visited it more than once or twice. It is indeed splendid, yet it pales in comparison to the present-day Yuzhou. Hearing this, Liu glanced at her in surprise. Are you a native of Chang'an? Yang Hen shook her head and replied in a detached tone. I hail from the Yang family of Hongnou. To be precise, I am from Huayin of Hongnou. Oh, a high-born lady from a prestigious family, Liu exclaimed in astonishment, teasingly adding, I admire you. Who would have thought your lineage to be so extraordinary? As a daughter of a noble family, you still bear the burdens of this world. Li Yu had long suspected Yang Hen's noble origins, but had not anticipated them to be of such elevated status. The Yang family of Hongnong is no ordinary lineage. The royal family of the Sui dynasty, including Emperor Wen of Sui, Yang Jian, and Emperor Yang of Sui, Yang Guang, also descended from the Yangs of Hongnong. Like other prominent families, the Hongnong Yangs trace their roots back to the pre-Qin era, rising to prominence during the Western Han, thus holding a long-standing family history. Being born into such a family inherently bestowed a sense of nobility that could not be compared to ordinary lineages. However, Yang Hen appeared to show little interest in this fact. She remained indifferent. No matter how illustrious her ancestry, she would still be bound by her family's arrangements. Destined to marry a member of the Chui family of Bowling. Ultimately, she would find herself cast from a carriage, serving as a pawn to thwart the Turkic beasts. If such a fate could be deemed honorable, I would rather forgo it. She spoke of her past with remarkable composure, evidently having traversed the psychological barriers that once troubled her. Or perhaps she had long since lost feelings of regret and shame. Who could say? Observing her unwavering demeanor, Li Yu clicked his tongue in admiration, reflecting, it seems that noble birth offers little solace. The times are as they are. And living in such an era is a torment even for the aristocracy. He then suddenly inquired, by the way, which branch of the Yang family do you hail from? Why do you ask that, Your Highness? Yang Hen looked at him curiously, responding coolly, my ancestors claim descent from Yang Biao, though the truth of this lineage is uncertain. Since the establishment of the Sui dynasty, my Hongnong Yang family has become fragmented, and it is nearly impossible to trace the family genealogy. Yang Biao? Thus, it appears there is indeed a distinct lineage. Li Yu nodded thoughtfully before inquiring. This suggests you should have married well. Upon uttering this, he felt a twinge of regret, hastily adding, what I mean is, according to contemporary values, the person you wed should possess a commendable status. This assertion could certainly hold true. Yang Hen did not refute it. Rather, she candidly stated, had there been no foreign invasions, in a few years I would have become the wife of a regional governor. From that perspective, my marriage would not have been deemed inadequate. Such a pity, to encounter unworthy individuals and endure so many tribulations. Your misfortune is palpable. Originally a lady of high birth, she ultimately found herself in the most lamentable of circumstances due to a series of unfortunate events. It is no wonder that when Li Yu first encountered Yang Hen, her eyes burned with a flame of fury directed at the world. The psychological disparity between her past and present circumstances is vast. Should she manage to persevere, greatness is surely destined for her. That being said, Yang Hen's background is indeed quite legendary. From a woman ignorant of the world, she has risen to become the leader of the most formidable legion. Were it not for her unspeakable past, her story could easily be penned into a book, perhaps captivating numerous readers. Just as Li Yu felt a pang of sympathy for Yang Hen, she heard Yang Hen calmly remark, in truth, there is no such thing as good or bad fortune. Some endure hardships with no avenue for complaint. At least I have been able to exact my own vengeance, and for that, I am content. This sentiment resonated with Li Yu. Indeed, Yang Hen has personally vanquished thousands of the Turkic beasts, and her enemies have received the punishment they so rightly deserve, meeting their end in torment. In that moment, Li Yu suddenly recalled something. On the day of Cui Hongchang's execution in Yuzhou, was your husband present? This time, a flicker of hesitation crossed Yang Hen's gaze. After a prolonged pause, she slowly nodded. He was. Then why did he not come to your aid? Was it because he treated you poorly? Li Yu inquired casually. Not exactly. He was quite good to me. It's just. Yang Hen inhaled deeply, then sighed softly. It is that I harbor resentment towards him for not being there when I needed him most. So, I chose to remain a bystander. Oh, I see. Li Yu exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. No wonder that man maintained eye contact with you despite enduring torture to the point of death. He was indeed your husband. Yes. Yang Hen sighed. When I was cast from the carriage, he chose to stand aside, and when he faced adversity, I too opted to observe from a distance. It is only fair. I owe him nothing. Weakness is the original sin. I comprehend now. Li Yu grasped Yang Hen's meaning. Perhaps her husband felt guilt. Perhaps he had indeed treated her well in the past. Yet, at the most critical moment, he abandoned her. Though it was not his hand that inflicted the harm, it nonetheless brought her irreparable pain. Thus, despite her husband displaying a manly demeanor in that final moment, desperately yearning for just one last glimpse of her. It was insufficient to compel her to intervene and save him. Li Yu had fully comprehended Yang Hen's past and felt a sense of solace in her ability to accept it with equanimity. He sensed that she had found her inner peace. Perhaps she had even forgiven the world. Let us proceed. You have fulfilled your quest for vengeance. And now it is my turn, Li Yu remarked, winking at Yang Hen. He suddenly declared, Now, please witness my performance, my companion. Yang Hen paused, tilting her head to gaze at him, her innocent eyes seemingly inquiring, What are you saying? Chapter 182. We are alike. It was as if Yang Hen had shed the halo of hatred, while the icy exterior enveloping Li Yu gradually melted away. He no longer exuded the same imposing presence or cold-heartedness as before. In contrast, he began to exhibit a newfound warmth and vivacity. Yang Hen was uncertain of the origins of this transformation, yet she could distinctly sense the changes manifesting within Li Yu. Upon hearing his playful remarks, she pondered for a moment before replying, If this is your desire, I must express that I shall observe your performance, partner. Ah, you shall indeed. Li Yu chuckled, his joy akin to that of a child receiving a cherished toy. He was eager to tease Yang Hen further, curious to see how far she would play along. However, in the next moment, he was taken aback as her eyes transformed into an icy glare, her delicate hands lunging towards his neck with alarming swiftness. Li Yu blinked in confusion, pondering her true intentions. In the blink of an eye, he comprehended her actions. Yang Hen's fair palm clasped a slender silver needle, the sunlight glinting off it, refracting a spectrum of colors. Li Yu cast a sidelong glance, remarking casually, Oh, an assassin has arrived? Yang Hen offered no reply, propelling herself like an arrow from her steed. When she re-emerged from the thicket, she held the throat of a masked individual, whom she unceremoniously cast before Li Yu. He poisoned himself, leaving us no opportunity for interrogation, she stated. Li Yu dismounted and unveiled the assassin's face. He was an unremarkable middle-aged man, lacking any distinctive features. However, upon examining his hands, signs of a rigorous training regimen became apparent. Thick calluses and twisted joints suggested he had been forged into a death warrior from a young age. Yet, the identity of his master remained elusive. Numerous factions could train such assassins. Court officials, noble clans, or royal families were all capable of cultivating death warriors. Thus, discerning this man's origin provided no clarity. Li Yu shrugged indifferently. It was likely that he was sent by the court, but the true mastermind remained shrouded in mystery. With that, he proposed to Yang Hen, Should there be another attempt on my life, refrain from intervening. I wish to see if I can unearth the puppet master behind this, tracing the thread upward. Are you not afraid of poisoning? Yang Hen inquired with a furrowed brow. If you were to be gravely poisoned, would it not be a case of losing more than you gain? To this, Li Yu merely shook his head slowly. There exists no poison in this world that can truly harm me. Let them strike, it is of no consequence. Having previously consumed the elixir of immortality, his body had become impervious to toxins. A mere trivial poison would not pose a threat. As for the silver needle piercing his body, with his physical prowess, even 100 needles would pose no issue. These trivial matters posed no threat to him. Otherwise, he would not have been oblivious to this sudden assault. If there were truly elements capable of endangering him, his acute awareness of peril would have detected them long ago. In summary, there is no need to concern yourself with those assassination attempts. Let them pursue their futile endeavor. Li Yu nonchalantly remarked, If they manage to kill me, then I concede their prowess. If they fail, it merely grants me the opportunity to trace the puppet masters behind the scenes while they await their response. Regardless of how one views it, allowing others to attempt my assassination is ultimately a profitable gamble. Your Highness, sensing Li Yu's indifference towards his own life, Yang Hen expressed her concern. Have you lost your senses? This girl's bluntness nearly left him speechless. Li Yu chuckled. Damn it, it is your mind that seems muddled. How can you speak so? But if you are not confused, why would you? Yang Hen faltered, pausing for several seconds before continuing. Why would you harbor such pessimistic thoughts? What do you mean by conceding? That is your life we are discussing. How can one simply accept such a fate? There is but one life. How can one allow others to take it so cavalierly? Even the typically obtuse Yang Hen realized at this moment that Li Yu's psyche was troubled, hinting at a self-destructive tendency. Though Yang Hen's description was vague, Li Yu grasped the essence of her concern. Meeting her gaze with composure, he inquired, What were your thoughts when you became the vengeful reaper? A contemplative look crossed Yang Hen's eyes as she recalled. At that time I thought that if I could exact my revenge, I would find a way to slay those beasts. If I could not, then so be it. My life had already taken such a turn that whether I lived or died no longer mattered. You see, you understand my thoughts quite well. Why then do you pose me such simplistic questions? Li Yu shrugged and remounted his horse, seemingly dismissive of his own mindset. Yang Hen widened her eyes in surprise. Seeing him prepare to depart, she hastily mounted her own horse to follow. This is different. I have endured so much suffering, and with no hope left. I am left with thoughts of ending my life. Yang Hen hurriedly clarified, but Your Highness, you are not like me. You have a promising future ahead. You are the hero of the people of Yuzhou, and everyone looks to you to lead them to a new life. How can you despise yourself? After harboring hatred for so many years, and now on the cusp of avenging myself, I am weary. Though he spoke in a calm manner, the hardships and grievances buried within were known only to Li Yu himself. Were it not for the fuel of vengeance sustaining him, he would have never survived the first harsh winter. With the greatest motivation for living about to be extinguished, this weary soul began to find life increasingly devoid of meaning. Whether in life or death, he can achieve his aims. Thus, does not the very essence of life and death lose its significance? No, that is incorrect. Yang Hen, in a fervent attempt to refute Li Yu's perspective, stammered, "It is not the same. There are still many who need you in this world. You are unlike us, the malevolent spirits. Your Highness, you do not require hatred to draw sustenance. We are different." "In what way are we different?" Li Yu countered with a smile. Although Yang Hen repeated the notion of difference several times, did any fundamental distinction truly exist between them? Both live for the sake of their inner grievances. When the flames of anger extinguish, so too shall the fire of life dim. Perhaps in Yang Hen's eyes, a disparity indeed existed between them. Yet, from Li Yu's vantage point, he and Yang Hen were indistinguishable, both born into this world for the sake of vengeance. Chapter 183. The Guanzhong Plain. As Yang Henshin inhaled deeply, poised to articulate further, Li Yu promptly raised his hand to interject. "All right, enough of this discussion. Let us refrain from delving further into this topic, shall we? Regarding revenge and the instinct for survival, these intricate matters truly fail to pique my interest." His stance, he believed, could not be swayed by mere utterances from Yang Henshin. Thus, why squander time on a fruitless discourse? It appeared that the only outcome would be to incite annoyance. In response to Li Yu's sentiments, Yang Henshin found it imprudent to pursue the conversation any longer. After a moment of contemplation, her expression a tapestry of emotions, she finally uttered a few words. "In any case, please reflect upon this. Should you meet your demise, who would rejoice the most? Regardless of the circumstances, we all earnestly hope for your continued existence until the natural conclusion of life." Li Yu waved his hand dismissively, opting not to engage further in that vein. A brilliant smile unfurled upon his face as he gestured towards the west. "Let us proceed. The fervent souls of Chang'an have already dispatched individuals to assassinate me. It is high time we confront those hospitable scoundrels and grant them a complete life experience. Every individual must traverse the journey from birth to death. The essence of a complete life resides in that very continuum. To annihilate them is to bestow upon them a full existence, flawless in its entirety. Uncovering and eliminating those enemies embodies the significance of this venture." The mention of hatred ignited a fierce glint in Yang Henshin's eyes. "Rest assured, Your Highness, your foes are our foes. Even if we must turn Chang'an upside down, we shall unearth every last one of those wretched insects." Li Yu was a benefactor to all the people of Yuzhou, having rescued them from dire straits. Yet, this benefactor was being driven to the brink of despondency by the nobles of the capital. Truly unforgivable. The dimmed flames of vengeance rekindled within Yang Henshin's breast, roaring into a fierce blaze that radiated from her eyes. The fervor to annihilate Chang'an instilled a sense of dread in onlookers. Li Yu observed with a serene smile. While others might perceive her wrathful gaze as terrifying, to him, it was a warm inferno of resolve. "What of comrades? Perhaps it is only they who can impart warmth upon my spirit," he mused, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Thus, even if it were merely to spare them disappointment, cherishing his own life seemed a worthy endeavor. Who knows, in due time, this world may once again ignite my interests. Yang Henshin was correct. Life is singular and should not be approached with reckless abandon. Therefore, Perhaps it is prudent to exercise caution. After all, he was resolute in his intent to vanquish his adversaries. Even if it meant courting danger, he would not hesitate. As long as he did not actively seek death, it might just fulfill their deepest desires. Li Yuru pondered, and gradually, the weight of her somber emotions began to lift. The announcement echoed. Congratulations, the host's army, led by Bai Qi, has successfully captured Fuyu City, earning a reward of 5,000 White Horse Legion. A new task had been issued. The host is to attack the Beifeng city of Goguryeo. Seizing the city will mark the completion of the task. The northern front continued to rage on, undeterred by Li Yu's departure. During her journey, the notifications of completed tasks frequently resounded in her ears. The accumulated task rewards, alongside those from her check-ins, were sufficient for her to reassemble a formidable army. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Li Yu chuckled softly and opened her system space. Within it, an army of 70,000 awaited materialization. She mused about the spectacle that would unfold if these troops were to suddenly manifest within the walls of Chang'an City. Surely, the mere appearance of such a vast force would leave Li Shimin utterly astounded. Anticipating the future, an inexplicable excitement rekindled within Li Yu. Even if, due to her reputation, she could not confront Li Shimin directly, the mere thought of frightening him was enough to fill her with anticipation. She wondered how chaotic Chang'an would become. The prospect was truly thrilling. Traveling through Songshan and the ancient city of Luoyang, she finally crossed the Shaoshan mountain range, passing Tongguan and arriving at the Guanzhong plain. The road ahead was a vast, unobstructed plain leading directly to the capital, Chang'an. Glancing at the southern peak of Huashan, she admired its towering majesty and mused, "If time permits, I should explore Huashan. It would be a pity to traverse such grand mountains without experiencing their wonders." Yang Hen followed her gaze, her eyes reflecting a hint of longing. Since ancient times, there has been but one path to Huashan, the most perilous mountain in the world. Our Huayin has always been renowned for Huashan, yet few know of its dangers. Entering is easy, but exiting is fraught with challenges. She then turned to Li Yu and said, "Next time we pass by, I shall accompany you up the mountain. I too have yet to behold the beauty of my homeland, and it would fulfill a cherished wish." Li Yu withdrew her gaze and, instead of engaging with that topic, expressed concern. "When you reach your home, will you not take a moment to visit? I can proceed at a leisurely pace toward the capital. You may return home for a while." "What good would that do?" Yang Hen sighed wistfully. Home is no longer home. It resembles a realm of interests, a family devoid of warmth. It is better not to enter. Understanding her sentiment, Li Yu refrained from persuasion and stated, "In that case, let us continue on our journey. When we return, we shall ascend the mountain." "Yes, Your Highness," Yang Hen replied, and thereafter fell silent. After passing Huayin, the landscape transformed once more into desolate wilderness. Yet, in contrast to the oppressive confines of the deep mountains and forests, this terrain resembled a vast prairie, offering a much broader vista. The two traveled in silence. Time passed, and soon, a familiar sound echoed from the distance. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed, clop, clop, clop. With Li Yu's battlefield experience, he could discern that a cavalry unit was galloping forth, even without having to think. The sparse noise they made was somewhat pitiable. Their numbers likely did not exceed 500. Indeed, Li Yu's assessment proved accurate, for the approaching cavalry totaled less than 500. Clad in dark iron armor, the cavalry advanced with a formidable presence. As they drew nearer, they spread into formation, carving a grand arc from either side, encircling Li Yu and Yang Hen completely. While surrounding them, they continuously circled, as if to demonstrate their superiority, exuding an air of extreme arrogance. Li Yu maintained an expression of indifference. Rather than feeling pressured by their posturing, he found their antics to be rather amusing.